Can you believe it? An ordinary person with a terminal illness, desperate to survive, openly explains how to make a nuclear bomb in a live broadcast. The audience thought he had lost his mind, the nation thought he had lost his mind, until someone discovered the barrage in the livestream room was actually rewards from big shots around the world. And he was simply completing a mysterious mission. My name is Lu Chiming, a terminally ill orphan with cancer and no cure in sight. I was a top student at a leading domestic university, destined to pursue further studies in postgraduate school, but was struck down by illness. After learning that my time was limited, I chose to leave alone and come to a small town, just to avoid burdening my friends and mentors, quietly awaiting death. Even so, I am unwilling to relinquish my thirst for knowledge. In a rented cottage, I endured my illness while browsing academic websites on my computer. I have a persistent thought in my heart: my academic journey should not end here. I once dreamed of becoming a scientist, roaming the galaxies, but now it has all become a distant wish. Just as I was coughing up blood uncontrollably, my mind flooded with countless thoughts, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in my head: beep, qualified host detected. Sci-Fi propagation system binding in progress. I wasn't the slightest bit alarmed and calmly asked, what is it? I am a product from the higher civilization 38489, designed to spread science and guide intelligent life towards civilizational progress. You have now been chosen as the host, the executor of the system, to lead Earth's civilization forward. I'm about to die. Why did you choose me? I retorted. Because the host possesses a strong will to survive and a thirst for knowledge, any anomalies in the host can be cleared by the system responded coldly. You can cure cancer? I was startled, then immediately filled with hope. Since you're here to spread science, can you share the method to cure cancer with us on Earth? The system only disseminates and fosters knowledge, it does not give without cause. Even the host must cooperate with the system to receive treatment. I nodded helplessly and pressed further. Then what should I do to receive treatment? Upon completing the mission to advance civilization, all rewards will be issued to the host in the form of bonuses. As soon as the words fell, a pop-up appeared in my mind. System task: create a live stream and host a session explaining the application methods of nuclear reactions, with popularity as the metric. Reward: inhibition of cancer cells. Live stream mission? I don't even understand nuclear reactor applications. How am I supposed to live stream? I asked in surprise. Live streaming is the most suitable method for the host to complete tasks at the moment, the system explained. After some contemplation, I decided to follow the system's requirements. The system's existence is my last lifeline, and given my current physical condition, live streaming is indeed the most convenient option. This kind of live stream will probably get banned soon, right? I voiced my concern. Host, there's no need to worry. The system will modify the live broadcast room to ensure ordinary users have no administrative permissions. The starting and closing of the broadcast will be solely under your control. The system's words put my mind at ease. What astonished me even more was its ability to directly impart knowledge right after I raised my question. A flood of detailed information about nuclear reactions instantly poured into my mind. I was a physics student, but I wasn't even qualified to touch this level of research. Now, however, I have a profound understanding of the applications of nuclear reactions. That's incredible. I immediately got up and sat down in front of the computer. The system has suppressed my negative states to allow me to function properly, giving me a long-lost sense of health and vitality. I quickly registered an account named Leading Civilization on the Shark streaming platform and started the live broadcast. I didn't show my face and wasn't planning to reveal my identity right from the start. I just pointed the camera at the A4 paper and pen on the table. I gave the live stream a bold title: On the Methods and Processes of Nuclear Bomb Production. The moment I clicked to start the live stream, a system notification chimed: Host initiates live stream. System grants random traffic of 1,000 viewers. With the system driving traffic, I no longer worried about the live stream going unnoticed. Now, the only task left was to retain this audience. I picked up a pen and wrote the live stream's topic on a blank sheet of paper, explaining nuclear reactions, their applications, and even the methods of nuclear weapon production. As the system began to direct traffic, people started pouring into my live stream one after another, and comments popped up, explaining nuclear reactors, impressive, talking nonsense with a straight face. Most were drawn by my live stream title and account name, coming in with a mindset of watching for amusement. I ignored the teasing comments and got straight to the point. Hello everyone, welcome to this live stream. This is my first broadcast, and the main content is explaining nuclear reactions and their applications. Nuclear bombs are just one application, others include energy production. If nuclear bombs are so simple, why don't you make one? One comment caught my attention. I responded, this friend named Dingdarren, compared to nuclear reaction applications, nuclear bombs are indeed their simplest application. If you're interested in knowing how they're made, I can explain it to you. My serious response caused the barrage comments to surge, and many who had been preparing to leave stopped in their tracks. 666, live streaming nuclear bomb instructions, teaching us how to make a nuke, insane. I picked up a fresh sheet of A4 paper and began writing down equations while explaining. Actually, the theory behind nuclear bombs is quite simple. We just need two piles of the right substances, typically uranium-235 or plutonium. Uranium-235 is the only naturally occurring fissile isotope, and plutonium is a radioactive metallic element from the actinide series. Chapter 4, on the power of nuclear bombs. Uranium is. Plutonium is. Lu Qiming solemnly explained the nature of nuclear bombs, still engaged in his material science lecture. Each time he finished a sentence, the comment stream filled with ellipsis-like messages. I understand every single word, but somehow, when they're strung together, it all goes over my head. After a string of ellipsis comments, someone finally spoke up. Even though I don't understand it, it sounds really impressive. There's a term for this, unclear but odd. Upper floor, study hard then you won't need such long bullet comments. 4 characters will suffice. Got it, mysteriously impressive. Impressive without understanding. Lu Qiming's tone was far too serious, and the content of his words was genuinely incomprehensible. So surprisingly, the chat wasn't flooded with insults. Instead, a bunch of lazy viewers just kept shouting 666 or I don't get it, but it's awesome. In just this short time, the 1,000 viewers the system had directed to the stream had already started to stick around. Whether they stayed because of the chat atmosphere or something else, it was cause for celebration for Lu Qiming. But seeing all those mysteriously impressive comments on the screen, Lu Qiming paused midway through writing mathematical symbols. If anyone has questions, feel free to type them in the comments. I'll explain everything in detail. Lu Qiming offered kindly. Just keep talking. I only have a middle school education anyway, so I won't understand. You don't need to worry about me. Yeah, whatever floats your boat. The bullet chat was filled with a carefree atmosphere, as if no one truly believed Lu Qiming was explaining how to build a nuclear bomb. Seeing these comments, Lu Qiming frowned slightly. If anyone were to take this seriously, the nuclear bomb manufacturing process I'm describing is something anyone could learn. Of course, that assumes you can get your hands on enough materials and have the right conditions. So what I'm explaining now is purely theoretical. Keep going. I'm actually curious how nuclear bombs are made. A serious comment appeared none other than Ding Darren, who had questioned Lu Qiming earlier. Seeing that despite the livestream's lively atmosphere, some viewers were genuinely listening, Lu Qiming felt a touch of emotion and satisfaction. Alright, I'll continue explaining how to make a nuclear bomb, a method so simple you could build one at home. Lu Qiming was full of energy. He picked up a pen and began writing on a blank sheet of paper again. The camera in the livestream room focused squarely on Lu Qiming's hand, continuously recording everything he wrote. This symbol represents uranium, and this symbol represents. As everyone knows, nuclear bombs have what's called yield. The chemical reactions at the core of nuclear bombs are essentially the same. The greater the yield, the greater the destructive power. If we were to build our own nuclear bomb, we wouldn't need an apocalyptic yield. All we'd require is 30 pounds of uranium-235, roughly the size of a baseball. Combined with readily available materials, this amount of uranium-235 is sufficient to create a low-yield nuclear bomb. A nuclear bomb of this yield could obliterate everything within 13 miles. Within 23 miles, severe damage would occur. Simultaneously, people within a 125-mile radius would be exposed to radiation in their eyes. Radioactive fallout would drift with the wind, contaminating the air and causing illness within a 40-mile radius. As Lu Qiming spoke, his hand scribbled data onto a blank sheet of paper. He also sketched a diagram illustrating the bomb's impact zone, making the devastation more visually clear. Damn, nuclear bombs really pack a punch. Nuclear bomb science live stream, awesome. My eyes have been opened, first time I've learned the true power of a nuclear bomb. Ding Darren sent 30,000 fishballs. As Lu Qiming finished his explanation, the chat exploded with another wave of comments. Some viewers even gifted free fishballs. While some shouted 666 in admiration, others couldn't help but ask, how devastating would a nuclear bomb of this yield actually be to humans? Lu Qiming paused upon seeing this comment, then scribbled some figures on paper. Simultaneously, Lu Qiming replied, if detonated in New York City, it would likely kill 200,000 people and injure 400,000. If it were to strike the capital of Japan, then there would be. One by one, Lu Qiming clearly listed the figures. The terror of nuclear weapons is truly terrifying. Mind-blowing. After Lu Qiming's explanation, many viewers found themselves emotionally drawn into the situation. His words left some viewers stunned. Some who had intended to leave now stayed put, waiting for Lu Qiming's next livestream segment. Chapter 5, the newcomer quietly learns to build nuclear bombs. Lu Qiming's livestream managed to keep some viewers hooked. The system's random 1,000-person traffic diversion gave Lu Qiming's stream a solid start, preventing him from going solo. More importantly, as Lu Qiming's stream progressed, it began to draw serious viewers. Moreover, the thoughtful questions from viewers energized Lu Qiming's livestream, making him more enthusiastic. Lu Qiming had already filled page after page of white paper, pulling out fresh sheets one by one. He spoke with palpable excitement and passion. If anyone here intends to build a nuclear bomb, it's best to keep the amount of uranium-235 within 45 pounds. Because within this quantity, even with simple tools and materials, we can ensure its stability to a certain extent. However, exceeding this amount means that even if a nuclear bomb is constructed, detonating it requires significant technical expertise. Beyond this weight, without a solid industrial foundation, maintaining stability becomes far more challenging. My personal recommendation is to limit the amount of uranium-235 to between 36 and 37 pounds, as this will still yield a nuclear bomb with a sufficiently effective nuclear reaction. Lu Qiming's hand drew a series of professional-grade formulas and diagrams on the white paper, accompanying his explanation. Moreover, this way, even if minor errors occur during the manufacturing process, the consequences won't be too severe. Having undergone systematic training, Lu Qiming now possessed a thorough understanding of this field. At this point, Lu Qiming delivered his explanations with effortless ease. To enhance the program's appeal, he even volunteered some illustrative examples. Most of you have seen Marvel's Iron Man movie, right? You probably know that the core of Iron Man's armor is a fist-sized nuclear reactor. Setting aside its technological sophistication, its size alone reveals Iron Man's ingenuity. A nuclear reactor of this size is the easiest to control, relatively speaking, of course. Lu Qiming was deeply immersed in his livestream, even sketching a line drawing resembling Iron Man that was remarkably lifelike. By the time Lu Qiming reached this point in his stream, the chat was already flooded with comments. What the hell is Iron Man? Reality and fantasy colliding? Damn, even Iron Man made an appearance. I'm impressed the streamer makes it sound so convincing. Brainwashing us with the nuclear bomb is great mantra. Is this a science channel or an art stream? Watching the streamer draw, they're a real pro. Nice hand. I'm good, how about you? Lu Qiming is in the late stages of cancer, his body already emaciated. To the point that his hands have grown thin and pale. This creates a peculiar sense of contrast. Meanwhile, Lu Qiming's hands move ceaselessly, writing formulas on white paper and sketching simple patterns quite captivating. Combined with Lu Qiming's voice and the substance of his words, this kept the attrition rate in his livestream audience remarkably low. Not only that, even though the system's initial 1,000-person traffic boost had ended, Lu Qiming's livestream continued to draw in new, unfamiliar viewers. Newcomers would arrive wondering, is this a drawing livestream? The host's Iron Man sketch is pretty good. What's this stream about? Watching hands? Watching drawing? Newcomers, keep quiet, stay in formation, and listen carefully. The host is teaching us how to build nuclear bombs. Exactly. Newcomers, keep quiet and watch the stream properly. As new viewers joined, some regulars instantly felt a sense of superiority. Alongside that sense of superiority came a feeling of belonging. Thus, the number of followers in Lu Qiming's livestream kept fluctuating and steadily increasing. Amid this atmosphere, most newcomers found themselves intrigued. Nuclear bombs? Seriously? A live stream full of hot air? Building nuclear bombs, why not just go to space? The barrage of comments grew thicker, Lu Qiming noted silently. But Lu Qiming hadn't forgotten he was supposed to be doing a proper livestream. So Lu Qiming quickly steered the conversation back on track. The Iron Man example is still far beyond our reach. Let me explain what we should do if we were to build a nuclear bomb at home. First, understanding that a nuclear bomb occurs when two piles of material collide, we can build devices to help shape the bomb. Lu Qiming's assistant continued scribbling notes while Lu Qiming's voice kept flowing steadily. Ding Darren donated a plane. A floating screen effect appeared in the bullet comments, revealing that someone had gifted a paid item. Chapter 6, Viewer Count Skyrocketing. Super admins take note. Lu Qiming had been streaming for a while now. During previous streams, some viewers had indeed gifted Lu Qiming. However, those were all free gifts, meaning they cost nothing. It wasn't until this moment, with the appearance of this airplane, that a true paid gift finally arrived. Sending such a plane gift required spending 100 yuan. When Lu Qiming saw the plane, he also noticed the name of the person who sent it. For Lu Qiming, he never expected to profit from streaming. Or rather, from the very start, his live streaming wasn't driven by the desire to make money. But seeing someone willing to spend money to gift him a plane, especially Ding Darren, who had previously raised doubts and questions in the livestream, still stirred Lu Qiming's emotions. Knowledge is like the sea, it is priceless. I stream not for money, but to share knowledge. But I'm truly grateful for Ding Darren's plane gift. You don't have to send gifts, just spread the word about this stream. Additionally, to thank Ding Darren for the plane gift, feel free to ask any questions you have. Within my scope of knowledge, I'll provide detailed answers. Receiving the plane gift, Lu Qiming wasn't indifferent, he responded earnestly. Finish explaining how to build a nuclear bomb. The user Ding Darren who sent the plane gift replied, without posing any questions. Lu Qiming nodded, then glanced at his livestream backend. He noticed a surge of viewers flooding into the stream during the plane gifts delivery. Major domestic streaming platforms now feature a mechanism where gifts exceeding a certain threshold trigger screen floating promotions. On Shark platform, a single plane gift triggered such an effect. Thus, as Lu Qiming received the plane gift, a wave of new viewers flooded into his stream. Seeing his stream's popularity surge and the number of real viewers increase, Lu Qiming wasted no time and immediately resumed his broadcast. He continued explaining how to build a nuclear bomb. Earlier, we covered the theoretical principles behind nuclear bombs. Next, I'll give you a detailed explanation of how to actually build one. Lu Qiming spoke as he picked up a pen and began sketching on a blank sheet of paper. Assuming we have sufficient materials, we first divide the prepared uranium-235 into 2 equal parts. Then, we place them into a pair of hemispherical containers. Lu Qiming continued his livestream. His livestream had already attracted around 20,000 viewers, thanks to the system's traffic diversion. Viewership doesn't equate to actual attendees. So Lu Qiming's livestream had 20,000 viewers. Later, the viewership in Lu Qiming's livestream room dropped slightly as some viewers left, leaving around 10,000 people watching. But then, with a single plain gift, the viewership in Lu Qiming's livestream room doubled instantly. It surged to over 30,000. Simultaneously, the genuine users drawn into Lu Qiming's stream by this single plain gift numbered around 200 to 300. Among these newcomers, others had accidentally clicked into the stream. Others had been drawn by the stream's name. When such donations appear on screen, they often include the host's name. Lu Qiming's channel name, Leading Civilization, clearly piqued the curiosity of some who clicked in. So when these newcomers flooded in, they immediately heard Lu Qiming explaining how to actually build a nuclear bomb. Holy crap, this stream is so badass? Teaching people how to build nukes? Is this for real? Is the streamer just bragging seriously, or is he actually serious? He seems pretty serious about what he's saying, and his writing is thorough too. Can't make heads or tails of it, but it kinda makes sense. Starting with nuclear bombs? I'm following this. This has to be bull. If nukes were that easy to make, the world wouldn't be limited to just a handful of nuclear powers. Seriously bragging. If what he's saying is true, wouldn't nuclear bombs be flying everywhere? You idiot upstairs, the streamer actually makes sense. The difficulty with nukes isn't the method, it's the rare materials. Damn, this stream has fanboys defending the host? With so many people flooding in at once, the chat became chaotic. After all, with billions of people, everyone's thoughts differ. At this moment, Lu Qiming's livestream grew increasingly chaotic as the crowd swelled and diverse voices multiplied. Meanwhile, the stream that skyrocketed in popularity thanks to a single plain donation caught the attention of Shark Platform's administrators. Shark Platform was massive, hosting countless streams daily. However, live streaming must adhere to fundamental laws and cannot violate regulations. Therefore, the platform employed numerous human moderators tasked with monitoring each livestream for compliance and legality. At this moment, one such administrator spotted Lu Qiming's stream and quietly clicked in. In the main text, the term Yuanzidin is censored, so nuclear bomb is used as a substitute. Chapter 7, is teaching how to build a nuclear bomb illegal? Streaming platform administrators, commonly known as super administrators or super admins. Super admins exist to oversee the platform's safety and legality. Typically, whenever a live stream contains prohibited content, that's when the super admins step in. Super admins may issue warnings for minor offenses or ban the stream entirely for serious violations. At this point, Lu Qiming's livestream had just started but maintained relatively high viewership and received large gifts, drawing the super admin's attention. This streamer goes by Leading Civilization? Could he be streaming adult films to lead civilization? The super admin pondered this internally before clicking into the stream. Upon quietly entering the stream, the moderator saw a pair of fair hands gripping a pen, scribbling and drawing on a sheet of white paper. The screen showed numerous sheets of paper already covered in symbols and intricate patterns. What on earth was this? At that moment, the super admin's reaction was no different from those entering the stream for the first time. Watching Lu Qiming's stream, the super admin was completely baffled. What on earth was this? Completely baffled, the super admin remained motionless for a moment, choosing instead to lurk and observe what this streamer named Civilization Pioneer was actually broadcasting. If we possess uranium-235 material, then to build a nuclear bomb, we must also be able to melt this material. The melting point of uranium-235 is 4,142 degrees Celsius. To melt uranium-235, all we need is an acetylene torch. However, one crucial caution must be noted when melting U-235, it is highly hazardous to humans. If anyone is present while uranium-235 is melting, even if they inhale just a tiny bit of the fumes, they might as well start preparing for the afterlife. In such a scenario, survival time would likely be measured in hours. Therefore, when melting uranium-235, manual operation is prohibited, automated equipment must be used instead. At this stage, we must consciously implement protective isolation measures. The isolation method is straightforward: maintain a distance of approximately 50 feet from the melting site and place 10 tons of lead in between for shielding. This would eliminate any danger. Lu Qiming was still sketching diagrams on paper. With just a few simple strokes, he could capture the essence of an object. Accompanied by Lu Qiming's words, the sketches came vividly to life. 666. Learn something new. That really makes sense. It's got me itching to build a nuke myself just for kicks. Anyone up for trying it out based on the streamer's instructions? One aircraft drew in 200 to 300 people. And after Lu Qiming's livestream, half of those 200 or 300 people stayed on. Is this academic superstar just showing off during the livestream? Followed. God tier streamer. How do you know so much? Did you build a nuclear bomb? Lu Qiming glanced at the chat stream, feeling a tinge of envy. He was streaming here, explaining how to build a nuclear bomb with great authority. But Lu Qiming himself had never actually done it. As his stream progressed, Lu Qiming grew increasingly restless, wishing he had the materials and equipment to demonstrate live how to actually build a nuclear bomb. What I'm explaining now are all detailed theories. While learning these theories, I urge everyone to understand the dangers of nuclear weapons and never attempt to build one. Or, if anyone has the means to experiment, it's best to choose a remote location. Lu Qiming suppressed his own restlessness and earnestly offered this warning to his live stream audience. We'd love to try it. 666. Who in the live stream has the means to try? The streamer made it sound so convincing, but no one actually tried to verify if you could really build a nuclear bomb that way. After watching for a while, the moderator finally understood what this livestream was about. Is this streamer teaching people how to build a nuclear bomb? After grasping the content of Lu Qiming's livestream, the moderator was both shocked and perplexed. Is this streamer serious, or is he just bragging with a straight face? Listening to Lu Qiming's earnest tone, coupled with the seemingly random patterns and formulas scribbled on his hand, the moderator couldn't help but doubt the validity of it all. At the same time, the admin hesitated. If we rule out the possibility of him just bragging, does this streamer teaching people how to build a nuclear bomb actually violate the rules? Chapter 8. The Top Student's Perplexity. Once I was brimming with knowledge, now all I can do is shout. 666. In Lu Qiming's livestream, viewers constantly bombarded the screen with comments. Almost every sentence Lu Qiming uttered contained enough information to trigger one or two waves of bullet comments. The Shark Platform's super admin was lurking nearby, monitoring the livestream's activity and catching sight of those 666 comments in the bullet chat. Yet the super admin remained conflicted. He genuinely didn't know how to classify Lu Qiming's stream. After all, nuclear weapons were a matter of immense gravity. Surely they couldn't be broadcast lightly? The super admin's mind was torn, hesitating, weighing his options, debating whether to issue a warning. But then again, he couldn't confirm whether Lu Qiming's broadcast content was genuine. Maybe Lu Qiming was just bragging? After all, bragging livestreams were a dime a dozen on the platform. But bragging about building a nuclear bomb? That was a whole different level of pretentiousness. The super admin hesitated, unable to act. After some thought, he decided to seek instructions from his superiors. It was his first time encountering such a situation, so he wanted to know the higher-up stance. The moderator quickly made a decision. He couldn't categorize Lu Qiming's livestream himself because it contained no pornography, no violence, and no profanity or insults. Instead, the stream was filled with an academic atmosphere of 666, a Chinese slang term meaning amazing or awesome. Under these circumstances, moderators wouldn't issue warnings lightly. Moments later, the admin completed the process, submitting Lu Qiming's stream through the internal network for higher-level review. After completing these tasks, the super administrator didn't leave but remained in Lu Qiming's livestream. Because the moderator also wanted to see how Lu Qiming would continue to brag and teach everyone how to build a nuclear bomb. They wanted to keep watching to see if it was all hot air or if there was some truth to it. Many viewers shared the moderator's curiosity. Consequently, Lu Qiming's livestream retained a surprisingly high number of viewers. Some viewers were convinced Lu Qiming was just spouting nonsense, yet they stayed to see when he'd finally run out of steam. Others were just there for the spectacle, drawn in by the lively atmosphere of the livestream. Beyond that, among the growing audience, one or two more knowledgeable viewers have emerged. These individuals possess extensive knowledge and the ability to discern truth from falsehood. And Lu Qiming's livestream has attracted such individuals. Shang Wei, a graduate student at the University of Science and Technology of China majoring in physics, had even published papers in national academic journals. With such academic achievements, Shang Wei was undoubtedly a top student. But even top students have leisure pursuits, and Shang Wei's hobby is watching live streams. Since he never had time to play games himself, Shang Wei spent his free moments watching others play. Today, he was watching a Dota stream when his finger accidentally slipped and clicked on a pop-up, landing him in a streamer's room called Civilization Pioneer. That is, Lu Qiming's stream. Originally, Shang Wei only enjoyed watching game streams and intended to exit immediately to return to his game stream. But he happened to catch sight of a series of formulas Lu Qiming had written earlier. Weren't these the application formulas for nuclear fission? Nuclear fission, also known as nuclear splitting, is the process where an atomic nucleus splits into multiple nuclei. It refers to a type of nuclear reaction where heavy atoms, primarily uranium or plutonium, split into lighter atoms. Having studied at the University of Science and Technology of China, Xiang Wei had encountered these equations during his graduate studies, allowing him to recognize them instantly. It was precisely because he recognized this that Xiang Wei immediately paused and remained in Lu Qiming's livestream. Remaining in Lu Qiming's livestream, Xiang Wei heard the content Lu Qiming proceeded to share. Simultaneously, he observed Lu Qiming sketching a series of schematic diagrams. Drawing on his own knowledge, Xiang Wei judged that Lu Qiming's claims were not mere empty rhetoric. His words carried substance. This streamer was genuinely teaching how to build a nuclear bomb. Xiang Wei recognized this immediately. With his background knowledge, he already understood some physics related to nuclear fission. He could tell the difference, and after listening for a while, he confirmed that Lu Qiming was genuinely explaining how to build a nuclear bomb, not just blowing smoke. That's precisely why Xiang Wei was utterly shocked. Why would anyone stream this kind of content? If they possess this level of knowledge, they must be at least as smart as me. Why aren't they holed up in a lab instead of streaming to teach others how to build a nuclear bomb? Beyond his shock, Xiang Wei was utterly perplexed. Driven by this bewilderment, Xiang Wei began typing immediately, transforming his questions into a stream of comments that flooded the screen. Chapter 9, Even the top students got duped by the streamer? Ever since accidentally clicking into the livestream, Xiang Wei had remained hidden within the chat. Listening to Lu Qiming's words and watching him write incomprehensible formulas on a whiteboard, Xiang Wei understood them. Xiang Wei realized that this streamer named Civilization Pioneer was actually teaching people how to build a nuclear bomb, not just pulling a fast one on his viewers. Just by watching the stream, Xiang Wei could sense that this streamer, Civilization Pioneer, possessed profound expertise in nuclear fission reactions. Xiang Wei sensed that this streamer possessed knowledge far exceeding his own as a physics graduate student at the University of Science and Technology of China. This only deepened Xiang Wei's confusion. Why would someone like this, someone who should be working in China's top-tier laboratories or secret projects, be content to be a small-time streamer here? It was like those gaming streamers who could go pro and make a name for themselves, yet chose to stay as small-time streamers instead, just as puzzling. So, Xiang Wei couldn't help but voice his confusion directly through the chat comments. Streamer, why are you streaming this? Aren't you sure this isn't prohibited content? Xiang Wei sent out this comment. His comment stood out prominently among the sea of others. Because he frequently watched streams, was very active, and had spent some money, Xiang Wei's account level was no longer ordinary. Consequently, his bullet comments carried special weight. Lu Qiming merely glanced up and immediately spotted Xiang Wei's comment among the flood of others. Up until now, Lu Qiming had responded to every question. Upon seeing Xiang Wei's question now, Lu Qiming naturally gave a thoughtful response. Knowledge itself has no inherent right or wrong, good or bad, it's people who imbue knowledge with specific meanings. Lu Qiming paused thoughtfully before replying to Xiang Wei's comment. I stream here to help more people understand and even learn relevant knowledge. As for the knowledge I share in my livestream, it is merely one form of knowledge. Knowledge transforms through dissemination, and its value lies in its transmission. That concludes my response to our friend Xiang Tianweili. After his response, Lu Qiming paused briefly. Seeing no further questions, he proceeded to the next segment of his explanation. Once we have established sufficient automated facilities, we can proceed with the melting and refining of uranium-235. We divided the uranium-235 into two piles and placed them separately into the hemispherical containers we had prepared. Then, Lu Qiming continued his livestream. However, the recent bullet comment from Xiang Wei and Lu Qiming's personal response to it briefly livened up the livestream chat. Xiang Tianweili? Isn't that the big shot from the Dota section? This guy's account is over level 70, he's spent a ton, and he's even a VIP. His bullet comments always stand out. Holy crap, Xiang Tianwei from the Dota section is watching this stream? Xiang Wei's account was quite active in the Dota section and was considered a big spender. At this moment, someone recognized him. Because someone recognized Xiang Wei, the bullet chat exploded with activity. Holy crap, Xiang Tianweili is a longtime viewer in the Dota community, but apparently in real life, he's a graduate student at USTC. A USTC grad is here watching streamers brag about building nuclear bombs? Xiang Wei watches streams purely out of interest and is quite active, often interacting with his favorite Dota streamers. So his real-life identity wasn't exactly a secret. And that's precisely when someone recognized him. Lu Qiming's livestream got a bit lively because of Xiang Wei's appearance. More accurately, it became lively because of Xiang Wei's identity as a graduate student at USTC. Graduate students get free access to live streams? Is this for real? This big shot is a graduate student at USTC? I bowed down to this big shot. 666, this streamer is seriously lit. Even a USTC grad got fooled. The streamer really is a master. Following him now. In the livestream, although Lu Qiming always speaks with great sincerity. But the vast majority of viewers believed it was just for show. So even when Xiang Wei appeared, the chat was still filled with jokes. Many even commented that even USTC students could be fooled by the streamer. Beyond these comments, there was also the vibe of big shots watching for free. Under this kind of pressure, Xiang Wei was affected. Without hesitation, he immediately gifted a plane. Moreover, he sent another bullet message. This streamer isn't just bluffing, he's genuinely knowledgeable. Everything he says is technically sound, his nuclear fission formula is correct, and the other equations he wrote are all professional grade. As for whether the streamer's claims about building a nuclear bomb are true, I haven't built one following his instructions, so I don't know, but he's definitely not just spouting empty nonsense. Chapter 10, I really want to build a nuclear bomb. Xiang Wei's appearance stirred up a bit of commotion in Lu Qiming's livestream. Amidst this commotion, Xiang Wei didn't just stand by. After sending a plane, he immediately fired back with a comment. The content of this bullet message was startling. It wasn't that he, a graduate student from USTC, had been fooled by the streamer, but that the streamer's content was actually substantial. After Xiang Wei's comment went out, many viewers sought his response. Instantly, Lu Qiming's chat exploded with an overwhelming surge of messages. Is the big shot joking? Is this Xiang Tianwei really a graduate student at USTC? Is everything the streamer said true? Originally, most people in the livestream were just watching Lu Qiming's broadcast for the spectacle. Few genuinely believed Lu Qiming was actually teaching viewers how to build a nuclear bomb. Most assumed the livestream was at best an educational endeavor. But when Xiang Wei's comment appeared looking almost like an official verification, the atmosphere shifted instantly. Could you really build a nuclear bomb following the streamer's instructions? Holy, a USTC grad just verified it? Nah, this rich guy is probably just playing along with the streamer to fool people. Honestly, Xiang Tianwei probably wouldn't need to lie. Once I was full of knowledge, now I can only shout 666. The chat exploded with activity in the livestream. Meanwhile, the hidden super admin in the chat was utterly stunned. Is this streamer really building a nuclear bomb? Could he actually make one? The super admin was utterly stunned. As a moderator, he was familiar with certain special figures on the platform. Therefore, he recognized Xiang Wei and knew the person behind the account. Xiang Tianwei Li was a genuine graduate student at the University of Science and Technology of China. Precisely because he knew Xiang Wei, the super admin found it hard to believe what he was saying. This new streamer, calling himself Civilization Pioneer, was actually live streaming instructions on building a nuclear bomb. The super administrator took a deep breath, confirming this fact beyond doubt. Once confirmed, the super administrator quickly made adjustments in the back end, editing another message and sending it to both the super administrator group and his superior. Attached to the message was the link to Lu Qiming's livestream. Upon realizing that Lu Qiming's livestream content was actually real, the super admin understood that this mess had to be passed off to someone else. Whether it violated regulations or not wasn't for me to decide, let someone else deal with that headache. The super administrator thought this, yet remained in Lu Qiming's livestream. Because he still wanted to know, what comes next in building a nuclear bomb? Thanks to Xiang Tianwei's powerful plane. Lu Qiming noticed the lively chatter in the bullet comments and saw someone had gifted him an airplane. Simultaneously, from the comments, he learned that the person who just gifted him the plane was actually a graduate student from the University of Science and Technology of China. No need to spend so much, classmate. This livestream doesn't rely on gifts for profit. Lu Qiming responded briefly, then added, if any of you, especially Xiang Tianwei, have questions about the content I'm explaining in this livestream, feel free to ask in the comments. I'll answer any questions I can. Moments after Lu Qiming's response, Xiang Wei sent another bullet comment. The plane was sent for knowledge. Knowledge is priceless. A mere plane on a live streaming platform pales in comparison. Xiang Wei began his reply thus. Then, moments later, Xiang Wei actually sent some of his own questions. I understand the principles behind nuclear bombs, but how feasible is it for an individual to build one? Lu Qiming saw Xiang Wei's comment, paused briefly, and replied, it's feasible to some extent. With sufficient theoretical knowledge and adequate materials, that feasibility increases significantly. For instance, someone like me, thoroughly familiar with the process, proficient in nuclear reaction applications, and understanding the principles behind nuclear bombs, could overcome any obstacle as long as the raw materials were available. As he answered Xiang Wei, Lu Qiming was struck by how profoundly the system had imbued him with knowledge of nuclear reactions. So profound, in fact, that it gave him the confidence to believe he could hand-build a nuclear bomb with sufficient materials. The thought made his fingers itch. He desperately wanted to try building one to put his knowledge to the test. While Lu Qiming and Xiang Wei were conversing, a flood of unfamiliar viewers poured into the livestream channel, drawn by a single aircraft. The moment they entered, the screen was flooded with comments like 666 and awesome. Chapter 11, Audience, no, we can't. Many new viewers flooded into the livestream thanks to the plane. Lu Qiming's stream viewership continued to soar. Or rather, the previously surging popularity never waned at all. At this moment, another plane tip sent the viewership soaring past 50,000, reaching a peak of 50,000 viewers. The actual number of viewers in the stream now reached nearly 2,000. Moreover, the viewers who stayed were highly active, bombarding the chat with non-stop bullet comments, keeping the livestream's energy at a fever pitch. Meanwhile, the number of followers for Lu Qiming's livestream channel was steadily climbing. From 0 followers at the start, it now boasts over 1,000. The number of people in the livestream kept growing. Major streaming platforms all feature a similar mechanism, popularity rankings. Beyond official recommendations, the higher the popularity of a normal livestream, the greater the chance it will be discovered by new viewers. Lu Qiming's stream reached 50,000 viewers in a short time and continued to climb. Under these circumstances, new viewers are constantly discovering the stream and clicking in. What's this live stream about? Teaching people how to build nuclear bombs. When new viewers voiced their questions, veteran viewers stepped in to provide answers. However, after Shang Wei's appearance and his conversation with Lu Qiming, some longtime viewers realized something. This livestream wasn't about bragging or science education, it was genuinely teaching people how to build nuclear bombs. Understanding this, those viewers who grasped the truth were even less likely to leave. After all, when had they ever seen anyone live streaming instructions on building a nuclear bomb? Instead, many were actively recruiting friends and sharing the livestream link, passing it on to their buddies or online acquaintances. Check it out, someone's live streaming how to build a nuclear bomb. Mind-blowing, a live stream teaching people how to build a nuclear bomb. Amidst all this, Lu Qiming's livestream continued to draw in new viewers. Lu Qiming, in turn, grew even more earnest in his livestream. Pen in hand, he drew one diagram after another on a white sheet of paper, vividly illustrating his explanations. Meanwhile, his livestream kept attracting new viewers. Partly due to the platform's popularity algorithm, partly because existing viewers were sharing the stream. Even Shang Wei couldn't resist sharing the livestream link in his class group chat. In Shang Wei's class group chat, most members were top students like him or even more outstanding. Why did Shang Wei share the livestream link in the group? Does he just enjoy watching livestreams and desperately want us to join him? The shared link only displayed the account name, Leading Civilization. Without clicking through, no one knew what the livestream was about. But when Shang Wei shared the link, he also included a message. There's this expert live streaming about nuclear bomb manufacturing, I'm struggling to grasp it. Can someone check if this streamer is a big shot? After hanging around the livestream for a while, Shang Wei was convinced of Lu Qiming's knowledge. Still, he wanted to probe deeper into Lu Qiming's intellectual depth. So he shared the link, asking his classmates for help. Live streaming nuclear bomb construction? Seriously? I'll check it out. One by one, unfamiliar viewers flooded into the livestream. Even without continuous gifts, the livestream's popularity kept rising. Many ordinary viewers who lingered were swept up by the momentum of the chat, spamming comments like 666. Shang Wei's USTC alumni group also drew some of his classmates into the livestream. The classmates of an academic superstar are naturally academic superstars themselves, or even academic geniuses. Shang Wei's classmates were mostly top students and even stronger ones at that. Several classmates noticed the link Shang Wei shared and entered the livestream. Upon entering, they saw the stream focused on a table. On the table lay sheets of white paper covered with formulas or diagrams. It really was the nuclear fission formula. Beyond the visuals, Lu Qiming's voice continued to fill the livestream. Nuclear bombs and explosions were merely the simplest and crudest applications of nuclear technology. Among nuclear applications, nuclear bombs are relatively low-tech. Theoretically, every viewer present could build one. Lu Qiming kept talking while his hand never stopped scribbling on the paper. All we need to do is combine uranium-235 with some triggering mechanisms, and the simplest nuclear bomb can be made. On the sheet of paper before Lu Qiming's subordinate, a diagram emerged, clearly delineating roles and possessing the proportional precision of industrial design. This finished product was the nuclear bomb. Does anyone not understand? Lu Qiming paused his pen and asked. Audience, no, we don't understand. Audience, no, we can't build it. Chapter 12, Super Admin Warning Violation? Seeing the playful comments flooding the screen, Lu Qiming couldn't help but chuckle. If anyone has questions or doubts about any specific point, feel free to ask. The nuclear bomb manufacturing I just explained is merely a simple and crude application of nuclear reactions. In truth, nuclear reactions have numerous applications. The nuclear bomb is merely one among them. It's only because of humanity's innate drive toward destruction and devastation that nuclear bombs receive such undue attention. From an academic perspective, nuclear bombs are relatively low-tech compared to nuclear reactions themselves. After the laughter subsided, Lu Qiming spoke again. With his words concluded, Lu Qiming temporarily set down his pen and began organizing the formulas and diagrams he had scribbled earlier. Now, sheets of white paper lay out in order, clearly showing a process. Simply viewing the diagrams evoked a sense of progressive beauty. For viewers who had tuned in from the start, gazing at the neatly organized diagrams now felt profoundly moving. It was as if they were witnessing a nuclear bomb being systematically constructed right before their eyes. Industrial aesthetics. In this moment, they discovered how truly beautiful knowledge could be. Screenshot for posterity: the ultimate nuclear bomb blueprint. Screenshot. Screenshot. Suddenly, screenshots flooded the livestream chat. Many viewers who had watched for a while couldn't resist capturing the moment, preserving this scene forever. Newcomers joining the stream were swept up in the frenzy too. "What's going on?" asked a new viewer. "It's the blueprint for building a nuclear bomb, hurry up and take screenshots," another viewer replied. Snap. Shang Wei also took a screenshot. "I'll show this to my mentor later." At this moment, Lu Qiming's livestream had reached 100,000 viewers. With 100,000 viewers, the actual number of people online had also reached several thousand. Such popularity was considered a minor hit on the Shark platform. Consequently, a steady stream of new viewers kept flooding into the livestream, drawn by the high heat. Lu Qiming remained motionless for a moment, letting the viewers capture screenshots of the blueprints. After a moment, Lu Qiming was about to speak up and resume his livestream. But before his voice could reach the audience, he suddenly noticed a bright red, incredibly eye-catching comment appear among the flood of messages. Simultaneously, numerous viewers also saw this red highlighted, attention-grabbing comment. "Super admin notice, please ensure compliance with national laws. Avoid posting illegal, pornographic, or obscene content. Repeated violations may result in permanent channel suspension." This red highlighted, eye-catching comment was none other than a warning from the platform's super admin. Lu Qiming saw the message, and so did the viewers in the livestream. Before Lu Qiming could say anything, many viewers were already wondering, why would the super admin issue a warning? A viewer voiced the question in the chat. Exactly. What rule did this streamer break? Is teaching how to build a nuclear bomb against the rules? Get lost, admin. The bullet comments were filled with righteous indignation, with little good to say about the moderator. This was largely because on streaming platforms, moderators always play the bad cop. Most viewers have experienced getting into a female streamer's broadcast or watching someone else's driving content, only to have the mood ruined when a moderator suddenly pops up with a warning, forcing the streamer to rein it in. Thus, cursing moderators upon their appearance has become the norm. On the other hand, some viewers genuinely couldn't understand why the admin would issue a warning at this moment. The moderator is abusing their authority, issuing a ING warning for no reason. Big trees catch the wind. The streamer had only just started their first broadcast and already had 100,000 viewers. Seeing the chaotic atmosphere in the livestream caused by a moderator's warning, Lu Qiming took action. He gathered all the papers and mentally queried the system. "System, didn't you say the stream would have special privileges? Why are there still platform moderator warnings?" After Lu Qiming's query, the system's mechanical voice promptly responded in his mind. "Host, do not worry. The livestream room is covered by the system and possesses super civilization characteristics. Any warning actions can be ignored." "All right." Lu Qiming nodded, understanding the system's meaning. So even if the super admin issues warnings, Lu Qiming could just keep doing whatever he needed to do. Reassured by the system's response, Lu Qiming relaxed and spoke up directly. "Everyone in the livestream room, please refrain from arguing. This livestream is solely for educational purposes and will not involve any violations. Therefore, please disregard any warnings from moderators. We've briefly covered the process of artificially creating a nuclear bomb. Next, we'll present to you Chapter 13, The Collective Shock of the Top Students. Lu Qiming's livestream reached 100,000 viewers in a remarkably short time. This phenomenon wasn't just drawing in new viewers, it was also catching the attention of one moderator after another on the streaming platform. Moreover, the first moderator to notice Lu Qiming's stream reported the situation and even shared it in the moderator group. So within a short time, Lu Qiming's livestream was swarmed by numerous super admins. Then, a higher-level super admin sensed something was amiss. He's building a nuclear bomb on stream. If this gets out of hand, it could end up on CCTV news. This high-level moderator thought to himself, growing concerned. Thus, a moderator warning was directly sent to Lu Qiming's livestream. But even after this warning, Lu Qiming continued his stream as usual. Moreover, the content of his commentary became even more substantial. In truth, the technology for building a simple nuclear bomb isn't considered cutting-edge knowledge worldwide. What truly limits nuclear bomb production isn't knowledge, but the actual materials. Lu Qiming gathered all the previous blueprints. In nuclear reactions, the real technical challenge lies in harnessing nuclear reactions as an energy source. What I shared with you earlier about nuclear bomb manufacturing isn't truly cutting-edge technology. In fact, anyone with the will can learn these concepts. Next, I'll explain the more advanced principles of nuclear fission reactions and their detailed applications within nuclear reactions. Shan Wei, still lingering in the livestream room, heard this and felt his temples throb in surprise. He understands the deeper aspects of nuclear fission? Shan Wei was genuinely astonished, for even as a physics graduate student, his understanding of nuclear fission was only superficial. Though their research paths diverged, Shan Wei fully grasped how vast and formidable the field of nuclear fission truly was. Who exactly was this streamer? How could they possess such profound expertise in nuclear reactions? His discernment only deepened his astonishment. Even as Lu Qiming modestly dismissed his earlier explanations as common knowledge, Shan Wei understood perfectly well. Such basic knowledge was only relative, a humble way of putting it. Shan Wei recognized the depth of knowledge Lu Qiming had already revealed during the livestream. And when Lu Qiming immediately announced he would delve into more advanced nuclear reaction concepts, Shan Wei was utterly stunned. If someone truly possessed such expertise, they'd likely be under state protection. How could they possibly be streaming on a small platform like this? Even if he had a passion for teaching, with that level of knowledge, he could easily supervise graduate students. Why was he streaming here? Shan Wei pondered this question, utterly perplexed. And he wasn't the only one puzzled. More than half the viewers in the livestream likely didn't grasp the implications of Lu Qiming's words. But Lu Qiming's stream wasn't just filled with ordinary viewers, it also drew a crowd of academic prodigies who had flooded in after Shan Wei shared the link. In the chat group, someone couldn't help but speak up. Who exactly is this streamer called Civilization Pioneer? He even knows about the advanced applications of nuclear fission? How could someone like that be streaming on a small platform? I'm surprised too. After watching his stream for a while, he seems genuinely knowledgeable about nuclear reactions. You can actually learn from his broadcasts. Within the USTC academic elite group, several top students watching Lu Qiming's stream were debating. Their chatter piqued the curiosity of those who hadn't tuned in. What are you guys talking about? On a streaming platform, there's this eccentric guy who previously explained how to build a nuclear bomb. Now he claims he'll delve into the advanced applications of nuclear fission. Shan Wei chimed in to clarify. Seriously? What kind of expert would broadcast this stuff on a small streaming platform? If he really knew this stuff, he could walk right into the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Exclaimed one top student who hadn't watched the stream. In the eyes of these academic elites, even the largest domestic streaming platform, Shark, was considered beneath their dignity. The more they dismissed it, the harder it was to believe someone that knowledgeable would actually be streaming such content here. Judging by this streamer's demeanor, he seems genuinely knowledgeable. You guys should check it out. Shan Wei replied, sending the link again. This time, Shan Wei didn't just send the link to his classmates, he even privately messaged his advisor. Chapter 14, The Operation Begins. Lu Qiming was about to continue his livestream, and his words revealed even more information. The chat filled with waves of 666 expressing admiration. If the earlier explanations covered only the most basic nuclear knowledge, then what was about to be streamed was the real deal: nuclear fission reactions with genuine technical depth. Lu Qiming's tone was solemn. Just as he had said, the real main course was about to begin. The earlier handmade nuclear bomb tutorial was merely an appetizer. Nuclear bombs for the masses? I'm just me, an illiterate. 1,000 words condensed into one stream of consciousness remark. Seeing the flood of comments, Lu Qiming added, what follows is the real deal. If anyone in the chat is interested, watch carefully and pay close attention. Lu Qiming emphasized this point. Lu Qiming himself possessed considerable knowledge, and the tasks assigned by the system had further enriched his understanding. Even with his existing knowledge, Lu Qiming could discern that the nuclear reaction knowledge imparted by the system was absolutely at the pinnacle of the world. In fact, the system's knowledge surpassed even the current applications of nuclear reactions by several major world powers. Therefore, Lu Qiming was very serious and hoped that someone in the livestream would listen attentively. Within the livestream, some viewers were watching attentively. Upon hearing this, their hearts sank. While most were shouting 666 like lifeless fish, a few remained solemnly attentive. Among them was a super administrator from the Shark platform. At this moment, Lu Qiming's livestream was filled with numerous super admins from the Shark platform. Among them was one of higher rank, essentially a foreman among super admins, wielding significant authority. Even among platform super admins, there were often different tiers of permissions. Higher rank naturally meant greater authority, allowing them to freely ban livestreams and penalize streamers. Earlier, it was this very senior moderator who had issued Lu Qiming's livestream a moderator warning. But who could have imagined that after the warning, Lu Qiming would continue broadcasting sensitive content? Could it be that, as this senior moderator listened to Lu Qiming's words, the previous livestream was merely insignificant foreplay? From this moment on, this streamer named Leading Civilization was finally serving up the main course? Regardless, even if this streamer's channel boasts high viewership, intervention is necessary. If such sensitive content escalates, the entire platform could suffer. The senior moderator thought this through and immediately took action in the back end. Super admins held management privileges over all platform livestreams, making actions like traffic throttling, recommendation adjustments, and warnings effortless. This time, to issue another warning to Lu Qiming, the super admin wielded their authority. This time, it wasn't just a red highlighted warning message, it came with a black screen warning. A black screen warning meant the entire livestream turned pitch black, with no video feed at all. Typically, such warnings remained in effect until the streamer made the necessary adjustments to restore the screen. The senior super admin then used their privileges to black out Lu Qiming's livestream, issuing another warning to stop broadcasting prohibited content. Supervisor's notice: refrain from broadcasting sensitive content. Simultaneously, this senior moderator edited the warning message and, leveraging their privileges, directly implemented the blackout, rendering Lu Qiming's stream completely dark for viewers. Let's hold off on banning this streamer for now, the senior moderator thought. His first broadcast already drew such high viewership. If he streams other content, it should also generate significant heat. The senior super admin was still thinking this way. However, the warning had been issued and the permissions adjusted. 1 second passed, then 3, then 10. The senior super admin sensed something was amiss. Why was the stream still going live? Only in the chat did a few more messages appear, greeting the moderator. Boss, did you execute the black screen operation after the second warning? Why does this livestream still look perfectly normal from our end? At that moment, the senior moderator received a message from another moderator. Reading the message, the senior moderator was stunned. I did black out the stream. How is it still running normally? Puzzled, the senior admin checked their operation log and confirmed they hadn't made a mistake. The blackout had indeed been executed. But why was this channel, the one daring to teach viewers how to build nuclear bombs, still up and running? What's going on? The senior super admin was puzzled and performed the operation again. This time, the senior super admin didn't just black out the screen, they forced to disconnect. In other words, it forcibly disconnected the streamer and temporarily shut down the live stream. Chapter 15, Platform Shocked, Physics Genius Takes Notice. The senior super admin from Shark Platform held the vast majority of the platform's privileges. They could even block a streamer's IP address, preventing them from broadcasting. Turning a stream black or forcibly shutting it down were routine tasks. This senior super admin had lost count of how many times he'd exercised such powers. However, this was the first time the black screen command had failed to take effect despite being executed. Therefore, the senior super admin immediately enforced the forced shutdown penalty. The senior super admin swiftly executed the command. 1 second passed, then 5, then 10. Watching the live stream room remain unchanged, with Lu Qiming's voice still echoing, the senior super admin sensed something was amiss. What's going on? Is there a problem with my account? The senior super admin realized something was amiss. His entire series of actions had been ineffective. This made him suspect that his super admin account itself might be malfunctioning, preventing him from exercising his privileges. But at that moment, instead of immediately investigating the source of the problem, he directly instructed a subordinate. Use your own privileges to shut down the streamer known as Civilization Pioneer. He can't be allowed to continue broadcasting. His content is too sensitive. Suspend him for now. Understood. Within the Shark live streaming platform company, super admins each had their own desks. The computers on these desks displayed numerous live stream feeds. Even lower-level super admins possessed permissions to black out screens or force users offline. Upon receiving the senior super administrator's order, another super administrator immediately used their account privileges to take action. Soon, a startled voice rang out. Wait, why aren't my permissions working on this stream? What? The senior super administrator was taken aback. How could this be? You can't shut down this stream either? The senior super admin realized something was seriously wrong. He discovered that any actions he attempted on Lu Qiming's stream through his account were completely ineffective. The super admin had just casually performed an operation on a minor livestream and found his permissions still worked there. Compounded by the subordinate's report at that moment, the senior super admin realized. Perhaps it wasn't his account that was problematic, but that live stream itself was deeply flawed. How could this be? The senior super admin muttered to himself, then immediately stood up and sought out other super admins to test their actions. After several attempts, the senior super admin confirmed it beyond doubt. None of the moderators currently in the office could perform any management actions on the streamer named Civilization Pioneers channel. This discovery made the senior super admin break out in a cold sweat. They had permissions for every other livestream, why not this one? Was this some kind of glitch? How could this happen? The senior super admin pondered this as he urgently called the company's technical development department, hoping they could identify the root of the problem. After contacting the platform's technical development department, the senior super administrator could only wait. Watching Lu Qiming's stream still broadcasting, he felt a sense of foreboding. He desperately hoped nothing major would happen in this room during this time. Shang Wei's mentor, though in his 50s, kept up with the latest trends and was skilled with computers and the newest smartphones. So when Shang Wei sent the livestream link and his questions to his mentor, the mentor saw them immediately. Shang Wei's advisor, surnamed Fong, was a renowned physicist in China, registered with the Chinese Academy of Sciences and recipient of a special state allowance. Though Shang Wei was merely a graduate student, his standing outside the university surpassed that of most doctoral students and professors, largely due to his advisor. Academician Fong received the link sent by his youngest student on his phone. What was Shang Wei up to? Why had he sent the livestream link to him? Academician Fong knew his students intimately. At this level, the mutual understanding between teacher and student approached that of a father and son. Thus, Academician Fong knew his youngest student's hobby, watching livestreams for fun. But he couldn't fathom why Shang Wei would send him a livestream link. Still puzzled, Academician Fong saw the message Shang Wei sent immediately afterward. A livestream teaching how to build a nuclear bomb? And they plan to continue streaming in-depth applications of nuclear reactions? Academician Fong's curiosity was instantly piqued. Chapter 16, Academician Fong's shock. Lu Qiming's livestream viewership kept soaring. New viewers kept pouring in. The viewership, which had already reached 100,000, continued to climb. The high viewership drew many curious onlookers who clicked in to see what the fuss was about. On the other hand, a significant number of people had clicked on shared links to enter the livestream. Lu Qiming was still broadcasting. More accurately, he was preparing for the actual live broadcast. Up until this point, Lu Qiming had only demonstrated how to make a nuclear bomb by hand. If that demonstration was full of amateur scientist flair, then the livestream Lu Qiming was about to conduct would be pure science. Science demands rigor and precision. The nuclear bomb tutorial Lu Qiming had just demonstrated was, at its core, still rather unrealistic. On a fresh sheet of paper, Lu Qiming began writing out formula after formula. As is well known, the nucleus is the most wondrous substance and the most wondrous phenomenon. Nuclear reactions encompass numerous nuclear processes. Nuclear reactions include both nuclear fission and nuclear fusion. The most widespread application of nuclear fission is the nuclear bomb I mentioned earlier. As for nuclear fusion, humanity has only just begun to explore its applications. Yet even this initial step is sufficient to elevate humanity's scientific capabilities to a new level. Nuclear fission represents boundless destruction and violent annihilation. Nuclear fusion, however, represents nearly limitless energy and the flourishing of civilization. Both nuclear fission and nuclear fusion are forms of nuclear reactions. Now, let me explain nuclear fusion to you. Lu Qiming held a pen in his hand, scribbling formula after formula onto a sheet of white paper. Simultaneously, he explained aloud, "This is the most fundamental nuclear fusion equation. Based on this equation." Academician Fong held his phone, his brows furrowed as he studied the screen intently. As he listened to the voice coming from the phone, Academician Fong's expression grew increasingly grave. This. Academician Fong watched the livestream, completely absorbed. It's actually a real nuclear fusion formula. Who is this streamer? Why would he broadcast something like this on a streaming platform? To people like Academician Fong, live streaming platforms and streamers were beneath serious consideration. Therefore, he simply couldn't comprehend why such a livestream existed. He had merely written down the nuclear fusion formula. Could he truly possess a deeper understanding of nuclear fusion? If so, why hadn't the state recruited him? Academician Fong was baffled, yet undeniably, he found himself utterly captivated by Lu Qiming's livestream. Meanwhile, Lu Qiming's livestream was gaining popularity at an almost relentless pace. Moreover, the number of followers in the livestream kept climbing. As more unfamiliar viewers flooded in, some extraordinary ones emerged among them. For instance, some viewers recognized the formula Lu Qiming had written in the livestream. Holy crap, it really looks like a nuclear fusion formula. Damn, the big shot's been spot on all along. This is legit. The most intellectually stimulating livestream in the world. A tech-savvy livestream that's off the charts. Lu Qiming's livestream attracted some physics majors. In other words, a bunch of wildcard geniuses showed up. But these wild geniuses soon discovered after hanging around the livestream for a while that I was wrong. I'm no academic superstar at all. Judging by the streamer's voice, they don't seem that old either. Now that's a true academic superstar. From now on, if any streamer brags about their education, I'll call them out and make them come to this stream to see the real deal. The streamer is a real big shot. Please share their info. Which university's top talent are they? As the live stream filled with strangers, it also attracted a wave of unexpected academic prodigies. These self-proclaimed geniuses appeared in the stream, only to start shouting 666 moments later. In that instant, they all transformed from erudite scholars into lazy slackers who could only shout 666. A high-level account named Shang Tianweili also sent a bullet message praising the big shot. Big shot, you rock. I worship you. Is this Shang Wei? Academician Fong, who had been intently watching the livestream, suddenly spotted this account's comment and couldn't help but feel a moment of astonishment. Seeing the livestream grow livelier with more clearly knowledge-seeking comments, Lu Qiming felt quite pleased. From an angle invisible to others, Lu Qiming gave a slight grin. I'll continue explaining for everyone. If anyone has questions during this process, feel free to ask. Alternatively, you might want to take notes, as the upcoming content might be a bit advanced and difficult to grasp. Lu Qiming kindly advised. Does the streamer look down on us? We need to take notes? As if taking notes will make us understand and learn. No sooner had Lu Qiming finished speaking than a bold comment flashed across the screen. Chapter 17, reluctantly ending the stream? Exactly. Why does the streamer seem to think we'll learn just by taking diligent notes? After that comment boldly appeared, numerous supporting comments quickly followed, even forming a trend. Seeing this, Lu Qiming couldn't help but shake his head. Deep down, Lu Qiming knew full well that the vast majority, perhaps even over 90% of his viewers likely couldn't grasp the content of his stream. Yet, according to the system's requirements, Lu Qiming had to keep streaming. His mission was to use the livestream to disseminate nuclear reaction technology to a wider audience. So even knowing that only a fraction of his audience could barely grasp the concepts, Lu Qiming pressed on. If everyone takes diligent notes, explores their own interests, and delves deeper into the subject, I believe they can grasp these concepts too. Lu Qiming could only offer this encouragement before resuming the broadcast. The livestream's viewership was steadily climbing. New viewers kept pouring in, not just registered platform users, but also many unregistered visitors. Watching Lu Qiming's stream metrics, the senior superadmin at Shark Platform Company felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Just then, a comment flashed across the screen. The streamer's pushing it this far? He's dragging Shark down with him. The senior super administrator saw the drifting bullet comment and felt like crying. Thrilling? Has Shark become this bold? Can they now broadcast nuclear bomb construction and explain nuclear reactions? Shark is mighty, leading the world's cutting edge. Reading through the mixed comments in the bullet chat, the senior moderator felt cold sweat on his forehead. He was genuinely startled. Can you figure out why we can't ban this stream? As Lu Qiming's livestream grew increasingly popular with a steadily rising real-time audience, the senior admin urgently consulted colleagues from the technical development department. Meanwhile, the programmers in the technical development department were also sweating profusely. We can't find the cause. We've opened the company's servers to try and extract the stream's data at its source. But it was useless. That stream showed no reaction whatsoever. It seemed that even if our company's servers were shut down, and all live streaming functions across the entire platform were disabled, that particular stream would remain untouched. What? Why is this happening? The senior superadmin felt a chill of dread. He understood the terrifying implication: our network firewalls, our massive servers, our data streams, none of it could affect this stream? How was that possible? Yet that was the reality. We couldn't find the cause. The programmer from the technical development department broke out in a cold sweat. It's like encountering a ghost on the internet. Damn it, this is seriously spooky. The other programmers were equally horrified. This situation is completely beyond our company's capabilities. We need to bring in some technical experts to try and figure this out. Upon hearing this, the senior super administrator panicked. This livestream's popularity keeps soaring, with more and more viewers tuning in. What if chaos erupts? I'll go inform the chairman about this immediately. The senior superadmin of Shark Platform grew increasingly panicked. Lu Qiming's livestream had already attracted over 400,000 viewers in just a short time. During this period, numerous viewers had sent high-value gifts like airplanes and rockets. With over 400,000 viewers, the actual number of real spectators was still in the tens of thousands. This was already a terrifying figure. Moreover, this number continued to climb by the minute. Because right now, people were constantly diverting traffic from other livestreams. Essentially, viewers in other rooms were spontaneously sending bullet comments like, "Come to room 32626 nuclear bomb livestream." These viewers are typically the type who love a good spectacle and aren't afraid of trouble. Amidst all this, Lu Qiming's livestream room grew increasingly popular. Meanwhile, the senior moderators grew increasingly anxious. Would this wave of activity get them flagged by the seaside again? While the Shark Platform moderators fretted, Lu Qiming's stream took an unexpected turn. Lu Qiming lowered his head, glanced around, and confirmed one thing. His stack of A4 paper was completely gone. Before this, Lu Qiming had been waiting in this rented room, not exactly sitting idle while waiting for death. That's why the room still contained a computer, printer, A4 paper, and other equipment. The reason for these items was that Lu Qiming also intended to take advantage of this situation to print out some academic materials to study. But this recent live streaming spree had caused the A4 paper in his room to fly out the door. Faced with this situation, Lu Qiming hesitated for a moment, then spread his hands open before the camera. With no paper left, he couldn't write formulas or draw diagrams for everyone anymore. This live stream will have to end here for now. I'll resume the next session after purchasing more paper. To the viewers in the live stream room, if you can, please hit that follow button. I'll be back. Chapter 18, First Broadcast Reward. Going offline already? Already ending? Suddenly ending? After finishing his words, Lu Qiming didn't hesitate. He shut down the stream immediately. Even after the stream ended, many viewers remained in the chat room, leaving behind a flurry of questioning comments. Among them, numerous super moderators breathed a huge sigh of relief. The streamer finally went offline. But Shang Wei, and even his mentor, academician Feng, were disappointed. Ended? Their disappointment felt like a sudden halt in the midst of deep emotion. For ordinary viewers, it felt like the most exciting part had abruptly ended. So even though Lu Qiming had ended his stream, many people remained in his now blackened live stream room, refusing to leave. Why did the streamer suddenly shut down? What's going on? Why did it go black the moment I joined? Is this the nuclear bomb live stream? What happened? Wasn't he supposed to be streaming deeper nuclear reaction applications? Why did he suddenly go offline? Even after the stream ended, many people stayed in the chat room to discuss. The chat now focused on why Lu Qiming had ended the stream. As for the real reason behind Lu Qiming's shutdown running out of paper, it was overlooked. Instead, a certain narrative began to gain traction. It was time to end the stream anyway, or else the truth would be exposed. Nuclear fusion is cutting-edge technology worldwide. How could it possibly be streamed live? In other words, if the streamer possessed such knowledge, why would they need to stream here? Exactly. If the streamer truly understood nuclear reactions at such a deep level, they could easily become one of the world's most powerful figures. Why would they still be streaming? He'd likely reached his limit with streaming, so he found an excuse and cut it short. Continuing would have exposed the truth, so they shut it down immediately. The chat section erupted with heated debate. Most of the backlash suggested Lu Qiming had run out of ideas, and his knowledge was simply insufficient to keep streaming about nuclear fusion reactions. Phew! At Shark Corporation, the senior super administrator watched the live stream's backlash and breathed a huge sigh of relief. Whatever the reason, it was good that the streamer ended it themselves before things escalated further. After letting out that sigh of relief, the senior super administrator gave orders: report this incident immediately. We must find out why our permissions couldn't manage this live stream. How did he go offline? In a dorm room at the University of Science and Technology of China, Shang Wei stared at the now blackened livestream screen with surprise. Too sudden, he muttered. Could this streamer really be done for good? The chat was buzzing with speculation, and Shang Wei found himself swayed. Yeah, nuclear fusion is something even many major powers haven't figured out yet. How could this streamer possibly know about it? Besides, if they really understood this stuff, why would they be streaming it here? Shang Wei couldn't help but think this way, yet he also had to admit another truth. Even if the streamer didn't understand nuclear fusion, the sheer volume of information revealed in previous streams clearly demonstrated their profound knowledge. At the very least, I'm nowhere near his level. After a moment, Shang Wei closed the livestream. Only then did he realize his classmates' group chat had erupted over Lu Qiming's livestream. Were they all discussing that streamer? Shang Wei scanned his classmates' messages and saw that quite a few had been secretly watching the livestream. Who was that streamer? Why was he streaming? Even though the stream didn't continue afterward, the content that had already aired exposed the fact that he was a big shot. How come that big shot from that school has so much free time he's streaming on this platform? Reading his classmates' messages, Shang Wei couldn't help wondering, who exactly was this civilization pioneer streamer? Which school's big shot was he, and why was he streaming? Just as he was pondering this, Shang Wei's phone suddenly rang. He answered it and saw it was a call from his advisor, academician Feng. Hello, Professor. Well, I don't know who he is either. I just happened to see it. Alright, I'll keep an eye out. If he streams again, I'll notify you. Alright, I'll see if I can find out who he is. After a moment, Shang Wei hung up. Judging by his mentor's reaction, this streamer truly had some skills. He'd even caught the professor's attention and piqued his interest. Meanwhile, Lu Qiming ended his stream and was about to pack away the white paper covered in formulas to go buy some A4 paper when he suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. Host's first broadcast surpassed 50,000 viewers. Reward issued. Reward? Lu Qiming was surprised. Chapter 19, System Lab, Handcrafted Nuclear Bomb. Lu Qiming felt his recent livestream was far from perfect. Because the system had instructed him to first broadcast knowledge about nuclear reactions. But his earlier demonstration had only covered nuclear fission, essentially hand-rolling a nuclear bomb. Strictly speaking, Lu Qiming had only just streamed the prelude. Then, because he ran out of paper, he had no choice but to cut the stream short. Lu Qiming realized that completing the system's task would definitely require more than one livestream and would likely need to be split into several sessions. Therefore, Lu Qiming decisively ended his first livestream. He planned to resume broadcasting once he was fully prepared. But unexpectedly, even this brief first livestream earned him a reward from the system. Before this, despite their brief interaction, Lu Qiming had sensed the system was somewhat stingy. Take this moment, for instance. The instant he ended the stream, Lu Qiming felt his body, which had just been perfectly healthy, grow weak again. Clearly, the system had reset his condition, only temporarily boosting his physical state to peak health during the livestream. Because of this, Lu Qiming never imagined the system would reward him so quickly. What kind of reward? Could it eradicate my cancer? Lu Qiming couldn't help but feel a flicker of hope. Cancer eradication was a live streaming task reward. The system had merely granted him a debut stream bonus due to his excellent performance. Alright. Though it wasn't a complete cure for his cancer, Lu Qiming wasn't disappointed. For him, possessing the system meant he no longer needed to worry excessively about the cancer. Besides, compared to the cancer, the sheer volume of knowledge transmitted by the system in such a short time had already left him awestruck. He felt a sense of fulfillment, as if he could die content after gaining such profound knowledge in a single day. For Lu Qiming, as long as he completed the system's tasks and successfully streamed the nuclear reaction, he felt he could die without regret. Possessing this genuine scientific spirit, Lu Qiming had grown remarkably detached from the concerns of life and death. What was the reward for the premiere? Lu Qiming asked curiously. The first broadcast reward unlocks the system laboratory, where the host can conduct experiments. System laboratory? Lu Qiming asked with some confusion. What exactly does it look like? No sooner had Lu Qiming finished speaking than his vision blurred. The next moment, Lu Qiming's surroundings had completely transformed. It was as if he had been transported from his humble rental apartment into a room brimming with sci-fi aesthetics. Lu Qiming was stunned. This was a virtual space, the system laboratory. A mechanical, emotionless voice suddenly echoed through the space. Here, materials and equipment manifest according to the host's will, enabling experiments. While fully simulated, it possesses virtual transformations that respond to the host's intentions. This. Upon hearing the system's words, Lu Qiming instantly grasped its meaning. In other words, with a single thought, the empty space beside him suddenly materialized into a table. On the table, numerous materials appeared out of thin air. Lu Qiming was stunned. So, does this mean I could literally craft a nuclear bomb with my bare hands in this system lab? The system lab's functions can be explored by the host. Additionally, the scale ratio between the system lab and the real world can be adjusted from 1 to 10. With the system's explanation, Lu Qiming now fully understood and confirmed it. Within this system lab, he could genuinely craft a nuclear bomb by hand. Moreover, due to its virtual nature, Lu Qiming didn't need to worry about being exposed to radiation or collateral damage from the nuclear bomb. With a sudden thought, Lu Qiming instantly expanded the previously empty lab. Within moments, materials and equipment began appearing one after another. Uranium-235, automated containers, explosives, igniters. Watching the materials and equipment materialize before him, Lu Qiming felt a surge of excitement. During the livestream, he'd been itching to try his hand at building a nuclear bomb himself, and now, unexpectedly, the opportunity had presented itself. Lu Qiming rubbed his hands together, his excitement mounting. Within this system laboratory, Lu Qiming had completely shed the weakness and frailty caused by his cancer, his energy now brimming. Under these circumstances, Lu Qiming made a decisive choice. He would put his hands to the task of crafting a nuclear bomb, honing his professional skills. Chapter 20, Viral across the web. Shocking. Shark Platform witnesses genius live streaming nuclear bomb creation? Shark Platform stirred by new controversy as academic expert weighs in on feasibility of handcrafted nuclear bombs. Is handcrafting a nuclear bomb no longer a dream? Shark Platform streamer teaches you how. True masters are terrifying, they casually build nuclear bombs by hand. Lu Qiming received the system's reward. After gaining access to the system lab, he immediately immersed himself in it, even forgetting to buy some A4 paper. Yet the impact of his debut livestream continued to spread. Related news appeared across nearly every multimedia platform on the internet. Originally, much of the news focused either on entertainment celebrities or the trivial affairs of these platform streamers. Now, a prodigy had emerged on Shark Platform, causing a sensation in such a short time, naturally drawing attention. Consequently, news articles about him flooded platforms like Tushio, Tencent News, Penguin News, Sina News, and UC News. Those who enjoy browsing online news will easily come across similar stories. Moreover, the impact extends far beyond these platforms. About an hour after Lu Qiming's livestream ended, nearly every active Shark host knew about it. A powerhouse had emerged on the platform, livestreaming how to make a nuclear bomb by hand. Beyond that, on the livelier platforms like Weibo, Tieba, and various forums, eye-catching headlines began popping up everywhere. Truthfully, the headlines didn't need exaggeration. Even a straightforward account merely combining keywords like nuclear bomb, hand rolling, and livestream was eye-catching enough. Within 2 hours, news of this event on Shark had spread to other live streaming platforms, effectively going viral within the industry. Whether viewers or streamers, nearly everyone became aware of Shark Platform's legendary figure live streaming the creation of a nuclear bomb after this period of buzz. On Weibo's search rankings, the trending term nuclear bomb livestream quietly climbed to the top of the live streaming category. On Baidu's search engine, the term nuclear bomb livestream quietly became a trending topic. Amplified by numerous new media platforms, fueled by spontaneous public discussions, and propelled by the live streaming community, all combined with the inherent impact of the content itself. Within just a few hours, Lu Qiming's debut broadcast had spread far and wide under the headline live streaming nuclear bomb construction. Moreover, as time passed, the buzz continued to ferment and spread. On Weibo's trending topics, this search term kept climbing higher. On Baidu's search trends, live streaming nuclear bomb also kept climbing. Numerous videos and screenshots from Lu Qiming's livestream circulated on Weibo. The screenshots featured formulas written on white paper or illustrative diagrams. In the circulating videos, the voice is often that of Lu Qiming providing explanations. Under these videos or screenshots, you'll often find countless silly netizens shouting 666, hardly any different from the slackers in live streams. Amidst all the noise, however, there are still some voices of skepticism and criticism. This video is pure nonsense and it's trending? Ridiculous. And beneath the squeak, there are always those who respond. There were actual USTC geniuses and other top students kneeling in the livestream. If you're calling it fake, at least back it up with evidence. OP is a fool, spouting nonsense. Amidst its widespread circulation, the nuclear bomb livestream sparked broader discussions. Even on more specialized forums, discussions about Lu Qiming's livestream have begun. Given this audience base, it naturally includes many individuals with sufficient academic knowledge. Thus, numerous top students emerged to analyze the livestream footage or screenshots, offering explanations, commentary, and validation. The possibility of building a nuclear bomb through live streaming has gained widespread acceptance. The content of Lu Qiming's livestreams continued to gain momentum and escalate. Lu Qiming remained completely unaware of these developments. When the buzzword nuclear bomb in a livestream surged into the top 10 trends on Weibo and Baidu, and crowds gathered in Lu Qiming's livestream demanding content, he remained immersed in the system space. Boom! A mushroom cloud slowly rose, accompanied by a massive shockwave that rippled outward, engulfed in boundless smoke and dust. Lu Qiming stood right in the center of it all, unscathed. Instead, he tilted his head back, gazing up at the mushroom cloud. This was the beauty of nuclear fission. Chapter 21, Unprecedented Attention. Lu Qiming received the system's premier reward and entered the system's experimental space. The moment he stepped into the experimental space, Lu Qiming forgot everything else, completely immersed in its wonders. He recalled the ideas that had sparked in his mind during his livestream, his fingers itching to create. Thus, Lu Qiming conjured numerous raw materials and began crafting nuclear bombs by hand within the system space. Time within the system space operated at a 10-to-1 ratio compared to the real world. This meant that while 1 hour passed outside, 10 hours elapsed within the system's experimental space. Moreover, within the system lab, Lu Qiming's body experienced no negative states like hunger, fatigue, or thirst. Thus, Lu Qiming became completely absorbed. He immersed himself in the system lab, first crafting a miniature nuclear bomb by hand, just as he had demonstrated in his previous livestream. After forming the nuclear bomb, Lu Qiming did not immediately exit. After all, the knowledge he gained from the system about nuclear reactions was far more complex than simply rolling a nuke by hand. Therefore, Lu Qiming proceeded to personally experiment with other applications of nuclear reactions. Leveraging the laboratory's extraordinary capabilities, he transformed every theoretical concept in his mind into tangible reality. This proved that the knowledge imparted by the system was not merely theoretical, it was achievable in reality. After immersing himself in the system lab, conducting numerous experiments, and verifying the knowledge in his mind, many days had already passed just within the confines of the system lab. Even working tirelessly day and night within the lab, where fatigue was non-existent and any apparatus could be simulated. Only after exhaustively testing every nuclear reaction theory in his mind did Lu Qiming realize how much time had slipped away. In reality, nearly 13 hours had slipped away. Returning to reality, Lu Qiming felt the weakness in his physical body. Glancing at the time, he saw over 10 hours had passed. Lu Qiming was somewhat surprised. He hadn't realized he'd been immersed in the system lab for so long. He glanced outside and saw that night had completely fallen. Originally, Lu Qiming had planned to buy some A4 paper immediately after going offline and then return to stream. But unexpectedly, the system's premiere bonus had consumed so much time. Now that night had fully fallen, it was too late to go out and buy A4 paper, let alone continue streaming. He'd have to wait until tomorrow morning to stream again. With that thought, Lu Qiming tidied up briefly and prepared for bed. His biological clock had become incredibly regular since his illness, as his body couldn't handle any more strain. Now, though it was late at night, Lu Qiming's body didn't feel as uncomfortable as before. System, I won't just die in my sleep, will I? Before drifting off, Lu Qiming couldn't help but worry about this possibility. He was already in the late stages of cancer, facing the possibility of death at any moment. Now he had accepted the system's mission, yet its first task remained unfinished and his cancer cells hadn't been eradicated. Therefore, Lu Qiming couldn't be certain if he might kick the bucket at any moment. No. The system had temporarily suppressed the cancer cell's growth to ensure the host's safety and stability. His condition would not worsen again until the host completed the first task and received the reward. Hearing the system's words, Lu Qiming finally felt relieved. Then, for the first time since his diagnosis, Lu Qiming fell asleep easily. Huff. At dawn, as if his body sensed it, Lu Qiming awoke from his sleep. A new day dawned. Lu Qiming felt this sleep was the kind of quality rest he had longed for, something he hadn't experienced in ages. This rest had been incredibly refreshing. Then he remembered he still had a task to complete. He'd go buy more A4 paper later, making it easier to proceed with the upcoming livestream. As he pondered this, another thought crossed his mind. Yesterday's stream had reached a peak viewership of 500,000. He wondered how many had subscribed. With that thought, Lu Qiming got up, turned on his computer, and checked how many people had subscribed to his livestream channel. But when he opened it, Lu Qiming was stunned. How could there be so many followers? Lu Qiming stared in disbelief at the screen, which displayed a staggering figure of over 800,000 followers. But yesterday, even at the end, the actual viewership hadn't reached over 300,000. How could there be so many followers? Lu Qiming was puzzled. He could see both the popularity metrics and the actual viewer count in the back end. He clearly remembered that even when his stream's popularity peaked at 500,000, the actual online count was only in the tens of thousands. So where did these 800,000 followers come from? Chapter 22, Viral Across the Web. Faced with such an obviously inflated follower count, Lu Qiming was thoroughly puzzled. After his initial bewilderment, Lu Qiming naturally wanted to figure out why his follower count had skyrocketed so dramatically. After all, yesterday's livestream had seen a steady flow of viewers, with a real audience of around 100,000 being quite impressive. But now he had 800,000 followers? That was clearly too many. Something was off. As Lu Qiming pondered this, he noticed that even though his livestream wasn't active, some people were still lingering in his chat room. Even now, several new comments had appeared in the chat. Reporting from UC. Paying homage to the big shot. Headed over from Tushio after seeing the news. Is this the stream where they teach how to build nuclear bombs? Coach, I want to learn how to build a nuclear bomb too. Woke up early to watch the stream and learn how to nuke my school. Lu Qiming glanced at the comments and noticed something. Some came from UC, some from Tushio, others from Weibo, even people from other platforms showed up. Did we make the news? Given the situation, Lu Qiming naturally thought of this possibility. But what Lu Qiming still didn't understand was, even if it was on the news, how did his livestream get so much attention? Could the news story be trending? That thought crossed Lu Qiming's mind. The next moment, Lu Qiming tried checking Tushio to scroll through the news. Then, Lu Qiming saw the words live streaming nuclear bomb construction. It really had made the news, at least on Tushio. Lu Qiming clicked on the headline and found the article was about his live stream teaching how to build a nuclear bomb. Beneath the article, Lu Qiming noticed quite a commotion. The comments section had already surpassed 10,000, and the view count was an astonishing several million. Was it really this popular on Tushio? At that moment, Lu Qiming began to understand why his live stream's follower count had surpassed the number of viewers who had watched his previous streams. After exiting Tushio, Lu Qiming opened UC browser and immediately received a news alert. Shocking! Live streaming has evolved to the point of teaching how to build nuclear bombs. A typical piece of sensationalist journalism from the shocking department. Lu Qiming clicked through and found the article had gone viral, with numerous comments below. On the news interface, numerous related recommendations appeared. Lu Qiming spotted several video news clips that were clearly snippets from his own livestream. Had this story spread so quickly that everyone knew about it already? Lu Qiming was somewhat surprised. Judging by the heat of these news articles, the story had clearly spread far and wide. Lu Qiming glanced at it, exited UC, and opened Jihu. He discovered that the hottest topic on Jihu was none other than on the feasibility of leading civilization by live streaming nuclear bomb construction. Lu Qiming glanced at it, exited Jihu, and opened Tieba. He discovered that the recommended hot posts on Tieba's homepage were also compilations of nuclear bomb construction steps. After exiting Tieba, Lu Qiming visited Tianya and NetEase, discovering similar news articles on both platforms. Moreover, news about his own livestream garnered massive views and discussions across every platform. Lu Qiming then noticed that the phrase nuclear bomb construction livestream was even trending on Baidu's hot search list. Beyond that, Weibo's trending topics prominently featured live-streamed nuclear bomb construction. Clicking into the trending topic, Lu Qiming immediately saw numerous big V accounts, academic professionals, and marketing accounts all discussing his livestream. It seemed they were debating the feasibility of building a nuclear bomb. Among them, Lu Qiming found affirmation from academic elites and saw many enthusiastic 666 comments. Lu Qiming was surprised by this, but he didn't lose his composure. Lu Qiming was more concerned about another issue. With such high visibility, wouldn't his next broadcast attract even more viewers? This would mean a better task evaluation from the system. This matter weighed heavily on Lu Qiming's mind. After all, he bore the responsibility of the system's mission. The system's rewards, as stated from the beginning, were calculated based on Lu Qiming's live streaming performance and task completion rate. Given this, seeing the immense popularity of his first broadcast spread across the entire network naturally made Lu Qiming look forward to his next livestream. Lu Qiming was even more eager to see what rewards the system would grant him after completing this first live streaming task and the changes it would bring to this world. The thought alone made Lu Qiming eager to start streaming immediately. He rushed out to buy some A4 paper, determined to prepare thoroughly this time and stream non-stop without interruption. With that thought, Lu Qiming sprang into action. Chapter 23, The Spy of the Internet. In the Internet age, everything is inextricably linked to the web. The Internet influences every facet of human life. Now, even nations compete for interests online. For centuries, the profession of espionage has existed. In the digital age, this profession has evolved with the times. With the rise of the digital age, a new breed of spy has emerged. Cyber spies. According to certain estimates, within Xia Nation alone, there are approximately 300,000 cyber spies employed by foreign entities. These cyber spies operate across Xia's digital landscape, engaging in virtually any activity, gathering intelligence, stirring up trouble, setting the narrative, and smearing the nation's reputation. The shadows of cyber spies often lurk behind many online activities. They are especially prevalent on major military forums, where they bait users with weak security awareness into traps. First, cyber spies deliberately release false information or disparage certain Chinese military equipment models to provoke online debates. During these arguments, some technical personnel from manufacturers or military insiders present data to supposedly expose the other side, then gloat about their victory. In reality, the true victors are the cyber spies sitting behind their computers. Behind these spies stand the nations that hire them. By the time Lu Qiming returned with the sold A4 paper, it was nearly noon. After pondering for a moment, Lu Qiming decided to eat first before preparing for the livestream. As he made preparations, he felt his body growing less weak. At that moment, Lu Qiming realized the system must have restored his condition again, enabling him to complete his mission more effectively. Phew! Go live! Lu Qiming took a slight breath, then sat down in front of the computer, adjusting everything to optimal settings. Then, he launched the stream. Ding! The streamer you follow, Civilization Pioneer, has started streaming. Click to watch. Shang Wei's phone suddenly vibrated, and he saw this pop-up notification appear on his screen. The stream started? Shang Wei had previously customized his phone settings, disabling all other notifications except for livestream alerts from the Civilization Pioneer account. He had done this specifically to be the first to know when the streamer went live. Now, seeing Lu Qiming live again, Shang Wei hurriedly clicked to enter. Upon entering the live stream room, Shang Wei saw the familiar hands and the familiar desktop appear on the live feed. It really was back online. Shang Wei also noticed that although the stream had just started, it was already flooded with viewers. Countless bullet comments were already streaming across the screen. Shang Wei immediately chose to share the live stream link in his class group chat. Beyond that, Shang Wei specifically sent the live stream link to his advisor and even called him directly. Professor, the streamer known as Civilization Pioneer is live. After hanging up, Shang Wei's full attention was now on the livestream. Could this streamer really achieve nuclear fusion? None of the world's major powers had figured it out yet. Did he genuinely understand this? Shang Wei muttered to himself as he watched the stream. Big trouble, boss. That streamer's live again. Shark Corporation's super admins detected changes in the live streaming back-end, noticing a newly launched channel rapidly gaining viewers. And this stream? It was none other than the very channel they were closely monitoring, the one that had caused such a huge stir. Chaos erupted at Shark Corporation. The senior super admin was also getting irritated. This guy really went live again. He wouldn't be streaming anything overly sensitive again, would he? Quick, test the reset account permissions. Can we restrict access to the stream? Shark Corporation was thrown into disarray because of Lu Qiming's livestream. Meanwhile, news of Lu Qiming's broadcast was spreading rapidly. People were sharing it in real time across Tianya, Hupu, Tieba, Weibo, and other platforms. The guy who taught people how to build nuclear bombs is live. That single line was enough to draw a massive crowd. Moreover, those flocking to Lu Qiming's livestream weren't just citizens of Xia Nation. Zhang Shun, a cyber spy secretly employed by Neon. He noticed the commotion on Shark platform and promptly relayed the news back. Now, still constantly online, he spotted the news about Lu Qiming's livestream going live. Zhang Shun relayed the information upward. Numerous cyber spies similar to Zhang Shun operated within Xia's online networks. At this moment, numerous cyber spies began disseminating the news. Chapter 24, 1 million viewers, global IPs. After Lu Qiming went live, he was stunned by the rapidly soaring popularity in his stream before he even spoke. From 10,000 viewers at the start, it surged to 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 600,000, and finally 1. In just half a minute, his stream's viewership had already surged past 1 million. And this surge showed no signs of stopping. By now, the chat was flooded with bullet comments. The UC army has arrived to report. The Weibo army came to gaze upon the big shot. The D-bar community came to worship the master. Tianya netizens came to gawk. The slackers came shouting, 666. Here to learn how to build a nuke, it'll come in handy. All kinds of bullet comments flooded the screen in an instant. Moreover, the livestream's viewership continues to climb. Beyond that, the actual viewership had reached a rather staggering figure. When Lu Qiming ended his first stream, the peak viewership was only around tens of thousands. But now, within just a short time of going live, the actual viewership had already reached hundreds of thousands. Even though he had braced himself somewhat, Lu Qiming was still taken aback. So many people. The livestream's popularity continued to surge. After breaking the 1 million mark, it kept climbing by tens of thousands. New viewers kept pouring in, not just platform users, but also a significant number of guests. Lu Qiming was genuinely surprised to see so many people. In fact, within a short span of time, the number of viewers in the livestream exceeded the total number of followers on his channel. After a moment of surprise, Lu Qiming wasted no time. For him, the more viewers watching the livestream, the better it meant his livestream would be more effective, and consequently, the evaluation after completing the system task would be more favorable. Hey, everyone! Lu Qiming began, waving his hands in front of the camera as a greeting to his viewers. Yesterday, we covered the principles and manufacturing of nuclear bombs. We were planning to continue discussing other applications of nuclear reactions, but due to technical limitations, we had to end the stream early. Today, we'll pick up where we left off. We have many new friends joining us today. If you're interested in the content, feel free to take notes or similar. The explanations during the stream might be a bit rushed, so everyone needs to listen carefully. Lu Qiming spoke briefly, then grabbed a pen and scribbled "remember the formula" on a blank sheet of paper. We know that currently, there are two widely recognized types of nuclear fusion in the world, thermonuclear fusion and cold fusion. Human exploration of nuclear energy has never ceased, and numerous applications of thermonuclear fusion have emerged. 3H plus 2H4 He plus 10 and plus 176.107 eV. This formula represents humanity's application of thermonuclear fusion. Many people may be familiar with this formula. No, we don't know. From the very start, Lu Qiming's livestream was flooded with comments. And whenever Lu Qiming spoke or wrote a formula on paper, the comments never stopped. Today's bullet comments were far livelier than during yesterday's first livestream. So much so that Lu Qiming couldn't even make out most of them. Although the system had temporarily stabilized Lu Qiming's body and allowed him to stream without physical limitations, his physical condition was at best merely healthy. Under these circumstances, Lu Qiming felt overwhelmed by the flood of comments in his livestream. Lu Qiming could only occasionally make out a comment and respond to it. At Shark Corporation. Boss, this streamer is actually continuing yesterday's broadcast. The moderators here are in a panic. Quick, issue a warning to the stream and see if we can black out the screen. Even the senior super admins were flustered and hurriedly began trying themselves. In a single day, Shark Platform had to reboot its servers and reset account permissions, all because of Lu Qiming. All to resolve the ghostly phenomenon plaguing Lu Qiming's stream. But soon after, a wave of shock swept through Shark Corporation. Even with the reset permissions, they couldn't operate the live stream. Shang Wei watched the stream, listening to Lu Qiming's words, utterly astonished. Was he really going to discuss nuclear fusion? Major nations barely grasped the basics of nuclear fusion. Didn't he end yesterday's stream because he lacked sufficient knowledge to continue? Academician Fong, Shang Wei's mentor, received a call from his student and immediately set aside his work to open the livestream. After muting the chat, Academician Fong heard Lu Qiming's words during the stream. He was both surprised and solemn. Could this unknown streamer truly understand nuclear fusion? Anyone capable of researching this field should have been recruited by the state already. Lu Qiming's broadcast drew massive attention, with millions flooding in within moments. Most were there for the spectacle, but many others watched with genuine interest. Moreover, as time passed, it became clear that not all viewers lurking in the chat were from Xia Nation. IP addresses from overseas began appearing in Lu Qiming's stream. Chapter 25, The Barrier of Knowledge. Lu Qiming paid no attention to what was happening beyond his livestream, in the countless locations those IP addresses originated from. For him, the better the live stream performed, the more viewers it attracted. The larger the audience, the more effectively his content could spread. Then, he could benefit humanity more and earn better rewards from the system. Lu Qiming continued his broadcast. Some viewers might recognize this thermonuclear fusion formula, but likely don't fully grasp it. Let me explain its specific applications. The livestream audience kept growing, and some professionals were drawn in by the buzz. At this point, they stepped in to clarify. Currently, only a few major global powers have developed applications based on the thermonuclear fusion formula. Yet this technology represents the pinnacle of international achievement, the highest pinnacle of human civilization, and is not something ordinary people can comprehend. Moreover, this technology is protected by significant technical barriers. It represents each nation's most advanced and classified scientific achievements, never to be disclosed to other countries. Some individuals in the livestream provided explanations, causing other viewers to have an aha moment. Yet, this also sparked questions. If this truly represents such cutting-edge knowledge, is it really acceptable for streamers to disseminate it like this? Amidst the flood of comments, Lu Qiming spotted these two messages. Lu Qiming paused briefly before responding. On Earth today, technological barriers do exist between major powers. This most cutting-edge knowledge is indeed not shared freely. It's a matter of competition and strategic consideration between nations. The statement that knowledge knows no borders, but scientists and those who possess knowledge do, is absolutely correct. However, in this particular matter, Lu Qiming himself is a citizen of Xia Nation, and naturally, he would favor Xia Nation. If he were to discover advanced knowledge, his first priority would naturally be to assist his own nation. But Lu Qiming's knowledge now originates from the system. And the system's requirement is to advance civilization. System requirements know no national boundaries, so when Lu Qiming streams, he cannot afford to be swayed by differences between nations. Even so, Lu Qiming's choice to stream on Shark platform already constituted favoritism towards Xia. Moreover, Lu Qiming conducted his livestream in the Xia language, making his content even more beneficial to Xia citizens. Lu Qiming explained in his livestream, "The applications of nuclear fusion I'm about to discuss differ from the knowledge possessed by any other country in the world. Even compared to our own nation's existing knowledge of nuclear fusion, what I'm about to demonstrate differs significantly. Therefore, even if viewers from Starflag Nation, Neon Nation, or any other country are watching my stream right now, what I'm explaining does not constitute a leak of state secrets." Lu Qiming responded to a recent comment in the chat questioning his stream's content. After addressing them, Lu Qiming added a few more words. "The reason I'm streaming here is precisely to break down knowledge barriers and barriers. My goal is to spread knowledge across the world. To me, there are no distinctions of nation or race. Anyone who enters this livestream can learn from the knowledge I share. If my livestream can contribute even a tiny bit to the progress of human civilization, then it has value." Lu Qiming had essentially revealed his true purpose. However, most of the comments in the bullet chat still focused on whether streaming this kind of content might benefit foreigners. Naturally, many commenters expressed skepticism, questioning whether Lu Qiming was merely seeking attention and doubting how he could possibly possess knowledge treasured by several nations. After offering a brief explanation, Lu Qiming ignored the various criticisms in the comments and resumed his livestream. The various rhythms in the bullet comments didn't affect Lu Qiming. Beyond the noise, there were also voices of encouragement. This was evident from the gift effects flying across the screen, airplanes, rockets, and more. Many viewers were watching Lu Qiming's stream at that moment, and notably, quite a few were generous with their gifts. Among them, Shang Wei sent a rocket. Along with it, he sent a comment, paying for knowledge, applauding the streamer. Each gift giver had their own reasons. Lu Qiming had settled down and begun streaming the actual content. Meanwhile, beyond the stream, numerous events were unfolding. Chapter 26, Equivalent to Treason. Shang Wei watched the livestream on his computer. His computer also had the recording function activated. This meant he would record the entire livestream on his computer. It wasn't just Shang Wei. Among the millions who flooded into Lu Qiming's livestream, many others were also recording. Ironically, very few people were taking notes. After all, we've already entered the era of high technology, with all kinds of innovations meeting people's needs. Beyond the frenetic pace of live streaming, there are also many viewers who genuinely watch with dedication. Among them are academic prodigies like Shang Wei. Even top-tier talents like academician Fong aren't the only ones watching Lu Qiming's livestream. After the first livestream concluded, academician Fong sought to uncover Lu Qiming's identity and tasked his student Shang Wei with investigating. When Shang Wei's investigation yielded no results, academician Fong personally mobilized his own channels to look into it. During the investigation, academician Fong directly consulted an old friend. After thorough inquiries, it was confirmed that no individual within the nation's institutions dedicated to nuclear reactor applications and research had abandoned the Shark platform to livestream nuclear bomb development. Although no definitive answers were found, this investigation sparked the interest of several prominent physicists in the country, and even some covert domestic agencies, in Lu Qiming. Now, whenever Lu Qiming went live, numerous leading physicists and even state-level secret agencies were watching his broadcasts. Moreover, the attention wasn't confined to China alone. Due to the spread of cyber-espionage intelligence, international attention on Xia's online activities surged. Within a single day, Lu Qiming's livestream channel was placed under surveillance by multiple nations. When Lu Qiming went live again, foreign IP addresses immediately entered his stream, their identities partially concealed through online techniques. Among them, individuals from both the United States and Japan were now lurking within. Even individuals from smaller nations, drawn by the buzz, had made their way into Lu Qiming's livestream. Unaware of this and unconcerned, Lu Qiming continued his broadcast. Nuclear fusion could provide humanity with nearly limitless energy. It is precisely through the nuclear applications derived from a single fusion formula that humanity has established numerous nuclear power plants, creating a stable energy source. Of course, as everyone knows, nuclear power plants carry inherent risks. This is largely due to improper application of nuclear fusion technology. Strictly speaking, humanity's current application of nuclear fusion remains at a very rudimentary stage. Based on the formula 3H plus 2H4He plus 10 and plus 176107 EV, we have gained some understanding of nuclear fusion. Scientists worldwide have proposed numerous theories regarding nuclear fusion. However, many of these are unrealistic. Controlled nuclear fusion is currently primarily utilized for constructing nuclear power plants, an area where Xia Nation is considered a front-runner. The application of nuclear fusion in power plants likely involves the following process. Lu Qiming spoke earnestly, scribbling formulas and diagrams onto a sheet of white paper. The most obvious application of nuclear fusion is the sun, visible to us when we look up. Nuclear fusion is the process where two lighter atomic nuclei fuse into a heavier one, releasing energy. The easiest fusion reaction to achieve in nature is between hydrogen isotopes deuterium and tritium, a reaction that has been ongoing in the sun for 5 billion years. The sun is nature's most quintessential example of a nuclear fusion reaction. Therefore, controlled nuclear fusion technology is also known as artificial solar energy. Nuclear fusion reactions primarily utilize hydrogen isotopes. Unlike nuclear fission, fusion does not produce long-term, high-level nuclear radiation or nuclear waste. It also does not generate greenhouse gases and causes virtually no environmental pollution. This is the fundamental difference between nuclear fusion and nuclear fission. Lu Qiming's pen drew numerous patterns on the white paper, highly realistic, while he explained earnestly during the live broadcast. Currently, the world is conducting research on controlled nuclear fusion. However, no truly controllable method exists on Earth at present. Our existing nuclear power plants merely use superconducting coils to encircle atomic nuclei, fusing them with hydrogen isotopes. An external plasma heating system provides the heat, enclosed within a vacuum chamber. Ultra-high vacuum pumps facilitate heat exchange, and finally, specialized coolants are used for cooling. This approach allows for a certain degree of fusion control. All existing nuclear power plants are built upon this fundamental principle. Patterns gradually emerged on the blank paper under Lu Qiming's hands. As Lu Qiming explained, a prototype diagram of a nuclear power plant suddenly appeared on the paper. The subtly curved prototype design radiated an intense sense of technological sophistication. At this point, the live chat erupted with expressions of awe and admiration. Yet some who recognized the blueprint's true value felt anything but at ease. Take academician Fong, for instance. Did he actually understand nuclear fusion? He had explained the principles of a nuclear power plant and even provided genuinely detailed formulas? This stuff is classified knowledge. How could he just broadcast it like that? Academician Fong's expression turned grave. Watching the surging popularity in the livestream, he suddenly realized something. Regardless of who he was or where he acquired this knowledge, revealing nuclear fusion secrets like this was wrong. If he learned this knowledge from somewhere and so casually broadcast it, the severity of this act would be tantamount to treason. Chapter 27, Stop the Broadcast. Academician Fong watched the stream with grave concern. From Lu Qiming's discourse and the formula patterns on the white paper, he had confirmed one thing. Lu Qiming's live explanation of nuclear fusion was genuine. The nuclear fusion model he outlined for power plants was also authentic. Moreover, the data Lu Qiming provided perfectly matched reality. Thus, academician Fong concluded that Lu Qiming's livestream was neither baseless nor empty rhetoric. He possessed genuine talent. Yet the more he realized this, the more solemn academician Fong grew. For such knowledge was originally a state secret. Such knowledge should be a nation's strategic asset, not something to be disseminated lightly. In a sense, the application of nuclear fusion also served as a manifestation of national strength. In today's world, only a handful of nations had achieved such a level of application in nuclear fusion. Yet in just a few words during his livestream, Lu Qiming had already disseminated this knowledge. He could no longer continue streaming. If other nations obtained this content, it might not be a good thing. Knowledge knows no borders, but scientists do have nationalities. As a scientist of Xia Nation and an academician of its Chinese Academy of Sciences, academician Fong understood this well. Academician Fong himself was considering matters from the perspective of Xia Nation. He understood that if such knowledge were leaked, one of Xia Nation's major advantages would vanish. It might even spark international disputes. Thus, the idea took root in academician Fong's mind. The next moment, academician Fong took action. He picked up his phone and made a call. Did you follow that Shark platform livestream? You saw it too? Then you should understand what the nation must do. You're already handling it? Good. After hanging up, academician Fong didn't put his phone away. Instead, he called his student, Shangwei. Shangwei, it seems your comments on the livestream account can be seen by that host? Send a message immediately urging the streamer to stop broadcasting right now. Otherwise, his actions could lead to very serious consequences. Understood, Professor. Shangwei solemnly put down his phone, sensing the gravity in his teacher's tone. Moreover, having watched the livestream himself, Shangwei now understood the implications of what Lu Qiming had revealed. Without hesitation, Shangwei began typing a bullet comment. To ensure Lu Qiming would see it, he even used his account's level privileges. Then, the comment was sent. Currently, the detailed explanation of controllable nuclear fusion in the world is only. Lu Qiming was earnestly streaming his explanation of controlled nuclear fusion when he happened to glance up and spotted a familiar bullet comment, one that stood out distinctly from the rest. Ha! Lu Qiming furrowed his brow. At the same time, over 99% of the viewers in the livestream room also saw this bullet comment from Shangwei. Host, please pause the current stream immediately. Stop the current broadcast? Why stop? Shangwei had commented multiple times, and Lu Qiming recognized him immediately. So Lu Qiming responded, is there something this friend named Shang Tianwei doesn't understand? You can ask, and I'll explain it for you. Because he recognized Shangwei, and Shangwei had repeatedly commented, sent gifts in support, and Lu Qiming knew his real-life identity. He was also a graduate student in the physics department. Lu Qiming gave him some preferential treatment. After all, with millions of viewers in the livestream room and a constant barrage of indistinguishable comments flooding in every second, many questions were inevitably left unanswered. But for this account, Shangwei, if there were any questions, Lu Qiming was willing to take the time to explain. But Shangwei's account, Shang Tianwei, immediately sent another bullet comment. I have no questions, but host, your current stream content is going too far. Do you understand what that means? On behalf of USTC, I request you to halt the current broadcast immediately. A bullet comment floated by, and Shangwei immediately sent two more. The content of these live streams could lead to very serious consequences. During his phone call with Professor Fong, the academician had explicitly instructed Shangwei to find a way to stop Lu Qiming's livestream. Even if it meant resorting to persuasion or invoking higher authority, it didn't matter. And so, Shangwei sent the message directly. Yet Shangwei's bullet comments sent the other viewers into an uproar. Chapter 28, shut down the server to stop him. Shangwei's comment flashed across the screen. In the comments section, however, it had already caused an uproar. Shut down the stream? Representing USTC? Damn, the official response is out? This counts as an official statement. The streamer should stop broadcasting first. USTC, damn it, I'm being represented again? Shangwei's bullet comments, restricted by level permissions, were visible to the vast majority of viewers. People could tell from the comments how serious Shangwei was. Such comments clearly go beyond mere banter. Moreover, in the comments section, someone had already explained Shangwei's identity, a graduate student at USTC and a disciple of academician Fong. Amidst this uproar, some continued to watch the spectacle and joke around, while others earnestly urged Lu Qiming to stop broadcasting. For context, the streamer was explaining controlled nuclear fusion, a technology mastered by only 2 or 3 countries worldwide. Our country is one of them. This knowledge is classified and represents a symbol of national strength. By broadcasting this live, the streamer effectively leaked top-secret information, potentially causing severe consequences. The comments section was abuzz. Amidst the chaos, another viewer stepped in to offer a science explanation. This clarification instantly made more ordinary viewers understand the gravity of the situation. That's serious? Doesn't that mean this streamer might be leaking state secrets? Amid the barrage of comments, many had grasped the gravity of Lu Qiming's live stream content. Gradually, the tone of the comments shifted, with most urging Lu Qiming to end the stream immediately. Of course, other voices emerged. This serious? Then we don't even need to tell the streamer to stop. He'll probably get investigated any minute now. Aren't moderators usually quick to appear? Why haven't they shown up to do their job today? Shark's in trouble. The screen will probably go black any minute now. If Shark platform doesn't step in, the authorities will. The tone of the bullet comments quickly became unanimous. Meanwhile, Lu Qiming just stared at the stream of comments, saying nothing. His hand paused mid-motion. Only then did Lu Qiming lower his hand. He shook his head and spoke, there's no need for everyone to say too much. Those genuinely seeking knowledge are welcome to continue watching the stream attentively. I will continue streaming to explain nuclear fusion for everyone. The rhythm of the bullet comments didn't affect Lu Qiming, for he had been prepared from the start. So even as the livestream's viewership approached tens of millions and the flood of comments surged, Lu Qiming remained unaffected, continuing his broadcast with calm composure. Lu Qiming knew that the content of his stream was nowhere near as serious as the commenters claimed, leaking state secrets. Or rather, knowledge about nuclear reactions is the most critical secret among the world's major powers today. Yet for Lu Qiming, it was merely knowledge, and even then, only the foundational concepts of nuclear reactions he intended to cover in his stream. Lu Qiming remained unperturbed, unaffected by the barrage of comments, and carried on with his broadcast. Yet his decision to proceed normally sent panic rippling through certain quarters. Oh no, this streamer is still going live. That user's comment didn't stop him. Chaos erupted on Shark platform. Normal work routines ground to a halt as super admins gathered en masse, fixated on Lu Qiming's stream. By this point, numerous viewers were explaining the science in the comments, making Shark Company's staff realize the gravity of the situation. This could be a leak of state secrets, and it's happening right here on our platform. The mere thought of this possibility sent chills down the spines of Shark Corporation's staff. Meanwhile, Shark Corporation's leadership had also convened. The chairman frowned anxiously, demanding, "Find a solution immediately. Investigate the root cause. This livestream must be shut down." Below the chairman, a group of employees stood utterly helpless. "What if we try shutting down the website servers?" one employee suggested. "If we shut down the servers, our entire platform will crash. All live streams will be forcibly closed, and users will be logged out. If we do that, our company's stock will plummet tomorrow." Another employee hesitated before speaking. At this point, who cares about the stock price? The chairman had already made his decision, sounding somewhat anxious. "If we can't control the live stream today, our entire company might get shut down. We can't worry about that now. Shut down the servers immediately and see if we can stop this live stream." Chapter 29, Official Takeover, Massive Crowds. A tense atmosphere permeated every corner of Shark Corporation. Lu Qiming's live stream had surpassed 1 million real-time viewers. This was an extremely rare occurrence on the Shark platform and should have been cause for the platform to celebrate. Yet at this moment, not a single person within Shark Corporation felt joy, only dread. At the chairman's command, technical department staff immediately scrambled to shut down the main server. Shutting down the server meant Shark platform would go completely offline. All live streams would be forced to close, and every streamer would be disconnected. This revealed the immense cost they were willing to pay to shut down Lu Qiming's livestream. However, the chairman, growing impatient in his office, urgently contacted the tech department and demanded, "Why hasn't the server been shut down? That livestream is still going. We've already shut down the server." On the other end, the head of the technical department sounded bitter and bewildered. "Look at the rest of the platform. All other livestreams have been forced offline, and the server is indeed down. But that particular livestream is still broadcasting. It's like something out of hell. How could this be?" The chairman of Shark Company muttered, sensing that this situation had not only spiraled beyond control but also defied all imagination. Watching Lu Qiming persist with the broadcast, seemingly intent on delving deeper into controlled nuclear fusion concepts, Shang Wei grew increasingly anxious. But he'd already sent all his intended messages via bullet comments. Now, watching the stream, he realized this host was dead set on continuing. Surely the authorities would intervene, or at least the Shark platform would take action. Although Shang Wei found Lu Qiming's content fascinating, he understood all too well what it meant for such knowledge to be disseminated so openly. Therefore, Shang Wei would much rather Lu Qiming halt the broadcast. Shang Wei's hunch proved correct. Shark platform did take action. However, Shark platform's actions had absolutely no jurisdiction over Lu Qiming's livestream. Chaos reigned within Shark platform at that moment. Employees stared at Lu Qiming's still active livestream as if they'd seen a ghost. The servers were shut down. Our Shark platform couldn't be accessed. Yet this livestream, it was still going. And viewers entering and exiting this stream weren't affected at all. The head of the technical department looked utterly bewildered. "Could it be that some servers weren't completely shut down?" asked the Shark chairman. "They've all been physically shut down. There's no way any could have slipped through," the head of the technical department responded, pulling out his phone. "Look, you can still see residual images of our platform through the app. But every single live stream room here is blank when you click in. Only this one room is still active as usual. It's utterly shocking, utterly unforeseeable," the head of the technical department said, still shaken. "So, does that mean we're completely helpless against this livestream?" Before the tech department head could answer, an employee on the other side shouted, "Chairman, we're in trouble. There's a call from above." "What?" The chairman's body trembled slightly. "Which higher-ups?" Soon, Chairman Shark realized exactly who upstairs meant. He hung up the phone, his face bitter. "The higher-ups want us to shut down that livestream. But we have no control over that livestream. Everyone, start packing up. It won't be long before someone will be here to take over our servers." Hearing the chairman say this, every employee had the same thought. This is getting out of hand. Totally out of hand. So big that even Shark platform couldn't contain it. The so-called higher-ups, naturally, referred to government authorities. Official takeover? One general manager exclaimed in shock, "Is it that serious?" The chairman nodded bitterly, "I've already reported the issue. The higher-ups said we can't resolve it, so they'll take over. Everyone, prepare all platform data. Someone will be here shortly to take over." On Shark platform, whether on the web version or the mobile app, those who were streaming or watching live suddenly noticed something was wrong. Streamers found their rooms shut down and couldn't log back in. Viewers, meanwhile, saw their screens go black. Repeated refreshes only yielded server error messages. Under these circumstances, Shark platform was practically in an uproar. But soon, viewers discovered another live stream room functioning normally on the platform. Hordes of viewers immediately flooded into this new stream. Chapter 30, an overseas account. The Shark platform was touted as Sia Nation's largest live streaming platform. To put it simply, Shark platform's total user base was truly massive, with daily user traffic already exceeding 10 million. At this moment, countless viewers found themselves facing black screens across countless live stream rooms due to Shark platform's server shutdown. Some users immediately exited Shark, while others, hearing the news, rushed to the only surviving livestream. That room belonged to Lu Qiming. The massive influx of users caused the viewership of Lu Qiming's livestream to skyrocket from 10 million to 20 million, then 30 million. The actual number of users skyrocketed from 1 million. Under Shark platform's original server bitrate, a single livestream with over 1 million viewers would experience severe lag due to technical and bandwidth limitations. Yet now, Lu Qiming's stream with viewers climbing from 1 million to 2 million and still rising remained completely lag-free. These inconsistencies baffled everyone at Shark Corporation. Only Lu Qiming knew the truth. From the very start, his livestream had never been managed by Shark platform and was directly overridden by the system. That's why his stream possesses so many extraordinary qualities. A massive influx of Shark users flooded the stream, making Lu Qiming's broadcast even more lively. All the bullet comments flashed by in an instant, completely covering the screen. Under these circumstances, only exceptionally unique bullet comments could be noticed. Many new viewers were often startled by the atmosphere in this stream. Originally, the chat was filled with demands for Lu Qiming to stop streaming. There were also those who sent gifts, paying for knowledge. For Lu Qiming, the various rhythms within the bullet comments couldn't affect his livestream, nor could they dampen his desire to broadcast. Thus, Lu Qiming continued his broadcast. Yet within his stream, including Shanwei, some watched with growing anxiety. He was still broadcasting. If he kept going, the true essence of controllable nuclear fusion would be compromised. If that happened, our Xia kingdom would lose this major advantage. Lu Qiming continued his explanation, pen in hand, scribbling formulas onto white paper, sketching illustrative diagrams, and listing data point by point. The screen was flooded with comments, but Lu Qiming paid them no mind. But suddenly, the screen began flickering repeatedly, forcing Lu Qiming to lift his head and look at his monitor. Looking up, Lu Qiming discovered that the screen was now filled with super rockets flashing by. Super rockets were the most extravagant gifts available for direct purchase on the Shark platform, boasting dazzling special effects that flooded the screen. Though he'd already received numerous airplane rockets, the relentless barrage of super rockets momentarily distracted him. Lu Qiming glanced up at the user who had sent over 100 super rockets in succession. The account name was a string of foreign characters not belonging to Xia Nation. This was. Lu Qiming had never encountered this foreign script before, but he saw in the bullet comments that someone had already translated these characters. It was Eckhard country text. Foreign big spender. Foreign big spender 666. This account just sent over 100 super rockets and kept sending more. For a moment, the overwhelmingly negative tone of the comment stream shifted, with many now shouting praise for the big spender. But something felt off. How could foreigners be watching this stream? And a foreigner sending this many gifts? Especially with a brand new account? Something fishy is definitely going on here. Suspicious. Who called me? Staring at the screen where someone kept sending super rockets under the username Bangwen, Shanwei suddenly froze. Is this account really from abroad? Does that mean this livestream is already being monitored by overseas forces? Shanwei was startled, but before he could react, a bullet comment appeared. A bullet message sent by that very account. Speak faster, streamer. I'll send whatever gifts you want, as many as you need. This account with a foreign language name had not only sent such lavish gifts but had also activated the platform's premium VIP privileges. Thus, the bullet message it sent stood out prominently, impossible to miss. Not only did Lu Qiming see this bullet, but millions of viewers in the livestream room saw it too. However, the content of this bullet message was puzzling. Why tell the streamer to hurry up? This account is highly suspicious. Among the millions of viewers in the livestream, some, like Shang Wei, sensed something was off. Could this account be linked to foreign forces? Chapter 31, Foreign Forces, Accusations from the Starflag Nation. The live stream had millions of genuine users. Naturally, some began questioning the account named Bangwen. Moreover, the statements made by this account were also quite peculiar. So people started wondering if this account might be linked to foreign forces. Holy crap, this is serious, foreign forces are involved. For most viewers, no concrete evidence was needed, a mere suspicion was enough to convince them. Many people concluded that this Bangwon account was indeed linked to foreign forces. So, amid the shock, a flood of comments flooded the chat, urging Lu Qiming to stop the livestream. After all, most viewers in the livestream were citizens of Xia Nation. When it came to matters of national integrity, they naturally didn't want Xia Nation to suffer any damage. But after some earlier explanations, Lu Qiming's livestream now seemed like he was leaking state secrets. Holy crap, is this streamer actually a traitor? Something feels off too. Why isn't the streamer stopping? Is he really selling state information? Leaking knowledge learned domestically through this method? Damn, it really is happening. The chat suddenly filled with condemnation directed at Lu Qiming. Why didn't you stop streaming? Are you deliberately leaking this to foreign powers? After realizing foreign forces might be infiltrating the livestream, Shang Wei also began questioning Lu Qiming's motives. He stared at the pair of hands visible in the stream. Was the owner of those hands this streamer deliberately leaking this information to foreign entities? Shang Wei felt conflicted. He was reluctant to believe this possibility, yet he couldn't think of any other explanation for Lu Qiming's insistence on continuing the stream. In the comment stream, many viewers had already reached their conclusions. Holy crap, now that you mention it, this streamer is seriously messed up. Where's Shark? Where's Super Admin? Get out here and clean this up. Watching the flood of comments, Lu Qiming shook his head slightly. He understood the rapid shift in the chat's tone and the sudden surge of abusive comments directed at him. But Lu Qiming wasn't swayed by the comments. Even though some comments now included terms like traitor and sellout, Lu Qiming remained unshaken. Lu Qiming knew exactly what he had to do. The system had given him a mission, and he had no choice but to complete it. But Lu Qiming was also a citizen of Xia, so what he truly intended to do naturally wouldn't harm Xia's interests. However, the viewers in the bullet chat couldn't immediately discern Lu Qiming's motives, leaving them baffled. Lu Qiming's expression remained unchanged. His hands paused briefly due to the barrage of comments, but he soon resumed the livestream. Lu Qiming's debut stream was teaching how to build a nuclear bomb. This single act made Lu Qiming an overnight sensation across the entire internet within a single day. Thus, when Lu Qiming went live again, the internet outside the Shark platform also became abuzz. After Shark platform's servers shut down, Lu Qiming's increasingly sensitive content only fueled the online frenzy. Rumors about the events on Shark platform spread like wildfire across the internet. This led to a massive influx of viewers flooding Lu Qiming's livestream. And not just within Xia Nation's borders. News of the Shark platform incident and Lu Qiming's actions even reached foreign networks. On foreign platforms like Twitter and Facebook, they sparked heated discussions. Moreover, beyond ordinary foreign netizens, certain overseas forces have taken genuine notice of this unfolding drama on Xia's internet. It was undeniable that Lu Qiming's livestream was being closely monitored by numerous foreign entities. Powers like Starflag Nation were among those watching. However, like Xia Nation, Starflag Nation also possesses a certain level of controllable nuclear fusion technology. For major powers, such technology should remain strictly classified for now. Compounding this, Lu Qiming had previously live-streamed instructions on building a nuclear bomb. This information spread to foreign online platforms and was disseminated by cyber spies employed by overseas entities. Consequently, during Lu Qiming's second livestream, accusations from Starflag Nation were directly conveyed to Xia Nation. Xia's official departments had already initiated an investigation. The online uproar had already alerted the authorities, triggering emergency measures. Xia's Foreign Affairs Department had mobilized and was preparing an urgent public statement. Meanwhile, the internal investigation swiftly gained full access to Shark platform's server data. High-level computer experts from the government had also arrived at Shark Corporation. Despite these efforts, they were unable to gain access to Lu Qiming's live streaming room. Moreover, they were unable to pinpoint Lu Qiming's identity or location. Thus, they resorted to one final measure. Chapter 32, He's Not Leaking State Secrets. We took control of Shark's server data and conducted a thorough investigation. The server was rebooted and shut down, yet the target livestream remained active. Moreover, the target livestream possessed several inexplicable characteristics. Despite trying various network methods, we couldn't effectively shut down the target livestream. We couldn't even prevent IP traffic from various regions from entering this stream. Known network methods proved utterly ineffective in exerting any control over the target livestream. We speculate that the target may possess exceptionally advanced network technology, potentially surpassing even the current world's top standards. Given this premise, we cannot directly shut down the target livestream and must resort to an alternative approach. Building upon the Shark server architecture, we established a special access account to attempt communication with the target and discern their objectives. A deluge of comments flooded the screen, and the insults grew louder. Amidst the torrent of abuse, that overseas account continued sending gifts and even encouraged Lu Qiming to keep explaining. Just then, a bright red, bold bullet comment floated across the screen. This bold red bullet was unique, even overshadowing the special effects of the super rocket gift. At first glance, it resembled the platform's super admin warning messages. But the content displayed was not a super admin warning. Instead, it contained far more terrifying information. This is the National Security Bureau. We urge the streamer to consider the implications and cooperate by halting the broadcast. The bright red, bold bullet chat displayed this message in stark relief. And the speaker ID displayed in the bullet comment wasn't the usual numbers, English letters, or Chinese characters. The account sending this warning was simply a national flag. Moreover, this message was clearly visible even to users who had enabled bullet screen blocking. Such an operation made it clear even to ordinary viewers that this account was no ordinary entity. It wouldn't even be fake. To achieve this effect on Shark platform, it must have modified Shark's comment mechanism and set special permissions. Those in the know offered this explanation. Given that the account identifies itself as the National Security Bureau, Shark likely wouldn't dare impersonate a state agency. Therefore, these bullet comments were most likely issued by Shark platform under the direction of the National Security Bureau. The logic was straightforward, and with the various speculations in the bullet comments, the truth was quickly pieced together. Whoa, the state apparatus has stepped in. With the authorities stepping in, is the streamer doomed? Lu Qiming naturally noticed this unique comment. His hand paused slightly before he addressed the comment directly. Hello everyone, I'll be mindful of my live streams, but that doesn't mean I'll stop broadcasting. After Lu Qiming finished speaking, the bullet comments erupted in an uproar. Is this streamer going head-to-head with the authorities? Is he dead set on this? Not afraid of the authorities knocking on his door? The authorities were probably already on their way to the streamer's home. After his response, Lu Qiming buried his head in his paper and wrote another formula. His demeanor clearly signaled his intent to continue the livestream. Don't stop, speak faster. The overseas account spoke up again, appearing intensely eager for knowledge. However, by this point, viewers in the livestream chat had already begun suspecting this might be an account linked to overseas forces. So, after this overseas account spoke up, many immediately responded with sarcastic comments, urging Lu Qiming to stop the livestream. Some viewers questioned why Shark platform hadn't intervened to ban Lu Qiming's stream under these circumstances. It probably couldn't be banned. Haven't you noticed? All Shark streamers have been disconnected, and all live streams have been shut down, but this one remains active. Exactly. The entire platform, every single live stream has been shut down, yet this one remains unaffected. There must be something fishy going on. The bullet chat was bustling with all sorts of comments. Lu Qiming, however, remained undisturbed. He continued writing several formulas on paper before speaking. The controllable aspect of current controlled fusion is merely at its most rudimentary stage. True controlled nuclear fusion should involve transforming the formula 3H plus 2H4E plus 10N plus 176107EV into 3H plus 2H7E plus 12N plus 176107EHV. At a secret research facility in Xia Nation. Numerous researchers gathered around a large screen displaying Lu Qiming's live broadcast. As they watched, they saw the latest formula Lu Qiming had written and heard his words. A white-haired researcher suddenly trembled slightly, exclaiming in shock, "No, what he's revealing in this livestream isn't our Xia Nation's nuclear fusion technology. It's likely he didn't learn nuclear fusion from us either. Because the fusion he just explained is more advanced than our current technology. Moreover, he's discussing the further development of controlled nuclear fusion. He's not leaking state secrets. He's leading the way." Chapter 33, He's ahead of the world. Lu Qiming's first livestream caused quite a stir. Many people across the country took notice of Lu Qiming. Moreover, academician Fong, eager to uncover Lu Qiming's identity, reached out to his friends specializing in nuclear fusion research. Although academician Fong found nothing, his inquiries made several domestic nuclear fusion research facilities aware of Lu Qiming's livestream channel. Thus, when Lu Qiming streamed again, researchers at Xia Nation's secret research facility temporarily halted their work to watch his broadcast. Inside the secret research facility, a group of researchers watched Lu Qiming's livestream. Their original goal was to uncover Lu Qiming's identity and determine how he possessed knowledge of the world's most advanced controlled nuclear fusion technology. However, as they watched Lu Qiming's stream progress, a white-haired researcher noticed something different. This gray-haired researcher was none other than Zhang Lao, a titan in China's nuclear fusion field and the guiding spirit of the base, having dedicated half his life to nuclear research. It was he who, while watching the livestream, discerned something unusual and uttered those words. He is not revealing state secrets. Because the controlled nuclear fusion he described differs from our nation's technology. If we were to compare and rank them, the technology this streamer described is actually more comprehensive than what our Xia Nation currently possesses. After watching Lu Qiming's livestream, old Zhang made this remark. So what is this streamer's purpose? What exactly is he broadcasting? Other researchers inquired. Perhaps, true to his name, he truly seeks to lead. Elder Zhang looked up at the large screen displaying the formulas Lu Qiming had written. Quickly record these formulas. This represents significant progress in controlled nuclear fusion. Though we don't know who this streamer is, his research on nuclear fusion has absolutely surpassed our nation's capabilities, even surpassed the United States. He can hardly be considered leaking state secrets. Our nuclear fusion technology is classified. But such state secrets might truly be nothing more than foundational knowledge to the streamer. Other researchers in the facility were stunned. Could one person alone be leading the world? Before discovering this streamer's true identity, no one could tell if he was acting alone or leading a team. Yet such a figure, whose knowledge already leads the world, is one of our own Xia nation. If he's willing to assist the nation, our Xia nation could undoubtedly make further breakthroughs in nuclear fusion. We must locate him before other foreign powers react. Old Zhang spoke, then turned his head. Shaoli, fetch the primary telephone. I need to contact headquarters. Their secret research base held extraordinary privileges, operating directly under a national-level agency with direct access to the highest authorities. At this moment, Old Zhang recognized Lu Qiming's extraordinary talent and the exceptional nature of his livestream, immediately sparking his interest. But it wasn't just the secret research base in Xia Nation that recognized the extraordinary nature of Lu Qiming's livestream. Across the ocean, another major power was also monitoring Lu Qiming's livestream in real time. This nation had previously issued condemnations against Xia, accusing it of violating nuclear agreements. However, after Lu Qiming began his second livestream, the Starflag Nation fell silent. Scientists from the Starflag Nation had become engrossed in Lu Qiming's livestream, not missing a single moment. Inside a research facility in Starflag Nation, a group of researchers and several simultaneous interpreters watched the livestream. The simultaneous interpreter was sweating profusely, struggling to keep up with the translation. The stream was packed with specialized terminology that proved difficult to translate. They had to deliver an accurate translation. The streamer was discussing technologies and knowledge none of them had mastered. Within the base, some American researchers had become engrossed in the livestream, recognizing its significance. Yet they still relied on the translator to grasp Lu Qiming's meaning. Even so, they had already sensed the extraordinary nature of Lu Qiming's broadcast content. Report to higher-ups, we must closely monitor this livestream channel and locate this host. Judging by his demeanor, he does not appear to be affiliated with the Xia state government. This individual possesses control over advanced nuclear fusion technology. On the Starflag Nation side, some researchers had reached the same conclusion. Chapter 34, Attitude Shift. The crucial part. Lu Qiming glanced up and saw the live stream's online viewership had surged past 5 million. These 5 million were all genuine IP addresses, not fake traffic. Faced with this, Lu Qiming was only slightly surprised but did not halt his broadcast. This improved controllable nuclear fusion was derived from this formula. Meanwhile, that overseas account kept sending gifts to Lu Qiming and occasionally urged him to continue streaming. Lu Qiming now understood more clearly this account was likely genuinely from overseas. Moreover, he suspected there were already quite a few foreign forces present in his livestream. However, Lu Qiming paid little heed to their presence. On the contrary, these overseas forces added a certain comprehensiveness to Lu Qiming's mission. After all, the system's concept was to stream for all of humanity, not just one country. Otherwise, being a citizen of Xia Nation himself, wouldn't Lu Qiming naturally show some bias toward his own country? As for the comments flooding the screen, whether urging him to stop streaming or hurling insults, he paid them no mind. Truth be told, the nuclear fusion knowledge the system had tasked him with disseminating was ahead of its time. Regardless of which nation obtained it, it could significantly boost their national strength. However, this would mean Xia Nation would lose its advantage, placing it on the same starting line as other nations. As Lu Qiming pondered this, certain thoughts began to form in his mind. Originally, Xia Nation held a certain advantage in controlled nuclear fusion, leading many other nations. But if my livestream content spreads widely, Xia Nation will lose that edge. Should I make some preparations? With these thoughts swirling, Lu Qiming slightly slowed his speaking pace during the livestream, though he continued broadcasting. Lu Qiming possessed an immense body of knowledge regarding nuclear reaction applications. At this moment, his primary focus was on nuclear fusion reactions within the broader field of nuclear reactions. Even just nuclear fusion reactions alone constituted a vast field of study. So 10 minutes passed, then half an hour, then an hour. Lu Qiming's explanation of controlled nuclear fusion still hadn't concluded. It hadn't even approached its end. Amidst the bullet comments, the account claiming to be from the National Security Bureau had already sent numerous messages. Starting with warnings, then stern warnings, followed by formal warnings, and finally severe warnings. Faced with these warnings, Lu Qiming did not halt his livestream. So the warnings gradually shifted to persuasion, then to tentative probing. The National Security Bureau urged Lu Qiming to exercise restraint, reminding him of his identity as a citizen of Xia Nation and the importance of national loyalty. The probing, however, was aimed at uncovering Lu Qiming's true identity. Within that hour, intelligence from Xia Nation's secret nuclear research facility had already reached the highest levels. And from above, a directive arrived. The streamer must not be treated as a traitor to the nation. Every effort must be made to recruit and protect him. This directive, issued from the highest levels, caused the National Security Agency, which controlled the Shark platform servers, to undergo a dramatic shift in attitude toward Lu Qiming. The other viewers in the livestream watched this unfold, utterly dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? What kind of situation is this? As time passed, the sudden shift in stance from the national security account left the livestream audience thoroughly baffled. Earlier, when national security had sent out severe warning bullet comments, they had clearly been positioning Lu Qiming as a traitor. But after the shift, the national security account was now patiently persuading and gently urging. Now, the tone had shifted to pleading for the streamers' cooperation to protect their safety. This abrupt change left the livestream audience thoroughly confused. Nevertheless, following the lead of this unique account, the volume of comments berating Lu Qiming gradually subsided. Most viewers adopted a wait-and-see attitude. As for Lu Qiming, he ignored all the comments and continued streaming. Yet observant viewers could detect that his speech pace and rhythm were gradually slowing down. To those in the know, this signaled that Lu Qiming was about to reveal the truly crucial part of his broadcast. Researchers at a U.S. institute concluded, this streamer possesses cutting-edge technology. Although he had previously discussed numerous advanced formulas and theories, he had yet to delve into their practical applications. The most crucial moment was about to unfold. Back in Xia country, within a secret research facility, old Zhang and a group of researchers had also noticed this. They were all watching the livestream with utmost seriousness. Old Zhang's expression grew grave and focused. He was about to reveal the most critical and vital aspect of truly controllable nuclear fusion. If the theories he had previously presented were entirely accurate, then what he was about to reveal would be truly earth-shattering. Chapter 35, Locked Down. The streamer was about to address the most critical point. Professor Zhang's expression was grave as he watched the livestream on the large screen. Beside him, some researchers recorded the screen, others frantically took notes, while still others listened intently. When old Zhang spoke, their attention instinctively shifted toward him, awaiting his next words. In his previous livestream, he had presented a reliable theory for truly controllable nuclear fusion, one that was at least 30 to 50 years ahead of the world. However, given our current capabilities, even translating these theories into practical applications could take years, perhaps even a decade. And going forward, if this streamer can explain things like application parsing, we could save years of time. Old Zhan looked grave, but doing so would effectively erase our competitive edge. After all, our nation has always been at the forefront of controlled nuclear fusion technology. This livestream would instead level the playing field, placing all nations on equal footing. So while this livestream might be a boon for humanity, for our Xia nation, it means losing a valuable weapon. Old Zhang sighed as he spoke. He's still a citizen of Xia. That makes it all the more regrettable, born in Xia, yet benefiting the entire world. The other researchers understood the implications immediately. One researcher nodded thoughtfully and remarked, then every nation on Earth will surely seek to find this man. If our Xia nation can find him first, then we still hold the advantage. Quite right, old Zhang nodded. This is precisely our nation's opportunity, our advantage. This man is from Xia, that is our advantage. Lu Qiming's live streaming pace grew increasingly slow. So slow that ordinary viewers could clearly see and hear it. To some professional researchers, however, this signaled that Lu Qiming was about to address a crucial point. But only Lu Qiming knew what was really going on. At this moment, Lu Qiming was multitasking. While conducting the live stream, he was simultaneously performing calculations in his mind. The system's task was merely to disseminate knowledge, but that didn't mean he couldn't keep a few cards up his sleeve. Lu Qiming knew he had deliberately slowed his speech because he was multitasking, thinking about completing the system's task while also doing something else. And now, he finally had a clue. His hands paused mid-motion as he announced, "I'll step away for a moment to use the restroom. Everyone, please hold on a bit." As he finished speaking, his hands had already moved away from the camera. However, Lu Qiming wasn't actually going to the restroom. Due to the system's design, during his live streams, Lu Qiming's physical condition remained in a state of perfect equilibrium, free from distractions like cold, heat, or pain. In other words, Lu Qiming wouldn't suddenly feel the urge to urinate during a live stream. He was merely using a temporary excuse to step away from the broadcast. In reality, after stepping away from the stream, Lu Qiming directly communicated with the system to express his thoughts. System tasks cannot be disobeyed. Rewards are issued based on the dissemination effect of the host's task completion. The system's cold, mechanical voice responded to Lu Qiming. Yet this single response instantly put Lu Qiming at ease. System, enter the system lab. Set the time ratio to 1 to 10. Call me after 10 minutes in the real world. The next moment, Lu Qiming entered the system laboratory. Within the lab, Lu Qiming wasted no time. He materialized numerous devices according to his plan and commenced his experiments. After spending an hour in the system lab, Lu Qiming had confirmed the feasibility of his previous ideas. Meanwhile, 10 minutes had passed in the real world. Lu Qiming's livestream was already flooded with bullet comments. Where's the streamer? Did he go to the bathroom? Bailed at the crucial moment? The authorities must have arrived, the streamer's done for everyone, let's call it a day. Speculation ran rampant among the comments. Super rockets still flew across the screen, and that Bangwon account kept urging updates. And this time, it wasn't just the Bangwon account, several accounts with different language names popped up, sending gifs and demanding updates. I suspect this is all foreign interference, a credible comment suggested in the bullet chat. It was at this moment that Lu Qiming sat back down at his computer, his voice echoing through the livestream, I'm back. Now, let's continue with the explanation below. Finally back. Turns out he wasn't being investigated after all. Glancing at the flood of comments, including some accounts that looked suspiciously like foreign entities, Lu Qiming smiled faintly. Those 10 minutes had been spent figuring out how to lock down the next segment. Chapter 36, Every Nation Profits. Ever since first acquiring knowledge from the system, Lu Qiming had been pondering this very question. After receiving the system's assigned task, Lu Qiming understood that if he simply streamed as usual, it would indeed serve as a form of technological dissemination for all of human civilization. But in relative terms, Xia Nation would lose some advantages. Thus, throughout the livestream, Lu Qiming grappled with how to address this dilemma. Knowledge knows no borders. The system's tasks knew no borders either. Yet Lu Qiming, as the system's host and the task executor, was bound by nationality. Thus, Lu Qiming began to consider matters slightly from Xia Nation's perspective. Gradually, he arrived at a solution. That solution was to continue the livestream, but to add a lock to the most critical content. Putting a lock on knowledge might sound absurd, but it wasn't without precedent. Locks existed long before the internet era. In the digital age, we've seen the emergence of data locks, password locks, and similar mechanisms. And within the human body, there exists the concept of genetic locks. Knowledge, too, can be locked. Lu Qiming originally lacked this knowledge, but within the system's experimental space, he acquired this skill. Having gained additional knowledge from the system, he was now able to successfully lock away the most crucial information for the upcoming livestream. Unexpectedly, the brief interruption also uncovered another function of the system. Lu Qiming mused to himself that during the 10-minute pause in the livestream, the system had activated a new function. It was precisely this feature that made it possible for Lu Qiming to add a lock to the knowledge. At the same time, Lu Qiming realized something else. After disseminating nuclear reaction knowledge through the livestream, the next subject to be transmitted was, surprisingly, a different kind of knowledge. Lu Qiming murmured. Moments later, Lu Qiming regained his composure and resumed the livestream with renewed focus. And now, he embarked on today's most crucial theoretical transformation explanation. At this very moment, numerous research institutes and bases around the world were watching. Even many physics luminaries and renowned scholars had heard the news and were watching the livestream. Each of them was practically holding their breath, intently watching the stream. Those who understood Xia Nation's language could follow it directly. Overseas, many who couldn't understand Xia language now bitterly wished they had mastered it. Those unfamiliar with Xia's language could only rely on translations to grasp Lu Qiming's meaning. Yet even so, many overseas viewers remained utterly engrossed, watching the livestream intently. Because during his livestream, Lu Qiming was also writing numerous formulas on a blank sheet of paper and drawing many diagrams. These were the keys to knowledge. He had begun truly about to explain the most crucial content. Inside the Xia Nation's secret research base, old Zhang was also focused intently, simultaneously alerting the other researchers to pay attention. Even without Zhang Lao's reminder, the other researchers naturally remained fully focused at this critical moment. It could be said that, though it was a live stream, at this very moment, Lu Qiming was being watched by the world's most brilliant minds. These intellectual luminaries were not only watching Lu Qiming but also meticulously documenting every detail of his broadcast. As for the general audience, Lu Qiming's broadcast content was nearly incomprehensible to them at this point. Yet Lu Qiming's livestream had reached millions of viewers. And the numbers kept climbing. As time passed, news of Lu Qiming's livestream spread across the entire internet. The events unfolding within the livestream were being disseminated far and wide. Now, many in the comments section speculated that the Korean language account originated from North Korea. Other foreign language accounts were also believed to originate from different countries. With so many people, the bullet comments became chaotic and noisy. Lu Qiming no longer paid attention to the comments. Instead, he focused entirely on the live stream, explaining the practical applications of nuclear fusion reactions, the most critical part of the process. As Lu Qiming's live stream unfolded, centers of power beyond Xia's borders were abuzz with delight. In the capital of North Korea, for instance, the leader beamed with delight and instructed his subordinates, "Keep the gifts coming, present them to this gentleman." In Starflag Nation, a similar scene unfolded. The nation's top leadership watched the livestream alongside numerous advisors and interpreters. Once the Starflag Kingdom's leadership grasped the significance of Lu Qiming's livestream, they unanimously decided, send gifts, and quickly uncover this man's true identity to bring him to our nation. Lu Qiming was from Xia Nation. This was evident to every viewer in the livestream. Therefore, for foreign powers, gaining knowledge from Lu Qiming was pure profit. Only Xia Nation felt the sting of loss. Alas, it is Xia's fault that such a learned man chose to disseminate his knowledge. We must find him and protect him. Chapter 37, System Rewards. Time ticked by second. Lu Qiming remained unaffected by the barrage of comments, as they had become too chaotic to process. Lu Qiming remained focused solely on his livestream. As time went on, Lu Qiming finally finished explaining the topic of controlled nuclear fusion. That concluded today's livestream. Regarding nuclear reaction applications, the nuclear bomb segment was covered in the previous livestream. Today's focus was on nuclear fusion applications. A fully reliable nuclear fusion system could provide humanity with superior energy sources, enabling us to better protect our planet. Lu Qiming's hands stopped moving, remaining still as only his voice filled the livestream. Many people are curious about my identity and the purpose of my livestream. Lu Qiming paused here, his words trailing off. But I hope you won't fixate on who I am. If you wish to understand my purpose, it is as my name suggests, to guide civilization. This livestream ends here. I look forward to our next meeting. Having spoken these words, Lu Qiming shut down the livestream himself. Simultaneously, Lu Qiming's livestream went completely dark. Yet millions of viewers remained inside the now darkened room. Phew, it's over. The moment he shut down the stream, the system buffs on Lu Qiming vanished instantly. While streaming, the system buff kept Lu Qiming in peak health with no negative status effects. But the moment it ended, he could immediately feel his weakened body. Yet this time, after the broadcast ended, Lu Qiming barely registered his physical exhaustion before the system's voice echoed in his mind. Beep. Host has completed the first mission. Task evaluation in progress. Host's livestream peaked at 7 million concurrent viewers, with total viewership exceeding 10 million. Nuclear reaction knowledge has been disseminated globally. Task evaluation, excellent. Reward now issued, complete suppression of cancer cells within the host. The moment the system's voice finished speaking, Lu Qiming felt as though a warm current surged through his entire body. Then, all traces of weakness vanished from Lu Qiming's body. He felt as though he had returned to his healthy self. Unbelievable. Feeling this sensation, Lu Qiming marveled once more at the system's astonishing capabilities. Based on the host's live streaming performance, a special reward is being issued. What Lu Qiming never expected was that the system's voice sounded again. Another reward? Lu Qiming was taken aback, then heard the system's voice again. The livestream room has been upgraded to operate independently. Viewers can now access it from any platform or search bar. A security package is awarded to the host. Lu Qiming could understand the livestream room upgrade, but he had no idea what that security package was. What exactly is a safety package? Lu Qiming asked directly. The security package ensures the host's safety. The system's cold voice explained, the security package contains physical security, information security, and other aspects to comprehensively safeguard the host. The system's cold voice continued, since the host's identity remains undisclosed, the system will completely conceal the host's online presence and safeguard their information security. That's good. Lu Qiming nodded with surprise. So, what does physical security entail? Physical security refers to safeguarding the host to a certain extent in the real world. Even if the host is discovered, the system can ensure the host's vitality, preventing death from simple physical attacks. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiming inquired, physical attacks? What level of physical attacks? For instance, if the host suffers critical injuries, the system will prevent fatal outcomes. Only attacks capable of large-scale trace erasure could kill the host. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiming understood. However, Lu Qiming was absolutely unwilling to test this, so my identity still cannot be revealed lightly. Otherwise, if someone truly harbors ill intent, I'd still be in danger. As this thought formed, Lu Qiming also grasped another truth. It seemed the system only cared about Lu Qiming's safety, with no restrictions whatsoever on whether he was willing to reveal his identity. Not only that, but the system's tasks also revealed its inflexibility and even some exploitable loopholes. Even so, Lu Qiming chose to conceal his identity for now. Just as Lu Qiming was about to say something else, a wave of drowsiness suddenly washed over him. Suppressing the host's cancer cells had drained the host's physical energy, necessitating rest and replenishment. A normal sleep cycle would suffice for recovery. The system's voice sounded, and Lu Qiming felt extremely drowsy. He decided to simply drift off into a deep sleep. Outside, however, Lu Qiming's second livestream sent ripples of unrest through the world. Chapter 38, Searching for Project X. After ending his broadcast, Lu Qiming fell into a deep sleep, having accepted the system's reward. Outside, however, things were anything but calm. The millions of real viewers in Lu Qiming's livestream gradually dispersed after he went offline. Yet these departing viewers couldn't stay calm. They swiftly spread the events that had unfolded in the livestream. Almost like lightning, the news spread across the entire internet. Accounts from overseas, epoch making nuclear fusion, a mysterious live stream room, official intervention. All these elements were incredibly attention-grabbing. Moreover, with such a massive live audience, the information spread in a way that was impossible to censor or conceal. Domestic netizens reacted with mixed emotions. Some praised Lu Qiming, others hurled insults, some were simply curious, and others expressed admiration. But regardless, Lu Qiming had gone viral, completely and utterly viral. The fame, however, isn't tied to his real identity, but to the civilization pioneer livestream account. Regardless of their opinions, everyone began to wonder and pursue one thing. Who exactly is this civilization pioneer in real life? Numerous speculations about Lu Qiming's identity have surfaced online, yet no concrete clues about his true identity have emerged. And it wasn't just netizens, certain national forces had also mobilized, determined to uncover Lu Qiming's true identity. On the Xia Nation side, a project named Search for X had been established. X is Lu Qiming's codename, and the primary objective of this project is to locate him. Simultaneously, even other nations have launched similar initiatives to uncover Lu Qiming's true identity. However, compared to Xia Nation's approach, other nations' efforts primarily relied on intelligence infiltration to uncover Lu Qiming's true identity. Beyond these official efforts, scientific research teams across nations have begun working around the clock to thoroughly comprehend the content of Lu Qiming's live streams. The nuclear reaction applications Lu Qiming explained were decades ahead of the real world. Following his live streams, even nations without prior foundations could now initiate nuclear reaction research. Established powers, meanwhile, could elevate their existing capabilities to new heights. Whether it's uncovering Lu Qiming's true identity or advancing nuclear reaction research, neither is a quick endeavor. Yet Lu Qiming's live streams have directly impacted portions of the global economy. Major stock markets saw sharp declines across oil and energy conglomerates. The dissemination of Lu Qiming's livestream content made one thing abundantly clear to many. The global energy landscape is about to undergo a major transformation. Consequently, the stocks of traditional energy companies have begun to plummet. At the same time, international oil prices have plunged dramatically. As oil prices plummeted, many Middle Eastern nations effectively saw hundreds of billions of dollars evaporate from their economies. Global energy giants suffered massive losses in a short span of time. Some of these energy giants were even contemplating hiring assassins to target Lu Qiming. Heavy bounties for his true identity were already being offered on the international black market. Due to time zone differences, countless Wall Street professionals were roused from sleep to work overtime, anticipating that the shockwaves in the energy sector would inevitably impact the global economy. Wall Street, the epicenter of the U.S. economy, began to buzz with activity. Simultaneously, economic departments across several major nations initiated countermeasures to address the potential financial repercussions of the energy sector's upheaval. All these developments unfolded within mere hours after Lu Qiming's livestream concluded. The general public remained unaware of these changes. Most ordinary netizens were still debating the wonders of that livestream and speculating about Lu Qiming's true identity online. Project X Search was officially established, granted secondary-level authority to coordinate with all national government agencies. The X must be found at all costs. The nation launched Operation X, designating Lu Qiming as X. Within a short time, it assembled a team of elite criminal investigators to form the project group tasked with finding Lu Qiming. Official resources were mobilized to support this operation. Unaware of this, Lu Qiming remained oblivious as the nation mobilized such extensive efforts against him. Current intelligence on the target, male citizen of Xia Nation, slender build, approximately in his 20s. Beyond this, no further information about the target could be found online. The only leads available stem from clues X revealed during the livestream, which we must now trace to locate X. Chapter 39, Official Forces Search for Lu Qiming. Online methods proved utterly useless in uncovering any information about X. Moreover, we cannot even determine the underlying technology powering X's live streaming platform. While the stream appears to be hosted on the Shark platform, the platform's permissions hold no sway over the target stream. Even shutting down and restarting Shark platform's servers has no effect on the target livestream. The target livestream possesses ghost-like properties. Even computer experts appear unable to extract or view any data from it. Therefore, we speculate that the target or the group they belong to may possess extraordinary computer technology, far surpassing the current world, perhaps even reaching a level beyond our comprehension. Given this, we cannot achieve any investigative breakthroughs online. Unable to uncover clues, we must pursue other avenues. Project X, established specifically to locate Lu Qiming, has been activated, and the task force has immediately mobilized. They conducted extensive investigations and analyses regarding Lu Qiming's existence. In a certain location within Xia Nation, the Central Command Center for the Find X project was established. A group of the nation's top criminal investigators, along with psychologists, behavioral experts, and micro-expression analysts, were summoned by the state and gathered together. Within the conference room, several large screens displayed videos and video stills. One individual provided commentary. The target never once showed his face during the livestream. In fact, the only parts of his body ever exposed were his hands and wrists. Beyond this, the target had already revealed certain information during the livestream. As he spoke, the large screens displayed a series of video screenshots. His fingers were pale and slender, indicating a lean physique, and his hands showed no signs of manual labor. We have identified the subject as a young male in his 20s, with a slender physique and fair skin. We analyzed every word the subject spoke but detected no regional accent. Regarding further progress, we attempted to extract the target's fingerprint template from the video footage. However, throughout the entire recording, the target never once displayed the palms of his hands. Despite this, we have successfully replicated the subject's dorsal palm patterns and are currently developing a model. Additionally, we observed the table, paper, and pen used by the subject during the livestream. The spray-painted pattern on the desk surface is currently being investigated to determine the manufacturer and point of sale. The origin of the pen is also under investigation. Furthermore, a crucial and clear detail emerged. After the first livestream, the target mentioned that he had run out of paper, which is why the first session ended abruptly. We consider this highly probable and therefore conclude that the paper used in the second livestream was purchased during the interval between the first and second sessions. We have now commenced comparative analysis of the paper's color and purity as seen in the livestreams to trace its manufacturing source. Additionally, law enforcement officers nationwide have mobilized to visit office supply stores, conduct investigations, and collect surveillance footage. The goal is to identify all individuals who purchased this specific paper nationwide within that single day, attempting to match them to the target. This is the extent of our current intelligence and operational activities. If any of you have new ideas or theories, please share them. While the general public remains unaware, the project team searching for X has already begun its operations. The so-called secondary level authorization is the second highest level of access. What is first-tier authorization? Xia Nation's nuclear research base operates under first-tier authorization, directly under the jurisdiction of national representatives with direct access to the highest authorities. Second-tier access isn't quite as powerful, but it's not far off. Before secondary-level access, virtually all official departments would open their doors wide. Thus, the Search for X project team sprang into action with lightning speed. That very day, owners and staff at office supply and stationery stores nationwide began experiencing the effects. Police officers arrived at their doors, demanding cooperation with the investigation. This was followed by the retrieval of surveillance footage and meticulously detailed questioning. Additionally, every A4 paper mill across the nation underwent thorough inspections. Chapter 40, International Economic Turbulence. Lu Qiming was still asleep. This sleep proved to be the most restful he had experienced in the entire year. Upon waking, Lu Qiming understood it must be because the cancer cells within his body had been completely suppressed. No longer did he have to live in constant fear of not knowing if he'd make it through the next day, or if death might come at any moment. After waking, it took Lu Qiming a while longer to fully regain his senses. Once he was fully awake, Lu Qiming deeply realized this truth and let out a long sigh of relief. Half a year ago, Lu Qiming had been diagnosed with cancer. These past 6 months had been incredibly difficult, spent constantly facing the specter of death. Sadly, he couldn't share this joy with his teachers and classmates. With his health finally settled, Lu Qiming turned his thoughts to his family and friends. Lu Qiming had a normal life, with friends, classmates, and teachers. Some of these people were genuinely kind to him, offering much care during his illness. So when the cancer cells in his body were suppressed and he felt the urge to share his joy, they were the first people who came to mind. However, this thought lingered only briefly in his mind before Lu Qiming quickly dismissed it. Lu Qiming still had to conceal his identity. If he truly shared the good news that a terminal cancer patient had shown signs of improvement, that would inevitably draw unwanted attention. If his cover were blown at that point, it would spell trouble. He couldn't go public yet, otherwise, it would complicate how he carried out the system's tasks. Lu Qiming understood this well. If his identity were exposed, he would become the focus of international attention. Even if Xia Nation discovered Lu Qiming and harbored no ill will, under state oversight, he likely wouldn't be able to continue streaming. There was also the risk of the system itself being exposed. Therefore, Lu Qiming had no intention of revealing his identity anytime soon. No matter how much the outside world searched for him, Lu Qiming was determined to complete as many tasks from the system as possible first. He had slept far too long and had no idea what the situation was like outside. Lu Qiming murmured to himself before quickly sitting down at his computer. He picked up his phone and checked online to see if anything had changed since his livestream. By this point, over a dozen hours had passed since Lu Qiming received the system reward and fell asleep yesterday. He had slept straight through from yesterday into today. He still had no idea what kind of sensation his existence had caused in the outside world. He casually opened today's headlines and was immediately bombarded with several pop-up news alerts. International energy stocks plunge. Oil prices plummet, wiping out hundreds of billions for many countries. Wall Street's overtime day. The credibility of its civilizational identity is now in question. The moment he opened the app, Lu Qiming was bombarded with pop-up notifications. Seeing the whole from a single glimpse, Lu Qiming immediately understood these news alerts must be connected to him. Was the shockwave to the old energy industry and the resulting global economic turbulence due to controlled nuclear energy finally becoming a reality? Lu Qiming pondered as he clicked into the news details. Sure enough, the article stated that the international energy market had crashed and oil prices had plummeted due to breakthroughs in new energy technology. However, the report made no mention of Lu Qiming's involvement, and the so-called breakthrough in new energy was merely touched upon in passing. But Lu Qiming's heart tightened as he realized this must be one of the effects caused by his livestream. After clicking through several more news articles, Lu Qiming realized the economic turmoil was somewhat severe. Could the fluctuations really be this intense and this rapid? Economics is a vast field. The global economy, in particular, is ever-changing. And on this particular day, the international economy experienced significant turbulence, all stemming from Lu Qiming's second livestream. His livestream reached millions of viewers, with numerous professionals verifying that his explanations were well-founded and substantive. Consequently, many people realized that the world was not far from entering the era of true nuclear fusion application. Consequently, oil and other outdated energy sources plummeted in value. In the face of nuclear energy, other sources appeared decidedly outdated and inefficient. This situation dealt a severe blow to energy tycoons, energy corporations, and energy-dependent nations. Some energy conglomerates and tycoons even saw their market value halved overnight. The massive turbulence in the energy sector has impacted the international economic landscape. Within just over a dozen hours, the international economic landscape had already experienced severe turbulence. Chapter 41: The Terrifying Power of Network Technology. After reading several related news reports, Lu Qiming realized the changes in the international economic landscape far exceeded his imagination. Or rather, he hadn't anticipated that his livestream could cause such a massive shockwave in the global economy. Beyond that, Lu Qiming also glanced at the news about himself. However, most of the articles about him were speculating on his identity. The comments sections beneath these articles, however, were bustling with activity. Some speculated about his identity, others hurled insults, while a few offered praise. But Lu Qiming noticed something. It seemed that all the news articles were downplaying his presence, yet the comments sections remained uncontrollable. Consequently, whether it was economic news or domestic news, the comments sections below were all discussing Lu Qiming. Those criticizing him included investors who had lost heavily on stocks and others who accused him of being a traitor. As for the praise, it came in all shapes and forms. After browsing Tushio for a short while, Lu Qiming exited the app and switched to other media platforms. Upon arriving on Weibo, he discovered that the top trending topic was none other than plummeting oil prices. Within this trending topic, discussions about Lu Qiming and his livestream were also prevalent. But after browsing Weibo for a while, Lu Qiming noticed that his presence on the platform seemed deliberately downplayed. Numerous news media accounts deliberately downplayed Lu Qiming in their reports. The comment sections, beyond their control, were flooded with discussions about Lu Qiming and his livestream. Was this the hand of state power? Downplaying my existence. Lu Qiming pondered this, concluding it must be the case. Beyond the organic discussions among netizens, most news articles about him had been deleted, vanishing from the internet. Scratching his head, Lu Qiming realized, so the state has already taken action against me? How could this be possible? Somewhere in Xia Nation, investigators at the X Project Center stared in stunned silence as all the data from their search converged. The computer surveillance footage from every bookstore, office supply store, and stationery shop nationwide during the target activity period was completely blank. The 21st century had entered the digital age, boasting all manner of advanced technology. Video surveillance had become ubiquitous. Cameras dotted streets and alleys, while large and small shops alike installed surveillance systems. After analyzing Lu Qiming, the X Project team decided to start with the physical world. They dispatched officers nationwide to visit stationery stores, office supply shops, and other retailers selling A4 paper. These officers conducted interviews, gathered information, and retrieved surveillance footage of customer traffic during the relevant time frame. Additionally, the team extracted all A4 paper transaction data from major online marketplaces and other digital channels, meticulously reviewing each record. But when surveillance footage from stationery and office supply stores nationwide was finally compiled, they discovered something startling: the footage was entirely blank. From 4 municipalities directly under the central government, 2 special administrative regions, 283 prefecture-level cities, and 374 county-level cities, a total of 661 cities and townships, over 100,000 stationery and office supply stores. Surveillance footage had all vanished into thin air. Human memory is inherently inferior to computers. Therefore, the project team didn't expect to find concrete clues by individually questioning store owners or staff. Their focus had always been on the surveillance footage. Yet an astonishing turn of events unfolded. Without exception, every single surveillance video had turned blank. This is utterly unbelievable. This means our leads in this area have been cut off. But it also revealed something. The target possesses unimaginable electronic technology, likely far surpassing our era. Chapter 42, Secondary Mission, Super Black Tech. Lu Qiming scratched his head. He noticed that across various online news outlets, coverage of himself was deliberately downplayed, leading him to suspect the state might be taking action. Yet he sensed no tangible changes. The livestream's impact was too immense, and its content was far too advanced. The state would definitely take action. Even many foreign powers would surely make their moves. He just hadn't sensed it yet. Was it the effect of the security package reward from the system? Lu Qiming hadn't forgotten this, so he directly inquired with the system. The system's cold voice replied, "The safety package is currently active. Host, please do not worry. Unless the host actively exposes themselves, the safety package can block 90% of threats." That's good. Lu Qiming breathed a sigh of relief. After letting out a sigh of relief, Lu Qiming remembered something else. In that final livestream, I placed a lock on the most crucial knowledge. He didn't know when they would realize that to truly apply controlled nuclear fusion, they would need to unlock that knowledge. Lu Qiming estimated that it would take the researchers in the real-world's institutes a considerable time to thoroughly study the content of his livestream and truly apply it before they would discover the existence of that knowledge lock. And this world clearly wouldn't be limited to just a day or two. This world would even be enough for me to begin my second mission. Lu Qiming lifted his head and inquired of the system, "When does the second mission begin?" Host has preemptively acquired knowledge for secondary mission. Secondary mission initiated. Spread cutting-edge internet technology, Chinese programming. Mission reward, completely eradicate all cancer cells within the host's body and unlock knowledge for the next mission. Hearing the system's words, Lu Qiming understood that the next livestream wasn't urgent, as the system imposed no time constraints. During the first mission, the system had also imposed no time constraints, yet Lu Qiming had actively pushed himself, eager to regain his health sooner. Now, for this second task, Lu Qiming felt no urgency to complete it. Second task, spread cutting-edge internet computer technology. Lu Qiming murmured to himself. This second task was not unfamiliar to him. He had already known about it before. Earlier, Lu Qiming had wanted to add a lot to the knowledge about nuclear fusion. Midway through, he had spent an hour entering the system laboratory. It was during that hour that Lu Qiming inquired if the system had a solution. In response, the system activated a new function. The knowledge retrieval function. It was through this knowledge retrieval function that the system provided Lu Qiming with a solution. Leveraging the knowledge retrieval function, which was programmed in Chinese. Using this, he added a lot to the knowledge he was explaining. It was at that moment that Lu Qiming grasped what his second mission would likely entail. The system is like a vast repository of knowledge. Its fundamental purpose is to disseminate knowledge through me, its host. The system itself is somewhat rigid, unconcerned with the nature of the knowledge disseminated as long as it spreads the knowledge stored within its database. The first mission nuclear reaction knowledge was entirely random. But for the second mission, I could exercise some degree of choice. Lu Qiming had already begun to grasp some of the system's characteristics. Moreover, he had already begun experimenting with leveraging these characteristics. For instance, in the future, Lu Qiming would be able to selectively extract knowledge from the system, choosing specific information to prepare for the next mission. Just like this time. The first live streaming mission had just concluded. Since the system didn't enforce a strict deadline for completing tasks, there was no rush to undertake the second one. Lu Qiming reasoned that the impact he had created was still too significant, and his profile was too high. Therefore, Lu Qiming planned to lie low for a while before embarking on the second live streaming task. During this period, Lu Qiming could also put the knowledge he gained about Chinese programming into practice to fully master it. The Chinese programming language provided by the system represented cutting-edge, futuristic internet computer technology. It was far more than just a narrow concept on the surface. Chinese programming was a vast and complex discipline. At this point, the system had already transmitted the knowledge for the second live stream to Lu Qiming. Thus, Lu Qiming understood the profound impact his second live streaming mission would have on human civilization. This vast field of knowledge is absolutely no less significant than the application of nuclear reactions. Moreover, nuclear applications were merely technologies decades ahead of the real world. But the Chinese programming Lu Qiming had newly acquired was pure black technology. A technology that the real world might struggle to develop for a century, or even a millennium. Chapter 43, Cultural Invasion? Project Progress. When disseminating nuclear reaction knowledge, Lu Qiming placed a lock on the critical parts of the information. This lock was forged using the Chinese programming language, the knowledge Lu Qiming had acquired for the second time. In the short time since, it was clear that many nations and factions worldwide had not yet fully assimilated nuclear reaction knowledge to that level. But when they finally grasped it fully, they would discover they couldn't unlock the knowledge barrier and thus couldn't truly harness controlled nuclear fusion to its full potential. This is the advantage Lu Qiming, as a citizen of Xia Nation, has provided within the system's framework. This advantage is concealed within the second live streaming mission. Chinese programming is a genuine computer language whose cutting-edge technology far surpasses the current era. If humanity could achieve controlled nuclear fusion within decades of dedicated effort, then this Chinese programming, a true cutting-edge computer language, cannot be developed through mere effort alone. Through the system's knowledge transfer, Lu Qiming had perfectly assimilated the knowledge within his mind. He fully understood the significance of this knowledge. Within the nuclear reaction application knowledge I've imparted, I've embedded a knowledge lock. This lock can only be unlocked by fully comprehending Chinese programming and applying it. And Chinese programming is knowledge crafted entirely for the people of Xia Nation. Without a certain level of understanding of Xia culture and Chinese language, mastering Chinese programming is nearly impossible. In other words, spreading this Chinese programming language would reshape the entire world's cultural landscape. Even if the United States seeks to unlock the knowledge lock I've left behind, they too must learn Chinese programming. The prerequisite for mastering Chinese programming, however, is fluency in the Chinese language and a certain level of understanding of Xia culture. Moreover, the technological sophistication of Chinese programming surpasses all existing computer knowledge and internet technology. Once Chinese programming truly spreads, all existing computer technologies will become obsolete. At that point, people from other nations wishing to keep pace with technological advancements will have no choice but to learn Chinese programming, master the Chinese language, and study Xia culture. Lu Qiming understood this. The system's mission is to disseminate knowledge. Yet the system operated like a rigid, lifeless entity, granting Lu Qiming ample opportunity for independent decision-making. Thus, this second mission emerged, bringing with it this second special knowledge. Simultaneously, this would be a remarkable opportunity for Xia Nation. Even if I were to disseminate this groundbreaking computer technology and its Chinese programming language, Xia Nation would undoubtedly be the first to master and apply it. Likewise, only Xia Nation can unlock the knowledge lock I have set. Compared to other nations, Xia will achieve the practical application of nuclear fusion energy far ahead of schedule. Moreover, the achievements of Chinese programming in transforming computers and reshaping the internet will materialize fastest in Xia. At that time, whether major powers or smaller nations, all will have to diligently study Xia culture and learn Chinese just to barely keep pace with Xia's progress. This will be a revolution in civilization, a cultural invasion, and a sign of Earth's cultures converging toward unity. Project Progress Report. Paper trail has been severed. Suspected intervention by the target or their team. This suggests the target possesses meticulous thinking, has heightened vigilance, and is deliberately concealing their presence. Moreover, the target possesses internet technology beyond our comprehension. This can be inferred from the mysterious livestream room and the fact that all surveillance cameras went blank. We are currently investigating the origin based on clues revealed in the target's livestream, specifically the wooden table and ballpoint pen, to uncover potential leads. Beyond this, project specialists are analyzing the air quality, breeze, and moisture levels of the target's palms, pen, and paper from the livestream to infer their environment, which is not extreme. Based on this analysis, we have ruled out locations in the northeast, remote wilderness, grasslands, and coastal cities. The target's location is likely within the central plains of China, though precise identification requires further analysis. Currently, police officers nationwide are conducting population censuses in these potential target areas. Statements from owners and staff of stationery and office supply stores in these areas are being collected and investigated. Beyond this, we have yet to uncover any clues regarding the target's financial needs. All remains pending further investigation and analysis. Chapter 44, Building a Platform. After acquiring nuclear reaction knowledge through the system's infusion, Lu Qiming utilized the system laboratory to conduct thorough experiments, effectively integrating theory with practice. However, after Lu Qiming acquired the cutting-edge knowledge of Chinese programming, the functionality of the system laboratory diminished significantly. This cutting-edge technology was fundamentally rooted in the internet and computer systems. The system lab lacked the vast internet infrastructure needed for Lu Qiming to fully utilize it. Thus, even after acquiring this knowledge, he couldn't experiment or apply it within the system lab. To put the theories in his mind into practice, Lu Qiming had no choice but to conduct experiments in the real world. This very reason was why Lu Qiming felt no urgency about the second live streaming task. He would first thoroughly apply and practice the knowledge in his mind. System knowledge was imparted. The moment it was imparted, Lu Qiming felt a sense of integration and mastery. But feeling was just feeling, nothing compared to the thrill of applying it himself. It was like when Lu Qiming previously explained artificial nuclear bombs, he could expound on the subject with great clarity. Yet during his explanations, he would feel an itch in his hands, a desire to try making a nuclear bomb with his own hands. Fortunately, the system lab feature existed at that time. Otherwise, Lu Qiming would have remained perpetually itching to get his hands dirty. Now, having acquired this cutting-edge technology of Chinese programming, Lu Qiming naturally harbored thoughts of putting it into practice. But the best environment to experiment with Chinese programming was the real-world internet. Since there was no rush to undertake the second live streaming mission, he could experiment during this period. Lu Qiming thought to himself. The knowledge he gained from the system was Chinese programming. And Chinese programming was a super advanced black technology transcending current reality. It encompassed all internet and computer technologies that transcended current capabilities. Lu Qiming understood this, but he knew he had to start from the very basics when applying Chinese programming. Previously, streaming on the Shark platform yielded satisfactory results, yet certain limitations remained. Now, the system had separated the livestream room and upgraded it, yet some inconveniences remained. Perhaps I could use Chinese programming to revamp the livestream room. After acquiring Chinese programming, Lu Qiming gained new insights into many things. For instance, the system's previous overlay of the livestream room had endowed it with astonishing properties. At the time, it seemed utterly astonishing, but now Lu Qiming could discern the underlying principles. What the system achieved, he realized, might be replicated using Chinese programming. Having grasped this insight and acquired knowledge of this cutting-edge technology, Lu Qiming could now discern certain system operations. Perhaps, as the live streaming tasks continued and his knowledge deepened, he would eventually grasp the system's true nature. Lu Qiming had this idea and was prepared to work toward this goal. Recently, he was going to thoroughly test the power of this cutting-edge technology Chinese programming. Previously, Lu Qiming's live stream room received a system upgrade, breaking free from the Shark platform. This meant that viewers could now access his livestream directly from any platform or search engine, bypassing the Shark platform entirely. Compared to his previous setup, this allowed his stream to accommodate a much larger audience. But it wasn't without its flaws. Therefore, Lu Qiming planned to put his newly acquired Chinese programming knowledge into practice and address the shortcomings of his livestream. I could fully utilize Chinese programming to build an entirely new platform that transcends the internet, serving as the foundation for my livestream. Moreover, it could integrate major internet websites into the livestream. This way, no matter which website viewers click to enter my livestream, they can log in directly using their existing account from that site. This ensures that viewers entering from any channel can participate in the chat. Beyond that, I could develop an entirely new gift system, eliminating the need to rely on Shark platform for top-ups. While these features may seem simple on the surface, they are technically complex. This platform overhaul provides the perfect opportunity to test the power of Chinese programming. Chapter 45, The Oddities of the Live Room. The Shark Live platform was restored. Shang Wei noticed this development. The Shark platform was back to normal operations. Previously, during Lu Qiming's second livestream, the Shark platform had been abruptly shut down, forcing all streamers offline. Even after Lu Qiming's broadcast ended, when the global economy was still reeling from its impact, the Shark platform continued displaying server errors and remained inaccessible. Yet 2 days later, the Shark platform went back online. The Shark platform streamers have all resumed their live broadcasts. Shark platform issued an announcement stating that the previous changes were due to server malfunctions. But few people truly believed it. Instead, behind closed doors, many speculated about what had truly transpired with Shark platform. Regardless of the circumstances, one thing was undeniable: whatever happened to Shark platform was undoubtedly connected to Lu Qiming. Yet online, whether it's influential netizens or major media accounts, everyone has begun to avoid mentioning Lu Qiming entirely. This left many netizens wanting to know what exactly happened, yet with no way to find out. Shang Wei opened the Shark platform and saw that Shark Live seemed to have returned to normal. Streamers across all sections were broadcasting as usual. But Shang Wei no longer felt any interest in watching the gaming streams he used to love so much. He wondered if that streamer who championed civilization would ever return to broadcasting. The question lingered in Shang Wei's mind. Currently, many online speculated that Lu Qiming had been investigated by the authorities and would likely be unable to continue streaming. But Shang Wei knew from his contacts that Lu Qiming hadn't been caught by the authorities yet. Just yesterday, Shang Wei had been asked to cooperate with an investigation. Combined with the mentor's involvement, Shang Wei deduced one thing: that Lu Qiming had not yet been discovered by the authorities. This streamer, known as Civilization Pioneer, is truly extraordinary, possessing some unbelievable methods. Shang Wei had sensed this while watching the live stream. After the stream ended, Shang Wei recalled certain details that, upon closer reflection, seemed even more astonishing. Whether alone or with companions, that streamer must possess formidable network technology. Shang Wei mused, otherwise, why would the National Security Agency resort to communicating through chat comments instead of simply shutting down the streamer's channel? Rumor had it that hackers had attempted to breach the stream during Civilization Pioneer's broadcasts, yet failed completely. Similarly, on Shark platform, not a single shred of personal information about that streamer could be found, which is why they still haven't been located. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Shang Wei couldn't resist clicking on the follow list of his Shark platform account. He could see that in the latest section of the list, the nickname Civilization Pioneer stood out prominently. However, at this moment, the Civilization Pioneer account was still in an offline state. With nothing else to do, Shang Wei clicked directly on the account and entered. The screen was pitch black, displaying that the streamer was offline. Yet in the comments section, he could see people sending bullet comments. Beyond that, he could tell this black screen livestream still had considerable heat. Clearly, many real viewers were lingering in the room, just like him. The comments section was quite lively. It seemed that even now, the Shark platform couldn't control this livestream. Watching the comments section buzz with heated discussion, Shang Wei thought to himself. Now, major websites like Weibo, Tushio, and UC Forum had all begun implementing controls. Not only had news outlets downplayed Lu Qiming's presence, but even overly critical comments beneath articles were being censored. It seemed like the entire internet was in action, working to diminish Lu Qiming's presence. Only within Lu Qiming's own livestream could such topics be discussed freely without censorship. Consequently, many people flocked to the comments section of this livestream to discuss the matter. This has resulted in Lu Qiming's inactive livestream maintaining a steady heat of around 100,000. Shang Wei glanced through the comments and noticed even some spam ads lurking there. After a quick glance, finding nothing particularly noteworthy, Shang Wei prepared to leave. But just before closing the stream, he suddenly spotted a comment. Holy crap, I came over from Tushio and can actually log in and post here? Chapter 46, Full Network Access. Just as Shang Wei was about to leave the unbroadcasted livestream, he paused upon seeing a comment. Because that comment left him utterly baffled. What did this comment mean? Still puzzled, Shang Wei suddenly spotted other comments. Holy crap, I came in from Tieba, and I can actually comment directly using my Tieba account? Has Alipay enabled live streaming? Why can I search for and enter this livestream from within Alipay? Several more similar comments appeared in quick succession, leaving Shang Wei even more astonished. In his astonishment, Shang Wei immediately posted a comment asking, "What does the comment above mean?" Soon, someone replied. I was originally on Weibo. I searched leading civilization in the search bar, and a livestream link popped up. I clicked it and ended up here. And I can even comment here using my Weibo account. Several others replied with similar information. Shang Wei was startled. He immediately switched to Weibo and tried searching for the ID that had just posted. Sure enough, there really was such a user on Weibo. Then, Shang Wei searched lead civilization in Weibo's search bar and found a livestream link appeared. Clicking it, he found himself redirected back to the livestream from Weibo. Shang Wei tried other websites and was stunned to discover you could enter the livestream directly from Alipay. He could also enter the livestream from Tushio. Search bars on Baidu, UC Browser, and even NetEase Cloud Music, Kugo, Youku, and various other websites all led directly to the livestream. Shang Wei was utterly stunned. Could every website on the internet really lead directly to this livestream? How was that even possible? Shang Wei found it hard to believe, as he never imagined such a possibility existed. He even tried logging into his frequently visited resource websites, both domestic and international, and found he could enter this livestream from all of them. Shang Wei was utterly stunned. What kind of internet technology could achieve this? Shang Wei was stunned, but at the same time, he realized he wasn't the only one who had noticed this. Lu Qiming's livestream room was bustling even when not broadcasting, flooded with visitors redirected from all kinds of websites. Visitors poured in from media sites, dating platforms, novel websites, music portals, video services, and even adult content sites, all directly funneling traffic into the livestream. This made the black screen livestream increasingly bustling. Meanwhile, the comments section was flooded with posts from all sorts of strange accounts. These included Alipay accounts, various website accounts, and others that were directly brought into the livestream to participate in the chat. It was utterly unbelievable. How could such a transformation occur? The more Shang Wei discovered, the more stunned he became, until he found himself muttering to himself in disbelief. Meanwhile, word of this incident had already spread. This only added to the livestream's excitement. Upon hearing the news, many people immediately flooded into the livestream through various channels. As a result, Lu Qiming's livestream room grew increasingly popular. Unbelievable, this isn't just our Shark platform livestream anymore. Shark platform headquarters was also abuzz with astonishment as they recognized the extraordinary nature of Lu Qiming's livestream. Yet they simultaneously realized that Lu Qiming's livestream could no longer be considered part of Shark platform. Shark platform had become just another website, reduced to a mere base station for Lu Qiming's livestream. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained unclear. Discussions erupted within Shark Platform's headquarters. Some breathed sighs of relief, while others felt a sense of loss. When Lu Qiming had taken over their company's data during his livestream, it had been a critical situation. Yet afterward, it had led to an explosive surge in new users. Moreover, the platform's reputation spread across the entire internet. For 2 consecutive days afterward, Shark Platform's stock price surged to its daily limit. So, whether it was right or wrong, good or bad, they couldn't say for sure. This is for the best, no more headaches for us. At the very least, we no longer need to worry about a group of people in military uniforms suddenly taking over our entire company. After a brief discussion, the Shark Platform chairman solemnly instructed, report this matter immediately. Our company only officially launched yesterday, but higher-ups have already ordered us to report any unusual activity immediately. Even though the news has already spread across the entire network, we still need to report the situation immediately. Chapter 47, 10 million views. Live stream preview. The target live stream room underwent an incredible transformation. The changes defied the imagination of our current era. Further evidence confirms that the target or the team behind them possesses revolutionary internet technology. It is not advisable to take any online actions against the target, as this could alert them prematurely. All action should now shift to the physical realm. Online, maintain basic communication with the target to establish direct contact and convey the gravity of the situation. Our primary objective is to protect the target. Several foreign nations have already taken action. Within the past 3 days, we have apprehended over a dozen spies. Even spies who have been embedded in Xia for over a decade have been activated by those nations at this critical juncture. This demonstrates how highly foreign powers now value the target's survival. The greater the danger to the target. We must locate him swiftly before other foreign powers do. The results seem quite promising. Lu Qiming searched his livestream channel across various websites he knew of. Upon discovering this, he nodded. He was quite satisfied with this outcome. Just a small test, and it achieved this effect. This Chinese programming is truly cutting-edge tech. Lu Qiming surveyed his now immensely powerful live streaming room and proceeded to test other features. By this point, over 3 days had passed since Lu Qiming ended his last livestream. During those 3 days, Lu Qiming maintained his regular schedule. Instead, he had replaced his work hours with programming. It was during these hours that he had transformed his live streaming room and implemented these features. Now, as long as one had an internet connection, they could search for and enter Lu Qiming's livestream from any corner of the web. Moreover, the live stream room featured real-time login functionality. This means users entering via Alipay can directly use their Alipay nickname to post comments. Similarly, viewers accessing from other websites can use their respective platform accounts to participate in the chat. Beyond that, Lu Qiming has completely transformed his live streaming room into a platform independent of the internet. The room retains unrestricted top-up functionality and remains untraceable by any official authorities. The live streaming room had already undergone system upgrades, but Lu Qiming filled in the gaps of its original imperfections, which could be considered an application of Chinese programming. Now, users from any corner of the internet could enter Lu Qiming's live stream room, participate in discussions, and follow the channel. Within a remarkably short time, Lu Qiming's channel surpassed 10 million followers and is rapidly soaring toward 20 million, then 30 million. His audience extended far beyond domestic viewers to include international followers. Within Xia Nation, official channels deliberately downplayed Lu Qiming's activities. Yet abroad, the topic has ignited a storm of discussion. Many foreign netizens had previously flooded the Shark platform. Yet, only a handful of foreigners had managed to figure out the Shark platform's mechanics and successfully register. So when Lu Qiming's livestream underwent a remarkable transformation, a massive influx of foreign netizens immediately flooded in and subscribed to his channel. 10 million, 20 million, 30 million. Within just a few days after the livestream's transformation, Lu Qiming's channel garnered tens of millions of followers. With such a massive following, shouldn't he set up a live stream notification system first? After revamping his stream, Lu Qiming spent the next 2 or 3 days experimenting with various aspects of Chinese programming knowledge. When Lu Qiming checked his channel again, he found the follower count had grown substantially. That's when Lu Qiming started thinking. A week had passed since his last livestream, and he had nearly finished experimenting with Chinese programming. It seemed like it was time to start streaming again. Since he was planning to start his second live streaming session, Lu Qiming pondered whether he should create a live stream preview. A week had passed, so those researchers should have grasped the knowledge from my last stream and discovered that knowledge lock, right? Lu Qiming thought to himself, quickly editing it on his computer. Moments later, tens of millions of computers and mobile devices worldwide suddenly received a message. Chapter 48, he's going live again. Initially, within Xia Nation. When people noticed online coverage of that livestream and news about Civilization Pioneer starting to fade, many began to speculate whether the streamer had been thoroughly investigated. But when Lu Qiming's livestream channel began exhibiting strange phenomena, those suspicions were quickly dismissed. The entire world gasped in disbelief. The characteristics displayed by the livestream room had clearly transcended the realm of internet technology comprehensible to humans. Hackers worldwide were utterly astounded, unanimously declaring the stream's architecture a true cyber-black technology. It sent shockwaves rippling through the global internet. The shockwaves Lu Qiming's last livestream sent through the energy sector and the global economy had yet to fully subside. Now, another astonishing livestream has sent shockwaves across the globe. Virtually everyone involved in internet technology has been shaken. Amidst this mounting attention, viewership for Lu Qiming's livestream has been surging by the millions. Within mere days, tens of millions of viewers had accumulated. Judging by the extraordinary transformations unfolding within the livestream, many speculated that another major move was imminent. At a secret research facility in Xia Nation, old Zhang's eyes were dark-circled and bloodshot, his voice hoarse as he spoke. It's confirmed. Though unbelievable, it must be acknowledged. The nuclear fusion knowledge disseminated by that streamer seems to have a lock at its most critical point. Without unlocking this key, we cannot truly apply this technology in practice. Seeing the elderly researcher's exhausted state, one researcher couldn't help but say, "Professor Zhang, please take a break. Ever since that streamer's broadcast ended, you've been working overtime for far too long. Now that we've discovered this lock in the knowledge, it won't be solved in a short time. You should rest first." "That's right, Professor Zhang, you should rest first." Another researcher chimed in, "We had hoped that by working overtime, we could thoroughly understand this knowledge and apply it before other countries. But now it seems this isn't something that can be achieved in a short time. We are powerless against that knowledge lock, and I imagine other countries are in the same boat. Let's rest for now, health comes first." Listening to the researchers' pleas, old John nodded reluctantly, though a trace of melancholy lingered on his face. Who could have imagined that at this most critical juncture, an inexplicable lock would stand in our way? It seems the civilization that pioneered this technology held something back. Relying solely on our own research, who knows when we might break through that knowledge lock? Professor Zhang sighed. When he'd been immersed in research, comprehension, and learning, he'd managed to stay focused and hadn't felt the weight of it. But the moment I relaxed, I immediately felt the fatigue in my body. Since that's the case, everyone should take a break first. After old Zhang spoke, he instructed some researchers to take a break as well. But before they could leave the base, a window suddenly popped up on the large screen in the lab that had been used to watch the live broadcast. This was... Old Zhang was slightly startled, and at the same time, the other researchers were also startled, all turning their gaze toward the large screen. This research facility was a top-secret national facility. Moreover, the equipment and networks within were equipped with Xia Nation's most advanced technology. How could a pop-up window appear so casually? Thus, they all watched with solemn attention. The next live stream will commence today. Preview, Network Technology and Programming Applications. Stay tuned. Is that civilization pioneer going live again? That streamer is going live again? At that very moment, tens of millions of people worldwide received the same pop-up notification on their phones or computers. Every single recipient of this notification had previously clicked follow in Lu Qiming's live stream room. Thus, they all received the broadcast preview. This globally synchronized broadcast announcement quickly set the internet ablaze. Meanwhile, back in Xia Nation, the X-Project search team also noticed this development. The target is about to go live again? And the content is about internet technology and programming applications? Chapter 49, The World is Searching for Chinese Translators. A single livestream announcement reached tens of millions worldwide. And the entire global internet was sent into a frenzy over this single livestream announcement. This time, whether abroad or domestically, the news is impossible to contain. Across all platforms from Weibo to Tieba, discussions have erupted everywhere. The broadcast is about to begin again. Has the government not cracked down yet? The last time this streamer went live, it sent global economies into turmoil and caused a storm in the stock markets. Who knows what changes will unfold this time? Can't wait. I missed the last stream, but I'm definitely tuning in this time. I knew it, the live stream suddenly became extraordinary, so this host must be up to something. Live streaming web tech and programming applications? A boon for the internet? Holy crap, is he going to reveal some next-level internet tech? Just 2 days ago, everyone was still discussing the miraculous transformations within Lu Qiming's livestream. Then everyone reached a consensus: the network technology behind that magical livestream transcends current understanding. The notion that civilization pioneer possessed extraordinary network technology knowledge had become a global consensus. But right at this critical moment, a live stream preview directly announced the content of the next broadcast. Why in Chinese? Many overseas viewers also received the message, but they needed to translate it. Once translated, they all understood Lu Qiming's next livestream would cover network technology and programming applications. This sent the tech community and hackers worldwide into a frenzy of excitement. Was he going to teach the extraordinary network technology he possessed? The knowledge about nuclear reaction applications shared in his first livestream had been verified by countless scientists during this period as genuine knowledge. This had sent shockwaves through the global energy sector and caused economic fluctuations worldwide. Now, with Lu Qiming preparing for another livestream, speculation naturally ran wild about just how advanced his network technology might be. Upon receiving Lu Qiming's livestream announcement, the public and online communities were sent into a frenzy. Meanwhile, governments worldwide began taking action. Starflag Nation, he's at it again. Has our intelligence agency found any leads yet? Other nations, monitor closely. We must watch and learn immediately. Beyond Xia Nation's borders, its citizens suddenly became highly sought after. Or rather, Xia nationals who could speak foreign languages and also Chinese became highly sought after. Internationally, major corporations, educational institutions, and government agencies are all seeking Chinese translators. Whether in Western nations, European countries, or East Asian states, Chinese speakers became highly sought after overnight. Professional translators, in particular, became exceptionally sought after. After all, outside Xia, foreigners who knew Chinese remained a minority. Yet Lu Qiming's live streams were conducted entirely in Chinese. Under these circumstances, even when foreign audiences watch Lu Qiming's live streams, they must rely on translations to understand his explanations. This holds true for both private citizens and official entities. Recently, various foreign departments have been urgently recruiting translators. Live stream room. After Lu Qiming announced his upcoming livestream, his channel flooded with viewers. Although Lu Qiming hadn't even started broadcasting yet, many who had seen the preview rushed into the live stream room. In an instant, the chat section of the livestream became bustling with activity. Moreover, the comments section featured languages from various countries. A quick glance revealed languages from over a dozen countries intermingled within. But the most common language was still Chinese. Shang Wei watched the lively comments section, where everyone was discussing the new knowledge that Civilization Pioneer was about to broadcast, and couldn't help but speculate. That streamer must have a real team behind them. Otherwise, how could a young person possibly know so much? Shang Wei now embraced this theory, convinced that Lu Qiming wasn't acting alone. There must be a team behind him. If there really was a team, then that team would be terrifyingly advanced, surpassing the current world. Shang Wei sighed, simultaneously resolving not to miss Lu Qiming's next livestream. He carefully scanned the livestream room but found no specific broadcast time. The preview merely stated it would air soon. When exactly would he go live? Chapter 50, A Grand Gathering in the Programming World. We've never fully grasped the true application of nuclear reactions. It's as if there's a barrier, a lock. When researchers at Xia Nation's secret facility, led by Old Zhang, discovered that crucial knowledge about nuclear fusion was locked behind an intellectual barrier. Other scientific forces on Earth also uncovered this truth. At the very least, Starflag Nation, another major global power, had also detected this phenomenon. If we cannot fully grasp the most critical component, there is no question of applying controlled nuclear fusion in practical settings. Upon discovering this, the research institutions immediately reported it. After deliberation, Starflag's advisors identified the true core of the problem. We certainly weren't the only nation to discover this first point. Nor was it a mistake by our scientists. Rather, it was the deliberate act of that broadcaster during the live stream. This means the current solutions are either. Or, to solve the problem, we must go to the source, the streamer from Xia Nation. It appears we must significantly increase our investment to obtain intelligence and information about that individual. We could even apply diplomatic pressure on Xia Nation. After posting that livestream preview, Lu Qiming wasn't idle. On the contrary, he immediately began preparations for his next livestream. This time, Lu Qiming would focus on network technology and programming applications, specifically the cutting-edge field of Chinese programming. This content couldn't be presented like previous streams. Simply writing formulas on paper, drawing diagrams, and providing commentary wouldn't suffice. This broadcast would inevitably run longer than the previous one. Nuclear reaction applications had some foundational real-world technology, so he only needed to disseminate the knowledge. They would figure it out, learn, and master it on their own. However, Chinese programming remains a cutting-edge technology even for Xia nationals, demanding dedicated study time. Compared to foreigners, though, Xia nationals find it relatively easier to learn and master Chinese programming. This represents both an opportunity and a distinct advantage for Xia Nation. The second livestream will inevitably be longer than the previous one. So Lu Qiming made some preparations in advance, even preparing for the possibility that multiple live streams might be needed to conclude the matter. After all, the broader the reach of Lu Qiming's livestream, the greater the impact it generated and the better the system's task-reward settlement seemed to be. Therefore, Lu Qiming was determined to be fully prepared. This time, the livestream wouldn't even require a camera. Not even Lu Qiming's hands needed to appear on screen. A computer screen projection alone would suffice for the broadcast. Lu Qiming's preliminary preparations mainly involved organizing the Chinese programming tutorial into structured chapters. The search for the X project team's location. The target had made another move. Our investigation into the target has reached a dead end, with only the confirmation that they are somewhere within the mainland of Xia. More specifically, we've narrowed it down to 10 potential cities. Beyond this point, we have made no further progress. The target possesses advanced network skills, leaving us unable to obtain any leads. Our only option is to wait for the target to stream again, hoping to find clues within the live feed that might help us identify them. The population census is still ongoing, with data currently being consolidated at the Big Data Center for analysis of suspicious individuals. However, given the target's advanced network capabilities, we hold little hope for the big data analysis phase. We must wait for the target to stream again. Every one of us will take turns monitoring the target's livestream room non-stop, searching for any possible clues. On the Shark platform, the HR department suddenly received several leave requests from programmers, which puzzled them. The HR manager reported the matter to the general manager, who launched an investigation. What's going on? Why are you all requesting leave recently? The general manager summoned several programmers. The programmers exchanged glances before one replied, because Leading Civilization is about to go live soon. We need to watch the stream to learn. Learn? What exactly are you learning? The general manager asked, puzzled. One programmer stroked his smooth head and said, because Leading Civilization is going to be streaming web technology and programming applications. From his live stream alone, you can tell his network technology is extraordinary. This broadcast is likely his chance to share his expertise. To ensure we can watch the live stream and learn in real time, we need to take leave in advance. It's not just us programmers from major companies like Alibaba, Baidu, and Sina have all started taking leave recently. This is a grand gathering for our programming community. Chapter 51, Back on Air. A grand gathering for the programming community. More accurately, the tech and internet circles have been buzzing with excitement since Lu Qiming's livestream announcement. Many programmers have already taken time off work, fully prepared to watch the livestream and learn at a moment's notice. This trend holds true across companies of all sizes. Any programmer with ambition is doing the same. Thus, across internet companies of all sizes, the same scene unfolds. Programmers are requesting time off. These programmers, having secured time off, are all waiting for Lu Qiming to go live so they can learn the technology. In fact, this phenomenon wasn't confined to Xiagua. Even in Xingqiguo and Silicon Valley, programmers from major international internet companies were itching to participate. Even a renowned foreign search engine had its CEO arrange simultaneous interpreters and announce internally that work would halt during the Civilization leading livestream everyone would watch together. Numerous major corporations in Silicon Valley followed suit. The mere existence of this livestream on the internet had already captivated numerous internet companies, causing countless programmers to venerate its host as the new godfather of the internet generation. After previous livestreams, many programmers now firmly believe that Lu Qiming's broadcasts will inevitably usher in a new era of the internet. Just as his last livestream sent shockwaves through the global energy industry. That's about it. After sending out the livestream preview, Lu Qiming had completed all preparations within a day. Like a dedicated teacher, he meticulously prepared his lesson plan. With the lesson plan complete, it was time to begin the live stream. Beside Lu Qiming's computer desk sat a notebook, serving as his lesson plan. He sat down at his computer, tested the equipment, and immediately selected the option to start the live stream. Simultaneously, tens of millions of phones and computers around the world suddenly emitted a beep. A message had been delivered to these tens of millions of devices. Shang Wei heard the notification on his phone, his expression flickering slightly as he immediately picked it up to check. The stream you're following, Pioneering Civilization, has started. Click to enter the live room. It's live. Without hesitation, Shang Wei clicked the message and was immediately redirected to the live stream. Yesterday's preview, today's broadcast. This streamer sure is punctual. Shang Wei thought to himself as he opened the live stream. Simultaneously, he began sharing the live stream link. He shared it with classmates and teachers. They should have received notifications themselves, but sharing it again was just to be safe, ensuring they wouldn't miss the broadcast. He had watched the previous two live streams in person. Therefore, he didn't want to miss this one either. Moreover, he was quite interested in the network technology and programming applications Lu Qiming had previewed earlier. He'd heard that many programmers from major companies had taken time off work these past few days just to watch the livestream. Shang Wei thought to himself as he watched the rapidly increasing number of viewers in the livestream room and the comment section instantly fill up with comments and bullet screens. First, you're not even in the top 10,000, you fool. Caught it. My time off paid off. The streamer went live the very next day. Excited, I'm ready to learn the skills. A slightly balding programmer reporting for duty. Semi-bald programmer reporting for duty. Fully bald programmer reporting for duty. The completely bald boss. After just a quick glance at the comments section, Shang Wei's focus shifted back to the livestream. But Shang Wei didn't see those familiar hands, nor the familiar desk and white paper. Instead, he saw a computer screen. No camera this time? Shan Wei, who regularly watched livestreams, understood the different types of broadcasts. Lu Qiming's previous livestreams had been camera-based, simply showing whatever the camera captured. Now, however, it was a computer screen projection stream only displaying what was shown on his computer monitor. Why the change in format? Just as Shan Wei was pondering this, he suddenly heard a familiar voice clearly coming from the livestream. Hello everyone. This livestream will focus on network technology and programming applications, so the entire demonstration and tutorial will be conducted on the computer screen. Chapter 52, The Old Ways Are Outdated. Lu Qiming's voice echoed through the livestream. At that moment, everyone who entered the livestream heard Lu Qiming's voice. It's starting. It's starting. The seats are all set, just waiting for the stream to start. The comment stream was flooded with messages, including languages from around the world and all sorts of bizarre accounts. Even at this early stage, millions had already flooded in. These viewers hailed from every corner of the globe, speaking every conceivable language. Lu Qiming continued speaking in Xia language. Last time we covered nuclear reactor applications, this time we'll explore network technology and programming applications. Since the invention of the computer in 1913 and the birth of the internet in 1969, internet technology has made tremendous strides in the 21st century, giving rise to numerous internet languages. Lu Qiming remained off camera, but on his computer screen, he opened a blank document and began typing keywords for everyone to see. From the realm of computer networking emerged a unique product, programming languages. Before learning a programming language, one must first grasp the concept of programming languages. When we were young, our parents and elders taught us to speak and to understand the meaning of others' words. Through prolonged exposure and self-learning, we unknowingly mastered speech and, in turn, language itself. Our Xia language has a fixed structure, with each Chinese character representing a distinct meaning. We must express ourselves correctly to convey the intended meaning of a sentence accurately. Through language, we can make requests, express needs, and communicate. Through language, we can achieve our goals to a certain extent. Similarly, we can use language to control computers, and that language is programming. Lu Qiming spoke fluently, yet what he was saying at this point was merely the simplest opening remarks, things that many people already knew. Many programmers remarked that they were already familiar with these concepts. Only some of the general audience found it somewhat novel, serving a popular science function. Lu Qiming remained unfazed by the comments flooding the screen, continuing his livestream at his own steady pace. Programming languages have fixed formats and vocabularies. We must learn them to use them and control computers. Lu Qiming spoke fluently, providing an introduction to existing programming languages. There are many programming languages, with common ones including C, C++, Java, Python, PHP, JavaScript, Go, Objective-C, Swift, assembly language, and more. On his computer, Lu Qiming typed out these words. Is this a live programming demonstration? We've all learned these when studying programming. All familiar concepts. Amidst the flood of comments, many programmers chimed in at this moment. Don't rush, he probably hasn't gotten to the main point yet. Some programmers were patiently waiting for Lu Qiming to continue his explanation. Can you say it in English? So many clueless foreigners still asking streamers to speak English. Those shameless foreigners, they came to steal nuclear fusion knowledge earlier, and now they're getting even more demanding, stealing while making demands. Lu Qiming merely glanced at the comments, unfazed. The next moment, Lu Qiming smeared black ink over these words to cover them up. But what I'm streaming today isn't any of these computer programming languages. Because all of these programming languages will become obsolete. After delivering this statement, Lu Qiming paused briefly, giving his live stream audience time to react. At that moment, the number of viewers in Lu Qiming's livestream had already surpassed 20 million. And that number was still climbing. What? At Silicon Valley, the world's largest internet company, a group of foreign programmers gathered together, watching the livestream. Hearing the words translated by the simultaneous interpreter hired by the CEO, they all exclaimed, "What? What does that mean? What a bold statement, I like it. What a jerk." The comment stream was buzzing with excitement. Lu Qiming didn't pause for long before continuing the livestream. The reason I say this is because today I'm going to teach everyone a brand new computer programming language. Chapter 53, Soft Culture Invasion. A day's rest had restored old Zhang's energy. Meanwhile, the other researchers at the base had also rested and regained their energy. At this moment, they all gathered together to watch Lu Qiming's livestream. Watching Lu Qiming stream intently, old Zhang remarked solemnly, "The core knowledge of nuclear reaction applications is protected by an incredible knowledge lock. This knowledge lock must be deliberately placed by the streamer. Now that he's streaming again, we must see if we can glean any useful clues from this broadcast." As he gave these instructions, old Zhang himself listened intently. The other researchers nodded in agreement, all appearing deeply focused as they watched Lu Qiming's livestream. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded in multiple research institutes around the world. However, compared to Xia Nation's situation, overseas research institutes required translation services to comprehend the livestream. Ordinary translators often struggled with specialized terminology, making Lu Qiming's stream inaccessible to foreign audiences. This very reason led to numerous foreign comments flooding the chat, urging Lu Qiming to stream in other languages. Yet Lu Qiming paid no heed to these comments. Lu Qiming continued broadcasting in Chinese. After declaring that all previous computer programming languages would become obsolete, Lu Qiming announced his intention to introduce an entirely new computer language. This sent a chill down the spines of every programmer watching the livestream. Holy crap, a brand new computer programming language? Unbelievable. Is this the technology he used to build that livestream? Outside Xia Nation, a chorus of "oh my god" erupted even among the world's internet giants. The reaction was similar. What kind of programming language is this? Curiosity ran rampant, with questions flooding the comment stream in every language imaginable. Lu Qiming didn't keep them in suspense, immediately revealing the true subject. I call it Chinese programming. Chinese programming? In the livestream, many Chinese programmers instantly understood. But for foreign programmers, it took translation to grasp. Chinese programming? That's downright unfriendly. Many foreign programmers began to think Chinese is the most difficult language and culture in the world, bar none. However, due to Western nations' early lead in technological development, mainstream languages for research, the internet, and other fields are predominantly English. Even internet programming languages were developed based on English. Consequently, individuals from other linguistic backgrounds worldwide must start with English to pursue advanced research or computer programming. This very situation has allowed Western culture to gradually reshape Xia Nation, and even the world. Yet in Lu Qiming's livestream, this situation ceases to exist. Regardless of nationality or ethnicity, anyone wishing to understand Lu Qiming's words must rely on translation or possess fluency in Chinese. On the document, Lu Qiming prominently displayed the words Chinese programming. Chinese is the most profound and extensive language in the world. Ignoring the frenzy of comments flooding the screen, Lu Qiming continued his broadcast undisturbed. From ancient times, our ancestors invented pictographic characters. After evolving over thousands of years, they gradually transformed into the Chinese characters we know today. In ancient mythology, these earliest pictographs were also considered a script capable of communicating between heaven and earth, imbued with mystical power. Much like the talismans and incantations of myth, they all harnessed the power of writing. Even the 8 trigrams of heaven and earth and divination through characters relied on the power of writing. Throughout all Xia dynasty culture, our script possessed extraordinary power. Even in the modern world, Chinese characters, having evolved over millennia, have become the most perfect writing system. It is called perfect because Chinese is the only writing system in the world capable of expressing multiple meanings with a single character. As he spoke, Lu Qiming simultaneously typed numerous characters on his computer to accompany his words. Entering the new century, with the advancement of various technologies, computers emerged, and programming languages based on the English alphabet were born. Yet no one realized that if our Chinese language were integrated with computers, it too would possess incredible power. This is what I mean by Chinese programming. On Lu Qiming's screen, a sequence of characters appeared from the most ancient pictographs to modern simplified Chinese characters finally coalescing into a single phrase. Chinese programming. Chapter 54, Not hard to learn, not hard for the people of Xia to learn. The power of Chinese. Lu Qiming proceeded to explain. The text contained few overly complex terms, so even some foreigners could grasp Lu Qiming's meaning through translation. Oh my god, Chinese programming? That's incredibly unfriendly to us. Many programmers abroad couldn't help but groan. In Silicon Valley, programmers from numerous internet companies couldn't help but exclaim that this was incredibly unfriendly. Meanwhile, Lu Qiming's livestream chat was flooded with cheers and 666 amazing comments. Chinese programming? Is that even a thing? Holy crap, this streamer is a badass, he's actually pulled off Chinese programming? Chinese computers, does that mean the incredible power of the internet? Could the streamer's era-defying internet technology actually stem from Chinese programming? Because this incredibly multifunctional livestream exists, people are convinced Lu Qiming must possess internet technology so powerful it transcends his era. So when Lu Qiming mentioned Chinese programming at this moment, people naturally made the connection. Chinese computers, do they truly possess incredible power? Unbelievable. Even so, the comments are still filled with astonishment and disbelief. This Chinese programming technology is amazing. Within Xia Nation's secret research facility, old Zhang stared at the screen. At that moment, he couldn't help but draw in a deep breath before uttering this praise. Indeed, it is. This is a blessing for our Xia Nation. Though most researchers at this facility came from physics backgrounds and weren't computer programming specialists. But their level was precisely at that point, so their horizons were broad. Thus, they all understood how severe the soft invasion of Western culture had become in this era. Western culture was infiltrating the globe from every angle, a manifestation of cultural influence and a symbol of national power. Since opening up, Xia Nation has strived relentlessly for development, investing immense human and material resources to achieve accomplishments across all fields, all to break free from Western influence. Even so, Western development began centuries earlier than the East, and its influence has become deeply ingrained across all spheres. Thus, even in the computer industry, its true architects hail from the West. Indeed, why does the entire world now study English? This is yet another manifestation of Western influence. But now, Lu Qiming has proposed so-called Chinese programming. If truly realized, it would be equivalent to reclaiming a cultural stronghold for Xia Nation. That's why old Zhang expressed such admiration, and the other researchers shared similar reactions. Excellent. Shang Wei, watching the livestream, also praised the idea while intently following the broadcast. If Chinese programming truly exists and surpasses all current programming languages, then in the future, Xia Nation will become the center of internet technology. Chinese will become the dominant language. Many people were quick to grasp the implications when Lu Qiming mentioned Chinese programming. They all praised it. The X Project Team. This task force not only shoulders the mission of locating X, but also serves as the countermeasure department for X. The so-called X is the official code name assigned to Lu Qiming. At that moment, Lu Qiming was live streaming. Most members of the project team were also watching the stream, trying to find clues about Lu Qiming's identity. Part of their mission was to monitor Lu Qiming's livestream, ready to implement countermeasures at critical moments. The team had prepared thoroughly before the broadcast began. If, like the previous livestream, Lu Qiming were to broadcast top-secret knowledge, they would find a way to stop him. But now, Lu Qiming intended to broadcast Chinese programming. This time, they didn't need to expend effort to stop him. Thus, the project team collectively breathed a sigh of relief. That said, this sigh of relief was merely psychological. In reality, the project team was still hard at work, meticulously documenting every word Lu Qiming spoke and every detail of his livestream. Real-time analysts were dissecting his words for any potential clues. The live chat was ablaze with comments. But to Lu Qiming, the comments appeared filtered. This was a programming setting Lu Qiming had implemented beforehand to ensure 99% of useless comments were filtered out. The comments Lu Qiming could see were mostly genuine questions and substantive remarks. After briefly introducing the content of his upcoming livestream, Lu Qiming saw numerous questioning comments. Chinese programming? What kind of technology is this? Ever since the people of Xia first encountered the internet, the concept of Chinese programming had been proposed, yet it had never been truly realized. Thus, Chinese programming remained nothing more than a fantasy. Has the streamer actually achieved Chinese programming? Is Chinese programming difficult? When I was learning C, I nearly went bald. Seeing the flood of questioning comments, Lu Qiming smiled. The bullet comments Lu Qiming saw were all in Chinese. As for the English and other foreign language comments, Lu Qiming simply ignored them. Even when responding, Lu Qiming only addressed these Chinese language comments. The Chinese programming I'm streaming isn't just a concept anymore, it's a real, existing technology. And speaking of difficulty, I personally believe Chinese programming isn't hard, not at all. In fact, it's relatively easy for some people. Lu Qiming responded to some bullet comments. It's just that this isn't difficult, it's only easy for Xia nationals who are fluent in Chinese. For those whose native language isn't Chinese, understanding, learning, and mastering Chinese programming becomes considerably more difficult. Chapter 55, The Power of Chinese. Lu Qiming's response revealed a key point. For Xia nationals, learning Chinese programming isn't hard. But for foreigners? Not so sure. Oh my gosh, Chinese programming, this is so unfriendly to us. Throughout Silicon Valley, many foreign programmers at high-tech companies are wailing in despair. Forget programming in Chinese. For many foreigners who've tried learning the language, the very word Chinese represents hellish difficulty. If Chinese programming represents the new era, doesn't that mean we have to study hard just to keep up? This streamer. When Lu Qiming announced Chinese programming, developers in Xiagua were naturally thrilled and delighted. But for those outside Xia Nation, it wasn't so rosy. Hurry up and explain. We're ready, we'll jot down every word the streamer says and study it thoroughly later. Many Xia programmers felt their hearts surge with emotion, a feeling others could scarcely comprehend. Programmers are often associated with the term hair volume. The longer they've been in the field, the better their hair looks. This is because coding is so mentally taxing. Many programmers start out with a slight receding hairline. This is because programmers must learn multiple programming languages. Compared to many native English speakers, learning programming languages is naturally more challenging for Chinese programmers. Having all gone through this struggle, Chinese programmers react similarly when they hear about programming in Chinese with a wave of excitement. Screw C language, we won't need it anymore. From now on, we'll program in our own Chinese. Lu Qiming didn't pause for long before continuing his livestream. Chinese programming for Chinese computers. The Chinese language holds extraordinary power. When ingeniously integrated with computers, it becomes Chinese language programming. Therefore, to learn and utilize Chinese programming, one requires a solid foundation in the Chinese language and a basic understanding of Xia culture. Only then can you quickly master Chinese programming and apply it with flexibility. As Lu Qiming spoke, he directly operated his computer, returning to the desktop. Observing Lu Qiming's desktop, many viewers noticed something unusual. This was. Before the questions in the bullet comments could pile up, Lu Qiming continued on his own. Does anyone notice anything unusual about this desktop? It's fundamentally different from common operating systems like Microsoft, Apple, or Linux. This system was developed by me the day before using Chinese programming language for the editor. After saying this, Lu Qiming moved his mouse across the desktop, revealing the distinct nature of his computer's interface. Unlike Microsoft's Windows or Apple's macOS, Lu Qiming's desktop appeared far more mysterious. Moreover, the entire desktop appeared completely empty. But in the next instant, Lu Qiming demonstrated the system's magic. The essence of Chinese programming lies in the Chinese language itself. Therefore, this system I've temporarily compiled also centers around Chinese. Through Chinese, we can control computers to accomplish everything other systems can do, while seamlessly integrating our computers. Lu Qiming spoke, then proceeded directly to the demonstration. The new Chinese system, centered around the Chinese language, has rendered the mouse an auxiliary device. You can use the mouse or directly input Chinese characters to operate it. For example, open the game bar. Open the browser. View the computer's own data. Lu Qiming didn't move the mouse, just uttered a few words. But as soon as Lu Qiming finished speaking, the computer screen began changing on its own. Voice control? It didn't seem particularly novel. In the livestream chat, many viewers caught on to something. Lu Qiming's livestream appeared to rely more on simple voice commands, freeing him from the mouse. Seeing the comments, many believed this technology voice input was already available from both Microsoft and Apple. Instead of explaining, Lu Qiming proceeded to demonstrate another feature. Accessing Sina. He accessed it without logging in. What Lu Qiming demonstrated next was astonishing. As soon as Lu Qiming finished speaking, the computer responded and performed an incredible feat. It could freely access any website, bypassing account permissions entirely. He accessed the Starflag Nation's official website and viewed all file listings. What Lu Qiming did next was even more astonishing. He entered the Starflag Nation's aerospace website and freely browsed all files on the official site without any permissions. This alone was enough to leave the audience in awe. What kind of technique was this? Voice hacking? Just a few words, and the computer automatically infiltrates? Unbelievable. Why were the website firewalls completely ineffective? How was this possible? At that moment, at NASA headquarters in Starflag Nation, many scientists watching the livestream paled, "What's happening? How can this person freely browse our website's classified information? And he's directly accessing our site in front of tens of millions of viewers? Why didn't our network security systems trigger any alerts?" Livestream chat. The chat was flooded with shock, mixed with 666 and awesome comments. Only then did Lu Qiming speak. An operating system programmed in Chinese already possesses the power of Chinese programming. And the power of Chinese programming lies in its core reliance on text. Therefore, the system on my computer now perfectly understands my intent and executes everything I input. The power of Chinese programming fundamentally diverges from current internet architecture. Consequently, it traverses the internet unimpeded. Even existing global security software and firewalls cannot halt its penetration. This is how such an effect has been achieved. This is merely one example of what Chinese programming can achieve. Lu Qiming spoke, continuing to cover up his use of Chinese programming to explain this operating system he'd spent half a day compiling. Meanwhile, the bullet comments section had already exploded. Chapter 56, Crisis in the Digital Age. Inside the livestream, the audience was in an uproar. Even just the portion of Lu Qiming's demonstration showcasing the Chinese programming compiled operating system's capabilities was enough to leave people in awe. Such capabilities seem to transcend the current internet entirely, presenting an unsolvable challenge. How could such terrifying technology exist? It felt like technology from the future. The existing internet was utterly insignificant in its presence. Terrifying. The audience gasped in astonishment, utterly baffled. Even many Xia Nation programmers watching the livestream felt their hearts race with excitement, bordering on madness. Is this the future of internet development? At this very moment, many Xia Nation programmers felt immense pride in being Xia Nation citizens and speaking Chinese. This Chinese-based programming seems tailor-made for our Xia Nation. If we master it first, won't we directly surpass Western nations on the internet? Within Xia Nation, voices of admiration and joy dominated. But outside Xia, it was met with utter shock. Unbelievable. In Silicon Valley, many programmers were both wildly impressed and deeply alarmed as they suddenly grasped the implications. At the same time, the Starflag Nation Strategic Planning Bureau was also watching the live broadcast. But upon seeing this, their expressions turned grave. We're in deep trouble. Or rather, every country except Xia Nation is in big trouble. The entire world has now entered the digital age. Whether it's our internet, weapon systems, defense networks, or economic frameworks all rely on the electronic age. But the very essence of the electronic age is based on programming and computers. Originally, our Starflag Nation held a leading position in this field. But if Chinese programming emerges, everything will change. Should Xia Nation gain mastery of Chinese programming first, our entire electronic infrastructure would crumble before the power of Chinese. As Starflag strategists gathered to watch Lu Qiming's livestream, this realization dawned upon them. We must take action. What could we possibly do? Stop this Xia citizen from broadcasting? After all, Xia had been busy for so long without uncovering a single clue. How could we possibly find this person? The advisors huddled together, their expressions grave as they watched the livestream. Contemplating the potential future, not a single one felt at ease. We cannot stop this man who leads civilization from broadcasting. Then our only recourse is to apply international pressure on Xia Nation. Beyond that, there's only one choice left. Learn. Be the first to master the Chinese programming language he's streaming. That way, we might still hold some advantage. The system Lu Qiming hastily compiled using Chinese programming was powerful. However, its actual functionality remains rudimentary and requires further refinement. Even so, it was enough to leave many viewers watching the livestream utterly speechless. Lu Qiming then proceeded to demonstrate the inherent characteristics of this Chinese programming system. I only spent a short time yesterday compiling this system, so it's quite rudimentary, Lu Qiming admitted frankly. In terms of functionality, it might not be as rich as current systems, but it possesses its own unique characteristics. As he spoke, Lu Qiming operated the computer and demonstrated, for instance, Chinese programming and Chinese computing can perfectly integrate the power of computers. Everyone knows that compared to Microsoft's systems, Apple's systems are significantly better in terms of integration and optimization. This difference stems from the underlying systems themselves. Systems developed using Chinese programming, however, possess fundamental integration capabilities. Computer hardware, enhanced by the Chinese system, can achieve roughly triple its current performance. In other words, if a computer switches to the system I've developed, its performance will multiply exponentially. Lu Qiming demonstrated these capabilities by opening the back-end hardware data during the livestream. Beyond that, programming in Chinese enables something truly remarkable. Lu Qiming immediately began demonstrating it. Millions were already watching the livestream. Tens of millions of eyes worldwide were glued to the livestream screen. Under such intense scrutiny, Lu Qiming opened a web page and downloaded an exe software file. As everyone knows, software installations on Microsoft systems use the exe format. Software for Apple systems, however, uses a different format. Yet right now, Lu Qiming was downloading both formats live on stream. What was he up to? Could software written in different programming languages and formats actually run on a Chinese language system? Some viewers began to vaguely guess the answer. Lu Qiming's voice had already filled the air. Modern computing is advanced, and programming methods vary. But today's centralized systems are not interoperable with each other. In other words, much software cannot function across Microsoft and Apple systems. Even for the same software, two separate development teams are required to create versions for both platforms. Yet this limitation does not exist on systems developed using Chinese programming. Because Chinese programming can effortlessly create a converter that seamlessly transfers software functionality for use within its own system. After Lu Qiming's demonstration, countless programmers worldwide were profoundly shaken at that very moment. A revolutionary change. It was simply unbelievable. Does this mean that software compatibility issues will become a thing of the past? Lu Qiming had only demonstrated the most basic functionality, yet the livestream was already buzzing with excitement. Lu Qiming smiled faintly. The true limits of Chinese programming haven't even been fully demonstrated here yet. Everyone, don't get ahead of yourselves. Regarding the wonders of Chinese programming, this is merely the beginning, a minuscule fraction of its applications. Chapter 57. Foreign friends say they don't understand. The live chat was flooded with exclamations of unbelievable and incredible. But Lu Qiming was telling the truth. He had only touched upon a minuscule fraction of Chinese programming's potential applications. Seeing the comments section erupt over such a small demonstration, Lu Qiming understood. It seemed he didn't need to elaborate further. The audience was already swept up in a wave of enthusiasm. It seemed he could skip the introduction and dive straight into the practical demonstration. Seeing this, Lu Qiming decided to skip further praise of Chinese programming's wonders. Instead, he prepared to dive straight into the main topic, teaching while gradually revealing the cutting-edge technology behind Chinese programming. Lu Qiming operated on the computer, quickly exiting the unnecessary elements and returning to a blank document. On the document, Lu Qiming typed a single line of text. Introduction to Chinese Programming. The wonders of Chinese programming are numerous, even I have yet to fully uncover them all. But one thing is certain, once Chinese programming is put into practical use, all electronic devices and corresponding infrastructure in modern society will undergo a sweeping transformation akin to a major reshuffle. And the introduction to Chinese programming. Lu Qiming proceeded with his live stream as usual. The audience in the live stream room is growing steadily, with the actual number of online viewers now exceeding Lu Qiming's follower count. At this moment, over half of the world's programmers were watching Lu Qiming's live stream. Both domestic and international internet and high-tech companies rushed to observe. Beyond that, countless ordinary people, unwilling to miss out, joined the commotion. People kept pouring in as word spread. As a result, the live stream's audience reached tens of millions and continued to grow by hundreds of thousands. Such a massive audience and traffic volume would overwhelm nearly all processors worldwide, unable to handle the sheer volume of information and data flow. But Lu Qiming's live stream was unique. Setting aside the fact that the livestream itself was essentially system-generated, the capabilities Lu Qiming later experimented with through Chinese programming alone were sufficient to handle such massive traffic. Under the gaze of tens of millions, Lu Qiming began his actual lecture. The entry point for Chinese programming isn't entirely barrier-free. Having some programming background certainly helps. However, the most crucial prerequisite for Chinese programming is not programming experience. Even those without any programming background, or who were never programmers to begin with, can quickly get started with Chinese programming. This prerequisite is a deep understanding and familiarity with the Chinese language. Chinese programming is fundamentally about harnessing the power of language, so a solid grasp of Chinese is essential. At the most fundamental level, if one doesn't even understand Chinese, then there's simply no starting point for learning Chinese programming. After Lu Qiming finished speaking, the Chinese comments in the bullet chat were filled with praise and lightheartedness. However, many foreign language comments were filled with reactions like, "Oh my god, that's brutal." Lu Qiming ignored these foreign comments and continued his livestream. Chinese programming begins with Chinese. Traditional programming languages like C, Java, and C++ are deeply intertwined with our daily lives. Every electronics industry relies on programming languages to develop software. However, traditional programming languages suffer from issues like complexity and redundancy. Moreover, different programming languages each have limitations in achieving certain effects. Chinese programming is different. To understand and master Chinese programming, we must first grasp these Chinese characters. Lu Qiming conducted a live stream while documents on the computer screen dynamically updated in sync with his narration. Lines of Chinese characters appeared on the computer document. More accurately, these could be called ancient Chinese characters. To truly grasp the meaning of each Chinese character and effectively input them into a computer, one must first understand the evolution of the Chinese language. Lu Qiming was now fully immersed, delivering a barrage of information. Only occasionally would he pause to address questions from the live chat. Most of the time, he was simply lecturing. Many Xia programmers were completely absorbed, engrossed in Lu Qiming's explanation of Chinese programming concepts. It wasn't just programmers. Many ordinary Xia viewers, even those far removed from the coding profession, were listening with rapt attention. I felt like I could learn Chinese programming myself. It felt more down to earth than building a nuclear bomb. To be precise, building nuclear bombs is down to earth too, it's just that we don't have the means. Winks. I feel like in this new internet era, I could switch careers and become a programmer. Holy crap, I actually understood a bit of what the streamer said. Does that mean I could be a programmer too? Even though Lu Qiming's teaching style is like cramming, many viewers in the livestream can still catch bits and pieces. Unlike the last livestream, where most viewers were completely lost throughout. Still, among the tens of millions watching now, only a handful could grasp bits and pieces. And those who could catch bits and pieces were all Chinese nationals, native speakers of Mandarin. For international viewers, it was pure confusion, first baffled, then utterly bewildered, and finally completely lost. At this point, foreign viewers, whether slightly bald programmers or completely bald ones, couldn't understand a word Lu Qiming was saying. Even if many foreigners or organizations sought out translators. Even the most elite simultaneous interpreters and top-tier translators couldn't fully convey Lu Qiming's meaning. This left many foreigners watching Lu Qiming's livestream utterly clueless and frustrated. Even our top scientists probably couldn't understand what this streamer was talking about. Such advanced internet technology, we can't even begin to learn it. In the imminent digital age, is our nation about to lose its competitive edge? Government officials from numerous countries are now monitoring Lu Qiming's livestream. Ever since his last broadcast explaining nuclear reactions, specialized agencies from numerous countries have been stationed there, waiting for Lu Qiming's next stream. Moreover, they've mobilized their own top-tier experts to watch Lu Qiming's livestreams in real time, all in hopes of stealing some knowledge. Yet this time, every foreign viewer was utterly baffled. Chapter 58, Our Opportunity. The audience reaction to this livestream was the complete opposite of the previous one. Last time, Lu Qiming had shared highly sensitive knowledge. Moreover, it was knowledge classified as top secret by the world's leading superpowers. At that time, due to Lu Qiming's identity as a citizen of Xia Nation, both major powers like Starflag Nation and smaller nations felt they were getting a bargain. Meanwhile, the Xia citizens watching the livestream felt a sense of unease over the perceived knowledge leak. But this time, the tables have completely turned. Except for Xia, all foreigners were utterly. Even the translators couldn't fully convey Lu Qiming's words, as they contained too many nuances of the profound Chinese language. Thus, within the livestream, Xia citizens were watching with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the foreigners were all incredibly frustrated. It was as if a mountain of gold lay before the world, yet the foreigners could only watch as the Chinese gradually carried it away piece by piece. This is fantastic. Even an old codger like me, who's never touched programming, seems to understand this Chinese programming approach. Within Xia Nation's secret research facility, old Zhang watched the livestream intently, his expression softening. So engrossed in the broadcast, he realized he could actually understand bits of it. This is our nation's chance to overtake others in the electronic and computer age through Chinese programming. Lu Qiming's livestream gradually shifted into its main content. It wasn't until the livestream got down to business that people realized Lu Qiming's earlier remarks weren't exaggerated at all. The peculiarities of Chinese programming he had previously demonstrated were merely scratching the surface. Across Xia Nation, numerous electronics and computer industries were now intently watching Lu Qiming's livestream. From Lu Qiming's stream, they glimpsed countless possibilities. Meanwhile, international viewers remained utterly bewildered. Even with translations available, they struggled to fully grasp the content of Lu Qiming's stream or comprehend its implications. For those learning Chinese programming with existing coding foundations, applying past programming concepts can significantly aid comprehension. Lu Qiming continues his livestream, occasionally answering questions. Because this cutting-edge Chinese programming technology represents entirely new knowledge for the real world. Unlike nuclear reactor applications, even a cram-style livestream cannot be concluded in a single session. Lu Qiming had prepared accordingly, planning multiple live streams to effectively disseminate Chinese programming. The notes scribbled in his notebook outlined the content for each scheduled livestream. Now, his first livestream on Chinese programming aimed to introduce others to the basics. Getting started with Chinese programming is incredibly easy. Many programmers in the livestream were thrilled and wholeheartedly agreed with Lu Qiming's statement, Chinese programming seems easier to learn than any other programming language. But for foreign programmers, it sounded like gibberish. Lu Qiming's livestream taught the basics of Chinese programming while also explaining its underlying logic. As Lu Qiming's 5-hour livestream neared its conclusion, having thoroughly explained the logic of Chinese programming, deep within a secret research facility in Xia Nation, old Zhang, who had been intently watching the livestream for 5 hours, suddenly jolted upright at Lu Qiming's final remark. Old Zhang, what's wrong? A nearby researcher, noticing his reaction, hurried over. I've thought of a possibility. A flush of excitement spread across old Zhang's face as the realization dawned on him. What possibility? The other researcher's attention shifted to him. Do you recall that knowledge lock seemingly present in the true application of controlled nuclear fusion? Of course we remember. The researchers nodded. Staring intently at the livestream, where Lu Qiming was demonstrating the key points of Chinese programming logic, old Zhang slowly voiced the thought that had just struck him. I think I might know how to unlock that knowledge barrier. What? Many researchers' expressions shifted abruptly. After the initial shock, excitement surged. Professor Zhang, what insights have you gained? It's not my idea, it's what this pioneer of civilization revealed to us during the livestream. Old Zhang watched the livestream and spoke slowly. The method to unlock the knowledge lock is this Chinese programming. Or rather, mastering the application of Chinese programming will unlock that crucial knowledge lock, enabling the true application of controllable nuclear fusion. Upon hearing old Zhang's explanation, one researcher exclaimed in realization, so that's it. While watching the livestream, I vaguely sensed a connection, but couldn't quite make the link. The researchers present were all top talents in domestic physics, having reached the pinnacle of nuclear fusion research. Thus, while studying the content of Lu Qiming's previous livestream, they had all encountered that very knowledge lock. Yet now, they were all watching Lu Qiming's livestream teaching Chinese programming. Not having figured it out before was fine, but after Professor Zhang's enlightening words, they suddenly understood. The difficulty of that knowledge lock could indeed be solved using the logic of Chinese programming. Excellent. If we diligently master Chinese programming, we can unlock that knowledge barrier. Then we'll fully grasp nuclear fusion applications and put them into practical use. A researcher exclaimed excitedly. Yet another researcher voiced a concern, but if we can discover this through learning Chinese programming, doesn't that mean other countries could discover it too? In that case, fundamentally, other countries would still be on the same starting line as us. Hearing this researcher's concern, before others could respond, old Zhang burst into laughter. Xiao Wang, your worry is unnecessary. Haven't you realized how difficult Chinese programming is for foreigners to learn? Moreover, unlocking that knowledge lock requires not only mastering nuclear reaction knowledge to the point of sensing its existence, but also learning the logic of Chinese programming. In those foreign research institutions, for security reasons, there probably isn't a single Chinese researcher. Beyond that, even if some foreign programmers could master Chinese programming, they wouldn't have access to nuclear reaction knowledge. Therefore, in this regard, foreign scientists may not even realize that the key to unlocking this knowledge has already emerged. This is our opportunity. Chapter 59, The Frustrated Foreigner. That concludes this live stream. Lu Qiming glanced at the time and realized 6 hours had passed. Meaning this broadcast had been running for 6 full hours. Although Lu Qiming's physical condition was stabilized by the system during the broadcast, preventing any negative effects. However, the viewers would experience physical fatigue, hunger, and other sensations. Moreover, everyone had their limits. Once those limits were exceeded, things could get problematic. Therefore, Lu Qiming judged the time and prepared to wrap up this livestream. In this livestream, I've covered the basics of Chinese programming and Chinese logic. That concludes today's session. Take some time to digest the material. Next time, we'll delve into more advanced topics. Be sure to prepare yourselves. Friends, the times are changing. I hope you'll study diligently and keep pace with these shifts. With that, Lu Qiming offered a few words of encouragement. However, after delivering these remarks, Lu Qiming did not immediately end his stream. At the end of the stream, since many viewers in the comments wanted to obtain the computer operating system I compiled, I placed the operating system software in the livestream room, setting up a dedicated area where everyone could freely download it. This was Lu Qiming's way of responding to the numerous requests for resources in the earlier comments. Since he had hinted at an operating system developed using Chinese programming, many viewers were eager to get their hands on it, flooding the chat with requests. Lu Qiming planned to release the OS, but with certain restrictions for now. To prevent misuse for harmful purposes, certain system functions would be restricted. Seeing the flood of 666 cheers in the comments, Lu Qiming smiled and continued, also, to wrap up today's livestream, I'll demonstrate how to use Chinese programming. Alright, let's use Chinese programming to quickly write a software application. With that, Lu Qiming began operating his computer. In full live stream mode, Lu Qiming commenced the actual demonstration of Chinese programming. In under 10 minutes, Lu Qiming had already finished compiling the software. This software could be installed on both mobile phones and computers. In fact, it could even be installed on other electronic devices. The software was named Dr. Bar, as its function was to detect issues in status on its host device. This software, along with the operating system, would be made available for download in the livestream. Lu Qiming paused, then added, additionally, both the operating system and Dr. software being Chinese programmed products will be made freely available to Xia Nation citizens. Every user outside Xia Nation will be charged a certain percentage for usage. With that, the livestream concluded. After delivering his final instructions, Lu Qiming promptly shut down the livestream. As a result, the countless Xia Nation viewers in his livestream room didn't even have time to praise him. This was the only thing that left Xia Nation viewers feeling a bit disappointed about this livestream. They hadn't even had a chance to shower the host with praise. Why did he leave so abruptly? The abrupt end came without warning. I didn't even get to shout 666 or you rock before he left. Lu Qiming's departure was so abrupt that many Xia viewers felt a bit down after he left. The praise they'd prepared to shower him with couldn't be voiced. Many foreign viewers, however, breathed a sigh of relief at that moment. For foreign viewers, Lu Qiming's livestream had been an absolutely terrible experience. And frankly, it was downright unfriendly. It was more incomprehensible than the Bible. I barely understood a single thing. Whether it was ordinary foreign viewers or foreign companies and teams who hired top-tier translators, none of them understood Lu Qiming's livestream at all. To them, it sounded like gibberish and looked like gibberish. Yet despite failing to grasp the knowledge conveyed in Lu Qiming's broadcast, many foreigners understood something else entirely from his live demonstration and simple introduction. The internet is about to undergo a seismic shift. The internet, computing, and the electronic age are all about to be transformed by Chinese programming. Many foreigners who grasped this truth were filled with anguish. The catalyst for this transformation lies in the hands of the Chinese people. All nations will fall behind, for Chinese programming is too difficult to master. Lu Qiming's livestream has made this crystal clear. The primary prerequisite for learning Chinese programming is a solid grasp of the Chinese language itself. Yet in this world, Chinese is the most difficult language to master. Only the people of Xia enjoy this unique advantage. For foreigners, learning a foreign language might be 10 or even 100 times harder than learning any other subject. If learning Chinese is this hard, forget about learning Chinese programming. I think our company urgently needs to hire some Xia programmers at high salaries. Within Silicon Valley, many CEOs of top internet companies have arrived at this conclusion. It's not just internet companies, many major foreign corporations have arrived at similar conclusions. For foreigners, Chinese programming is just too difficult. It's so difficult that it's not something you can master in a year or two, or even 3 to 5 years. Are we going to lose our jobs? Fall behind the times? Good heavens, we simply can't keep pace with the new era. Many foreign programmers have come to this realization, and it's incredibly distressing. Meanwhile, in Xiaogua, thanks to Lu Qiming's livestream, a revolution has already begun. Chapter 60, Another Industry Earthquake. Lu Qiming ended the livestream decisively. For him, once the broadcast reached its conclusion, it was time to end it decisively, no lingering. After the stream ended, however, Lu Qiming didn't shut down his computer. Instead, he began making preparations. He intended to fulfill his promise, uploading the hastily compiled rudimentary operating system and the software he named Doctor to his livestream channel. Long before this, Lu Qiming had transformed his livestream room into a platform. This platform was capable of many things, though Lu Qiming had previously only used it to host his livestreams. Now, it was time to put it to use. He wasted no time. After ending the stream, Lu Qiming immediately got to work. First, he carved out a dedicated section within the livestream room. A link to this section could be found directly within the livestream. Here, Lu Qiming uploaded the operating system and medical software, setting download rules. For Lu Qiming, accomplishing these tasks was no hardship at all, quite the opposite, it was incredibly simple. But that alone wasn't enough. After all, as Lu Qiming had stated at the end of his livestream, both the operating system and the Doctor software would be provided free of charge to citizens of Xia Nation. Foreigners, however, would be charged. Therefore, Lu Qiming needed to implement additional programming settings for the download process. Many people would likely want to download it now, so he needed to get it ready quickly. Thinking this, Lu Qiming's fingers were already clacking away on the keyboard as he typed. A few minutes later, click. Done. Lu Qiming nodded with satisfaction, having programmed the download settings as well. Just as Lu Qiming had stated during the livestream, all Xia nationals could download both the operating system and the Doctor software for free. However, foreigners would be charged based on their country of origin. Ready to download? After the livestream went dark, Shang Wei didn't leave but remained in the broadcast room. In fact, tens of millions were watching Lu Qiming's livestream. Even 20 minutes after Lu Qiming ended the stream, the online audience count remained around 30 million. Most of these viewers shared Shang Wei's mindset. Download. Shang Wei didn't hesitate, downloading both the operating system and the medical software. Chinese programming was truly magical. Though he hadn't mastered it yet, he could at least experience its wonders. That was Shang Wei's mindset. Some programmers downloaded it with a mindset of learning and admiration. After clicking download, Shang Wei watched the progress bar and was somewhat surprised. How fast is this? It wasn't that Shang Wei was easily startled, but the download speed at that moment was genuinely astonishing. As a physics major, Shang Wei couldn't discern much from a download alone. Yet several domestic programmers downloading simultaneously recognized something extraordinary. The download speed was astonishingly fast, seemingly without any throttling. Moreover, it wasn't using a P2P model, both upload and download speeds were incredibly rapid. A single download channel had left many professional programmers astonished. Was this a brand new download technology? Could Chinese programming achieve this? Chinese programming truly terrifying. Swish. 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 Right before his eyes, the download bar swiftly filled to completion. After a moment of astonishment, Shang Wei couldn't help but feel moved. Try it. The thought barely formed before Shang Wei acted without hesitation. After saving all necessary files on his computer, Shang Wei proceeded to install and run the operating system he just downloaded from Lu Qiming's livestream. The first operating system developed for Chinese programming applications. After selecting the installation, Shang Wei felt a flutter of excitement. While the system installed, Shang Wei didn't idle. He used his phone to install the app called Doctor. As Civilization Pioneer had stated, this software was cross-platform compatible, meaning it could run on Microsoft PCs, Android phones, or Apple iPhones. He hadn't tested it on other devices yet, but Shang Wei noticed his phone downloaded Doctor quickly. It seemed to take up almost no storage space and didn't impact performance at all. Ding! A notification chimed as the Doctor app finished installing on Shang Wei's Android phone. The next moment, Shang Wei eagerly opened it. There, he saw detailed information about his phone's status. Battery level, memory usage, hardware wear and tear, software status, everything could be checked here. This was truly cutting-edge tech, far more useful than any phone management app. Shang Wei was pleasantly surprised, and then he discovered another feature. It could even use the Doctor feature to perform phone overlay, hardware integration, and performance enhancement. Without hesitation, Shang Wei authorized the feature and gave it a try. Then, the phone's performance actually improved. Unbelievable. Shang Wei was stunned. At the same time, a notification sound came from Shang Wei's computer. The computer operating system was installed too. Shan Wei set his phone aside for the moment and immediately went to try out the computer operating system. Ever since the operating system was made available for download, both the operating system itself and the download numbers have been steadily climbing. 10,000, 100,000, a million. To put it bluntly, within a remarkably short time frame, these download figures had already set a historic record for the entire software industry. No other software had ever achieved such massive downloads so soon after launch. As downloads surged, many users like Shang Wei had already installed and begun using the OS. Because of this operating system and doctor, the entire high-tech industry across the globe is experiencing a seismic shift. Chapter 61, The entire internet industry plummets. Target livestream has ended. What are the results of analyzing the speech in the target livestream? No information regarding the target's identity was obtained. Since the camera was not turned on, further analysis is impossible. The individual appearing in the livestream still seems to be the target alone. Whether the target is an individual or a team remains undetermined. It has been confirmed that the target possesses exceptional academic knowledge, profound expertise in Chinese programming, and proficiency in nuclear reaction applications. No additional information has been gleaned from the target speech. No progress has been made in this matter. Search for Project X team. They have yet to uncover any relevant information despite their efforts. However, their workload this time was significantly reduced due to Lu Qiming's livestream content. Reporting to higher-ups, since the target did not livestream sensitive content, our project team took no action. Regarding the target's identity, we still have no progress. This step can also be reported. Recommendation: elevate the priority level assigned to the target by one tier. Simultaneously, initiate an assessment and analysis of the information disclosed during this livestream. For the first time, the energy sector has been shaken, the global economy has fluctuated, and multiple foreign forces have taken action. Prepare contingency measures in advance for potential consequences arising from the target's broadcast. 1 hour after Lu Qiming's livestream concluded, online discussions had already erupted across most countries worldwide. At this moment, time zones seemed to vanish as online activity reached a fever pitch. Beyond online platforms, numerous high-tech industries were holding emergency meetings. This was particularly evident among global internet companies. Some large corporations, having organized employees to watch the livestream together, proceeded directly to meetings after it concluded. For instance, Alibaba, the largest payment platform in Xia country, convened a meeting. The renowned CEO addressed the entire company in a meeting. This is a transformation. Those who fail to keep pace will be left behind. We are fortunate because we are a company based in Xia, and our native language is Chinese. Therefore, by putting in extra effort, we can avoid being left behind by the times. Foreign companies, however, will face dire circumstances. They will fall behind and may even be eliminated. This is a new era of sweeping transformation, where anything is possible. And we at Alibaba must first ensure we don't get left behind. First and foremost, we must keep pace with the times. Alibaba's CEO immediately gathered all programmers and singled out those with expertise in Chinese programming. Everyone has seen the civilization-leading livestream and should understand that any internet firewall today is insignificant and easily breached when faced with Chinese programming. Our Ant Treasure is no exception. This is evident from the fact that someone managed to enter that livestream from Alipay without our knowledge. If Chinese programming becomes widespread and Alipay fails to adapt, all our data will no longer be secure. Therefore, the most urgent task is to rewrite and reprogram all data and formulas on our Ant Treasure platform using Chinese programming. Only by achieving this first can we ensure we won't be left behind by the times, and only then can we pursue other endeavors in this great era. Alibaba CEO's remarks were both thorough and compelling. Many employees below were moved, convinced, and their hearts surged with emotion. I hope you will join me in surviving this great era. Mobilization efforts like those at Alibaba are not unique within the internet industry. Companies of all sizes across the domestic internet landscape have clearly recognized this reality, holding meetings, making arrangements, and laying out plans. Every domestic company understands what the emergence of Chinese language programming signifies. This is not limited to domestic internet companies. Overseas internet companies are equally aware. Internet companies worldwide are watching Lu Qiming's livestream, so even foreign firms grasp what the emergence of Chinese programming might portend. Even more immediate than corporate reactions is another, more tangible indicator. Stock prices. Within just 1 hour after Lu Qiming's livestream, the stock market was once again in turmoil. Almost simultaneously, stocks plummeted at a visible rate, whether it was Google in search, Microsoft in systems, or Apple in mobile devices. Tens of millions of viewers tuned into Lu Qiming's livestream. After watching the livestream, even though many foreigners couldn't understand or learn Chinese programming, they grasped the terrifying power of Chinese programming. These individuals spread the news, naturally drawing the attention of stock investors worldwide. International investors reacted with remarkable speed. Just as in a previous livestream, where the global energy sector was shaken to its core immediately after Lu Qiming went off the air. This time, it was the global computer and internet industries that experienced an earthquake. Within Xia Nation, things remained relatively stable after all. The force driving this transformation of the internet era was Chinese language programming. But abroad, everything was thrown into disarray because what was set to transform the era was Chinese programming. Nearly every internet-savvy foreigner knows how difficult Chinese is to learn. How much more daunting, then, is Chinese programming, which requires a solid foundation in Chinese just to get started? Consequently, foreign computer and internet-related industries faced widespread investor pessimism. International stock markets were awash in red. Whether Microsoft, Apple, Google, or Samsung, within a single hour, their assets plummeted in value. Chapter 62, The Key to Unlocking. International stock markets were in turmoil. Among the world's top companies, a significant number now belonged to the internet and computer-related industries. Within the hour following Lu Qiming's livestream, the stocks of these global internet giants all plummeted. In Xia Nation's domestic stock market, there are concepts like daily price limits, meaning daily gains and losses are capped at fixed values. However, international stock markets have no such concept of a daily limit. Instead, they employ a different mechanism. That is the circuit breaker system. The circuit breaker mechanism halts trading of a stock temporarily if its daily decline exceeds 10% or its daily gain surpasses 30%. In markets with circuit breakers, each stock has a predetermined trigger level. These thresholds are generally categorized into 3 tiers, set by each company upon its initial listing. Within that single hour, Google the search giant, Microsoft the tech giant, and Apple the tech giant all hit their circuit breaker thresholds. This means these massive trillion-dollar companies instantly lost 10% of their value. The stock market immediately triggered circuit breakers, halting trading in these shares. Simultaneously, major corporations convened emergency meetings to discuss navigating this crisis and how to survive. Even the most arrogant Apple Incorporated was unable to sit still, urgently seeking countermeasures. During his livestream, Lu Qiming's simple demonstration proved that once the Chinese programming system emerged, both Microsoft and Apple systems would become obsolete. This realization sent stocks plummeting for both tech giants, along with Google, the Android developer. Meanwhile, in another country, shares of the Three Hearts Company also experienced turbulence. This stock market turmoil was no less intense than the previous upheaval in the energy sector. Moreover, overseas companies involved in computing and the internet extend far beyond just these few. Virtually every publicly traded company was inevitably impacted by Lu Qiming's livestream, suffering steep stock declines. This day also marked the highest number of circuit breaker activations since the Starflag Nation's circuit breaker mechanism was established. Across Silicon Valley, countless companies burned the midnight oil, echoing with the frantic voices of panicked CEOs. "We must survive." This phrase became the most frequently uttered words among most Silicon Valley companies for a time. But to survive, one must first keep pace with the times. Across Silicon Valley, even countless programming geniuses found themselves helpless when faced with Chinese language programming, utterly unable to master it. So suddenly, global headhunting and recruitment sites are flooded with similar job postings. High-paying positions for Xiaoguo programmers. Companies are offering generous terms to recruit programmers from Xiaoguo. Because currently, only Xiaoguo programmers can master Chinese programming. As for native-born foreigners, it's rather unlikely they could master Chinese programming. Yet at this very moment, most programmers in Xia are learning it. In fact, it wasn't just programmers learning. Many people with no prior background, after watching Lu Qiming's livestream, spontaneously began learning Chinese programming. Across Xia's internet and computer companies, it was either overtime or vacation time. Of course, this overtime isn't for work, it's for learning. Those taking time off were essentially taking leave to study. And it wasn't just programmers who were learning. At Xia's nuclear research facilities, a similar atmosphere of learning prevailed. Moreover, old Zhang himself was leading the charge, diligently researching and learning Chinese programming. Upon realizing that the knowledge lock might be unlocked through Chinese, the researchers were filled with motivation. Chinese programming, though a computer language, is fundamentally an application of logic. This logic is called Chinese logic. These insights were revealed by that broadcaster. Old Zhang and the other researchers studied together with great earnestness and motivation. The significance of Chinese programming to our Xia nation may be no less than that of nuclear fusion. If we master Chinese programming, nuclear fusion could be implemented immediately, solving our nation's energy crisis in one fell swoop. Simultaneously, it would free our nation from dependence on foreign energy sources. Within the research base, the researchers were brimming with passion. The people of Xia must have noticed by now. After Lu Qiming ended the livestream, he received no reward notification from the system. Lu Qiming understood that this segmented livestream did not count as completing the task. But Lu Qiming wasn't worried. A few more livestreams would be enough to fully disseminate Chinese programming. After the stream concluded, Lu Qiming noticed an IP address from a hidden location within Xia Nation displayed in the livestream backend. He then logically deduced, or rather, confirmed that this location was likely Xia Nation's nuclear research facility. Thus, an idea took root in Lu Qiming's mind. A week would be sufficient for them to discover that the knowledge from his last livestream contained a knowledge lock. This knowledge lock was essentially a logical loop. If one couldn't break free from this logical loop, they couldn't truly grasp the knowledge of nuclear reactions. But after watching this livestream, Xia should have figured it out by now. The key to unlocking the knowledge lock I left lies in Chinese programming. Lu Qiming transformed his livestream into a platform. This platform, his livestream, operates independently of the internet while possessing unrestricted, supreme authority over the entire web. Thus, Lu Qiming can accomplish many things. For instance, he can track IP addresses. Globally, the IP addresses of every viewer watching his livestream could be detected by Lu Qiming. Under these circumstances, Lu Qiming had effectively uncovered the secret locations of nearly every country worldwide without anyone noticing. Chapter 63, The Founding Patriarch. The entire nation of Xia seemed to be immersed in an atmosphere of learning. Meanwhile, other nations were already in a state of utter chaos. Within just 1 hour after the livestream ended, the seeds of an economic crisis were already taking root. As a global superpower and the world's economic hub, Starflag Nation felt the impact most acutely. Precisely because of this status, Starflag felt the consequences of Lu Qiming's livestream more acutely than others. Earlier, Lu Qiming's previous livestream had disseminated nuclear reactor knowledge, sending shockwaves through the global energy sector and causing widespread turmoil. But back then, the situation was slightly better, as the entire global energy sector had been affected. This time, however, due to the concentration of numerous high-tech internet companies, Starflag Nation suffered an even greater impact. In stark contrast, Xia Nation showed no reaction whatsoever. In fact, within just 1 hour, the stocks of many computer and internet companies in Xia Nation saw slight increases. Meanwhile, numerous companies in Starflag Nation triggered circuit breakers. Even the once mighty internet giants couldn't hold steady. Download numbers seemed to be skyrocketing. From the back end, Lu Qiming could see that the Doctor software and operating system he had flipped to in the livestream had reached a terrifying number of downloads in a short period of time. Approximately 60% of these downloads originated from users within Xia Nation. However, about 40% came from foreign users. And after downloading, these users would have to pay Lu Qiming a fee to use the software. Within just 1 hour, Lu Qiming had become a billionaire through this venture. While money held little value for Lu Qiming, this intellectual property couldn't be freely distributed. Numerous foreign companies downloaded Lu Qiming's software and systems for research. Correspondingly, Lu Qiming's system automatically detects users. Individual users are charged one price. Corporate users, however, were subject to a different pricing structure. Yet even for paid products, the more powerful Lu Qiming's software proved to be, the more frustrating it became for some foreign companies. It's like seeing a piece of meat you desperately want to eat, yet lacking the means to cook it, no matter how hard you try. It's an unbearable frustration. Judging by the intensity of the first livestream, it would likely take about 3 more sessions, roughly twice as fast, to conclude the Chinese programming livestream. Lu Qiming thought to himself. Chinese programming is an entirely new discipline, so it takes time. But Lu Qiming was a disseminator, not a teacher. Therefore, during the livestream, Lu Qiming didn't need to ensure every viewer understood. As long as some could follow along, that was sufficient. That way, the knowledge was still disseminated. Achieving this is sufficient for Lu Qiming to earn system rewards. Lu Qiming glanced at the comments section in his livestream room. These days, the comments section in Lu Qiming's livestream was even livelier than platforms like Weibo or Tieba. Many viewers stayed behind after the stream ended. Simultaneously, many others had come seeking him out, gathering in the comments section to engage in discussion. Lu Qiming scanned the chat and noticed that the insults calling him a traitor or a collaborator had vanished entirely. Instead, the comments were filled with praise for Lu Qiming. When he was being insulted, Lu Qiming showed no emotional reaction. Now, when being praised, he remained equally unresponsive. Lu Qiming remained steadfastly clear about his purpose. In the comments section, numerous programmers even elevated Lu Qiming to the status of a sage, showering him with extravagant praise. The emergence of Chinese programming has truly ushered in a new era. Truly leading civilization, ushering in a new era of Chinese programming. The founding father of Chinese programming has been enshrined. One programmer shared an image, a printed photograph of Lu Qiming's hands, as displayed during his previous livestream. The rise of Xiaoguo leads the flow of civilization. The comments section is incredibly lively, and in Lu Qiming's livestream, there's no trace of censorship, making it far more open and free than many other platforms. Thanks to Lu Qiming's enhancements, the chat functionality is now fully optimized. When no live stream was active, the comments section functioned like a full-fledged discussion community, perfectly meeting the need for exchange. At this point, the comments section contained virtually every type of comment imaginable. Numerous programmers gathered here to exchange resources. Some even shared their insights on learning Chinese programming, garnering widespread praise. Excellent. It seems everyone is highly motivated to learn. Seeing this, Lu Qiming felt deeply gratified. System, can you reveal the content of the next livestream in advance? After glancing at the comments section, Lu Qiming turned to ask the system. Receiving a negative response from the system, Lu Qiming shook his head regretfully. The system's rules seemed to require at least half of the livestream to be completed before the next subject could be selected and previewed. At present, the stream had merely introduced the basics of Chinese programming. Conditions were not yet met. 10 hours after Lu Qiming's livestream concluded. Within a secret research facility in the country. Both Old Zhang and the other researchers had bloodshot eyes and were highly excited. It's unlocked. It's unlocked. We had thought that only by mastering Chinese programming could we unlock the knowledge barrier. Unexpectedly, by pooling our collective strength and gaining entry into Chinese programming, we unlocked it. Excitement and exhilaration were clearly visible on Old Zhang's face. The other researchers all showed similar reactions. Report this news immediately. We can begin applying controlled nuclear fusion right away. Energy will no longer be our nation's weak point. Chapter 64, Economic Turmoil, Xia Nation Speed. Though not as powerful as the streamer's version, it's more than sufficient to revolutionize the current internet. After conducting a series of experiments, Shang Wei discovered this. By this time, Shang Wei had already installed the Han operating system on his computer. Lu Qiming's system, hastily compiled using Chinese programming, had no official name. However, the audience had given it a name, Han. After the Han system and Doctor were made available for download, countless people downloaded, installed, and experimented with them. Shang Wei was among the first to experience it. Then he discovered the incredible power of both the Han operating system and Doctor. Doctor could directly enhance hardware performance by integrating hardware capabilities using the logic of Chinese programming. Moreover, after integration, it could monitor hardware status with precision surpassing all existing diagnostic software. Shang Wei conducted experiments and browsed the comments section, uncovering these insights. Doctor's applications extend far beyond phones and computers. It can even be applied to other hardware. For instance, vehicles, machine tools, and other equipment could incorporate Doctor to integrate hardware and enhance performance. Thanks to this single Doctor, the entire electronics industry of Xia Nation saw a significant performance boost. It reached world-leading levels. Reflecting on this, Shang Wei felt exhilarated. The most evident example is the new energy vehicle industry. Domestic new energy electric vehicles couldn't compete with Tesla, and it wasn't due to hardware limitations. Starflag Nation's Tesla had pulled far ahead, dominating the new energy vehicle market not through superior manufacturing capabilities, but through its world-leading integration and intelligence. For instance, Tesla's battery packs are integrated using their top-secret computing systems, achieving perfect utilization. This is why their range and other capabilities remain unmatched. Originally, this Tesla technology was something domestic automakers could only dream of matching. Yet now, a single Doctor has managed to integrate hardware and surpass Tesla's technology. Within mere hours, automotive manufacturers have already begun implementing the Han system into their vehicles to enhance their intelligent capabilities. The Han system's intelligent operation surpasses every system currently on the market. 10 hours had now passed. Deep into the night across Xia Nation, many remained energized. Shang Wei was no exception. Scrolling through the comments section, he witnessed the nation's citizens becoming deeply moved and even shaken by the rapid adoption of Han and the Doctor's innovations in such a short time. Chinese programming is truly formidable. Companies like Microsoft, which develops operating systems, Apple, which creates mobile and computer systems, Google, which powers search and Android, and Tesla, which manufactures new energy smart vehicles. Their stock prices plummeted, hitting circuit breaker levels. Yet domestically, numerous companies announced sweeping reforms to adopt Chinese programming, causing their stock prices to surge instead. Most notably, several automakers and others saw their stock prices hit the daily limit up. Within just over 10 hours of its emergence, Chinese programming has nearly reshaped the landscape of numerous industries. The global economy trembled as a result. Shang Wei thought about it and placed the implementation on his phone. On his phone, software displayed the turbulent stock market and numerous news updates. Domestically, people might not yet feel much beyond excitement. But abroad, a financial crisis could be brewing. Too many high-tech industries, too many companies, had been transformed by Chinese programming. Shang Wei murmured to himself, his words tinged with a hint of his own excitement. Chinese programming is seriously awesome. Shang Wei scanned the comment sections, the news feeds, his computer screen, the Chinese operating system, and the Doctor's image, all while thinking about Lu Qiming's livestream. An idea slowly began to take shape within his mind. The moment it emerged, it began to grow unstoppably. Idea grew rapidly, leading Shang Wei to make a swift decision. I will dedicate myself to learning Chinese programming. I can put my studies on hold for now. I must master Chinese programming. Chinese programming can truly change the world. After making his decision, Shang Wei's eyes gleamed with resolve. Chinese programming will change the world. Within just a few hours after the livestream, this phrase was repeated countless times. And within just over a dozen hours, the entire global economic landscape had shifted. In Starflag Nation, the government took urgent action as corporate turmoil had become so severe it threatened national stability. Diplomatic complaints and condemnations were issued. Meanwhile, Xia Nation had little time to spare for such diplomatic trivialities. For Xia Nation, too, was now in a state of urgency. News emerging from Xia Nation's secret nuclear research facility prompted immediate decision-making. Mobilizing the nation's full resources, they had temporarily reallocated funds to launch the nuclear fusion energy program. Thanks to old Zhang and a group of researchers who mastered the fundamentals of Chinese programming, they unlocked the knowledge barrier set by Lu Qiming, making nuclear fusion applications a tangible reality. Building on this breakthrough, the nation mobilized immediately to launch the project. A term known as Xia Nation Speed came into full effect at this moment. When the Starflag Nation and other foreign powers raised objections, they discovered Xia Nation was not merely inactive. Their infiltrated spies and other intelligence channels had uncovered Xia Nation's actions. What was Xia doing? This revelation startled many nations, who suddenly became aware of Xia's actions. Their confusion, however, did not last long. For Xia Nation's grand undertaking was hardly a closely guarded secret. Or rather, the project Xia was undertaking was nationwide in scope, impossible to conceal even if they wanted to. Soon, several curious nations began to uncover the truth. Xia Nation was constructing nuclear power plants? Upon discovering this, the Star Banner Nation was utterly astonished. Why was Xia moving forward now? Had they somehow bypassed that barrier of knowledge? Or had the civilization leader already emerged to aid Xia? Chapter 65, Public Opinion Shifts. After learning of Xia Nation's major initiative, several foreign powers began speculating on its motives. After all, it had been some time since Lu Qiming broadcast the nuclear reaction live. Internationally, numerous factions had been studying and digesting the information, eventually encountering that knowledge lock. Unable to unlock this barrier, they had no choice but to rely on their own scientific capabilities for research and development. It would take years of gradual exploration, but there was still hope of truly applying nuclear fusion. Yet suddenly, they discovered that Xia Nation had already begun making major moves, boldly embarking on the construction of a nuclear fusion plant. This left them little room for speculation. Why was Xia the only nation making such moves? They must have found that person's assistance. Thus, many nations reached this conclusion: Xia had secured Lu Qiming's assistance. Under these circumstances, other nations were not indifferent. At the very least, the Star Banner Kingdom once again voiced its discontent. However, Xingqi's grievances went unanswered for the time being. The primary reason was that Xia was preoccupied. Not only had the nuclear fusion project been launched, but a sweeping transformation was also underway domestically. A revolution sparked by Chinese programming. Lu Qiming's fingers swiped across his phone. Numerous news articles filled the screen. Lu Qiming's phone was still a standard model, but he had installed his own doctor software to enhance its performance and add security features. Lu Qiming's phone was loaded with numerous apps, which had bombarded him with news alerts since early morning. Through these notifications, Lu Qiming grasped the events that had unfolded over the past dozen hours. Global tech giants' assets plummet. A new financial storm crisis is brewing. Silicon Valley's anguished cries. Last night, no one slept in Silicon Valley. Bill Gates of Microsoft woke up to find his assets halved. Is the nightmare for internet companies upon us? Starflag Nation issued a strong condemnation, accusing Xia Nation of alleged monopolistic practices. This morning, Xia Nation unveiled its new Energy Act, intensifying efforts to promote renewable energy with plans to completely phase out traditional energy sources within 3 to 8 years. Multiple domestic automakers issued statements announcing their transition to new energy, while simultaneously expressing gratitude for this civilizational advancement. Experts suggest incorporating Chinese programming as a specialized course. A grassroots initiative proposes awarding this year's Nobel Prize in Physics to the company for its pioneering role in advancing civilization. Upon waking, his phone was flooded with news updates. From the news, Lu Qiming gained a general understanding of the world's changes. What surprised Lu Qiming most was that reports about himself had also appeared among these news stories. Lu Qiming clearly remembered that previously, all news across the internet deliberately downplayed his existence. Even comments about him in many website discussion sections were routinely censored. Yet now, amidst this deluge of news, the majority openly mentioned Lu Qiming. Was this a move by the state? Was it sending a signal? Lu Qiming couldn't help but speculate inwardly. The fishing boat had opened fire on the target. All news outlets were permitted to report on the target. However, there is a requirement: all internet media outlets must refrain from defaming or slandering the target in their coverage. This is also a gesture of goodwill we are extending. Since no clues to the target's identity could be found or obtained through any other channels, the only option was to use the phishing boat as a roundabout way to establish genuine contact with the target. The first step in this indirect approach is to use the phishing boat to demonstrate our goodwill and express our regard for the target. Depending on the situation, we will proceed with the next steps. Within the X project team, they have formulated new countermeasures specifically targeting X. The first step of this revised countermeasure is to extend goodwill. That's why, when Lu Qiming checked the news, he found most reports mentioned him. Moreover, all negative content about Lu Qiming had been censored. For instance, numerous speculations suggesting Lu Qiming was a suspected traitor or collaborator had been completely purged from the internet. Suddenly, all information about Lu Qiming online was nothing but praise and glorification. For instance, when companies issued statements, they would include Lu Qiming. Domestic automaker, we extend our gratitude to Mr. Civilization Pioneer for introducing Chinese programming, which has motivated our entire enterprise to advance into the new energy sector. To express our gratitude, we will allocate 1% of our corporate profits to establish the Civilization Fund. Not only automakers, but numerous internet companies within Xia Nation followed suit. Early in the morning, they convened meetings to announce reform initiatives. Each statement would mention Lu Qiming's alias Civilization Pioneer and express gratitude. In no time, Civilization Pioneer became a household name across the globe. His fame was in no way inferior to that of global billionaires or figures like the Alibaba founder who regretted his creation and lost everything. Online, many programmers and developers even worship Civilization Pioneer as their spiritual mentor. Even state-run news outlets began covering leading civilization. The difference in treatment before and after was staggering. After scanning through the news, Lu Qiming couldn't help but chuckle wryly at this thought. After his last livestream, he was lambasted by many Xia Nation netizens while praised by foreign audiences. This time, however, the tables had turned completely. Chinese netizens were now in awe. Conversely, foreign platforms erupted with criticism directed at Lu Qiming, with some even venting hatred in curses toward him. Chapter 66, The Wheel of the Times has turned. Not being criticized for being unpatriotic actually made me feel a bit pleased. Watching the online backlash, Lu Qiming smiled faintly. He hadn't been affected by the earlier criticism, for Xiagua had always been in his heart. He understood he was a citizen of Xiagua. Thus, he had never taken the earlier insults and misunderstandings to heart. But now, the tide had completely turned. Seeing the praise and admiration directed at him felt infinitely better than enduring the insults and misunderstandings. Lu Qiming scanned through the news. The news about Xiagua was all positive. This wasn't because Yuluan was being controlled, but because Xiagua seemed to have burst forth with vibrant vitality that day. Every internet company, every high-tech enterprise, was thriving. In contrast, foreign news was filled with negativity. Lu Qiming merely glanced at these reports without feeling particularly moved. Progress is inevitable. My emergence merely accelerated the process. Those who fail to keep pace with the times will inevitably be left behind. The weak get beaten, a universal truth since Earth's evolution began. It took generations and the efforts of billions for Xia Nation to catch up with the times and become a major power. Now, my emergence has propelled Xia to new heights. As for other nations, if they fail to keep pace with the times, they will inevitably fall behind. Moreover, they are not without options. As long as they choose not to resist the march of progress but instead align with the times, they too can achieve transformation. Lu Qiming remained unmoved by the turmoil sweeping through numerous foreign enterprises, nations, and industries. Survival of the fittest, this is the natural law of the universe. Now, the advent of Chinese programming is transforming the entire electronic age. Those unable to adapt will inevitably be eliminated. Their efforts to adapt do not mean they are falling behind the times. In truth, if these foreign nations begin promoting Chinese now, placing it ahead of English in importance, then within a decade or perhaps even 5 years they might fully catch up with the times. Chinese programming is not a monopoly. Anyone who wishes to learn it can master it. The prerequisite is sufficient Chinese proficiency and a certain understanding of Xia culture. Lu Qiming consistently viewed the changing times from the vantage point of a high-level advocate. Thus, seeing all the news reports, Lu Qiming understood these realities clearly. Even now, on foreign websites, some people have gone bankrupt due to the stock market, and the national economy has been shaken by his live streams. Countless voices on foreign websites now directed abuse at Lu Qiming. Yet Lu Qiming harbors no self-reproach. Instead, he sees everything with crystal clarity. He understood one thing very clearly: those who fail to keep pace with the times will be eliminated, whether they were former rulers or once great giants. Lu Qiming closed all the news feeds, set down his phone, and sat down at his computer. It was time for his second live stream. His notebook for lesson plans lay beside him as he powered up his computer. Soon, the computer booted up, and Lu Qiming immediately selected the live stream option. Simultaneously, a broadcast notification appeared on millions of phones and computers. "Teacher, I've made up my mind. In the near future, I'll focus solely on learning Chinese programming. At school, Shang Wei sought out his mentor, academician Fong, and earnestly shared his plans. Are you certain? Even if you choose to study Chinese programming, you could still pursue your academic studies concurrently, academician Fong inquired. I've made up my mind. Shang Wei's resolve was unwavering as he replied earnestly, if I try to juggle both, I'll likely spread myself too thin and end up mastering neither. Therefore, I choose to pause my studies and dedicate myself entirely to learning Chinese programming. I will invest all my time and energy into mastering it. Academician Fong stared at his youngest student, who was also his last disciple. After a long pause, Academician Fong spoke slowly, if you've made up your mind, I won't stop you. I only hope this is a decision made after careful consideration, not a momentary impulse. Thank you, Professor. Shang Wei was both surprised and delighted to receive Academician Fong's words. He replied earnestly, I have thought this through carefully. I believe that compared to my current studies in physics, the newly emerging field of Chinese programming holds greater potential to benefit our nation, Xia. Moreover, the future prospects of Chinese programming are truly immense. Mastering Chinese programming will undoubtedly benefit both the people and the nation. Shang Wei expressed his thoughts earnestly. Just as they were about to continue, their phones suddenly buzzed. Shang Wei's expression immediately shifted slightly. Chapter 67, Bullet Screen Rhythm. Shang Wei was engaged in a deep conversation with his mentor, academician Fong, when both their phones suddenly buzzed. Shang Wei's expression shifted slightly. He was already quite familiar with this sound. Moreover, Shang Wei had configured his phone so that no other apps would trigger notification alerts. Only one type of message could trigger this specific notification sound. Civilization Pioneer had gone live. Shang Wei's instinctive first reaction was to pull out his phone. But the moment he pulled it out, he remembered he was about to meet with his advisor. He lifted his head and saw his advisor had also reached for their phone at the same moment. Their eyes met. Since you've decided to specialize in Chinese programming, you'd better watch the livestream. Watching it first is the priority, Academician Fong spoke first. As he spoke, Academician Fong had already clicked the broadcast notification, instantly redirecting them to Lu Qiming's livestream. Shang Wei quickly tapped the notification prompt and jumped into the livestream. Simultaneously, Shang Wei activated the screen recording function. This meant that while watching the livestream, he would simultaneously record the entire session. This way, after the stream ended, he could still watch the replay repeatedly. In fact, throughout the entire Xia nation, those eager to learn Chinese programming relied on this method, watching over and over, studying intently to barely grasp and gradually master Chinese programming. Upon entering the live stream room, Shang Wei saw the online audience count immediately hit 5 million. The next moment, it surged to 7 million. Then, 9 million. In the blink of an eye, it had surpassed 10 million and was still climbing. Shang Wei didn't keep checking the view count. After glancing at it a couple of times, he focused intently on the live stream screen. Then, he heard Lu Qiming's voice. Hello everyone, welcome back to the livestream. After delivering his opening line, Lu Qiming had effectively greeted tens of millions of viewers. The next moment, Lu Qiming dove straight into the main topic. Last time, I covered the basics of Chinese programming in my stream. Today, I'll explain the learning and application of Chinese programming beyond the basics. Many viewers had just joined the stream when they realized Lu Qiming had already jumped straight into the topic. Too fast. Slow down. I just joined and caught the start. No warm-up at all. This is nerve-wracking. Slow down, I haven't even started the screen recording yet. Please wait a moment, I need to switch to recording mode. Lu Qiming dove straight into the topic, about to continue speaking, when he happened to notice a flood of comments all urging him to slow down a bit. So Lu Qiming obliged their request and paused briefly. Alright, everyone, get ready. In 3 minutes, we'll begin the content for this live stream. Lu Qiming responded to the bullet comments, granting them 3 minutes. This directly caused many viewers to breathe a sigh of relief, followed by an outpouring of gratitude. Thanks for understanding, Grandmaster. You're so considerate, sir. Please reveal your identity, I want to bury your children. First, let me pay my respects, then I'll earnestly study Chinese programming. I'm ready, please begin your lecture. Amidst the bullet comments, a flurry of excitement. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. In just those 3 minutes, the number of online viewers in Lu Qiming's livestream was about to break 30 million. This clearly demonstrated the immense popularity of Lu Qiming's livestream today. Over half of these 30 million viewers were from Xia Nation. This was precisely because it was daytime in Xia Nation. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, Western nations like the Starflag Nation were still in the dead of night. Even so, many foreigners received notifications in the middle of the night and rushed to Lu Qiming's livestream. The viewer count was still far from its peak, steadily climbing higher. Alright, the 3 minutes are up. Let's begin today's livestream. Seeing the 3 minutes had passed, Lu Qiming wasted no time and immediately began another livestream. This time, the chat didn't criticize Lu Qiming for rushing the broadcast. Within those 3 minutes, most of the first wave of viewers had already prepared themselves. Shanwei was also ready, even pulling out his notebook to jot down key points as they came up. It began. At that moment, across Xiao Nation, many programmers and genuine learners were paying close attention, more diligent than they had been in their school days. Yesterday covered the basics of Chinese programming. After mastering the fundamentals, everyone now possesses the logic of Chinese programming. Armed with this logic, we could now begin applying Chinese programming. Lu Qiming had already started speaking. But before Lu Qiming could speak for long, the live chat suddenly flooded with identical messages. In fact, Lu Qiming's livestream was completely flooded with them. And the accounts behind these flood messages were all foreign language accounts. Why are foreigners flooding the chat? Chapter 68, Banning an Entire Nation. The comments section of the livestream was instantly flooded with the same type of comment bullet. And the speakers behind these comments were all foreign language accounts. Judging by the uniformity of their comments, they were likely part of an organized effort. Though the accounts were foreign language, the comments they posted were all strikingly similar. What's going on? Some viewers hadn't disabled all bullet comments, so their live streaming experience was disrupted. Why send such bullet comments? Lu Qiming hadn't initially noticed these rhythmically synchronized flood-style bullet comments because his settings automatically filtered out repetitive, redundant ones. However, it was precisely the normal viewers' comments that drew Lu Qiming's attention to the abnormal ones. Did someone post something inappropriate? Lu Qiming made a slight adjustment and immediately saw the coordinated bullet comments originating from foreign language accounts. Xia Nation must provide a direct response regarding nuclear fusion and the monopoly on Chinese programming. Xia Nation must provide a direct response regarding nuclear fusion and the monopoly on Chinese programming. Xia Nation must provide a direct response regarding nuclear fusion and the monopoly on Chinese programming. Alerted by other viewers, Lu Qiming noticed the flood of comments from foreign accounts. Nuclear fusion, Chinese programming monopoly, Xia Nation's response? Lu Qiming frowned, pausing his live stream momentarily before speaking directly. Why are these things stirring up trouble in my live stream? As he spoke, Lu Qiming checked the backend and discovered most of these accounts originated from a Western country. He instantly realized which foreign force was stirring the pot. However, Lu Qiming decided not to announce it publicly and proceeded to ban these accounts. Alright, everyone, don't let these pointless distractions affect you. Let's continue the stream. Additionally, no one, whether individuals or groups, should spam the chat indiscriminately. Violators will face account restrictions. To prevent another wave of spamming, Lu Qiming issued a warning in the chat. For Lu Qiming, this was merely a minor interruption that quickly passed, and he resumed the broadcast. Meanwhile, within Xia Nation, the Seeking X project team was thrown into a flurry of activity because of this incident. The Search for X project, though named Search for X, handled all X-related tasks when X itself remained elusive. X was Lu Qiming's code name. Having undergone 2 expansions, the team now not only sought Lu Qiming but also handled his liaison, protection, and maintenance duties. Following the flood of comments in Lu Qiming's livestream, the Search for X project team immediately sprang into action. Investigations revealed that the mastermind behind the bullet screen rhythm hails from Starflag Nation. Starflag Nation has joined forces with several Western countries to accuse our Dragon Egg nuclear fusion technology and Chinese programming technology, demanding a response from us. However, everything unfolded too rapidly for our nation to issue a diplomatic statement. It was likely under these circumstances that they infiltrated the target livestream to manipulate the narrative. It cannot be ruled out that they may have already assumed we were in full agreement with the target. Contact our Foreign Affairs Department immediately to issue a diplomatic response. The Chinese programming being streamed by the target now benefits both the nation and its people, a matter of utmost importance that cannot afford any missteps. We must ensure the target's streaming environment remains untainted. Almost immediately after the disruption in Lu Qiming's livestream, the Seek X project team responded and took action. Lu Qiming continued his livestream without significant disruption. But soon after, the same kind of rhythm appeared in the comments section again. Those foreigners are at it again. They really have nothing better to do. So annoying, constantly flooding the screen. I had to block the bullet comments. Through the normal viewers' bullet comments, Lu Qiming learned that someone was spamming bullet comments again, stirring up trouble. If he hadn't paid much attention before, this time he was genuinely annoyed. His previous approach had been to simply mute those accounts. But now, it was clear a whole new batch of accounts had emerged to stir up trouble. For the forces behind this manipulation, rotating through batches of accounts was child's play. Since you show no respect for my livestream, I see no reason to extend much respect to you. Lu Qiming paused his actions and adjusted the settings. IP addresses from Starflag Nation are now temporarily banned from speaking. Of course, the stream's system will identify and allow overseas Chinese from Starflag Nation to speak and ask questions normally. All other Starflag IPs have their speaking privileges revoked. Fed up, Lu Qiming pulled this move outright, cutting off the problem at its root. Since these disruptive accounts originating from Starflag Nation were ruining the viewing experience, Starflag Nation IPs were banned. Should any other region's bullet comments disrupt or disrespect the livestream in similar ways, they will be treated the same. Lu Qiming spoke calmly, naming names directly. Holy, what a move! Only a streamer could pull off banning an entire country's IPs. That's insane. Even Shang Wei, who was watching the stream, and the members of the Seeking X project team couldn't help but be stunned. That's just too badass, too awesome. Blocking an entire country's IP from commenting. If your country doesn't respect me, then my country doesn't need to respect you either. Seriously, 666. The once erudite me can only shout 666 now. Lu Qiming's response wasn't just about banning an entire country's IP. If you disrespect my livestream, you'll face the consequences. And now, you've faced those consequences. There's no need for the Xia Nation government to respond to your bullet comments, I'll handle it directly. Chapter 69, Confronting an Entire Nation. After completing the operation and directly banning all IPs from Starflag Nation, Lu Qiming issued his response. Of course, this ban doesn't prevent all Starflag IPs from watching the stream, it prevents them from commenting. With the entire nation's genuine IPs silenced, any attempts to stir up trouble or set the tone would naturally fizzle out. As Lu Qiming himself stated, after Starflag Nation faced the consequences of IP blocking, he addressed their comments directly. Whether it's nuclear fusion theory or Chinese programming knowledge, there's never been any monopoly. Lu Qiming ceased his explanation of Chinese programming and instead responded calmly to the narrative previously stirred up by Starflag Nation. The notion of monopoly is merely one person's opinion. From my very first livestream explaining nuclear reactions to now teaching Chinese programming, I have always shared everything without reservation. In my livestreams, there are no national boundaries. To my streams, all viewers are simply that, viewers. You are all recipients of the knowledge I disseminate. Here, the knowledge I disseminate is always complete and unreserved. As for the consequences or transformations this knowledge may trigger, I personally have no role in driving or guiding them. Therefore, whether you are from Xia or any other nation, you all stand on the same foundational level. That said, Chinese programming knowledge does indeed offer Xia citizens a distinct advantage in learning and mastering it. In this regard, all Xia citizens possess a natural advantage. But this doesn't mean people from other nations on Earth cannot learn or utilize Chinese programming. Lu Qiming emphasized this point with a firmer tone. Whether it's nuclear reactions or Chinese programming, this knowledge simply exists. If you refuse to learn it, yet accuse Xia of monopolizing it? Knowledge cannot be monopolized, that's merely an excuse for those who refuse to learn. After Xia ended its feudal era and established its nation, everything began anew. In just a few short decades, it transformed from a backward country into a major global power. During those decades, Xia also absorbed Western knowledge and languages. Now that I've disseminated Chinese programming, everyone starts from the same baseline, though Westerners may find it slightly more challenging to learn. Difficulty does not equate to impossibility. Yet you insist on making excuses, inventing reasons, and clinging to monopolies. As Lu Qiming spoke, his tone grew increasingly forceful. His final words rang out with particular force. Times are changing relentlessly, technology advances ceaselessly, and knowledge undergoes constant renewal. In such an era, falling behind means being left behind, it's as plain as day. So instead of wasting energy on absurd accusations of monopoly, why not focus on learning and striving to keep pace with the times? At this moment, everyone on Earth, regardless of who they are or what country they come from, should understand. This era is about to change. His words rang out with conviction. After speaking, Lu Qiming paused for a long moment, allowing his audience time to digest his message. Across the live chat, countless comments from Xia Nation citizens flooded in, 666, well said, and similar expressions of approval. After about 2 minutes, Lu Qiming's tone returned to calm. To people of any nation, any race, I have said all I need to say. Humanity stands as the crown of creation precisely because we possess the capacity to learn and progress. If we forget how to learn, then civilization will stagnate. I have come to lead civilization forward. I hope every viewer in my livestream possesses a thirst for knowledge and a serious attitude. Only through learning can civilization have a future and progress. Alright, let's continue the livestream. Within moments, Lu Qiming regained his composure. After a few more words, he resumed his regular livestream. Though Lu Qiming resumed his regular broadcast, many viewers in Xia Nation were deeply moved by his earlier words. Project X location search. The project's core members gathered to watch the livestream. When Lu Qiming finished speaking, they fell silent. Conducting further analysis of the target statements. Conducting a personality simulation to fill in gaps. Assuming the target statements are true, add traits of fearlessness, selflessness, and nobility to the personality profile. Remodel the target's personality profile. Within the project team, they summarized all information revealed through Lu Qiming's statements. They attempted to find clues about Lu Qiming's real identity within his words. When no clues were found, they remained active. Psychology experts and emotional specialists within the team analyzed and supplemented Lu Qiming's statements. They even created a character model for Lu Qiming. Personality modeling was a key focus. Unable to uncover any tangible clues about Lu Qiming, they could only piece together his personality traits bit by bit through his words. At this point, Lu Qiming's words caused the project team to take a fresh look at him. Meanwhile, the character modeling's personality aspects have also been fully developed. A very forceful response. Since the target has already responded so forcefully, our diplomatic statement now has a template. Draft a statement directly based on the target's response and convene an emergency diplomatic press conference. We will address the accusations and harsh questioning from many Western nations. Within Xia Nation, a conversation was unfolding at this very moment between the Foreign Affairs and Education departments. In response to the developments in Lu Qiming's livestream, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has also taken action. Chapter 70, Xia Nation's diplomacy delivers a strong response. Lu Qiming's livestream, though drawing massive attention with tens of millions of viewers, it doesn't mean the entire world revolves around his stream. Many people simply had no interest in learning, and besides, the content Lu Qiming covered wasn't something one could grasp easily. Moreover, not everyone could sustain their attention just for the spectacle. Thus, while Lu Qiming's live stream attracted tens of millions of viewers, its peak concurrent viewership remained roughly at that figure. Globally, countless individuals continue their daily work. Countless individuals are diligently performing their duties, ensuring the smooth operation of the world's civilized order. Back in Xia Nation, the Foreign Affairs Department was scrambling to respond. They directly invited journalists from various countries to hold an emergency press conference. The spokesperson at the press conference was Gu Chen, Xia Nation's young diplomatic spokesperson. Gu Chen, handsome and distinguished in a suit and tie, exuded an air of refined elegance. He was also a prominent member of Xia's elite diplomatic team. Though only in his early 20s, he had already attained the rank of section chief and was exceptionally appointed as the Foreign Affairs spokesperson. His versatile style, sharp yet graceful language, earned him the high regard of his superiors. This time, due to the urgency of the situation, higher authorities appointed Gu Chen to serve as the spokesperson, presiding over the conference and responding to the inquiries and criticisms from Western nations. At the press conference venue, journalists were already in position. Dressed in a formal suit, Gu Chen approached the podium with a solemn and dignified expression. "Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon." Standing at the podium with solemn gravity, Gu Chen declared, "This emergency press conference addresses the allegations raised by multiple Western nations regarding Xia Nation's alleged monopolization of nuclear fusion technology and Chinese programming standards. Recently, a citizen live-streamed on our national internet, voluntarily sharing their knowledge during the broadcast. This citizen was disseminating knowledge specifically about nuclear applications in Chinese programming. Our nation, Xia, respects the intellectual property rights of every citizen. Sharing knowledge during a live stream does not violate the constitution of Xia. This is something neither our nation nor any individual can interfere with. Our nation has the right to safeguard citizens' legitimate rights and interests, while simultaneously respecting each citizen's freedom of choice and intellectual property rights. Therefore, online, our citizens conduct live streams under the banner of advancing civilization, sharing their knowledge. Such actions do not violate the Xia constitution and are protected. The Xia state respects the citizens' actions regardless of the scope of their dissemination. As for certain criticisms alleging that this citizen's live streaming has caused negative impacts, the Xia Nation considers such claims to be groundless. The citizen is merely disseminating knowledge, and knowledge itself is neither right nor wrong. There is no fault in disseminating one's own knowledge. As for certain Western media outlets and nations fabricating rumors and leveling accusations of monopolization, our Xia Nation deems such accusations groundless. The Xia Nation hereby emphasizes, certain nations should refrain from fanning the flames and stirring up trouble. In the face of these baseless accusations and doubts, our Xia Nation has already shown considerable patience. However, patience has its limits. Certain Western countries and media outlets should refrain from repeatedly testing Xia's boundaries. Do not shoot yourselves in the foot. Any consequences arising from such actions will be borne solely by you. Let it be known that we have warned you. The young spokesperson, Gu Chen, concluded the statement with a solemn expression. As this was an emergency press conference rather than a routine one, there was no question and answer session. After delivering a direct, concise, and forceful response to the accusations and doubts raised by several Western countries and media outlets, the press conference concluded immediately. Diplomat Gu Chen walked straight out of the venue, leaving the journalists behind to process the answers they had received. Soon, the journalists dispersed, each transmitting the news gathered at the press conference back to their respective outlets or disseminating it widely. Online, footage of the press conference also began circulating. Lu Qiming was streaming live, and the broadcast was proceeding smoothly. After he blocked all IP addresses originating from Star Flag Nation, the chat became significantly more harmonious. Even foreign language comments had noticeably decreased. Of course, Lu Qiming wouldn't bother reading any foreign language comments, regardless of their quantity. Because the first rule Lu Qiming set for his comment visibility mechanism was Chinese comments only. After making an example of one person, Lu Qiming assumed this livestream would wrap up smoothly. But unexpectedly, a flood of spontaneous comments suddenly appeared from Xia Nation users. The keywords in these bullet comments included phrases like diplomatic response, defend, and uphold. The increasing number of such comments piqued Lu Qiming's curiosity. He selected several comments to examine closely. Can streamers watch the news? The Ministry of Foreign Affairs responds directly. The Foreign Education Department is awesome, they're backing the streamer. Only streamers are cool, even the Foreign Education Department has to step in to defend them. The Foreign Teachers Department made a strong statement, firmly backing the streamer. After reading a few comments, Lu Qiming finally understood. The Foreign Teachers Department is speaking up to defend me? From the bullet comments, Lu Qiming grasped the general situation. But the brief exchanges in the comments left him unable to grasp the full picture. And Lu Qiming was genuinely curious about what exactly was going on. So Lu Qiming paused the livestream momentarily and went online to search for news. The moment he searched, news articles immediately appeared. Foreign Ministry issues strong statement defending Chinese citizens' right to civilized normal activities. Xia Nation responds forcefully to monopoly accountability. Dual responses, Ministry of Civilization and Foreign Education Department successively address Western media queries. Chapter 71, Those Riding the Trend to Show Off. Curiosity piqued by the live stream's chat comments, Lu Qiming checked the news online before his broadcast even ended. Through the news, Lu Qiming learned the specifics of what had transpired. The Foreign Ministry spokesperson delivered a rather impressive statement. He found the video of the diplomatic statement online and, after watching it, felt somewhat moved. The Foreign Ministry spokesperson's words, both explicitly and implicitly, clearly defended Lu Qiming. In fact, they had directly confronted the critics, responding to them with firmness. It seemed the nation had completely shifted its strategy. After watching the news, Lu Qiming had his own thoughts. He understood that the Foreign Ministry's statement served two purposes. On the other hand, it was undoubtedly meant for Lu Qiming's ears as well. This was an overture from the state level. And it was an overture made without any pretense. Though it carried a hint of pandering, this kind of pandering was actually quite satisfying. Lu Qiming nodded, then set the news matter aside for the moment. Alright, everyone, stop flooding the chat with comments. Let's continue the live stream. We were just discussing the key points of Chinese programming and applications. Next, I'll explain the specific application methods. The first live stream was an introduction to Chinese programming. This broadcast, however, will teach you how to truly apply it. Chinese programming is a comprehensive body of knowledge. What Lu Qiming does is cram all this knowledge into a few short hours. Lu Qiming is a teacher, not a problem solver. Or rather, his explanations were merely occasional. He only addresses questions when he happens to see a comment with a query. Beyond that, Lu Qiming spends most of his time delivering knowledge. In any case, the knowledge Lu Qiming disseminated was comprehensive, and so many people absorbed it. In this world, there are so many intelligent people, and diligent, intelligent individuals will always grasp Lu Qiming's live streams thoroughly. Therefore, Lu Qiming didn't need to waste energy or effort deliberately explaining every single piece of knowledge in exhaustive detail. The subsequent live streams proceeded smoothly. Under Lu Qiming's guidance, the chat stream remained largely free of disruptive comments. The only recurring comments were repetitive expressions of admiration like 666 or awesome. Lu Qiming paid these little attention. This live stream is pretty much wrapped up here. Everyone can digest the content I covered today on their own. Lu Qiming glanced at the time and realized he'd been streaming for over 6 hours, nearly 7. He had covered nearly all the material he'd prepared in advance. So Lu Qiming decided to wrap things up. Otherwise, continuing would take more than just a couple of hours to cover everything. But just because the lecture portion ended didn't mean the live stream itself was over. At this point, Lu Qiming stopped explaining Chinese programming, but he didn't immediately end his live stream. The stream continued. That concludes today's Chinese programming tutorial. Next, I'll address some recent questions. Lu Qiming didn't end the stream or continue teaching Chinese programming. Instead, he addressed other matters during the broadcast. At this moment, tens of millions of viewers remained in Lu Qiming's live stream. Within a single day, Xiaoguo underwent significant changes due to the Chinese programming I disseminated. Numerous industries were reshaped by Chinese programming. Even many corporate spokespersons mentioned me in their public statements. Lu Qiming spoke slowly. Among them, many have expressed willingness to contribute funds to establish what they call a civilization fund. I commend this initiative. Since these individuals have spoken, I will state directly here that I also endorse the validity of the civilization fund. However, Lu Qiming continued deliberately, since numerous Xia enterprises have pledged to establish civilization funds, a gentleman's word is as good as 4 horses pulling a chariot. Once the Civilization Fund is established, those companies that have made grand promises cannot back out. I will oversee this. If any company merely pays lip service, I will revoke all rights to use Chinese programming. Furthermore, I hereby clarify the Civilization Fund's purpose, exclusively for research, education, and promotion. To this end, multiple companies may jointly appoint personnel to manage the Civilization Fund. Throughout this process, I will also conduct oversight. Should anyone be found misappropriating the Civilization Fund or obstructing its operations, I will impose penalties accordingly. Upon waking, Lu Qiming checked the news. He discovered numerous companies planning reforms due to Chinese programming. Moreover, when issuing statements whether to ride the trend or for other reasons, many companies mentioned leading civilization. Some even proposed setting aside a portion of their profits to establish a civilization fund as a token of gratitude to Lu Qiming. It was precisely because he saw such news that Lu Qiming responded at the end of this livestream. After all, since these companies had already made their statements, Lu Qiming couldn't very well refuse. Therefore, regardless of their sincerity, once they've made the pledge, they must follow through. Lu Qiming directly addressed this publicly, naming specific companies and clearly defining the scope of application for the Civility Fund. Beyond those voluntarily establishing the Civilization Fund, numerous companies online have also expressed willingness to pay for my knowledge. These companies could also directly contribute their funds to the Civilization Fund, which would count as payment for my intellectual property rights. Lu Qiming showed no hesitation. Major automotive industries, along with mobile phone and computer sectors, have all announced reforms while expressing willingness to contribute to the Civilization Fund. It seems to have become a trend, with every company mentioning it in their statements. Meanwhile, some internet companies, while announcing their own reforms, still declared their willingness to pay for Lu Qiming's knowledge. Lu Qiming himself doesn't need the money, but since they've made the offer, he doesn't hesitate to have them transfer the funds directly into the Civilization Fund. Any company that made such pledges but failed to follow through will face consequences, let there be no doubt about that. During the livestream, Lu Qiming made this declaration without reservation. If these companies want to ride the hype and build their facade, they'd better walk the talk. Chapter 72, Pay for Your Pretentiousness. Alright, that wraps up today's livestream. Stay tuned for the next broadcast. After delivering his final remarks, Lu Qiming didn't wait for the chat to fill with messages, he simply ended the stream. For Lu Qiming, the words he delivered at the end of the stream required no response from the audience or those companies. His words weren't a request, they were a declaration. Yet after Lu Qiming signed off, his chat exploded with comments. This wave of reactions was entirely of Lu Qiming's own making. Holy, this streamer is a badass. Since I've made my stance clear, you'd better deliver or else I'll take matters into my own hands. Putting on airs always comes at a price. Ha, I knew those companies' statements were bull, just riding the hype train. Now the real players are stepping up. The Civilization Fund is established, awesome. Streamer, you rock. Now who among those posers dares not follow through? After watching these entrepreneurs show off for so long, they finally got their comeuppance. No doubt about it, when all those companies made statements before, most netizens just saw it as riding the hype train and showing off. But Lu Qiming's direct response means those posers will pay a price. In the livestream chat, people have already started compiling a list. Let's all pitch in and tally up the companies and entrepreneurs who made similar claims. Let's help them document their words. It'll also make it easier for the streamer to collect payments. One netizen's suggestion quickly gained widespread approval. Within a short time, they compiled a list of data points. 19 domestic automakers have boasted about establishing civilization funds. In the mobile phone industry, 28 companies. In the internet sector, over 30 companies stated they should pay streamers as a token of appreciation. Similar statements came from figures like Ma Xiaoyun, I don't love money, from Alibaba, the face-blind chairman of JD, Li from Baidu, and Sina's. Among the audience, hidden talents quickly compiled statistics and consolidated a list. Some even gave this list a name. The Fund Donors List. In the comments section, viewers compiled a list. As the live stream concluded, the events unfolding within the chat room began circulating online. Alongside it, the list of fund contributors also began circulating. Chairman, it's bad. At a major automobile factory within Xia Nation. The chairman was in high spirits, engaged in a discussion with several automotive engineers. Originally, the chairman was passionately expounding on the potential of domestically produced new energy vehicles when suddenly his assistant rushed in, visibly flustered. What's the urgency? What's happened? The chairman asked calmly. The assistant stepped forward. Chairman, that civilization pioneer just called us out in their livestream. They called us out in front of millions of viewers? Named? What does that mean? The chairman was startled and inquired. The assistant immediately explained the situation and read out the list of online fund donors. Holy! After hearing this, the chairman couldn't help but let out a curse. This is bad. This automotive chairman wasn't the first to publicly announce his company's reform plans. On the contrary, his company was the second automotive enterprise to publicly declare comprehensive reforms. The first automaker to publicly announce reforms had pledged to allocate 1% of its profits to establish a civilization fund. Their company, however, was the second to step up. To put some pressure on their competitors, they directly declared their willingness to contribute 2% of their profits. Back then, they were too busy bragging, thinking they could pull some tricks afterward. But unexpectedly, Lu Qiming publicly called them out during a live stream. The host stated that any company failing to honor its pledge would immediately lose authorization to use its Chinese programming. The assistant added beside him. Hearing this, the chairman nearly choked on his breath. Was this 2% truly meant to be invested into a civilization fund? The chairman of this automaker found himself in a predicament, unable to speak his mind and stuck between a rock and a hard place. With the emergence of Chinese programming, the situation has become quite clear. The electronic era is poised for a major transformation, and Chinese programming will spearhead this revolution. For these domestic automakers, adopting Chinese programming would make surpassing foreign players like Tesla in the new energy vehicle sector a straightforward matter. Therefore, domestic automakers must reform, and they must do so based on Chinese programming. The problem is, the cost of his pretentiousness is a bit steep. A mere 2% profit margin. Across the entire nation, there are numerous companies in similar situations to this automaker. At the very least, major smartphone manufacturers have all boasted about their willingness to support the establishment of a civilization fund. Compared to the automotive sector's transformation, the mobile phone and computer industries rely even more heavily on Chinese programming. Moreover, the changes enabled by Chinese programming are more tangible. Consequently, immediately after Lu Qiming's first livestream on Chinese programming, numerous mobile phone manufacturers announced reforms committing to overhaul their operating systems and embrace Chinese programming. Naturally, their declarations mentioned Lu Qiming, expressed gratitude, and even proposed establishing civilization funds. These declarations even caused their stock prices to rise slightly. But once the donation list was released, many companies learned the consequences of putting on airs. 1%? Who actually gives away 1% of their profits? We can manipulate the back-end figures. There's no way we'd actually hand over 1% of profits. That would be too much of a hit to our bottom line. Faced with this situation, some companies prepared to comply. Others, however, paid no heed to Lu Qiming's warning during the livestream, planning to manipulate the numbers and muddle through. Chapter 73, Lives Altered. In the now closed livestream chat, the comments section buzzed with activity. Simultaneously, the internet was abuzz, especially within Xia Nation's online sphere. Countless topics were fueling discussions among Xia's netizens. The Ministry of Foreign Education issued a forceful response, leading to the civilized blocking of an entire country's IP addresses and issuing warnings. Finally, they directly named the country and announced the establishment of a civilization fund. For a time, the internet was flooded with news about these developments. Lu Qiming conducted his second livestream. Though tens of millions tuned in, only a minority were genuinely seeking to learn Chinese programming knowledge. Most Chinese viewers in the livestream were just there for the spectacle. Once the commotion died down, they naturally dispersed, spreading the topic far and wide. This caused the entire Xia Nation's internet to buzz with activity. Meanwhile, those programmers or individuals considering learning Chinese programming began studying diligently and watching replays. Shang Wei was one of them. He watched the livestream at school alongside his mentor, academician Fong. After the broadcast ended, his notebook was filled with dozens of pages of meticulously recorded knowledge points. Witnessing this, academician Fong couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Shang Wei was putting more effort and dedication into learning Chinese programming now than he ever had into studying physics. Every normal person possesses the ability to learn, it's just that different interests lead to different paths of study. This is what gives rise to the so-called distinction between academic underachievers and high achievers. But these labels apply only to academic pursuits. Everyone possesses innate talents. Some excel in academics, while others shine in different realms. The Chinese programming taught by Lu Qiming targets a diverse audience, whether academic underachievers or high achievers. It all comes down to interest. Beyond individuals like Shang Wei, who are already academic stars, the livestream also attracts people who may not have high academic credentials but are genuinely interested in Chinese programming and are studying diligently. Though not yet apparent, Lu Qiming's Chinese programming had already ignited numerous passions, subtly altering the destinies of many. Mentor, I'll head back now. I need to review the livestream recording. Shang Wei closed his laptop, looked up, and bid farewell to his mentor. I probably won't be attending classes for a while. I might even miss your lectures. Academician Fong waved his hand magnanimously. Since you've made your choice, I respect it. But since you've dedicated yourself to Chinese programming, you'd best achieve something remarkable in this field. That way, I can probably mention your name to others in the future. Yes. Shang Wei nodded firmly, keeping the academician's gratitude in his heart. In a small internet cafe of some remote border town, amidst swirling smoke, a young man with puffy eyes stared intently at the screen. Hey, Xia, the live stream's over. No more action to watch. Wanna hop in for a game? Someone called out from beside him. No gaming. I want to learn Chinese programming. Xia remained glued to the screen, shaking his head firmly. Learn Chinese programming? Are you out of your mind? You skip school to play games at the internet cafe all day, and now you want to learn Chinese programming? The person beside him exclaimed in surprise. I want to try it. I've never been interested in studying, but Chinese programming is actually pretty fun. Xiaoxia's gaze was determined. Besides, I can't live off my parents forever. I read online that this is a time of reshuffling in the internet industry, like the dawn of a new internet era. With the emergence of Chinese programming, opportunities are everywhere. This is the golden age even a pig could fly. At the very least, learning Chinese programming gives you a skill to fall back on. Xiaoxia suddenly turned to her friend and said earnestly, you should try learning Chinese programming too. I saw comments saying many foreign companies are offering salaries over $10,000 to hire entry-level Chinese programming developers. And they don't require a degree. If we learn Chinese programming, finding a job will be a breeze, no question about it. Xiaoxia's friend was slightly startled by her earnestness, and her words struck a chord. But I didn't even finish junior high, could I really learn Chinese programming? Absolutely. Xiaoxia affirmed. Even though you didn't finish junior high, you recognize and understand every Chinese character. Plus, you love reading novels. Your exposure to written Chinese far exceeds that of many college students. That's Chinese literacy. With this foundation, if you study diligently, you'll definitely master Chinese programming. After all, the most crucial aspect of Chinese programming is your understanding of the Chinese language. Hearing Xiaoxia's words, my friend froze. Xia pressed her advantage. Don't hesitate, come learn with me. Otherwise, do you really want to live like this forever? Bro, you go work flush with cash, you hang out at the internet cafe? After Xiaoxia's persuasion, the friend finally made up his mind. Alright, I'll quit gaming too. Let's learn Chinese programming together. Yeah, you'll pick it up fast. Your grasp of languages is way stronger than mine. As they spoke, they closed the game and opened Lu Qiming's recorded livestream to watch. In the smoke-filled environment of the internet cafe, two young men were completely absorbed in their studies. Similar scenes were playing out across countless locations throughout Xia Nation. Many who had initially just dropped by the livestream for a look were drawn in by the excitement and began learning Chinese programming themselves. As the saying goes, are kings and nobles born from a special breed? Traditional programming languages still have learning barriers. But for every citizen of Xia Nation, Chinese programming has an incredibly low barrier to entry. In fact, it has nothing to do with academic background or qualifications. All it takes is a solid grasp of the Chinese language to get started quickly. That day, many people switched to learning Chinese programming out of interest. Even on online literature platforms, numerous struggling authors abandoned their unfinished novels, leaving behind abandoned project declarations. I'm done writing. Off to learn Chinese programming. Chapter 74, Private Message Channel. Initially, Lu Qiming streamed using the Shark platform. Although the system later upgraded the live stream room, making it independent of the internet, some original features remained. For instance, during Lu Qiming's first broadcast, viewers could still send private messages to the streamer. After the upgrade, this private messaging feature disappeared. However, those who had previously sent private messages to Lu Qiming retained a call interface. This means that viewers who sent Lu Qiming private messages during his first broadcast could still use this call interface to message him privately, even after the live streaming room was upgraded. We identified this possibility and requested permission to attempt communication with the target. Members of Project X gathered for discussion. We agreed to attempt communication, but since this was our first independent dialogue with the target, we insisted that every word be carefully considered to ensure no missteps. Agreed. Shang Wei's studies were temporarily interrupted. To be more precise, it's his phone that's being confiscated. You guys can use it however you want, but I still need to study. Shang Wei was in the middle of studying when someone suddenly came to the door. And he recognized the visitor, someone he'd previously cooperated with during an investigation. Since I have a private chat interface with Civilization Guide, should I try using my account to contact them? After hearing the visitor's purpose, Shang Wei summarized. Correct. The visitor nodded. Through Shark's backend server data, we found only a few individuals have sent private messages to Civilization Guide. After analysis, since your account might be more familiar to Civilization Guide, we've chosen to use yours to attempt contact. Alright, but I can't guarantee we'll actually get through. The visitor's words piqued Shang Wei's interest. When you use my phone to contact them, can I be present? I'm curious to see if that streamer will respond. The visitors exchanged a glance and nodded, yes. After signing off, Lu Qiming opened his notebook to take a look. The live stream was already halfway through. If things went smoothly, just 2 more segments would be enough to fully disseminate Chinese programming. Lu Qiming had already disseminated half of the Chinese programming concept. The reason Lu Qiming cared about this was because he had discovered that the rigid system seemed to have a mechanism. When a task was halfway complete, one could access the system's knowledge base early. This effectively allowed Lu Qiming to influence his next assignment to some degree. That's why Lu Qiming kept anticipating this moment. Knowledge obtained from the system, once disseminated, could change the world. This was undeniable, but for Lu Qiming, he had already mastered this knowledge completely before the mission even began. The livestream was merely a task, its purpose being dissemination. The live streaming process itself did little to advance Lu Qiming's grasp of the knowledge. Therefore, Lu Qiming's desire to acquire more knowledge stemmed from his anticipation of the knowledge stored within the system's database. It remains unknown how many entries the system's knowledge base actually contains. Once he had studied the knowledge within the system's database to a certain depth, he should be able to dissect and analyze the system itself, uncovering its origins and purpose. Curiosity about the system had always lingered in Lu Qiming's mind. He was also exploring and testing it through various means. At present, Lu Qiming had gained some understanding of the system. Cold, mechanical, rigid yet vulnerable. That was the system. Moreover, thanks to his mastery of Chinese programming, Lu Qiming had developed some ideas about the system and could see certain possibilities. Pure Chinese programming alone cannot create such a system. But with knowledge from multiple other fields, perhaps a system could be created. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qiming mentally inquired of the system. Can I perform a knowledge base search? The live streaming task is halfway complete. Host is authorized to conduct a knowledge search. The system's rigid, cold, mechanical voice responded to Lu Qiming. Receiving the response, Lu Qiming felt no surprise, having already grasped some of the system's rules to a certain extent. At the same time, Lu Qiming began to ponder, contemplating what kind of knowledge he should retrieve. The message had been sent. Shang Wei set down his phone, but the other side might not respond. I feel it's best not to get our hopes up too high. This streamer is way too aloof. He seemed to stream solely to disseminate knowledge, seeking nothing more. Like a saint without desires, merely spreading the word. We'll wait. The representative from the SearchX project team nodded. After the project team decided to attempt contacting Lu Qiming, they dispatched someone to find Shang Wei. This was because Shang Wei's phone had previously sent a private message to Lu Qiming's live streaming account. Therefore, in theory, any new private messages sent now would be visible. Thus, the team pinned their hopes of reaching Lu Qiming on this method. However, even if the message was sent via Shang Wei's phone, they had no guarantee of receiving a response. After all, this was merely one speculative possibility, a potential avenue to reach Lu Qiming, so they decided to give it a shot. Chapter 75. First communication with the nation. Ha! Someone sent a private message? When Lu Qiming opened his computer to check the comments section of his livestream, he noticed it. His livestream had received a private message. And it was from someone he knew. Shang Tianwei seemed like a top student. Lu Qiming recognized the account, one of the first to send him gifts, and someone who had even tried to defend him in the chat. More importantly, he had also urged Lu Qiming to stop streaming during a broadcast. Why was he messaging him now? Had he discovered he could still send private messages and was just giving it a shot? Lu Qiming was well aware of the current features available in the live streaming room. Therefore, he also knew that only very old accounts could send messages via private chat now. Lu Qiming opened the private message and took a look. Turns out the platform had detected this. Their response was surprisingly swift. After a quick glance, Lu Qiming realized the message wasn't from Shang Wei, but from the authorities. The authorities, naturally, referred to the Xian Nation authorities. It wasn't exactly slow for them to discover this private message channel now, but their response wasn't particularly quick either. During the livestream upgrade, Lu Qiming could have shut down all private message channels. But Lu Qiming deliberately left just a few private message channels open. This decision was not without the intention of allowing the authorities to detect such communications. Otherwise, with Lu Qiming's programming skills, he could have easily blocked all disturbances in private messages. Yet previously, none of these few remaining private message channels had been utilized. Lu Qiming was still pondering when the platform would take real action. After that series of overtures, were they now attempting communication? Lu Qiming pondered for a moment before replying to the message. Beep. The moment Shang Wei's phone buzzed, it instantly disrupted his concentration on his studies. Another live stream? Or was it? Shang Wei's reaction wasn't as swift as the two project team members. Their phones were already in hand. Target has replied. Report immediately to headquarters. After all, Shang Wei himself was no ordinary civilian. Even when the project team attempted to requisition his phone, they didn't simply confiscate it. Instead, two team members were dispatched to Shang Wei's location to coordinate with him. Now that the private message had been answered, they naturally had to rush to report to headquarters and await further instructions from the project team's headquarters for the next steps. A reply? Can I see it? Shang Wei had been studying Chinese programming, and his learning was interrupted at this moment. He was also curious about what Lu Qiming had replied. Sure. One of the project team members generously showed the message to Xiang Wei. After all, Xiang Wei was both the owner of the phone and a disciple of academician Fong. Academician Fong was a leading figure in domestic physics, a recipient of the state special allowance. As academician Fong's last disciple, Xiang Wei was officially registered and under government observation. Therefore, there was no need to guard certain things from Xiang Wei. Xiang Wei took the phone and saw a reply in the private message interface. Okay. Just two simple words, but coming from the account leading civilization, they sent a thrill of excitement through both project members. Their previous message had been carefully crafted and discussed by numerous experts, a respectful greeting that politely requested an opportunity for dialogue. And now, that very message had received a simple okay in response. When the message was relayed back to the Search for X project team from Xiang Wei, a flurry of excitement swept through the group. Great! We've finally made contact with the target. The only breakthrough our project team has achieved since its inception. The project team is finally up and running. The project team stirred briefly, but soon drafted a response. Based on our prior discussions, we initiated communication with the target. A reply has arrived. Lu Qiming opened the received reply and began reviewing it. Lu Qiming knew full well that he was now communicating with the official authorities of Xia Nation. This marked Lu Qiming's first ever communication with a national government. We are delighted to receive your reply, sir, and sincerely hope to engage in dialogue and cooperation with you. Your extraordinary talents hold immense potential to benefit humanity. Whatever you require, the nation will fulfill. We only ask that you keep our nation in your heart and thoughts. The reply addressed Lu Qiming as sir, a term of respect. Moreover, the language conveyed respect for Lu Qiming, without any trace of arrogance. Instead, it felt like an equal dialogue. It must be said that Lu Qiming found this tone and manner of communication entirely agreeable. Thus, Lu Qiming responded, expressing his willingness to engage in dialogue with Xia Kingdom. You need not concern yourselves with my identity, nor worry about my safety. No faction, no matter how powerful, can harm me. When I choose to remain unseen, no one will uncover my information. Lu Qiming addressed the other party's attempts to probe his identity. Then, Lu Qiming addressed some of the concerns and questions raised by the other side. I am undoubtedly a citizen of Xia. My sole purpose is to advance the progress of civilization. I am an individual, not some shadowy organization. I will not act against Xia, nor will I deliberately harm other nations provided no one provokes me excessively. Regarding cooperation, Xia already holds numerous advantages. You should be well aware of this. You need only leverage your own strengths to ensure Xia maintains its dignity and standing as a major power amidst the coming changes. Lu Qiming's willingness to engage in dialogue effectively addresses the nation's concerns. Simultaneously, they offer the nation a reassuring assurance. Chapter 76, The Third Mission? The target has responded. And though the conversation has ended, the chat interface remains intact. This means we still have the possibility to contact the target. The target has provided some responses to our inquiries. This is positive progress for our project team. Report this exchange to higher-ups. Regarding this exchange, the expert team will continue analyzing the target's personality and complete the character modeling. Furthermore, the possibility of the target being part of a team has been eliminated. The target appears determined to maintain secrecy and security while being fully aware of all our previous actions. This point should also be documented. Lu Qiming proactively ended the communication. For Lu Qiming, eliciting this much response was sufficient. This was based on the fact that he was a citizen of Xia, which is why he addressed so many of the official concerns raised by Xia. Beyond that, Lu Qiming had not the slightest intention of revealing his true identity. For now, Lu Qiming's means of self-preservation relied solely on the security package from the system. However, the security package did not guarantee Lu Qiming's safety 100%. Therefore, until he could be completely certain of his safety, Lu Qiming would not reveal himself. Even though he missed his former classmates and teachers, he would not proactively reveal his identity. Doing so could potentially endanger himself. Though he cannot contact his former friends and teachers, he can continuously acquire new knowledge from the system. This alone was enough to bring Lu Qiming joy. It was precisely this ability to continually acquire and learn new knowledge that allowed Lu Qiming to endure his solitude and forge ahead independently. Only when I can fully control my own safety will I reveal my identity. At that point, I will no longer need to fear threats from any nation, nor worry that danger will reach those close to me. This was a crystal clear conviction in Lu Qiming's mind. Therefore, when faced with the nation's probing, Lu Qiming revealed not a single shred of information about his true identity, sharing only trivial matters of no consequence. The Chinese programming livestream will likely require 2 more sessions to complete this second livestream task. During this interval, I could thoroughly experiment with the newly acquired knowledge in the system laboratory. After concluding his communication with the Xia state authorities, Lu Qiming headed straight to the system lab to conduct experiments on the newly acquired knowledge from the system's knowledge base. This also signaled what Lu Qiming's next live streaming task would entail. The first mission elevated the world's energy standards. The second mission will bring revolutionary progress to the electronic age of the human world. Thus, the third mission would be to transform humanity itself. Numerous accounts from the Star Flag Nation attempted to stir up trouble in Lu Qiming's livestream, only to be directly confronted and shut down by him during the broadcast. Moreover, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Xia Nation held an emergency press conference to respond. This dual response was swiftly disseminated by Western media. This directly undermined the official authority of certain Western nations. Across Western online platforms, Lu Qiming's response was widely circulated. Yet no one could find fault with Lu Qiming's arguments. For every word Lu Qiming spoke was perfectly justified. The response from Xia's foreign ministry served to supplement and reinforce Lu Qiming's statements. Good heavens, seeing the response from the civilized world, I felt a sense of shame. Indeed, the civilized response merely disseminated knowledge without prohibiting others from learning. Whether it's nuclear reaction knowledge or Chinese programming knowledge, both can change the world, yet neither is kept secret. I believe we truly need to approach learning with a more humble attitude. Lu Qiming's response sparked a wave of reflection across Western online communities. Some are even calling for national Chinese language education programs to help them keep pace with the times. Many high-tech internet companies began actively recruiting. Initially, they sought programmers from Xiaogua, but later expanded to hiring those who could speak the Xiaogua language. Xia culture suddenly became highly sought after worldwide. And the status of Xia people worldwide seemed to soar overnight. I'm traveling in Australia, and things have changed dramatically in just the last few days. People are envious when they hear I'm from Xia. Even though I live abroad, people now approach me proactively, asking if I'm from Xia. I'm studying abroad in the United States. These past few days, both teachers and students have been treating me differently. I'm also an international student. Today, the principal and teachers came to talk to me, saying they want to establish a Chinese language program at the school and asked me to be the teacher offering a high salary. Same here. I came here to study, but the principal wants me to teach. Holy crap, I'm at some fly-by-night university abroad, and I'm a total academic failure, yet the principal offered me a high salary to teach. Lately, foreigner-filled Chinatowns have sprung up everywhere abroad. Many foreigners take pride in having friends from Xia Nation. I work at a company abroad, and lately my co-workers have been asking me to teach them Chinese. Online, countless Chinese expats and overseas Chinese are sharing how their surroundings have changed. Indeed, within just a few days of Chinese programming spreading, it sparked these changes. Schools have been the quickest to respond, almost spontaneously launching Chinese language courses. Beyond hiring Chinese employees, major corporations have also started recruiting teachers. Some foreign companies have even come directly to China for cross-border recruitment. Amidst this, a powerful sentiment has emerged online. Calls for the state to launch Chinese language education services. However, this situation also sparked significant discontent among many radical elements abroad. Chapter 77, Chinese Culture Transforms the World. Overseas, Lu Qiming's response during his livestream has caused a major stir online. Countless citizens took to the internet to voice their opinions and petition their respective governments to launch Chinese language education programs. If we don't learn Chinese, our country will fall completely behind in the digital age. In the midst of this era's transformation, we cannot afford to fall behind. Even though Chinese is difficult, we must learn it. We cannot afford to fall behind generation after generation. No programming language can transform the digital age more profoundly than Chinese-based programming. Therefore, to avoid falling behind, we must also develop relevant educational programs. Such statements demonstrate a clear understanding of the situation. In fact, many major corporations and even educational institutions have already initiated Chinese language programs. Online initiatives are merely calls for the government to implement widespread Chinese language education. However, alongside these voices, there are also some extreme statements. Such extreme views are mostly voiced by conspiracy theorists and those with an inflated sense of self-importance. For instance, a Western media outlet called the Liberty Daily published a news article stating, "Do not be deceived by Xia. We absolutely must not implement Chinese language education." Additionally, other extreme news articles appear, Xia Nation's conspiracy. Cultural erosion. This is a cultural invasion. We must firmly resist Xia. Preserve our cultural identity. We propose joint sanctions against Xia. Xia's growing power threatens the world. Action is imperative. In Western media and online, there are numerous supporters of the Xia Nation threat theory. At such times, they tend to express extreme views. Yet in this era, such rhetoric fundamentally changes nothing. Many Western nations are conducting official analyses of the pros and cons. Among them, the Star Flag Nation faces the greatest pressure. As the former world's top superpower, it now faces immense pressure as Xia Nation is poised to surpass it in both nuclear fusion technology and the digital age. Moreover, the rapid economic shifts within just 2 days have left the government scrambling to respond. Their earlier diplomatic condemnations and the narrative they pushed in Lu Qiming's livestream have backfired spectacularly. News of our actions in that civilization leadership livestream has spread far and wide. Now, many are voicing dissatisfaction with us, believing we've squandered a crucial opportunity for Starflag Nation to assert its rightful voice. No one could have predicted that the host would be so unyielding, going so far as to ban our entire nation's IP from speaking rights. Lu Qiming's response and Xia Nation's diplomatic statements have placed Starflag in an extremely passive position. What we need now is not this kind of reflection, but to discuss countermeasures. Faced with Xia Nation's current lead and surpassing us, should we take action? For instance, should we implement Chinese language education domestically, as some online suggestions propose? Xingqi's leadership and advisors gathered to deliberate on this very issue. This approach is unfeasible. It would allow Xia Nation to influence our Starflag Nation's culture. But if we don't act, in this digital age, we will forever lag behind Xia. Xia Nation enjoys unparalleled advantages and exceptional conditions, leading the way in civilization. Regardless of whether Xia has colluded with that streamer, we must formulate a countermeasure now. As that streamer said, the weak get beaten, and survival of the fittest prevails. If we don't learn, we will fall behind. Yes, there's no way around it. In Chinese programming, not only are we at a disadvantage compared to other nations worldwide, but Xia Nation alone holds a unique advantage. The Starflag Nation's leadership held discussions, but opinions split into two factions, each holding firm to their stance. Ultimately, a vote was taken to decide: we must study, intensify exchanges with Xia Nation, and master Chinese programming. Our Starflag Nation cannot afford to fall behind. We must learn and innovate. The transformation in Starflag Nation is merely the most intense and conspicuous. The emergence of Chinese programming has impacted Starflag Nation the most. But that doesn't mean other countries around the world have been unaffected. On the contrary, many nations have been profoundly affected by Chinese programming. Take, for example, the nearby nation of Japan, which has also been significantly affected. Originally, Japan's economy relied heavily on high-tech industries. Whether in manufacturing or high-tech sectors, they were all inextricably linked to electronic components. But now, the emergence of Chinese programming has disrupted these sectors. Chinese programming affects not just internet-related matters, but everything connected to the electronic age. Even high-tech equipment and electronic components are affected by Chinese programming. Thus, after the emergence of Chinese programming, Japan's economy has also faced a shock. Compared to the intense reactions in the Starflag Nation, Japan has shown greater adaptability to this change. Certain regions in Japan have directly announced the inclusion of Chinese language studies in their curricula. Some Japan-based admirers of the Celestial Empire even called for nationwide initiatives to study Xia culture. Other nations also witnessed their own waves of cultural discourse. After Lu Qiming disseminated Chinese programming, it triggered significant transformations across the entire world. Xia culture has become the most discussed topic. After all, mastering Chinese programming requires a deep understanding of both the Chinese language and the culture of Xia. Only then can one truly master Chinese programming. Mastering Chinese programming is imperative, otherwise, the future of the internet will unfold solely within Xia, leaving us behind. This has become a universally acknowledged truth among nations worldwide. 2 live streams on Chinese programming, showcasing its capabilities through various demonstrations, have already left nations in awe of its power. This is a black technology that is fundamentally unmatched, unopposed, and incomprehensible. In the face of this black technology, all past internet technologies and programming applications seem like kindergartners. Therefore, resistance is futile, only learning remains. Chapter 78, Standing Up Millions. The interval between Lu Qiming's first and second Chinese programming livestreams was precisely 24 hours. Thus, at the same time on the third day, many were prepared. Some even entered the livestream room early, waiting for the broadcast to begin. But as the minutes ticked by, they realized. Did he stand us up? With millions waiting, it just didn't happen? The record for the most people ever stood up in history was set by Civilization. Wait, the streamer never promised to go live at the same time every day. True, we all came here on our own. The streamer never confirmed a specific broadcast time. This sucks. I even took the day off for this, and it still hasn't started. Just wait, maybe it'll start any minute now. This streamer is such an unpredictable guy, it's impossible to deal with. At the same time, many international viewers whose time zones meant it was the dead of night felt even worse. Thinking they'd figured out Lu Qiming's streaming pattern, many foreigners stayed up late specifically to catch his broadcast. Yet Lu Qiming didn't go live on time, catching everyone completely off guard. So why no stream today? What's the host up to? Maybe he slept in? I think it's more likely he's doing research. Why wouldn't it be studying? By the way, hasn't anyone, not a single country, figured out the host's identity yet? I'm curious about who the host really is. How do they know so much? There doesn't seem to be any clues about the Civilization leader emerging. According to expert netizen speculation, the civilization guide is highly likely to be a legendary time traveler. Stop guessing, the streamer is actually from the future. How else could they have all this advanced tech? Unlike the previous 2 times, Lu Qiming didn't go live at the same time. Yet countless viewers had already flooded the livestream, swelling the audience to over 10 million. Not seeing Lu Qiming go live, they simply started commenting in the chat, sparking a heated discussion. Simultaneously, all sorts of theories about Lu Qiming's identity and origins began circulating. Some wildly imaginative netizens even posted all sorts of hilarious comments in the chat. Shang Wei stared at the comments, lost in thought. Who exactly was this civilization leader? It seemed the entire nation had been searching for so long, yet not a single clue about his identity had surfaced. It was truly baffling. Where had this person come from? Was he really a time traveler? Or perhaps someone who had inherited alien knowledge? Even if he was a time traveler, he must have been a genius scholar in his original life. Otherwise, how could this streamer demonstrate such mastery over both nuclear reaction knowledge and Chinese programming? Watching the fervent discussions in the comment section, Shang Wei couldn't help but share his own speculation. Meanwhile, across the globe, officials in various countries were quietly monitoring the comment sections, trying to uncover clues about Lu Qiming's identity. This was an immense undertaking. These Xia nationals sure can talk. It was enough to drive anyone mad. Just compiling all this comment data was enough to make your hair stand on end. As the world's most populous nation, Xia truly lives up to its name. There are simply too many people. Government officials and comments section monitors from every country share similar frustrations, harboring identical thoughts and resentments. Time ticked by. 10 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours. The live stream's audience, once in the tens of millions, had already dropped below that mark and continued to dwindle steadily. Let's call it a night. It's almost dark. The streamer probably won't be going live today. Sigh, wasted hours waiting. If I'd known it would take this long, I could have watched the entire replay by now. Let's call it a night. Let's call it a night. If this were yesterday, Lu Qiming's stream would have wrapped up by now. But today, it still hadn't even started. Many viewers assumed Lu Qiming wouldn't be streaming today. The live stream's audience, which had been in the tens of millions, slowly dwindled. Many foreigners, having stayed up since late night, were now exhausted, utterly drained. Many had already left the livestream. Should I leave too? Shang Wei had also waited for a long time, though he was studying while waiting. Amidst the initial chaos in the comments section, discussions about Chinese programming began to emerge. For the past few hours, Shang Wei had been exchanging insights with others in the comments section. For Shang Wei and many others, even though Lu Qiming hadn't gone live, there were still some takeaways. However, as the live stream audience dwindled and fewer people discussed the issues, Shang Wei began considering leaving to watch the recording. Just as he exited the stream, took off his glasses, set down his phone, and rubbed his slightly sore eyes, he suddenly heard that familiar beep. Ha! Shang Wei immediately lowered his hand, put his glasses back on, and picked up his phone. There, staring back at him, was a live stream notification. A new stream starting now? Though surprised, Shang Wei didn't hesitate. He clicked the link and entered the live stream immediately. Like Shang Wei, countless others around the world did the same. The moment he entered the live stream, Shang Wei noticed the viewer count had surged past 10 million. Then, Shang Wei heard a familiar voice. Hello everyone, welcome to the live stream. Shang Wei had barely entered the live stream when he heard this greeting. Before he could even block the comments, the entire screen was already flooded with an overwhelming wave of messages. You ghost, where have you been? We've been waiting forever. Goodness, why are you so late today? Glad I didn't give up. You're finally streaming today. Hee hee, I took a nap and just made it in time. Foreign language, holy crap, I've been waiting so long my head's about to explode, and you start streaming now? I'm totally drained. Foreign language, my liver's about to explode. With just one glance, Shang Wei turned off the comments to focus better later. Just then, Shang Wei heard Lu Qiming's voice. I was doing some research today, so it's a bit later than yesterday. Please bear with me. Research? A thought struck Shang Wei. What kind of research is he doing now? Chapter 79, watching live streams feels like listening to heavenly script. I was doing some research today, so I'm a bit later than yesterday. Please bear with me. But as soon as he went live, the chat was flooded with questions about where he'd been or how long everyone had been waiting. Even without prior notice, Lu Qiming felt compelled to offer a brief explanation. After Lu Qiming's explanation, the comments flooded again with questions, all asking what Lu Qiming had been researching lately. This time, Lu Qiming ignored the comments entirely. After all, he hadn't even streamed the Chinese programming knowledge yet. Revealing other details prematurely wouldn't be wise. Despite the flood of inquiries in the comments, Lu Qiming remained unresponsive. This live stream session continued to focus on explaining Chinese programming. In the previous live stream, I covered the basics of Chinese programming and its simple applications. This time, I'll cover in-depth applications and advanced uses of Chinese programming. Ignoring the flood of questions on the screen, Lu Qiming dove straight into the main topic, kicking off this livestream. Chinese programming is based directly on knowledge that doesn't exist in reality. Therefore, even for a cram-style livestream, it must be divided into 4 sessions. Lu Qiming had meticulously planned these 4 sessions in advance, jotting down notes in his notebook: introduction, light applications, heavy applications, and finally, deep understanding. While many viewers could follow and even internalize Lu Qiming's explanations during the introductory phase, then starting from light applications, it became increasingly difficult. The third session on heavy applications left people feeling like they were listening to gibberish. Therefore, for his last 2 live streams, Lu Qiming didn't need to concern himself with audience questions, he simply delivered the content. By disseminating knowledge directly in this manner, the second systematic task was considered complete. Even those with natural talent would require time to gradually master the disseminated knowledge. Even so, those with a basic grasp of Chinese programming could already begin transforming the world, ushering in a revolution in the electronic age. Completely incomprehensible, leaving only rote memorization. Watching the livestream, Shang Wei felt utterly at a loss. He even felt at a loss about where to begin taking notes. He could only record it for now, planning to review it later and thoroughly digest the earlier content. As a former top student, Shang Wei understood exactly what this situation meant: a bottleneck caused by insufficient knowledge and incomplete grasp of the preceding concepts. Understanding this, Shang Wei could only screen record everything, saving it for later when he'd mastered the earlier material before tackling this section. With that in mind, he decided to skip taking notes altogether. Instead, he opened the live stream's comments section. What he discovered was that the comments were filled with people facing similar struggles. He couldn't understand a thing. During the first livestream, I could still follow along and grasp the concepts, but now I'm completely lost. It's like trying to decipher ancient texts. Turns out I'm not the only one who can't understand it. That made me feel better. Seeing the comments made me feel better. Seeing so many people in the comments facing similar struggles, some even expressing frustration at not understanding a single word of this stream. Shang Wei opened the comment box, ready to send a bullet comment himself. But before he could even start typing, the streamer paused mid-sentence. It's no big deal if you don't understand. This session covers advanced applications of Chinese programming. It's perfectly normal not to grasp it. Only after everyone has mastered the basics of Chinese programming and gained some practical experience should they listen again, then they might barely grasp it. If you could truly grasp it now, you'd be a genius beyond my reach. Seeing the flood of comments from viewers admitting they couldn't follow, Lu Qiming offered a reassuring word. So for this livestream, just record it for later. Once you've thoroughly mastered the basic applications of Chinese programming, you'll revisit what I'm saying now and realize it's not so hard to grasp after all. This principle is like learning. A first grader can understand lessons meant for first grade. If they hear second grade lessons, they might grasp a tiny bit. But if they were given third grade lessons, they'd likely be completely baffled. Right now, you're all first graders or even below first grade level. So it's natural not to understand everything. Don't doubt yourselves. Just focus on mastering the foundational material, take it step by step. Hearing Lu Qiming's words, Shang Wei stopped typing his planned comment. He realized Lu Qiming's words were clearer and more to the point than the comment he'd been about to post. Looking back at the comments, they were indeed filled with admiration and many expressions of gratitude for resolving their doubts. After clearing up the confusion, Lu Qiming continued his livestream. With his explanations, the volume of comments dropped significantly. After all, if people couldn't even understand what was being said, there was no point in asking questions in the comments. Moreover, those who had previously complained about not understanding were now silently recording the stream instead of asking questions. The rest of the livestream proceeded smoothly. 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours. After roughly 6 hours, it was around 1 a.m. in Xiagua. Lu Qiming had concluded his presentation. Meanwhile, tens of millions remained online in the livestream room. Alright, that wraps up this livestream. Regarding Chinese programming, this session covered advanced applications. The next session will continue exploring Chinese programming fundamentals. However, the next session will cover the essence of Chinese programming and serve as the final wrap-up of the knowledge series. In this third Chinese programming livestream, Lu Qiming didn't immediately end the broadcast after finishing his presentation. Instead, he shared a few more thoughts. Knowledge makes humanity great and improves our lives. Knowledge also propels civilization forward, so I hope everyone will respect and pursue knowledge. All knowledge deserves respect. The changes brought by knowledge are also the changes of the times. Knowledge should only make humanity better, that is the true purpose of its application. Chapter 80, The Benefits of Reading Too Many Novels. Analyze the discourse of this livestream based on the objective. Character modeling and personality development are being refined. Analyze additional remarks made during this livestream. Currently established character traits: fearless, noble, and highly intelligent. Beyond this, the subject exhibits normal human emotions, responding to questions in the chat, and becoming annoyed by the chat's tone. Moreover, the subject possesses broad vision and lofty aspirations, seemingly unconstrained by national or interpersonal boundaries, but rather focused on humanity and civilization. The origin of this knowledge remains unknown. While genius is a possibility, other explanations cannot be ruled out. Based on the target's speech patterns and logical reasoning, they are undoubtedly an academic prodigy. Through communication, it has been confirmed that the target is human, specifically from the Xia nation. Extend goodwill to facilitate communication with the target. Personality analysis suggests avoiding a confrontational approach instead, engage through conciliatory and equal dialogue. The subject's stated purpose, as repeatedly expressed, is consistently to assist Earth's civilization. The target's specific identity remains unconfirmed and requires further clues. The above character modeling and personality analysis have been updated and saved, awaiting further updates and additions. Lu Qiming ended the livestream, noting that the system in his mind had yet to emit any sound. Evidently, having streamed 3/4 of the Chinese programming content was insufficient to complete the system's second task. Still, Lu Qiming felt no urgency. After one more livestream tomorrow, the task would be complete. With that thought, Lu Qiming directly communicated with the system. System, enter the system laboratory. In the next instant, Lu Qiming's consciousness shifted, transporting him into the system laboratory. Stepping into the initially blank laboratory, Lu Qiming let his imagination run wild. Soon, a silver-white operating table, jars and flasks, and various high-tech instruments appeared within the system lab. He continued his experiments, determined to put all his knowledge into practice. Lu Qiming conducted experiments within the system laboratory. The reason he was conducting experiments was because a third body of knowledge had entered his mind. After completing more than half of his second mission, Lu Qiming initiated a search of the system's knowledge database. He then selected the option for early extraction, allowing the system to instill this third set of knowledge directly into his mind. Though this knowledge, like the previous ones, became instantly clear upon being infused by the system, Lu Qiming, however, felt compelled to experiment with it. While testing this knowledge in a real laboratory held little practical value, conducting experiments within the system lab proved quite satisfactory. With this in mind, ever since acquiring this knowledge, Lu Qiming had been using the idle time between livestreams to enter the system lab. The previous instance where a livestream ran 5 or 6 hours late was precisely because Lu Qiming had become so engrossed in his experiments that he lost track of time. This particular knowledge captivated Lu Qiming even more than nuclear reactions or Chinese programming. Lu Qiming placed immense value on this knowledge. In fact, Lu Qiming firmly believed without exaggeration that if disseminated, this knowledge would impact human civilization no less profoundly than nuclear reactions, which could resolve humanity's energy crisis, or Chinese programming, which transformed the internet and electronic age. The knowledge disseminated in the third livestream seemed to offer even greater benefit to humanity. After muttering to himself, Lu Qiming plunged directly into his experiments. Xia, come see. Look at the web page I just built using Chinese programming. In a small town in Xia Nation, inside an internet cafe. Outside, night had fallen, yet the internet cafe still bustled with young netizens burning the midnight oil. Among them, 2 stood out like sore thumbs. Amidst the swirling smoke, they stared intently at their computer screens with keen interest. Their screens displayed not a game interface, but a string of coded web page. One youth excitedly called out to his friend, pointing at the screen. Xia immediately leaned in for a closer look, then hesitated before saying, "Looks right. Try if this web page can switch from the coding interface to the official interface." "Alright, I'll try." Xia's friend immediately began a series of operations before clicking confirm. A brand new web page slowly appeared before them. "It worked!" Xia exclaimed in surprise. "It worked," his friend nearly jumped out of his skin with excitement. "I wrote a web page using Chinese programming. Does this mean I've mastered the basics?" "Absolutely. Definitely. Right now, some people online who can do this are already called masters." Xiaoxia said, looking at her friend with admiration. "You started learning Chinese programming later than me, but you've already mastered the basics. With your current skills, you could walk into any internet company and demand at least 20k a month." "Hee, thanks to you, Xiaoxia, for encouraging me to learn earlier." The friend scratched his head, "And since it's Chinese programming, maybe it's easier for me because I read a lot of novels all kinds and have a huge reading volume." "I'm jealous. If I'd known reading novels was so beneficial, I would have cut back on gaming and read more," Xiaoxia said enviously. "No worries, you should be getting the hang of it soon too. Tell me about that web page gap thing you mentioned earlier. Was that Chinese programming?" "Sure." My friend agreed without hesitation. Soon, the two of us huddled around a computer, studying intently. "Keep it down, you two." Their discussion sometimes grew louder, prompting warnings from others. Before long, they exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. "Why don't we just buy our own computer?" "Sure, we'll just rent a place. Based on what's online these days, it seems we're already at a level where we could take on projects. Why not set up a studio and try making money from this?" "Alright, let's give it a shot." Chapter 81, Losing Track of Money. The emergence and dissemination of nuclear reaction knowledge reshaped the energy industry landscape. But fundamentally, its impact on ordinary people hasn't been that significant. For among all the nations and powers in the world, aside from Xia Nation, not a single one had cracked the knowledge lock to truly apply nuclear fusion. Xia Nation was also constructing nuclear fusion power plants, but replacing old energy sources with new ones wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. Thus, for ordinary people, the impact remains relatively minor. Chinese programming, however, is a different story. Ever since Lu Qiming first broadcast the concept and foundational knowledge of Chinese programming, even ordinary people have felt the changes around them. Every corner of the internet seems saturated with discussions about Chinese programming. Nearly every programmer chose to learn Chinese programming at the earliest opportunity. In fact, due to Chinese programming, a financial crisis is brewing in the Starflag Nation. Beyond that, industries like mobile phones, automobiles, electronic devices, and computers are all undergoing transformation because of Chinese programming. This transformation is palpable even to the most ordinary laborer. Even grandmothers in the countryside now know that downloading a doctor app can make their phones much smarter. For ordinary people, the changes brought by Chinese programming are clearly visible and seemingly everywhere. Nuclear reaction knowledge is reshaping humanity's energy landscape for the foreseeable future. Chinese programming is making a direct and powerful impact, seemingly transforming every aspect of people's lives. Many internet-addicted teens, hardcore online novel enthusiasts, struggling web writers, and forum trolls are all undergoing transformations. Many have decisively switched careers to learn Chinese programming. Even ordinary college students hear rumors that their schools plan to establish Chinese programming majors. Numerous prestigious universities have already formally established this major. The difference is that this major has no instructors. Classes are held in multimedia classrooms, where students simply watch a recorded livestream on repeat. Students attending these classes simply watch the livestream, take notes, and discuss with classmates. Across numerous domestic job recruitment websites, postings suddenly all shifted to the same type of openings. Major high-tech companies were all undergoing restructuring. Within Xia Nation, the changes were so intense that everyone could see them with their own eyes. Beyond Xia's borders, the transformations were equally pronounced. People from nearly every nation were discussing Xia and learning to speak broken Chinese. Foreign universities have also begun widespread Chinese language education. Some companies have even launched company-wide Chinese literacy programs. Ordinary foreigners began seeking out nearby Xia nationals. Some foreigners even felt uncomfortable not knowing any Xia nationals, proactively seeking out Chinese communities in Chinatowns to make connections and learn Chinese culture. Having a friend from Xia Nation has become something to be proud of. Even lifelong homebuddies would message their friends online asking if they'd installed Doctor or tried the Han operating system. Both the Han OS and Doctor apps had long since surpassed 100 million downloads. Both are now rapidly approaching and surpassing the 10 billion mark. Doctor, this Chinese program software, was hailed as the dawn of a new era in programming. Within Xia Nation, the app was available for free download. Within just 3 days, Doctor was installed on nearly every smartphone in Xia Nation. Overseas, even though Doctor requires payment, its download numbers have reached an almost terrifying scale. Lu Qiming merely placed the software in his livestream without doing anything else, yet Doctor's overseas usage alone generated over $20 billion in funding for Lu Qiming's backend. After all, Doctor isn't limited to smartphones. Numerous devices, even automobiles, could integrate Doctor. Doctor possesses powerful integration and self-diagnostic capabilities, capable of boosting hardware performance by over 50%. Thus, within a short time, Doctor has been deployed globally. Similarly, another downloadable operating system, Han OS, has also gained widespread adoption. Domestically, over 1/3 of computers have attempted to install the Han operating system. Internationally, the installation volume of the Han operating system is equally staggering. The paid installations of the Han operating system abroad have directly generated approximately $1 billion for Lu Qiming. Han is an operating system with a higher price point than Doctor, yet its sales volume falls far short of Doctor's. This is because Doctor has a broader installation base and possesses self-detection capabilities, enabling it to charge based on the installed device. Both software programs operated without any advertising, relying solely on organic user promotion and downloads. This simple monetization model generated over $30 billion for Lu Qiming, propelling him directly into the ranks of billionaires. Yet for the current Lu Qiming, money holds little meaning. Such vast sums, sitting in the back end, were merely numbers to him. Even when staring at the figures and counting the zeros, Lu Qiming remained utterly unmoved, calm and composed. He couldn't even think of how to spend it all right now. The entire planet was undergoing transformation because of Lu Qiming and the knowledge disseminated through his live streams. In Xia Nation, a fund named Civilization passed its review and was officially established. Within just half a day of its launch, funds poured in from various industries, companies, and individuals. Moreover, since the fund's donation channels were publicly disclosed online, a vast number of people from all walks of life made contributions. Within just half a day, the Civilization Fund exceeded 2 billion. And this figure continues to climb. Chapter 82, Thorough Investigation of the Fund. Ah! Lu Qiming yawned, then snapped awake. The yawn wasn't due to physical drowsiness, but rather mental exhaustion. He had spent over 100 hours straight in the system lab, conducting non-stop experiments. His state was normally solidified within the lab. But upon stepping out, Lu Qiming yawned from sheer overexcitement. After that yawn, all traces of drowsiness vanished. His consciousness entered the system lab, and his physical body in reality experienced almost no exhaustion whatsoever, not even hunger or fatigue. Lu Qiming had already noticed this phenomenon. So, after exiting the system lab, he checked the time and realized over a dozen hours had passed since his last livestream, nearly a full day-night cycle. It was time to begin his fourth livestream on Chinese programming, completing the second system task and earning the reward directly. The thought energized Lu Qiming. The first system reward had suppressed the cancer cells within Lu Qiming's body. The second reward, however, would completely eradicate the cancer cells within his body. The terrifying nature of cancer cells lies in their relentless ability to divide and multiply, seemingly immortal and indestructible. Under such circumstances, they disrupt the body's normal systems and circulation, ultimately leading to death. However, as long as the cancer cells ceased multiplying, the condition would enter remission. In the previous mission, Lu Qiming's reward was disease remission. This time, the reward was the complete eradication of the cancer cells within his body. As a cancer patient, Lu Qiming eagerly anticipated that moment. Begin livestream. Beep. A notification sound echoed across tens of millions of phones, computers, and other devices. The patriarch has gone live? Xiaoxia, who was inquiring about rental properties at the agency, suddenly jolted awake. She nudged her friend, Xiaoxing, the Grandmaster is live. Xiaoxing snapped to attention, let's check it out first. What's going on? The real estate agent beside them, confused, couldn't help but ask, you've seen 4 or 5 places today. Haven't found anything suitable? Xiaoxia and her friend Xiaoxing were both feeling a bit anxious at this point. But after running around all day, they felt a bit guilty toward the agent. They exchanged a glance. Let's go with the one we just saw. It's a bit pricey, but we can make it work. Xiaoxia suggested. Yeah, Xiaoxing nodded in agreement. In just a few words, they sealed the deal with the agent. Then, they hurried into the nearest internet cafe. They found a private booth, watched the livestream, and recorded the screen. Soon, they were all set. Phew, thank goodness the Grandmaster didn't jump straight into the main content this time, giving us a few minutes to wait. Welcome back, Grandmaster. Greetings, Master, as you go live. Be joyful and smile. Welcome to the Civilization Pioneer livestream, a place brimming with delight, happiness, and knowledge. Don't miss out Chinese programming knowledge giveaway. Lu Qiming went live immediately. Within seconds of starting, the livestream had attracted tens of millions of online viewers. After a brief greeting, Lu Qiming didn't dive straight into the main topic but gave everyone a moment to prepare. During this interval, Lu Qiming scanned the chat stream, noticing a sea of cheerful energy. Spectators were greeting him in their own unique ways. Lu Qiming smiled as he watched. The lively stream of comments made him feel anything but lonely or bored, despite having been alone for so long. When not streaming, he found immense fulfillment in the company of knowledge. During the live stream, having viewers along made it all the more enjoyable. After about 5 minutes, Lu Qiming finally spoke up. Alright, I assume most of you are ready. Let's proceed with our next Chinese programming livestream. In the first livestream, I covered the basics of Chinese programming, guiding many viewers through the gateway to this field. The second session covered basic applications of Chinese programming. The third session will cover advanced applications of Chinese programming. Today, I'll explain the application logic and essence of Chinese programming. Many may not grasp this session, but those interested should remember this livestream. When some of you master the advanced applications of Chinese programming with ease, revisiting this replay will reveal an entirely new world. Although I've already demonstrated the remarkable applications of Chinese programming in 3 consecutive livestreams, Chinese programming still holds vast unexplored potential, waiting for you to discover. Lu Qiming has now commenced the official livestream. If the last deep application livestream on Chinese programming felt like listening to gibberish to viewers, then this livestream might feel like listening to an alien language. Each word is understandable on its own, but when combined, it becomes incomprehensible. Many listeners' minds were completely stumped. Couldn't understand it at all, not a single word. Shanwei shook his head repeatedly, having completely given up on trying to understand this livestream. Like Shanwei, countless viewers had no choice but to record the livestream. Fortunately, Lu Qiming didn't just lecture during the stream, he also demonstrated practical applications. This was something the audience loved, as it allowed them to experience the magic of Chinese programming firsthand. This time, halfway through the livestream, Lu Qiming paused momentarily. The current internet was relatively primitive compared to Chinese programming. Mastering Chinese programming meant one could achieve almost anything on the current internet. Therefore, once Chinese programming emerges, all websites and enterprises must keep pace with the times and complete their upgrades. Otherwise, they will be left hopelessly behind. Chinese programming can accomplish many things, such as Lu Qiming operated his computer and opened a page. It's the Civilization Fund page. What's this for? Excitement surged. The application phase had finally arrived. The audience grew excited. Through Chinese programming, we can directly access the deepest layers of any website or web page, freely browse, and even make modifications. Of course, this falls under advanced applications. Lu Qiming spoke while performing the operation, opening a list. This is the Civilization Fund. Many companies previously announced plans to establish such funds, and with contributions from individuals across society and even official donations, the Civilization Fund now exceeds 2 billion yuan. Here, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you. However, among these, there are also some enterprises that have made certain promises but failed to deliver. At a massive automobile factory in Xia Nation, the chairman was watching the live stream alongside a group of engineers, programmers, and other employees. But upon seeing this part, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Chapter 83, Livestream Punishment for Unscrupulous Manufacturers. Dachui Mobile is merely a second-tier, or even third-tier, smartphone brand within Xia Nation. Yet its founder, Tian Dachui, excelled at hype, frequently boasting online and amassing a loyal following. Thus, despite its mediocre specifications, the brand managed to achieve some sales volume. After Lu Qiming's livestream popularized Chinese programming, major domestic phone manufacturers announced their transitions to the Han operating system, abandoning the Android camp. Some manufacturers even announced they would pay Lu Qiming patent fees, causing their stock prices to soar. Tian Dachui, founder of Dachui Mobile, keenly spotted a marketing opportunity in this trend. Shortly thereafter, Tian Dachui held a lavish press conference, spending heavily to invite media outlets. At the event, Tian Dachui declared that Dachui Mobile would officially pivot to focus exclusively on the Han operating system. To generate buzz, Tian Dachui delivered a series of emotionally charged statements, declaring that to honor the Civilization Foundation for its pioneering role, he would allocate 5% of all new phone sales directly to support the foundation. It was precisely this declaration that caused the online pre-orders for the yet-to-be-manufactured new series of phones named after the Han hammer to reach hundreds of thousands. Tian Dachui was deeply pleased with his attention-grabbing stunt. Of course, Tian Dachui had no intention of actually donating 5% of the sales revenue. After all, doing so would mean directly paying out tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, of yuan. Other phone manufacturers, at most, would pledge to donate just 1% of their profits. But Tian Dachui, in his quest for attention, boldly declared 5% of sales revenue. I don't believe other phone makers are truly that generous, willing to give up even 1% of their profits. Anyway, everyone's just trying to grab attention, boost buzz, and make bold claims. I might as well join in. That was the mindset Tian Dachui carried in his heart. Even after the Civilization Fund was established, Tian Dachui merely made a token contribution and called it a day. Instead, Tian Dachui was brimming with confidence, believing this marked the beginning of leading Dachui Mobile to the pinnacle of domestic brands. I've already stated that both the Han operating system and the Doctor software will be free for all Xia Nation citizens to use. In the livestream, Lu Qiming's broadcast continued, watched by tens of millions worldwide. The knowledge livestream was halfway through, about to showcase the Chinese programming language. But before the demonstration, Lu Qiming made these remarks. Meanwhile, some domestic manufacturers, companies, and entrepreneurs were expressing their gratitude and willingness to pay for knowledge. Some manufacturers and enterprises even made direct pledges to provide substantial funding. Now that the Civilization Fund has been established, since these manufacturers, companies, and entrepreneurs have already made their pledges, I cannot refuse. On behalf of the Civilization Fund, I will gladly accept their generosity. Under the official administration of Xia Nation, the Civilization Fund was formally established just 1 day ago and has already secured 20 billion in funding. At this point, the comments section erupted with a chorus of 666 and shouts of awesome. Many even felt a surge of pride, knowing that it was their efforts that had compiled the list of fund contributors. Consequently, after the Civilization Fund's launch, numerous enterprises and companies had no choice but to actually pay up. But amidst the lively chatter of the bullet comments, Lu Qiming's voice remained calm as he uttered a but. But what, many viewers wondered. Lu Qiming wasted no time building suspense, but there were also some manufacturers and entrepreneurs who were merely riding the hype or seeking attention. The promises they made were never fulfilled. My words, I keep my promises, without fail. If I've already promised free access to Xia citizens, then I won't charge them. But some manufacturers and companies exploited this, using lies to gain attention and boost their own performance, failing to deliver on their promises. Lu Qiming sighed softly as he spoke. In our Xia culture, we hold the saying, a gentleman's word is as unbreakable as a four-horse chariot. Yet these companies and corporations fall far short of such noble standards. The once boisterous bullet chat turned angry. Most spectators in Xia Nation, drawn in by the commotion, were stirred by Lu Qiming's words. Which company is so shameless? Exactly. If you don't intend to deliver, why make the promise? They made promises they won't keep, just to grab attention. What kind of people are they? Damn it, which company is this shameless bastard? Let's boycott them. Lu Qiming's voice echoed once more. Therefore, I've decided to impose some penalties on these enterprises or companies. I'll use this opportunity to demonstrate for everyone what Chinese programming can achieve on today's internet. Lu Qiming spoke as he began his demonstration. Then, a company's official website appeared, alongside a donation section for the Civilization Fund. Lu Qiming directly named the company, Tiandachui's Dachui Mobile. 2 days prior, Tiandachui had announced a strategic pivot alongside other smartphone manufacturers. What set Tiandachui apart was the grand scale of his press conference, which drew significant media attention. Moreover, during the event, while announcing the transformation of Dachui Mobile, Tiandachui also declared that 5% of all sales revenue would be contributed to the Civilization Fund. However, Lu Qiming said, displaying the Civilization Fund's payment section. At that moment, the audience clearly saw that the payment from Dachui Technology amounted to a mere 1 million. Next, Lu Qiming presented additional data. At the press conference, Dachui Mobile announced the development of a new smartphone, naming it Hanshui, and launched its online pre-sale with a price tag of 4,000 yuan. In just 2 days, pre-orders for this phone had already surpassed 500,000 units. According to Tiandachui's promise, this should generate 200 million yuan in funds to be contributed to the Civilization Fund. At this point, nearly all viewers in Xia Nation watching the livestream understood. Damn Dachui. Damn, what a shady company. Scum. Chapter 84, The Price of Pretentiousness is Too High. Lu Qiming called them out by name during the livestream. The chat exploded with collective mockery, many directly lashing out at Dachui phones and Tian Dachui. Damn it, I even pre-ordered a Han Hammer phone, got totally duped by Tian Dachui. I'm the real loser, I paid in full for mine. I'm going to get a refund right now. Lu Qiming ignored the raging flood of comments and proceeded with his demonstration. Given the actions of Dachui Technology and its chairman Tian Dachui, I intend to take action. Revoke all Chinese programming rights for Dachui Technology. As Lu Qiming spoke, he performed the operation on his computer, displaying an interface. As I mentioned earlier, the current internet is a relic compared to Chinese programming. The deep application of Chinese programming on such an internet is virtually limitless. For instance, we can locate the physical location of Dachui Technology's factory on the internet. Moreover, we can discover all software and items tagged with Dachui Technology. As Lu Qiming spoke, a series of interface screens appeared on the display. Though flashy, few could understand them. For the audience at this moment, they needed to listen to Lu Qiming's narration to understand what he was doing. I am revoking Dachui Technology's application rights for Chinese programming. The Dachui phones already sold belong to individual citizens of Xia Nation, and we have no right to interfere. However, there are still many unsold Dachui Technology phones in existence. Moreover, there are still Dachui phones on the production line and applications for Chinese programming within Dachui's headquarters. We can remotely retrieve these, set permissions, and block these phones and computers from accessing the Chinese system or doctor applications. The live stream screen displayed back-end Chinese programming code that viewers couldn't possibly understand. Yet merely hearing Lu Qiming describe his actions was enough to make many viewers gasp in awe. After a few moments of simple operations, Lu Qiming announced, "Alright, we've dealt a punishment to Big Hammer Technology. We've revoked all of Hammer Tech's Chinese programming authorizations. This means none of their products can use the Han operating system or doctor to assist with mobile hardware integration and performance enhancements." Holy, doesn't that mean the Han Hammer phone is dead on arrival? Damn it, go get a refund. That scumbag Tian Dachui is nothing but a con artist. I always knew that Tian Dachui was shady as hell, but I never imagined he'd be this shameless. While many were cursing, numerous programmers learning Chinese programming couldn't help but exclaim, Holy crap, that's insane. Just revoke the authorization, and Dachui Technology can't use Chinese programming tools anymore? So badass. It's like a god of the internet pulling this off. At that moment, many programmers were stunned. Similarly, many internet companies were stunned by Lu Qiming's tactics. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of a certain automotive company in Xia Nation, holy! The chairman of the auto company let out a holy before his face turned pale. Meanwhile, the other company executives watching alongside him also began to look panicked. Chairman, we. Before he could finish, the chairman had already leaped to his feet. Quick! Finance department, get moving! Transfer funds to the Civilization Fund immediately. Hurry! In the livestream, Lu Qiming continued broadcasting. Having just punished Dahui technology, Lu Qiming was poised to take further action, preparing to call out names directly in the livestream. He would also demonstrate Chinese programming, showcasing its supremacy over internet applications. However, Lu Qiming had initially targeted several companies. Just as he had finished dealing with Big Hammer Technology and was about to tackle the next automotive company, he pulled up the remittance slip for the Civilization Fund. He suddenly discovered that the very automotive company he had targeted had a transfer record. And the destination of that remittance? The Civilization Fund. These remittances were no small sum either. For Lu Qiming, this was an unexpected development, causing him to pause momentarily. Besides Big Hammer Tech, other companies or enterprises have engaged in unethical practices. Let's examine the others next. Although Lu Qiming said this, many Xia Nation viewers in the audience had already noticed. After all, the remittance statements Lu Qiming was retrieving were being updated in real time. So, right before everyone's eyes, people saw that particular remittance. The chat stream erupted with discussions. Holy crap, I saw it, it's a transfer from Dai Motors. The chairman of Dai has been bragging for ages and they're only transferring the funds now? Dai Motors is so sneaky. I bet they watched the livestream and panicked, rushing to make the payment. Seeing a comment on the screen that nailed the truth, the chairman of Dai Motors breathed a sigh of relief. Even though many commenters are cursing now, as long as this civilized leader doesn't mind, it's fine. Our company is undergoing reforms right now. Whether it's the Han system or the medical software, they're both crucial to our transformation. We can't afford any slip-ups. Speaking with relief, the chairman remarked, thankfully we reacted swiftly that streamer had already opened our homepage link. Now it's fine. Even if netizens criticize us online, it doesn't matter as long as the streamer doesn't pursue it further. The chairman of Dai Motors sighed in relief. If only I'd known I shouldn't have tried to show off at the press conference. Borrowing someone else's prestige to show off comes at too high a cost. Chapter 85, Third Livestream Preview. Lu Qiming had already prepared everything. He wasn't just aiming to make an example of one company, he intended to wipe out all the troublemakers at once. But he hadn't anticipated that after taking down just one representative company like Big Hammer Tech, the reactions from other enterprises and corporations would be so swift. Originally, Lu Qiming had prepared a list of over a dozen companies. Yet after he dealt with just one Daichui technology, the Civilization Fund's remittance sources began multiplying in rapid succession. And they were all substantial transfers. In a mere 2 minutes, the original fund of over 2 billion yuan had already surged past 3 billion. The Civilization Fund's list of contributors expanded significantly before the eyes of tens of millions in a very short time. At first, many were cursing Dai Motors. But later, seeing the continuous stream of new contributors popping up, they couldn't be bothered to complain anymore. If the streamer hadn't exposed it, would so many shameless companies have come forward? Exactly. Companies that make empty promises and fail to deliver don't deserve to exist. The host truly reigns supreme one move, and they all scramble to honor their promises. Paying for the sake of bragging. Truth is, across the entire country, it's not just a dozen companies blowing smoke without delivering. Lu Qiming just picked a dozen or so as representative examples. But after handling just one, the others quickly caught on, leaving Lu Qiming at a loss for how to proceed. Phew, alright, I won't keep showing you more. Lu Qiming decided to wrap up this segment, though he added a few more remarks during the live stream. Chinese-based programming languages are born from the foundation of the Chinese language. We must hold a certain reverence for language and culture to better understand and apply Chinese programming. Our cultural heritage emphasizes honesty and integrity. Therefore, every word I speak carries weight. I also hope entrepreneurs everywhere can uphold this principle. Or, when referring to my statements, maintain honesty. There are also some small businesses that have attached themselves to our name but have never made any contributions to the Civilization Fund. After the broadcast, I will address this matter. Now, let's continue the live stream and discuss Chinese programming. Lu Qiming concluded the topic with a few remarks before resuming the live stream. Meanwhile, in many places, numerous company executives breathed a sigh of relief. They had made it through unscathed. Thankfully, Civilization leadership had shown sufficient magnanimity. The chairman of Dai Motors finally exhaled deeply, his body relaxing completely. He looked utterly drained, having been scared into a cold sweat by Lu Qiming's earlier actions. After a brief moment of rest and regaining his composure, the chairman of Dai Motors shook his head and smiled wryly. I'll never try to show off again. Alright, that wraps up today's livestream on Chinese programming. After over 6 hours in the livestream, Lu Qiming had thoroughly covered all the knowledge about Chinese programming. The livestream on Chinese programming knowledge has now concluded, spanning 4 distinct phases. For those interested, may you never forget to keep learning. Only knowledge you truly master becomes your own. Chinese programming comes to a close. There were 4 live sessions in total. During the first 2, viewers could still grasp the concepts with some effort. But by the last 2 sessions, it was completely incomprehensible. Even so, the live stream's online audience nearly hit 100 million. When Lu Qiming announced the end of the Chinese programming livestreams, many felt reluctant to see it go. "Master, please keep streaming. Master, don't leave, I haven't learned yet. Please, Grandmaster, stream a few more times and teach us." After the second live stream on Chinese programming, programmers online began directly addressing Lu Qiming as Grandmaster. Those who had begun learning Chinese programming did the same. So at this moment, the bullet comments were filled with pleas to keep going. Some viewers even asked outright, "Will the streamer continue broadcasting? Is this world-changing genius ending his streams? Is the streamer quitting?" The sheer volume of comments created a buzz, as if Lu Qiming would stop streaming altogether after this broadcast. Seeing this, Lu Qiming spoke up to clarify, "I'm only ending the Chinese programming livestreams, not live streaming altogether. The Chinese programming content, from basics to advanced, has been thoroughly covered. What remains is for everyone to study further. Therefore, the Chinese programming livestreams conclude here. There will still be future livestreams, but the next one won't cover Chinese programming." Lu Qiming addressed the concerns many viewers had. However, after Lu Qiming's explanation, the audience was left with even more questions. What will the next livestream cover? Will he continue teaching us how to build nuclear bombs? I missed that stream initially, please teach us again. There's another livestream? Shang Wei, who was watching the livestream, was startled. Could it be that the civilization leader possesses other knowledge? Nuclear reactions in Chinese programming are already extraordinary fields of knowledge enough for ordinary people to spend their entire lives studying and researching. Yet this streamer not only masters these two fields, but possesses other knowledge as well? Would the next session also be a live knowledge transmission? As Shang Wei pondered these questions, Lu Qiming's voice suddenly filled the stream. The next live stream wouldn't cover Chinese programming or nuclear reaction applications. Both subjects have been fully covered. Lu Qiming paused briefly, thought for a moment, then continued directly. The first live stream transformed our energy sources. This second one will revolutionize our way of life. The third live stream will help humanity fundamentally transform ourselves. Chapter 86, The Collapse of Big Hammer Tech. Conduct Target Personality Modeling and Character Supplementation. Conduct Target Language Analysis. Conduct Language Content Analysis. Conduct analysis for the next livestream based on target language. Lu Qiming's livestream ended, but for many, the real hustle was just beginning. For instance, the search for the X project team was in full swing. Only after all members had taken their positions did the work commence. Add more human elements to the target personality. The target may feel resentment and become angry toward unscrupulous companies, leading to punitive actions. Adding human traits to the personality, during this livestream, the target demonstrated a strong willingness to engage with the audience. Regarding clues about the target's identity, there were still no breakthroughs. The target has acquired an updated knowledge, mastering nuclear reaction principles and either mastering or creating Chinese programming knowledge. Additionally, preliminary estimates suggest they possess another field of knowledge, likely related to the human body itself. The target indicated plans for another livestream, though the timing remains undetermined. Data consolidation in progress. The target currently appears in a positive mood with an upbeat tone, suggesting another attempt at communication may be worthwhile. After ending his stream, Lu Qiming headed straight back to the system lab to immerse himself in work. His actions in the livestream have spread throughout Xia Nation. Dachui technology entered the public eye. The company's official website crashed immediately. Many users who had pre-ordered phones couldn't log in to request refunds, so they took to Weibo to voice their complaints. Within just 1 hour, Dachui Tech found itself trending on Weibo. But this trending topic brought nothing but a tidal wave of negative publicity. Trash Dahua technology. All talk, no action, just scamming people. I only pre-ordered the Han Hammer phone because Tian Dachui promised at a meeting to allocate 5% of sales revenue to a civilization fund. Now I've been completely humiliated. Same here, I got duped too. Trash Dahua technology, refund us now. Dachui Tech promised to invest 5% of sales into the civilization fund, but they only contributed 1 million yuan. Does that mean Hanshui phones only sold 5,000 units during pre-sales? Everyone, help me out here, am I blind? Why do I see Dachui Tech announcing over 600,000 pre-orders? Before this, Dachui Tech gained attention due to its founder Tian Dachui's grand media launch event and his genuinely eye-catching remarks during the presentation. Even before the Han Hammer phone was anything more than a concept, it had already secured hundreds of thousands of pre-orders. Even before Lu Qiming's livestream, Dachui Tech's official Weibo posted a congratulatory message announcing that pre-orders for the Hanshui phone had surpassed 600,000 units. Yet with Lu Qiming abruptly ending the livestream, this post became a focal point for netizens who flooded in to view and screenshot it. The online buzz was electric. In reality, however, Dachui technology was in complete disarray. While Lu Qiming's livestream was underway, Tian Dachui, the CEO of Dachui Technology, wasn't watching it. Instead, he was enthusiastically discussing life and ideals with his employees. After a lengthy pep talk that nearly had an intern exclaiming, "I don't need a salary, just ideals," Tian finally wrapped up the conversation. Then, feeling parched, Tian Dachui returned to his office, had his secretary brew a cup of tea, and picked up his phone to watch the livestream. But the moment he pulled his phone out, something felt off. Ha! Why was the screen unlocking so sluggish? Tian Dachui was surprised and a bit annoyed. This feeling reminded him of when his Dachui phone didn't have Doctor installed. What's going on? Could Doctor have been disabled? Puzzled, Tian Dachui unlocked his phone. As he swiped through the screen with a noticeable lag, he found the Doctor app icon. The Doctor app was incredibly useful. It was supposed to run in the background constantly once opened, boosting phone performance and managing its health. Why was it turned off now? Tian Dachui was still puzzled, then clicked on the Doctor's icon. However, instead of the familiar Doctor's integration interface, a prompt window popped up. Your phone's Doctor feature has been disabled. Seeing this alert, Tian Dachui was taken aback. What's going on? Just as Tian Dachui was about to investigate, his assistant rushed in. Chairman, it's bad. Tian Dachui instinctively frowned, his rebuke spilling out before he could stop himself. What's the rush? Where's the tea I asked you to brew? How dare you barge in like this? Don't you know to knock? His tone was stern, and instead of asking what was wrong, he immediately began scolding. The assistant's panicked expression suddenly froze. After a moment, the assistant's expression actually seemed less flustered, and their tone was even somewhat flat. Oh, sorry. What kind of attitude is that? Apologize properly. Tian Dachui felt his temper rising at the assistant's demeanor. But before he could finish, the assistant cut him off. Chairman, have you checked your phone? Ha! Tian Dachui, who had been about to continue his scolding, paused in surprise. What do you mean? You must have seen the Doctor's message about deactivating everything, right? Not just your phone. The Doctor has disabled all company electronic devices. The company's in big trouble. The assistant's tone turned cold. You boasted at the press conference about donating 5% of sales, yet you only gave 1 million to the Civilization Fund. This was called out by leading Civilization in a livestream watched by tens of millions. So he's directly revoked our company's access to the Doctor and Han systems. Big Hammer Tech is finished. I quit too. The assistant slammed the door shut and stormed out, leaving Tian Dachui frozen in place. After a moment, Tian Dachui snapped out of it, his face turning grim. Chapter 87, Human Antivirus, System Reward. Dachui Tech instantly became an internet sensation. But this fame came from being notorious across the internet. Countless netizens flooded the company's official website to gawk, causing its servers to crash. The 60,000 pre-order customers were all scrambling to cancel their orders through every possible channel. The company's reputation plummeted overnight, becoming a target for public condemnation. After the livestream ended, Lu Qiming paid no further attention to Big Hammer Tech. To Lu Qiming, the punishment he had meted out was sufficient to deal a crushing blow to Big Hammer Tech. Besides, post-stream, Lu Qiming simply had neither the mental bandwidth nor the energy to concern himself with Dachui technology. In the lab, Lu Qiming spent over 100 more hours. When Lu Qiming emerged from the system lab, a full night had passed in the real world. After a quick meal in his room, Lu Qiming instinctively sat down at his computer. The moment he sat down, Lu Qiming froze, suddenly realizing he no longer needed to stream his Chinese programming sessions. He hadn't even registered it. Lu Qiming's life had been turned upside down. He hadn't even managed to eat a single meal that day, yet thanks to the system, his physical functions were operating normally. He almost forgot he didn't need to stream today and hadn't even claimed his system rewards yet. It was only at this moment that Lu Qiming truly grasped the situation. After spending so much time with it, Lu Qiming had come to understand many of the system's characteristics. One of them was its mechanical rigidity. The system's reward function was no exception. The first time, the reward was distributed in real time, but after completing the second task, he still had to click to claim it. Lu Qiming pondered this, then mentally connected with the system. Instantly, a voice echoed in his mind, as if a virtual panel had materialized, allowing him to interact with it. Claim the second task reward. Second task reward being distributed. Mission settlement score. Due to the host's flawless mission completion, the reward is enhanced. Cancer cells have been completely eradicated from the host's body. With the mission bonus applied, a miraculous potion is awarded. As the system's voice faded, Lu Qiming felt a surge of energy welling up within his body. This energy made Lu Qiming feel incredibly refreshed. Moreover, he instantly felt incredibly light and free. Cancer cells eliminated? Lu Qiming felt a flicker of joy, but what surprised and delighted him even more was the system's additional reward. What was this magical potion? As Lu Qiming pondered this, he suddenly felt new knowledge filling his mind. As he absorbed this knowledge, Lu Qiming's expression changed. This miraculous potion was actually being distributed in the form of knowledge. The effect of the miraculous potion was actually. Lu Qiming was startled, yet an overwhelming sense of delight surged within him. Perfect. This magical potion perfectly complements the new knowledge I've just acquired. Before Lu Qiming could dwell on his thoughts, the system's voice sounded again. Host has completed the second task, spreading knowledge of Chinese programming. The third live streaming mission is now assigned, spreading knowledge on human virus removal. The mission reward significantly enhances the host's physical constitution through genetic optimization. Lu Qiming felt no surprise whatsoever about this task. Because halfway through the previous Chinese programming task, Lu Qiming had proactively searched the system's knowledge base. He then selected this particular knowledge module titled Human Antivirus. These past days, Lu Qiming had been conducting experiments on human antivirus technology in the laboratory. Based on the system patterns he had discerned, this was precisely the knowledge the third mission would disseminate, no surprise at all. What delighted Lu Qiming even more at this moment was the miraculous potion the system had just gifted him. The miraculous potion was not a physical object, but rather the knowledge of how to create such a potion. And this potion truly deserved the word magical. Just as Lu Qiming was about to study it, a wave of exhaustion and drowsiness washed over him. Lu Qiming was no stranger to this sensation. He had experienced it before when he first received a system reward. This was the system performing bodily enhancements, consuming Lu Qiming's own energy reserves, thus requiring rest to replenish them. Come to think of it, none of the system's rewards seemed to take physical form. Could it mean the system lacked the ability to create objects out of thin air? Perhaps it wasn't advanced enough yet. Even system rewards, it seemed, could only be obtained by depleting his own energy reserves. Lost in thought, Lu Qiming fought off the overwhelming wave of drowsiness and made his way to his bedroom to sleep. Almost the moment he lay down and closed his eyes, Lu Qiming plunged into a deep sleep. He doesn't seem to have replied to our message. The search for Project X. At this moment, the core members of the project team were gathered around a phone, waiting for its response. This phone belonged to Xiong Wei and contained his live stream viewing account. The team planned to contact Lu Qiming again and had requisitioned the phone to their base for easier access. But after sending the message and waiting 24 hours, it vanished without a trace, no response, no sign of activity. The team members couldn't help but feel uneasy. Had he not seen it? Or had he seen it but forgotten to reply? Or perhaps the target no longer wished to communicate with them? Or was there something wrong with our wording? At that moment, Lu Qiming was fast asleep. Amidst the project team, however, speculation and unease ran rampant. That shouldn't be the case. Our wording had been meticulously crafted by numerous psychology experts, with every sentence carefully considered. So why are we getting no response? Chapter 88, Cancer Diary. Lu Qiming's sleep was nothing short of a blackout. He slept for over a full day and night before slowly waking up. But upon waking, Lu Qiming felt even better. This is an incredibly healthy feeling, and a long-awaited one at that. Lu Qiming got up and went to the bathroom, staring at his reflection in the mirror. The man in the mirror was still thin, but the sickly pallor had vanished from his skin, replaced by a healthy rosy glow. His eyes sparkled with vitality, his gaze bright and clear. A health long lost. How I longed to return to those healthy days, to run freely, to speak loudly, to go wherever I wished. Day 193 of my cancer diary. I don't know if I'll see snow this year. If I don't, it will be a regret. The friends who once fought cancer alongside me are dwindling. Ah Ming, who once lived on the same floor as me, has vanished. I don't know if he's still around. I heard he left the hospital and the city on his own, as if wanting to slip away quietly by himself. Ah Ming was a graduate student, I was just a vocational school graduate. Ah Ming used to be so optimistic, yet his body grew thinner by the day, his complexion paler and paler. Only his eyes remained bright. Among all our cancer-fighting friends, Ah Ming was the most unique. He seemed to have no fear of death, only regret for knowledge he couldn't acquire and curiosity about the world. Though my time with Amin was brief, he left an indelible impression on me. I wonder where Ah Ming is now. I miss him. If I don't see this winter's snow, I wonder if I'll be able to see those friends after I die. I wonder if Ah Ming will be among them. Day 196 of my cancer diary. My body feels increasingly weak. From the moment I first learned of my diagnosis, I was full of confidence, determined to be a cancer warrior. But as 10 days, 50 days, 100 days passed, watching many friends succumb, my spirit gradually eroded. The only thing keeping me going is probably my fear of death. I've met many people like me, but few remain optimistic even in the final stages. Even with family by my side, I feel afraid of that unknown world. Somehow, I thought of Ah Ming again. In Ah Ming, I saw no trace of fear. Seeing him, it seemed like there was still hope. But before Ah Ming vanished, his condition was already worse than mine, deteriorating at a faster pace. If only Ah Ming were still here. Day 203 of my cancer diary. Today I walked through the gates of life and death, surviving 3 hours of emergency treatment. In 2 days, I may be admitted to the intensive care unit, which could extend my life by a few more days. For me, I don't know what meaning this holds anymore, but my family is filled with reluctance to let go. I've come to terms with everything. At this point, I no longer fear death, only curiosity about the world beyond. I wonder if Ming is there. Ming's social media accounts have been inactive for far too long. Not a single login since the day he left. I have no way of knowing if he's still in this world. Over these past 200 days, so many people have come and gone. Though I've grown accustomed to it, the thought that someone like Ming has vanished still pains my heart. But perhaps in a few days, I too will vanish. If my cancer diary goes 3 days without an update, it will likely mean I've departed. I say I've come to terms with it, but I'm deeply reluctant to leave this moving world. I don't want to die. Online, recent trending topics are all about Lu Qiming's livestream, and it seems like similar news is everywhere. But in Xiaohua, many people are still living their lives as usual. Not everyone online is discussing Chinese programming or nuclear reactions. Some document their lives online, while others express sympathy and care for others. On Weibo, there's a blogger named Cancer Diary. This account was registered over 200 days ago. On the first day, the post was titled Day 1 of my cancer diary, declaring, "I'm going to fight cancer." Day by day, the diary was updated, gradually gathering a growing number of followers. The early entries in the diary were not filled with negativity, but rather radiated positivity. Many people followed the account, drawn to the blogger's comforting words, while others offered daily encouragement. In fact, the blogger once declared with conviction that the day the diary stopped would be the day the battle against cancer was won. But day after day passed. Although the cancer diary gained more and more followers, including some celebrities who joined in to show support and offer encouragement, the entries gradually grew more pessimistic. Many were deeply affected, drawn into the blogger's journey as if they were fighting cancer alongside them. They rejoiced in the blogger's moments of joy and grieved alongside them when fellow fighters passed away. Throughout this cancer journey, a person named Amin stood out as the most memorable figure. The diarist wrote extensively about Ming, so vividly that many followers could picture him clearly while reading. Bright-eyed, brimming with curiosity about the world, a thirst for knowledge, respect for all things, and kindness toward everyone, he was like a little son. From the first encounter with Amin, to his eventual disappearance, and later the diary author's longing for him reading these entries, every follower seemed to feel it deeply. Later, the cancer diary began to skip a day or two at a time. This was likely because the author was undergoing emergency treatment or had lost consciousness, hovering on the brink of life and death. Many followers, who had offered encouragement from the start, were eventually affected and grew pessimistic. In the latest entry, the diarist expressed a desire to live. The followers, too, desperately wanted the diarist to survive. But cancer is terrifying. It seems to chip away at one's hope bit by bit. Chapter 89, The Second Exchange with the State. After glancing in the mirror, Lu Qiming emerged from the bathroom, grabbed a bite to eat, and returned to his computer. At this moment, Lu Qiming radiated health from the depths of his soul to every fiber of his being, glowing with vitality. Feeling healthy was truly wonderful. Lu Qiming murmured the sentiment once more. After his reflection, he opened his computer. He then discovered he had received a private message. The message was still from Shang Wei's account. After their last exchange, Lu Qiming had made some settings, so now only Shang Wei's account could send him messages. Thus, this became the sole channel of communication between the country and Lu Qiming. This private message had been sent over a day ago. Lu Qiming clicked to open it. The tone remained official, just like their previous exchange. However, this time, after the initial greetings, the other party directly proposed assisting Lu Qiming in managing and supervising the use of the Civilization Fund, inquiring whether Lu Qiming would agree. Upon reading this, Lu Qiming replied immediately. Yes. The simple 2-character response was sent. Xiaohua, searching for the X-Project team's location, suddenly remembered the beep. The target has responded. Many team members immediately understood this was a special setup they had configured, linking their phones to the project team's speaker system. This way, any incoming messages would be instantly audible. Reviewing the reply. The reply read, "Approved. Initiate the pre-arranged communication plan." Soon, Lu Qiming received a reply from the other side. The response stated that the other party was willing to provide assistance to Lu Qiming. As long as the matter benefited the nation and humanity, the state would do its utmost to help. Furthermore, they indicated that should any other issues or matters arise, the nation would also be able to lend its strength and support Lu Qiming. Reading this, Lu Qiming paused slightly. Because what he was about to undertake truly required the coordination of state resources. After some thought, Lu Qiming did not immediately end the exchange. Instead, he composed a thoughtful reply. The target has responded. View reply content. Many members of the project team gathered together at this moment, preparing to adjust their communication approach based on Lu Qiming's response. Even 2 psychological experts were present, tasked with analyzing Lu Qiming's general emotional state through his words. However, this particular response rendered the psychologist's analysis unnecessary. The target expressed a willingness to engage in communication and cooperation. Even non-psychologists could grasp Lu Qiming's meaning upon seeing his reply. In his reply, the target stated that the knowledge he would cover in his next livestream required significant national promotion and support. Only with the backing of state resources could the next batch of knowledge be effectively applied. The project team members held a quick discussion and decided on a communication plan, attempt to find out what knowledge the target intended to broadcast next, and what specific support would be required from us. All communication must be fully documented and reported to higher authorities when required. After concluding the second round of discussions with the Xia Nation authorities, Lu Qiming closed the private messaging interface. Having rested for 2 days, it seemed time to begin the third livestream. Unlike the previous 2 livestreams, where Lu Qiming had complete freedom to schedule broadcast times as he pleased. However, for this third live streaming assignment, Lu Qiming wanted to complete it as soon as possible. This wasn't a system requirement, but rather Lu Qiming's own initiative. The sooner he completed the third task, the sooner he would receive its rewards. But also because it would genuinely help many people. Glancing around, Lu Qiming made a decisive choice. He would start the livestream immediately. Before going live, however, he needed to make some preparations. This time, Lu Qiming didn't choose to stream from his computer. Instead, he opted to stream via camera, just like his first broadcast on nuclear reactions. Drawing out all those formulas and spiral diagrams directly would be so much more convenient. Lu Qiming immediately began his pre-broadcast preparations. Soon, Lu Qiming was all set. Beep. Tens of millions of phones and computers simultaneously emitted notification sounds, signaling the start of Lu Qiming's livestream. Within a mere minute, the viewer count had already surpassed 10 million. It had been over 48 hours since his last broadcast. After 52 hours, 36 minutes, and 17 seconds, the Grandmaster finally went live again. Front row. Here we go, brother. At this moment, viewers from around the world flooded into Lu Qiming's livestream. However, during his previous Chinese programming livestreams, viewers from Xia Nation had dominated the audience. By the end, many foreigners had simply left the stream, unable to understand the content. Even translations couldn't capture the specifics. Even so, when Lu Qiming went live again, he still captured the attention of a global audience. Numerous foreign official organizations and research institutions continued monitoring his stream. Major foreign corporations and industry leaders were also watching his streams. The precedent set by the previous upheavals in the energy and internet industries had already caused significant fluctuations in the global economy. Consequently, even other industries couldn't help but worry. Could Lu Qiming's next livestream potentially disrupt their sectors? Hello everyone, welcome here. Lu Qiming dove straight into the topic without a single word of fluff. In this technologically advanced era, where innovation occurs at a dizzying pace, our lives are constantly evolving. Yet many unsolved problems still plague modern humanity. Among them, illness and injury have always been things humanity cannot completely solve. Chapter 90, Hang in there, cancer may be curable. Humanity's pursuit of health, longevity, and immortality has never ceased. Yet this path is strewn with ravines and insurmountable challenges. In 1951, a black woman named Hella from the Starflag Nation achieved immortality. More accurately, it was a different kind of immortality, a form of immortality. Hella died, but her cells survived and continued to multiply. Over the decades, her cells have been dispersed across the globe, becoming experimental cells in research laboratories worldwide. Lu Qiming launched the livestream without a moment's pause. Unlike his previous streams, Lu Qiming's tone was serious from the very start. Many new viewers noticed his hands and the familiar desk. Through the camera lens, they could see those pale hands writing the name Hella on a piece of paper. The cells left behind by Hella are known as Hella cells. These cells are also known by a more common name, cancer cells. Hella was a cervical cancer patient, and it was from her body that doctors discovered and extracted these cells. Doctors discovered these cells were unique, possessing extraordinary vitality. Their numbers doubled every 24 hours. Given the right environment, they could grow indefinitely and never age or die. Lu Qiming's tone was serious as he began his livestream. From that moment onward, humanity gradually gained a clearer understanding of cancer. Then, year after year, cancer patients increased worldwide, with cancer cells emerging within their bodies. Cancer cells are mutated cells, the root cause of cancer. Unlike normal cells, they possess 3 defining characteristics: unlimited proliferation, transformability, and high metastasis potential. They can multiply indefinitely, destroying healthy tissue. Beyond uncontrolled division, including multipolar division, cancer cells locally invade surrounding healthy tissues and can even spread to other parts of the body via the circulatory or lymphatic systems. Lu Qiming began by explaining these scientific concepts. Many viewers flooding into the live stream quickly caught on. Is this live stream about medicine? I'm learning something new. This is the first time I've truly grasped how terrifying cancer is. Endless reproduction, immortal humans are utterly helpless against them. I thought of my uncle. What's this live stream about? Faced with the flood of questions in the chat, Lu Qiming's introductory remarks were nearly complete. He paused briefly before announcing the focus of this broadcast. This livestream will cover human detoxification and cancer treatment. Cancer Diary Day 206. I heard the weather is beautiful today, but my body feels weak. I barely have the strength to get up, and writing this diary is difficult. I might not be able to keep updating my diary this week. I'll have to say goodbye to everyone. It's hard to let go. But today I heard some good news. Ming's advisor said that although they haven't found Ming yet, he should still be alive because Ming sent his advisor a message. I'm so glad Ming is still alive. But I might have to go first. I can't bear to leave my father and mother. I also want to see Ming again. But now I can't even see the sun outside. I must lie in the hospital room just to stay alive. Cancer is terrifying. I wonder when humanity will finally conquer cancer and find a cure. I probably won't live to see that day, but I hope my friends will have the chance to witness it. I'm tired, yet I don't want to sleep. I dare not sleep. Online, the Cancer Diary on Weibo has been updated once more. Yet between the lines, they reveal despair as deep as the ocean. Even the followers don't know how to offer encouragement anymore. The comments under this diary post remain numerous. Most are voices urging perseverance or expressions of sorrow. But suddenly, amidst these voices, a different kind of comment appeared. Hang in there, blogger. Mr. Won-Ming is sharing methods to treat cancer. In Mr. Won-Ming's latest livestream, he declared cancer is no longer humanity's mortal enemy. Hang in there a little longer. You and Ming both have hope. You absolutely must keep fighting. The comments section suddenly filled with remarks like these. Other followers who saw them were utterly astonished. Mr. Civilization is virtually a household name online. This is also a nickname for Lu Qiming, as his livestream account is named Leading Civilization. Thus, Mr. Won-Ming is also how many people refer to him. Simultaneously, news about Mr. Won-Ming's upcoming livestream spread rapidly across the internet. Lu Qiming's description before announcing the stream content had already sparked speculation among many viewers. But when Lu Qiming finally revealed the content of his stream, the audience in the chat nearly erupted. Holy! 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 The audience was utterly stunned. Cure cancer? Holy crap, cure cancer? At that moment, even the countless viewers couldn't help but doubt whether Lu Qiming was telling the truth. Or rather, they couldn't believe this livestream could deliver such a shocking revelation. In the livestream room, it wasn't just the viewers in Xiagua who were stunned. Millions of viewers from every corner of the globe were utterly stunned. Lu Qiming nodded, paused briefly, then stated firmly, "That's right. This livestream explains human virus removal and cancer treatment." Looking at the stunned reactions flooding the chat, Lu Qiming understood their feelings all too well. Cancer had plagued humanity for far too long, claiming countless lives. Many had lost loved ones or friends to the disease. Or perhaps they'd witnessed its terror through countless news reports. Yet now, Lu Qiming declared in his livestream that a cure for cancer had been found. Chapter 91, Billions Watch. The Miracle Elixir. The livestream room trembled at Lu Qiming's words. Across the entire internet, the news spread like wildfire. This news sparked an even greater reaction than nuclear reactions or Chinese programming. Word spread from person to person, reaching hospitals, schools, and every corner of society in mere moments. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in Lu Qiming's livestream surged relentlessly. 70 million, 80 million, 90 million, 100 million. Over 100 million real users from around the world had gathered in Lu Qiming's livestream. Consider this, Earth's current population is just over 6 billion. Yet more than 1/60th of that number had gathered in Lu Qiming's livestream. Such massive data traffic would overwhelm any server. Yet, due to the unique nature of the livestream, even with such a massive crowd, there was no lag whatsoever. Everyone's viewing experience remained exceptionally smooth. Over 100 million viewers are watching Lu Qiming's livestream right now. Regardless of their status, they were all stirred by Lu Qiming's broadcast and couldn't resist tuning in personally. Everyone was deeply engrossed in what Lu Qiming was sharing. In this moment, the livestream room transcends all distinctions of status. For whether one is highly educated or not, born into privilege or not, or holds high status or not, in the face of cancer, we are all simply human. Lu Qiming's livestream now reveals the method to save humanity from cancer's clutches. If he truly could cure cancer, he would deserve the title of sage for 100 generations. Shang Wei was also watching the livestream intently, murmuring to himself. With the viewer count surging past 100 million, the screen was completely flooded with bullet comments. Even with the comment filter enabled, Lu Qiming was still inundated with messages. To avoid distraction, Lu Qiming dove straight into the main topic. He didn't respond to any questions, instead proceeding with the livestream at his own pace. Cancer, which has claimed countless human lives, remains one of the world's most intractable diseases. The fundamental mechanism of cancer lies in the abnormal proliferation of cells' unrestricted division that ultimately claims the life of a healthy human being. This livestream explains human antivirus. What is human body virus removal? It means treating the human body as a program, where any disharmonious elements within are viruses. Thus, human antivirus is the knowledge of eliminating these disruptive elements within the body. Lu Qiming was deeply focused, fully immersed in his rhythm. His hand wrote down key terms on a white sheet of paper, displaying them for the audience. While understanding what human virus elimination entails, we must also grasp how the body's normal systems function. The human body comprises 8 major systems: the musculoskeletal system, nervous system, endocrine system, circulatory system, respiratory system, digestive system, urinary system, and reproductive system. Within these 8 systems lie numerous subdivisions, with functions extending down to the cellular level. While Lu Qiming's livestream proceeded normally, in the real world, authorities in many countries had already taken action. The knowledge discussed here pertains to biology and medicine and is highly specialized. The general public may not understand it. It is recommended that immediate directives be issued to prioritize this material for medical professionals, students, and biological researchers nationwide. At this moment, Lu Qiming's livestream triggered similar responses across nations. Earlier, numerous countries had attempted to covertly study the nuclear reaction knowledge. However, the subsequent Chinese programming segment proved inaccessible to non-Xia nationals, resulting in Xia citizens being the primary audience diligently watching and learning from the livestream. Realizing the immense power of Lu Qiming's broadcast content, most nations worldwide immediately sprang into action. Major universities, hospitals, and even experts, students, and leading figures in medical and biological fields were urgently notified to watch the livestream. Even with the livestream already boasting hundreds of millions of viewers, the numbers kept climbing. And Lu Qiming was streaming with utmost dedication. This was his 3rd live streaming assignment. Moreover, this knowledge about human antivirus technology was specifically selected by Lu Qiming from the knowledge repository. Ever since acquiring the system, Lu Qiming had been fixated on one question. That was whether the system held a solution capable of completely eradicating cancer. After exploring and testing, he finally retrieved knowledge on human antivirus from the system's database. Human detoxification is a specialized field that synthesizes the pinnacle of biology and medicine. It employs an exceptionally refined cycle and approach to restore the body to health. However, human detoxification alone cannot completely cure cancer. Its greater role lies in gradually resolving all ailments. Cancer, however, strikes far too fiercely. The proliferation and division of cancer cells occur at an alarmingly rapid pace. Therefore, human body detoxification alone may offer little benefit to patients in the advanced stages of cancer. But why did Lu Qiming claim his livestream focused on human detoxification and cancer treatment? Because that was the bonus reward he earned after flawlessly completing his 2nd live streaming mission. The Miracle Potion. The miracle elixir isn't a physical vial of medicine, but rather a formula for creating one. This formula is based on the principles of human detoxification. Its function is to suppress and eliminate cancer cells. Therefore, Lu Qiming also referred to the miracle potion as an anti-cancer potion. Or rather, the simple name anti-cancer agent doesn't fully capture the wonder of this miraculous formula. Nevertheless, from the very moment he obtained the miraculous serum, Lu Qiming felt genuine joy and delight. As a former cancer patient himself, Lu Qiming understood all too well what such a miraculous agent meant for cancer patients. Simultaneously, for the entire world, the emergence of this miraculous serum signified something profound. If Lu Qiming had sought to profit from it, he could have easily become the world's richest man through the anti-cancer drug. But Lu Qiming harbors not a shred of such ambition. His thoughts were simple. Complete the 3rd live streaming task as quickly as possible, manufacture the miraculous drug in the real world, and save those suffering from the agony of cancer. Chapter 92, Completing the Fastest Live Streaming Task. Cancer cells are 4 to 5 times larger than normal cells, and their weakened cell membrane adhesiveness makes them more prone to spreading. Human antivirus technology is a field of study. However, it is not like Chinese programming, a seemingly out-of-nowhere black technology. Knowledge of human antivirus technology is largely grounded in existing medicine and biology, representing what could be achieved roughly 50 years from now. Lu Qiming's livestream effectively accelerated decades of progress into the present. While explaining the principles of human antivirus, Lu Qiming also interweaves insights into the mechanisms of anti-cancer drugs. He covered both subjects simultaneously. Unlike Chinese programming, only a handful of specialists in the livestream could follow Lu Qiming's content at this point. Yet despite this, the number of viewers online reached unprecedented heights. In fact, the atmosphere in the livestream felt less joyful than previous sessions. Instead, it was filled with intense focus. Those who understood listened intently. Those who couldn't follow the content refrained from casually sending out random comments. Lu Qiming's livestream pace was not rushed. This time, however, his stream progressed from simple to complex, explaining everything in meticulous detail. So much so that many viewers experienced a moment of sudden clarity. Moreover, Lu Qiming's hands never stopped moving. When discussing the biological cell degradation formula, Lu Qiming drew a microscopic diagram. When discussing the body's circulatory system, Lu Qiming even sketched a vivid anatomical diagram of the human body. Accompanied by these diagrams and formula displays, along with Lu Qiming's explanations that progressed from simple to complex, the livestream unfolded step by step. The atmosphere of this livestream was vastly different from previous ones. Similarly, since Lu Qiming's stream this time didn't involve purely cutting-edge technology, the actual time required wasn't as extensive. Many viewers already possessed professional expertise and found the stream enlightening, akin to receiving a spiritual awakening. Knowledge about human detoxification continued to spread through the livestream. Based on Lu Qiming's previous 6-hour livestream, he estimated that completing this task would require roughly 2 sessions. However, Lu Qiming had no intention of completing the task in 2 separate sessions. Instead, he planned to accomplish it in a single, marathon broadcast. Lu Qiming planned to conduct a single, high-intensity livestream lasting over 10 hours to complete this task. His urgency stemmed not from a desire for the system's rewards, but from the stark reality that for patients worldwide, a day or 2 could mean the difference between life and death. This understanding was the driving force behind his relentless effort. Building upon the foundation of the human body's internal detoxification cycle, we can extract. Through specialized extraction, we can create substances capable of inhibiting the replication and proliferation of malignant cells within the body, even achieving the elimination of cancer. The live stream proceeded smoothly. Lu Qiming spoke earnestly, and most viewers watched intently. Many medical students and biology majors listened intently. Globally, major biomedical research departments began working around the clock, pulling all-nighters to follow Lu Qiming's livestream. The livestream's online audience reached an astonishing 120 million viewers. And once it hit that mark, the numbers never dropped. 1 hour, 3 hours, 5 hours. Lu Qiming showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever. His body had been stabilized by the system during the broadcast, preventing any negative effects. Amidst the flood of comments, many viewers were nodding off, yet Lu Qiming kept streaming. 8 hours, 10 hours. Some ordinary viewers couldn't hold on any longer, nodding off while watching the stream. Yet a group of researchers from around the world remained focused, diligently absorbing the content. For them, learning was more important than anything else. Lu Qiming, undeterred, carried on with his broadcast as usual. 11 hours, 13 hours passed. Lu Qiming's livestream was drawing to a close. As mentioned earlier, the promotion of human detoxification is based on advances in biomedical science. Anti-cancer agents, however, function more like potent disinfectants, forcibly restoring the human circulatory system to normal function. The production of anti-cancer agents requires. Lu Qiming covered this point comprehensively, holding nothing back. What Lu Qiming shared extended far beyond mere theory or knowledge. It encompassed hard-won experience. This experience was gained through systematic training, followed by hundreds of hours of relentless, repeated experimentation in the laboratory yielding proven, correct methods. Lu Qiming shared all this knowledge and experience without reservation or concealment. With this foundation, the anti-cancer agent could be produced within just 3 or 4 days. At this point, Lu Qiming paused briefly. All knowledge shared in this livestream is solely for the benefit of humanity. Therefore, I hope that even companies, institutions, or nations that acquire this knowledge will not use it for profit. Countless people are suffering from the torment of cancer. Knowledge exists to resolve doubts and tackle humanity's most challenging problems. Therefore, I hope every nation worldwide will swiftly produce these anti-cancer agents and administer them to patients in the terminal stages of cancer, saving their lives. Only then will my livestream truly hold meaning. Having said all this, Lu Qiming refrained from further emotional appeals. That concludes today's livestream. With that, Lu Qiming ended the broadcast. The moment he shut it down, Lu Qiming breathed a sigh of relief. Despite streaming for so long, Lu Qiming felt no fatigue. But completing this particular broadcast left him feeling genuinely at ease. After shutting down the stream, Lu Qiming picked up his phone and used a secret program he had developed to log into his social media accounts incognito. He saw numerous comments, among which was one that read, "Ming, I heard from your mentor that you're still here, and I'm so glad. But I might not make it. But I hope you can keep going." Chapter 93, Global Fame Skyrockets. After Lu Qiming's livestream concluded, Xiaogui immediately sprang into action. The situation report had been submitted, and higher-ups had agreed to cooperate with the target's wishes and establish friendly relations. State resources have been mobilized, with the government directly overseeing major pharmaceutical companies to produce anti-cancer agents. Within 2 days, small batches of anti-cancer agents are expected to be produced, prioritized for late-stage terminal cancer patients. Analysis of the target's livestream. Target's verbal expressions were parsed to build a character model and complete personality profiling. Analysis of items appearing during the livestream. Lu Qiming is not a figure conjured out of thin air. He is a real person who, prior to this, had a normal life, experiences, and existence. Cancer changed everything. Therefore, after obtaining the system, Lu Qiming remained deeply committed to this cause. If it could solve the world's cancer problem, he was willing to strive and sacrifice. This very determination enabled Lu Qiming to complete his third live streaming task with unprecedented speed, surpassing the pace of his previous missions. Lu Qiming knew many people, but when he sensed his cancer worsening, he chose to leave. But Lu Qiming knew he would eventually have to return. So he logged back into his social media account to check the messages there. The account was filled with messages, almost all expressing concern for his condition and inquiring about his whereabouts. Under these circumstances, 2 days ago, Lu Qiming replied to the teacher who had shown the most concern, simply to let them know he was safe. Over the past 2 days, he had received many more messages. Among those who messaged him were fellow patients he had met after falling ill. These fellow patients had often encouraged one another in the past. Lu Qiming's sudden disappearance clearly caused concern among many of them. Yet, as he read through their messages, Lu Qiming grew increasingly certain of what he must do. Therefore, before going live, Lu Qiming engaged in in-depth discussions with the authorities. During the talks, Lu Qiming stated directly that he hoped the state would take action after his livestream, using national resources to rapidly produce a batch of anti-cancer drugs and supply them to patients in urgent need. To this end, Lu Qiming even spent a portion of the billions of dollars accumulated in his live streaming account. Money held no value for Lu Qiming anymore. Instead, channeling it toward meaningful causes held far greater significance. Once the anti-cancer drugs were widely distributed by the state, he could return openly without arousing suspicion or attention. This was another plan brewing in Lu Qiming's mind. Now he lived in a rented apartment here, like a shut-in. But ultimately, Lu Qiming was in Xia Nation, and he even had medical records as a cancer patient. If he appeared abruptly, his cancer recovery would become a point of suspicion and draw attention. But once the anti-cancer drug was widely adopted, things would change. Lu Qiming could openly return to his normal life without arousing anyone's suspicion. After a moment's thought, Lu Qiming realized he hadn't even claimed his third system task reward yet. He summoned the system and selected the reward. Host completed the third live streaming task. Task performance rated as excellent. Reward, 1 physical enhancement. No additional rewards for this live stream. As the system's cold, mechanical voice finished speaking, Lu Qiming immediately felt a familiar surge of warmth emerge within his body, beginning to transform his physique. This physical enhancement requires substantial energy expenditure. The host is expected to require over 48 hours of sleep. Please prepare accordingly. Simultaneously, the system's voice sounded again, this time merely to remind Lu Qiming. Sleep that long? Lu Qiming wasn't overly surprised, as he had slept for over a day and night after his cancer cells were completely eradicated previously. With the system's prompt, Lu Qiming didn't even have time to check what the fourth mission entailed before heading straight to his bedroom. A wave of drowsiness and exhaustion washed over him. Lu Qiming didn't fight his body's urge, he simply lay down and closed his eyes. The moment his eyes closed, Lu Qiming fell into a deep, restless sleep. Lu Qiming drifted off into a deep slumber, unaware of the world's changes following his livestream. But this time, Lu Qiming's livestream had already caused a massive uproar across the world. It stirred more emotion and garnered more attention than his previous 2 live streaming missions. Even in Western nations, where certain media outlets and individuals had persistently slandered Lu Qiming. But at this moment, those voices had all fallen silent. Western media outlets were now using words like great, miraculous, incredible, and admirable to describe Lu Qiming. Both public sentiment and official news narratives had completely shifted to praise for Lu Qiming. Lu Qiming's global prestige has risen even further. Simultaneously, numerous nations have initiated urgent actions. In Xia Nation, news bulletins immediately interrupted regular programming, announcing that the nation had commenced production of an anti-cancer drug, with the first batch expected within 48 hours. Shortly after Xia's announcement, other nations followed suit with official news releases. While some nations sought to profit from this technology, Lu Qiming had disseminated the knowledge too widely for that to be feasible. Under these circumstances, the only constraint on the production of the anti-cancer drug was the raw materials. The technology itself required almost no expertise. Consequently, some private pharmaceutical companies, with the assistance of experts, were even able to produce the anti-cancer agent. Media outlets worldwide were practically hailing Lu Qiming as a god. Cancer patients worldwide rejoiced immensely on this day. Chapter 94, Lu Qiming's Past. Blogger, did you catch the live stream? Hang in there, cancer is finally treatable. You've waited for this day, the day cancer can be cured. You must keep fighting and hold on. You can stop writing in your diary, but only when you've fully recovered. Both you and Ming have hope now. Online, on Weibo. On the homepage titled Cancer Diary, new posts began appearing one after another. Followers of the Cancer Diary emerged one by one, each visibly delighted, offering words of encouragement. Within a short time, the comments under the latest update of the Anti-Cancer Diary had already exceeded several thousand. Pharmaceutical companies worldwide seemed to be mobilizing. Within Xia Nation, state-owned pharmaceutical factories worked around the clock, operating in shifts without rest, lights burning non-stop. They were manufacturing the anti-cancer drug. The critical production techniques for the anti-cancer drug had been explained by Lu Qiming in crystal clear detail. Therefore, manufacturing them posed virtually no difficulty. The entire world was coming alive because of these anti-cancer agents. Hospitals everywhere were filled with something called hope. After all, Lu Qiming's live stream this time wasn't merely about disseminating the anti-cancer drug. Compared to the anti-cancer drug, knowledge about human detoxification is equally vital. Human detoxification knowledge represents the pinnacle of medical and biological science. It fundamentally elucidates the human biological circulation system, capable of resolving most human viruses at their root. Even if cancer hasn't reached its terminal stage, knowledge of the body's natural detoxification mechanisms can often resolve it. Beyond that, diseases once considered incurable like leukemia and sepsis now hold hope. Therefore, patients in hospitals worldwide express heartfelt gratitude to Lu Qiming. His name as a pioneer of civilization truly resounds across the world. Indeed, numerous media outlets and netizens have directly crowned Lu Qiming with titles like the greatest figure of the 21st century. Moreover, all the negative comments about Lu Qiming that once existed in the world have vanished. Instead, voices of praise and reverence for Lu Qiming have taken their place. Countless cancer patients now regard Lu Qiming as a deity. At this moment, Lu Qiming's prestige surpassed that of any other person in the world. As if prompted by a system notification, Lu Qiming fell into a deep sleep lasting over 48 hours before slowly awakening. Upon awakening, Lu Qiming immediately sensed a profound change throughout his entire body. Sitting up, he felt explosive power surging within him. Lu Qiming walked to the bathroom and looked into the mirror. He saw his own reflection, eyes bright, hair jet black, complexion rosy. His entire being radiated a sense of vibrant health. According to the system, the physical enhancement had nearly pushed his body to the peak of human potential. This meant that with proper training, he could now compete with world champions in short-distance sprints. This enhancement encompassed every aspect of his physical capabilities, permeating every corner of his being. The 8 major systems of the human body: musculoskeletal, nervous, endocrine, circulatory, respiratory, digestive, urinary, and reproductive had all been fortified to their maximum human potential. Feeling the power coursing through his body, Lu Qiming couldn't help but think the system's capabilities were beyond imagination. Lu Qiming sensed yet another astonishing aspect of the system, something he couldn't comprehend at the moment, utterly baffled by how it achieved such feats. Yet despite his confusion, Lu Qiming felt no deep distress. Instead, he was consumed by an even greater thirst for knowledge. Lu Qiming held one firm belief: as he continued to master knowledge, the day would come when he could fully comprehend the very essence of the system's existence. After briefly savoring the explosive vitality coursing through his body, Lu Qiming stepped out of the bathroom. He then went to retrieve his phone, intending to use it to learn what changes had occurred in the outside world during his slumber. Before falling asleep, Lu Qiming had logged into his social media accounts incognito and hadn't signed out. The moment he retrieved his phone, a flood of messages immediately poured in. Nearly everyone he knew was messaging him. The messages all urged him to check the news and hurry back to the hospital. From these messages, Lu Qiming could sense their joy. Simultaneously, just from these messages, Lu Qiming understood what had transpired over the past 2 days. In just 2 short days, the nation had already produced the first batch of anti-cancer drugs and was deploying them for use, prioritizing late-stage, high-risk patients. Lu Qiming wasn't surprised by the nation's capabilities. This was precisely why he had chosen to engage with the nation early on, because he understood just how immense its power truly was. And indeed, Xia Nation did not disappoint Lu Qiming. In just over 2 days, the first batch of anti-cancer agents had already been deployed for practical use. Given this, I can return now. Lu Qiming realized this too. He could now return openly and, in time, explain how his cancer had been cured. Moreover, Lu Qiming's status was now cleared, meaning he wouldn't have to stay cooped up indoors every day, afraid to venture out freely. Chapter 95: Becoming a Civilization Leap Forwarder? Over the course of 2 days, the human detoxification and anti-cancer methods disseminated during Lu Qiming's third live-streamed mission had spread far and wide. The resulting changes were strikingly evident. Countries like Xia, with robust national strength and efficient execution, had already produced their first batches of anti-cancer agents and put them into use. After just over 2 days of publicity, the breakthrough had become common knowledge. Cancer was no longer a terminal illness. Cancer now has a cure. Countless cancer patients and their families rejoiced, hailing Lu Qiming as a god who saved humanity. Voices around the world called for Lu Qiming to be honored with various awards. Amidst this fervor, a question began to surface in the minds of everyone aware of Lu Qiming's existence. What exactly is the identity of this leader of civilization? How could he possess such extraordinary knowledge that transcends the understanding of his era? Global powers are all exploring this very point. The first live broadcast triggered a crisis in the energy industry. The second live broadcast sent shockwaves through the computer and internet industries, nearly triggering a financial crisis. While Lu Qiming garnered significant acclaim from these two live streams, he also faced considerable backlash. But after the third live stream, the online backlash vanished. I hope those praising me now won't turn around and criticize me if I undertake another live streaming mission. Lu Qiming watched the world's movements unfold online, murmuring to himself. The next moment, Lu Qiming temporarily shut off his phone and began communicating with the system within his mind. Before Lu Qiming fell into a deep sleep, since he hadn't pre-selected a task from the system's knowledge base, the system randomly assigned him his fourth live streaming mission. Fourth live streaming task: disseminate the correct theories of planetary science to enable Earth's civilization to fundamentally explore our planet. Upon seeing this fourth assignment, Lu Qiming was taken aback. This assignment was entirely different from any previous ones. Previous tasks had merely required him to disseminate knowledge. But this fourth mission demanded not only a live stream, it actually required Lu Qiming to accomplish something else. Earth civilization's fundamental exploration of Earth? This new requirement in the mission left Lu Qiming thoroughly bewildered. This change left Lu Qiming somewhat perplexed. Yet system tasks, once issued, never change. Still puzzled, Lu Qiming checked the system rewards. Fourth mission reward: elevate the host's life tier, transforming them into a civilization leap forwarder. Ha! Lu Qiming was taken aback, for this system reward was quite different from the others. What exactly is a civilization leap forwarder? Lu Qiming couldn't help but ask. Every civilization, on its path of development, requires civilization leap forwards to lead the way. Civilization advancement pioneers possess genetic makeup optimized for their species, capable of driving civilizational progress. They embody the highest civilizational qualities, representing the pinnacle of their culture. Becoming a civilization leap forwarder grants the trait of linguistic fluency. Lu Qiming pondered for a moment, still unable to grasp the true meaning of this civilization leap forwarder. But the system's reward was irreversible. Lu Qiming temporarily set the matter aside and immediately selected the system's knowledge infusion. In an instant, the system's knowledge flooded into his mind. Lu Qiming closed his eyes, carefully absorbing and digesting the knowledge within his mind. Planetary correct theory: wasn't this simply within the realm of Earth science? As Lu Qiming absorbed the newly acquired knowledge, such thoughts crossed his mind. Earth science is an umbrella discipline encompassing atmospheric physics, geodesy, hydrology, oceanography, space science, and a host of other fields dedicated to understanding our planet. The planetary correct theory, however, encompassed all of these fields. Moreover, it far surpasses the natural sciences currently within the scope of human civilization's understanding. This knowledge was far more complex than Chinese programming. Lu Qiming began to grasp its scope. The knowledge presented in this fourth livestream wasn't something Lu Qiming had searched for and selected. It seemed more like something randomly released by the system. Yet this discipline proved profoundly intricate, encompassing planetary atmospheres, hydrology, oceans, and space. Completing this fourth livestream task would require far more time than Chinese programming. Lu Qiming realized that his fourth live streaming task might require multiple sessions to complete. As usual, the system imposed no time constraints on Lu Qiming's task execution. Therefore, Lu Qiming felt no urgency to complete the fourth task. Taking it slow, he might even change his streaming environment. Pacing around his room, Lu Qiming had made up his mind. He could return to his rightful place, no longer needing to hide alone in a corner of this city. "Ah Ming is still alive," he replied to me. In a residential area of a city in central Xia, a man with graying hair, around 50, said with some relief, "Ah Ming has only moved to a city about 200 miles away. Now that there's anti-cancer medication, his cancer isn't a problem anymore." "That's wonderful." In the same room was a woman of similar age. The two individuals in this room were Lu Qiming's advisor and his advisor's wife. Since entering university, Lu Qiming had been closest to his advisor. When Lu Qiming decided to return to his former living environment, the first person he notified was his advisor. Chapter 96, Return, Hospital. Lu Qiming set down his phone after messaging his advisor. At this moment, Lu Qiming was contemplating how to clean up his identity. Before the anti-cancer drug had been developed, achieving this on his own would have been quite difficult. But now, the emergence of the cancer drug made it possible for Lu Qiming to clean up his identity. Clearing his name would mean he wouldn't have to stay cooped up here every day. Since acquiring the system, Lu Qiming had ventured out only a handful of times. Given his unique circumstances, if discovered, it would be difficult to explain how his cancer could suddenly vanish. Now that he could clear this matter, Lu Qiming no longer needed to stay here, where everything had become inconvenient. Returning home would require careful preparation to ensure no lingering complications remained. Lu Qiming murmured to himself, his thoughts racing. He felt no urgency about his fourth live streaming mission, especially since the system placed no time constraints on its completion. Before commencing the fourth live streaming task, Lu Qiming could fully clear his name. Soon, Lu Qiming began taking action, packing up most of the items in the room. Finally, standing before the bathroom mirror, Lu Qiming examined his flushed complexion and realized something. I need to return to the hospital first, then hack into the hospital system and take control of the diagnostic equipment. That way, even if I go back for another checkup, I can fake it and create the illusion that I still have cancer. Then, by using cancer medication, my identity as a cancer patient would be completely whitewashed. Lu Qiming packed up some of the items in the room. Most of these items had been purchased after he arrived here. Back then, Lu Qiming had left the hospital alone and made his way here. Now that he was returning, naturally he needed to pack his things. Among his belongings, Lu Qiming paid special attention to the stacks of white paper covered in scribbles. These sheets were used during his live streams, and without a shredder, there was no way to destroy them. He would need to find a way in time to dispose of them properly. For now, Lu Qiming carried these papers with him as he returned to the city where he attended school. An hour later, he had packed his belongings and, without a second glance, walked out the door to hail a taxi bound for the station. He was back. Lu Qiming stepped off the bus and looked up at the First People's Hospital before him. He had now returned to his city, City C, and temporarily stored the items he'd brought back at his previously long-term rented home. Then, Lu Qiming went to the hospital, preparing to clear his name. During his call with his mentor, the mentor had mentioned that the hospital had already applied for the anti-cancer medication on his behalf. Therefore, within the hospital, his status was still that of a cancer patient. But once he used the anti-cancer medication, this identity could be cleared, allowing him to become a normal person again. With this thought, Lu Qiming immediately headed toward the hospital. Outwardly, Lu Qiming no longer resembled a terminal cancer patient. His complexion was rosy, and his eyes were bright. The only thing that might suggest illness was his frame, which was slightly thinner than average. It was precisely because of this that Lu Qiming anticipated the hospital might conduct a follow-up examination. Therefore, before arriving at the hospital, Lu Qiming had already prepared to manipulate the readings on the examination equipment during the follow-up, fabricating a fake medical record. Upon entering the hospital, Lu Qiming could distinctly sense that the place lacked the usual heavy, lifeless atmosphere of a place filled with patients. This change was likely due to Lu Qiming's third live streaming mission. A young nurse hurried past, caught sight of Lu Qiming, and paused slightly. The next moment, her eyes locked onto Lu Qiming, patient 553. The nurse approached Lu Qiming, her face lighting up with surprise. "You're back? That's wonderful. You're still okay. Cancer isn't such a big deal anymore, it can be cured now." Lu Qiming nodded. City First People's Hospital had an oncology department filled with cancer patients. Lu Qiming had previously been hospitalized in one of its wards. Moreover, most of the doctors and nurses in this hospital knew Lu Qiming. In fact, many patients were aware of Ming the cancer fighter. Because of his distinctiveness, Lu Qiming was remembered by many. The young nurse was already pulling Lu Qiming toward the ward. "I'll take you to see the director. There are anti-cancer drugs available at the hospital now. Once the anti-cancer agent is injected, the cancer cells will be immediately suppressed. They will then gradually disappear through the body's normal circulation, allowing you to regain your health." Lu Qiming let the young nurse lead him toward the department head's office. Along the way, they encountered familiar faces who greeted him with surprise. "Ah Ming, you're back? You look much better now, almost like a normal person again." The young nurse chatted with Lu Qiming as they walked, studying him and unable to resist commenting. "Probably because I'm optimistic," Lu Qiming replied with a faint smile. "I've been studying ever since I left the hospital. Plus, hearing that cancer can be cured now, I've been in a great mood these past couple of days. As long as you're okay, that's what matters. A lot of people at the hospital were worried you might slip away without anyone noticing." The young nurse breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, she changed the subject. "By the way, have you seen that viral cancer diary on Weibo these past few days?" "Cancer diary?" Lu Qiming shook his head. "What's that?" "It's a Weibo account started by one of our patients. Actually, you know her, she mentioned you in her diary. These past few days, she..." Chapter 97, Injection of the Miracle Drug. Listening to the nurse's description, Lu Qiming thought of a fellow patient. According to the nurse, this person updates their cancer diary online and seems to have quite a following. Recently, due to Lu Qiming's livestream and the emergence of the anti-cancer drug, the patient's Weibo had gained even more attention online. At the same time, Lu Qiming recalled that comment on his social media account. So it was her. Lu Qiming pieced it all together and recalled who the person was. In truth, Lu Qiming had completed his third livestream so swiftly and disseminated the cancer medication widely partly because he was deeply concerned about each of these fellow patients. "How is she doing now?" Lu Qiming inquired. The young nurse replied, "Although the state expedited the production of the anti-cancer medication 2 days ago. But yesterday..." Hearing this, Lu Qiming's heart skipped a beat. What happened yesterday? Yesterday, she was rushed to the ICU and underwent emergency treatment all night. But as the nurse spoke, her eyes dimmed slightly. The resuscitation wasn't entirely successful. She still hasn't regained consciousness. However, today, after the anti-cancer medication arrived, she was the first to receive the injection. She remains unconscious now, and it's uncertain if she'll recover. Hearing the young nurse's words, Lu Qiming's heart sank slightly. She should be fine. Lu Qiming murmured to himself. Based on the knowledge he'd acquired, the anti-cancer drug he'd created possessed potent efficacy. But the fear was that the drug manufactured by the pharmaceutical company might have diminished potency. If that were the case, it might not be enough to save a cancer patient on the brink of death. Even Lu Qiming couldn't be certain of the outcome and could only silently pray for the best. By the time they finished speaking, they had arrived at their destination. Director. The young nurse immediately called out to the director, "Look who's back." Ming? The director, in his 50s and an old friend of Lu Qiming's advisor, was delighted to see him. Wonderful. Old Ding called me yesterday saying you'd be back at the hospital today. Thank you for your concern, Director Chow. Lu Qiming bowed his head slightly and greeted Director Chow with a courteous demeanor. Good to have you back. Cancer isn't much of a problem anymore these days. And in our current allocation of anti-cancer drugs, there's a portion reserved for you. Director Chow scrutinized Lu Qiming from head to toe, a hint of surprise in his eyes. But your complexion looks just like that of a perfectly healthy person. Perhaps it's my positive outlook, Lu Qiming repeated his excuse. I've gained insights from watching live streams lately, and knowing cancer no longer plagues humanity has lifted my spirits. Director Chow nodded in agreement. Indeed, emotional fluctuations during illness can influence the condition. But now that you're back, there's no need to worry about the cancer anymore. We can prepare the cancer treatment injection immediately. Director Chow's decisive action meant Lu Qiming's preparations were unnecessary. Originally, Lu Qiming had been thinking that if the hospital required a follow-up examination, he could employ certain tactics. But now, there was no need for a re-examination at all. They were about to administer the anti-cancer medication. Naturally, Lu Qiming had no objections whatsoever. Even for healthy individuals, anti-cancer drugs offered nothing but benefits. Therefore, Lu Qiming felt no concern whatsoever. Soon, the hospital arranged a hospital bed for Lu Qiming, and Director Chow personally appeared carrying the anti-cancer medication. The anti-cancer agent was a vial of pale blue liquid, seemingly emitting a faint glow, giving it a mysterious appearance. This was the first time Lu Qiming had ever seen the actual substance. Previously, he had only seen versions he had synthesized himself in the system laboratory. Yet, observing the drug's color in that faint glow, Lu Qiming felt his heart settle considerably. The quality of this state-produced anti-cancer drug seemed to be of the highest standard. Director Chow was now transferring the anti-cancer agent into an 4-bottle, administering it intravenously ensured the agent circulated smoothly throughout the body, representing the optimal method of use. Lu Qiming nodded in understanding. In truth, these very techniques and experiences were originally disseminated by Lu Qiming himself. Reaching out his hand, the young nurse stood by to insert the needle. Although Lu Qiming's body had been enhanced, it still remained within the realm of human physiology. The needle entered easily, and the anti-cancer agent began to drip into Lu Qiming's body, drop by drop. You'd best get some sleep. When you wake up, the cancer cells in your body will already be being eliminated. Director Chow glanced at him and left with these instructions. Lu Qiming nodded. Moments later, the hospital room was left with only Lu Qiming inside. Lu Qiming felt the anti-cancer medication gradually taking effect within his body. The anti-cancer drug wasn't just about fighting cancer. Since the system's inception, the drug had been called the miracle elixir, possessing other extraordinary functions. Its marvel lay in its ability to cure illness where present and fortify health where none existed, while also replenishing nutrients. Even Lu Qiming's now enhanced body felt the effects upon receiving the anti-cancer cells. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Qiming drifted off to sleep. When Lu Qiming awoke, daylight still filled the sky. However, although he had returned to the hospital in the morning, the sky now indicated it was already afternoon. Turning his head, he noticed the 4-drip had been removed without him realizing it. The nurse had clearly done so without waking him. Lu Qiming picked up his phone and checked the time. It was already 4 p.m. After checking his phone, he noticed numerous messages waiting for him. Beyond that, Lu Qiming also logged into his Weibo account. Within Weibo, he searched for the words "Cancer Diary." Immediately, a user profile appeared before him. Lu Qiming took a look. Day 1 of fighting cancer. Day 206 of the Cancer Diary. The latest update on the diary stopped at day 206. This was also 3 days prior, just before Lu Qiming's third live streaming mission began. Chapter 98, Diary Owner Updated. Lu Qiming searched online and found the Cancer Diary. He then began reviewing the entries from the very first day. Day by day, from the first day to the 50th day, to the 100th day, to the 200th day. Similarly, Lu Qiming could almost feel the changes in the author. The initial despair upon discovering the cancer, the resilience after encouragement from loved ones, the joy upon meeting Ah Ming, and the despair as the condition worsened. Then, starting on day 206, the cancer diary stopped updating. Beneath that final entry, comments had surpassed 10,000, and shares had reached staggering numbers. The cancer diary had always had a large following. In recent days, the emergence of anti-cancer drugs has brought attention to many cancer patients. On Weibo, the cancer diary has gone viral, garnering over hundreds of thousands of views. Countless netizens have been offering encouragement to the diary's author. But over the past day or two, some have been anxiously awaiting the next update to the diary. Many netizens are worried that the diarist may not have made it to see the day when the anti-cancer drug became available. Before the diary stopped updating, numerous subtle clues had already been revealed. These subtle hints all pointed to one thing: the author's condition had deteriorated to the point where they might slip into a permanent sleep at any moment. Thus, beneath the diary entries that have been dormant for nearly 3 days, prayers and well wishes now dominate. Numerous public figures shared messages of hope, praying the diary's author would resume writing. Lu Qiming read the cancer diary and felt a slight stir within him. At the same time, he felt a sense of luck that he had once been someone else's role model, able to bring a little sunshine into their lives. He recalled the words spoken to him by the young nurse that morning. After a night of emergency treatment, the diary author still showed vital signs but had lost consciousness. Under these circumstances, they had barely managed to administer the anti-cancer medication. What had become of her now? Lu Qiming couldn't help but wonder. As his concern grew, Lu Qiming decided to visit her in the ICU. But just as he stood up, a message appeared on his phone. Ah Ming, Nurse Lee said you're back? Great. Did you get the anti-cancer drug? I've already received the anti-cancer drug. At the same time, the cancer diary Lu Qiming had been reading received a new update. I survived. I heard Ah Ming is back too. Thank you all. No need to worry about me anymore. Seeing the message on his phone and the Weibo update, all of Lu Qiming's lingering worries vanished instantly. Lu Qiming smiled with relief, feeling that his third live streaming mission had taken on profound significance. Lu Qiming stepped out of the ward and spotted his mentor, Ding Weiguo, standing outside chatting with Director Chow. Professor! Lu Qiming exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. Ah Ming! Mentor Ding Weiguo turned around and saw Lu Qiming, looking pleasantly surprised. You're finally back. I just arrived and heard you were in the ward receiving chemotherapy, so I didn't want to disturb you. As he spoke, Professor Ding Weiguo looked Lu Qiming over from head to toe, his face lighting up with excitement. You look in great shape. How are you feeling? I feel great. Some discomfort has subsided, and cancer doesn't seem like an issue at all anymore, Lu Qiming replied. That's wonderful. Ding Weiguo embraced Lu Qiming, then added with a hint of reproach, you left without a word, heading off to another city. That was too much, you really worried us. Lu Qiming smiled sheepishly. I left back then to find a better, quieter place to study. Anyway, it's good you're back. Now you can continue your studies at school. Ding Weiguo didn't hold it against his student. His earlier concern had stemmed purely from worry and care. Director Chow stood nearby, scrutinizing Lu Qiming from head to toe before remarking, your complexion looks much better than before. It seems the anti-cancer medication is already taking effect in your body. Let's run some tests to check the status of the cancer cells in your body. Director Chow, upon seeing Lu Qiming, indicated that tests would be conducted. All patients who receive the anti-cancer drug must undergo testing. The data will be compiled and submitted for integration. This will greatly aid the nation's cancer research efforts. Lu Qiming nodded without objection. Refusing would be difficult to justify without a valid reason. Even for patients who had received the anti-cancer drug, if they were in the late or terminal stages of cancer, the cancer cells would not be eliminated immediately. Even with the anti-cancer drug's effects, it required the body's natural cycles to fully eliminate the cancer cells. Therefore, logically speaking, even if Lu Qiming underwent testing, cancer cells should still be present in his body. Lu Qiming wasn't worried that his persistence would expose anything, because all the electronic surveillance equipment in the entire hospital was now under his control. Soon, Lu Qiming accompanied Director Chow to undergo a checkup. The examination itself was quick, but the results would take some time. Theoretically, it's recommended you stay in the hospital for observation these next few days. After the examination, Director Chow addressed Lu Qiming, however, judging by your condition, you may leave if you prefer not to stay. But it would be best if you came to the hospital regularly over the next few days for follow-up checks. When dispensing the anti-cancer medication, the higher-ups require us to collect patient data. All right. Lu Qiming nodded. He wasn't worried about undergoing tests at the hospital. On the contrary, the current Lu Qiming had essentially been cleared of suspicion. In just a few days, he wouldn't even need to fake hospital records anymore. He could walk around openly as a healthy person. Chapter 99, The End of the Anti-Cancer Diary. I'll choose to go back. I've stayed in the hospital long enough. Faced with Director Chow's offer, Lu Qiming didn't hesitate. He didn't want to stay in the hospital any longer. Just remember to come back for regular checkups. Director Chow explained, the first batch of these anti-cancer drugs hasn't actually undergone full FDA testing. While you patients are prioritized for use, they are essentially experimental drugs. Director Chow stated bluntly, therefore, any changes observed after administration require data to substantiate them. Lu Qiming nodded, acknowledging his understanding. Deep down, however, Lu Qiming knew that as long as the anti-cancer drug was produced according to the method he had disseminated, its efficacy would remain unchanged. Professor, I'll be recuperating at home for a while. Lu Qiming turned his gaze to his mentor, Ding Weigui. In a few days, I'll personally visit your home to thank you and your wife for taking care of me during my illness. You silly boy, what are you saying? You're my student, it's only natural I look after you. Mentor Ding Weigui feigned annoyance. But in a few days, you can come over for a meal. Let your mentor's wife cook for you. All right. Lu Qiming nodded. Ding Weigui and his wife had been married for 20 years without children. After taking Lu Qiming as his student, he had practically treated him like his own child. During Lu Qiming's illness, Professor Ding and his wife had been the two most worried. Before Lu Qiming could bid farewell to his mentor and step out of the hospital, Ding Weigui suddenly spoke up. Ming, did you go see that young lady? Little girl? Lu Qiming paused, slightly confused. Yes, the young girl in the next room who was also sick. She kept calling you Brother Ming. Ding Weigui continued, after you left, that girl asked me many times where you had gone. And after you left, her condition deteriorated rapidly. A few days ago, she nearly passed away, hovering between life and death multiple times. But thankfully she pulled through. She's received the anti-cancer medication and has regained consciousness. She can even walk now. When I arrived, she still asked me where you were. Ding Weigui glanced at Lu Qiming. You haven't seen her yet, have you? Would you like to go see her? Lu Qiming paused slightly, about to respond, when a clear, joyful voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Brother Ming. The cancer diary will cease updates effective today. Thank you, Mr. Wen Ming, for helping cancer patients worldwide escape their suffering. Today, Ming is back, and I've returned from the brink of death. Thank you all for your care and encouragement during this time. The cancer diary will cease updates starting today. After a long hiatus, the cancer diary has been updated again on Weibo. However, just 2 hours prior, there was another update that seemed like a simple status check. The latest update, however, was more detailed, addressing concerns shared by many followers. Under this latest post, congratulations poured in from many people. After following the diary for 200 days, I've been wanting to say congratulations today. I finally can. Congratulations on your recovery. With cancer conquered, everything else will only get better. Keep it up. Inspiring, so glad you didn't give up and held on for hope. Ming has hope too, that's wonderful. I hope the blogger and Ming end up together. In a ward at City C First People's Hospital, a young girl gazed at her phone, her face flushing slightly. These people, talking about being together. Ming is like an older brother. While blushing, the young girl couldn't help but indulge in her own little thoughts. Weibo had always been her outlet for confiding her feelings, as well as where she updated her cancer diary. At the same time, when updating, she concealed her age and some of her real information. She even concealed the age gap between herself and Ming. So much so that after reading the diary on Weibo, many people thought the author should be with Ming. But the truth is, the author of the cancer diary is just a 16-year-old girl, a full 8 years younger than Lu Qiming. Reading the comments urging them to be together, the young girl blushed, recalling the words she'd mustered the courage to say to brother Ming when she saw him today. Ming, I want to marry you. Those words had always been in her heart, though before, she had only thought that if she recovered from her illness, she would definitely marry Lu Qiming. Now that she was cured, she'd found the courage to say it to Lu Qiming. Recalling Lu Qiming's response, her cheeks flushed even redder. When you're older. Back then, Lu Qiming had ruffled her hair before answering her. Then you have to wait for me to grow up. The young girl thought back to her own answer, her face flushed, somewhat surprised at how much courage she had mustered at the time. But as the blush and shyness gradually faded, her heart remained unchanged. I must grow up quickly and marry brother Ming. The little girl thought to herself as she logged out of her cancer diary account, having already decided that this account would never need to be used again. Instead, she created a new account called Love Diary. Love Diary, Day 1, Brother Ming said to wait until I grow up. I want to grow up quickly so I can marry Brother Ming. But Brother Ming is a graduate student, so I must work hard to be worthy of him. So I've decided to study hard. I'm interested in Chinese programming, so I specifically looked up Mr. Wen Ming's live stream replays. I noticed that Brother Amin's hands resembled Mr. Wen Ming's, both fair, slender, beautiful, and warm. Chapter 100, Planetary Black Tech? Lu Qiming returned home and tidied up the place. This was Lu Qiming's residence, though it was actually rented from his mentor, Ding Weigui. Though called a rental, the fee was merely symbolic. Despite his prolonged absence, the room showed no dust, evidently someone cleaned it regularly. Lu Qiming knew this must be the work of his mentor's wife. Before leaving, Lu Qiming had left the keys behind, worried his mentor wouldn't be able to enter after he departed. Yet, upon leaving the hospital, Ding Weigua had returned the spare key to Lu Qiming. Phew! After briefly organizing the items he brought back, Lu Qiming sat down and retrieved the shredder from the room to begin shredding. This room contained a shredder because, in the past, Lu Qiming often brought back sensitive materials from his mentor, necessitating the shredder afterward. Now, it was perfectly suited for shredding the items he'd brought back that couldn't be disclosed. It didn't take long for Lu Qiming to finish these tasks. After setting up his computer and other equipment, night had already fallen. Lu Qiming sat down at his computer. The knowledge of Chinese programming was covered in 4 live streams before it was finally concluded. If he were to cover the correct theories of planetary science, it would likely require 10 live streams. Compared to Chinese programming, the knowledge Lu Qiming needed to cover for his 4th live stream was far more extensive. Though the live stream duration remained the same, the 4th task would require at least 10 separate sessions to complete. Moreover, merely disseminating knowledge through live streams wasn't the entirety of the task. This assignment also included an additional requirement. Given this, Lu Qiming had no idea when he might finish the 4th live streaming task. He might as well start streaming sooner. Sitting before his computer, Lu Qiming pondered. While the system imposed no strict time constraints on the live streams, he understood that completing more system tasks was the only way to better explore its true nature. Only by completing each task could he gain more knowledge. He would start the live stream now. By the time it reached its midpoint, he could retrieve the next batch of knowledge from the system's database. With that thought, Lu Qiming made his decision. Today would be the first livestream on the correct theories of planetary science. However, before going live, Lu Qiming needed to make some preparations. Previously, due to limited resources, he had conducted 2 live streams using paper and a camera. Now, back at home, he had a much better environment. He no longer needed blank paper or pens to write formulas or draw diagrams. At home, he had a graphics tablet. A graphics tablet, also known as a drawing tablet, is a type of computer input device. Typically consisting of a tablet and a pressure-sensitive pen, it is similar to other unconventional input devices like handwriting tablets. At this point, Lu Qiming took out his graphics tablet and connected it to his computer. He could now draw diagrams and write formulas directly using the tablet. At the same time, he no longer needed to expose his hands on camera while scribbling on blank paper. Having decided to start the live stream, Lu Qiming made some preparations. Leveraging the power of Chinese programming, he enhanced and integrated the hardware of the graphics tablet, more than doubling its functionality. After making some final settings, he selected the option to start the live stream. With a beep, Lu Qiming's live stream went live. Simultaneously, tens of millions of mobile phones and computers worldwide received the broadcast notification. The stream started? Shang Wei was experimenting with Chinese programming when his phone suddenly buzzed with a notification. He immediately picked it up. Shang Wei's phone was brand new. His previous phone had been confiscated, and he'd been given this new one in exchange. On the new phone, Shang Wei had specifically configured the settings to disable all notification alerts except for one. Shang Wei tapped open the broadcast notification and entered the live stream. The moment he entered the live room, he saw a flood of friendly comments, some in Chinese, others in different languages, all warm greetings. However, Shang Wei also noticed that the live stream feed wasn't showing a camera feed. Instead, it displayed his computer's desktop background. What would he be streaming this time? Many viewers had already noticed a pattern from previous streams. Lu Qiming seemed to base his content on his knowledge areas. For instance, the first stream covered nuclear reactions, the second focused on Chinese programming, and the third explored human antivirus systems and cancer treatment. Online, discussions had been swirling for days about when leading civilization would return to streaming. And if he did go live again, what kind of content would he broadcast? Hello everyone, welcome to the live stream. Shang Wei recognized Lu Qiming's familiar voice. Amidst the barrage of greetings in the chat, everyone was eagerly asking what would be streamed today. The North China University students were all set. Eastern University students were ready. Coastal elementary students were pulling out their notebooks. Capital middle schoolers had their notebooks ready. Viewers were all curious about what Lu Qiming would cover in this livestream. Shang Wei was equally curious what would this livestream cover? Soon, without keeping them in suspense for long, Lu Qiming provided his answer. This livestream would not discuss nuclear reactions, nor Chinese programming, nor human antivirus. Lu Qiming cut straight to the chase and announced the subject of his 4th mission livestream. Starting with this broadcast, he would explain the correct theories and explorations of planetary science. Planetary science? Correct theories and exploration? Hearing Lu Qiming's words, Shang Wei couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Planetary science, what was that? While he could make some connections with previous topics just by their names, this time he was completely baffled. At the same time, the comment stream was flooded with questions. What is planetary technology? Chapter 101, Crazy Hints, Earth's Hidden Secrets. Questions flooded the bullet comments. What is planetary science? What do correct theory and exploration mean? The next moment, Lu Qiming directly answered in the livestream. On our current Earth, we have the broad discipline of Earth science. Within Earth science, disciplines include atmospheric physics, geodesy, hydrology, oceanography, and space science. Earth science is fundamentally grounded in the study of our planet. Earth is a planet within the cosmos. Planetary science encompasses the comprehensive study of atmospheric physics, geodesy, hydrology, oceanography, and space exploration across all planets. With planetary science knowledge, as long as humanity masters it correctly, we can embark on the exploration of our own planet. Our Earth's average radius is 6,371,004 kilometers. The equatorial radius of Earth is 6,378,140 kilometers. The polar radius of Earth is 6,356,755 kilometers. The equatorial circumference is approximately 40,000 kilometers, and the surface area of Earth is 511,108 square kilometers. As Lu Qiming spoke, he opened a blank document page. On the document, data points were already listed to accompany his livestream. The volume of Earth is 10,831,012 cubic kilometers, its average density is 551,8103 kilograms per cubic meter, and its mass is 5.97410 superscript 2 kilograms. At this point, Lu Qiming paused briefly. Earth is so vast, and it has given birth to countless forms of life. Yet the total mass and area of humanity accounts for merely 0.01% of the total mass of life on Earth. Lu Qiming displayed the figures one by one. What does this mean? The total mass of Earth's living organisms is approximately 550 billion tons of carbon, with plants accounting for 80% of that. Second in abundance are bacteria, accounting for 15% of the total biological mass. Following them are fungi, archaea, and protozoa. In fact, animals constitute only a minuscule fraction of the total biological mass, amounting to far less than 1%. The amount we humans occupy is even more negligible. Yet we humans are now the dominant species on Earth, capable of mastering knowledge and advancing science. But how much do we humans truly understand about the very planet we inhabit? The moment he accepted the system's mission, it had already imprinted knowledge into Lu Qiming's mind. Thus, Lu Qiming could now fluently list detailed data points to substantiate his claims. Lu Qiming's livestream had found its rhythm. The deeper our understanding of Earth and the cosmos, the more we can properly position ourselves. Only by revering our planet can we journey further. The Earth sciences we humans have developed are based on a partial understanding of our planet. But the advancement of Earth science is far too slow. Our current understanding of Earth remains exceedingly limited. Planetary science, however, is the discipline dedicated to understanding the planets themselves. Lu Qiming paused briefly before continuing. Given that humanity cannot yet set foot on other planets, planetary science currently helps us better understand and explore our own blue planet, Earth. Lu Qiming's explanation was both accessible and profound, building from the simple to the complex. Moreover, having hosted multiple live streams, Lu Qiming had developed a confident rhythm in his delivery. Planetary science, exploring Earth. At this moment, even Shang Wei, originally a physics student, found himself understanding the concepts. The content Lu Qiming covered at this point wasn't overly specialized. Yet it was undeniably accessible and educational. The live stream had attracted tens of millions of viewers, many of whom were listening with rapt attention. Simultaneously, numerous international television networks were broadcasting Lu Qiming's livestream, complete with professional translators and hosts. Similar live streams began popping up in numerous countries. Following his previous broadcast, Lu Qiming gained immense global recognition and prestige. Consequently, many foreigners are filled with immense curiosity about Lu Qiming. However, most ordinary people abroad, while having this curiosity, lack the means to find translations. Consequently, numerous radio stations began offering this service, directly broadcasting the content. This is precisely why the actual viewership of Lu Qiming's livestreams is a staggering figure. Countless people worldwide are watching Lu Qiming's livestream. Upon discovering the content of Lu Qiming's broadcasts, numerous scholars and students specializing in earth sciences have rushed to tune in. Lu Qiming continues to broadcast. Every planet is an incredible creation of the universe. And planets like Earth, which have given birth to life, are miracles within these wonders. We must learn to understand and explore our planet. Lu Qiming hasn't forgotten that this livestream isn't just about spreading knowledge, it also carries an additional mission. Thus, between his words, Lu Qiming intertwined personal messages with the knowledge he shared. Between the lines, he guided and hinted. Thus, those who absorbed Lu Qiming's knowledge would inevitably feel compelled to put it into practice. Moreover, with so many viewers tuning in to Lu Qiming's livestream, including various international powers. Under these circumstances, if nations became interested in exploring Earth, Lu Qiming's mission would be effortlessly accomplished. Thus, Lu Qiming spared no effort in his live streaming endeavors. Of course, Lu Qiming was genuinely curious. Why would the system issue a mission to explore Earth? What purpose does issuing such a mission serve? Or is there something hidden within Earth itself, waiting for Earth's civilization to discover? Lu Qiming himself was intensely curious about this. During his live streams, he subtly hinted at this curiosity, spreading it out to his audience. Chapter 102, Earth Survey. Target Analysis. Expert opinion: the planetary science involved in this target livestream goes beyond theoretical knowledge. Even the most gifted individuals cannot master it solely through books. Such knowledge requires extensive hands-on experience and synthesis to truly accumulate. This suggests the subject may have traveled extensively across continents and around the globe, thereby building their planetary science expertise. Of course, other possibilities cannot be ruled out, such as the subject being backed by a team, or even more extraordinary scenarios. Current intelligence analysis indicates the target possesses knowledge surpassing any contemporary scientist, making it hard to believe such vast expertise resides in a single individual. Through several live streams, the target has demonstrated a foundational grasp of physics and chemistry by applying nuclear reactions. The Chinese programming demonstrates the target's cultural refinement in Xia culture and mastery of human logic. The live demonstration of human body disinfection revealed the subject's mastery of biology and medicine. This latest planetary technology livestream, however, reveals the subject's immense command of natural sciences. The subject appears to have mastered all fundamental Earth-based disciplines, each surpassing contemporary standards. Reconstruct the target's persona model and add an omniscient tag. Target's youth tag currently pending. It's unimaginable for a person to master such extensive knowledge in just 2 or 3 decades. Summary. No clues regarding the subject's identity have been found, adding to their mystery. Their purpose remains unclear. Perhaps an attempt at communication with the subject is warranted. Mr. Wen Ming, my savior. In a hospital ward at City C's First Hospital, a 16-year-old girl held her phone, watching intently. Listening to the voices in the livestream, I used to think Mr. Wen Ming's hands felt a bit like Ming's. But their voices are completely different. And although Brother Wen Ming is very knowledgeable, he's nowhere near as knowledgeable as Mr. Wen Ming. Still, I like Brother Wen Ming best. Mr. Wen Ming is the person I'm most grateful to right now. As the girl watched the livestream, thoughts flashed through her mind one after another. But Brother Wen Ming's hands and Mr. Wen Ming's hands really do look alike. Today's livestream ends here. After streaming for 6 consecutive hours, Lu Qiming had barely covered a fraction of the content. The 4th live streaming task was clearly not something that could be completed in a short time, so Lu Qiming didn't push too hard. After 6 hours, he simply ended the broadcast. When Lu Qiming ended the stream, tens of millions of viewers remained in the live stream room. After Lu Qiming ended the stream, many viewers gradually left, while others remained in the chat room, entering the comment section to interact with fellow viewers. Such fresh knowledge, Mr. Civilization truly knows so much. The all-knowing patriarch, is there anything he doesn't know? I'd rack my brain and still couldn't fathom how a streamer could possess such vast knowledge. It's confirmed the streamer is actually a time traveler from the future. Lu Qiming didn't stay in the live stream room after ending the broadcast. This first planetary science livestream had left Lu Qiming with a growing list of questions. What exactly is the purpose of this system? If the system's purpose was previously straightforward and unambiguous, then starting with the 4th live streaming mission, things took a different turn. On top of the basic live streaming tasks, an additional mission was unexpectedly added, requiring Lu Qiming to guide Earth's civilization in completing its own exploration of the planet. Was there some problem with Earth? What could civilization possibly discover by exploring Earth? Such questions accumulated in Lu Qiming's mind. However, these questions could only be answered once Earth's civilization had completed its exploration of the planet. Once planetary science knowledge was disseminated, nations around the world would likely take swift action. Once the exploration of Earth was complete, they would understand why the system had issued such a mission. Lu Qiming set these questions aside for now, turning his thoughts to another matter. Having acquired such vast knowledge through the system, was there still any need for me to attend school? This thought arose in Lu Qiming's mind. Before acquiring the system, Lu Qiming had been an academic star. However, while he had been considered a top student back then, he was still within the realm of ordinary people. But after acquiring the system and undergoing its knowledge infusion, Lu Qiming's own learning had reached superhuman levels. Under these circumstances, Lu Qiming couldn't help but wonder if he still needed to attend school normally. But this thought didn't linger long in Lu Qiming's mind. He had already made a decision. He would still attend school. Knowledge is boundless, the more one could grasp, the better. Lu Qiming didn't agonize over it for long before making his decision. Some people are born to play games, others love reading novels. Everyone has their own unique lament. In that case, Lu Qiming's passion was learning. The saying "learning brings joy" holds true for Lu Qiming without a shred of doubt. Starflyer Nation, NASA Space Agency. Although Liu Qiming's emergence has somewhat shaken Starflag Nation's position as the world's leading power. In aerospace, however, Starflag remains the undisputed leader. In outer space, Starflag Nation has established an international space station. Simultaneously, Liu Qiming's immense global prestige has drawn worldwide attention. This includes NASA within Starflag Nation itself. Consequently, during Liu Qiming's livestream, numerous NASA scientists tuned in to watch. After the broadcast concluded, some scientists couldn't resist putting Liu Qiming's live content into practice. His broadcast covered highly complex topics, including aspects of space measurement. NASA scientists then began attempting to conduct Earth measurements and exploration using the space station. Chapter 103, Lost Civilization Ruins? NASA is the aerospace agency of the Starflag Nation. It also represents the world's foremost space exploration agency. All Starflag Nation space stations fall under NASA's management. Beyond this, NASA also operates external probes, Mars rovers, and other spacecraft. Within Earth's current civilization, NASA embodies the pinnacle of high-tech precision. Yet even NASA, which represents humanity's pinnacle of achievement in cosmic exploration and planetary research, still learned much from watching Liu Qiming's livestream. In fact, even for NASA scientists, Liu Qiming's explanations offered fresh insights and entirely new knowledge. Consequently, after Liu Qiming's livestream concluded, they couldn't resist attempting to apply the methods he demonstrated. This application was spatial measurement. Using space stations positioned beyond Earth's orbit, they conducted surveys of Earth's spatial environment. According to Mr. Civilization's knowledge, we can use satellite detection from space to observe Earth's topography at latitude 2849483 and longitude 284884. At NASA headquarters, they communicated with astronauts aboard the space station to direct their measurements of Earth. Astronauts aboard the station operate according to instructions from the ground. The station houses space observation equipment and enables direct control of its space telescopes and satellites. Soon, following ground instructions, the astronauts observed the Atlantic Ocean region on Earth. They made incremental adjustments based on data transmitted from the ground. Simultaneously, the observed images and data were transmitted in real time to NASA headquarters in Starflag Nation. For the scientists at NASA headquarters, this was merely an experiment. Merely an experiment in pursuit of new knowledge, they harbored no particular hopes for it. But, as the satellite camera zoomed in, performing data adjustments, and the images of the Atlantic Ocean were transmitted back, a NASA scientist exclaimed in astonishment, "What is that?" The scientist's exclamation was echoed by others who also noticed the anomaly. What did we discover? Using the observation method taught by Mr. Wen Ming, we were able to peer through the seawater and observe the oceanic trenches below. Unbelievable! We've discovered something extraordinary. Whether scientists at NASA or astronauts aboard the space station, all were astonished and deeply shaken by the scenes they witnessed. At NASA headquarters on the ground, one scientist solemnly declared, "I believe we've uncovered a prehistoric civilization. A civilization now submerged beneath the ocean, utterly distinct from our own." Liu Qiming ended the livestream, tidied up his belongings at home, and headed straight to the system laboratory. Now, except when absolutely necessary, Liu Qiming had grown accustomed to entering the system lab to replace his sleep. Within the system lab, Liu Qiming could freely conduct all kinds of experiments, utilizing both the knowledge imparted by the system and his own expertise. Within the lab, he could materialize the world's most advanced equipment to conduct his experiments. For Liu Qiming, this represented countless opportunities to transform theory into reality. However, the planetary science theory he had recently acquired could not be tested within the confines of the laboratory. This science was meant for application on actual planets. It was practical applied science that couldn't be confined to a laboratory. This left Liu Qiming with a slight sense of regret. Nevertheless, within the laboratory, Liu Qiming could still conduct experiments that piqued his interest. After all, despite gaining extensive knowledge through several systematic missions, Liu Qiming was far from being an expert in everything. For instance, his original specialty was particle physics or, to put it more simply, high-energy physics. Even within this field, he was far from having a complete grasp. Or rather, knowledge was boundless. Although he had previously acquired knowledge of nuclear reactions, these reactions were merely a small part of applied physics and a very minor one at that. Therefore, taking advantage of the convenience offered by the system laboratory, Liu Qiming could conduct experiments on particle physics right here. After spending hundreds of hours in the system lab, Liu Qiming finally emerged. Hundreds of hours were insignificant for physics research, and Liu Qiming hadn't made much progress. However, the moment he stepped out of the lab and opened his phone, Liu Qiming was taken aback. Numerous news pop-ups flooded his screen. And these news stories astonished Liu Qiming. Starflag Nation discovers traces of prehistoric civilization? Civilization ruins truly exist on the Atlantic seabed? Did NASA base their exploration on the knowledge from my livestream, leading to this discovery? After reading a few news articles, Liu Qiming understood what had happened. But precisely because of this, Liu Qiming was utterly astonished. This unexpected discovery prehistoric civilization found on the Atlantic seabed had caught him off guard. At that moment, Lu Qiming couldn't help but recall the system's assigned mission. The system's additional mission was to guide Earth's civilization in exploring the planet. But now, Starflight Nation had discovered prehistoric ruins during their exploration. Was there some connection between these two events? At that moment, Lu Qiming thought of the system. Did the system know about the unique existence of civilizational ruins on Earth, and was it using me to guide civilization in exploring the planet itself? At the same time, Lu Qiming couldn't help but speculate. Chapter 104, Ming's Photo. For the people of Xia, the morning brought explosive news from the west. Under NASA's direction, the Starflag Nation's space station conducted exploration and surveying of Earth's Atlantic Ocean, uncovering the ruins of a prehistoric civilization. Moreover, NASA directly released numerous high-resolution images accompanying the news, spreading them worldwide. Many could see the image clearly. On the vast Atlantic seabed, the faint outlines of civilized structures emerged, lying quietly at the bottom of the ocean trench. NASA's direct release of these images instantly ignited a global online frenzy. However, within these reports, NASA explicitly acknowledged that their discovery of the Atlantic Ocean's civilizational ruins stemmed from conducting surveys based on the theoretical knowledge imparted by Mr. Civilization. Moreover, in NASA's official statement, they expressed gratitude to Lu Qiming. Although the Starflag Nation had discovered the ancient ruins on the Atlantic seabed, the specific location of these ruins falls within the jurisdiction of the high seas. The so-called high seas refer to public ocean areas that belong to no single nation. It is precisely because of this that NASA and the Starflag Nation's authorities were able to so openly announce these discoveries. In their announcement, NASA explicitly stated, "The discovery of these prehistoric ruins is not our achievement, but that of Mr. Wen Ming. We are willing to collaborate with capable nations to explore these ancient ruins on the Atlantic seabed." NASA's statement made no attempt to conceal its overtures toward Lu Qiming. Moreover, it clearly extended goodwill toward Xia Nation. Although NASA stated its willingness to collaborate with other nations. Currently, however, Xia holds the world's most advanced technology for deep-sea exploration. Some smaller nations lack submarines capable of diving below 10,000 meters, making joint exploration of ancient ruins simply unfeasible. Moreover, the civilizational ruins lie in the Atlantic Ocean, which has never belonged to the Starflag Nation. Regardless, NASA's discovery has sent shockwaves across the entire world. Civilization ruins from the ocean depths. Many people immediately flooded into Lu Qiming's livestream. Did the streamer know about the underwater ruins all along? It suddenly occurred to me, could the streamer have received the legacy of that civilization? I was stunned. The knowledge disseminated by Mr. Civilization proved so profoundly useful. Another world-shocking discovery, and once again from the hands of Mr. Civilization. Online, a flood of opinions emerged, with many linking this news directly to Lu Qiming. Lu Qiming himself couldn't help but connect this discovery to the system. Whether there's a connection between the system and that civilization remains unknown. The system hasn't responded to me either. Lu Qiming's eyes fixed on the image captured from the Atlantic seabed in the news report. Only after tangible results emerge from real-world explorations of the ancient ruins will we know if this relates to the system. Realizing this, Lu Qiming didn't dwell on his curiosity. He closed the news app on his phone, gathered his things, and prepared to head to the hospital for his follow-up checkup. As a patient who had received the anti-cancer drug, Lu Qiming was required to undergo daily follow-up examinations. All patient data would be consolidated and used as real-world efficacy data for the drug. As Director Chow had stated to the nation, they were the first experimental subjects since the drug's inception. After the anti-cancer drug was developed, it hadn't even undergone mouse testing before being administered directly to this group of cancer patients. On the second day of the love diary, I encountered Ming again at the hospital. He had also come for his follow-up checkup. Our progress was beyond imagination. We never imagined that the cancer that had tormented me for over half a year could be largely eradicated in just 2 short days. Ming's recovery was even faster. The cancer cells in his body were nearly eradicated. He should only need one more follow-up check and then won't have to come to the hospital again. According to Director Chow, the cancer cells in my body would likely vanish completely within 6 days. That meant in 6 days, I would return to my former life. Yet I feel a pang of reluctance, for once I leave the hospital, I won't be able to see Ming as often as I do now. Still, I heard Ming is also returning to school to resume his studies. So if I want to see Ming after that, I'll have to go to his school to find him. At the same time, I must strive to do my best. Online, aside from the news about Starflag Nation discovering ancient civilizations at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, few others seemed particularly shocked by the reports. Online, the blogger known as Cancer Diary had quietly vanished, and the Cancer Diary blog had completely stopped updating. Yet none of the followers felt the slightest regret. Instead, they were all genuinely happy. Beyond their joy, some followers were curious about what the diary author would do after recovering. Then, someone discovered the Love Diary. Some former followers of the Cancer Diary migrated to the Love Diary. Reading its entries, they felt as though they were seeing that optimistic, kind-hearted diarist once more. And within those pages, the bright, warm-hearted academic prodigy. We hope the blogger and Ming can be together happily. Keep it up, blogger. Looking forward to updates. I really want to see photos of Ming. Curious what he looks like. Please share some photos. Back when it was a cancer diary, followers never made any demands. But under the love diary entries, many followers are now asking questions. A girl hospitalized at City C's First People's Hospital hesitated upon seeing the curious comments. She posted a photo, a candid shot of Ming's back. The sunlight hit his silhouette, making him appear to glow. His frame was thin, his hands long and fair. Chapter 105, Brainwashing the World, Exploring Earth. After returning from his hospital follow-up, Lu Qiming called his advisor to schedule a visit. Back at home, Lu Qiming breathed a sigh of relief. His identity was cleared, he no longer needed to pretend. 2 examinations had transformed Lu Qiming from a cancer patient into a healthy individual. From now on, he wouldn't need to resort to any tricks, or any disguises, or worry about drawing unwanted attention. With his identity cleared, he could now attend school openly and honestly. That's what Lu Qiming thought to himself. A short while later, Lu Qiming sat down in front of his computer, ready to begin today's livestream. Though he was intrigued by the ancient civilization ruins discovered by NASA on the Atlantic seabed, Lu Qiming understood one thing. He himself could not intervene in such matters from within reality. Only through his livestreams, and by leveraging his role as a cultural influencer, could he exert some influence on such matters or even on certain nations and guide them to a certain extent. However, before he could even start the stream, Lu Qiming noticed a private message waiting for him. Ha! Seeing this message, Lu Qiming immediately understood it was another contact from the Xia nation's government. After all, the previous 2 exchanges had already established preliminary communication and some degree of interaction. Therefore, even this time, Lu Qiming didn't ignore the private message. He opened the message directly to see what the other party had sent. Judging by the tone, it was indeed another message from the Xia state government. The message began with the sender expressing gratitude on behalf of the nation, stating that both the country and countless cancer patients within its borders sincerely thanked Lu Qiming for his contributions. Following this introductory greeting came a work report. The work report detailed the nation's current efforts in manufacturing anti-cancer drugs, providing data indicating that the first batch of these drugs had already saved numerous cancer patients. Another part of the report concerned the Civilization Fund. The representative stated directly that the Civilization Fund had officially commenced operations. The nation guaranteed that the fund would be free of any corruption, ensuring every penny would be allocated precisely where needed. After these greetings and work updates, the other party finally turned to the main topic of this exchange. Without being overly direct yet avoiding excessive circumlocution, they expressed curiosity and questions about the Atlantic Ocean's underwater civilization ruins, seeking Lu Qiming's perspective. They also inquired whether Lu Qiming understood the significance of those civilizational ruins. Reading the private message, Lu Qiming propped his chin on his hand, pondered briefly, then replied. Beep. The moment Lu Qiming's reply was sent, activity immediately surged at the distant Search X base. The target responded, initiating the 3rd formal communication with the target. This exchange is fully documented. Reviewing the target's response. Summarize the target's response information. The target provided direct answers to our inquiries. Regarding the ancient ruins, the target stated they were unaware of them and claimed only to disseminate planetary knowledge. Beyond offering a direct response, the target also conveyed that he was merely disseminating planetary science knowledge, emphasizing that humanity still has much to learn about Earth and should engage in more exploration. The conversation ended here as the target began their live stream. Live stream recording mode activated, analyzing the target's language for refinement. After replying to the official message from Xia Nation, Lu Qiming selected to begin the live stream. The moment the stream went live, numerous bullet comments flooded the chat. Many of these comments inquired about Lu Qiming's views on the discovery of ancient civilizational ruins on the Atlantic seabed by the Starflag Nation. First, front row. Does the Grandmaster know about the Starflag Nation discovering the Atlantic civilization ruins? Did the host know beforehand that there were ancient ruins on Earth? Is the streamer an heir to a prehistoric civilization? That's why they know so much. Please tell us, does Mr. Civilization know what those underwater ruins are? Sure enough, most questions in the bullet comments were about today's news, the discovery of ancient ruins on the Atlantic seabed by the United States. Lu Qiming waited a minute or two, giving new viewers time to catch up. It seemed the impact of the civilization discovery news had caused Lu Qiming's livestream to attract an unusually large audience. Within just 1 minute of going live, the viewer count had already surpassed 50 million. It was at this moment that Lu Qiming cleared his throat with a couple of light coughs before speaking. Everyone was curious, what exactly were these ancient ruins on the Atlantic seabed? I cannot answer that question for you. For although we humans now live on Earth, our understanding of this planet remains woefully inadequate. That is why I disseminate planetary science theories to encourage our civilization to explore our own planet more deeply and gain a better understanding of Earth. Now, the Starflag Nation has made preliminary discoveries in its exploration of Earth, namely, those ancient civilizational ruins beneath the Atlantic Ocean. This is a small achievement gained as humanity begins its true exploration of Earth. As for what these ruins represent, what they signify, or what kind of prehistoric civilization they belong to, these questions, I believe, require continued exploration by us, the people of Earth, and our Earth civilization. Lu Qiming addressed these matters directly during his live broadcast, stating, "The unknowns of Earth remain vast and numerous for our current civilization. We must explore and uncover these mysteries one by one." While answering, Lu Qiming also subtly hinted that humanity must continue exploring Earth. Chapter 106, Atlantis. Truth be told, Lu Qiming was utterly baffled by the civilizational ruins discovered at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. Needless to say, he was hardly in a position to answer others' questions when he himself was still filled with curiosity and doubts about those ruins. Thus, Lu Qiming couldn't provide viewers in the livestream with a direct, definitive answer. He could only offer vague hints, encouraging people to continue exploring Earth. Truthfully, Lu Qiming was also deeply curious about what unknown things or entities might still exist on Earth, so much so that the system had even assigned him an additional task alongside the main mission. However, regarding the private inquiry from the Xia Nation's official channels, Lu Qiming gave a straightforward and direct response. He didn't know. After his response, Lu Qiming likewise encouraged the Xia Nation authorities to explore Earth. Lu Qiming was now sparing no effort to urge all parties to continue exploring Earth. On one hand, it was the system's mission. On the other, Lu Qiming himself had genuinely begun to wonder what unknown entities still existed on Earth. Places like the mysterious Bermuda Triangle, the incredible Devil's Tower in the United States, the pyramids of Egypt, the terrifying Devil's Kettle Falls, the Valley of Death where no one has ever survived. These enigmatic sites on Earth brim with peculiarities. The planetary science Lu Qiming was teaching through his livestream offered humanity a pathway to explore and comprehend these incredible places and unbelievable phenomena. However, planetary science is an immense field, and Lu Qiming's first lecture covered only a small fraction of it. Yet even this small portion of knowledge led the Starflag Nation to discover the ruins of an ancient civilization on the Atlantic seabed. As planetary science spreads more widely, what new explorations of Earth will humanity undertake? Lu Qiming was curious about this too. So, Lu Qiming soon began his true live broadcast. On Earth, we have a discipline called hydrology. It's the science humans use to study the distribution, movement, and patterns of change of water within the Earth's atmosphere, surface, and crust, as well as the interactions between water and the environment. Lu Qiming's livestream had found its rhythm, moving into the core topic. However, the hydrology humanity has compiled thus far remains only a preliminary exploration. True hydrology is universally applicable across all planets, capable of distilling common planetary principles. To understand planetary hydrology, we must grasp. While streaming, Lu Qiming simultaneously used his computer or digital tablet to write down sets of formulas, list datasets, and draw diagrams to complement his presentation. As the broadcast progressed, many ordinary viewers found it difficult to keep up with the pace, yet they listened with rapt attention. This is because Lu Qiming occasionally explains phenomena specific to Earth during his broadcasts. The truly engrossed listeners were hydrologists and earth science professionals from around the globe. Moreover, numerous departments recorded Lu Qiming's livestream for future research purposes. Many universities suspended their relevant courses during this time, opting instead for collective viewings of Lu Qiming's livestream. And so, the live broadcast hours ticked by. 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. By this point, Lu Qiming had abandoned using physical white paper as a medium for data. Otherwise, the formulas, diagrams, and data appearing in this single livestream would likely have filled hundreds, if not thousands, of sheets of paper. This concludes the content of today's livestream. As we conclude, I hope everyone will put their knowledge to good use, ensuring it serves its proper purpose. Our Earth is profoundly mysterious. Though we humans now live upon it, our understanding of this planet remains woefully inadequate. Even during this broadcast, Lu Qiming never ceased to instill his ideas into the audience. Various hints were already subtly woven into his words. This live stream concludes here. We welcome you to join us next time. With that, Lu Qiming ended his broadcast. After the stream ended, Lu Qiming assessed his progress on the live streaming task. The system had imparted to him the entirety of planetary science theory. However, this knowledge was so vast that even 2 6-hour live streams without pause had only managed to disseminate about 20% of it. Completing the remaining portion of the task would likely take considerable time. Approximately 3 to 5 hours after Lu Qiming's livestream concluded, the Starflag Nation and Xia Nation jointly issued a press release announcing their joint exploration of the ancient ruins at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. The mission would utilize Xia's latest nuclear-powered submarine technology, combined with Starflag's advanced undersea detection radar systems. This news immediately captured widespread attention. In fact, it surpassed the impact of Lu Qiming's livestream, drawing even greater attention. It has begun. The quest to uncover prehistoric civilizations. What secrets lie hidden beneath the lost Atlantis? A mix of excitement and trepidation seen straight out of movies seem to unfold in reality. The ruins of an ancient civilization beneath the Atlantic Ocean. It sounds incredibly romantic. Hoping for success, global history books might just need a new chapter. Online, people reacted to this news in various ways. Lu Qiming also came across these online reports and found himself deeply intrigued. What secrets lie within those ancient ruins beneath the Atlantic? And could these underwater ruins be the legendary Atlantis? Chapter 107, Official Project Team, Mentor Invitation. The discovered underwater civilization ruins lie on the seabed of the Atlantic Ocean. Its unknown location evoked the long-standing legends of Atlantis circulating across the globe. Legend speaks of a prehistoric civilization called Atlantis, though crucial evidence has long been lacking. Only occasional, scattered corroborations suggest its possible existence. Now, however, observations from the Starflag Nation's space station have uncovered traces of ancient architectural structures on the Atlantic seabed, leading many to associate them with Atlantis. Numerous scholars have raised the possibility that these could indeed be the legendary ruins of Atlantis. The discoverer, NASA of the Starflag Nation, has directly assigned the code name Atlantis to these submerged civilizational ruins. People are now curious, what exactly is Atlantis? A television station in Starflag Nation is spending a fortune to secure exclusive interview rights, applying to accompany the exploration submarine on its journey to uncover the underwater ruins. Meanwhile, in Xia Nation, the state broadcaster announced it was selecting journalists to document the entire expedition. Where feasible, they would also provide live coverage. Perhaps influenced by Lu Qiming, live streaming has become a global phenomenon. Major streaming platforms have seen explosive growth in the number of hosts, with Lu Qiming playing a significant role in advancing the entire industry. Although the news has been released, actual action descending thousands of meters into the Atlantic Ocean depths for exploration requires at least 1 or 2 days of preparation. Therefore, within the span of a day or two, no significant breakthroughs in the exploration of this prehistoric civilization are likely to occur. Even though many people are incredibly curious, they can suppress their curiosity at this time and wait for the event to unfold. Meanwhile, numerous hydrologists and earth scientists worldwide, after watching Lu Qiming's livestream, began applying the knowledge shared. In no time, specialized exploration teams were formed worldwide to investigate Earth's peculiar locations. Lu Qiming emerged from the system laboratory and glanced outside. The sky had already brightened considerably. He tidied himself up. Today was the day Lu Qiming was scheduled to visit his advisor, Ding Weigua, at his home. He also planned to discuss with Taoist priest Ding Weigui the matter of when she would return to the academy. Returning to school wasn't a bad choice for Lu Qiming. At school, he could learn knowledge the system couldn't impart and maintain his normalcy. Up until now, Lu Qiming had remained cautious, unwilling to casually reveal his extraordinary nature. For the time being, he didn't want to reveal his identity as the one guiding civilization. Therefore, he still had to exercise caution. Yet while he remained cautious, attending school was attending school. Lu Qiming was unwilling for his schooling to interfere with his live streaming. After all, he now bore the system's mission, which demanded constant progress toward completion. Moreover, the knowledge gained through completing these system tasks far surpassed what he could learn in school. Therefore, even when attending school, Lu Qiming would prioritize his live streaming. In that case, he'd discuss his future studies with his teachers to make them more flexible and self-directed. Lu Qiming mused to himself. With his current knowledge, completing a master's degree would be more than sufficient. However, Lu Qiming still needed to maintain a normal identity and avoid drawing too much attention, which is why he chose to live a more ordinary life. After tidying up the house, Lu Qiming went out and bought some fruits and other items. Then, Lu Qiming hailed a taxi and headed toward his advisor Ding Weigua's residence. Ding dong. After the doorbell rang, Lu Qiming waited. Moments later, the door opened, revealing his mentor's wife. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Ding," Lu Qiming greeted her respectfully. "Good. Glad to hear you're well." For Lu Qiming, arriving at his mentor Ding Weigua's home never felt restrictive or oppressive. Instead, it felt like coming home. After the meal, his mentor called him into the study for a conversation. A cup of clear tea steamed gently on the table as Lu Qiming and his mentor sat on either side. "Qiming, what are your thoughts on your upcoming studies?" Mentor Ding Weigua began by posing this question to Lu Qiming. "Academics." Lu Qiming pondered, then shared his previous thoughts. "After experiencing life and death, although my thirst for knowledge remains unchanged, I no longer wish to be as hard on myself as I was before. So, moving forward, I plan to take a more relaxed approach to my studies." Ding Weigua immediately understood what Qiming meant. In the past, Lu Qiming studied day and night, pushing himself to the point of exhaustion. His cancer diagnosis might even be partly related to that. Ding Weigua set down his teacup and spoke. "Recently, an opportunity has arisen. The nation has established a research team to conduct unified field theory research, even outfitting it with a particle accelerator. A particle accelerator? Lu Qiming was taken aback. Particle accelerators were top-tier equipment in the world today, beyond the reach of ordinary institutions. In Xia's environment, only official research institutions could possess such equipment. A research team with such equipment must carry significant weight. Ding Weiguo observed Lu Qiming's astonishment and nodded. This is an excellent opportunity, a national project. You know that online figure leading the civilization, right? Because his live-streamed nuclear fusion reaction explained atomic nuclei and atoms so thoroughly, particle physics has made significant strides in recent days. Therefore, the state has launched a special project focused on researching quark grand unification. However, joining the research team won't be easy. That's why I'm asking your opinion. Would you be willing to join me? Ding Weiguo said, although you're currently my student, before your illness, your level was more than sufficient for a master's degree, even comparable to some doctoral candidates. Bringing you into the research group would also allow you to serve as my assistant. Upon hearing Ding Weiguo's words, Lu Qiming fell silent for a moment. Chapter 108, Butterfly Effect, A Changing World. The moment he heard his advisor Ding Weiguo speak, Lu Qiming knew exactly what was coming. When his advisor actually asked about his intentions, Lu Qiming had already made his choice without hesitation. That was why he remained silent. For Lu Qiming, completing the system's tasks was the real priority at this moment. Accepting Ding Weiguo's invitation to join the National Secret Project Team would inevitably impose restrictions. After all, such project teams were classified operations. Even daily living arrangements, meals, lodging, and transportation would be tightly controlled. Normal communication might become impossible. Lu Qiming naturally had no desire to enter such an environment. After a moment of silence, Lu Qiming shook his head. Professor, joining the project team isn't suitable for me right now. My body has only just recovered, and I need to focus on learning more theoretical knowledge now. The time for true practical application will come in the future. All right. Ding Weiguo nodded with a hint of regret, yet he understood Lu Qiming's choice. After all, in Ding Weiguo's mind, Lu Qiming had been a cancer patient just days ago. Ding Weiguo shook his head. Then I'll have to go alone. The authorities invited me days ago, but I held off because I was worried about you. Now that you're safe and sound, I have no lingering concerns. Ding Weiguo then said to Lu Qiming, but after I leave, your studies might be slightly affected. But I can help you transfer to another professor. Whether you pursue a PhD or complete your regular studies, it won't be a problem. Lu Qiming glanced at his advisor, Ding Weiguo, feeling immense gratitude toward him. Nevertheless, Lu Qiming shook his head. No need to change advisors. No change? Ding Weiguo furrowed his brow, puzzled by Lu Qiming's decision. But Lu Qiming had already continued, although I was ill before, I never gave up on my studies. On the contrary, I've made significant progress during this period. So now, my level of achievement means graduating from graduate school is no longer an issue. So there's no need to change advisors. Lu Qiming stated sincerely. With the education you've provided me thus far, I'm already sufficiently prepared to graduate from graduate school. Why would I need to switch advisors? For Lu Qiming, on one hand, his own knowledge base rendered a change unnecessary. On the other hand, finding a new advisor would inevitably require building a new relationship. Thus, Lu Qiming simply shook his head. Ding Weiguo paused slightly, then understood Lu Qiming. Qiming, you. Ding Qiming started to say something else but held back. Alright, your situation is indeed what it is. In that case, your future studies will depend entirely on your own commitment. I'll inform the school in advance, though. Ding Weiguo added. Alright. Lu Qiming nodded. The teacher had actually joined a state-level secret research team. On the way back, Lu Qiming pondered this in his mind. The butterfly effect Lu Qiming had set off was clearly the reason behind his advisor Ding Weiguo's situation. His first live stream on nuclear reactions had spurred progress in other physics research within Xia Nation. Nuclear reaction knowledge likely brought changes not only to Xia Nation but also to other countries, potentially driving breakthroughs in physics across the board. Lu Qiming reflected that these changes stemmed from his live streams, yet they were beyond his own capabilities. Knowledge thrives on dissemination. Had Lu Qiming obtained knowledge from the system without accepting the mission to broadcast and disseminate it, the world would not have witnessed such transformations. A single nuclear reaction would not have propelled particle physics forward. This was the crystallization of other humans' effort, seeds sown by Lu Qiming that had blossomed into flowers. Once knowledge about nuclear reactions, Chinese programming, human antivirus, and planetary science was fully disseminated, other corresponding and wondrous chemical reactions would surely follow. Lu Qiming felt a strange sense of wonder himself. His livestream had genuinely impacted those around him. The impact of his livestreams transcends all levels, whether high-ranking officials, ordinary citizens, intellectuals, or even elementary school graduates. Lu Qiming's livestreams were reshaping the entire world. This is something Lu Qiming himself has experienced firsthand. Everyone around him has been affected by his live streams. This must be the effect the system intended to achieve. Yet he remained unaware of the system's true purpose. Lu Qiming looked up at the sky clear blue with white clouds. Only by completing more system tasks could he gradually uncover the system's true nature. Lu Qiming sat back down at his computer. Before even starting his stream, he noticed he had received another private message. And the sender? None other than the official account of Xia Nation. This time, however, the message conveyed a specific matter to Lu Qiming. Xia Nation had made preparations and would join Starflag Nation tomorrow to explore the discovered ancient ruins on the Atlantic seabed. Lu Qiming merely glanced at the message without replying, immediately selecting to begin his livestream. Beep. Countless broadcast notifications went out. The target showed no response, instead starting their own livestream, confirming the fourth communication attempt had failed. The probing of the target concluded. They seemed largely unconcerned with our exploration progress. The target's purpose remains unclear. Awaiting the emergence of the next communication opportunity. This failed communication is officially documented. Chapter 109, Cruiser Sets Sail. Lu Qiming concluded another livestream. This was his third livestream dedicated to the correct theories of planetary science. Yet after 3 broadcasts, he had only managed to convey about 30% of the knowledge. He still needed at least 2 more livestreams just to reach halfway toward completing the mission. If Lu Qiming wished to access the system's knowledge base early to obtain the next piece of information, he would also need to complete half of the live stream task. During this period, he could not access knowledge from the system and would have to study independently. Lu Qiming recalled his advisor, Ding Weiguo, who was about to join a project team. The project team was equipped with a particle accelerator, enabling more advanced research on high-energy particles. Although I declined to join the project team with my advisor, within the system laboratory, I had unrestricted access to both the particle accelerator and even more advanced equipment. Lu Qiming felt no regret about not joining the project team with his advisor, Ding Weiguo. He still had the system lab, where he could conduct numerous experiments entirely on his own, free from any risks. The only drawback was that his research relied solely on his own intellect, without access to others' wisdom or inspiration. Within the project team, there were not just 1 or 2 researchers often, numerous core members collaborated to tackle a single problem. Under such circumstances, progress across all fronts accelerated rapidly. Having left the system's knowledge repository, Lu Qiming now had to rely solely on himself to research any subject. Fortunately, time in the system lab flows at a 10-to-1 ratio compared to the real world, and no negative effects occur within it. Leveraging the fact that his advisor hadn't fully joined the project team yet, Lu Qiming decided to seek more guidance from his teacher. Lu Qiming harbored similar thoughts. His advisor, Ding Weiguo, treated Lu Qiming exceptionally well, almost like a child. Moreover, Ding Weiguo was the one who had guided Lu Qiming into the realm of particle physics. Even though Lu Qiming now possessed extensive knowledge, even mastering atomic physics and understanding all nuclear reactions. But when it came to particle physics, he was still largely outmatched by his mentor, Ding Weiguo. Thus, Lu Qiming still had much to learn. Xia Nation and Starflag Nation had already begun their operations. Tomorrow, they would arrive in the Atlantic Ocean to commence exploration of the submerged ruins of the Atlantis civilization. Who knows what remnants of civilization might lie beneath the waves? Lu Qiming is intensely curious about this, though his curiosity will only be satisfied after the official exploration begins. Roar! Roar! The massive cruiser departed from Xia Nation's waters, heading toward the Atlantic Ocean. Within the ship's hull lay a submarine representing Xia Nation's pinnacle of marine technology, capable of carrying personnel to depths exceeding 10,000 meters. Journalists aboard the cruiser conducted accompanying filming, with all footage captured to serve as future material. During the voyage, journalists even conducted live broadcasts whenever signal conditions permitted. I am currently aboard our nation's mighty cruiser, having departed from the Bohai Sea and now heading toward the Atlantic Ocean. Beneath the Atlantic Ocean lies the submerged ruins of an ancient civilization discovered by the Starflag Nation. These ruins feature intact structures resembling an entire city. Our cruiser is now carrying a state-of-the-art submersible, capable of carrying about 15 people to depths of 10,000 meters. I will accompany the journalists on this expedition, descending to the 10,000-meter depths to explore the underwater ruins. These ruins were discovered after Starflag applied the planetary science theories disseminated by Mr. Civilization. These ruins have been named Atlantis. As a complete undersea civilization remnant resembling a city, countless people worldwide wonder what this relic signifies. Does Atlantis signify that other civilizations existed before our own? As Mr. Wunming stated, humanity's current understanding of Earth remains profoundly limited. However, the exploration of this undersea civilization marks the very first chapter of humanity's new era of Earth exploration. At this moment, the signal remained strong, and the reporter's commentary and footage were being broadcast live by China's official state broadcaster. The Xia Nation reporter's passionate delivery captivated many viewers watching the live broadcast. Yet sailing across the ocean proved rather monotonous, causing the broadcast to be intermittent. The mighty cruiser plowed through the waves, heading toward the Atlantic Ocean. Many people were eagerly anticipating the exploration of the ancient civilization's ruins on the Atlantic seabed. Lu Qiming was among those curious onlookers. The operation had truly begun. After concluding his own livestream, Lu Qiming didn't immediately head to the system laboratory for experiments. Instead, he tuned into the official Xia Nation channel's livestream online. Witnessing these developments, he felt deeply moved. Prehistoric civilizations beneath the sea. Now that the entire world has embarked on exploring Earth itself, my additional mission should be quite easy to complete. The remaining task is to disseminate planetary science knowledge as swiftly as possible, enabling humanity to better explore Earth. What other secrets does Earth hold that humanity remains unaware of? As the official news broadcast ended, Lu Qiming temporarily set aside his curiosity and entered the system laboratory. Chapter 110, 10,000 meters below sea level, remnants of a civilization. Plop! From the mighty vessel, Xia Nation's submarines had already launched. 2 submarines were deployed in total, carrying teams from both Xia Nation and Starflag Nation. However, all submarines in use were Xia State vessels. Currently, Xia Nation possessed the most advanced submarine technology, and these vessels were equipped with Chinese programming systems. Only Xia Nation personnel could operate them flawlessly. Therefore, in cooperation with the Starflag Nation, Xia's submarines were temporarily equipped with Starflag's underwater sonar radar exploration devices. Dear viewers, we are now aboard the submarine. Our current location is in the Atlantic Ocean, directly above the ancient ruins. Hold on, we're about to descend. However, due to extreme depths, we may lose signal and halt the live broadcast temporarily. Rest assured, we'll document the entire journey. Both the Xia team and the American team have a journalist accompanying them for reporting. Each team consists of approximately 13 members, including 3 to 4 submarine operators. Beyond that, each team includes specialized teams of experts such as archaeologists and biologists. At this moment, countless people in both Xia Nation and Starflag Nation are watching this exploration unfold. Inside the submarine, after delivering these remarks, the journalist turned the camera lens outward. Inside the submarine, a sense of calm descended. Descending to the 10,000-meter depths required careful management of both oxygen and physical exertion. Therefore, everyone must conserve their oxygen and physical energy as much as possible. Even the reporter fell silent, conserving his own energy. Despite this, many people were watching the live broadcast on Xia Nation's official central news channel. Initially, the submarine's surroundings remained faintly visible, but as it rapidly descended, darkness gradually enveloped the area. Due to water pressure, depths below 100 meters become an inaccessible zone for humans, relying solely on external machinery. As the submarine descended deeper, the reporter offered a few updates. Yet even aboard the world's most technologically advanced submarine, overcoming the water pressure to reach depths beyond 10,000 meters would take considerable time. The submarine continued its descent, the surrounding environment growing ever darker. To conserve the submarine's energy, the lights remained off until reaching the ancient ruins below. The submarine's surroundings weren't entirely devoid of light, but it was so faint it couldn't penetrate outward. Inside, the cameras captured nothing but pitch blackness. At this moment, many people in Xia Nation were watching, and numerous Western countries were also following this expedition. Even Lu Qiming was watching the live broadcast of this expedition on CCTV. Unlike ordinary viewers confined to television broadcasts, however, Lu Qiming could directly access the submarine's transmission signals via the internet. Moreover, he could leverage his network programming expertise to enhance the signal quality. Consequently, the live feed Lu Qiming viewed was more stable than what others saw. His signal was even stronger than that received by the mighty vessel anchored above the ocean. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 5 kilometers. The submarine gradually descended deeper, and the interior grew increasingly quiet. As it drew nearer to the ruins of that ancient civilization, it also plunged deeper into the ocean depths. Now subjected to immense water pressure, the submarine's descent gradually slowed. Even the reporter's voice grew quieter as he spoke. 7,000 meters, 8,000 meters, 9,000 meters. As the submarine plunged deeper into the abyss, the powerful floodlights mounted on its hull suddenly illuminated the surroundings. Now at over 9,000 meters below the surface, the submarine was incredibly close to the ancient ruins on the ocean floor. The lights allowed the crew to see their surroundings. By this point, the live broadcast signal had long been lost, though the reporter's words were captured by the camera. Even at this depth of 9,000 meters, the submarine maintained signal communication with the mighty vessel on the Atlantic surface, keeping the link intact. Meanwhile, Lu Qiming had quietly hijacked the signal, allowing him to watch the live feed. The submarine's lights illuminated only a radius of 20 to 30 meters. At these ocean depths, marine life was virtually non-existent, leaving the surroundings eerily silent. The sub continued its descent, not yet reaching the site of the ancient civilization. 100 meters, 200 meters. We see it, the colossal ruins of an undersea civilization. The voice of the Xia Nation reporter suddenly rose, barely containing his excitement as he addressed the camera. The next moment, the camera swiveled to capture the undersea ruins. A sprawling complex of structures, resting upon the pitch-black seabed. It retained a degree of structural integrity. The submarine slowly descended into its midst. At a depth of over 9,000 meters, human survival outside the submarine was impossible. We could only observe the surroundings through the viewing port. Additionally, we have underwater remote-controlled probes to explore this submerged civilization. The journalist's camera could capture only a limited view, showing structures protruding from the complex but unable to reveal their specifics. However, moments later, 2 undersea probes were deployed from the submarine. The images captured by the probes were transmitted directly to the submarine screens. At this point, the submarine's operators began controlling the probes. Whoosh! The probe rotated slowly and deftly across the seabed, equipped with multiple water pressure cameras and infrared recorders that captured everything around it. This was truly a city hidden beneath the ocean. Inside the submarine, the accompanying experts were stunned. Before our human civilization, other civilizations had indeed existed on Earth. Yet for reasons unknown, through the vicissitudes of time, they had been buried in these deep seas, leaving no trace on the land. Both teams aboard the 2 submarines were utterly astonished, yet they deployed their detectors to film and explore. The question remained, what kind of intelligent beings had created this prehistoric civilization? Humans? Or some other wondrous life form? Chapter 111, Ancient Chinese Inscriptions on the Ocean Floor. When both submarines had descended to the civilizational ruins on the Atlantic seabed, the live broadcasts from both Xia Nation and Starflag Nation ceased. The submarine signals could only barely communicate with the Weiwu vessel on the surface. However, Lu Qiming had enhanced his network signal through Chinese programming and further amplified the signals from both the mighty vessel and the submarines. This allowed him to watch the live feed from his remote location deep within Xia's mainland. Moreover, if Lu Qiming wished, he could even directly take control of the Weiwu and the submarines. The 2 submarines were not far apart, each having deployed their detectors to scan the ancient underwater civilization's ruins. The detectors resembled enlarged bullet heads, equipped with wings that allowed 360-degree orientation. They were fitted with multiple cameras and built-in lighting. The structures appeared to be stone buildings. Though it was unclear how many years they had endured, they remained remarkably intact. All signs of life were clearly absent, with many building surfaces overgrown by undersea flora. The architectural style was strikingly different from modern designs, yet judging by the scale of the structures, the creatures that built them appeared to be roughly the same size as humans. The detector scans the ruins of the civilization, while inside the submarine, experts meticulously compile every clue. The city within the ruins appeared utterly deserted, devoid of any superfluous objects, a ghost town. Venturing toward the city center, they attempted to locate any unusual artifacts or inscriptions. Without discovering anything unusual, it was impossible to gauge the technological level of this civilization. Under remote control, the probe slowly rotated within the ruins, recording every detail. What is that? Suddenly, an expert aboard the submarine exclaimed, "Stop the scanner. We've just discovered what appears to be written text." The probe's feed stabilized, its light illuminating a stone stele as it captured images. Yet the captured image left everyone aboard the submarine utterly astonished. How could this be? Unbelievable. At the same time, the undersea probe from Starflag Nation also captured something similar, prompting a chorus of "Oh my God," in disbelief. Lu Qiming, who had intercepted the network signal and witnessed this, was equally astonished. How could the inscriptions on the ancient ruins at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean be in Chinese? Indeed, what had stunned both the submarine crew and Lu Qiming was the discovery of stone steles within the ruins, inscribed with inscriptions. But these inscriptions were written in characters. Chinese characters. However, it wasn't the modern Chinese script in use today, but an older form of Chinese writing. Nevertheless, the ancient Chinese script was quite recognizable, especially given the recent global surge in interest in the Chinese language. So the experts from Starflag Nation also recognized it as an ancient form of Chinese characters. Oh my God, how could it be Chinese characters? Could this not be a prehistoric civilization site, but an ancient city of the Xia Kingdom? Could this be an ancient city of our Xia Kingdom? The experts aboard the Xia submarine were deeply shaken. This discovery astonished them beyond measure. A city of civilizational ruins, quietly resting at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, contained ancient Chinese characters. No, not a single historical record in Xia's annals mentioned such a city. Moreover, the Atlantic seabed had been ocean for tens of thousands of years. Yet experts immediately dismissed the possibility. If a city existed here, it couldn't have been built within the last 10,000 years. It must date back to prehistoric times at the very least. Could it be that a civilization akin to the Xia Kingdom existed in prehistoric times? Or that our Xia Kingdom inherited an earlier civilization, hence the identical script? Inside the nuclear submarine, the experts' words were faithfully recorded by the cameras. At the same time, Lu Qiming also overheard the experts' discussion. Lu Qiming couldn't help but sink into deep thought. Could this prehistoric civilization be connected to the Xia dynasty? The undersea probe recorded all the inscriptions on the discovered stone stele before continuing its exploration elsewhere. After all, submarine technology still had many limitations, and the time they could remain submerged was not unlimited. They must complete their necessary exploration within this limited time frame. However, as the submarine moved, it discovered additional stone tablets within the undersea city. Some of these steles bore ancient Chinese characters. The probe photographed them all before continuing its exploration within the ruins. This undersea Atlantis resembled a ghost town, only the structures remained, leaving everything else utterly empty. The buildings themselves were also empty. The streets, too, were utterly deserted. Only a few stone tablets were scattered here and there throughout the city. We haven't had time to translate the inscriptions yet, so we can't know what they record. Only after returning and translating all these inscriptions might we uncover the origins of this city. The exploration of the civilizational ruins lasted about half an hour. However, with no further progress, they were about to leave. If we continued, our oxygen supply would become critically low. Moreover, prolonged exposure to water pressure could cause structural changes to the submarine. For safety's sake, W recommended returning to base. After half an hour of exploration, the undersea probe's energy was completely depleted, forcing them to return. Soon, all the submersible probes were retrieved, and the submarines began to move slowly. Both vessels were now simultaneously heading back. As the submarines ascended, their lights illuminated the faint outline of the ancient ruins below. In the murky, shimmering darkness, the sight appeared gloomy and mysterious. Reporting to the Mighty One on the surface, submarines returning to base. During the return journey, a signal was also transmitted to the Mighty One on the surface. Whoosh! After ascending 100 meters, the submarine's lights were extinguished as it continued its rapid ascent. The submarine's surroundings plunged into pitch darkness. Its only means of detection was now the underwater sonar. But as the submarine moved, the radar suddenly picked up something unusual. Trouble. A large marine creature was nearby. Chapter 112, Underwater Crisis, Remote Strike. The control screen inside the submarine displayed radar feedback, detecting the presence of a colossal creature. But it was at a depth of 8 to 9,000 meters. What could it be? A mysterious sea monster? Inside the Xia submarine, panic began to spread. The radar feed showed the unidentified creature approaching, closing in at a distance of about 100 meters from the submarine. On the radar screen, the unknown creature was now extremely close, appearing as a blurred mass. Whoosh! The submarine's perimeter lights flashed on, illuminating a 10-meter radius in the pitch-black depths. Now, without relying on radar, the crew could see the unknown creature outside through the submarine's observation windows. It was. The team of scientific experts present, including oceanographers, gasped in horror, a giant squid. And it was a colossal giant squid, surpassing all previous recorded sizes. The giant squid is a deep-sea creature whose adult form can reach up to 20 meters in length. In the depths of the ocean, its only rival is the sperm whale. Furthermore, due to limitations in navigation technology, the existence of this species was only confirmed in 2013. Based on existing knowledge, its maximum length was believed to be 20 meters. But this giant squid? Its tentacles alone stretched 20 meters. Inside the submarine, the crew watched the colossal squid outside in awe. The sudden illumination from the submarine's light seemed to startle the colossal creature outside, causing its tentacles to flail wildly. The more it reacted, the more terrified the submarine's occupants became. By visual estimation, the tentacles alone exceeded 20 meters in length. Its body was even more colossal, nearly as large as the submarine itself. Our previous understanding of giant squids was too limited. We had no idea just how enormous this species could grow. But starting today, the size records for the giant squid species will be rewritten. The marine expert present explained, his face etched with horror. The question is, will our submarine be attacked by it? At that moment, a Chinese journalist spoke up, his voice trembling with fear. Here at several thousand meters below sea level, if it attacks us, can our submarine withstand it? As he spoke, the team's gaze shifted to the submarine operators. It would be difficult to withstand. However, our submarine is equipped with a weapons system that could attempt to repel this giant squid. For now, we shouldn't provoke it. We mustn't anger it unnecessarily until it shows clear signs of aggression. The marine biologist present offered this advice. Inside the submarine, all eyes were fixed outward, gazing at the colossal giant squid in awe. In this world today, there is surely no creature larger than this. Legends of giant squids have persisted throughout history, even appearing in mythologies. In Norse mythology, for instance, the giant squid was the sea monster Kraken. Ancient seafaring tales also frequently recounted sea monsters and giants, many of which were descriptions of the giant squid. As the marine biologist explained, a journalist suddenly gasped. "It's coming toward us." People looked up to see the enormous giant squid. After initially panicking under the spotlight, it seemed to steady itself, then slowly swam toward the submarine, extending one of its tentacles. This giant squid's body length likely exceeded 50 meters, with tentacles alone stretching over 20 meters. Now, one tentacle stretched horizontally toward the submarine. We cannot be attacked by it, or it could damage the submarine's systems, preventing us from returning to the surface. At this critical moment, the submarine operators sprang into action. The submarine was equipped with sonar deterrent devices capable of repelling nearby marine life. Inside the submarine, a red button was pressed. Invisible sonar waves instantly radiated outward, rippling in concentric circles. The giant squid's movements paused slightly, seemingly affected by the sonar. It worked! The reporter exclaimed in delight. But the next moment, the halted giant squid violently lashed its tentacles, displaying a frenzied demeanor as it charged directly toward the submarine. Simultaneously, several tentacles coiled around the submarine. Oh no! We're too close, we can't use the submarine's torpedoes. Thud! Inside the submarine, the crew felt it jolt violently. Many, even strapped into their safety seats, were thrown about in all directions. A dull thud echoed through the submarine, the sound of the giant squid's tentacles striking the hull. Damn it, we're under attack. Thud! The submarine's observation window suddenly darkened, completely enveloped by the giant squid's tentacles. This is bad. Submarine 1 is under attack by a deep-sea creature. The mighty cruiser anchored on the Atlantic surface received the distress signal from the ocean depths. But panic here was useless. 8 to 9,000 meters below the surface was practically off limits to humans. Moreover, the mysterious giant squid was now entangled with the submarine, leaving it unable to deploy any countermeasures. Are we going to die here? Deep underwater, inside submarine number 1, the journalist felt despair. Could the submarine truly withstand the giant squid's assault? Whether it could withstand it was one thing, but if the giant squid continued its assault, the submarine's pressure resistance system might be compromised. Then we'd all likely perish under the crushing pressure of the ocean. Within moments, despair had overtaken everyone aboard the submarine. Outside the submarine, several tentacles of the giant squid had already wrapped around it. On those tentacles were suction cups, each several inches in diameter. Within each sucker lay sharp teeth. These were the only hard parts on the giant squid's body. Inside the submarine, despair gripped everyone. But at that very moment, the control screens inside the submarine suddenly lit up. Chapter 113, Who could have done this? 2 submarines were deployed to explore the Atlantis ruins on the Atlantic seabed. They were designated Submarine 1 and Submarine 2. Submarine 1 belonged to the Xia Nation team, while Submarine 2 belonged to the Starflag Nation team. But Submarine 1, on its return journey, encountered an unprecedented attack by a giant squid. Just as despair began to take hold among those aboard Submarine number 1, the sub's control console suddenly lit up on its own. Yet, for a moment, few noticed this. Only the operator spotted it, mistakenly believing the console had malfunctioned. It's over. We're going to be buried at the bottom of the sea. The submarine operator, too, had succumbed to despair, unable to conceive of any possible course of action. Yet certain systems aboard the submarine began to activate on their own. It was still the same sonar system, but its frequency had shifted ever so slightly. Whoosh! Before anyone aboard could react or even notice, a new sonic wave spread out, rippling through the depths of the ocean. Whoosh! The submarine, which had been tumbling chaotically, suddenly came to a halt. The observation window, previously enveloped by the giant squid's tentacles and suction cups, suddenly revealed the outside world once more. Only after regaining their footing did the crew realize with astonishment the giant squid had vanished. Through the observation window, they could still see the giant squid's 10 tentacles flailing rapidly as it vanished into the pitch-black depths of the ocean. But for some reason, as people watched the giant squid's receding figure, it seemed like it was fleeing in disarray. Are we saved? The reporter froze, then exclaimed excitedly, "We're saved." The others shared that same feeling of having narrowly escaped disaster. But then, the submarine operator's voice, heavy with concern, reached everyone's ears. "I'm afraid it's not that optimistic. Our submarine systems have gone haywire." The submarine operator's face was grim. "We cannot perform any maneuvers with the submarine at this time. That means we can't even initiate the ascent procedure." As the operator's words fell, the people who had just been excited and relieved were suddenly hit with a bucket of cold water. "So we're still doomed?" the reporter murmured. In an instant, the submarine was once again enveloped in a deathly silence of despair. The cameraman, who had remained silent until then, spoke. Camera operator, who had remained silent all along, spoke up timidly. "Why is our submarine still ascending? It doesn't seem like it's out of control to me." The cameraman hadn't spoken, but he kept controlling the camera, recording everything. His words now seemed to awaken the others, making them realize the situation. "Yeah, the submarine does seem to be steadily ascending. It seems so." The submarine operator noticed this too, though he found it hard to believe. "No, the control panel is malfunctioning. How can the submarine still be moving?" The three submarine operators worked together, frantically manipulating the control panel. They found they still had no control, yet the submarine continued to ascend normally. After several attempts, they gave up. An unknown situation has arisen. Our submarine is currently operating autonomously. The cameraman spoke up again. The giant squid probably didn't leave on its own for no reason. Because at that moment, I saw the lights indicating the sonar weapons flashing inside the submarine. What? The operator questioned. But our sonar, we tried it earlier, and it had no effect on that giant squid. As the submarine slowly surfaced, the three operators discovered the control panel had returned to normal and was once again responsive to their commands. However, throughout the journey, they had accumulated too many unanswered questions and perplexities. They had tried repeatedly to restore the console's functionality throughout the journey, yet it only returned to normal upon surfacing. Soon, the mighty cruiser on the surface arrived to rendezvous with them. The entire crew transferred from the submarine back onto the cruiser. Additionally, the second submarine had also surfaced, and the two teams met. It was only upon reuniting that the operators aboard Submarine 1 learned of a situation. Your submarine's control panel also malfunctioned briefly? And the sonar weapons activated on their own? This exchange left both the operators of Submarine 1 and Submarine 2 filled with questions. They then approached the submarine engineer aboard the cruiser, recounted these incidents, and posed their questions. Could it be that you on the cruiser used remote control to directly seize command of the submarines? However, the cruiser's engineers were equally perplexed. Such a feat was fundamentally beyond the capabilities of existing technology. Your submarines aren't unmanned vessels, so the onboard operators hold the highest command authority. How could I possibly have higher privileges to operate them? The engineer mused, but your situation is indeed peculiar. Let me review the operational logs. Every command issued to the submarine is logged. We should be able to determine what happened by reviewing the records. Though I'm also curious, how did you manage to survive such a critical situation? Soon, the cruiser's senior officers gathered with the engineer to examine the submarine's log records. Then, the engineer fell silent. What's wrong? The captain inquired. The engineer hesitated. The logs show control inputs that don't belong to the operator, but they're not our actions either. According to the program logs, sonar weapon data also showed adjustments. It wasn't any sonar frequency we currently possess, but a completely new type of sonar. Hearing this, everyone present was startled. Who could possibly do this remotely control our submarine? The engineer hesitated. Our submarines use Chinese programming systems and are equipped with Doctor software. In theory, they should be the most secure in the world today. But there is one who might be capable of this. Chapter 114, The Prehistoric Sun City. Who could possibly do such a thing? After reviewing the submarine's operational logs, the engineer slowly voiced a possibility. Yet this possibility struck the others present as utterly unbelievable. Then, the engineer slowly uttered a single sentence. There is one person who might be capable of this. Click. Lu Qiming immediately terminated the data link to the Weiwu cruiser and the submarine. Earlier, Lu Qiming had been secretly watching the live stream. But while watching the live feed, he never imagined that Submarine Number 1 would encounter that mysterious and colossal giant squid on its return journey. As Submarine Number 1 appeared doomed to perish under the giant squid's assault, Lu Qiming intervened. Lu Qiming immediately utilized the data link originally used for watching the livestream and remotely executed programming. He directly assumed control over the submarine operator's privileges and remotely operated the submarine. It was Lu Qiming who altered the sonar frequency band, causing the giant squid to flee in panic. Moreover, to ensure Submarine Number 1 safely surfaced from thousands of meters below, Lu Qiming maintained control throughout the entire operation. Midway through the ascent, he even guided Submarine Number 2 to the surface, ensuring it too remained entirely free from any marine disturbance. It's safe to say that without Lu Qiming's presence, Submarine Number 1 would have been doomed. Even Submarine Number 2 might not have made it to the surface. The sonar frequency used against the giant squid was also part of planetary science knowledge, though it hadn't been broadcast live yet. Its direct application this time had saved several lives. Li Qiming pondered, then the upcoming livestream should cover this topic, effectively adding another tool to their arsenal for deep-sea exploration. Lu Qiming contemplated this, yet he did not immediately begin the broadcast. Earlier, he had watched the entire broadcast about Atlantis and recorded the inscriptions on the stone tablets within that sunken city. Now, Lu Qiming felt a strong curiosity about these inscriptions. While the submarine was underwater, it captured numerous inscriptions. They hadn't had time to translate or interpret them then, nor had I had the chance to examine them closely. At this moment, Lu Qiming retrieved all the inscriptions from the ruins of the undersea civilization on his computer, attempting to read and comprehend them. The inscriptions in the undersea city were written in an ancient form of Chinese characters. Having acquired programming knowledge of Chinese, Lu Qiming was arguably the most comprehensive expert on the language on Earth today. Thus, Lu Qiming encountered no difficulty in viewing and reading the ancient Chinese script. He pulled up numerous screenshots capturing the inscriptions within the city. While some inscriptions occasionally repeated, the majority contained distinct information. Lu Qiming focused directly on one particular section. When civilization reaches a certain stage of development, it must contemplate whether there are issues with the home we inhabit. Civilization is not merely about self-development, it must also consider other aspects. We seek hope in despair, yet gradually sink into despair within that hope. Millennia of wandering have made us forget our former selves. All energy sources are finite. Even the brilliant sun in the sky will one day exhaust its energy. We cannot place absolute faith in anything, for we may understand nothing at all. Only through relentless exploration and pursuit of knowledge can we ensure our survival. According to Lu Qiming's understanding of ancient Chinese, deciphering the meaning of these inscriptions at this point posed no difficulty whatsoever. However, these inscriptions were all fragmented records, consisting of just one or two sentences. It was impossible to convey any meaningful message in just one or two sentences. Instead, they resembled fragments of admonitory sayings. After reading most of them, Lu Qiming found they all conveyed similar meanings. Persevering, Lu Qiming continued his examination and finally uncovered some concrete information about the city. Sun City could not hold out much longer. The lights of other cities were gradually fading. The energy core had ceased functioning, and the city could no longer sustain itself. Civilization was on the brink of extinction. The inscription was erected as a warning to those who would come after. Solar City? Energy core extinguished? As he neared the end of the inscription, Lu Qiming finally discovered substantive content within it. The inscription revealed that this city was called Sun City. This city, this civilization, seemed to have suffered an energy crisis. Beyond this, the rest of the inscriptions offered little further insight. Why did the prehistoric civilization bear such striking resemblance to the Xia Kingdom civilization? What circumstances had the prehistoric civilization faced? What had led to its collapse? What does the depletion of the energy core signify? After reading the inscriptions, Lu Qiming was filled with questions. Yet these questions remained unanswered, as no further information was available. Nevertheless, this expedition to Atlantis. At the very least, they now knew that the prehistoric city ruins codenamed Atlantis were truly named Sun City. It held deep connections to the Xia Kingdom and utilized an ancient form of Chinese script. To uncover more information, they would have to wait for further exploration. After studying the inscriptions to ensure there was no further information, Lu Qiming set them aside. Not long after, Lu Qiming began his livestream. Just before going live, he seemed to notice another private message had arrived. However, he didn't bother to check it and proceeded to start the stream immediately. The target had already gone live and did not respond to the message. Whether he remotely controlled submarine number 1 remains unconfirmed. It is merely a possibility. Further verification is required. Chapter 115, Implied Consent. Lu Qiming initiated the livestream. This was his fourth livestream dedicated to planetary science knowledge. This time, Lu Qiming already had a planned agenda in mind. Hello everyone, welcome to the livestream. Although the topic of the undersea civilization ruins had been trending over the past 2 days, Lu Qiming's stream still reached 10 million viewers within just 30 seconds of going live. 3 minutes later, the number of viewers in Lu Qiming's livestream had reached 30 million. However, since his recent content has focused heavily on planetary science, his viewership has now stabilized. It hovered around 50 million. Even so, that's still a staggering amount of traffic. It wasn't until the 3-minute mark that Lu Qiming truly commenced his broadcast. In our last broadcast, we covered Earth observation and planetary structure within planetary science. This time, we'll explore oceans. Every habitable planet harbors oceans or ocean-like bodies. Earth's oceans, in particular, cover the vast majority of our planet's surface. His exploration of the ancient city ruins beneath the Atlantic Ocean made Lu Qiming realize that modern humanity, in its quest to explore Earth, might lack the necessary tools to handle whatever it encounters. Consequently, Lu Qiming accelerated his livestream schedule, offering supplementary sessions dedicated to hydrology and biology. Every planet operates within a fixed frequency band, and the life forms inhabiting it exist within that same band. At such times, we can utilize. For most ordinary viewers, Lu Qiming's livestream was difficult to follow. Yet Lu Qiming continued his explanations while simultaneously demonstrating various diagrams and formulas on his computer, making the content vivid and engaging enough to captivate even some ordinary viewers. For professionals, every word Lu Qiming spoke was packed with knowledge points. Scholars from around the world were eagerly absorbing the knowledge Lu Qiming imparted. I get it. At that moment, aboard the mighty cruiser in the Atlantic Ocean, the chief engineer exclaimed in astonishment. The crew members watching alongside him were still confused. What's going on? What Mr. Wen Ming just said has confirmed something for me. What is it? The one remotely controlling Submarine 1 and Submarine 2, and making them emit that special sonar frequency. It must be Mr. Wen Ming. Lu Qiming's livestream lasted another 6 hours. As the 6 hours passed, Lu Qiming's broadcast drew to a close. This livestream ends here. We should maintain reverence for Earth, keep a spirit of exploration and curiosity toward the unknown, and hold on to a drive to learn and advance knowledge. Having said this, Lu Qiming immediately ended the broadcast. The target has ended the broadcast. Attempting communication again. Previous questions reset. Reuse tone. Express gratitude to the target and describe the situation regarding the exploration and discovery of the civilizational ruins. Attempt communication. Message sent. After ending the broadcast, Lu Qiming opened the private messages from before going live to review them. He discovered the sender was tentatively inquiring whether Lu Qiming was the one remotely controlling submarine number 1 and submarine number 2. He hadn't prepared a reply to this single message yet. In fact, he had just clicked to close the private message page when he suddenly heard a beep. Shortly after ending his stream, Lu Qiming received another notification, a beep signaling a new private message. Lu Qiming opened it to find the tone had shifted. The previous message had been probing and tentative. But this new message directly confirmed that Lu Qiming was the one remotely controlling the submarines. Therefore, they expressed their gratitude directly. On behalf of the journalists, scholars, and military personnel aboard the submarine, we extend our gratitude to you. We also thank you for minimizing the losses suffered by Xia Nation. During this expedition, we discovered that the ancient underwater city ruins utilized the ancient Chinese language. We made several discoveries within it. This private message platform also supports image transmission. After expressing their gratitude, they also reported to Lu Qiming about the discoveries made within the ancient city ruins on the Atlantic seabed. Finally, they once again tactfully inquired whether Lu Qiming had any knowledge or understanding of this ancient civilization. Lu Qiming responded directly. Beep. Target has responded. Extracting response information. Target has acknowledged and is remotely operating the submarine. The target indicates no knowledge of the ancient city ruins beneath the Atlantic Ocean. Target. After replying to the message, Lu Qiming immediately closed the private chat. For live broadcasts have already been conducted. Nations have commenced their exploration of Earth. Preliminary findings suggest Earth truly harbors hidden secrets. Is this the system's purpose? To have Earth's civilization uncover these secrets? Lu Qiming murmured to himself, feeling he was beginning to grasp the system's intentions. Currently, many nations on Earth were digesting the knowledge Lu Qiming had disseminated. And the exploration of Earth has only just begun. Even so, a city hidden beneath the Atlantic Ocean has already been discovered. This discovery revealed the existence of a prehistoric civilization on Earth. As for what other secrets Earth holds, they await further exploration. And Lu Qiming stands as a guiding figure in this endeavor. With one more livestream, I'll likely surpass the halfway mark for task completion. Then I'll be able to extract knowledge from the system's knowledge base. So, what knowledge should I extract next? Lu Qiming began pondering this question. Chapter 116, Superhero Lu Qiming. The official news channel of Xia Nation broadcast a report detailing the discoveries made during the deep-sea exploration. They even aired footage from the expedition as part of the broadcast. Since a preview had already been released, countless people were eagerly awaiting this moment. Moreover, the official news channel made no attempt to downplay the perilous journey of the I-class submarine, which had nearly failed to return. The report even explicitly expressed gratitude to Mr. Won Ming. Holy crap, the Grandmaster actually found time to pull off something like this? Just happened to rescue a submarine 8,000 to 9,000 meters below? What a jerk. Mr. Civilization is simply magnificent. A godlike existence capable of remotely seizing control of a submarine from who knows how many miles away. Mr. Won Ming is just too awesome. I now have zero doubt that with his Chinese programming skills, Mr. Won Ming could effortlessly take control of every nuclear silo on the planet. For the internet, the founding father is currently a godlike figure. After the news aired, countless voices flooded the internet. Some marveled at Lu Qiming's extraordinary abilities, while others cheered enthusiastically. But others expressed sheer astonishment. The capabilities Lu Qiming demonstrated were simply too incredible. It was astonishing that he could remotely control a submarine 8,000 meters below the surface. Such capabilities far exceeded the current limits of human imagination. It was precisely because Lu Qiming hadn't opened any social media accounts online. Otherwise, had he casually opened a Weibo account, countless people would likely be flooding in by now. Even so, in Lu Qiming's live stream room, though he hadn't started broadcasting, the comments section was already buzzing with discussion. Everyone learning Chinese programming was buzzing with excitement in the comments section. The Grandmaster has perfectly demonstrated the potential of Chinese programming. Who knew Chinese programming could reach this level in today's era? I wonder when I'll be able to achieve that. This gives me even more motivation to learn Chinese programming. It's like I've found my learning direction. Striving toward the Grandmaster's realm, though who knows how to handle programming conversions? In Xia Nation, within a rented room of a small town, Xia and her friend Xing were currently in the live stream's comments section. Both were watching the comments with excitement. Xia exclaimed enthusiastically, "Xiaoxing, look how awesome the Grandmaster is. Let's study Chinese programming diligently so we can be that awesome someday too." "Yeah." Xiaoxing nodded emphatically beside him. "We can already take on jobs from programming websites using Chinese programming. Some big companies have even invited us to join their teams. Thanks to Chinese programming, we've started turning a profit. Everything's getting better and better all thanks to the Grandmaster." Xiaoxia and Xiaoxing were once just two internet-addicted teens who spent all day at the internet cafe. But they jumped right on the bandwagon of the Chinese programming trend Lu Qiming started. Now, the studio they've established is turning a genuine profit, and some major companies have even extended olive branches. Their lives have been completely transformed, so naturally they've been following Lu Qiming's movements. So when they learned through the news that Lu Qiming had done something so astonishing beyond his live streaming, this move sent shockwaves through the entire Chinese programming community, igniting unprecedented excitement. The future belongs to Chinese programming, our prospects are bright. Meanwhile, news of the exploration's progress had already spread abroad. The events unfolding during the expedition were compiled and broadcast as news. People were astonished to find ancient Chinese characters in the submerged ruins of an underwater civilization, while also being terrified by the power Lu Qiming wielded. The deity of the internet age. The all-knowing deity of the internet. The celestial sage. Foreign internet platforms once again bestowed Lu Qiming with various titles. However, Lu Qiming's reputation abroad now far surpassed his standing within Xia Nation itself. Therefore, even after Lu Qiming mastered this technology that seemed to transcend Earth itself, no one worried he might misuse it for evil. Instead, there was only awe and praise. In the minds of many Westerners, Lu Qiming resembled a superhero from the movies. His recent rescue of a submarine thousands of meters below the surface was hailed as a heroic feat. Beyond marveling at Lu Qiming's power, people's attention is now turning to that sun city at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. No one referred to the submerged ruins as Atlantis anymore. Both the Starflight Nation and the Xia Nation have released their exploration findings and publicly shared their research on the stone tablets discovered within the city. The city at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean is named Sun City. Sun City was a prehistoric civilization, yet it employed ancient Chinese characters, suggesting a possible connection to the Xia Kingdom. No extraordinary artifacts were discovered within Sun City. It lies like an empty city. Various inscriptions reveal that Sun City perished due to the depletion of its energy core. The whereabouts of the Sun City's inhabitants remain unknown. Or perhaps the intelligent beings of this prehistoric civilization were not human at all. After the news broke, heated discussions erupted both online and among the public. It was also linked to Xia State, which was suspected to be the inheritor of that prehistoric civilization. The mysterious prehistoric city submerged beneath the Atlantic Ocean holds enigmatic connections to the Xia dynasty. Public discourse is abuzz with speculation. Official research initiatives have now commenced. A second expedition to Sun City was even placed directly on the agenda. To date, Lu Qiming has conducted 4 live broadcasts disseminating planetary science theories. Knowledge about planetary science has now spread far and wide. Other nations have uncovered additional discoveries. Chapter 117, Global Emergence of High-Energy Reaction Sources. Lu Qiming accepted his 4th assignment and began explaining planetary science. What is planetary science? It encompasses all scientific disciplines related to planets. For humanity today, planetary science serves as the comprehensive knowledge base enabling exploration of Earth. Planetary science encompasses a vast and complex body of knowledge. In the first livestream, Lu Qiming covered space-based Earth observation and remote sensing, which is how the Starflight Nation discovered the ancient ruins on the Atlantic seabed. In the second livestream, Lu Qiming covered hydrology. The third session covered geological analysis and crustal exploration. The fourth session covered planetary biology. Following the first livestream, Starflight Nation discovered the ruins of an ancient civilization. By the time the fourth session concluded, with significant progress made in exploring those ruins, another nation worldwide had uncovered something unusual during its own Earth exploration. Beneath Mount Fuji lies a hidden high-energy reaction source. This discovery was made by the Neon Island Nation. During the third livestream, Lu Qiming discussed high-energy exploration of the Earth's crust and surface. This technology enables the detection of objects concealed beneath the surface. In response, a research team in the island nation swiftly developed a rudimentary geological detector based on Lu Qiming's livestream content. They then deployed it to probe their most iconic landmark, Mount Fuji. This very probe uncovered something extraordinary. Beneath the heart of Mount Fuji lies a high-energy reaction source. According to the detection data standards provided by Mr. Civilization, on a scale of 1 to 10, a high-energy reaction source beneath Mount Fuji was estimated to be around a 7. Japan has already released news stating, even nuclear fusion reactors, according to Mr. Wenming's definition, only reach around a 5. The nature of this high-energy reaction source beneath Mount Fuji remains unknown, but we will continue our exploration. Furthermore, our nation of Neon once again appeals to Mr. Civilization for his assistance. News from Neon quickly crossed the ocean, reaching Xia Nation and spreading to other parts of the world. This marks another significant discovery in Earth's exploration, following Starflag Nation's uncovering of ancient ruins. Neon Nation has made a major discovery too? A high-energy reaction source at Mount Fuji? Could it be a volcanic eruption? Holy crap, what's happening on Earth? Another incident? First the Starflag Kingdom uncovers ancient ruins, now Neon discovers a high-energy reaction source in a volcano. Is the knowledge spread by Mr. Civilization really that useful? We in Xia Nation can't fall behind, we must immediately launch our own Earth exploration. What lies hidden beneath Mount Fuji? Online, many people saw the news and speculated wildly, posting all kinds of comments. High-energy reactions at Japan's Mount Fuji? Lu Qiming also saw this news immediately. Even Lu Qiming was taken aback and surprised upon first seeing the report. Because he didn't know either that such a discovery would be made on the other side of the neon lights. To Lu Qiming, he was merely a disseminator of systemic knowledge, not a true omniscient being. Although many online now hailed Lu Qiming as omniscient, he himself was well aware that he was not all-knowing. Even the current initiative to guide humanity's exploration of Earth was merely an additional task assigned by the system. As for what might be discovered through this exploration, none of it fell within Lu Qiming's expectations. Therefore, whether it was discoveries made by the Starflag Nation or the Neon Nation, they were all beyond Lu Qiming's expectations. However, upon seeing the news from Neon Nation, Lu Qiming connected it to an inscription discovered in the Sun City at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. The Sun City stele stated that the energy core had depleted, leading to the city's demise. Now, a high-energy reaction source had been discovered at Mount Fuji in Neon. Could there be a connection between these two events? Lu Qiming couldn't help but connect the dots and speculate. And it wasn't just Lu Qiming. Upon seeing the news from Neon, the exploration teams from Xia Nation and Starflag Nation also instinctively linked the two events together. The timing of these discoveries was simply too close. Within just a few days, they had successively uncovered the submerged ruins of an ancient city and a high-energy reaction source. Coupled with the inscriptions on the stone tablets within the Sun City, it was truly difficult not to connect the two events. The discovery of the high-energy reaction source in the Fuji Mountains of Neon also sent its citizens into a frenzy. This excitement quickly spread across Neon's online platforms. Many Neon citizens let their imaginations run wild, conjuring up all sorts of outlandish theories. But before the news, discussions about Mount Fuji and Neon had even lasted half a day. News broke in other parts of the world. Perhaps inspired by Japan's efforts, other nations began crafting rudimentary geological detectors to scan their own territories. Then, discoveries began to emerge one after another. High-energy reaction sources were detected at Mount Maungu, with an energy level around 6. A high-energy reaction source was detected within Mount Kilimanjaro, with an energy level of 7. High-energy reaction sources detected at Mount Etna. Following the news of high-energy reaction sources discovered at Mount Fuji in Neon Nation, within just half a day, similar reports began surfacing from all corners of the globe. It was like a chain reaction. Starting with the discovery in Neon Nation. Over 10 volcanoes worldwide have detected high-energy reaction sources. Initially, people reacted to Japan's discovery with curiosity and speculation. But when similar discoveries surfaced worldwide, people's bewilderment reached its peak. What could it mean for so many volcanoes to harbor high-energy reaction sources within them? People worldwide, including Lu Qiming, were baffled by this phenomenon. Online, some argued it was normal volcanoes themselves should be high-energy reaction sources. As a disseminator of knowledge, Lu Qiming understood that the high-energy reaction sources uncovered were far from simple. What exactly were these things? Lu Qiming murmured in confusion. Chapter 118, the Undersea Expedition Team sets out again. Lu Qiming was equally perplexed and puzzled. What did these high-energy reaction sources, discovered one after another within volcanoes around the world, signify? Yet Lu Qiming's curiosity, like everyone else's, remained unanswered for now. When Lu Qiming queried the system, it offered no response. Under these circumstances, Lu Qiming could only wait for humanity to uncover more exploration results. Or perhaps he could find an opportunity to learn from the system why these anomalous phenomena existed on Earth. Huff. Time for the 5th live broadcast. Facing the flood of news emerging worldwide within a single day, Lu Qiming took a deep breath, filled with puzzlement. After this broadcast, half the mission would be complete. Simultaneously, this broadcast would disseminate more knowledge, enabling humanity to conduct further investigations into those high-energy sources. After all, his previous live streams had only covered less than half of the knowledge. Yet within the planetary science knowledge Lu Qiming possessed lay a more complete and comprehensive understanding capable not only of detecting subterranean energy sources but also of delving deeper into their analysis and interpretation. Previously, whether it was Neon Nation or other countries, the detection technologies they employed were merely the most basic. This was because Lu Qiming had yet to delve into the more advanced aspects. Thus, both Neon Nation and other regions could only detect high-energy reaction sources within volcanic cores without the capability for deeper exploration. Lu Qiming must disseminate more advanced planetary science knowledge more rapidly to facilitate further exploration. B. When Lu Qiming went live again, tens of millions of viewers flooded into his livestream within moments. Previously, his viewership had stabilized around 40 to 50 million. But today, with the news of high-energy reaction sources discovered worldwide boosting his broadcast, countless viewers flooded in the moment he went live. The chat exploded instantly, flooded with questions. Most were asking Lu Qiming if he knew what the high-energy reaction sources discovered in multiple volcanoes around the world actually were. Lu Qiming, however, completely ignored these comments and offered no response. Instead, after waiting 2 or 3 minutes, Lu Qiming dove straight into the main topic of his stream. Welcome to the live stream. Today's broadcast will cover Earth's structure and deep Earth exploration. Facing a screen filled with unanswered questions, Lu Qiming proceeded without a second glance. Some scholars who had entered with questions froze upon hearing the content of Lu Qiming's broadcast. The world is currently puzzled. What are those high-energy reaction sources discovered at volcanoes around the globe? Is Mr. Civilization's livestream teaching people how to conduct more precise detection? In the livestream chat, most casual viewers remained skeptical. But some scholars and researchers were already intently watching Lu Qiming's stream, absorbing knowledge from it. Time ticked by in this atmosphere. Lu Qiming streamed for 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours. Unlike before, Lu Qiming didn't stop after around 6 hours. Instead, he kept streaming. 8 hours, 9 hours. This single extended broadcast equaled the content of his previous 2 sessions combined. The content was incredibly dense with information. Only when many viewers could no longer keep up did Lu Qiming finally stop. This live stream concludes here. With that, Lu Qiming shut down the stream. The high-intensity, extended livestream didn't cause Lu Qiming any discomfort whatsoever. Even without the system's enhancements, Lu Qiming's current physical condition pushing the limits of human endurance could easily handle such a broadcast. Moreover, he had the system's enhancements. In fact, if not for concerns about the limited comprehension and endurance of many scholars, Lu Qiming could have conducted a 30-hour marathon livestream to fully complete his 4th live streaming task. However, doing so would have significantly diminished the impact. During this 10-hour livestream, Lu Qiming had already thoroughly explained numerous concepts and instructed viewers on how to conduct detailed surveys and underwater investigations. By the end of the broadcast, Lu Qiming's progress on his 4th live streaming task was estimated to have reached 6/10 of completion. Immediately after the broadcast ended, Lu Qiming attempted to summon the system, requesting a knowledge search. The system responded instantly. This signaled that Lu Qiming's live streaming mission was more than halfway complete. However, Lu Qiming did not immediately perform any knowledge retrieval. The truth was, he wasn't yet certain what knowledge extracted from the system's database would be most beneficial for his next steps. After all, as humanity continued to explore Earth, many unknown phenomena had suddenly emerged. To prepare for potential events or discoveries, Lu Qiming decided to postpone this knowledge retrieval for the time being. He would wait until Earth exploration yielded some successes and discoveries before tailoring his approach, retrieving knowledge from the system to apply it effectively. The system's 4th mission had a clear purpose. It seemed deliberately designed to prompt humanity to uncover anomalies on Earth. Lu Qiming murmured to himself, since the system has taken this approach, there should be further actions to follow. The only question is whether the events to come will be beneficial or detrimental to Earth. Lu Qiming pondered his next move. After his livestream ended, scientific research teams and exploration groups from many countries around the world were rapidly digesting the knowledge Lu Qiming had shared. Moreover, after assimilating this knowledge, they immediately began applying it, aiming to further explore the high-energy reaction sources within those volcanoes. Simultaneously, the joint undersea exploration team from Starflag Nation and Xia Nation had set sail once more. Their destination, the Atlantic Ocean floor. Their mission, to search for clues within the Sun City. Chapter 119, The Downward Passage. Submarine 1 is ready. Submarine 2 is ready. Above the Atlantic surface, the cruiser anchored at sea once again lowered the submarine into the water. Unlike the first ill-prepared expedition, this submarine had undergone extensive preparations. Inside the submarine, more than 5 sonar frequency bands targeting marine life were prepared. This time, even if they encountered that giant squid again on the seafloor, they wouldn't need Lu Qiming to intervene. They could use sonar to drive it away on their own. Beyond this, the expedition team had made other preparations. This time, however, the expedition would not be live streaming their preparations. Only one accompanying cameraman would document the entire expedition, with footage edited for later news broadcasts. The submarine crew had been further streamlined, consisting solely of researchers with solid academic backgrounds. The two submarines, still representing Xiao Nation and Starflag Nation, silently descended beneath the sea surface. The first expedition was merely exploratory, with no specific contingency plans in place. This expedition, however, had a specific objective. They sought to uncover more stone tablets within the Sun City and decipher additional inscriptions. Furthermore, they would attempt to locate technological artifacts within the Sun City. Or perhaps locate the position of the energy core described in the Sun City steel inscriptions. Although there was no live news broadcast this time, Lu Qiming could still quietly watch the live feed remotely from his home. To Lu Qiming, the Earth's internet now lay completely defenseless before him. Just as many online commentators claimed, Lu Qiming now operated across the network like a deity, capable of accomplishing things beyond the imagination of ordinary people. So when another exploration mission targeted the Sun City, Lu Qiming skipped the system lab and went straight to watching the live stream. Already submerged 1 kilometer. 3,000 meters submerged. 8,000 meters submerged. Sun City is in sight. Submarine lights activated. A ring of light slowly illuminated the submarine's exterior, yet even within a 10-meter radius, they were swallowed by the deep sea's darkness. Slowly, the submarine approached the very edge of Sun City. Armed with the experience from their previous exploration, they now had some understanding of the Sun City's scale. Last time, the submarine had only stopped at the edge. Even when they deployed the underwater exploration robot, it had merely scanned the outer perimeter of Sun City. This time, however, the submarine hovered directly above the Sun City's center before deploying its oceanic probe. Whoosh! The probes detached silently from the submarine, each guided toward the heart of the Sun City. Sun City was a city strikingly different from modern architecture, yet equally distinct from the ancient architectural style of the Xia Kingdom. Though unconventional, it possessed a unique beauty. At this moment, 3 probes each departed from Submarine 1 and Submarine 2, remotely operated by 3 operators within the submarines. The 6 probes scattered like celestial maidens scattering flowers, spreading out in different directions to explore. This time, they aimed to uncover more inscriptions while also searching for potential technological artifacts within the city or its energy core. The ocean floor was silent, and the submarines were equally quiet, so quiet that everyone could hear each other's breathing. Everyone was intently watching the live feed transmitted back by the probes. Meanwhile, Lu Qiming sat before his computer, watching the live feed and receiving signals from the probes. After previous upgrades, both submarines 1 and 2 had undergone programming enhancements, and the detectors themselves had been modified and strengthened. As a result, their signals were significantly stronger, greatly improving Lu Qiming's viewing experience. Throughout the city, numerous open areas were dotted with stone monuments, resembling warning signs. As the team recorded each monument, one of the detectors suddenly picked up something unusual. Hidden within this colossal structure was a downward passageway. The moment one detector detected this, the operator immediately maneuvered it into the building's facade, attempting to reach the downward passage. The probe's light could only illuminate about a meter around it, unable to spread further, so what could be observed was extremely limited. The operator carefully maneuvered the probe into the structure, steering it toward the downward passage. There was a passage leading underground. At the same time, a probe aboard Submarine 2 made a similar discovery. Detectors aboard both submarines were now exploring separate downward passages. Within the Sun City, there was more than one passage leading downward. Was there a subway-like system below? Or was an entire underground city hidden beneath the surface? The probe descended slowly, and the experts aboard the submarines focused all their attention on it. The atmosphere was utterly silent as they stared at the images transmitted back by the probe. The probe entered a downward sloping passage, resembling a staircase descending into the depths, hence the experts' subway-like conjecture. Writing on the walls. The probe made a discovery. Chaotic characters were etched onto the walls lining both sides of the passageway. The probe slowed its descent, meticulously recording every character along the passage before continuing downward. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. The limit was nearly reached. If it continued deeper, the probe might lose signal. At that moment, the personnel remotely controlling the probe noticed the problem. Similarly, the submarine's detector encountered the same situation. The passageway stretched endlessly, seemingly bottomless, its destination unknown. Just as both teams were grappling with the dilemma, the remote controllers in their hands suddenly flashed simultaneously. What was happening? Amidst their astonishment, a voice echoed from within the submarine. I've amplified the remote signal. We haven't reached the limit yet. Continue attempting to probe downward. The moment this voice sounded, the people inside the submarine were startled, and the silence was broken. But someone immediately recognized it. It was Mr. Civilization's voice. Chapter 120, The Earth That Drifted In. When the submarine's operators realized the detector might cease functioning, they suddenly heard a voice echoing through the vessel. The next moment, someone recognized it as Mr. Wenming's voice. Moreover, in such an environment, only Mr. Civilization possessed such incredible power to project his voice thousands of meters down to the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. Even so, the submarine's crew froze in place. Several operators felt distinctly uncomfortable at this moment, for Mr. Wunming held no authority to issue commands. Follow what Mr. Wunming says. However, someone present made a decisive call, their words brimming with trust in Lu Qiming. The operators quickly overcame their hesitation and resumed remotely guiding the probe forward. This time, the operators noticed the probe's signal had significantly strengthened. Thus, the probe continued its descent. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. All told, the probe traversed the passage for 50 minutes before the surroundings suddenly opened up, no longer resembling the tunnel. However, the surroundings were pitch black, as if it had fallen into a vast void. Here, apart from the detector's own light, there was no other source of illumination. The only things detectable were those within the reach of the detector's beam. The operator adjusted the probe, circling and scanning the surroundings, trying to find something. Looking downward, something seemed to be present below. Inside the submarine, an expert noticed this. The probe immediately descended. Soon, its light illuminated an object. This was clearly a man-made artifact. The object illuminated by the probe delighted everyone. They circled around it, capturing its entire form. Soon, the probe gradually captured the entire object. However, due to the limited conditions on site, the partially captured images could not be further reconstructed. But just as this process began, the screen transmitting the probe's feed suddenly went black. What happened? Signal loss? No, the probe's power had depleted, making recovery impossible. The submarine was nearing its load limit, so we prepared to surface. Both Submarine 1 and Submarine 2 began their maneuvers. Meanwhile, Lu Qiming ended the live broadcast. Then, based on what was discovered during this expedition, Lu Qiming pieced things together on his own. He extracted the inscription from the center of the Sun City and attempted to decipher it. The name Sun City was chosen to honor our once beloved sun. The sun is not eternal, it will eventually die out, and so will our solar city. It's too late to turn back the tide. We may have avoided the crisis of solar energy depletion, but we cannot save our own planet Earth. Earth can no longer bear the burden. If even the sun can fade, how much more so the planet we inhabit? In those inscriptions, Lu Qiming found little of value. Instead, it was within the descending passageway that the inscriptions on either side revealed a remarkably coherent narrative. Solar energy depletion? Did the prehistoric civilization evade the depletion of solar energy? Or did they discover that the sun's energy was about to deplete? Lu Qiming was startled, then continued searching for meaningful texts. We are a solitary civilization, adrift in the cosmos for millennia, no companions, no friends. An energy crisis looms, and Earth can no longer sustain our civilization. Wandering for thousands of years? Reading this, Lu Qiming couldn't help but be taken aback. Was this civilization from another star system that had fallen to Earth? But why the repeated references to Earth? Lu Qiming's mind was filled with questions. He continued searching for meaningful text and finally discovered a more complete account. But it was precisely this more complete account that caused Lu Qiming's expression to darken. Our home has always been Earth. When the sun's energy depleted, we took Earth with us on our journey. Yet after thousands of years of travel, upon reaching our destination, we realized we had drained too much of Earth's energy. Earth grew increasingly cold. Even with a new sun here, it was of no help. Earth's own energy reserves were nearly depleted. One by one, the energy cores shut down, and the pillars of civilization began to crumble. City after city, having endured a millennium of wandering, perished one after another upon reaching our new home. The solar city was no exception. The seeds of civilization were returned to the surface, awaiting the Earth's energy to recover, when they would sprout anew. Lu Qiming saw more detailed descriptions and, from them, learned certain things. The prehistoric civilization did not originate from beyond the heavens. They were civilizations born on Earth itself. Yet upon learning this truth, Lu Qiming was profoundly shaken. As he studied these accounts, a complete narrative began to form in his mind. Was Earth originally not in this solar system, but in another galaxy? Had the solar energy depleted, forcing the prehistoric civilization to wander the cosmos with Earth itself? Lu Qiming found it hard to believe. What civilization could achieve such a feat as civilization carrying the very planet that gave birth to it on a journey through space? A vision formed in Lu Qiming's mind. Amidst the lonely expanse of the cosmos, a sapphire blue planet drifted resolutely through space. After countless years, it finally settled into a new home. It was utterly inconceivable. Lu Qiming couldn't fathom it. How could one possibly move an entire planet, wandering through the cosmos? How could a civilization capable of such feats slowly fade into extinction? Lu Qiming also thought about the parts of these descriptions that mentioned Earth. Could Earth's energy resources also deplete? Had Earth's depletion led to the demise of the prehistoric civilization? Then, what about those high-energy reaction sources discovered at the volcanoes? Could they be connected to this civilization? Chapter 121, Earth's Last Glimmer. This time, he obtained numerous written records from the Sun City. Lu Qiming synthesized them, only to uncover a revelation that even he found hard to believe. Prehistoric civilization, Earth's drift and energy depletion. Piecing these clues together led to a startling conclusion. After learning this, it took Lu Qiming a while to process it. At this point, Lu Qiming began constructing a model. This modeling was based on the images captured by the probe, revealing the distinct technological artifacts located at the bottom of the Sun City. Earlier, at the Sun City's base, the probe had flown for 50 minutes, reaching an incredibly hollow space. Beneath that space lay numerous similarly massive structures. However, the probe only moved slowly, capturing only partial images of the structures. Now, Lu Qiming worked directly on the computer, piecing together the captured images to reconstruct the structure into a 3D model. Within moments, Lu Qiming had completed the model. A complete object appeared on Lu Qiming's computer screen. What is this? Lu Qiming examined it, discovering that the reconstructed object was a massive, cylinder-like structure with numerous circuits coiled within. It resembled a massive furnace, somewhat akin to an energy reactor. Lu Qiming speculated, could this be the energy core mentioned in so many stone tablets across Sun City? While Lu Qiming was still busy at work. Meanwhile, discoveries were being made in many parts of the world. Thanks to Lu Qiming's previous 10-hour livestream, numerous nations had gained valuable knowledge. Immediately after Lu Qiming's broadcast ended, Japan began applying the knowledge and attempted to build instruments within a short time. They then directed their efforts toward the high-energy reaction source beneath Mount Fuji, conducting further exploration. They achieved certain results and discoveries, sketching out the form of that energy source. Simultaneously, high-energy reaction sources were detected at various volcanic locations across multiple regions worldwide. The internet was soon flooded with news reports about high-energy reaction sources within volcanoes. Numerous images began circulating. Holy crap, why does every volcano have this furnace-like thing inside? According to experts, this might be some kind of reactor. Why would something like this exist at the bottom of a volcano? Shouldn't volcanoes just be filled with magma? I'm shocked. Is there something seriously wrong with our planet? Could these volcanoes be man-made? Shocked. Please explain, Mr. Civilization. Lu Qiming only saw the news online after it had been circulating for some time. He had been immersed in studying the discoveries made within Civilization City. But when he finally snapped out of his research and connected to the internet, he discovered an overwhelming amount of information had already surfaced online. Seeing the news photos, Lu Qiming froze in disbelief. Lu Qiming was utterly astonished. High-energy reaction sources had previously been discovered inside volcanoes around the world. Today, these sites were being thoroughly re-explored, revealing the high-energy reaction sources' appearance resembling massive furnaces. Yet these discoveries bore an uncanny resemblance to the energy core at the bottom of the Civilization City. Were these high-energy reaction sources found inside volcanoes around the world all energy cores? After seeing these news reports online, Lu Qiming immediately turned back to re-examine the discoveries obtained from Sun City. He then uncovered some clues. After Earth reached its new home, we converted all planetary thrusters into energy cores to fuel our civilization. But during Earth's movement, we consumed far too much of the planet's core energy. One by one, the energy cores shut down, and it was unknown how many years it would take for them to revive. Yet the revival of these energy cores signaled Earth's final death throws its imminent demise. Before attempting to restore the energy core, Lu Qiming hadn't reviewed all the available documentation, leaving him unaware of these critical details. After encountering numerous online reports, Lu Qiming realized his oversight and returned to search for descriptions of the energy cores only to uncover even more startling revelations. Energy cores were actually planetary propulsion engines? Lu Qiming was stunned. Were the high-energy reactors beneath volcanoes worldwide actually planetary propulsion engines? The submarine broke through the surface and surfaced. Above the Atlantic surface, the Mighty One immediately initiated rendezvous. Upon the exploration team's return, they immediately began their respective tasks. Operators proceeded to submit their mission reports. Research scholars had already commenced their urgent tasks. Clues unearthed from the Civilization City were swiftly organized. The ancient Chinese characters discovered there were also being swiftly translated. Thus, they gained access to a wealth of information. Just as Lu Qiming had reacted earlier, the scholars found the translated content equally unbelievable. How could this be? Earth was not a native planet of the solar system, but rather a wanderer drifting in from another galaxy? Did a prehistoric civilization propel the planet out of its original galaxy? Unbelievable, incredible. These initial discoveries left researchers stunned. But as more information came to light, a sense of dread began to settle over the scholars. Were the energy cores previously planetary propulsion engines directly burning Earth's energy? Did planetary engines consume so much of the planet's energy that the civilization perished? When the energy core was reignited, was it merely Earth's death throes? These discoveries left the scholars in solemn silence. This is a major problem. Chapter 122, The Nation Must Find Him. Earth's core energy depletion? Earth's death throes? The research team returning from Sun City uncovered this truth after deciphering ancient Chinese texts found there. Those who uncovered this truth all shared a similar sense of gravity. If the records of Sun City prove accurate, then we're in serious trouble. Our Earth is heading toward complete depletion. Are the events described in the Sun City texts truly real? After the initial shock, Lu Qiming regained his composure and began to contemplate this question. If the records of Civilization City were factual, then Earth might currently be in a dire situation. But if the records of the City of Civilization are not true, then Earth's civilization has nothing to worry about. So the question arises, are the records of the Sun City true? It was likely true. While others might be unable to discern the truth, Lu Qiming possessed a certain ability to judge. This is because Lu Qiming possesses systematically acquired knowledge of planetary science. With this planetary science knowledge, Lu Qiming understood the composition of planets more thoroughly than any expert or scholar in the world today. Therefore, from his perspective, the textual records within the Civilization City contain some detailed and accurate information. Every planet, especially those capable of sustaining life, possesses a life cycle and its own inherent energy. Take Earth, for instance, its core acts as an almost inexhaustible energy source, granting the entire planet its strength and vitality. If the Earth's core were to deplete, it could indeed lead to such a possibility. From the perspective of planetary science theory, Lu Qiming believed every planet might face a similar fate, depletion of its core energy source. However, according to the records of the Solar City, Earth has already experienced one depletion of its energy source. It has since revived, but this revival is merely a deathbed glow. After this final burst of energy, Earth would plunge into true decline, becoming a completely lifeless planet. According to the Sun City records, Earth is currently in this state of last gasp. Yet to confirm this, one cannot rely solely on the Sun City records. Modern human civilization must personally verify it. Lu Qiming murmured to himself. Among the planetary science knowledge he had acquired, there were similar aspects that could explain planetary motion, planetary dynamics, and planetary energy cores. Simultaneously, there were also experiments specifically targeting the planet itself. To determine whether Earth truly was in its death throes, as the Sun City documents suggested, experiments would be necessary to explore this possibility. Lu Qiming recognized this issue. His fourth live streaming mission was still ongoing, and the knowledge of planetary science had yet to be fully disseminated. Therefore, even if others learned of these matters through the Sun City, they could not verify them. The fourth live stream mission must be completed as soon as possible. Lu Qiming understood this. If the records of Sun City are true, I fear we face a grave crisis. This is no longer just a problem for one nation. It's a global issue, a crisis for our entire civilization. The exploration over the Atlantic was a joint venture. It was a joint venture between Xia Nation and Starflag Nation. Therefore, the information gathered was shared between both nations. After translating the documents obtained from the Sun City, Xia Nation shared its findings with Starbanner Nation. Both sides thus grasped the extraordinary significance of the discoveries made within the Sun City. We must return immediately to conduct further research on this matter. Scholars from Starflag Nation wore solemn expressions. We must find a way to verify whether the events recorded in the Sun City are factual. If true, humanity will have its hands full for the foreseeable future. The best-case scenario would be that none of the Sun City's records prove true. The scholars from the Starflag Nation hurried back to their homeland. Meanwhile, some scholars aboard the mighty vessel also returned to Xia Nation. The exploration of Civilization City was far from over. Many mysteries remained unsolved. Yet the information uncovered thus far carries profound implications. Consequently, they must deliberate carefully and report the matter directly to the highest levels of their respective nations. After all, if the Sun City records were accurate, the implications would be so vast that no single nation could bear the burden alone. Online, people were still debating the origins of the reactors discovered atop various volcanoes on Earth, completely unaware of what this truly signified. Moreover, due to information classification, only Xia Nation and Starflag Nation possessed full knowledge. Other smaller nations remained entirely unaware. Xia Nation, Project X Search Team. Urgent directive from higher-ups, establish contact with the target and initiate communication. This communication is classified at the highest level of secrecy. All personnel involved are strictly prohibited from disclosing any information. The atmosphere within the Search for X project team was tense and solemn. Even the project leader only distributed a single document to team members and experts after confirming the confidentiality agreement. This document is the basis for our discussions with the target. The primary objective is to ascertain whether the target is aware of this matter. Secondarily, upon verifying the authenticity of the documents, we request the target to reveal their identity. The nation needs the target to come forward. Earth's humanity and civilization both require locating the target. This communication must yield tangible progress. Project members, after reviewing the materials, commence this mission immediately. Chapter 123, Earth's Core Decline. Lu Qiming saw the private message from the Xia Nation's official account. The private message was still sent via the Shang Tianweili account, which now belonged entirely to the Xia Nation authorities. Moreover, the Xia Nation authorities used this account specifically to communicate with Lu Qiming. Lu Qiming opened the private message and found the content this time was lengthy and packed with substantial information. They had already translated and deciphered all the documents within the Sun City. Lu Qiming understood this immediately upon reading the message. Within the private message, the sender explicitly informed Lu Qiming about the discoveries in Sun City and inquired whether he was aware of them. Beyond that, the Xia government also inquired whether Lu Qiming could confirm the authenticity of the Sun City discovery and whether Earth's current state represented a last-ditch effort before its demise. That was the gist of the private message. This time, Lu Qiming did not feign ignorance but responded. To uncover the truth, humanity must continue its exploration of Earth. For Lu Qiming, he couldn't confirm this either, so that was all he could say. After all, Lu Qiming remained, to this day, merely a disseminator of knowledge. His role was to disseminate knowledge to spread planetary science, and then humanity would use that science to explore Earth. But what they might discover was beyond Lu Qiming's expectations. All Lu Qiming could do was swiftly disseminate further knowledge, enabling humanity to deepen their exploration of Earth after learning it. At this moment, roughly 10 hours had passed since Lu Qiming's last live broadcast ended. During these 10 hours, Xia Nation had transitioned from night to day. Lu Qiming himself had stayed awake all night, receiving updates from Xia Nation. After briefly replying, further updates arrived, but Lu Qiming had no time to review them. He immediately chose to go live. He must complete the 4th live streaming mission as soon as possible. With that thought, Lu Qiming activated the broadcast. It was still morning in Xia Nation. Lu Qiming's sudden livestream caught many off guard, leaving numerous Xia Kingdom viewers unprepared. Consequently, within the first minute, the online viewership barely surpassed 10 million. Lu Qiming couldn't afford to wait. His greater concern was disseminating planetary science knowledge as quickly as possible to enable Xia Nation to explore the current state of Earth. Otherwise, Xiaoguo would have directly asked Lu Qiming, but Lu Qiming himself couldn't answer at all. We began this live stream. Lu Qiming was very serious and quickly commenced his latest live stream. The target has interrupted communication and initiated the live stream. Analyze and study the target's live stream. After the target ends the live stream, continue attempting to communicate with them. 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours. Lu Qiming's live streams continued non-stop from dawn in Xia Nation. By noon, Lu Qiming was still broadcasting seemingly tireless in the eyes of the public. The content of this live stream delved into the deeper applications of planetary science. This time, Lu Qiming directly addressed the core issue of planetary energy. Moreover, he explained it thoroughly, detailing how to detect and utilize the core energy of planets. This broadcast began at dawn and continued uninterrupted into the afternoon. The entire broadcast lasted a full 11 hours. To viewers, it appeared as though Lu Qiming was broadcasting without sleep or sustenance. Throughout the entire session, he didn't take a single sip of water or eat anything. By the latter stages of the broadcast, many viewers began urging him. What's wrong with the streamer? Has he lost his mind, pushing himself this hard? Something suddenly felt off. How could he endure such a long stream without water or food? I can't even handle watching the stream, let alone Mr. Wenming talking non-stop and streaming the whole time. Go rest already. What's going on? Why is he acting so out of character? Go get something to eat and drink right away. This is terrifying. By the end of the stream, many viewers sensed something was off. Then, a flood of comments urged Lu Qiming to stop streaming immediately. While searching for the X project team, additional tags were added for Lu Qiming. Target's physical condition is presumed to be excellent. He has conducted 2 consecutive high-intensity livestreams without drinking or eating during either session. Previous streams followed the same pattern, leading to the conclusion that his physical condition must surpass that of ordinary people. Lu Qiming finally halted the stream after 12 hours. This live stream concludes here. Just one more live stream, and he'll have covered planetary science entirely. Though a 12-hour live stream posed no challenge to Lu Qiming, he paced himself considering his audience's endurance. At the end of the stream, Lu Qiming gave an early preview. The planetary science segment is about to conclude. Stay tuned for the next broadcast. After the planetary science live stream concludes, could the Grandmaster revisit Chinese programming? Will there be more live streams in the future? A flood of questions poured into the chat. At this moment, information about the exploration of the Sun City on the Atlantic seabed had not yet been made publicly available. Therefore, Lu Qiming's current viewers remain unaware of the changes unfolding on Earth. Many viewers instead grew concerned about Lu Qiming's well-being, urging him to end the broadcast. After streaming for over 10 consecutive hours, Lu Qiming finally ended the broadcast. The moment Lu Qiming ended his broadcast, both Xia Nation and Starflag Nation sprang into action. Both nations had long harbored doubts. The question remained, was the Sun City's record of Earth's core energy depletion true or false? Through Lu Qiming's livestream, they both obtained methods to test the Earth's core energy. To verify the truth, both nations naturally rushed to conduct experiments immediately. Chapter 124, Emergency Countermeasures Task Force. After ending the livestream, Lu Qiming breathed a sigh of relief. This also served as a response to Xia Nation. They inquired whether Earth's core might deplete. So why not teach them the method and let them conduct their own investigations? Despite the high-intensity livestream, Lu Qiming felt no fatigue. Yet his thoughts grew heavy, for he sensed the records of the Sun City might indeed be true. Earth was currently in a state of last gasp. If the core's energy were to deplete, the planet would become a lifeless world. According to the Sun City records, Earth had already experienced one such depletion in the past. That prehistoric civilization vanished without a trace, perishing alongside the planet's exhaustion. The rebirth of life on Earth today was possible because the planet's core energy had not completely depleted during that previous event. But this is merely Earth's last gasp. No one knows whether Earth will rapidly head toward extinction in the next 1,000 years, 100 years, or even a single year. Lu Qiming murmured to himself, his thoughts growing heavy at the possibility. Yet whether the Earth's core is truly depleting, or if this is merely a deathbed glow, remains to be confirmed. If the core is indeed fading, how will humanity adapt to its future? Will we meet the same fate as that prehistoric civilization, vanishing alongside the Earth's core? Even now, the mere mention of that prehistoric civilization's name still carried a certain awe. According to the descriptions from Sun City, this ancient civilization had directly propelled Earth forward for over 1,000 years, moving it from its original sun-depleted star system to this new home. The mere thought of this filled Lu Qiming with an overwhelming sense of wonder, accompanied by a vivid visual impact. Yet even such a formidable civilization ultimately succumbed to the Earth's core depletion and met its demise. If Earth's core truly were to deplete, how could modern human civilization save itself? What hope remains for humanity? The mere contemplation of this possibility felt like a wave of despair crashing over him. Yet amidst this despair, Lu Qiming glimpsed a sliver of hope. If the Earth's core truly were to fail, humanity would not be entirely without hope. The technology of modern civilization certainly cannot compare to that of the prehistoric civilization. But there was the system. Lu Qiming thought of the system bound to him. The system seemed to have foreknowledge of something, for alongside the fourth mission, there was also an additional task. It seemed the system was aware of the current crisis facing Earth. Could the system offer a solution? Lu Qiming pinned his hopes on the system. System, search the knowledge database. An emergency planetary core energy exploration project was established, alongside a research team dedicated to countermeasures against core depletion. The project team is classified at the highest security level. Relevant researchers were urgently recruited nationwide and immediately assigned to the exploration project. The project team's objective was to construct a large-scale planetary core energy detector to monitor the Earth's core. The countermeasure team's mission is to research how to find a path for human survival in the event of core depletion. Urgently recruited personnel: Academician Fong of the National Academy of Sciences, Professor Zhang, pioneer of nuclear fusion energy, Professor Ding Weiguo, leading particle physicist, Yangtze River scholar XXX, and members of the 100 Talents program. Hello, Professor. Lu Qiming answered the call. Qiming, I've taken care of your affairs at the university. Starting today, I'll be leaving. Keep up your studies and find time to visit your mentor's wife. After his advisor finished speaking, he hung up. Lu Qiming was somewhat surprised. According to previous arrangements, his advisor, Ding Weiguo, was supposed to depart for the high-energy physics research project team a week later. But now, just 2 days later, he had called to announce his immediate joining of the project team. Lu Qiming was puzzled. Why the sudden urgency? While pondering this, Lu Qiming opened the private message on his computer. There, he found another private message waiting for him. The nation had formed an exploration team and simultaneously gathered numerous scholars specializing in physical reactions nationwide to establish the project group. While the core detection plan was underway, they were also beginning to discuss potential countermeasures. Lu Qiming reviewed the private message and found these details within it as if they were reporting their progress to him. Beyond this report-style content, the other party was deeply moved and invited Lu Qiming to publicly reveal his identity, join the nation, and help both the country and humanity. The tone of the private message clearly indicated that Xia Nation had already begun implementing countermeasures. Evidently, even without definitive confirmation of the Sun City document's authenticity, the nation was already preparing countermeasures in advance. If the Sun City documents proved accurate, then everything would proceed logically. But if the probe results contradicted the Sun City documents revealing no imminent danger of core depletion, then everyone would be delighted, and humanity could rest easy. When Lu Qiming saw the private message mentioning that the nation's most elite scholars had been urgently assembled to formulate an Earth energy depletion plan, he thought of his mentor, Ding Weiguo. Could it be that his professor hadn't joined that high-energy physics research group, but had instead been recruited by the promotion committee to join the emergency response task force? The thought struck Lu Qiming, and he soon confirmed it. He accessed the top-secret roster of the project team directly through the network. There, among the countermeasure research team, he found his mentor Ding Weigua's name. Chapter 125, Public Disclosure Possible, but Not Necessary. Following the discovery of Sun City, the Xia Nation government had already established a countermeasure task force and begun advanced preparations for how to respond if the Earth's core truly did deplete. In the private message, the sender earnestly pleaded with Lu Qiming to step forward. They requested that he use his knowledge to help the nation and humanity navigate this potential crisis. Although the actual depletion of the Earth's core had yet to be confirmed, the Xia Nation was already treating this possibility as a reality. After all, even from an ordinary person's perspective, would a prehistoric civilization deliberately leave cryptic messages to deceive later generations? Merely reading the private message, Lu Qiming could sense the sincerity emanating from the other party. They were earnestly requesting him to publicly reveal his identity and join the official ranks of Xia Nation. Lu Qiming studied the private message. Within it, the sender not only conveyed profound sincerity but also made numerous assurances. These assurances were designed to alleviate Lu Qiming's concerns, offering numerous commitments that would allow him to reveal his identity without worry. Seeing the sincerity in the official's words, Lu Qiming couldn't help but feel slightly moved. The Xia Kingdom's official promises were comprehensive, nearly eliminating all lingering concerns. Revealing his identity wasn't entirely out of the question. Lu Qiming was contemplating this possibility, though he saw little necessity in it. For if he revealed his identity, the system would inevitably be exposed as well. Otherwise, how could he explain the source of his knowledge? Although the Xia Kingdom's official promises were compelling enough to sway Lu Qiming himself harbored certain reservations. Or rather, his greatest concern was that it simply wasn't necessary. Indeed, for Lu Qiming at this point, whether he revealed his identity or not, it really didn't matter much. Even if his identity were exposed, without relying on system missions, Lu Qiming couldn't directly assist the nation in any meaningful way. Whether he revealed himself or not, the extent of what he could accomplish remained largely the same. Therefore, there was currently no need to reveal his identity. Should the need arise, Lu Qiming would naturally step forward without hesitation. After all, humanity now faces what might be the greatest crisis since the dawn of civilization. With this in mind, Lu Qiming proceeded to reply. The target has responded directly. The target indicated that the timing was not yet ripe and would reveal their identity when the moment was right. The target further indicated that when necessary, they would provide assistance to Xia Nation and to humanity. The target's response concludes here. Continue monitoring and communicating with the target. Report any developments immediately. Communications between Project X and Lu Qiming were directly relayed to Xia Nation's highest leadership. Dami Mobile's latest Chinese operating system phone has launched, selling out on its first day of release with insufficient inventory. Multiple internet companies have announced the completion of their initial transformation, adopting Chinese programming languages to rebuild their corporate websites. Alibaba announced its payment network has undergone comprehensive upgrades, significantly enhancing security across multiple tiers. Chinese programming has become the hottest field, with Xia programmers rapidly transitioning. Geely Motors announced that its first new energy vehicle integrated with Chinese programming has entered production. Official announcements confirm nuclear power plants have been established across multiple regions nationwide. Old energy sources will be phased out gradually, with new energy applications progressively replacing them. Online, news developments are rapidly evolving. Especially in Xia Nation, the changes are clearly visible. Amidst this, news about discoveries like foreign volcanoes or prehistoric civilizations didn't command much attention, quickly overshadowed by other stories. Within Xia Nation, a peaceful and upward trajectory prevails. The findings from the second exploration of the Sun City have not been publicly disclosed by either Xia Nation or Starbanner Nation. Thus, ordinary people remain unaware that human civilization may soon face a crisis capable of bringing about its downfall. Everything seemed perfectly fine. Shanwei stared at the news articles on his phone, sensing Xia Nation's transformation and the prevailing atmosphere of progress. Yet, he couldn't shake the memory of his mentor, academician Feng, being urgently summoned away, nor the strange occurrences happening around the world. Something felt off. What exactly felt off? Everything seemed too calm. Shang Wei muttered to himself. Judging by the signs from Xia Nation, everything was too calm. Yet when he connected certain events, something felt off. He just couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Mr. Civilization explained the principle behind core detection, utilizing the Earth's vibrations, planetary frequencies, and ultra-high-speed signal transmission. This allowed for the detection of the scale of energy within the core. Every planet with fire possesses a core containing a certain amount of energy, and life-bearing planets are no exception. Our own Earth possesses a powerful energy source within its core, continuously releasing energy outward. This is why Earth has nurtured such diverse life forms. In Xia Nation and Starflag Nation, they were urgently manufacturing core detectors based on Lu Qiming's latest livestream content. Other nations, however, lack this urgency and pressure. Beyond constructing core probes, both Xia Nation and Star Banner Nation have established countermeasure research teams. Chapter 126, Seeking Assistance from Mr. Civilization. Ming, I had another checkup and the cancer cells are completely gone. I'm fully recovered in getting discharged today. After discharge, I'll study hard to get into the same university as you. I want to be your junior. At City C First People's Hospital, a young woman beamed as she sent the text message, her spirits lifted as she stepped out of the hospital. Thank you, Mr. Wen Ming, for giving me a new lease on life. Now both Brother Amin and I can embrace our new futures as healthy individuals. From now on, Mr. Wen Ming is my idol. Xiaoxing, Alibaba has sent us the of. In a small town in Xia country, a room housed 2 beds, 2 computer desks, and 2 computers. The space felt somewhat cluttered. Yet the 2 young men within were completely absorbed, sitting before their respective computers, their fingers tapping away at the keyboards. Collaboration is fine, but inviting us to join Alibaba? No thanks. Xiaoxing's computer screen displayed Chinese programming code. Just a month ago, they were unemployed youths hanging out in internet cafes. Now, their lives had undergone a dramatic transformation. We're free agents now, able to take on programming contracts from major companies, do outsourcing work, and build our network. This will be a huge help for our future entrepreneurship. But if we join any company, it'll be inconvenient to leave later. Alright, I'll decline Alibaba's offer, Xiaoxia nodded. But don't reject it too harshly. Leave room for potential future collaboration. Xiaoxing added. Understood. Xiaoxing lifted her head and surveyed their surroundings. Although we've only been learning Chinese programming for less than a month, we've already gained a solid foundation. In fact, both of us have reached a level of basic application, taking on quite a few projects and earning a decent income. Xiaoxia said, I think we should move to a bigger city soon. There'll be better opportunities for growth. Agreed. We should also register our company, Xiaoxing nodded. Unbeknownst to them, the 2 former unemployed youths from the internet cafe had undergone remarkable transformations thanks to the emergence of Chinese programming. After 10 hours and 56 minutes, the geocore detector was successfully manufactured. The command came down, immediately begin core detection. Activate the core probe. The core probe has been activated and has begun detection. The core probe is operating normally. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes. The core probe has received signals and detected relevant data. Data integration underway. Xia Nation, within a research facility in the capital. Top physicists and researchers from across the nation have gathered at the research base. They had received a set of data, and their expressions were all grave. The geocore probe has yielded results, detecting new data. This data indicates that Earth's core is currently in a state of intense activity. This state of upheaval mirrors the phenomenon of last gasp described in the Sun City records. In other words, our planet's core is failing. Perhaps in 100 years, perhaps in just 1 year, this process will be complete. The Earth's core will collapse, turning our planet into a lifeless world. And with the Earth's demise, human civilization will be utterly annihilated. When this data was laid out clearly before the research scholars, the atmosphere among them grew incredibly heavy. The project team had already been established before this probe data was revealed. However, at that time, countermeasures and research were being discussed and studied under hypothetical conditions. Many still clung to a sliver of hope. How could Earth, having endured so long, simply collapse? But with the data laid bare, an overwhelming sense of heaviness and despair descended. First, they reported upward to confirm the accuracy of the Solar City records. In the heavy silence, no one spoke. After a long silence, old Zhang spoke, his voice hoarse. The project team was urgently assembled, its members converging from all corners. From that moment on, there was no rest. Or rather, upon learning the reason for the task force's formation, every member found sleep impossible. Now that the data's authenticity had been fully confirmed, the weight of the situation only grew heavier. This problem was far beyond what our nation alone could solve. Finally, one scholar spoke up, we must unite the world's top scientific minds for this research. This concerns the future of humanity. Indeed, this matter is beyond what our Xia Nation can undertake or bear. Even our nation and the Star Banner Nation together cannot shoulder this burden. Action must be taken. Let the higher-ups deliberate first. We'll focus solely on the research. Academician Fong sighed deeply, his tone grave. Until higher authorities make other decisions, we must focus on how we will respond if the Earth's core depletes. Core depletion is an inevitability we must confront. We cannot sit idly by and wait for death. Action is imperative. That is precisely why this task force was established. Despite his words, not a single person spoke after Academician Fong finished. They were all at a loss for where to begin. Our understanding of Earth is far too limited. After a moment, Ding Weiguo finally spoke. If not for that Mr. Civilization's livestream online, we wouldn't even know our Earth's core is failing. And now, everything has come too suddenly. Our current technology makes it extremely difficult to develop a viable solution in such a short time frame. Ding Weigui suggested, perhaps we could reach out to Mr. Wenming and see if he has any solutions. Hearing this, old Zhang sighed, in truth, our nation has been actively reaching out to Mr. Civilization and attempting to uncover his identity. But so far, we haven't found a single clue. Communication between the nation and Mr. Wenming remains sporadic at best. But there's no other choice. For now, our only option is to seek Mr. Wenming's assistance. Chapter 127, The System's Purpose. The Geocore probe has been constructed and deployed to investigate the Earth's core. Current findings confirm. The Earth's core is indeed in a state of extreme sublimation, exactly as described by the Sun City as a death throw. According to the Sun City, Earth is already in crisis. At any moment, the death throes could end, plunging the planet into complete exhaustion and turning it into a dead world. Lu Qiming received a private message conveying precisely this warning. The sender first reported on the official detection conducted by the Xia Nation. Upon reading this, Lu Qiming's heart sank. Even before this, Lu Qiming had already believed most of the records from Sun City. But receiving this definitive confirmation still sent a chill through him. This definitive discovery signaled that Earth was currently experiencing a deathbed revival. Who knew when this final burst of energy would end, plunging all of Earth's civilization back into extinction? Relatively speaking, however, even this dying light phase of Earth spanned an unimaginably vast span of time. At the very least, humanity's millennia of history had not brought an end to this period. Now, the only hope was that this final burst of life would continue, granting humanity more time to prepare. Lu Qiming sighed, finding solace only in this faint hope. Earth, even in its dying glow phase, outlasts the lifespans of most individuals. Generations of humans have come and gone, and life on Earth has undergone countless cycles of renewal, yet the planet remains intact, proof that it has been in this twilight phase all along. It was better not to have discovered Earth's twilight phase. Now that it was known, humanity could never be at peace again. It was like standing beneath a crumbling wall, with the entire civilization hanging by a thread, facing the constant threat of collapse. No wonder Xia Nation is in such a rush now. Lu Qiming sighed. From the private messages, he could sense the solemn and tense attitude of the Xia Nation's authorities. Upon confirming Earth's terminal phase, Xia Nation has become visibly anxious. Thus, they were actively seeking countermeasures and reaching out to Lu Qiming. Moreover, the language used in their communications with Lu Qiming was earnest and sincere. The gist was that Xia Nation's government had established a countermeasure research team and hoped Lu Qiming would appear and join this group. Moreover, the Xia government made a direct promise: Lu Qiming would join the group in the capacity of its leader. Moreover, the state has granted this task force special level 1 authority. This special class 1 authority signifies the highest level of authority under Xia's supreme leadership. Many of the researchers in the project team are essentially your students. They have gathered together, hoping you will step forward as a leader to provide direction. In the private message, the other party even stated this directly. However, upon hearing this, Lu Qiming felt something was off. He knew that his own mentor, Ding Weigui, was also part of this countermeasure research team. Therefore, Lu Qiming responded accordingly. The depletion of the Earth's core is a matter of great consequence for all of human civilization on this planet. No one can remain uninvolved, myself included. That said, there's no need for such gravity just yet, we haven't reached the final stage. Should the necessity truly arise, I will step forward and assist Earth's civilization without hesitation. But for now, even if I joined the group, it would make no difference. The countermeasure research team may be necessary, but my joining now holds little practical value. We can maintain communication and exchange ideas during this period. After declining once more, Lu Qiming nevertheless left some room for maneuver. Should your countermeasure research team develop any proposals, I can simulate their feasibility. Should any questions arise, feel free to consult me directly. Lu Qiming had left ample room for maneuver and extended considerable goodwill. Only after this exchange did Lu Qiming finally conclude their conversation. After closing the private message, Lu Qiming took another deep breath. With the core depletion now a confirmed reality, it was truly time to begin planning for the future of human civilization. Lu Qiming understood humanity's current technological capabilities very well. Therefore, if the Earth's core truly were to fail in the near future, relying solely on existing terrestrial technology would be utterly insufficient to weather this crisis. Lu Qiming understood this well, which is why he placed his hopes in the system. The system's knowledge base was vast as the ocean. Even if one search failed to uncover solutions to the core depletion problem, there would be another attempt, and another after that. With this conviction, Lu Qiming resolved to accelerate his live streaming tasks, aiming to extract the knowledge needed to resolve the crisis from the system. Otherwise, all would rise together, and all would fall together. If Earth's core failed and the planet entered its death throes, Lu Qiming could not possibly survive alone. The system must hold the solution. Otherwise, it wouldn't have issued a mission guiding Earth's civilization to explore the planet itself. At this moment, Lu Qiming realized something. Perhaps the tasks issued by the system weren't random as he had initially thought, but followed a certain pattern? Take the first mission directly addressing nuclear reactions to solve Earth's energy crisis. And this fourth mission, concerning the depletion of the core's energy, ultimately revolves around energy as well. So, if the system were to issue a fifth live streaming mission, could it be related to solving this problem? Lu Qiming had previously searched the system's knowledge base. However, he found no concrete solutions addressing the depletion of the Earth's core. So, Lu Qiming began to suspect that perhaps the system's tasks weren't entirely random, but followed a certain pattern. If this conjecture holds true, then perhaps I could prompt the system to randomly issue the next task. Lu Qiming was still pondering this. Meanwhile, at a base in the capital of Xia Nation, researchers within the Countermeasure Task Force were proposing one suggestion after another. Now that the existence of prehistoric civilizations has been confirmed, we could explore more of their ruins to gain knowledge. Moreover, given the confirmation that many volcanoes worldwide contain either a reactor or a planetary propulsion engine, could we focus our research on these? By exploring the prehistoric civilization and studying the knowledge it left behind, might we find a solution? Furthermore, Chapter 128, Becoming a Civilization Leap Forwarder. Lu Qiming began streaming once more. This time, the content of his livestream remained planetary science theory. However, due to the 3 consecutive high-intensity livestreams he had conducted earlier, the task that would normally require 10 livestreams to complete was now just 1 livestream away from being finished. Thus, this broadcast marked Lu Qiming's 4th and final streaming task. Welcome to the livestream. Today's content? After Lu Qiming started the stream, many spectators still tuned in out of curiosity. Currently, aside from high-ranking officials and top-tier researchers in Xia Nation and Starflag Nation, almost no one globally was aware of the crisis Earth was facing. Consequently, the atmosphere in Lu Qiming's livestream remained lighthearted and cheerful, much like before. However, relevant scholars worldwide were still diligently studying in Lu Qiming's livestream. Numerous universities worldwide organized student viewings of the livestream on campus. Numerous nations were paying close attention, assigning dedicated personnel to study Lu Qiming's broadcast. From start to finish, Lu Qiming's livestream maintained a viewership exceeding 30 million. This particular livestream, lasting 7 hours, was now drawing to a close. Alright, all the knowledge about planetary science has been covered, and this livestream is pretty much wrapped up. After finishing his presentation, Lu Qiming let out a long sigh of relief. The planetary science theory livestream has concluded. After letting out that sigh, Lu Qiming took a deep breath. If there is a next livestream, it will no longer be about planetary science theory. This livestream ends here. The bullet comments were filled with questions and inquiries about the content of Lu Qiming's next livestream. However, Lu Qiming didn't respond to any of them before ending the stream. After the screen went black, viewers flooded the comments section with discussions and speculations about what Lu Qiming's next livestream might cover. As for Lu Qiming, after ending the stream, he didn't check the comments or the bullet chats. Instead, he hurriedly went to communicate with the system. From the system, Lu Qiming received his rewards. Task settlement. Task settlement complete. This task was completed satisfactorily. Additional tasks completed. Dispensing task rewards. Task reward elevates host's life tier, granting status as a civilization leap forwarder. The system's mechanical, cold voice echoed within Lu Qiming's mind. As the system's voice resonated, Lu Qiming sensed a subtle shift. A familiar warmth surged through his body. The 3 rewards Lu Qiming had received previously had all brought similar sensations. Yet this time felt different. Not only was his body changing, but more significantly, Lu Qiming felt as though he could sense his own soul. It was an utterly wondrous sensation. In this moment, it felt as though every cell within his body, every strand of genetic material, had materialized before Lu Qiming's eyes, allowing him to perceive them with crystal clarity. Every cell, every genetic strand, and even his very soul underwent transformation under Lu Qiming's heightened awareness. Simultaneously, Lu Qiming's mind seemed to be absorbing an endless stream of information and knowledge. The primitive state of humans living off raw meat and blood, the state of wrapping themselves in grass leaves, the state of using bricks and wood to start fires, the state of dwelling in caves. In this instant, Lu Qiming felt as though he had experienced the entire journey of human evolution, transformation, and progression. From the primitive state of eating raw meat and drinking blood, to the modern era after the development of civilization 1,000 years, 5,000 years, tens of thousands of years. In this instant, Lu Qiming's mind seemed to personally experience all of humanity's development, witness its transformations, and see the birth of civilization with his own eyes. Amidst this relentless cascade of flashbacks, Lu Qiming felt himself transcending his body, his cells, his genes, his very soul. At this moment, everything was undergoing a transcendent transformation. Was this the reward for the 4th live streaming mission? Becoming a civilization leap forwarder? Before this, Lu Qiming hadn't fully grasped the meaning or concept of a civilization leap forwarder. Even with the system's explanation, Lu Qiming hadn't fully grasped it. But at this moment, Lu Qiming began to grasp it, to truly comprehend what a civilization leap forwarder meant. Witness the birth of civilization, experience its evolution firsthand. Civilization resides entirely within the heart. To comprehend civilization, to guide civilization, this is the civilization leap forwarder. Lu Qiming grasped what a civilization leap forwarder represented. Every aspect of his being was undergoing transformation. Every change was aligning with the qualities befitting a civilization leap forwarder. As the system stated, every civilization should have a civilization leap forwarder to spearhead its progress. And now, Lu Qiming had become that very existence. In this moment, Lu Qiming had become a vessel containing the pinnacle of all civilizational knowledge. The birth of civilizations, their transformations, and the knowledge behind their emergence all resided within Lu Qiming's mind. At this moment, all knowledge within Earth's human civilization held no secrets from Lu Qiming's eyes. All knowledge had fused into his very being. At this moment, Lu Qiming had become an entity that comprehended civilization. Every language, every number, and every discipline that had ever existed since the dawn of human civilization on Earth was now integrated into Lu Qiming's mind. At the same time, Lu Qiming realized when civilization leaps forward. It seemed that from this day forward, there was no longer any need to attend school. This thought took root in Lu Qiming's mind. He no longer needed to study or rely on any teachers. He already possessed all the knowledge on Earth. Logically speaking, a normal human brain could never possibly contain such vast knowledge. Yet Lu Qiming's body was undergoing a transformation under the effects of the system's reward, a change at the very level of life itself. This state of clarity did not last long for Lu Qiming. Soon, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he was about to fall asleep. But before he slipped into sleep, Lu Qiming asked the system, "System, how long will I sleep?" "Over 30 hours. The system replied to Lu Qiming. Chapter 129, Buried with Earth? Lu Qiming fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the Xia nation's authorities had already launched unrelenting operations. They intended to conduct further exploration of the Sun City beneath the Atlantic Ocean. Moreover, Xia nation had already begun deeper exploration of Earth using satellites and various other equipment. This was to uncover more relics of the prehistoric civilization and extract technological knowledge from them. For the third expedition to the Sun City, Xia nation prepared more thoroughly, aiming for a deeper exploration to uncover its secrets. It has now been confirmed that the Sun City's core contains an energy source. This energy core is identical to the energy reactors found beneath volcanoes across Earth. Both were once planetary propulsion engines. However, for reasons unknown, the one beneath Sun City at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean has completely ceased functioning. Conversely, many reactors at the bases of volcanoes on the surface still emit high energy reaction fluctuations. At present, the reactors at the bases of these volcanoes are inaccessible for further research. Therefore, the Xia nation's authorities have set their sights on the reactor at the bottom of the Sun City. This expedition aims to probe deeper into the reactor and initiate research. Meanwhile, Starflag Nation has also taken action. Unlike Xia nation's approach, Starflag Nation has secretly established a project, launching Operation Noah. Moreover, the NASA division of the Star Nation has commenced its own exploration of habitable planets for human settlement. Similar concepts were covered in Lu Qiming's previous planetary science livestreams. Thus, the Starflag Nation's current initiative is to actively pursue exploration beyond Earth. Both Xia Nation and Starflag Nation were secretly advancing their work. In tacit agreement, neither chose to disclose this immediately, instead arranging a meeting between representatives of the two nations. Both sides intended to further discuss the matter during this meeting. Within Xia Nation's countermeasure task force, one researcher proposed a truly groundbreaking idea. Nuclear fusion applications had now reached an extremely mature stage and were truly controllable. If the volume of fusion fuel were sufficiently massive, we could easily create an effect akin to an artificial sun. Within the countermeasure research team, a young scientist proposed a bold possibility: if the Earth's core were to deplete, ceasing to release heat and energy outward. Could we create our own core? By centering on controlled nuclear fusion, we could generate an immense fusion reaction to replace our natural core, becoming the Earth's energy foundation. The task force was established precisely to study and find solutions for the core depletion crisis. Moreover, science itself is built upon bold imagination and rigorous experimentation. Though this possibility sounded absurd at first, careful consideration revealed a glimmer of plausibility. Thus, with no better alternatives proposed, the team plunged directly into this challenge, launching an in-depth investigation to explore its further feasibility. Though a sliver of possibility exists, the challenges we must confront are immense. First, to achieve this step, we must confront the problem that the third expedition to explore the civilization city has safely returned to the ocean surface, bringing back the findings from this journey. However, these findings did not concern the reactor itself. Instead, within one structure, they discovered more detailed written records. Yet when these records reached the task force back home, they only deepened the sense of foreboding. Is Earth nearing the point of core exhaustion? Everyone who reviewed this data turned pale. Even after confirming Earth was in its death throes, they had clung to a sliver of hope. After all, Earth's death throes differed vastly from a human's, which lasted mere seconds. Earth's last gasp was measured in tens of thousands of years. Thus, members of the countermeasures team, even the highest echelons of Xia Nation, harbored a lingering hope. What if Earth's final blow could last another 1,000 years, or even 10,000? Then the problem could be solved gradually, without the need for immediate action. It might not even require resolution within 1 or 2 generations. But the newly obtained clues from the Sun City have shattered this hope. According to the latest textual records from Sun City, there are more detailed descriptions of the Earth's core's final blow period. Originally, due to the temporary depletion of the Earth's core, all energy cores utilizing the core across the prehistoric civilization's global network extinguished one after another. The records speculate that when the core revives and enters its death throes, it will reignite those original energy cores one by one. The intensity of energy released by these reactivated cores would then reveal the extent of the Earth's final burst of energy. Thus, those energy cores within the volcanoes were essentially individual geocore intensity detectors. Within the countermeasure research team, a heavy atmosphere prevailed. Based on data from the records of the Civilization City, the performance of the energy cores discovered on Earth today indicate that the Earth's core will cease to burn entirely within a very short time. We can estimate a time frame. Within roughly a decade, the Earth's core will completely deplete. At that point, the entire Earth civilization will perish along with the core's exhaustion. The situation is even more critical. This means we must resolve the issue of the Earth's core depletion within a decade. Otherwise, not only human civilization, but all life on Earth will perish alongside it. Chapter 130, Transplanting Earth's Heart. When Lu Qiming awoke, the entire world felt different. More accurately, this sensation stemmed from a fundamental change within himself. Had he become a civilization leap forwarder? The most unique individual within a civilization. Lu Qiming assessed his physical condition. It was better than ever before. Yet the most profound transformation wasn't physical, it was internal. Now, Lu Qiming's thoughts flowed with clarity. He possessed comprehensive knowledge of Earth's civilizational history, its entirety deeply ingrained within him. Beyond that, his comprehension abilities and logical thinking had undergone an extraordinary enhancement, surpassing any genius in the present world. A true civilization leap forwarder was far more than that. Civilization leaps forward, almost capable of synthesizing the essence of civilization into its pinnacle, gathering civilization's inspiration, creativity, and profound heritage. Lu Qiming awoke completely, his eyes bright. Ordinary scientists often rely on flashes of insight or brainstorming sessions to achieve scientific breakthroughs. But now, my mind is exploding with inspiration. At any moment, a storm of ideas brews within my thoughts. Lu Qiming savored his current state for a moment before quickly returning to reality. Instead of retrieving his next assignment, Lu Qiming checked his computer to see if any major changes had occurred in the outside world during his period of unconsciousness. Before booting up his computer, he glanced at his phone and noticed several news alerts. All seemed routine, with no major incidents reported. However, the moment he booted up his computer, several messages popped up. The messages were still sent through private channels. The most recent one had been sent just 2 hours ago. Lu Qiming immediately clicked to open the messages. This private messaging channel was now being used by the Xia Nation government. Therefore, Lu Qiming didn't even need to verify the identity to know that the Xia Nation government was communicating with him. What surprised Lu Qiming, however, was that this message skipped greetings and got straight to the point. This caught Lu Qiming off guard. Huh? Lu Qiming immediately began reading the message carefully. Then, Lu Qiming was stunned. How could this be? According to intelligence recently obtained from Sun City, Earth's core would completely deplete within roughly 10 years? 10 years? Lu Qiming was utterly stunned. Before this, Lu Qiming had harbored a certain degree of wishful thinking. Like everyone else, he had believed that after the demise of the prehistoric civilization, Earth's final burst of vitality had already given birth to a new human civilization. Therefore, he reasoned, this final burst of vitality shouldn't abruptly end anytime soon. But now, that sliver of hope had been shattered. And with that illusion shattered, a weight as deep as an ocean abyss descended upon him. Only 10 years, no, less than 10 years remained. Lu Qiming murmured, utterly unprepared for this news. Yet Lu Qiming's resolve was extraordinary, and he quickly regained his composure. With Earth's time running out, how could the planet be saved? Or rather, how could human civilization be preserved? As Lu Qiming pondered this, he noticed in the private message references to certain official actions taken by the Xia Nation. The Star Flag Nation had launched a project codenamed Noah, currently disclosed only to Xia Nation while remaining classified from all other nations. Meanwhile, Xia Nation's research team had proposed a bold suggestion. Reading this, Lu Qiming couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Even he was startled. What a bold idea, far too bold. Lu Qiming studied the private message, which detailed the bold proposal put forward by that research scholar. With Earth's core energy depleted, they actually proposed creating an artificial core. Moreover, they proposed using nuclear fusion as the foundational technology to construct a massive fusion reactor. This artificial core would then be implanted at the very center of the Earth. As he read, Lu Qiming couldn't help but acknowledge the sheer audacity of the proposal. Yet, while astonished by its audacity, Lu Qiming couldn't help but wonder. Was this idea truly feasible? At first glance, nuclear fusion technology could create an artificial sun if sufficient materials were available. And if the Earth's core were depleted, replacing it with this new one would make perfect sense. But while it sounded simple, putting it into practice was incredibly difficult. It's like everyone knows putting an elephant in a refrigerator requires just 3 steps: open the door, put the elephant in, close the door. It sounds incredibly simple, but executing it is incredibly difficult. Now, the idea of using nuclear fusion technology to create an artificial core to replace the current depleted one sounds perfectly reasonable. But achieving it? That's another story entirely. Despite the immense challenges, there remains a glimmer of possibility. However, current technology simply cannot achieve this possibility. Thus, while the countermeasure research team proposed this idea, they were utterly unable to refine it. Lu Qiming, however, was different. This idea is intriguing. I might be able to simulate it through the system lab. At that moment, Lu Qiming recalled the system laboratory. Through the system lab, Lu Qiming could conduct direct field simulation experiments. Moreover, the physical parameters within the lab were grounded in absolute reality, ensuring simulations perfectly adhered to real-world physical laws. Upon realizing this, Lu Qiming immediately took action. System, enter the system laboratory. Lu Qiming called out. The next moment, Lu Qiming's consciousness entered the system laboratory. At this moment, the system laboratory was still a blank, empty space. Lu Qiming immediately began to act. First, he constructed an earth. Lu Qiming stood within this blank space, as if he were a deity. The next instant, Lu Qiming swept his hand. Earth, wind, water, and fire all materialized simultaneously, then coalesced together. A deep blue planet slowly took shape. Chapter 131, Destroying Earth 10,000 Times. Within the system laboratory, Lu Qiming materialized his form. With a single thought, earth, wind, water, and fire materialized a scene reminiscent of the primordial creation of the universe. Yet all of this adhered strictly to the most fundamental laws of physics. Because this was the system laboratory. The system laboratory existed for experimentation. While all facilities could be conjured within its walls, one crucial prerequisite remained. Lu Qiming must understand the principles and know the structure to manifest them. Just as Lu Qiming had done in his previous experiments, conjuring up experimental equipment piece by piece. Moreover, the results obtained from experiments conducted here are virtually indistinguishable from those in reality, as both realms adhere to the same fundamental physical laws to a significant degree. Thus, upon hearing that wildly imaginative idea, Lu Qiming entered the system laboratory, ready to conduct an experiment. Armed with the knowledge of civilization and planetary science obtained from the system, Lu Qiming's understanding of planets, especially Earth, had reached an incredibly detailed level. Thus, under Lu Qiming's imagination, Earth gradually materialized. All the elements of Earth were being supplemented, and even patches of greenery began to appear on its surface. The Earth's core, mantle, crust, and surface. A colossal Earth materialized within the system laboratory. Upon this colossal Earth, Lu Qiming's figure materialized. With the Earth now materialized, the experiments could finally begin. Setting aside other considerations for now, the first step is to test whether an artificially created nuclear fusion core can replace the original core that was nearing exhaustion. As Lu Qiming contemplated this, his thoughts stirred once more. Materials materialized one by one, then arranged, transformed, and combined into an immense nuclear fusion reactor. Other issues aside, the primary test was whether it could replace the Earth's core. As Lu Qiming contemplated this, a thought flashed through his mind, and suddenly, the Earth rumbled as a massive hole split open. Simultaneously, all activity on Earth ceased momentarily, as if time itself had frozen. Then, Lu Qiming shoved the nuclear fusion reactor into the gaping hole. In the next instant, the Earth resumed its normal state, and the previously motionless planet began moving again. The colossal nuclear fusion reaction commenced within the Earth's core, continuously radiating energy outward. Lu Qiming watched quietly. Under Lu Qiming's watchful gaze, the Earth exploded. Literally, as the saying goes, after the fusion reactor was inserted into the Earth's core, replacing the original core, and had been operating normally for less than half an hour, the Earth exploded. It shattered into countless fragments, unable to maintain its original spherical form. Was it because the parameters of the nuclear fusion reactor were too high? Lu Qiming frowned as he studied the situation, realizing the problem. Let's try scaling down the fusion reactor a bit. Lu Qiming thought, then waved his hand. Instantly, the system laboratory transformed into a blank void. In the next instant, a new Earth materialized once more. Lu Qiming materialized another nuclear fusion reactor, this time significantly smaller than the previous one. He then inserted it into the Earth. The planet began functioning normally. Then, the Earth trembled violently, and all life on its surface vanished. The parameters of the nuclear fusion reactor were still incorrect. Lu Qiming remained undeterred and continued his attempts. Once, 3 times, 5 times, 10 times, 50 times. Lu Qiming later lost count of how many experiments he had conducted. Throughout all these experiments, Lu Qiming never considered other elements. He focused solely on testing whether a nuclear fusion reactor could replace the Earth's core. Throughout this experimental journey, Lu Qiming witnessed every conceivable method of Earth's destruction. Explosions, tremors, deformations, conflagrations, glaciation. Every conceivable fate of the planet was laid bare before Lu Qiming. It was easy to imagine that if this had happened in reality, humanity would have been finished long ago. Yet within the system laboratory, everything could be repeatedly tested and endlessly restarted, granting Lu Qiming countless opportunities. Lu Qiming never lost heart, persistently adjusting various parameters before conducting experiments. With each successive experiment, Lu Qiming grew increasingly convinced that this bold idea held genuine potential. His experiments were getting closer and closer to success. The truly viable parameters were nearly within his grasp. In a new experiment, Lu Qiming used a specific parameter to materialize a nuclear fusion reactor. He then implanted it into the Earth. An hour passed, and the Earth functioned normally. Lu Qiming attempted to accelerate the flow of time on Earth. A day passed, and the Earth remained normal. 10 days passed, and the Earth continued to function as usual. A year passed, and the Earth showed no abnormalities whatsoever. Under these circumstances, Lu Qiming almost glimpsed a ray of hope. However, Lu Qiming continued his experiments and simulations, directly adjusting Earth's time to accelerate the process countless times over. 10 years, 50 years, 100 years. This time, the Earth operated normally for a full century. But at the 100-year mark, the original nuclear fusion energy reactor extinguished once more, plunging Earth back into a period of depletion. This was the limit of what could be achieved. At this point, Lu Qiming gained some insight. With this parameter of nuclear fusion reaction, it could replace the Earth's core and sustain the planet's normal operation for 100 years. But after 100 years, the Earth would continue to decay. The experiment could not proceed further. The parameters could not be adjusted again. Only this specific fusion reaction configuration was the most perfect. This was the conclusion of Lu Qiming's experiment. Yet this outcome alone was sufficient. For it proved that an artificial core was a genuinely viable possibility. Yet moving forward, numerous challenges must be addressed to implement this plan. Lu Qiming's experiments were conducted in a laboratory system capable of achieving many extraordinary feats. But how would one construct such a massive nuclear fusion reactor with those parameters in the real world? And how would one even insert such a reactor into the Earth's core? Chapter 132, The Countermeasures Team's Shock. Lu Qiming could no longer recall how many times he had conducted experiments within the system laboratory. 100 times? 1,000 times? Or perhaps 10,000 times? But the experiment log already contained meticulous experimental records. This is how Lu Qiming identified the optimal parameters, successfully creating a fusion reactor precisely suited to replace the Earth's core. Even so, it could only sustain the planet for a century. At this point, Lu Qiming left the system laboratory, as there was no longer a compelling reason to remain. Or rather, even though Lu Qiming was now a civilization leap-forwarder, the power that plagued the entire civilization could not be resolved by his efforts alone. Civilization is not something that can be encompassed by an individual. Therefore, Lu Qiming merely confirmed that the idea of using a nuclear fusion reactor to replace the Earth's core was feasible. The remaining challenges and numerous difficulties would still require humanity's collective effort. When Lu Qiming emerged from the system laboratory, he realized over 10 hours had passed since he entered. It was already the next day. It was at this moment that Lu Qiming proactively responded to the private message from the Xia Nation's official account. Replacing the Earth's core with a nuclear fusion reactor to sustain the planet's operations is feasible. Lu Qiming responded directly. Achieving the correct parameter values would enable this replacement. The greatest challenge, however, lies in constructing such an immense nuclear fusion reactor and deploying it deep within the Earth's core. Only by solving these problems could this idea cease to be mere talk. Lu Qiming provided this direct response and even included a set of parameters. A fusion reactor built to these specifications could effectively replace the Earth's core. However, even if the replacement were successful, it would only last for 100 years. Of course, before that, we must figure out how to get the nuclear fusion reactor into the Earth. Lu Qiming threw this problem out for discussion. As the saying goes, one mind is limited, but many minds are vast. Even though Lu Qiming had become a pioneer of civilization's leap forward, in certain aspects, more minds were still more useful. This is precisely the essence of civilization. By posing this question, Lu Qiming intended to spark a discussion, drawing out others' ideas, inspirations, and suggestions. Just like the wildly imaginative idea of the artificial Earth's core before, even with his own boundless creativity, Lu Qiming might not have conceived such a concept alone. Yet within the countermeasure research team, someone had a flash of inspiration and devised this method. Now, regarding how to construct the nuclear fusion reactor and successfully embed it within the Earth, Lu Qiming hadn't yet formulated a solid plan. So he decided to throw out a challenge to stimulate discussion. Target response received. Immediately extract the information. The target response was promptly reported a matter of utmost importance. The discovery of a threat to Earth's existence had intensified the Chinese government's focus on locating Project X. Currently, the Search X project team was the only channel on the entire planet capable of establishing communication with Lu Qiming. Within Xiao Nation, aside from select high-level officials and specialized researchers, only the Search X project team understands that Earth may face depletion within a decade. Every member of the project team bore an immense burden of pressure, viewing communication with Lu Qiming as one of the means to potentially save Earth. They treated the information Lu Qiming had relayed back with the utmost seriousness. Soon, the information reached the emergency response research team for core exhaustion. The task force had not been idle during the past day. They had been working diligently from various angles. Over the course of this day, numerous ideas were proposed within the countermeasures team. However, as each idea surfaced, it was promptly rejected. After repeated discussions, many new proposals were deemed less reliable than the idea of replacing Earth's core. However, even this proposal was ultimately rejected by other members of the team, citing various other difficulties. After days of strategy research, the NOAA project from the Star Flag Nation began to seem more viable. Yet, for the time being, the task force did not choose this plan. Even though Star Flag Nation had repeatedly extended invitations, urging Xiao Nation to secretly join the NOAA project. Because if they were to launch a project named NOAA, the full name of the NOAA project was the Noah's Ark Project, meaning to build a Noah's Ark capable of surviving the apocalyptic catastrophe. However, the Noah's Ark that Star Flag Nation intended to build was one capable of interstellar travel. They planned to place humanity's seeds within this vessel to preserve civilization. Yet from its inception, such a plan was destined to abandon the vast majority of Earth's population. For this reason, the NOAA project could never be made public, nor could the impending core crisis be disclosed. Doing so would inevitably plunge the world into chaos. The Xiao Nation is striving to find a relatively reliable solution before disclosing the news of the Earth's core depletion to the public. Under these circumstances, the data and intelligence provided by Lu Qiming from the search for Project X were relayed back to the Lu Countermeasures group. They immediately convened all team members to review Lu Qiming's response. As they reviewed Lu Qiming's response and the data it contained, these top scientists of Xiao Nation were taken aback. The heart replacement project, could it actually be feasible? According to the data provided by Mr. Wen Ming, a nuclear fusion reactor engineered to achieve these parameters could replace the Earth's core for a century? This was simply unbelievable. Could this bold idea truly hold some feasibility? Chapter 133, System Hints, Escape from Earth. Originally, the countermeasure research team had internally shelved the Earth heart transplant plan due to its numerous impracticalities. Then, Lu Qiming delivered news at this critical moment, claiming the plan held some feasibility. This news sent shockwaves through the team members. Could this bizarre concept actually hold a shred of possibility? How had Mr. Civilization arrived at this conclusion? Amidst the shock, some members harbored doubts. Though Mr. Wen Ming possessed vast knowledge, the data he now presented was excessively detailed, with parameters that seemed unnaturally precise. How had he obtained this data, these parameters? It couldn't possibly be mere speculation, could it? This member harbored such doubts. Indeed, it was utterly unbelievable. If these data points and parameters were genuine, it was beyond comprehension how Mr. Wen Ming had managed to produce them. Other group members shared the same bewilderment, finding it hard to fathom. The data seemed too vague, its authenticity was uncertain. At the same time, some couldn't help but voice their skepticism. At this moment, old Zhang sighed and spoke. Right now, I don't think it's our place to question. Earth's current mature nuclear fusion technology was transmitted by Mr. Wen Ming. Therefore, it's entirely possible he has made new breakthroughs at this juncture. After all, in the realm of nuclear fusion, no one today dares claim to possess a more comprehensive understanding than Mr. Wen Ming. Moreover, we have no choice but to trust Mr. Wen Ming. Moreover, judging by these parameter data, they appear highly detailed, a set of viable nuclear fusion formula parameters. The moment old Zhang spoke, all other voices fell silent. For in the current world, it could be said that aside from Mr. Wen Ming, no scholar's knowledge of nuclear fusion could surpass that of old Zhang. And since the heart replacement project is fundamentally tied to nuclear fusion reactions, old Zhang's words carried decisive weight. All questioning voices vanished. That's right. We have no other choice. Even the Noah project of the Starflag Nation, while possessing some feasibility, still relied fundamentally on nuclear fusion reactions as its execution foundation. Now, the solution comes from Mr. Won-ming, the very person who disseminated mature, controllable nuclear fusion knowledge. Logically speaking, he has no reason to deceive us. Lu Qiming's reputation is already highly esteemed worldwide. Abroad, Lu Qiming is regarded as a superhero. Within Xia Nation, he is revered almost as a sage. The earlier skepticism among the task force members stemmed from the natural scientific rigor expected of a researcher. After old Zhang spoke, they realized that regardless of whether Lu Qiming's data was accurate or not, they had little choice but to believe him. Moreover, even if the data were fabricated, Lu Qiming had given them a direction to strive toward, a glimmer of hope. The members of the countermeasure task force were among the nation's most elite researchers, virtually the brightest minds in the country. Each of them understood this truth, yet none dared to voice any further doubts. Instead, prompted by Professor Zhang's words, the group had already formally established a project named Earth Heart Replacement. Assuming the data provided by Mr. Won-ming contains no errors, we must now develop the necessary detailed plans for Earth's heart replacement. First, we must address this question: how to construct a nuclear fusion reactor capable of harnessing the energy indicated by the data provided by Mr. Civilization. Second, how do we? On the Xia side, the countermeasure research team was working feverishly to finalize the Earth heart replacement plan. Meanwhile, after transmitting the data Lu Qiming had extracted from the system lab through numerous experiments, he did not immediately proceed with other tasks. Instead, he initiated direct communication with the system. After all, Lu Qiming had already completed his 4th live streaming mission and even collected all the mission rewards. However, he had yet to check what his 5th live streaming mission would entail. He had previously searched the system's knowledge base, but he still couldn't decide what to stream next. Compounded by his speculations about the system's nature, he resolved to let the 5th task be randomly assigned by the system as well. Therefore, Lu Qiming had absolutely no mental preparation for the 5th task. At this moment, Lu Qiming communicated with the system to view his 5th task. New live mission assigned. 5th live mission: spread the basics of spaceship manufacturing. Task reward: Light of Civilization. The Light of Civilization, a convergence of civilizational brilliance, enhances the host's overall capabilities. It harnesses the power of civilization to elevate one's wisdom and insight. Additional task: application of basic spaceship manufacturing knowledge. The system's voice echoed within Lu Qiming's mind. Lu Qiming was slightly taken aback. Spaceship manufacturing? Basic knowledge? It was actually spacecraft manufacturing. The tasks issued by the system weren't random after all, but followed a certain principle. At this moment, Lu Qiming had verified this fact. He had previously suspected that the system's tasks might not be entirely random. That's why, during the previous live-streamed mission, after discovering the crisis facing Earth, he had speculated that the system might provide a solution next time. Now, Lu Qiming's hunch was confirmed. The system's 5th mission had indeed presented a solution. Shipbuilding, beginner level. The name was straightforward and easy to understand. Building a spaceship to escape Earth, was this the path forward for Earth's civilization? Just like the plan from the Starflag Nation? As these thoughts crossed Lu Qiming's mind, the system's knowledge began pouring in. In an instant, Lu Qiming grasped the fundamentals of spacecraft construction. At the same time, he understood why this was considered foundational knowledge. Chapter 134, Abandoning Most of Humanity? The 5th live stream mission took Lu Qiming completely by surprise. It was, in fact, spacecraft construction. Of course, this shipbuilding knowledge was only at the beginner level. In other words, intermediate or advanced stages of knowledge would exist beyond this. After absorbing the knowledge, Lu Qiming understood why it was classified as elementary. Because the current spacecraft manufacturing didn't involve overly advanced technology, but rather knowledge roughly a century ahead of Earth's current level. Given Earth's current technological capabilities, once Lu Qiming disseminated this knowledge, it should take less than a decade for Earth to achieve spacecraft manufacturing. This was indeed a viable path forward. However, the knowledge Lu Qiming had acquired regarding spacecraft manufacturing was merely foundational. What did this mean? It meant only small to medium-sized spacecraft could be built. This imposes significant limitations. In other words, even with this systematic knowledge, once disseminated, Lu Qiming could only achieve results comparable to the Starflag Nation's Noah project. Had the system issued such a mission because it too recognized the necessity of preserving civilization? The small to medium-sized spacecraft Earth could collectively build would inevitably be incapable of carrying the entire population and lifeforms of the planet. It could only ensure the survival of a fraction of humanity. Was this truly the only path, sacrificing the entire planet and over 90% of its life to secure survival for a mere fraction? Lu Qiming understood this all too well. In the Starflag Nation, where capital reigns supreme, a plan like Noah's could emerge. But once such a plan is made public, it will inevitably send shockwaves through the entire world, plunging it into chaos. It could even shatter the very fabric of order. This is precisely why the Xia nation government never considered implementing a Noah-like initiative from the outset. Instead, they have been striving to find a solution that could save the majority of humanity or fundamentally rescue the Earth itself. Lu Qiming had previously held this same perspective. Yet when the system issued its fifth mission, it coincided perfectly with the Starflag Nation's Noah project. Didn't this imply that within the system's potential mechanisms, it too believed this was the way to save Earth's civilization? Lu Qiming took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. The system's fifth mission still weighed heavily on Lu Qiming. Up until now, Lu Qiming had pinned his hopes squarely on the system. But now, the mission it had issued could not perfectly bear the hopes of all humanity. To abandon the vast majority of people was absolutely not the path of a normal, healthy civilization. Lu Qiming shook his head, casting the weight from his mind. A resolution solidified within his heart: if this mission's outcome was predetermined by the system, he could not resort to that solution lightly. He must find another way to save as many people as possible. Lu Qiming's heart could not be like that of certain rulers, where profit was the sole priority. Therefore, Lu Qiming refused to abandon the majority. And now, the saying "with great power comes great responsibility" held true without question. On the Xia Nation side, many top scholars were deeply concerned. As a civilization leap forwarder, Lu Qiming must care for the entire civilization. He must shoulder the unbearably heavy burden of Earth's impending destruction. It seems he can't rely entirely on the system. Lu Qiming murmured. Setting aside for now the challenge of constructing a nuclear reactor that meets the parameters provided by Mr. Civilization, another colossal problem looms before us. Even if we manage to build the nuclear reactor, how on earth do we get it into the Earth's core? Moreover, as is widely known, the Earth's interior is divided into multiple layers. The core itself reaches temperatures of thousands to tens of thousands of degrees. Under these conditions, how could we ensure our artificial core would reach the Earth's center safely? Currently, material science is the primary constraint holding us back. Moreover, how to insert the artificial core into the Earth's center remains a monumental challenge. If anyone has any ideas, please feel free to share them. Over the past few days, the Countermeasure research team has assembled a substantial number of distinguished scientists and scholars, all of whom have joined this group. This group operates under strict confidentiality. At this moment, they are freely exchanging ideas, starting with bold hypotheses on a single question. One possibility after another was proposed, each scientist offering their own hypothesis. Yet these possibilities, these hypotheses, were swiftly dismissed. They did arrive at some conclusions. To achieve this, we must make breakthroughs beyond our current technological capabilities. First, material science. This is our greatest constraint at present. Second, we must develop machinery capable of excavating the Earth. Only then can we construct an artificial core massive and robust enough to be placed at the Earth's center. As these conclusions were being drawn, one member suddenly spoke up: perhaps we don't need to focus on how to drill through the Earth to connect with its core just yet. As puzzled glances turned toward him, the speaker added, "Have you forgotten the prehistoric civilization? Based on our current understanding, the energy source of the prehistoric civilization appears entirely different from what our modern civilization uses. They directly harnessed the Earth's core energy, constructing reactors across the globe. These reactors served as planetary propulsion systems when the sun was exhausted. After Earth stabilized, these reactors became the very energy core sustaining the prehistoric civilization. This alone demonstrates that prehistoric civilizations possessed technology capable of directly communicating with the Earth's core and harnessing its energy. Or perhaps each of these reactors existing on Earth today is a direct conduit to the Earth's core." Chapter 135, Live Streaming Spaceship Construction. Given the energy utilization patterns of the prehistoric civilization, it is speculated that they possess technology or science capable of directly linking to the Earth's core. Could it be that the reactors left behind by these prehistoric civilizations actually provided direct access to the Earth's core? Lu Qiming saw these contents through private messages. This was the new step in the Countermeasure research team's plan to inform Lu Qiming, with the X-Project team serving as the intermediary communicator. Upon seeing this, Lu Qiming was somewhat surprised himself, for he hadn't immediately grasped the significance of this development. Yet within the Countermeasure research team, someone had keenly identified this crucial point. Indeed, within prehistoric civilizations, methods must have existed to connect with or even enter the Earth's core. Perhaps the methods of prehistoric civilizations could be leveraged to resolve this issue. Lu Qiming nodded in agreement with this idea. Moreover, Lu Qiming responded directly via private message. Beyond that, Lu Qiming also noticed the other questions raised by the other side. To implement the Earth core replacement project, material science remains an immensely limiting factor. Other constraints also existed. These limitations made the plan fraught with difficulties. However, as Lu Qiming reviewed the private message, he recalled the foundational knowledge of spacecraft construction he had acquired from the system. This foundational knowledge encompassed several key aspects: engines, material hulls, and internal structures. Each of these areas required technological advancements far surpassing those currently available in the real world. At this thought, Lu Qiming murmured to himself, perhaps it really is possible to replace Earth's heart without building a spaceship, allowing a portion of humanity to escape for survival. At that moment, Lu Qiming sensed the greater potential of the Earth heart replacement plan and felt a surge of emotion. Immediately, Lu Qiming sent a direct private message in response. I will begin a new live stream shortly. During the live stream, solutions to these problems will be presented. Lu Qiming replied to the private message thus. His fifth mission was to broadcast foundational knowledge on spacecraft construction. The process of spacecraft construction encompassed disciplines like materials science, which could significantly advance the current world's technology. Without the system's restrictions, Lu Qiming, possessing such knowledge, would naturally be eager to assist the current Xia nation and the current Earth. However, Lu Qiming still depended on the system, so he had to actively complete its assigned tasks. Thus, having acquired the knowledge, Lu Qiming prepared to go live. During the live stream, disclosure became inevitable. Fortunately, even though his broadcasts reached a global audience, Xia nation stood to gain the most. On one hand, Lu Qiming conducted his live streams in Chinese. On the other hand, even knowledge like spacecraft manufacturing encompasses disciplines such as materials science and engine technology. Moreover, the core energy source for this spacecraft remains the nuclear fusion reactor. This means that even if Lu Qiming disseminates knowledge about spacecraft manufacturing, Xia nation retains the most control. Currently, only Xia nation has cracked the knowledge lock Lu Qiming originally set, possessing complete nuclear fusion reactor technology. In contrast, other nations still cannot fully apply nuclear fusion knowledge. Therefore, even though the Starflag nation launched the NOAA project, they still disclosed this classified program to Xia nation. Why? Primarily because Starflag nation's NOAA project also relies on nuclear fusion. Currently, only Xia truly masters controlled nuclear fusion. Even Starflag nation must temporarily rely on Xia nation for energy at this stage. Moreover, this dependence extends beyond energy alone. Even hardware integration and spacecraft systems rely on the more advanced Chinese programming. Therefore, Starflag's project was not kept secret from Xia's government at all. On the contrary, they actively sought Xia's official assistance, as their NOAA project only had a chance of success with Xia's involvement. This represents the advantages brought to Xia by the changes Lu Qiming has introduced. After sending his reply, Lu Qiming didn't wait for a response. Instead, he immediately went live. At this point, only about 2 days had passed since Lu Qiming's last livestream. The system imposed no time constraints on live streaming tasks. However, having learned of the crisis facing Earth, Lu Qiming now keenly felt the preciousness of time and refused to waste a single moment. In the next instant, countless phones and computers around the world received a notification that the stream had begun. At the capital's base housing the Core Exhaustion Emergency Response Team, equipment emitted a beep. Instantly, the entire task force was alerted. Lu Qiming held extraordinary significance for this team. Every single member had watched his live streams. Given the extraordinary circumstances, they relied on Lu Qiming to lead the way. Thus, the moment Lu Qiming went live, they immediately gathered together. Mr. Civilization is live again. Who knows what he'll be streaming this time? Mr. Wenming's live streams never lack purpose, each one carries a specific intent. For reasons unknown, he consistently broadcasts to a global audience yet refuses to show his face. Within the group, these top-tier researchers from Xia Nation couldn't help but discuss it. Soon, they saw Lu Qiming's live stream had begun. Hello everyone. Our planetary science content from the last livestream has concluded. Starting today, we'll be live streaming an entirely new field of knowledge. Within minutes, Lu Qiming's livestream had already attracted tens of millions of viewers. The screen was instantly flooded with a torrent of bullet comments. The viewers sending these messages were almost entirely lighthearted and cheerful, showing no trace of the impending doom. The news of Earth's core depletion hadn't spread yet. What's this live stream about? What new knowledge? Curiosity. Lu Qiming glanced at the viewer count and began the broadcast. This time, we're live streaming the construction of a spacecraft. Chapter 136, live stream begins building a spaceship. The moment Lu Qiming finished speaking, within seconds, 1 second, 2 seconds, a few seconds later the bullet chat in his livestream exploded. Holy! 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 A sea of holy flooded the comments section in unison. After a long while of this holy flood, other comments slowly began to appear. Here it comes. Finally? Live streaming a spaceship build? Sure enough, Earth can't hold back the streamer anymore. They're building a spaceship now? Ever since the streamer first taught people how to build nuclear bombs, I knew this day would come. And here it is. On this day, the stars began to speak to our Earth. Here we come, buddy. Is human civilization truly stepping into the interstellar age starting today? Amidst the bullet comments, after the initial holy reactions, people began speaking up. At this moment, tens of millions of viewers in the livestream were almost universally stunned. In the chat section, speculation had already been swirling about what groundbreaking content Lu Qiming might unveil in this livestream. Among them, one theory suggested the next step might involve even more incredible technology. Some even speculated that Lu Qiming would lead human civilization beyond Earth. The livestream's viewership continued to surge. After Lu Qiming's announcement, the number of viewers only increased, not a single one left. During his previous live streaming mission, Lu Qiming's task was to disseminate planetary science. However, planetary science is a rather lengthy subject. Consequently, during Lu Qiming's previous live streams, some viewers who knew he was broadcasting chose not to tune in. Consequently, during the previous mission, Lu Qiming's livestream consistently hovered around 50 million viewers or below. But now, upon announcing his new stream topic spaceship construction, the online audience surged rapidly. From 30 million to 50 million. From 50 million to 70 million. From 70 million to 90 million. The audience in the livestream kept growing, with various bullet comments nearly filling the entire screen. The day had finally arrived, a live stream teaching people how to build a spaceship. Holy crap, could we actually see humans leave Earth in our lifetime? Most ordinary viewers were overcome with excitement at this moment. But in the capital, within the Emergency Countermeasures Task Force, scientists from Xia Nation's high-level circles exchanged stunned glances. Mr. Wenming actually intends to live stream the spacecraft's construction? Does he possess the knowledge to build a spacecraft? Does this mean the Starflag Nation's NOAA project is actually feasible? The scientists here were all a bit lost at that moment. For they were all still actively and proactively seeking ways to save the Earth. Only by doing so could they collectively save the billions of lives on Earth. But now, Lu Qiming was live streaming the construction of a spacecraft. This move felt odd to the members of the countermeasure team. It was as if both they and the Starflag Nation had each presented a plan. Yet Lu Qiming's livestream seemed to endorse the Starflag Nation's NOAA project. Is this the kind of person Mr. Civilization is? Ding Weiguo murmured to himself, completely unaware that this civilization leader was none other than his own disciple. In Ding Weiguo's current mind, the civilization leader was a deity, the world's foremost scientific scholar. In fact, like most other scholars, Ding Weiguo viewed the civilization leader with reverence, as one would a teacher. Through his numerous live streams disseminating vast knowledge, Lu Qiming had long been regarded as a teacher by many intellectuals. It was as if all those learning Chinese programming now revered Lu Qiming as their founding master. Yet precisely because of this, Ding Weiguo and the other members of the team felt increasingly uneasy. It felt like they were striving to prove themselves, only to have their teacher suddenly praise another student who had cut corners. In stark contrast, across the ocean in Starflag Nation, the highest leadership gathered upon hearing the news to watch the livestream. After learning the content of Lu Qiming's livestream through translation, the Starflag Nation's high-ranking officials were beaming with delight and great excitement. Excellent! Is Mr. Civilization helping us refine the NOAA project? Our NOAA project had just been formulated when Mr. Wenming conducted this livestream. It's practically a gift to us. Though we don't know where Mr. Civilization acquired such vast knowledge, at this moment, he is absolutely beneficial to us. Notify the NOAA project team they must watch Mr. Civilization's livestream to refine our NOAA plan as soon as possible. After all, the third expedition's findings indicate Earth's time is running out. Within a decade, it may completely collapse. We must seize this window to build Noah's Ark. This is our fight for human civilization. As for Xia Nation's utterly bizarre Earth heart replacement project, it is doomed to fail. It's simply too absurd. Merely announcing the content of this livestream sent the audience into an uproar. Meanwhile, Xia Nation and Starflag Nation, the only two factions aware of the Earth's core depletion, exhibited vastly different attitudes. But Lu Qiming paid no heed to these developments, having already commenced his official livestream. Through technological advancement, humanity has developed rickshaws, steam-powered vehicles, fuel-powered cars, and electric vehicles. As our energy sources evolved, our manufacturing capabilities advanced step by step. Indeed, our world now boasts manned spacecraft capable of carrying humanity to the moon. These are all expressions of our exploration of the cosmos. Beyond exploration, humanity has long harbored fantasies of conquering the cosmos. Spaceships represent one such fantasy in Goldcraft capable of navigating the cosmos. Although humanity has not yet achieved this goal, upon closer reflection, our current technology is not far from realizing spacecraft construction. So, what are the challenges we face in building a spaceship? Chapter 137, Livestream Reactions. Lu Qiming's livestream officially began. His focus? Materials. Throughout history, humanity has achieved numerous breakthroughs in material science. From the most ancient bronze artifacts, to later ironware, modern steel, and even various aerospace alloys and other specialty materials. As times change, so do our demands on materials. So, what kind of material properties would we need to build a spacecraft? At minimum, they must meet several requirements. The first is Lu Qiming's livestream is underway, delving into spacecraft manufacturing knowledge starting with materials. Lu Qiming didn't just speak, he accompanied his commentary by typing formulas and data onto his computer screen. Meanwhile, at a base in the capital, members of the countermeasure task force watching Lu Qiming's livestream shifted from initial gloom to surprise. Mr. Won Ming was explaining materials science. The greatest constraint we face right now is materials science. If materials are sufficiently advanced, we could build fusion reactors with the required strength. Likewise, it would greatly aid our exploration of the Earth's core. The group members quickly became intensely focused. Moreover, this team gathers the brightest minds from across Xia Nation. Watching Lu Qiming's livestream now, they grasped the concepts quickly. It was immensely helpful. Simultaneously, scientific research teams from numerous countries were also intently watching Lu Qiming's livestream. In Lu Qiming's livestream, the viewership nearly broke the 100 million mark. The vast majority of viewers had rushed in upon hearing Lu Qiming would be streaming a tutorial on building spacecraft. Whether these ordinary viewers could grasp the content or not, they couldn't resist the urge to witness the spectacle. Aerospace materials are among the most specialized alloys in the world today. Materials capable of withstanding the harsh conditions of outer space face even more stringent requirements, demanding. Lu Qiming's livestream pace was both accessible and captivating. Even viewers who couldn't grasp the technical details found themselves learning something new. Excellent. Excellent. The limitations of our materials science are no longer an issue. In Starflag Nation, the high-ranking officials watching Lu Qiming's livestream were filled with excitement. It seems our NOAA project is destined for success. With these new space materials, we can build nuclear fusion reactors capable of withstanding the extreme conditions at Earth's core. Members of Xia Nation's countermeasures team shared this sentiment. Previously, our Earth exploration efforts were often constrained by the limitations of our drilling technology. That's why humanity's deepest exploration record remains Russia's gateway to hell, reaching 10,000 meters into the Earth. Beyond 10,000 meters, no earthly material could survive such conditions. But with the space materials Mr. Won Ming has just explained, that changes. Shipbuilding is not a simple matter of knowledge. Much like building a car, the limitations often extend beyond a single aspect. And what about building a spacecraft capable of leaving Earth and navigating the stars? Shipbuilding encompasses a vast array of knowledge, requiring comprehensive coordination to achieve. Starting with materials science, Lu Qiming lectured for 3 hours. After 3 hours, Lu Qiming moved on to fluid dynamics. This took another 3 hours. Following fluid mechanics, Lu Qiming delved into spacecraft engine propulsion systems. However, this particular topic, the most substantial part of spacecraft manufacturing, could not be fully covered in this single livestream. The next livestream would thoroughly cover the operation and manufacturing of spacecraft engines. By the time the broadcast had reached over 7 hours, Lu Qiming's first livestream was drawing to a close. Before going live, Lu Qiming had made an estimate. Even with an intensive livestream schedule, covering all spacecraft manufacturing knowledge would require roughly 3 sessions. Though Lu Qiming was eager to complete the task quickly and attempt to gain more knowledge from the system, the livestreaming mission wasn't urgent. After all, the system tasks included an evaluation component. Lu Qiming suspected that the system's evaluation after each completed task might influence his next assignment. Therefore, even though he was eager to finish the task, he still needed to pay attention to the pace of his livestream. After over 7 hours, Lu Qiming decisively ended the livestream. The screen went black, and the massive audience of hundreds of millions slowly dispersed. Yet across the entire world, Lu Qiming's broadcast had set off a storm of turmoil. In the real world, all online news paled in comparison to Lu Qiming's broadcast. Everyone was focused on the spacecraft manufacturing knowledge Lu Qiming had shared during his broadcast. Mr. Civilization is already teaching us how to build spaceships. I wonder when we'll get to ride one ourselves. I long to soar into the heavens, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Holy crap, it seems there's still hope to see space in my lifetime. Through his numerous live streams, Lu Qiming's global reputation has soared to unprecedented heights. Moreover, his character seems to have been thoroughly vetted. Now, when Lu Qiming goes live, no one questions whether there's any trickery behind his content. On the contrary, while people may question the origins of the knowledge he shares, they hold his expertise in the highest regard. To the extent that, whenever Lu Qiming goes live, viewers get the same feeling. The knowledge shared in Mr. Won Ming's livestreams must be practical and reliable. The world of ordinary people buzzes with excitement because of Lu Qiming's livestreams. And the realms beyond ordinary reach were profoundly transformed by Lu Qiming's broadcasts. Chapter 138, Crisis Revealed, Earth's Doomsday. After ending his livestream, Lu Qiming couldn't resist applying the knowledge he'd gained from the system to devise a plan for Earth's heart transplant. Though the system primarily provided knowledge on spacecraft construction, Lu Qiming's mind was consumed with ensuring the planet's safety. Even with the current capability to build spaceships, Lu Qiming knew he had to push further. Mirroring Lu Qiming's efforts, Xia Nation's countermeasure task force was also working tirelessly. The emergence of space materials made the creation of an artificial Earth core a possibility. Lu Qiming couldn't help but reflect, while the technology in the original reality could build a fusion reactor with those parameters, it couldn't guarantee the reactor wouldn't fail or leak within the Earth's core. Now, with space materials, this could be guaranteed. An absolutely safe nuclear fusion reactor could be built to replace the Earth's core and operate safely at the planet's center. Replacing Earth's core presented numerous challenges. But now, the most challenging data for the nuclear fusion reactor had been deduced by Lu Qiming. Moreover, Lu Qiming's livestream directly showcased a new type of space material. Back in Xia Nation, as soon as Lu Qiming's livestream concluded, numerous members of the Countermeasures Task Force sprang into action, each making their own arrangements. We must produce the space material explained by Mr. Civilization immediately and verify its performance. If the verification proves successful, I propose we immediately commence manufacturing the artificial Earth core. Following Lu Qiming's livestream, numerous locations had already initiated actions to manufacture the space material. Space materials are those required for spacecraft construction, hence the name. The applications of space materials in the human world are incredibly extensive. Lu Qiming has disseminated the concept of space materials, revealing they are not limited to spacecraft construction. They can be utilized across all industries. Industries like automobiles, aircraft, and ships will undergo revolutionary changes with the advent of space materials. Moreover, the application of space materials is not difficult. After Lu Qiming's live broadcast, there are no longer any obstacles. Even the cost is not exorbitant. Following Lu Qiming's livestream, the stock prices of numerous materials companies experienced a surge. Neon Nation. The Mount Fuji Management Association held a press conference. As exploration of Mount Fuji has yielded no further results, we have followed Mr. Wenming's guidance to create a geocore probe. This will allow us to explore the more mysterious relationship between our Mount Fuji and the Earth. This press conference was issued by the Mount Fuji Management Association. The Mount Fuji Management Association is an organization under Kyoto responsible for managing Mount Fuji. We do not know if our Neon Nation is the first to explore the Earth in such depth, but we will broadcast the entire process live so everyone can understand our planet. At this moment, the association's director radiates confidence. In his mind, he still believes Japan is the first to undertake such deep Earth exploration. As taught by Mr. Bunmei, using probes, we can detect many things about the Earth. The entire process will be broadcast live, transmitted via radio, and streamed online. Soon, their live broadcast commenced. Upon discovering this, the highest leadership of Starflag Nation directly contacted Neon's top officials by phone. Immediately afterward, the Neon leader was reprimanded, then hastily issued orders to halt the live broadcast by the Mount Fuji Management Association. However, by this point, the live broadcast had already been underway for half an hour. The detection results were also in. Under the cameraman's lens, they captured the data feedback from the probes. Well, according to Mr. Civilization's explanation, we can all understand what these data represent. Neon's research team was also present to provide explanations. What do those small numbers at the end signify? A reporter inquired. The researcher smiled. This is the core detection result, representing our Earth's core data. For instance, this number represents our planet's core HA? As he spoke, the researcher caught sight of the numbers on the probe. His expression suddenly changed, sensing something was terribly wrong. How could this be? At that very moment, the association president received a call, broke out in a cold sweat, and rushed over urgently. With a sharp click, the probe was shut down. Apologies, this concludes the live broadcast. Cold sweat beaded on the president's forehead as he shut down the device, pulled the researcher away, and hastily ended the stream. But the earlier content had already been broadcast. Such detectors aren't something just anyone can build, they require significant industrial infrastructure. It took Japan several days to manufacture one before they could begin broadcasting its use. But being unable to build one was one thing. Many viewers who had watched Lu Qiming's livestream could still decipher the detection data and make the connection. Thus, something was off about Japan's broadcast. According to Mr. Wenming's teachings, that detection data seemed to represent the operational lifespan of our Earth's core? That's right, that number represents the Earth's core lifespan. Good heavens, is this real? Is the core failing? If the data is accurate, is the core facing depletion? Oh my god. An unexpected live broadcast from Neon Nation has exposed Earth's crisis to the world. Even the Star-Spangled Nation's attempts to stop it came too late. Thanks to the internet's reach, news of the live broadcast in Neon Nation quickly spread across global networks. Soon, the internet erupted in chaos, the uproar growing ever more intense. Is Earth doomed? Chapter 139, Global Condemnation. A live broadcast from Neon unexpectedly exposed the core crisis. Initially, it spread widely across Japan's internet. Soon, due to the interconnected nature of the internet, it spread overseas. Thus, a wave of commotion rippled across the global internet. Is it true? Is Earth's core facing depletion? Is Earth doomed? Oh my god. News from Japan spread across the entire network, reaching both the West and the East. News also reached Xia Nation. At first, people's reactions to such news were uniformly incredulous. But the source of this news was an official live broadcast from the land of the rising sun. Moreover, after the news emerged, the Neon Nation did not issue any denial. Compounding this, several scholars with academic backgrounds suggested that Neon Nation's probe likely encountered technical malfunctions. Thus, the Earth pill incident was all but confirmed. The internet erupted in shock, with people still reeling from the disbelief. This news even overshadowed Lu Qiming's livestream explaining spacecraft construction. Official media outlets across numerous countries around the world solemnly reported this news. Shortly thereafter, other nations besides Japan also developed their own detection instruments. They reached the same conclusion as Japan, completely confirming the Earth pill theory. For a time, media outlets and online platforms worldwide were flooded with this news. We must act now. Otherwise, regardless of global chaos, panic will grip our nation. China convened an emergency meeting to discuss whether to immediately disclose its Earth replacement plan before the situation worsened. But before Xia could act, trouble erupted in Starflag Nation. Insiders revealed that the United States had already learned of Earth's impending doom and launched Project Noah. Reportedly, the Noah project is a secret initiative by the Starflag Nation to construct a Noah's Ark, intending to evacuate a portion of humanity off Earth before its destruction. Somehow, the information leaked from Starflag Nation. This may be related to the prevailing culture in Starflag Nation. Regardless, insiders have now exposed the Starflag Nation's Noah project. This news has sent the internet into an absolute frenzy. Especially the local citizens of Starflag Nation, they're absolutely furious. Those damn Starflag advisors. They've launched Operation Noah behind our backs. Are they abandoning the majority of their citizens? The Noah plan will inevitably abandon the majority of humanity. Originally, the world was still reeling from the shocking news that the Neon Nation had caused Earth's impending doom, with no time to react further. But now, Starflag Nation drops this bombshell. It's ignited a firestorm of outrage in one fell swoop. Foreigners are condemning Starflag Nation, and within mere days, its own citizens are already organizing protests. This generation of Starflag Nation leadership is utterly unqualified. We demand new elections. Such extreme voices were even appearing online within Starflag Nation itself. The insider who emerged from Starflag Nation provided shockingly detailed revelations. Not only did they reveal that Starflag Nation had known about the Earth pill from the very beginning, but they also specifically exposed the nation's implementation of the Noah project, intending to board the ship with only a small fraction of its population. This revelation directly ignited global outrage. The situation escalated so rapidly that Starflag Nation struggled to react. While Xia Nation was still debating whether to disclose its own plans, Starflag Nation had already become the focal point of public fury. However, the same insider who had just exposed Starflag Nation made another revelation. In truth, it wasn't just Starflag Nation that had known about the impending Earth crisis days in advance. Xia Nation knew too. During the exploration of the Sun City on the Atlantic seabed, Lian Quan had already uncovered this information. Yet both nations chose to conceal it from the public, opting not to disclose it. While the Starflag Nation secretly launched Project Noah in response, the Xia Nation had a similar initiative underway. Whether it's Starflag Nation or Xia Nation, these two global superpowers are cut from the same cloth. The insider made the revelation online. Moreover, since the entire online world currently operates on Chinese-based programming, this individual's online revelations avoided immediate scrutiny. Thus, after initially exposing Starflag Nation and directing global outrage toward it, the whistleblower swiftly revealed that Xia Nation was also complicit. This instantly diverted the global outrage originally directed at Starflag Nation, causing it to flow towards Xia Nation as well. Some smaller nations, with little to lose, immediately issued diplomatic condemnations. They condemned both Starflag Nation and Xia Nation for their inaction, choosing to conceal the truth and deceive the public in the face of an Earth-wide crisis. Meanwhile, Xia's online sphere erupted once more. Not long ago, Xia netizens were still spectating, enjoying the spectacle unfolding in Starflag Nation. Then, in the blink of an eye, news broke that Xia's government had also known about the situation beforehand but failed to inform the public. Within moments, Xia's online sphere erupted with fierce criticism directed at the government. Could it be that our nation has also launched a plan similar to Noah's? A plan like Noah's is destined to save only a tiny fraction of humanity, abandoning the vast majority. Yes, even if the plan succeeded and spaceships were built to escape Earth, only a select few would ever get a ticket aboard. The Starflag Nation's government has been acting shady, and now look at us too. Many Xia Nation netizens who had been merely spectators now voiced their disappointment with the Xia Nation government online. Some are even deliberately stirring the pot. Xia's internet was flooded with such content. But before the situation could escalate further, the Xia government urgently broadcast a nationwide news bulletin. Chapter 140, Earth Heart Replacement Plan revealed. News spreads almost instantly online. Thus, within moments of the insider from Starflag Nation's revelation, the news had spread globally through the internet. Before either Starflag or Xia could respond, a storm had already erupted. Nearly every nation worldwide voiced condemnation. Netizens worldwide were speaking out in unison. In Xia Nation, discontent and disappointment were widespread. Before the situation involving Xia Nation's fishing vessel could escalate further, Xia Nation immediately convened an emergency press conference. Breaking news. Nearly every television station in Xia Nation simultaneously switched to relaying the central television broadcast, transforming all channels into a unified stream of news from Beijing. The familiar face of a well-known host appeared on the screen. His expression was solemn. Breaking news. Breaking news alert. Breaking news alert. The broadcast began with the emergency alert prompt. After repeating it several times, the anchor finally delivered the actual news. The news was not delivered by the anchor, but by Gu Chen, the national spokesperson familiar to many in Xia Nation. Currently, news of the Earth's core depletion has surfaced online and is spreading rapidly across the internet. Whistleblowers claim that Xia Nation, like Starflag Nation, has long been aware of this information and is secretly implementing a plan identical to Starflag Nation's Noah project. Once again, I speak solely on behalf of the Xia state government to address these claims and provide an explanation to our citizens. In the news broadcast, spokesperson Gu Chen stood at the podium. He glanced down at his notes, then raised his head and delivered his statement with solemn expression. 13 days ago, Starflag Nation discovered prehistoric civilizational ruins on the Atlantic seabed. Xia and Starflag conducted their first joint public exploration, discovering the prehistoric ruins named Sun City. Subsequently, Xia and Starflag conducted a second exploration of Sun City. During this confidential second expedition, they discovered that the cause of the prehistoric civilization's demise was the depletion of the Earth's core. Gu Chen stood at the podium, his expression solemn. He began by directly revealing information about the prehistoric civilization. Starting almost from the discovery of Sun City, details including the energy core within it and the nomadic history of the prehistoric civilization were all made public. Then Gu Chen's speech turned to the real issue. Through subsequent exploration of the Sun City, we learned that our present Earth and the birth of human civilization exist within Earth's final throes. This final phase of Earth's existence would conclude within a decade. At that point, the planet's core would be completely depleted, and Earth itself would revert to a dead planet. In the news broadcast, the spokesperson solemnly addressed the nation, emphasizing the crucial point. From that moment onward, Xia Nation and Starflag Nation reached a temporary consensus such information would not be disclosed publicly for the time being. Had this information been released immediately, it would inevitably have been exploited by those with ulterior motives to stir up trouble, severely undermining social stability and harmony. Following this agreement to maintain temporary confidentiality, both our nation and Starflag Nation have been actively seeking countermeasures. At this point, spokesperson Gu Chen paused. Then, the Starflag Nation launched Project Noah to secure humanity's future. Our Xia Nation also initiated a plan, but its nature differs fundamentally from the escape plan similar to Starflag's Noah project, as alleged by certain online insiders. Gu Chen's tone grew solemn. Our nation assembled the nation's foremost experts and scholars to form the Emergency Response Task Force for Core Decay. After approximately 24 hours of non-stop emergency deliberations, coupled with consultations with Mr. Wenming, the plan to be implemented by Xia Nation was finalized. The secret initiative Xia Nation launched is called the Earth Heart Replacement Project. After delivering this weighty statement, Gu Chen paused briefly before launching into an explanatory overview of the Earth Heart Replacement Project. Because the Earth's core will completely deplete within 10 years, we have established the Earth Heart Replacement Project. Our objective is to utilize nuclear fusion technology to create an artificial core. Before the Earth's natural core completely collapses, we will replace it with this artificial core to sustain the planet's normal functioning. Though the plan may sound ambitious, Xia Nation is committed to its execution and has already achieved some initial breakthroughs. Here, we must express our gratitude to Mr. Wenming for his guidance and assistance with this project. It was his work that derived the critical data and parameters for the artificial core, making this plan truly feasible. Moreover, thanks to Mr. Wenming's latest livestream, we have resolved material challenges, further enhancing the feasibility of the Earth's Heart Replacement Project. As the news reached this point, every television set across the nation broadcast this report. Every television station broadcast the same footage, presenting this news to all viewers. Mr. Wenming's recent revelation about spacecraft construction provided us with a contingency plan to build escape vessels and leave Earth. However, for Xia Nation, the Earth Heart Replacement Project will not be abandoned until the very last moment. Only this plan can save our planet, rather than abandoning Earth and leaving humanity to survive alone. Spokesperson Gu Chen, his expression solemn and earnest, stated, "Due to the unique circumstances of this cyber fishing expedition, we are now publicly disclosing the Earth Heart Replacement Plan. In the days ahead, we will actively share updates on the Earth Heart Replacement Project, inviting everyone to witness the efforts to save our planet." Furthermore, on behalf of Xia Nation, I extend a sincere invitation to experts and scholars worldwide to join us in this endeavor. Together, we strive for the Earth Heart Replacement Project to save our planet and preserve human civilization. Beyond this, Xia Nation calls upon all global citizens to remain calm, unite, and contribute our collective strength to save our planet. Chapter 141, Public Sentiment Shifts. Globally, fishing vessels rose en masse. In Starflag Nation, protests and even calls for a vote to replace the leadership are brewing. Xia Nation was also experiencing a surge in protests. But at this critical juncture, Xia Nation went public with everything. It disclosed the discoveries within Sun City, revealed the crisis facing Earth, and unveiled the legacy of the prehistoric civilization. Similarly, the ongoing Earth Heart Replacement Project on the Xia Kingdom side has also been made public. Xia Nation's move amounted to a complete disclosure, leaving no secrets behind, instead making everything public knowledge. Even their communications with Lu Qiming were laid bare. Prior to this, the connection between Xia Nation and Lu Qiming had been an absolute secret. Even the Starflag Nation remained unaware. Of course, Xia Nation's decision to release this news recklessly mentioning Lu Qiming was likely calculated to leverage the credibility of the Civilization Pioneer title to manage the online backlash. In today's online world, if any name held the highest reputation, it was undoubtedly Civilization Pioneer. If anyone in the world enjoyed the best reputation, it was undoubtedly Civilization Pioneer. Thus, Xia Nation's official announcement directly included Lu Qiming. Almost as soon as the news segment ended on television, the online sentiment in Xia Nation shifted dramatically. Before the news broke, the online sentiment in Xia Nation was far from favorable. When news from Western networks reached Xia, a wave of disappointment swept across the nation. Amidst the disappointment, criticism toward the government began to surface. Then, fueled by those with ulterior motives, the tone grew even harsher. Fortunately, it was at this very moment that the Xia government released the news. After the announcement, the online sentiment shifted dramatically from overwhelming disappointment to profound emotion. Earth Heart Replacement? Unbelievable. Our nation isn't pursuing a NOAA project like Starflag? It's an Earth Heart Replacement project? I'm stunned the nation is actually planning to replace Earth's heart. An artificial Earth core? Just the idea of replacing it sounds unbelievable. Could this plan actually be feasible? Holy crap, is this for real? Did I misjudge the government? Over in Xia Nation, the online fishing wheels shifted dramatically. The initial disappointment vanished without a trace. Instead, it ignited a heated debate about the Earth's Heart Transplant Project. Just the name Earth Heart Replacement Project hints at the sheer scale of this endeavor. Replacing Earth's core with an artificial one? This might just be the largest scale project humanity has ever attempted since the dawn of civilization. Such an unimaginable undertaking. Is this plan even feasible? Could any experts step forward to explain the feasibility of the Earth Core Replacement Project? Where would you find real experts now? The genuine specialists have all been recruited by the state to join the project team. It seems even our university's top professor has joined the project team. Professor Ding from our university, was he recruited too? Amidst this, people online began noticing many previously overlooked details. Many university staff were startled to find their esteemed professors suddenly missing, leading them to speculate these luminaries had joined the Earth Heart Replacement Project. The plan must be credible. The government has confirmed it, and even Mr. Civilization has provided guidance. The state wouldn't waste effort on futile endeavors. Plus, since Mr. Civilization is aware of it, perhaps the Earth Heart Replacement Project could actually succeed. Upon hearing about the Earth Heart Replacement Project, many people's first reaction was one of absurdity. However, when spokesperson Gu Chen addressed the public, he presented detailed information, even invoking the name of Lu Qiming. Because of this, online skepticism has actually subsided. Many people now firmly believe this plan has potential. Supporting the nation, what we ordinary people must do is stay calm and cooperate with the state to complete the Earth Heart Replacement Project. After all, our nation differs significantly from Starflag Nation. While they established the NOAA project team from the outset, we are still striving to save Earth. With Earth's core failing, it's not the self-righteous Starflag Nation that's stepping up to save our planet, it's our Xia Nation. Starflag Nation is already in chaos. We must maintain stability. As online fishing wheels began to gain traction, Xia Nation's timely news release immediately quashed the unfavorable rumors and stabilized public sentiment. Starflag Nation, however, faced immense pressure from its government in a remarkably short time. Starflag's congressman convened urgently to discuss how to address this fishing vessel crisis. Investigate. We must uncover who leaked our plans. This incident is too severe. We've lost all government credibility. With the sudden surge of civilian fishing vessels, we simply can't hold the line. Who could have foreseen such rapid developments? Our NOAA plan has been compromised. Starflag's senior staff and assembly members gathered for discussions. It's too late. Even if we identify the leaker immediately, it won't change anything. The damage is done. We must focus on confronting the global fishing fleet now. Damn it! We're all trying to save human civilization, so why is Xia Nation still receiving praise while all the criticism is directed at us? Xia Nation was exposed too. We thought they'd share the global blame with us, allowing us to grow stronger together. Who knew things would change so fast? This isn't the issue we should be focusing on now. Haven't you noticed? Xia Nation announced in their news that they've already made contact with Mr. Civilization, and their Earth Heart Replacement project has achieved some feasibility. What we must decide now is whether to proceed with our NOAA project or collaborate with Xia Nation. The Stellar Flag Nation's House of Representatives is debating how to respond to this public relations crisis. Meanwhile, online, Xia Nation's news wasn't confined to its borders, it spread rapidly beyond them. Amidst a sea of criticism, voices from Xia Nation began to shift the tide of condemnation. Chapter 142, Xia Nation emerges as savior. It's fine. Lu Qiming responded to the private message. This private message was still an official communication from Xia Nation to Lu Qiming. This time, however, the communication was an apology regarding the news report that had mentioned Lu Qiming. This wasn't the first private message. Before the press conference, Xia Nation's official account had already sent Lu Qiming a private message seeking his opinion. But at that time, Lu Qiming hadn't seen it. After the press conference concluded, the Xia state government sent Lu Qiming another private message to apologize for broadcasting the news without his consent. Lu Qiming responded immediately. Almost immediately after his reply, another private message arrived expressing gratitude to Lu Qiming. Following the thanks, they raised several questions that had accumulated within the task force. Upon seeing these, Lu Qiming casually provided answers. After receiving Lu Qiming's responses, the other party expressed gratitude once more. However, following their thanks, they proposed placing Lu Qiming's name in the lead position for the Earth Heart Replacement Project. They also extended an invitation for Lu Qiming to join the Earth Heart Replacement Project in person. The timing was not yet right. After replying, Lu Qiming closed the private message. He still had matters to attend to. Today, Lu Qiming was heading to the university to register. Publicly, Lu Qiming's identity was that of a cancer survivor. Beyond that, he was also a student. Before becoming a civilization leap forwarder, Lu Qiming still needed to acquire knowledge. However, after becoming a civilization leap forwarder, Lu Qiming had already mastered all existing knowledge on Earth. Nevertheless, he must still report to the school and maintain a semblance of being an ordinary person. Of course, he only needed to register and wouldn't actually attend classes. Before leaving, his mentor, Ding Weiguo, had already made arrangements with the school. Lu Qiming would be able to self-study for the remainder of his time until graduation. After tidying up his home a bit, Lu Qiming stepped out the door and headed toward his school. His physique no longer appeared emaciated, it had transformed into that of an ordinary person. Hidden beneath his clothes was a physique that transcended human limits. Possessing this physique alone allowed Lu Qiming to disregard most modern dangers. Having become a civilization leap forwarder, Lu Qiming now possessed genuine capital, freeing him from excessive worry that exposing his identity would bring danger upon himself. With the accumulated knowledge from the system and the foundation gained as a civilization leap forwarder, Lu Qiming now possessed the means to ensure his safety even after revealing his true self. However, Lu Qiming currently had no intention of publicly revealing his identity, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. Once revealed, it would inevitably attract unnecessary trouble, potentially disrupting his live streams. Earth was changing too rapidly. Even if he didn't wish to reveal himself just yet, it might become unavoidable sooner rather than later. Lu Qiming walked along the street, glancing up at the sky as blue and cloudless as ever. Yet beneath his feet, the Earth was undergoing constant transformation. Perhaps within a decade, its core would completely deplete. The calm would soon be shattered. Lu Qiming understood one thing: even if the Earth's heart replacement project matured and could be launched. But it will also be an immense undertaking, one that requires the combined efforts of all humanity. To undertake such an endeavor, the current structure of humanity on Earth must inevitably undergo some changes. At the very least, priorities would need to be established. Lu Qiming's residence wasn't far from the school, he could walk there. On the way, everything seemed normal. Yet as Lu Qiming passed by passers-by, he overheard them discussing the Earth Heart Replacement Project. Upon returning to campus, Lu Qiming could hear students nearby murmuring phrases like Earth's heart replacement. The issue of the Earth's core nearing depletion had begun to spread its influence. Even Lu Qiming's previous livestreams had never generated such a significant impact as this one. The core's depletion had directly captured the attention of humanity worldwide. Word was that Starflag Nation was in chaos. Overseas forums were now filled with praise for Xia and condemnation of Starflag. Starflag Nation has taken a severe blow this time, someone will have to take responsibility. But the Starflag Nation's government truly showed no humanity. They secretly orchestrated the NOAA project, likely intending to evacuate politicians and the wealthy while disregarding the lives of ordinary people. Lu Qiming even overheard several boys discussing such topics. The problem had already emerged. Even advancing the Earth heart replacement project normally could potentially spark international conflict. Lu Qiming recognized this reality. Without further thought, Lu Qiming headed straight for the dean's office to report in. In Starflag Nation, the congressmen were already overwhelmed. By now, they had received protests from across the nation. These protests came from every level and every social stratum within Starflag Nation. After all, Starflag Nation had a large population, and most people couldn't guarantee they'd secure a ticket aboard Noah's Ark. Thus, discontent was brewing among the citizens of Starflag Nation. Many citizens took to the streets in protest, while some desperate individuals from the lower classes resorted to violence, vandalism, and looting. A minor state of disorder emerged in Starflag Nation. Online conflicts also flared, with numerous Starflag netizens launching petitions demanding the replacement of the nation's leadership. Beyond that, some even petitioned for Starflag Nation to be annexed by Xia Nation outright. News of this reached Xia Nation, and suddenly, Xia Nation appeared before the global audience as a savior, regardless of its past reputation. Citizens from numerous nations petitioned their governments to join the Earth Heart Replacement Project, eager to contribute both to Xia and to the planet's salvation. Chapter 143, Returning to School. Your teacher seems to have joined the Earth Heart Replacement Project. He left in such a hurry before, and his words were vague. We didn't know where he was going. But after seeing the news, it appears he was summoned by the state to join the Earth Heart Replacement Project. Now that the project is public, there's no need for secrecy. External communication is permitted. He just called to inquire about your situation. Lu Qiming was in the academic affairs office when a vice principal addressed him thus: you may occasionally speak with your teacher in the future, though he'll likely be quite busy. But if anything comes up, you can always communicate with your mentor. The vice principal added earnestly, though circumstances are extraordinary, Earth faces crises, we must continue our studies. Don't let these events distract you. Only by mastering sufficient knowledge can we save the Earth. Understood. Lu Qiming nodded, accepting the vice principal's advice. Before long, Lu Qiming had risen to leave, having completed his registration. Lu Qiming exited the school building and walked through the campus, heading home. Just as he reached the school gate, he heard a clear voice call out, "Brother Ming." "Ha?" Lu Qiming turned in surprise. "What are you doing here?" At the school entrance stood a young girl, her face lit up with a radiant smile as she looked at Lu Qiming. "I came to check out the school early," the girl said, skipping over to him cheerfully. "I was wondering if I might see you here when I came. I never thought I actually would. I'll be taking the college entrance exam this summer, so I'll be your junior then." The girl stood before Lu Qiming, looking up at him with a radiant smile on her face and in her eyes. "I also want to thank Brother Ming. Because of your influence, I never gave up on my studies while I was in school. Now I've skipped straight from freshman to senior year. The senior curriculum isn't too difficult, so I'll take the college entrance exam this year." Lu Qiming was somewhat surprised. "I didn't realize you were so smart, you've mastered all the high school material already?" As he spoke, he couldn't help but run his fingers through her silky hair. "Then work hard. Once you get in, I'll treat you to a celebratory meal." Lu Qiming felt a special connection to this young girl. They had been fellow patients at the same hospital. However, Lu Qiming could sense that the young girl relied heavily on him. Given the age difference, Lu Qiming treated her with genuine affection, like a younger sister. "But by the time you come here to study, I'll probably have finished my master's degree." The young girl wrinkled her delicate nose. "Then will you pursue a PhD, Brother Ming?" "Once I get to university, I'll study hard too. I'll work hard to catch up with you, Brother Ming." Lu Qiming smiled. "I'm not sure about the PhD. Graduation season was fast approaching. Lu Qiming couldn't predict what changes might occur then, so he couldn't say for certain. But pursuing a PhD was unnecessary. With his current knowledge, not only would he fall short of a doctorate, but even a national academician would far surpass him. Therefore, pursuing a PhD was something that could be done, but it wasn't necessary. Just focus on your studies. Lu Qiming withdrew his hand and glanced around. Noticing the young girl had come alone, he offered, "Would you like me to show you around campus?" "MHM. The little girl nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain, agreeing repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes. But before we tour the campus, could we take a photo together at the entrance?" Her large eyes fixed on Lu Qiming, a sparkle seemed to dance within them. "Sure thing." Lu Qiming smiled, not bothered by the request. Soon, the two stood at the school entrance, positioned in front of the school's nameplate. The little girl asked a passerby to take their picture, then scampered back to Lu Qiming's side. The next moment, she grabbed his arm and leaned her body toward him. Click. A photo was captured, showing a radiant young woman with a beaming smile and a bright-eyed young man standing at the university entrance. "All right, let me show you around campus." In the next moment, Lu Qiming began guiding the young girl on a tour of the campus. For Lu Qiming, these moments were his rare leisure time for relaxation. Accompanying the young girl on campus, watching her bounce around full of energy, Lu Qiming found himself infected by her spirit. Brother Ming, do you think the Earth heart replacement project will succeed? If it fails, Earth will be doomed. We only have 10 years left. Brother Ming, you have to wait a few more years for me. We've survived cancer. Earth can definitely get through this too. During the tour, the little girl chattered non-stop, talking endlessly with Lu Qiming. Yes, Earth will definitely pull through, and the Earth heart replacement project will surely succeed. Lu Qiming nodded beside her, his resolve to save the planet growing ever stronger within him. Only by giving Earth a new heart can we save it, preventing humanity from having to abandon their homeland. Likewise, only by ensuring Earth's continued existence could its beauty remain unspoiled. By Ming. Back at the school gate, Lu Qiming helped the young girl into a taxi. From inside the car, the young girl waved at Lu Qiming with a look of reluctance. After my college entrance exams, you have to come celebrate with me. Sure, Lu Qiming nodded in agreement. Watching the taxi disappear from sight, Lu Qiming turned toward his own home. He needed to return to continue his livestream, covering the second segment of spacecraft manufacturing knowledge, specifically, the crucial engine systems. Unbeknownst to Lu Qiming, upon his return, a Weibo account named Love Diary had just updated with a new photo. The photo showed a young man and woman standing in the sunlight at the school gate. The girl's smile was as radiant as a flower, the boy's face bright and sunny, and a pair of long, fair hands were visible. The blogger wasn't lying. Ming's hands did bear a striking resemblance to Mr. Ming's. Chapter 144, Identity Exposed? Welcome back to the livestream. Last time, we covered spacecraft manufacturing, specifically the material science and fluid dynamics aspects. This time, we'll delve into another crucial component of spacecraft construction. The engine is, as we all know, the most crucial component for all modern transportation vehicles, be it automobiles, airplanes, trains, or others. The engine. Engines are like the heart of machinery, providing a steady stream of power. For spacecraft, engines are even more vital, as they must sustain the vessel's journey through the cosmos. Therefore, spacecraft engines must possess power capabilities beyond what current terrestrial engine technology can conceive. Lu Qiming's livestream quickly got down to business. For Lu Qiming, his current livestream felt somewhat like a teacher routinely delivering lessons to students. The only difference was that his students now spanned the entire planet. Precisely because of this, Lu Qiming was now revered as a sage in Xia Nation, a contemporary sage. Countless scholars worldwide revered him as their teacher. Ordinary people viewed him as a superhero or savior. Especially after Xia Nation publicly acknowledged Lu Qiming in official news reports and formally expressed gratitude to him. Voices from around the world, while praising Xia Nation, also expressed their admiration and respect for Lu Qiming. They regarded Xia, the nation that proposed the Earth heart replacement plan, as the savior nation. Thus, Lu Qiming himself is seen as the savior. Countless people tuned into Lu Qiming's livestream, with many scholars studying intently. On this day, professionals from numerous global automotive, shipbuilding, and aviation industries, along with anyone connected to engine technology, were almost universally tuned into Lu Qiming's broadcast. After all, what Lu Qiming was explaining in his livestream was spacecraft engines technology far surpassing anything on Earth. Although we have collected countless audio samples of Mr. Civilization, we have yet to find a real-world counterpart matching his voice. Within the X project team, Lu Qiming is no longer referred to as the target. Instead, he is now addressed directly as Mr. Civilization. Sir is a term of respect. It has also become the universal title of respect for Lu Qiming worldwide. The search for X project team has undergone many changes since its inception. Its functions have shifted several times, and it now even serves as a conduit for communicating with Lu Qiming. Yet one thing remains unchanged: the relentless pursuit of uncovering the true identity of the figure known as Civilization. With every new livestream by Lu Qiming, the team continues to analyze and investigate, refusing to give up on uncovering his true identity. They have collected all audio data from Lu Qiming's livestreams since their inception, attempting to cross-reference and identify matches across various real-world sources. Yet they have found no one whose voice matches Lu Qiming's. Given Mr. Ming's exceptional internet expertise, we suspect his voice may have been altered. We recommend abandoning voice-based methods to locate Mr. Ming. The project team has never given up searching for Lu Qiming. However, their motivation for seeking him has evolved. Initially, they sought to control Lu Qiming. Later, it shifted to a desire to protect him. And now, their goal in finding him is to seek his assistance. They continued to explore other avenues in search of clues regarding Mr. Ming's identity. During this livestream, the project team continued monitoring Lu Qiming, simultaneously recording his broadcast content while integrating various data investigations from the team. They discovered clues online suggesting a possible connection to Mr. Ming. Photos circulating online showed hands bearing an uncanny resemblance to those displayed by Mr. Ming during his livestreams. Further comparisons were conducted. Study hard and strive to build your own spaceship, so even if the Earth heart replacement plan fails, you can still escape. Study hard, study hard. Build, build. For the next decade, forget everything else, just focus on learning how to build spaceships. At this moment in Lu Qiming's livestream, the audience was intensely engaged and remarkably attentive. This livestream was exceptionally rare in its level of viewer engagement. Even many auto mechanics students were intently watching the stream, eager to learn spaceship building techniques. The fundamentals of spacecraft engines are built upon. However, spacecraft construction knowledge still required a certain threshold, leaving many ordinary viewers only partially grasping the concepts. Yet to professionals, Lu Qiming's explanations were both thorough and accessible, offering valuable insights. The original Emergency Corps Decline Response Task Force has now been disbanded. More accurately, it has transitioned directly into the Earth Heart Replacement Project team. At this moment, members of the Earth Heart Replacement Project team were intently watching the live stream. For them, the focus wasn't on spacecraft construction, but rather on extracting knowledge from Lu Qiming's broadcast that could enhance the Earth Heart Replacement Project. This spacecraft engine technology proved exceptionally useful. Combined with our nuclear fusion technology, this engine could be adapted into excavation equipment capable of digging into the Earth. Combined with the space materials we acquired earlier, we might not even need the technology of the ancient civilization. We could potentially excavate a passage from the Earth's surface to its core ourselves, enabling us to replace the Earth's core with an artificial one. Indeed, this is highly useful. Make sure to document it thoroughly. Locate Project X team. Conduct fingerprint comparisons between Mr. Civilization's hand photos and online images. Fingerprint comparison in progress. Chapter 145, Global Unity. This live stream concludes here. The next broadcast will cover the remaining content on spacecraft construction. The second livestream didn't finish covering spacecraft construction either, so another session will be needed. Amidst a flood of comments pleading for more, Lu Qiming ended the broadcast. But just as he closed the stream, Lu Qiming suddenly heard the system's cold, mechanical voice echo in his mind. Host identity is under suspicion. Certain clues have been exposed online. Should we cover them up? Ha! The sudden system alert startled Lu Qiming. His identity was under suspicion? Was he about to be exposed? Lu Qiming had no idea why the system would suddenly alert him like this. Then Lu Qiming couldn't help but ask, how could I be suspected? Didn't the system alter my voice during the livestream? And I've never revealed any personal information, how could I be under suspicion? Host's fingerprints were exposed. The system's voice provided an explanation. Since it was an accidental exposure, the system hadn't immediately altered the information online. Simultaneously with the voice alert, Lu Qiming received a message from the system. Upon receiving the message, Lu Qiming instantly understood which link in the chain had led to his identity being questioned. It was her. Lu Qiming shook his head, pulled out his phone, searched Weibo, and found 2 images of himself still circulating online. These 2 photos were what had raised suspicions about Lu Qiming. The only part of me ever exposed during the livestream was my hands. He never imagined these photos would be used to expose him. Lu Qiming felt a sense of oversight, as if he'd missed a crucial detail. But it wasn't beyond repair. After all, these clues were all online, and the system could easily intervene to alter them. In fact, even without the system, Lu Qiming could make certain adjustments himself. He should address this first. For now, he was merely under suspicion, not completely exposed. With that thought, Lu Qiming immediately began working on his computer. He began altering the photos of himself that had been exposed online at their source, introducing subtle differences in the fingerprints. These subtle alterations would temporarily sever the link to his involvement. This way, even if they compared the minute patterns on the back of my hand, they wouldn't match. That should clear me of suspicion, right? Lu Qiming thought this, yet he wasn't overly concerned. Because the current Lu Qiming possessed sufficient self-protection capabilities and confidence. Even if his identity were exposed, there would be no real danger. However, the exposure would disrupt the seemingly tranquil life he currently maintained. Therefore, for the time being, Lu Qiming had no intention of revealing his true identity. After handling the matter briefly, Lu Qiming headed straight into the system lab to conduct experiments, not dwelling on the issue. He even harbored no resentment toward the young girl who had uploaded the photo online. After technically restoring the online image and extracting detailed fingerprints, comparison revealed it was not the same person, merely 2 hands with strikingly similar appearances. The owner of the online image had been identified as a student of Professor Ding Weiguo, a member of the current Earth Heart Replacement Project team. He had been diagnosed with cancer over half a year ago. 2 months prior, his cancer had worsened. He voluntarily left the hospital, rented a place elsewhere to live alone, and returned when the national anti-cancer medication was distributed. He had since recovered and was now residing in one of Professor Ding Weiguo's properties. As the comparison results emerged, investigations into Lu Qiming's identity also commenced. The X-Project team, possessing national-level authority, operates with unparalleled efficiency. Consequently, within a remarkably short time frame, Lu Qiming's complete identity details were thoroughly uncovered. Everything appeared to be in order. However, the photo's subject was named Lu Qiming, which bore a slight resemblance to Mr. Wunming's name. It's advisable to conduct an investigation to confirm this. Confirm Lu Qiming's activities during the period after he left the hospital. Across the internet, fueled by global fishing vessels and the proliferation of information, nearly 99% of the world's population now knows that Earth's core will deplete within a decade. Some may not fully grasp the concept of the core, yet they know Earth could face destruction within a decade. Consequently, chaos has erupted in some nations. Due to the incompetence of local governments, civil unrest has proliferated, making stability impossible. Even in Starflag Nation, riots have erupted in certain regions. Compounded by the exposure of the Starflag government's NOAA project, public trust in the administration has plummeted to an all-time low. However, while some regions experience unrest, the entire planet has not yet descended into widespread chaos. This stability stems from Xia Nation's announcement of the Earth Heart Replacement Plan, which has calmed public sentiment and offered hope to people worldwide. Otherwise, had only Starflag unveiled its NOAA plan, the world would likely have descended into chaos over the Earth's impending doom. Now, with Xia Nation's existence and its endorsement of the Earth Heart Replacement Plan, numerous nations worldwide have pinned their hopes on Xia Nation. In less than a day, over 80% of the world's governments have already extended overtures of goodwill towards Xia Nation. Simultaneously, scientists worldwide have sent their resumes and expressions of interest directly to Xia Nation, eager to join the Earth Heart Replacement Project. Some national governments have even declared they will henceforth follow Xia Nation's lead. Even the Neon Nation, historically aligned with the Star Banner Nation, decisively switched allegiance at this juncture, extending its respect to Xia Nation. Similarly, ordinary citizens across the globe underwent a profound shift in their perception of Xia Nation. Under this mounting pressure, the Starflag Nation's government was compelled to respond. Chapter 146, The Shameless Starflag Nation. Within a single day, the news had spread globally, making the Earth Pill known to all. Meanwhile, Xia Nation's public announcement of the Earth Heart Replacement Project offered hope to all humanity and the entire planet, propelling Xia Nation's prestige to unprecedented heights. Conversely, Starflag Nation faced a grim situation. The exposure of its NOAA project had turned the nation into a pariah, with public outrage nearly reaching boiling point. After all, the vast majority of people on this planet are ordinary folk. Ordinary people never imagined that if a real Noah's Ark emerged to escape Earth, they would have the right to board it. Even within Starflag Nation itself, unrest began to simmer. Under immense pressure, even the Starflag government was struggling to hold its ground. Under these circumstances, the Starflag Nation's government was compelled to hold a press conference to apologize to the public. We will strongly support and join the Earth Heart Replacement Plan, vigorously promoting this initiative to contribute our share to our planet. Simultaneously, we must prepare contingency measures by advancing Starflag's spacecraft manufacturing capabilities to ensure an additional layer of security beyond the Earth Heart Replacement Project. The Starflag Nation's officials directly held a press conference to announce these commitments, declaring their intention to join the Earth Heart Replacement Project and fully support Xia Nation's efforts in this endeavor. However, during the press conference, Starflag Nation's remarks carried subtle implications. In recent times, numerous nations have publicly declared their support for Xia Nation's Earth Heart Replacement Project. Yet these nations all possess a clear sense of their own limitations, positioning themselves to assist Xia Nation in executing the Earth Heart Replacement. Starflag Nation, however, held a public press conference under pressure from fishing vessel incidents, yet still declared its intent to lead the Earth Heart Replacement Plan. Almost immediately after the news of Starflag's press conference reached Xia Nation, it sparked a wave of condemnation from Xia Nation's netizens. How shameless! Starflag's true colors are fully exposed. How audacious! Starflag wants to lead a project initiated by Xia? Put. That Starflag government is truly despicable, secretly building their own Noah's Ark to escape, refusing to apologize after being exposed, and still having the nerve to claim leadership over the Earth Heart Replacement Project. The Earth Heart Replacement Project was clearly proposed and initiated by our Xia Nation, yet Starflag Nation has the audacity to demand leadership? Though Starflag is a major power on Earth, its government is utterly unreliable. Humanity's future absolutely cannot be entrusted to Starflag. Disgusting. Starflag Nation has long been accustomed to dominance, even now still viewing itself as the world's center. Thus, even when forced to speak out, their tone remains aggressive and domineering. They even seek to take the initiative in the Earth Heart Replacement Project. After Starflag's announcement, condemnation erupted not only within Xia Nation but also among Western netizens who sensed something amiss and voiced their objections. Starflag's actions are utterly disgusting. The Starflag Nation's government still considers itself the world's foremost power, believing the entire globe should revolve around it. Starflag's current administration is the worst yet. After abandoning humanity and Earth, they refuse to apologize and instead dare to challenge Xia for control of the Earth Heart Replacement Project? If the Earth Heart Replacement Project is handed over to Starflag to lead, is there any hope left for Earth? It's impossible to trust the Starflag government. If Earth's hope rests on Starflag, then Earth will be utterly doomed. Starflag absolutely cannot be allowed to lead the Earth heart replacement project. We must stop them. Almost immediately after the Starflag Nation's official announcement, numerous netizens voiced their opposition. Now, the Starflag Nation government has lost credibility not only within its own borders. Globally, people no longer trust Starflag Nation. To make matters worse, Starflag's public declaration of intent to lead the Earth heart replacement project has sparked a wave of condemnation and backlash. It's not just netizens from Xia and other nations boycotting, even Starflag citizens themselves no longer trust their own government. Good heavens, what is the government thinking? After abandoning Earth and most of humanity, they actually delude themselves into believing they can lead the Earth heart replacement project? Are they trying to destroy Earth? We cannot let them succeed. Only Xia Nation is reliable. Only Mr. Civilization is worthy of our trust. Let's vote right now to replace the government leadership. I regret that vote I cast 2 years ago. After the Starflag Nation's official announcement, global condemnation erupted instantly. Even Starflag's own media and citizens offered no defense of their nation. Starflag Nation had simply squandered too much of its government's credibility in the previous wave of events. Now, neither their own people nor other nations on Earth trust Starflag at all. Instead, people are pinning their hopes on Xia Nation. They hoped Xia would stand firm. The Earth heart replacement project absolutely must not be led by Starflag. Xia must step up. The initiative to save Earth cannot be relinquished. Please, Xia Nation is Earth's only hope. Mr. Civilization is our savior. As for Starflag Nation, let them go to hell. Amidst the chorus of condemnation and boycott against Starflag Nation, numerous voices staunchly supported Xia Nation. Their reactions and objectives were unified. The initiative's leadership must never fall into Starbanner's hands. Some extremists even argued that Starflag should be excluded from the Earth heart replacement project altogether. Let the Starflag Nation officials take their Noah's Ark and get the hell off Earth. They don't deserve to stay here. Amidst this turmoil, Xia Nation's diplomatic corps took action, issuing a formal statement addressing the matter. The Earth heart replacement project was proposed by Xia Nation and is led and guided by Mr. Civilization. We request global assistance for the Earth heart replacement project, but we refuse to allow other nations or factions to easily dominate it. The Earth heart replacement project concerns the very survival of our planet, and Xia must bear full responsibility for it. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Xia Nation issued this forceful statement. The Earth heart replacement project welcomes assistance, but rejects any nation's interference. Chapter 147. He is Mr. Civilization. The Starflag Nation's official response, a series of reckless maneuvers, only intensified the backlash. Boycott calls erupted across the globe. Xia Nation responded with remarkable speed, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs delivering a forceful counterstatement that elevated Xia Nation's prestige to new heights. Within Starflag Nation, dissenting voices began to emerge. The actions of some high-ranking officials had sparked opposition among lower-level administrators and even within the military. These voices were particularly strong. Whether it was the exposure of Starflag's Noah project or its recent proposal to lead Earth's heart replacement initiative, the nation's government continued to lose credibility. Dissenting voices have also emerged within Starflag itself. Calls for a new election to select fresh leadership have grown increasingly vocal. Under these circumstances, the Starflag government has little energy left to continue responding to the situation. Meanwhile, the Earth heart replacement project initiated by Xia Nation steadily gained momentum. Top scientists from across the globe began voluntarily joining this endeavor. We conducted an investigation into Lu Qiming. In his rented apartment outside the city, we discovered a computer desk. The X-Project team adopted a better safe than sorry approach toward Lu Qiming during their investigation, which led to a significant discovery. We discovered that in Lu Qiming's rented apartment outside the city, there was a walnut-colored table remarkably similar to the one displayed during Mr. Wenming's first livestream. Walnut brown is a color found in nearly all wooden furniture. When the X-Project team was searching for Lu Qiming, they had scoured the entire country for furniture factories producing this specific grain pattern, but it proved as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. However, during the investigation into Lu Qiming and visits to his former residences, they discovered the walnut-colored table. This discovery directly linked Lu Qiming to leading civilization, adding another crucial connection. This discovery represented an extraordinary breakthrough for the team, one that was unprecedented. Therefore, they did not abandon this lead but instead continued their investigation. They investigated whether Lu Qiming had purchased large quantities of A4 paper near his rental residence during his stay there. They swiftly moved to the next step. Field agents carrying Lu Qiming's photo began visiting nearby stationery and office supply stores to make inquiries. While all this was happening, Lu Qiming remained in the system laboratory conducting experiments. Due to the time ratio and his mastery of knowledge, building a spaceship in the system lab was a relatively simple task. Beyond attempting spacecraft construction, Lu Qiming primarily conducted simulation experiments to explore broader possibilities for the Earth heart replacement project. The sheer difficulty of Earth's heart transplant meant countless additional problems required consideration. In the real world, however, there was only one chance to address these problems. If even the slightest error occurred during the core replacement, the entire planet could be doomed. This was the greatest difficulty of the Earth core replacement project. Faced with this challenge, Lu Qiming conducted experiment after experiment within the space laboratory. From every angle and perspective, he relentlessly tested and refined his approach, sifting through vast experimental data to pinpoint the optimal solution. This was Lu Qiming's greatest strength, and he naturally made full use of it. Yet, while immersed in his experiments within the system laboratory, Lu Qiming remained completely unaware that he had already been placed under investigation as a suspect. Of course, even if he had known, Lu Qiming wouldn't have been overly concerned. Online comparisons of Lu Qiming's fingerprints and those displayed by Mr. Wunming showed similarities but no exact match. Yet, in his rented apartment, authorities discovered a desk surface identical to the one Mr. Wunming had shown during his livestream, the pattern alignment matching at a staggering 99% similarity. Furthermore, Lu Qiming and Mr. Wunming shared a certain similarity in their names, both containing the same character. Investigators visited office supply stores near his rental unit. While nearby surveillance footage proved unavailable, an employee at one store recalled Lu Qiming. Based on these clues, the possibility that Lu Qiming is Mr. Wunming awaits further investigation and confirmation. Continuing our investigation, we discovered that during his illness, a hospital director surnamed Chow had kept physical photographs of Lu Qiming and other patients. Among these, we located Lu Qiming's photo, including a hand image taken to document excessive needle punctures. A subsequent fingerprint comparison revealed a 99% similarity to Mr. Wunming's fingerprints. Voice comparison yielded minimal similarity, though we suspect Mr. Wunming's livestream voice may have been processed. Through comprehensive investigation, we reached the following conclusions. Lu Qiming is 90% likely to be the mysterious online streamer known as Civilization. Below are Lu Qiming's personal details and the investigation report. Lu Qiming, male, 24 years old, orphan. Abandoned at an orphanage entrance 1 week after birth, parents remain unidentified. By age 3, he spoke fluently, recognized numbers and letters, and performed basic addition and subtraction. Enrolled in elementary school at age 6. From middle school onward, he consistently maintained outstanding academic performance and received school awards. During university, he continued his studies diligently and caught the attention of Ding Weiguo, a leading scholar in high-energy physics in China. After Lu Qiming passed the postgraduate entrance exam, Ding took him under his wing as a student. Personality analysis report for Lu Qiming, passionate about learning, sunny disposition. Chapter 148, treated as a national treasure. It is not advisable to approach them directly. As indicated during communication, Mr. Wunming appears reluctant to disclose his identity at this time. If approached as equals, it is advisable to respect his wishes. However, it may be possible to probe from other angles, such as through Lu Qiming's mentor, Ding Weiguo. On an equal footing, you could try conveying that the state is aware of his identity. Further action, however, requires careful planning. Proceed cautiously while respecting Mr. Wunming's own wishes. When Lu Qiming emerged from the system space, another day had passed in the real world. It was only then that Lu Qiming learned of the changes outside through his mobile network. In such a short time, the Star Flag Nation's government had nearly driven everyone to the brink of revolt. Watching the world's transformations unfold online, Lu Qiming couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Though moved, he found these developments unsurprising. The crisis Earth faced was bound to reshape the entire world, completely altering the existing order. The upheaval in Star Flag Nation, though intense, was not entirely unexpected. Xia Nation had seized control of the Earth Heart Replacement Project, effectively holding the future of the entire planet in its hands. As the project progressed, if it succeeded, Xia Nation would become the focal point of the entire world, the dominant force of the new Earth era. Lu Qiming understood this point well. In truth, even without the core depletion crisis, Xia's mastery of Chinese programming and nuclear fusion technology alone would have gradually enabled its transformation over time. But the crisis of the Earth's core depletion had drastically accelerated the process. In Lu Qiming's view, this outcome was something he welcomed. Of course, for now, everything depended on weathering this planetary crisis. Sitting before his computer, Lu Qiming recorded data obtained through countless experiments in the systems lab. He then noticed a missed call from his advisor, Ding Weiguo. He had been in the systems lab when the call came in, so he hadn't noticed it. Glancing at the missed call notification on his phone, Lu Qiming hesitated and ultimately decided not to return the call. He wasn't sure if his advisor was available to take a call right now, so he decided to wait for him to call back. The next moment, just as Lu Qiming set his phone down, a mechanical, cold system prompt echoed in his mind, host identity officially confirmed by Xia Nation authorities. Exercise utmost caution. His identity had been exposed? This genuinely caught Lu Qiming off guard. He had already processed the images online, how could he still be exposed? Lu Qiming was puzzled by this, but he didn't panic much about his identity being exposed. He had prepared for this eventuality and was ready to handle whatever consequences followed his exposure. The only thing that still puzzled him was this: if his identity was exposed, why hadn't the authorities come knocking immediately? Lu Qiming vaguely suspected the reason, though he couldn't be certain. Knowing his identity was out meant officials from Xia Nation could come knocking at any moment. Lu Qiming sat down at his computer and made preparations. With thorough preparations in place, even if someone burst through his door the next moment, Lu Qiming wouldn't panic. Yet, as time passed, Lu Qiming's home remained quiet. No one came to check the water meter, deliver packages, or repair the air conditioner. Lu Qiming gave up waiting and checked his latest private messages. The Xia state official, still using the account Shang Tianweili, had sent a message. It began with the usual greetings and pleasantries, but then proceeded to report to Lu Qiming on the progress of Earth's heart replacement plan and outline some of the problems they had encountered. The message timestamp clearly showed it had been sent recently, yet it contained no attempts to probe Lu Qiming's identity. Lu Qiming stroked his chin, forming a hypothesis: even if they knew my identity, they hadn't come directly because I'd expressed a temporary reluctance to reveal myself. So they were respecting my wishes? With this hypothesis in mind, Lu Qiming didn't dwell on the matter. Instead, he replied directly via computer, clacking away to address their questions. He even sent over key data conclusions from his repeated experiments in the system lab. With that done, Lu Qiming prepared to go live. Beep. A live stream notification spread across the globe, reaching countless phones and computers. Mr. Civilization has gone live. An attempt was made to have Professor Ding Weiguo call for final confirmation. The call went unanswered, confirming beyond doubt that Lu Qiming was indeed Mr. Civilization, the leader of civilization. Maintain the original plan and hold your position, but implement strict surveillance within a 300-meter radius of Mr. Wenming. Conduct thorough screening of potential threats near Mr. Wenming to ensure his absolute safety and eliminate all unstable elements in the vicinity. His identity is classified at the highest level of secrecy, inaccessible without the highest clearance. The project team conducted an internal self-inspection and reaffirmed confidentiality protocols, designating Lu Qiming as a top-secret level. Leakage would be treated as treason. This report was submitted to the Supreme Leader of Xia Nation. The Supreme Leader responded, directing all actions to follow the project team's expert recommendations and to treat Mr. Wenming with the utmost respect befitting a national treasure. Welcome everyone to this live stream. After greeting the tens of millions of viewers in the live stream room, Lu Qiming glanced at his phone, which was ringing. Under normal circumstances, Lu Qiming would always answer a call from his mentor. Even during a live stream, he could answer directly. The system would process and mute the audio, eliminating any risk of revealing private information. But at this moment, Lu Qiming understood why his mentor would call at this particular time. It must be the authorities verifying my identity. If that's the case, let them verify it. Lu Qiming didn't answer the call. Chapter 149, Rapid Decline, 3 years. Lu Qiming had deduced why he received the mentor's call right after starting his livestream. So he simply didn't answer, sending a clear signal for them to confirm he was the one leading the civilization. At this point, Lu Qiming had no reservations about revealing his identity, as he had long been prepared. For a spacecraft to navigate through space, beyond its survival capabilities, we must also consider its endurance. Lu Qiming continued his livestream, still explaining the spacecraft's construction. The spacecraft's construction would require roughly 4 live streams in total. The technologies Lu Qiming had previously demonstrated were now being urgently developed worldwide. For instance, the novel space-grade materials and the unique spacecraft engines. In this 4th livestream, Lu Qiming is explaining the spacecraft's operating system and interstellar navigation. In the live stream room, many people were intently watching the broadcast, learning from it. The world's attention is now largely focused on Lu Qiming's livestream. But that doesn't mean the entire world has ceased its normal operations. On the contrary, many remain steadfast at their posts, upholding human order and societal functions. Out on the Atlantic Ocean, at a specific coordinate, the cruiser Weiwu still lay anchored. From the Vigor, a submarine had previously launched to continue its exploration of Sun City. With a whoosh, the submarine broke the surface and surfaced. When the crew emerged, their expressions were solemn. A new discovery had been made. The energy core at the bottom of Sun City had ignited. In Yellowstone National Park, Starflag Nation, there had once been an energy core reactor. This energy core reactor lay hidden beneath the Yellowstone volcano. The Yellowstone volcano had not erupted for 6.42 million years. However, it remains an active volcano, meaning it could erupt at any moment. Even if the energy core reactor had not been discovered here, a Starflag Nation observation team was stationed here in real time. For should the Yellowstone volcano erupt, it could engulf the entire Starflag Nation. Yet at this very moment, the National Observation Team stationed within the park detected an anomaly. The energy level of the reactor at the volcano's base is rising. Changes were occurring within the volcano, with energy fluctuations rapidly intensifying, signaling magma consolidation. Upon detecting this, the entire team was seized by terror. Neon Nation, Mount Fuji. Beneath Mount Fuji lies an energy core reactor, the highest level high-energy reactor in the nation. At this moment, however, readings showed that the already high energy level of 7 had surged another level higher, reaching 8. This discovery sent shockwaves through the Neon Nation. Previous news disclosures had revealed all intelligence regarding civilization city and Earth, leaving nothing concealed. Thus, nearly everyone on the planet now understood what this surge in reactor energy levels signified. Earth was in its twilight phase, a period of last gasp resurgence before decline. Yet the peak of this resurgence marked the very beginning of its rapid collapse. In other words, when the reactors left behind by these ancient civilizations worldwide reached their maximum level of 10, it would mark the turning point from Earth's peak to its decline. It would also signal the beginning of the depletion of Earth's core. This fact is now widely known. Therefore, the moment an increase in the energy reactor's power level is detected, the discoverer is invariably startled. Simultaneously, discoveries were made at volcanic sites across other regions of the globe. At this very moment, every volcano worldwide, whether active or long dormant, began to show signs of change. If the spacecraft were too. Lu Qiming was still streaming live, though this broadcast had progressed well beyond the halfway point. But it was precisely at this moment that Lu Qiming noticed some abnormal comments appearing in the live chat. Oh no! The Earth's core is rapidly collapsing. Yellowstone volcano and Starflag Nation seems to be erupting. Lu Qiming saw these comments on his screen and couldn't help but feel surprised. What's going on? Lu Qiming wondered internally, but his live stream continued uninterrupted. He understood that even if he stopped the broadcast now, he wouldn't be able to do anything effective after shutting it down. So he kept streaming. Whatever problems arose, the system's live streaming mission must persist. Only by doing so could he gain more knowledge from the system. Only by mastering sufficient knowledge could he better aid Earth. Lu Qiming understood this well. So when he noticed the flood of similar messages in the comments, he kept streaming. 1 hour, 2 hours. This live stream ends here. This time, Lu Qiming ended the live stream more decisively than ever before. After shutting down the stream, Lu Qiming immediately got to work. He first checked online news to learn about the New Year greetings circulating worldwide during his broadcast. Global volcanic activity? Energy core reactor levels rising? Just catching these two keywords was enough for Lu Qiming to understand what was happening. Originally, it was estimated that Earth's core would complete its final burst of activity within a decade before exhaustion. But judging by these new data points, it seemed Earth wouldn't last even a decade. In fact, within just 3 to 5 years, the Earth's core would completely collapse. Lu Qiming's expression turned grave and solemn as he grasped this reality. The volcanic disturbances and the rising energy levels in the reactors were all signaling the same thing: they were caused by the core rapidly releasing energy. This means the core is accelerating its depletion. Time is running out for Earth. Human civilization has little time left. Everything, absolutely everything, must be accelerated. The Earth's core replacement project must be launched within 3 years at the latest. Otherwise, it will be too late. Chapter 150. One by one, they step forward. Lu Qiming directly accessed observation data from around the world through his computer, using Chinese programming. He then confirmed beyond doubt that the Earth's core was indeed accelerating its energy release. The final burst phase was drawing near. The release of core energy could also pose dangers. Any volcano could erupt unexpectedly. Lu Qiming also checked his private messages and discovered another official notification among them, specifically addressing these matters with him. I am aware. We must accelerate the Earth core replacement project. Lu Qiming replied, but after sending that single sentence, he paused. The next moment, he sent a more detailed reply: begin manufacturing the artificial core immediately. Space materials can be utilized for its construction. An artificial core built according to the parameters I provided will be strong enough to withstand the pressure from the Earth's core. We must also begin developing and manufacturing excavation equipment. We cannot rely on the technology of prehistoric civilizations. What we can do is rely on ourselves. Beyond that, we also need. Lu Qiming had paused briefly, deep in thought and hesitation. Moments later, he had reached a conclusion and promptly replied with these words. And these words, once sent, meant Lu Qiming was directly assigning tasks to the Earth Heart Replacement Project team. Previously, the Xia Nation government had repeatedly invited Lu Qiming to step forward as the plan's leader, but he had declined. Now, with Earth's situation deteriorating further, Lu Qiming had fewer reservations. He intervened directly, remotely assigning tasks through his reply. Lu Qiming's response was forceful and resolute. Over there, however, they sensed nothing amiss and even responded with some satisfaction. Fine, let it be arranged thus. No further questions were raised. Even though they now knew Lu Qiming's true identity, they would pretend ignorance until he made his own declaration. This was the consensus reached by the X project team, and the effect of Xia Nation's highest leadership treating him as a national treasure. At this moment, the Xia state officials were interacting with Lu Qiming on a completely equal and respectful footing. After replying, Lu Qiming sat down in his chair and murmured to himself, "Only 3 years left. I wonder if it will be enough time. Now, the Earth heart replacement project must be implemented, yet numerous challenges remain to be overcome. Earth has less than 10 years left? Is the Xia government actively recruiting special talents?" In a small town somewhere in Xia Nation, Xia and his friend Xing Xing exchanged bewildered glances upon seeing this news. The report explicitly stated that among the special talents being recruited were outstanding experts in Chinese programming. Although Chinese programming had become thoroughly widespread, those who truly mastered it to the point of freely utilizing it to meet standards were few and far between across the entire Xia Nation. Yet Xia and his friend Xing were among those few. After reading the news, the two remained silent for a long while. As the quiet atmosphere lingered, they both spoke up simultaneously. "Wei." As they began to speak, they realized the other had started too. After uttering those two words, they both paused. Then, their eyes met, as if sharing a silent understanding, and they spoke again simultaneously. "Let's join in." Their words were identical. After this sentence, Xiaoxia slowly added, "We learned Chinese programming to change our own lives. But now, the entire planet is in peril. If we don't contribute our share, the Earth might truly be lost forever." "Yeah." Xiaoxing nodded emphatically. "We have to do something. We never imagined we could contribute to our country, to humanity, to the Earth, but now we have this incredible opportunity. In that case," Xiaoxia declared decisively, "we'll sign up immediately and buy tickets to the capital." Xiaoxia declared decisively, while Xiaoxing beside him nodded in agreement. To them, the idea of applying and not being selected simply didn't exist. Though it hadn't been long, their mindset had undergone a tremendous shift. In the current landscape of Chinese programming in Xia Nation, they possessed absolute confidence that they belonged among the very top tier of technical talent. Xiaoxia and her friend Xiaoxing were not isolated cases, but merely a snapshot of the broader landscape. Across the entire nation, from every corner of Xia, people were flocking in droves. Top talents from all walks of life, upon seeing the national recruitment announcement, either signed up without hesitation or after a moment's thought, then headed straight for the capital. Moreover, Xia Nation's official recruitment announcement wasn't confined to domestic citizens, it was a global call. Thus, this phenomenon wasn't confined to Xia alone. Across the entire planet, top talents in scientific research from other nations have submitted applications and booked flights to Xia. Xia's actions were swift and decisive. Upon detecting global shifts in core energy reactors and realizing Earth's core might not last another decade, potentially collapsing within 3 to 5 years, they immediately released the news and aggressively launched a worldwide talent recruitment drive. Leading experts across numerous fields are now converging on Xia's capital. Here lay the hope for humanity's salvation, and the very heart of Earth's core replacement project. Lu Qiming stared at the official news release from Xia Nation on his computer screen, along with the talent recruitment announcement within it. He fell silent for a moment. At that moment, Lu Qiming's phone began flashing repeatedly as someone sent him a message. Moments later, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed the name of his mentor, Ding Weiguo. At that moment, Lu Qiming made his decision. Earth was at a critical juncture. Unless I personally lead the Earth heart replacement project, I won't be able to rest easy. Lu Qiming stood up and answered his advisor's call. Chapter 151, Only Xia Nation Can Help. "Hello, Professor." Lu Qiming answered the call. "Qiming, you." On the other end, his advisor Ding Weiguo's voice sounded hesitant and uncertain. "Professor, what's on your mind?" Lu Qiming replied directly. On the other end, Ding Weiguo seemed to have made up his mind. "Are you the one leading the civilized movement online?" Ding Weiguo's emotions were deeply conflicted at that moment. Just the day before, Ding Weiguo had received word from higher-ups instructing him to cooperate with certain matters and call his student, Lu Qiming. Initially puzzled, Ding Weiguo feared Lu Qiming might be in trouble and voiced his concerns. But the person from above had Ding Weiguo sign a confidentiality agreement before informing him of certain matters. Ding Weiguo found it hard to believe that his student, Lu Qiming, could be the one whose livestream had triggered such dramatic changes across the entire world. Ding Weiguo then tried calling Lu Qiming twice, but the calls didn't go through. The higher-ups informed him that Lu Qiming's identity had been confirmed with over 90% certainty. Therefore, after Earth's temporal state underwent another massive shift and Mr. Civilization's livestream concluded, Ding Weiguo couldn't resist calling once more. Even now, he found it hard to believe that his familiar student had transformed overnight into the internet's guiding force of civilization. When the call connected, Ding Weiguo hesitated before speaking, gathering his courage to finally ask. "Qiming, are you Mr. Civilization?" Mr. Civilization had become the respectful title most people now used for the figure leading the civilized world. "It's me, teacher." The answer from the other end of the line caught Ding Weiguo completely off guard. He was stunned, overwhelmed by disbelief and profound shock. Could Qiming truly be Mr. Wenming? Ding Weiguo's mind went blank, this thought echoing relentlessly in his head. So stunned was he that he forgot how he had even hung up the phone. Even after hanging up, Ding Weigua remained in a daze, unable to fully process the reality of the situation. The teacher knew too. Lu Qiming hung up the phone, and in that moment, he understood his life would never be the same again. But this change didn't affect Lu Qiming as profoundly. After all, the changes on Earth were destined to alter the lives of countless people across the planet. Lu Qiming lowered his head. I should focus on completing the 5th live streaming mission first. For Lu Qiming, saving the Earth was important, but completing the system's tasks was equally crucial. Because the two were inextricably linked. Without the system's intervention, Lu Qiming might already have succumbed to cancer. And human civilization, lacking breakthrough technology, would likely perish alongside Earth, vanishing into the cosmos. One more livestream would complete this mission. The next task would no longer be randomly assigned by the system. Instead, it would require a search of the system's knowledge base. Based on previous missions, Lu Qiming deduced the system likely issued tasks with a certain bias. However, the system's bias clearly mirrored that of the Starflag Nation, favoring the abandonment of Earth while preserving the seeds of civilization. Lu Qiming refused to accept this outcome. He resolved to make changes for the next mission, proactively searching the system's knowledge base for the next live streaming task. No matter what, the Earth Heart Replacement Project must succeed. He hoped the next time, he could gain some useful knowledge from the system's knowledge base. Lu Qiming lifted his head, gazing toward the capital. After this live mission concludes, it seems I'll have no choice but to reveal my true identity. Earth may have only 5 years left. Humanity must complete the Earth Heart Replacement Project within 3 years to save the planet. United as one, success is inevitable. Online, after Xia Nation publicly released the data and initiated an open recruitment drive, numerous news reports emerged. But at this critical juncture, there was no room for negative news. Only media outlets desperate to stay afloat would dare publish negative commentary. Both within Xia Nation and beyond its borders, a resolute consensus prevails: Xia Nation's Earth Heart Replacement Project will undoubtedly succeed. Meanwhile, the messages continuously emerging from Xia Nation repeatedly emphasized that the Earth Heart Replacement Project would undoubtedly succeed. After all, if it fails, no one will be held accountable. The entire planet will just go to hell together. Damn it, Earth only has 3 years left. 3 years. Even our NOAA project might not yield results within that time frame. In Starflag Nation, the Management Council convened a meeting to discuss this very issue. Originally, the NOAA project involved constructing a spacecraft capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people. But this was bound to be a colossal undertaking, impossible to complete in just 3 or 5 short years. At that time, the Earth's core hadn't undergone further drastic changes, leaving them a decade to prepare, so the NOAA project still seemed somewhat feasible. Yet now, the NOAA project has become nearly impossible. The spacecraft designs disseminated online by Mr. Wen Ming are only capable of producing small vessels that can carry 1,000 people. Even if successful, they cannot accommodate our NOAA project. Members of the Starflag Nations Congress convened and, through insights from scientific researchers, realized the NOAA project was no longer feasible. The NOAA project can no longer be successfully launched. Moreover, the large civilian fishing vessels now in operation make it impossible for our NOAA project to proceed. It seems we have only one option left. Join in and hope that Xia Nation's Earth Heart Replacement Project succeeds. Chapter 152, Priority Boarding for Talented Individuals. The entire world seemed to grow solemn. Even in Starflag Nation, the clamor surrounding the fishing vessels suddenly subsided. The Starflag Nation's government had issued another statement, declaring strong support for advancing the Earth Heart Replacement Project. This time, the Starflag Nation's officials wisely refrained from mindlessly demanding control over the plan. Instead, they demonstrated through action their unconditional and robust support for Xia Nation's Earth Heart Replacement Project. Compounded by the urgency of Earth's current situation, people's concerns shifted away from other matters and focused entirely on the Earth Heart Replacement Project. Every sector worldwide was now aligning with their nation's Earth Heart Replacement Project, clearing the way for its implementation. Lu Qiming chose to go live. The 5th live streaming mission, this one would conclude it. Lu Qiming took a slight breath before selecting to start the broadcast. Beep. Countless phones and computers chimed simultaneously. The broadcast began. Lu Qiming's livestream still drew massive attention. Within seconds of going live, his channel was flooded with tens of millions of viewers. By now, the number of followers in Lu Qiming's livestream room had long surpassed 100 million and was rapidly approaching 200 million. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, the livestream had already accumulated tens of millions of viewers. It was at this moment that Lu Qiming officially began his broadcast. This broadcast marked the conclusion of his spacecraft manufacturing knowledge series. The knowledge Lu Qiming had acquired about spacecraft manufacturing was merely foundational. Therefore, the knowledge he possessed could only be used to build small spacecraft capable of carrying 1,000 people at most. Even if this knowledge were widely disseminated, given Earth's current industrial capabilities, even with accelerated development over 3 to 5 years, the spacecraft produced would still be insufficient to support the entire human race in escaping Earth. Thus, this plan was temporarily relegated to the nation's second priority initiative. The true top priority was the Earth Replacement Project, to which all national efforts were directed. Every other task yielded to this overarching initiative. However, the knowledge gained from spacecraft construction remains highly valuable. Even if not used for spacecraft construction, it can find applications across various industries today. Lu Qiming's spacecraft. Lu Qiming continued his live broadcast as hours passed. Soon, the livestream reached its final moments. This livestream will now come to a close. Lu Qiming's voice remained composed as he announced the end of the broadcast. The moment Lu Qiming shut down the broadcast, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Host has completed the 5th live streaming task. Processing task settlement. Reward distribution in progress, Civilization's light. As the system's reward was dispersed, Lu Qiming sensed a beam of light. This light was not a physical sensation, but rather a sudden flash of light that abruptly streaked across his mind. Within that light, Lu Qiming glimpsed the entirety of civilization. From it, he sensed the countless flashes of inspiration that civilization had gathered. In that instant, Lu Qiming's mind seemed to open up, filled with countless new ideas. The light of civilization could gather the collective power and brilliance of an entire civilization. At that moment, Lu Qiming understood the true meaning of the light of civilization. Within the light of civilization lay the ever-evolving brilliance of human ingenuity. Becoming a civilization leap forwarder made me a bearer of civilization's legacy, granting me access to all of its past. The light of civilization allowed him to directly perceive the real-time evolution of human civilization, without any lag. Recognizing this, Lu Qiming found the mission reward immensely valuable. Moreover, possessing the light of civilization gave Lu Qiming greater confidence in the success of the Earth Heart Replacement Project. Click. Lu Qiming stood up from his seat at the computer, but in that moment, he still had some tasks to complete. It was time to depart. His expression calm, Lu Qiming gathered his modest belongings and set out. The next moment, Lu Qiming stepped out the door. Mr. Civilization stepped out of his home, destination unknown, but clearly not heading toward the school. Mr. Wunming hailed a cab, seemingly heading for the airport. The talent recruitment network displayed Lu Qiming's real name. The aviation system indicated that Mr. Wunming's destination was the capital. Mr. Wunming's objective appears to be joining the Earth Heart Replacement Project through the talent recruitment program. Maintain full protection of the target throughout. Per the latest national regulations, passengers participating in the talent recruitment program are entitled to the highest priority level. Such individuals may proceed directly through the fast-track boarding lane. Upon arriving at the airport, Lu Qiming heard this announcement being broadcast throughout the terminal. It looped repeatedly, ensuring everyone within the airport could hear it. Special treatment for special circumstances. At this critical juncture, the Xia nation government had devised this nonsense specifically to accommodate top-tier talent arriving from across the country. Whether by plane, train, or high-speed rail, the same regulations were now in effect, all implementing priority for talent. Their priority level surpassed that of military personnel and all VIP users. Yet the general public raised almost no objections. Upon hearing this announcement at the airport, Lu Qiming immediately approached a ground staff member. "Excuse me, where is the fast lane? Are you a nationally recognized talent?" The ground staff member looked at Lu Qiming with surprise, studying him carefully. The next moment, their tone shifted to one of respect. "I'll escort you there." Lu Qiming nodded and followed the ground staff member to the express check-in lane. Check-in areas were largely identical. At that moment, other passengers were queuing orderly, yet the express lane stood empty beside them. And at that moment, no one was using it either. Until the ground staff led Lu Qiming toward the express lane. Chapter 153, Special Treatment. Lu Qiming followed the ground staff directly to the fast-track lane. Passengers waiting in the regular line couldn't help but turn their heads to look. On one hand, Lu Qiming's striking appearance was undeniably captivating. On the other hand, he was heading toward the fast-track boarding lane. At this moment, even passengers in the VIP luxury cabins couldn't use this lane to board. In fact, over the past 2 days, whether on planes or high-speed trains, dedicated seats had been reserved in business class, first class, and premium sleeper compartments, all set aside for the nation's elite talents. The Xia nation's official recruitment drive targeted individuals essential for various Earth-related initiatives. Such individuals were now referred to as national-level talents. Why was he able to use the fast lane? Amidst the crowd patiently waiting in line to board, some still expressed confusion and asked questions. "That's the fast lane reserved for special national talents." The airport security staff responded at that moment. As they spoke, their eyes turned toward Lu Qiming with respect. He is a national-level talent, a special individual selected for the Earth Heart Replacement Project. They will be part of the team that saves humanity and our planet. That's why he can use the fast lane. Among the boarding crowd, after hearing the security personnel's explanation, many eyes couldn't help but show respect. Some women's eyes even sparkled with admiration. Big brother, do your best. Save the earth. Amidst the waiting crowd, an 8 or 9-year-old boy suddenly spoke up, shouting these words aloud. The words reached Lu Qiming's ears, and he couldn't help but glance over. He saw the little boy clenching his fist, making a gesture of encouragement. Lu Qiming couldn't help but chuckle as he responded to the little boy, "Don't worry, big brother will definitely save the earth." With that, Lu Qiming waved to the boy, "Study hard, little one. This time we're saving the world, but next time it'll be your turn." "Okay, I'll definitely work hard." Hearing Lu Qiming's response, the boy's face flushed slightly, clearly overcome with excitement. He nodded vigorously at Lu Qiming. Lu Qiming didn't linger. He smiled at the boy and followed the ground crew through the fast lane. "We will file a report during your registration. Upon your arrival in the capital, dedicated personnel will greet you and verify your identity." The staff member added with equal deference as they escorted Lu Qiming through. Lu Qiming nodded, unsurprised by this arrangement. Up to this point, the airport had yet to verify his identity, yet they showed no concern that he might be impersonating a national-level talent. This was precisely why. At the capital airport, dedicated personnel would receive him and verify his identity. Lu Qiming quickly boarded the aircraft and was seated in first-class business class, with no one else nearby. "We will do our utmost to ensure your tranquility on board. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to let us know." No sooner had Lu Qiming settled into his seat than the captain himself approached, saluted him, and stated earnestly, "Thank you." Lu Qiming nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Qiming had no prior knowledge of these arrangements. When he booked his ticket, it was just a standard economy class seat. He never imagined such an unexpected change. Facing Lu Qiming's gratitude, the captain shook his head. "No, it is I who should thank you. Or rather, on behalf of the people of the world, thank you." The captain soon departed. Meanwhile, other passengers gradually boarded the aircraft. However, the flight attendants repeatedly requested all passengers to remain quiet, a stark departure from the usual routine. Many passengers couldn't help but whisper among themselves, speculating about who might be occupying the business class section. Soon, the news spread throughout the cabin, and people couldn't help but whisper among themselves. The plane sliced through the sky, leaving a long trail behind it. Whoosh! The aircraft descended through the lower altitudes, emitting a thunderous roar before gradually coming to a halt on the airport tarmac. The flight attendant's voice echoed through the cabin. "All passengers are requested to remain seated and keep your seatbelts fastened for the time being." The plane had already come to a complete stop, yet the flight attendant still made this announcement. "Why can't we get off the plane yet?" Some passengers were puzzled and confused. "It must be because special passengers need to disembark first before we can get off," one passenger speculated. Soon, passengers by the window noticed something. Outside, many military personnel were waiting. The captain had even come out, seemingly to greet that special passenger as they disembarked. "Good heavens, this is such a big deal." One passenger couldn't help but exclaim. "Compared to what he's about to do, this setup is nothing." Another passenger remarked in a subdued voice. Instantly, most passengers on the plane fell silent. They now understood what the special passenger on board represented. He was part of the team tasked with saving humanity. And the hope for saving the earth. "Mr. Lu, please." The captain respectfully ushered Lu Qiming forward, his demeanor filled with reverence. Lu Qiming nodded briefly, dispensing with formalities, and stepped off the aircraft. Along the disembarkation corridor, rows of soldiers in olive drab uniforms stood on either side. At the front stood two officers with stern expressions radiating integrity. "Salute!" As Lu Qiming stepped off the plane and came into their view, the two officers at the front gave a sharp command. Their expressions turned solemn and earnest as they saluted. "Welcome, hero! Welcome, hero!" Both rows of soldiers saluted in unison, their voices resonating with solemn pride. At that moment, the solemn voices even carried into the passenger door of the aircraft. Chapter 154, State-Level Reception. Passengers seated by the windows witnessed the entire scene. Two rows of soldiers stood in formation, with the two leading officers at the front taking the lead in saluting. Their words rang out with force and precision. "Welcome, heroes!" The sound carried into the cabin, reaching the ears of the passengers. The passengers knew exactly who these heroes referred to. News of Lu Qiming boarding through the fast lane had already spread. Passengers who hadn't seen Lu Qiming before now craned their necks toward the windows, eager to catch a glimpse of this hero and to see what a national-level talent looked like. The scene they witnessed would remain etched in their memories for years to come. Lu Qiming nodded to the two leading officers, feeling a touch of surprise. He wasn't sure if this was the standard courtesy extended to all world-class talents, or if it was a privilege reserved for his role as a pioneer of civilization. Lu Qiming said nothing, merely nodded, and then calmly walked forward. Behind him, the captain witnessed this and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This gentleman possessed an extraordinary composure, an unshakable calm, and immense confidence. Clearly, his status was far from ordinary. The imposing presence of soldiers marching in formation was no small matter. Such treatment would make most people blush slightly, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Yet Lu Qiming remained utterly composed, his expression unchanging. The captain asked himself, if I were the one in this situation, I doubt I could remain so unmoved. Mr. Lu, this way, please. While pondering this internally, the captain remained vigilant, carefully guiding Lu Qiming along the path. Beside him, soldiers in dark green uniforms marched steadily, forming a protective cordon around Lu Qiming. Along the airport corridor, other passengers preparing to exit were present, yet all were stunned by this spectacle. Who could this be? Such an elaborate escort? High-ranking officials? A military escort? Soon, Lu Qiming passed through the airport's VIP and exited the terminal. Outside the terminal, another row of soldiers stood at attention, flanked by a line of vehicles bearing special license plates. Lu Qiming was guided to take a seat in the middle. The convoy began moving slowly. Meanwhile, along the route from the airport to a certain base in the capital, traffic police had already cleared the way ahead. This treatment is too good for us. Xiaoxia and Xiaoxing exchanged glances. Xiaoxia couldn't help but touch her own arm. My heart and pulse are still racing a bit. I never imagined a day like this would come. Yeah. Xiaoxing nodded emphatically, her voice trembling slightly. I never imagined we'd be treated like this one day. Our first flight, and we're getting this special treatment. When we land, there'll be officials waiting to receive us. From the moment we stepped out of our home, the country had already arranged everything for us. Xiaoxia couldn't help but turn her head to look out the window. But having received this treatment, we must give our all once we join the Earth Heart Replacement Program team. On the way here, many already see us as heroes destined to save Earth. Therefore, we absolutely must live up to their expectations and save the planet. Outside their windows, the scenery shifted as the road remained clear, swiftly bringing them closer to the Earth Heart Replacement Project team. We heard we were merely part of the recruited talent pool. Besides us, top-tier experts from across the nation, even globally, were steadily converging here to join the Earth Heart Replacement Project team. Regarding internet programming, it wasn't just the two of us joining. I heard that Shang Wei from the online community was also part of the team. I'm quite eager to meet that Shang Wei who's as renowned as us. Xia nodded. In the realm of Chinese programming online, Xiaoxia and Xiaoxing had already risen to become industry experts. Among countless Chinese programming developers, they stand among the very best. However, they aren't the absolute best in the field. Online, besides the two of them, another figure had emerged in Chinese programming, Shang Wei, who shared equal fame and was also a master in the field. It was said that Shang Wei had originally been a top student in the physics department. He was also among the very first viewers of Mr. Wen Ming's live streams. After Mr. Wen Ming introduced Chinese programming, he immediately abandoned his studies to dedicate himself entirely to learning it. Within the project team, we could see him, along with other talents from various fields. The two of them, their emotions still unsettled, sat in the car and entered the project base. The moment they entered the base, they sensed something was off about the atmosphere inside. It felt unusually restless. What's going on? Xiaoxia and Xiaoxing exchanged glances, noticing many people moving about the base with excited expressions on their faces. Hey, what's going on? They couldn't help but ask someone. Has the project yielded results? Why is everyone so excited and happy? Haven't you heard? Mr. Civilization himself has appeared. And he's about to join our Earth Heart Replacement Project team. What? Mr. Wen Ming has appeared? Both Xiaoxia and Xiaoxing were utterly stunned at that moment, instantly understanding why the base's inhabitants reacted this way. Please come this way. Accompanying Lu Qiming were the two lead officers. They remained silent throughout the journey, yet showed him utmost respect. This made Lu Qiming realize something. They hadn't even verified my identity. Clearly, I was being treated differently from the other talents. It seemed this grand display had been prepared specifically for him. Chapter 155, The Highest Representative's Welcome. The dramatic shift in circumstances made it clear to Lu Qiming that this elaborate display was directed specifically at his status as the leader of the Civilization Initiative. Otherwise, if every national-level talent applying to join the Earth Renewal Project received such treatment, the capital military headquarters would be overwhelmed. As the convoy slowly entered the capital, guided by military officers to the Earth Renewal Program base, an officer opened the car door and respectfully invited Lu Qiming to step out. After stepping out, Lu Qiming saw a crowd gathered ahead to welcome him. Among them were several familiar faces. Among these familiar faces was his mentor, Ding Weigua, who was like a father to him. Beyond that, while Lu Qiming had never met the other familiar faces personally, he saw them daily on the news broadcast. The highest representative of Xiao Nation. Lu Qiming was somewhat taken aback. The person welcoming him was none other than the highest-ranking representative of Xiao Nation. Moreover, it wasn't just one person. Alongside the highest representative, several other official representatives of Xiao Nation frequently seen on television stood in the front ranks. Salute! Beside these familiar figures stood neatly arranged soldiers in dark green uniforms. At the command, they all saluted Lu Qiming. The instructor at the front, along with the official representatives of Xia Nation, had already stepped forward. The highest representative approached with solemn expression, stopping before Lu Qiming. "Welcome, Mr. Wenming. On behalf of all the citizens of Xia Nation, I extend our deepest gratitude for your outstanding contributions to Xia Nation and to the world." The highest representative of Xia Nation expressed his gratitude to Lu Qiming with utmost sincerity. Behind him, many people bowed deeply to Lu Qiming. "Neither the nation, its people, nor the entire world will ever forget your contributions." The supreme leader spoke, then extended his hand toward Lu Qiming. Lu Qiming, however, showed no sign of panic. His formidable mental fortitude allowed him to remain perfectly composed at this moment. The only flicker of emotion he felt came from witnessing the complex expression on his mentor Ding Weiguo's face. Every citizen bears responsibility for the nation's fate, especially during this global crisis. Lu Qiming extended his hand with unruffled composure, his words already forming a response. "With great power comes great responsibility. At this critical juncture, everyone must contribute. What I have done is simply my duty. Regardless, whether it be me, the entire Xia Nation, or all of human civilization on Earth, we should express our gratitude to you." The Xia Nation's highest representative shook hands with Lu Qiming, a warm smile spreading across his face. "And we thank you, Mr. Wenming, for stepping forward at this critical moment for our planet. With you joining the Earth Heart Replacement Project team, we are certain to save our planet. I will ensure the project's absolute success." Lu Qiming nodded. Throughout this exchange, the Xia Nation's supreme leader never once referred to Lu Qiming by his identity as Lu Qiming, addressing him exclusively as Mr. Wenming. In fact, he consistently engaged Lu Qiming on an equal footing, even with a degree of respect. But Lu Qiming hadn't forgotten his other identities beyond leading civilization. So the next moment, he turned his gaze to his mentor, Ding Weiguo, who stood nearby with a complex expression. "Teacher," Lu Qiming called softly. Ding Weiguo's expression was deeply troubled as he looked at his student, as if he were a stranger. For the first time, Ding Weiguo realized how little he truly understood his own student. Yet, hearing Lu Qiming address him as teacher brought back the familiar sense of his student. "Qiming." Ding Weiguo opened his mouth, yet he still couldn't bring himself to address the face he knew so intimately with the respectful title, Mr. Civilization. In the end, he settled on the name he knew best. Lu Qiming smiled and nodded back at him. Seeing Lu Qiming's radiant, sunlit smile, all the complex emotions within Ding Weiguo vanished instantly, and his heart settled. Qiming was still Qiming. "Mr. Wenming, please." Though Ding Weiguo addressed Lu Qiming affectionately by his first name, the highest representative of Xia Nation maintained his respect toward Lu Qiming at this moment, even personally leading the way for him. "We have arranged accommodations for you. Additionally, many key members of the project team are awaiting your arrival. They have accumulated numerous questions and require someone to guide them." The supreme representative's approachable demeanor, despite his lofty position as the most powerful figure in the world today, made Lu Qiming feel as if he were bathed in spring breeze. In fact, Lu Qiming himself felt no sense of discomfort whatsoever. Lu Qiming followed their arrangements and proceeded to the lodgings. However, upon arriving at the lodging, when the high representative suggested a brief reception, Lu Qiming proactively stated, "The time remaining for human civilization, for Earth, is running out. I must first join the project team to gain a thorough understanding and formulate more specific work arrangements." Lu Qiming hesitated not a moment. His decision to step forward and publicly reveal his identity to the Xia Nation authorities was not driven by any desire for fame or profit, but by a profoundly pure motivation. For the Lu Qiming of today, mere fame and fortune held no meaning whatsoever. Precisely because of this, Lu Qiming could now maintain a calm and composed mindset regardless of the situation or the people he faced. Faced with Lu Qiming's direct response, the chief representative paused slightly, yet showed no displeasure. Instead, his heart swelled with satisfaction. "Very well. In that case, proceed directly to the Earth Heart Replacement Project team. The Earth Heart Replacement Project team has already gathered top-tier talent from around the globe and is currently. For detailed information, it would be best for Academician Ding to brief you. I'm only an outsider in this field." "Academician Ding?" Lu Qiming glanced at his mentor with surprise. In his memory, his advisor, Ding Weiguo, was not yet an academician, merely a top-tier professor of high-energy physics in China, not yet eligible for the title. "After joining the project team, I was recently appointed as an academician and now receive a special state allowance," Ding Weiguo explained upon noticing Lu Qiming's expression. Lu Qiming nodded, understanding. Chapter 156, Begin Saving Earth. Academician status represented the pinnacle of achievement for scholars in Xia Nation, a profound honor conferring direct access to special state allowances. Each recipient was regarded as a national treasure. Lu Qiming was somewhat surprised that his mentor, Ding Weiguo, had ascended directly from professor to academician. Yet upon reflection, it wasn't entirely unexpected. After all, Ding Weiguo's scholarly achievements already placed him among the pinnacle of China's high-energy physics field. Furthermore, he now served as the mentor to Mr. Wen Ming. This single fact alone was sufficient for Ding Weiguo to become a national academician. If Mr. Wen Ming is willing, you too could receive a special state allowance. We are prepared to offer you the highest possible treatment. At that moment, the highest-ranking representative spoke up, turning to Lu Qiming and stating, "If you are willing, you can become a top-tier academician of the nation." Academician, this is virtually the pinnacle of achievement any scholar in Xia Nation could dream of. It represents the pinnacle of scholarly achievement in Xia Nation, whether measured by access to resources, influence, or honor. Among all scholars in the entire Xia Nation, academicians stand first. And now, the nation's highest representative had directly offered Lu Qiming the position of academician. Lu Qiming merely waved his hand. "These titles mean nothing to me." With these calm words, Lu Qiming had already declined the highest honor bestowed upon scholars in Xia Nation. Before being chosen by the system, and even in the early stages of its possession, Lu Qiming had once yearned for such a title. Back then, he hadn't yet transcended the mindset of an ordinary mortal, so he still harbored a desire for Xia Nation's highest scholarly honor. But later, and now, Lu Qiming had long since grown indifferent to such honors. Having become a civilization leap forwarder, Lu Qiming now possessed access to all of humanity's accumulated knowledge. Why would he still be moved by the honor of an academician? The supreme representative beside him heard Lu Qiming's words and chuckled, shaking his head. "It was my oversight. Mr. Civilization no longer requires the honor of an academician. Even the world's most prestigious honors, Nobel Prizes or the like, mean little to you now." As the highest representative stated just now, whether it's an academician title or a Nobel Prize, they are as fleeting as clouds to Lu Qiming. Regardless of whether Lu Qiming cares about these honors, it must be said that both the title of academician and the world's highest Nobel Prize, they would feel somewhat unworthy of Lu Qiming. This notion of being unworthy does not diminish the prestige or authority of the academician title or the Nobel Prize. It is a matter of genuine substance. Lu Qiming's knowledge and his contributions to Earth are so profound that these honors and awards are insufficient to reward him. They simply don't measure up to his stature. Let me introduce you to the current composition of the Earth Heart Replacement Project team. Ding Weiguo took the initiative to speak, providing Lu Qiming with a detailed introduction. Ding Weiguo was thoroughly familiar with the team, so his explanation flowed smoothly and comprehensively. Moreover, Lu Qiming had already gained some understanding of the project team's structure through online research and even direct communication with Xia Nation's official channels. Before long, Lu Qiming had grasped the entire project team's background. Both the highest-ranking representative of Xia Nation and the other official representatives had already taken their leave. Having received Lu Qiming, engaged with him, and confirmed his intentions, their mission was accomplished. Once they confirmed Lu Qiming's genuine commitment to saving Earth, they felt reassured. As for delving deeper into the origins of Lu Qiming's knowledge, the official representatives chose not to pursue it further. For various reasons, it would be unwise to probe this matter at this juncture. Moreover, they understood that the most urgent matter at hand was saving Earth. Therefore, until the mission was accomplished, they would refrain from any excessive actions. On the contrary, they would fully cooperate with Lu Qiming. Just as before their departure, they had already handed over the true authority of the Earth Heart Replacement Project to Lu Qiming. Even now, Lu Qiming's authority allowed him to effortlessly mobilize the resources and forces of the entire Xia Nation, indeed, the entire world, with a single word. This demonstrated the resolve and sincerity of the Xia Nation's government. After the departure of the top representatives, Ding Weiguo looked at his student, Qiming. "What's next?" Ding Weiguo refrained from asking Lu Qiming why he had become that Mr. Civilization or how he had suddenly acquired knowledge far surpassing the current era. Ding Weiguo understood that if Lu Qiming chose not to speak, it was not his place to pry. At the same time, Ding Weiguo firmly established his own position. While he still regarded Lu Qiming as his student, he also truly recognized him as the leader of the Earth Heart Replacement Project team. Thus, Ding Weiguo inquired of Lu Qiming. The first task at hand was to create the artificial Earth core. Lu Qiming, without undue reserve, immediately entered the task at hand. Had the manufacturing of space materials been completed? To create an artificial Earth core, materials with specific properties were required. This material was precisely the space-grade material Lu Qiming had demonstrated during his 5th live-streamed mission, suitable for spacecraft construction. Only an artificial core built from this material could ensure it wouldn't be destroyed by the immense heat of Earth's magma layer upon reaching the planet's core. Space materials have already been produced and are currently being manufactured urgently and continuously. Ding Weiguo replied. Then, the fabrication of the artificial core must commence immediately. Chapter 157. What kind of person is he? I previously provided the parameters for the artificial core. I'll reiterate them now. Lu Qiming spoke up. Listening to him at this moment were some of the nation's most distinguished scientific researchers. Scholars like Elder Zhang, academician Fong, and Ding Weiguo, all of whom had made tremendous contributions to Xia Nation's technological advancement. Yet now, each of them sat quietly, listening to Lu Qiming's words like the most obedient students. Though Lu Qiming's appearance remained that of a young man in his 20s, these top-tier academicians and scholars remained utterly submissive. On one hand, Lu Qiming's knowledge truly surpassed that of ordinary humans. On the other hand, despite his youthful appearance, Lu Qiming exuded a certain aura. This aura became more pronounced the more knowledgeable one was. For instance, as these top scholars of Xia Nation gazed upon Lu Qiming, it was as if they were witnessing the very light of civilization itself, as if Lu Qiming were the very wellspring of knowledge. This almost unnatural effect meant that when scholars spoke to Lu Qiming, not a single one raised any questions. Nor did any of them feel the slightest discomfort or unease regarding his age. As Lu Qiming explained, they all listened like obedient students. Lu Qiming elaborated further on the critical aspects of creating an artificial geonucleus. The veil was lifted. Old Zhang's face lit up with repeated flashes of sudden understanding. So, creating an artificial Earth core poses almost no difficulty at all. Indeed, creating an artificial Earth core no longer poses significant difficulty for us. What we must do now is act swiftly to produce one that meets the requirements. Beyond that, we must address other issues. Mr. Wenming, is he within the project team's base? Even after being assigned accommodations, Xiaoxia and Xiaoxing couldn't suppress their excitement. I wonder if we'll ever have the chance or hope to meet Mr. Wenming. Mr. Wenming is our founding master and our destined benefactor who knows how many human destinies he's altered. Xiaoxing couldn't help but marvel. I wonder what kind of person Mr. Wenming is in real life. The two were thrilled, but after inquiring around, they found no opportunity to meet Mr. Wenming. They couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed, but during this process, they encountered Shang Wei, the person they had discussed before coming. Online, Chinese programming had formed its own community. Within this community, Xiaoxia and Xiaoxing had both become renowned experts. Yet there was another figure who was arguably even more formidable than them, Shang Wei. So when they unexpectedly encountered Shang Wei instead of Lu Qiming, it was a pleasant surprise. "You're Shang Wei? Are you Xia Tianqing?" Shang Wei looked at the two young men before him, both younger and slimmer than himself, and was also taken aback. After confronting his mentor, academician Fong, Shang Wei dedicated himself to learning Chinese programming and quickly mastered the basics. To the point where he gradually made a name for himself in the online Chinese programming community. During this journey, he naturally took note of several outstanding talents within the same programming community. Among them was Summer Star. Xia Tianqing wasn't a person's name online, it represented a studio. More accurately, it was one of the top studios in the Chinese programming community, comprised of just two individuals. Yet this very two-person studio had been aggressively courted by major companies in Xia's internet tech sector, each offering substantial incentives. Shang Wei had also gotten a taste of Xia Tianqing's capabilities, which piqued his curiosity. "I didn't expect you two to join the Earth Heart Replacement Project as well." Shang Wei had been recruited by Qiaomu early on. Through connections with academician Fong and his own abilities, he had risen to become the leader of the Chinese programming group within the project team. The fate of the nation rests on every citizen's shoulders. Xia Tianqing and Xia Tianqing emphasized. "When our country needs us, we can't stand idly by." Impressive awareness. Shang Wei gave them a thumbs up. Xiaoxia and Xiaoxing scratched their heads, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed. Having been shut-ins for so long, they were still a bit rusty in social interactions. But Shang Wei quickly steered the conversation, and soon they were chatting away. "When did you join?" Xiaoxia couldn't help asking Shang Wei during their chat. "Me? I joined before the National Talent Recruitment Program was even announced. Because my mentor is academician Fong, who was part of the project team from the start. So when they established the Chinese programming group, I was the first one they called in." Xiaoxia and Xiaoxing exchanged glances, their surprise evident. "We'd heard you were one of the top 10 geniuses studying Chinese programming before, never imagined you were academician Fong's student," Xiaoxing remarked. Xiaoxia, however, was curious about something else. "You joined the project team so early, and your teacher is academician Fong. Have you met the founding father?" Xiaoxia voiced the question, but Xing also caught on, fixing Shang Wei with a gaze brimming with curiosity. "The founding father?" Shang Wei caught on at the mention, then shook his head. "I haven't met Mr. Wenming yet. However, Mr. Wenming is currently at our project base. In fact, some people have spotted him from afar, and my advisor has seen him too." "Really? What kind of person is Mr. Wenming?" Xiaoxia and Xiaoxing pressed. "Mr. Wenming." Shang Wei reflected on the information he'd gathered about Lu Qiming before responding. As if stepping out of a fantasy, he seemed to emerge directly from our imagination of Mr. Civilization. Chapter 158, Planetary Transformation, Global Excitement. Lu Qiming made arrangements directly at the Earth Heart Replacement Project base, targeting the most elite scholars. For Lu Qiming, even as the project's leader, he didn't need to personally handle every detail. A leader, a driving force, only needed to oversee the most crucial matters. After finalizing arrangements for the temporary artificial Earth core, Lu Qiming addressed numerous questions from the scholars. Only then did Lu Qiming finally regain his personal freedom. The official residence arranged for Lu Qiming by the Xia state government was nothing short of luxurious. Guards were stationed every few steps, with sentries positioned at regular intervals. More importantly, Lu Qiming's residence was equipped with virtually every conceivable household appliance. After declining the government's offer of a housekeeper, he found himself completely alone in the residence. Here, even if he were to start streaming again, there shouldn't be any issues. Returning to his quarters and surveying the computer inside, Lu Qiming thought to himself. Now, Lu Qiming's relationship with the state was clearly one of equality. Under these circumstances, the state did not coerce or interrogate Lu Qiming about his secrets. Of course, even if they had wanted to force the issue, Lu Qiming had his own ways to handle it. But the nation's attitude still made Lu Qiming feel considerably more at ease. The next live streaming assignment still had no set time. Sitting in his chair, Lu Qiming's fingers tapped lightly on the table as he pondered, so there was no need to rush to complete this task. Besides, he still didn't know what knowledge the system would release after completing the 6th live streaming mission. On the contrary, Earth didn't have much time left. The technology already disseminated was sufficient to successfully implement the Earth Heart Replacement Project. Even if it fails, the knowledge I retrieved from the system's database is sufficient to preserve civilization. Earth faces a core depletion crisis. The entire planet is on the brink of collapse. Humanity now has only two choices: either implement the Earth Heart Replacement Plan to replace the planet's core and restore its vitality. The other option is to immediately launch the Noah project, urgently construct a fleet of spacecraft within 3 to 5 years to preserve the seeds of civilization and flee Earth. However, the second option carries significant drawbacks. There is no guarantee that after escaping Earth aboard these spacecraft, humanity will find a new habitable planet before their energy and supplies are exhausted. Therefore, to preserve more life and ensure greater survival, humanity now has only the first option: implement the Earth Heart Replacement Project. Yet after his 5th live stream mission, Lu Qiming retrieved a piece of knowledge from the system's database that could make the second option viable. Life Planet Transformation. The ability to transform a suitable planet into a life-sustaining world capable of supporting the survival of the majority of life forms. Life Planet Transformation. This was the knowledge Lu Qiming acquired after his 5th livestream. However, Lu Qiming decided not to broadcast this knowledge for the time being. Because if this knowledge were streamed, it would inevitably shake humanity's current resolve to save Earth. The reason for this choice is that this knowledge also comes with certain limitations. Earth now has only 3 to 5 years left. Even if all of humanity began building spaceships at full capacity right now, after 3 years, the number of people they could carry would be, at most, only 1% of the current population. Moreover, even if life-supporting planet terraforming were initiated, it would not yield tangible results within 3 to 5 years. Life-sustaining planet terraforming is an endeavor measured in decades, not years. Therefore, even if Lu Qiming broadcasts this knowledge now, it cannot immediately change anything. Instead, it may shake the resolve of humanity today. It might even bolster the supporters and advocates of the Noah project. Consequently, Lu Qiming has no plans to undertake his 6th live streaming mission during this period. Instead, he will appear in person to assist the Xia Nation government in implementing the Earth Heart Replacement Plan. The 6th live stream mission must wait until the Earth Heart Replacement Plan reaches its decisive phase before proceeding. Otherwise, it would inevitably undermine humanity's current resolve to save the planet. With this conviction, Lu Qiming had no immediate plans to initiate his 6th live streaming mission. The next moment, Lu Qiming reclined in his chair, closed his eyes, and entered the system laboratory to continue conducting targeted experiments on the difficult aspects of the Earth Heart Replacement Project. Mr. Civilization's identity has been revealed. Mr. Civilization has joined the Earth Heart Replacement Project team to aid human civilization in saving the planet. The savior has appeared. Earth's crisis is no longer insurmountable. Humanity will surely overcome this crisis, as Mr. Civilization has personally intervened. Almost simultaneously with Lu Qiming's entry into the system lab, numerous similar news reports began flooding the real world. These reports blossomed not only within Xia Nation but across the entire globe. The reports were largely similar, all announcing the emergence of Mr. Civilization. Moreover, these reports were overwhelmingly optimistic, declaring that the Earth's crisis was no longer a matter of concern. As this was an official announcement from Xia Nation, the news spread across the globe in an instant. At such a critical juncture, no media outlet would be foolish enough to deliberately spread negativity or predict the demise of humanity. News involving Mr. Civilization proved highly effective. Almost everyone who saw the news and cared about Earth felt a surge of hope in that instant. Wonderful! Mr. Civilization has actually appeared? Then the Earth Heart Replacement Project is bound to succeed. Wonderful! The internet erupted with cheers of excitement. Mr. Wen Ming has appeared? In a certain city of Xia Nation, within a residential complex, a young girl saw the news and couldn't help but feel uplifted. Wonderful. It seems humanity and Earth will overcome this crisis. I wonder what kind of person Mr. Civilization is. I wonder if Brother Amin knows about this news. I should give him a call. Chapter 159, only 1 year left. Hey, Brother Amin, did you see the news? The young girl sat at her desk, surrounded by textbooks, wearing headphones as she stared at her screen. At that moment, she selected a video call to speak with Lu Qiming. Seeing Lu Qiming's face appear on the screen, the young girl couldn't help but think to herself, Brother Ming is so handsome. What news? Lu Qiming asked, puzzled. Due to certain settings, whenever there was a message in the real world, Lu Qiming would automatically exit the system lab. That's why he was able to receive the video call. On the other end of the call, the young girl was clearly thrilled. It's all over the news. They're saying Mr. Wan Ming has appeared. Mr. Wan Ming has emerged from reality, arrived directly in Xia Nation's capital, and joined the Earth Heart Replacement Project. The young girl was thrilled, her voice trembling with excitement. Earth is definitely saved. The Earth Heart Replacement Project will surely succeed. So that's the news, Lu Qiming nodded, thinking to himself that this must be an official move by Xia Nation. Yet as Lu Qiming watched the girl across the screen excitedly relaying the news, he felt a strange sense of unease. She still didn't know that I was Mr. Wan Ming. As Lu Qiming pondered this, the girl on the other end of the video call grew slightly less excited and began scrutinizing the background behind him. Brother Ming, did you move? Why isn't this the same place as before? The young woman had video chatted with Lu Qiming before and knew what his home environment looked like. But now, upon seeing the surroundings, she noticed a distinct difference in Lu Qiming's environment, prompting her question. Lu Qiming nodded. That's right. I've moved to a new place now. You really moved? Where did you move to? The young woman asked, puzzled. I'm in the capital now. The capital? Brother Ming, why did you go to the capital? What about your studies? The young girl asked with concern and urgency. My studies aren't important right now, Lu Qiming replied with a smile. I've joined the Earth Heart Replacement Project team. Saving the planet is the top priority now. You joined the Earth Heart Replacement Project? The young girl froze, then burst into immense shock and excitement. Brother Ming, you're saving the Earth too? After the initial excitement, a flurry of questions followed. Does that mean you'll get to meet Mr. Civilization? Or have you already met him? What does he look like? A barrage of questions came out like a rapid-fire string of marbles. Lu Qiming smiled and answered her questions one by one. Mr. Wan Ming is probably just as you imagine him. After a while, the two ended their video call. The young girl stared at the darkened screen, leaning back in her chair as she pondered their recent conversation. Ming said Mr. Wan Ming is just like I imagined? But in my imagination, Mr. Wan Ming is a perfect person, just like Brother Ming. Experiment 3845, Installation of the Artificial Earth Core. Within the system space, the colossal Earth seemed to lie at Lu Qiming's feet. Meanwhile, on Earth, the installation of an artificial core is underway beneath high-precision excavation equipment. More accurately, Lu Qiming was conducting experiments, meticulously testing every aspect to ensure flawless real-world implementation. Throughout the process, Lu Qiming lost count of how many tens of thousands of experiments he conducted. Only through relentless experimentation and simulation did Lu Qiming obtain precise, viable data and solutions. The methods Lu Qiming assigned to his project team were precisely those he had verified through thousands, even tens of thousands, of experiments. For instance, he had already provided the manufacturing parameters for the artificial Earth's core. Beyond that, he personally developed blueprints for subterranean excavation machinery and handed them over to the authorities for manufacturing. Not only that, Lu Qiming personally tackled and overcame various technical challenges. The entire Earth Core Replacement Project team functioned more as an executor, responsible for implementing the solutions Lu Qiming provided. Lu Qiming had become the very soul and core of the entire project team. The data provided by Lu Qiming was verified by the rest of the team through calculations and computer simulations, revealing it to be flawless. Thus, the entire operation entered a state of exceptionally high efficiency. 7 days passed in a flash. The entire planet suddenly trembled slightly. Volcanic observation teams worldwide reported a groundbreaking discovery. The energy levels of the high-energy core reactors left behind by numerous prehistoric civilizations had surged once more. This is serious. Earth might not even last 5 more years. Further deterioration makes Earth's situation dire. This is bad. The Earth's core is likely undergoing extreme sublimation and may soon reach its peak, rapidly transitioning from peak to decline. Compiling global observation data makes this conclusion undeniable. Our estimation methods were fundamentally inaccurate. We originally estimated Earth had a decade left, but suddenly, the core shifted, leaving only about 5 to 10 years. Now, the Earth has undergone another sudden shift, leaving us with less than 3 years remaining. Even these 3 years represent the period after the peak, when the core will completely extinguish. In reality, once the core truly begins its decline, Earth will face catastrophic disasters, rendering it uninhabitable for all life. The time left for humanity may be as little as 1 year. This conclusion was drawn from the aggregation of global data. These findings cannot be concealed and have spread worldwide, making this reality clear to many ordinary people. With perhaps only a year left, can the Earth Heart Replacement Project succeed? Chapter 160, Human Alliance, Call to Arms. Lu Qiming appeared and joined the Earth Heart Replacement Project team on his 7th day. The world once again faced this revelation: the Earth's core was erupting with extreme intensity. It might only have a year left before reaching the tipping point where its vitality would begin to wane. This meant humanity had only 1 year left. If we fail to seize this year to replace Earth's core, the planet will be utterly doomed. All of human civilization, along with the billions of living beings on Earth, would perish along with the planet. The creation of an artificial core was only just beginning. The framework had barely been established, and much more progress was needed before the synthetic core could be fully manufactured. Faced with this challenge, even Lu Qiming felt a sense of difficulty. If given 3 years, Lu Qiming would have been confident that through continuous simulations in the system laboratory, all engineering plans could be perfected. But now, only 1 year remained. Consider this: even creating an artificial core that meets the requirements would take at least 3 months. Moreover, the sheer scale of the Earth's heart transplant project extended far beyond merely fabricating the artificial core. Under such an incredibly tight schedule, even Lu Qiming couldn't guarantee he could complete the Earth's heart replacement project. All he could do was give it his absolute best shot. Of course, even Lu Qiming himself now felt his confidence waning. However, Xia Nation publicly announced that 1 year would be sufficient to complete the Earth heart replacement project. The Earth's repeated upheavals had already eroded public confidence. If Xia Nation, the driving force behind the Earth heart replacement project, failed to restore confidence, the global order might collapse within this year, plunging every aspect into utter chaos. Now, while the Earth heart replacement project continues, the primary focus of nations worldwide has shifted to maintaining global stability. For the leaders of most nations understood one crucial truth: the greater the stability, the higher the chances of the Earth core replacement project succeeding. Within Xia Nation, the manufacturing of the artificial Earth core proceeded at breakneck speed. Round-the-clock shifts operated without pause. Meanwhile, the Starflag Nation, in alliance with Germany and other Western powers, is developing excavation equipment. These excavation devices are specifically designed to dig into the Earth's crust. Following the previous incident, nations conducted multiple explorations of the Sun City left behind by the prehistoric civilization, yet no further discoveries were made. The original hope of utilizing prehistoric technology to penetrate the Earth's core has completely vanished. Thus, the Xia Nation dispatched a team to the Starflag Nation, where they joined forces with a coalition of Western nations to commence the urgent construction of subterranean excavation equipment. Thus, the East focused on constructing an artificial Earth's core, while the West concentrated on manufacturing the excavation equipment, both tasks advancing simultaneously. Moreover, nearly half the nations worldwide have now issued statements declaring their participation in the Earth heart replacement project. Among the populace, these United Nations came to be known as the Human Alliance for Earth's Salvation, abbreviated as Human Alliance. Within this Human Alliance, Xia Nation emerged as the leading nation. Though only a few short days had passed, Xia Nation's standing in the hearts of people worldwide had already risen to the top. Moreover, many foreigners' perceptions of Xia Nation have undergone a profound transformation. "We're actually going to Starflag Nation. This is our very first time traveling abroad." Xia and Xing were packing their belongings in their dormitory while chatting. The Starflag Nation is launching the production of excavation equipment, and this process requires assistance with Chinese programming. We'll need to continuously assist them with equipment programming and debugging, which is why they need us. Moreover, this time, the two of us are leading the team. Team leader Shang Wei will remain with the project group, responsible for the artificial core project. Over a week later, Xiaoxia and Xiaoxing showed more noticeable changes. They became more spirited, focused, and diligent. Simultaneously, they've cultivated a sense of honor and responsibility. "Starflag Nation, we never imagined we'd be able to go abroad one day." The two exchanged a glance, both feeling a bit emotional. Xiaoxia spoke up: "Not only did we never imagine going abroad, but who could have predicted we'd become the subjects of a hero's call on the internet?" "Yeah," Xingxing nodded, her pride beginning to show. "We made the right choice leaving the city, coming to the capital, and joining the Earth Heart Replacement Project. Now our hometowns are proud of us." The hero list is a roster circulating online. Or rather, it's a list officially released by the Xia Nation government. Those on the list are the talents recruited by the Xia Nation government. Previously, the Xia Nation government had issued a global call for various talents needed to join the Earth Heart Replacement Project. Now, the Xia government has publicly released this roster of individuals who have joined the Earth Heart Replacement Project. Thus, this list has become a hero's invitation. The invitation spread rapidly across the globe, with the entire world praising those named within it. Xia Xia and Xiao Xing were also featured on this call to heroes. Moreover, they were listed as top-tier talents in Chinese programming. Almost simultaneously with the invitation's dissemination, Xia Xia and Xiao Xing, previously merely minor figures in Xia Nation's Chinese programming circles, suddenly became globally renowned masters of Chinese programming. To call it overnight fame would be no exaggeration. The prominence of those featured in the heroic call overshadowed many current entertainment stars and idle freshmen. Why isn't Brother Ming on this list? In a city somewhere in Xia, a young girl stared at the invitation online, snorting in slight dissatisfaction. She couldn't help but wonder, why were all the others included in the invitation, but not Brother Amin? Chapter 161, The Missing Hero. Originally, the world was in a state of panic after the latest discovery that Earth's lifespan might have shortened once again. However, positive news from around the world and the emergence of the hero invitation diverted public attention. Many couldn't help but fixate on the hero's call. People eagerly discussed each hero listed, even delving into their personal histories. Xia, Xing, and Shangwei all became overnight sensations. Xiaoxia and Xiaoxing, in particular, became inspirational role models, motivating countless individuals learning Chinese programming. So inspiring. Just a few months ago, they were just internet cafe slackers, and now they've turned into heroes capable of saving the planet. Xiaoxia and Xiaoxing are seriously badass. Word is they were already big names in the industry. Top domestic internet companies have all tried to recruit them. I'm rooting for Shangwei, the physics whiz who transformed into a Chinese programming guru. Xia Xia attended a local junior college in our city. Rumor has it he was expelled, yet now that school takes pride in him. On the heroes list, nearly every hero has gained global attention. Yet among them, some couldn't help but wonder. Why isn't Mr. Wunming on this list of heroes? Indeed, Mr. Wunming should be the greatest hero of all. Why isn't he listed? Many others noticed this issue after seeing the list. Could it be that Mr. Civilization is already on the list? But perhaps under his real name, not as the one who leads civilization? Impossible. Everyone listed now has their deeds thoroughly researched, each with a past, unlike Mr. Wunming. So where has Mr. Civilization gone? Exactly why isn't Mr. Civilization on the list? Many began questioning this very point. And soon, more and more people grew concerned and fixated on this question. Could it be that the state no longer deems it necessary for Mr. Wunming to appear on the list? It seemed plausible Mr. Wunming no longer needed the invitation to prove himself. Indeed, does Mr. Wunming still need to be listed on the hero's roll? People were quick to find reasons for Mr. Wunming's absence from the list. The young girl opened her computer and scrolled through online discussions about the hero list. Seeing these comments, she couldn't help but snort. It's understandable that Mr. Wunming isn't on the hero list, but why isn't my brother Ming on the civilization list either? After all, Brother Ming's mentor, Ding Weigua, is listed on the hero list. The young girl felt a bit resentful and couldn't help but keep searching online for more information, hoping to find others mentioning similar situations. Soon enough, she found someone discussing it. It seems many people encountered these heroes list talents while they were traveling to the capital. I even saw a national talent on my flight. The pilot personally escorted him, and he had a military reception waiting at the destination. Why isn't he on the list? Someone posted this question online, accompanied by a photo. The photo showed rows of soldiers lining the aircraft exit, with two officers at the front standing at attention and saluting solemnly. At the center of the image is the silhouette of a young man. This young man, handsome and radiant, his presence as refreshing as spring breeze, was met by military personnel upon disembarking. Why wasn't he featured in the heroes list? Holy crap, OP was on flight C-27? I was on that flight too and saw it happen, but unfortunately I didn't have a window seat, so I couldn't take a photo. As a fellow passenger, I'm also puzzled why this young man isn't on the list of heroes. This post quickly gained traction online, with many users bumping it up. In fact, many people replied to it. I wasn't on that flight, but I saw this person at the boarding gate. I saw him at the gate too, and my son even spoke with him. He seemed quite extraordinary, and I'm also puzzled why he wasn't featured on the hero list. The young girl came across this news and easily recognized the protagonist of the incident. It's Brother Amin. The young girl couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. So many people had seen Brother Amin? Was this how he was received in the capital? How cool. But soon, the young girl saw other comments. He wasn't on the hero list? Maybe this guy is just pretending to be a national talent. Yeah, there have been plenty of imposters posing as national talents before. But this identity verification system works by bringing you in first, then verifying your credentials. If you're a fake, you'll be sent packing. 8 out of 10 chances he's a fraud, or he never joined the Earth Heart Replacement Project team, which is why he's not listed in the hero's invitation. Reading these comments, the young woman felt her anger rising. She almost couldn't resist replying herself. But she discovered others had already responded before her. Let me clarify, I'm a student at a university. The person in this photo is my freshman classmate and also a student of academician Ding Weigua, who is listed on the hero invitation. There's absolutely no way this person would be an imposter claiming national talent benefits. Seriously, he's our top student at university, a real inspiration. His advisor is none other than academician Ding Weigwa. I just don't understand why he joined the Earth Heart Replacement Project but isn't listed in the heroic call roster. Seeing these responses confirming Lu Qiming's identity, the young woman felt a surge of joy. Exactly. Brother Ming is so accomplished, how could he possibly be impersonating a national talent? Besides, Brother Ming told me himself during our call that he joined the Earth Heart Replacement Project team. But why wasn't Brother Ming listed on the heroic call? Aren't all top talents supposed to be on that list? Could it be that Brother Ming isn't on it? Shaking her head at the thought, the young girl dismissed it. No, Uncle Ding Weigwa himself said Brother Ming's knowledge rivals that of many PhDs. He's one of the few in the country capable of inheriting his academic legacy. How could Brother Ming possibly lack sufficient knowledge? Furrowing her brow, the young girl suddenly recalled that Mr. Wen Ming also wasn't listed on the invitation. A sudden conjecture took root in her mind. Chapter 162, The Shift in Civilization's Light. Identity exposed? When Lu Qiming discovered the online uproar, he was somewhat surprised. He had publicly revealed his identity to the Xia Nation authorities, yet his true personal details remained classified and confidential within the government. Unexpectedly, netizens proved remarkably resourceful, piecing together scattered clues to uncover his true identity. Online, it seemed that some netizens had raised questions and shared their encounters with Lu Qiming along with photos, puzzled as to why he hadn't appeared on the hero's post. Subsequently, Lu Qiming's displayed identity was uncovered. Some netizens even speculated wildly, suggesting that Lu Qiming might be the mysterious Mr. Wen Ming. But who could have imagined that this theory would spread like wildfire, gaining momentum until some even dug up hand comparison photos of Lu Qiming. This led many to firmly believe that Mr. Wen Ming's true identity was indeed Lu Qiming. Netizens uncovered numerous connections between the two, and the situation escalated so rapidly that the state couldn't intervene in time. Lu Qiming only learned his identity had been exposed online after officials from the Xia state government personally visited him to inform him. However, Lu Qiming was only slightly surprised and didn't pay much attention to the matter. From the moment he publicly revealed his identity to the nation, Lu Qiming had no intention of continuing to conceal it. Thus, the full exposure of his information to the public was ultimately inconsequential to him. Before long, Lu Qiming had already put the matter behind him and returned to his own affairs. The Earth's core was undergoing further extreme sublimation, leaving humanity's civilization with perhaps only 1 year remaining. Moreover, no one could predict whether the Earth's core might undergo another fusion event, potentially shortening humanity's remaining time even further. Thus, Lu Qiming and the entire official Earth Heart Replacement Project team of Xia Nation had no choice but to devote all their efforts to rapidly advancing the Earth Heart Replacement Plan. Yet across the global internet, people were fixated on Lu Qiming, endlessly debating him. To such an extent that most people became fixated on Lu Qiming's identity, while the sense of urgency regarding Earth's plight faded. The world largely maintained a semblance of order. Is Brother Ming actually Mr. Civilization? When she saw the various speculations online, with multiple sources confirming that Lu Qiming was Mr. Civilization, the young girl froze in shock. Brother Ming is Mr. Civilization? The young girl recalled an incredible thought that had flashed through her mind before. But now, that thought had become reality. Across the global internet, layer by layer, people were peeling back the truth, making various deductions to prove that Mr. Civilization's real identity was indeed Lu Qiming. Oh my god. In that moment, countless thoughts raced through the young girl's mind. Memories of Lu Qiming flashed back, and she recalled several crucial details. No wonder Brother Ming said Mr. Wen Ming might be exactly as I imagined. Mr. Wen Ming was only a year or two older than us. Xiaoxia and Xiaoxing, who had already departed for Starflag Nation, saw the news online and found it hard to believe. Though they were in Starflag Nation, they could still access a lot of information online. Thus, they too learned of Mr. Wen Ming's true identity. This is Mr. Wen Ming, our benefactor and founding mentor. Huddled around their phone, the two stared at the information about Lu Qiming displayed on the screen, a deep sense of reverence welling up within them. Mr. Wen Ming truly seemed to embody our expectations. He radiated an aura of profound erudition. The light of civilization grows ever brighter. Inside the system laboratory, Lu Qiming was conducting experiments. Simultaneously, he could sense the fluctuations in the light of civilization. After completing his 5th live streaming task, Lu Qiming obtained the light of civilization. The manifestation of the light of civilization appeared as a beam of light within Lu Qiming's mind. This was the light of civilization. By touching the light of civilization, Lu Qiming could draw wisdom and inspiration from the entire civilization at any moment. After Lu Qiming's identity was exposed, the light of civilization seemed to undergo some changes. This was starting to stray from the realm of science, bordering on idealism. Because my identity was exposed, the beliefs of human civilization also shifted? Lu Qiming merely pondered this question briefly before letting it go. For Lu Qiming, the more intense the light of civilization's transformation became, the better it was. This allowed him to draw greater wisdom and inspiration from the light of civilization to advance the Earth Heart Replacement Project. Completing the Earth Heart Replacement Project within a year wasn't too much of a problem, but the real worry was that Earth might deteriorate rapidly during that year, which would create genuine trouble. Lu Qiming continuously conducted experiments within the system while simultaneously replenishing his inspiration and wisdom through the light of civilization, gradually refining the plan. By now, Lu Qiming had gained considerable confidence in his ability to complete the Earth Heart Replacement Project through the power of his will. But unexpected complications loomed. Initial programming and debugging of the excavation equipment commenced. Programming debugging past equipment operating normally. Data was aggregated and analyzed by the central AI, simultaneously transmitting findings back to the project team. Chapter 163, Digging Through the Earth. 2 months have already passed. 2 months had flown by, yet the world had undergone significant changes. Most crucially, both the Eastern and Western hemispheres had achieved initial milestones in their respective Earth core replacement projects. In the eastern nation of Xia, mobilizing the entire nation's resources, they had already manufactured the artificial Earth's core in just over a month. Meanwhile, the Starflag nation, alongside numerous Western nations, had successfully developed the excavation equipment and brought it to a state of readiness for deployment. With this, the preliminary preparations for the Earth core replacement project are now fully complete. What follows is the true commencement of the Earth core replacement project. Almost simultaneously, official announcements were released globally by governments worldwide. Though the world remained stable, the looming threat of planetary exhaustion weighed heavily upon everyone's minds like a mountain. No one could be absolutely certain whether Earth could be saved within the next year. If Earth could not be saved, then all of human civilization would perish alongside it. Thus, across the globe, countless nations and countless people were preoccupied with this question. Under these circumstances, whenever the plan showed even the slightest progress, governments worldwide would release information to the public with remarkable coordination, serving as a morale booster for the people. In fact, during these 2 months, Lu Qiming even found time to make a media appearance and nationwide broadcast. It was Lu Qiming's personal appearance that kept most of the world's population grounded in reason. Thanks to Lu Qiming's authority, many people worldwide still believe the Earth Heart Replacement Project can succeed and have confidence in it. With the excavation equipment and artificial Earth core already manufactured, the preliminary preparations for the Earth Heart Replacement Project were nearly complete. The next phase would be the actual implementation of the plan. However, the first step was transportation, delivering the equipment to a designated location. After extensive discussions and simulations, Lu Qiming and members of the Earth Core Replacement Project team selected a location on Earth to serve as the site for the operation. Their goal was to excavate a massive hole from the surface of this chosen location, large enough to accommodate the artificial core, and then drill straight through to the Earth's core. This was a monumental undertaking, and arguably one of the 2 most challenging aspects of the entire project. This phase of the project was dubbed Dig Through the Earth. The meaning was straightforward: to literally dig through the Earth. To excavate directly from the surface down to the core. Following the piercing of the Earth, the next and most crucial phase would be the Earth's core replacement, the grand finale. Fortunately, by this point, Lu Qiming had already tested every aspect of this process hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of times through the system laboratory. He now has the subsequent series of data memorized. The initial manufacturing of equipment was not the most challenging aspect of the Earth's core replacement project. In fact, compared to the subsequent tasks, creating the artificial core and the excavation equipment is relatively straightforward. The next task, boring through the Earth, is a monumental undertaking. This phase alone would require at least several months, even with round-the-clock operations. Before commencing the drilling, Lu Qiming had made a statement to this effect, urging everyone in the project team not to let their guard down. As Lu Qiming had stated, compared to the task of drilling through the Earth, all previous preparations seemed like the simplest engineering work imaginable. Digging through the Earth meant they had to excavate a passage large enough to reach the planet's core. This equated to excavating a hole as deep as the entire radius of the Earth. The Earth's radius measures 6,371,000 meters. That's a distance of 6,371 kilometers. What does this figure signify? It means that even if the excavation equipment operates at a speed of 24 meters per minute, working non-stop day and night without pause, it would still take 6 months to dig from the surface to the core. Of course, utilizing nuclear fusion technology, spacecraft engines, and space-grade materials, the excavation equipment could theoretically achieve a digging speed of 50 meters per second. It can almost be said that the artificial core and the excavation equipment represent the pinnacle of human civilization's industrial capabilities. This is precisely why such efficiency is possible. Even under the most ideal conditions, however, the drilling equipment would need to operate non-stop for 3 consecutive months to approach the Earth's core. Of course, this 3-month period is theoretical. When actually attempting to drill through the Earth, numerous challenges arise, such as transporting excavated soil layers and reinforcing the tunnel. Therefore, even under the most conservative estimates, successfully drilling through the Earth would require at least 5 months if not longer. This would be the most monumental undertaking in human history. Many who grasped these figures and their implications couldn't help but gasp. Yet despite the sheer scale of the undertaking, seemingly beyond comprehension, it must still be undertaken. Governments worldwide are actively coordinating with the Xia Nation's directives. The Xia Nation government has emerged as the dominant force on Earth, spearheading the progress of the planetary heart replacement. Countries worldwide are mobilizing personnel, converging toward a single destination. Simultaneously, excavation equipment and the artificial Earth's core began their transport to this location. This location is defined by the coordinates 32N, 37E. A mere set of coordinates might not ring a bell for many, but mention the name of this place, and people worldwide would recognize it instantly. The Dead Sea. It is also Earth's lowest point, with an elevation of -400 meters. This location was meticulously selected by Liu Qiming through repeated global screening and extensive testing in the system laboratory as the site for Earth's heart transplant surgery. If replacing Earth's core were likened to surgery, this excavation site piercing toward the planet's core would be its chest. Chapter 164. Begin drilling through the Earth. Boom. Clang. Rumbling. Near the Dead Sea, workers, scholars, and equipment from around the world converged. They set up camp near the Dead Sea, launching the most monumental project in human history. Compared to this endeavor to pierce through the Earth, even the pyramids of antiquity, the Great Wall, or the colossal stone statues pale in comparison. The Earth-penetrating project will stand as the pinnacle of human engineering history. Simultaneously, it will be recorded as a monumental achievement in the annals of our planet's chronicles. On site, the bustling scene is filled with massive machinery and construction vehicles moving in an orderly fashion, covering the Dead Sea. Cameras were also capturing these scenes for posterity. A reporter, microphone in hand, broadcasts live, his face flushed with excitement as he passionately narrates the scene to the camera. This will be a miracle of human civilization. It will be a miracle for the Earth. We are about to perform an incredible operation on Earth. To replace its very heart. As everyone knows, our planet's core is currently in an unhealthy state. Within about a year, it will shift from peak activity to decline, ceasing to release energy. If left unchecked, all life on Earth will swiftly follow our planet into a path of death and extinction. But humanity refuses to accept this fate. Led by Xia Nation and leveraging the technology provided by Mr. Civilization, we have launched the Earth Heart Replacement Project. Since the current core is failing, we will replace it with a new one. The reporter's narration was deeply moving, possessing a compelling power. Though what he described was already widely known, many watching the live broadcast were still deeply moved. Far from feeling bored, they experienced a surge of excitement. Here, we could witness the bustling scene on site, with people from both the East and the West. The reporter continued broadcasting with unwavering passion. Every person here today, whether worker or scientist, will be a hero in saving our planet. United in purpose, we gather here to complete the Earth Heart Replacement Project and save our planet. The camera pans across the scene, lingering on the massive machinery. Look at that colossal apparatus. It is the star of our upcoming Earth-piercing operation. It is called Earth-moving equipment. The excavation equipment represents the pinnacle of industrial machinery, developed primarily by the Star Flag Nation in collaboration with Western industrial powers. Additionally, the excavation equipment is equipped with the world's most advanced Chinese programming, integrating the power of machinery to achieve unprecedented controllability. Beyond its Chinese programming, the excavation equipment is powered by a nuclear fusion reactor, requiring virtually no external energy replenishment. Its engine utilizes technology derived from the spacecraft engine featured in Mr. Civilization's live broadcast. Thus, our excavation equipment can achieve speeds of nearly 50 meters per second as it drills toward the Earth's core. The drill bit itself deserves special mention. The reporter, conducting the live news broadcast, radiates enthusiasm, his entire being seeming to glow with passion. He had clearly done his homework on the equipment, explaining everything with precision and a touch of science popularization. Blimey, the pinnacle of modern industrial achievement. 50 meters per minute? Absolutely unstoppable. It would only take 3 months to drill through the entire planet. Truly impressive. Humanity has advanced this far. Doesn't that mean we could replace the Earth's core in 3 months? What could possibly stand in humanity's way? 666. Many viewers watching the live stream couldn't help but comment at this moment. Of course, this was a live news broadcast, so the reporter couldn't see the comments. He continued delivering the news at his own pace. We are located at the world-renowned Dead Sea, a name familiar to many. Here, let me explain. The Dead Sea is the lowest point on Earth, reaching an elevation of -400 meters. For various reasons, Mr. Wenming made the final decision to choose this location as the site for the Earth Heart Replacement Project. Excavation equipment is currently undergoing on-site testing and is expected to commence operations within the next few hours. Additionally, numerous transport vehicles recently manufactured for this purpose are on site. They will be responsible for transporting the excavated soil and rock layers to other locations. These operations have been meticulously planned by global experts, so there is no need for concern. The camera pans again, capturing a massive structure dozens of meters in size in the distance. The tunnel we are excavating must have a diameter of tens of meters, as our artificial Earth's core itself has a diameter of tens of meters. This is the artificial core created by Xia Nation and many Eastern countries. The artificial core represents the pinnacle of nuclear fusion technology. Calling it an artificial sun is no exaggeration. This very artificial core will replace our soon-to-fail natural core, sustaining Earth's operation. This artificial core can continuously emit energy, sustaining Earth's operations for over a century. In other words, if this core replacement mission succeeds, we won't need to worry about Earth for a century. By then, we are confident Earth will have advanced technologically enough to venture beyond our solar system. Of course, a century later, we could craft another core to continue replacing the current one. After explaining all this, the reporter turned his head. What I've shared is merely the surface of the matter. Next, we'll seek out some scholars present to provide a more in-depth explanation. Chapter 165, The Bermuda Triangle Ruins. The Dead Sea has been drained, and excavation equipment is now activated. From the moment the Dead Sea was chosen as the site for the Earth core replacement project, its disappearance from the planet was inevitable. To drill through the Earth from this location, the first step was to drain the Dead Sea. Then the excavation equipment began its massive operation, digging into the Earth. Rumble! The machinery roared to life, its noise deafening. From the moment the drill bit struck, layer upon layer of Earth was excavated and immediately transported away via conveyor belts. On the other side of the conveyor belts, transport teams immediately began hauling these soil layers to a nearby ocean without delay. It began. The project was underway, with numerous personnel already on site, making real-time adjustments to the plan. Members of the Earth Heart Replacement Project team were also present, having established a permanent base there. Lu Qiming, however, did not personally attend the site. His identity had been exposed, and appearing now would cause complications. Of course, the trouble was secondary. The most crucial point was that Lu Qiming currently had no need to be present. Breaching the Earth's core would require at least 3 to 5 more months. During this period, Lu Qiming saw no reason to remain at the Dead Sea and delay his own affairs. In fact, the moment the Earth-piercing project commenced, Lu Qiming had already calculated all the data. Replacing the Earth's core was no longer an impossible feat. Therefore, there was little need for Lu Qiming to personally attend the site. Besides, Lu Qiming had other matters to attend to. The Earth's core replacement project was underway, but it would still require at least several more months. During this period, they could thoroughly search for traces left by the prehistoric civilization. Perhaps this would also yield a way to utilize the energy core reactors left behind on Earth. Lu Qiming had previously streamed content on planetary science. Planetary science is the discipline dedicated to understanding and studying planets. It was precisely when planetary science was just beginning to spread that the Starflag Nation discovered the prehistoric civilization ruins of Sun City at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. Beyond Sun City, numerous energy core reactors left behind by the prehistoric civilization were discovered across the globe. Beyond these, no further traces of the prehistoric civilization have been found on Earth. However, what the prehistoric civilization left behind was certainly not limited to just Sun City. After all, it was a civilization that once truly existed. It couldn't have left behind just Sun City. Somewhere on Earth, in some corner or location, there must be other traces left behind by this prehistoric civilization. However, humanity's focus on uncovering the Earth's core had previously prevented them from devoting sufficient attention to this matter, thus halting further discoveries of prehistoric ruins. Now that Lu Qiming had delegated the Earth's core replacement project, he found himself without any pressing matters at hand. Therefore, Lu Qiming chose to pursue further exploration of Earth. Past generations understood far too little about Earth. Without the emergence of the system, humanity might have perished in ignorance alongside the Earth's extinguished core. Even now, despite humanity's awareness of the core crisis, there might still be other things on Earth that humans don't understand. For instance, that prehistoric civilization, or other mysteries. This was precisely why continued exploration of Earth was essential. With this conviction, Lu Qiming directly established a new project team through the Xia Nation government to launch a fresh round of Earth exploration. Having once hosted live streams on planetary science, Lu Qiming was arguably the world's foremost authority on the subject, the person most adept at guiding planetary exploration. Therefore, when Lu Qiming personally led the Earth Exploration Initiative, the results were maximized. Within the very first month of this team's formation, a significant discovery emerged. A prehistoric ruin at the bottom of the Bermuda Triangle? After 1 month of drilling through the Earth, the exploration team personally led by Lu Qiming made a new discovery at the Bermuda location, the ruins of a new civilization. At this point, the Earth-piercing project continued without incident, having already dug over 1,600 kilometers downward. The exploration team then discovered the existence of prehistoric civilization ruins on the seabed of the Bermuda Triangle. The Bermuda Triangle, a triangular region in the Atlantic Ocean, has long been shrouded in mystery. For centuries, since the Age of Sail, legends about the Bermuda Triangle have persisted. Countless ships that entered the Bermuda Triangle vanished without a trace. Over the years, the Bermuda Triangle has become almost synonymous with terror on the oceans, claiming countless lives. Even in the modern era, the Bermuda Triangle remains shrouded in mystery. For instance, compasses often fail to function properly here. Even aircraft flying over this triangular region have vanished inexplicably. Electronic signals cannot pass through this triangular zone. Even today, the Bermuda Triangle remains synonymous with terror and the unknown. However, when Lu Qiming led an exploration team to re-examine the entire planet, they discovered what appeared to be the remains of a prehistoric civilization at the bottom of the Bermuda Triangle's waters. Could this be the root cause of the Bermuda Triangle's centuries-old mysteries? Upon learning this news, Lu Qiming couldn't help but speculate. A month prior, under Lu Qiming's leadership, an exploration team was established in Xia Nation. Every exploration technology and piece of knowledge employed by the team originated directly from Lu Qiming. Thus, even the exploration team was equipped with the most advanced technology currently available on Earth. It was under these circumstances that they detected anomalies in the Bermuda Triangle region and uncovered this phenomenon. Embark on the exploration of prehistoric civilization ruins beneath the waters of the Bermuda Triangle. Upon discovering the prehistoric ruins in the Bermuda Triangle, Lu Qiming wasted no time in taking the lead to initiate the exploration of these ancient civilizations within the region. Chapter 166, Interstellar Signal Capture and Transmission Device. The discovery in the Bermuda Triangle represents humanity's further advancement in uncovering prehistoric civilizations. Upon confirming the existence of these ancient ruins, Lu Qiming wasted no time dispatching an exploration team to investigate. The current exploration equipment was incomparable to what it had been just a few months prior. With Lu Qiming's support, nearly every piece of exploration equipment had been upgraded to unprecedented levels. Whether in signal transmission or overall performance, they now operated at capabilities once unimaginable. It was precisely through these advancements that the expedition team uncovered the truth of the Bermuda Triangle and broke through its barriers. An invisible energy field had always shrouded the Bermuda Triangle, rendering previous human attempts to penetrate it utterly futile. But now, the exploration team led by Lu Qiming faced no such hindrance. Roar! The massive cruiser sailed directly into the Bermuda Triangle region, completely unaffected by its mysterious energy field, with all systems functioning normally. Upon reaching the target location, submarines launched from the cruiser and headed straight for the submerged ruins of an ancient civilization. Over the past few months, many devices on Earth had widely adopted nuclear fusion technology and spacecraft engines. The performance of these submarines now far surpassed their counterparts from just months prior by a factor of 10 or more. Roar! The submarines plunged into the sea, descending toward the ocean floor at an astonishing speed. The distance of several thousand meters was covered in a mere 10 minutes. Whoosh! From the submarine, numerous undersea unmanned probes shot out, instantly dispersing to begin scanning the prehistoric ruins on the ocean floor. The architecture mirrored that of Sun City, originating from the same ancient civilization. Lu Qiming remained in the capital of Xia Nation, remotely orchestrating all these operations through programming. In fact, over the past few months, Lu Qiming had nearly endowed the machinery with artificial intelligence. Thus, neither the submarine nor the probes required direct human control. Vague instructions sufficed for the machinery to function autonomously. This meant Lu Qing didn't even need to reach the Bermuda Triangle region. From the distant capital of Xia, he could control everything through Chinese programming. Beyond sharing the same architecture as Sun City, this place held one crucial difference. Through the undersea probe, Lu Qiming could clearly see the distinct nature of this city located on the ocean floor within the Bermuda Triangle. Beyond the core energy reactor, remnants of prehistoric civilization's technology persisted here. For reasons unknown, Sun City contained no technological artifacts from prehistoric civilizations beyond its foundational energy core reactor. Yet within the prehistoric ruins beneath the Bermuda Triangle, technological artifacts were present. Lu Qiming clearly understood this fact by observing the scenes captured by the detector's footage. The probe slowly scanned the entire ruins, compiling all the footage into a single feed that Lu Qiming watched intently. Here, alongside technology that covered the entire city and even extended into the sky above, there were also numerous written records. These written records were captured by the probe and compiled together. Beyond that, Lu Qiming could roughly discern from the compiled footage what technological artifacts were still operational within the city. This was an operational energy core reactor, sustaining a massive energy emitter within the city. It was precisely this energy emitter that had turned the Bermuda Triangle into a deadly sea for centuries. The energy it emitted interfered with Earth's magnetic and energy fields, causing compass devices, aircraft, and ships to malfunction upon entering the region. Even living beings within it can lose their sense of direction. Thus, even birds entering the Bermuda Triangle may lose their way and meet their demise in these waters. Liu Qiming had finally unraveled the mystery of the Bermuda Triangle and identified the root cause of its deadly reputation. This technology, unseen anywhere on Earth today, held immense research value. It could even greatly benefit modern humanity, potentially propelling technological advancement forward. Liu Qiming recognized the true reward of this expedition was the opportunity to absorb technology from the ruins of a prehistoric civilization. Beyond the energy emitters within the city, numerous written records remained. Perhaps through them, he could uncover the secrets of this city and gain deeper insights into the prehistoric civilization. This exploration of the undersea city had achieved remarkable depth almost immediately. All the documents found within the city were photographed and compiled together. Liu Qiming wasted no time. He gathered several Xia Kingdom script specialists from the exploration team and began deciphering the texts. From these texts, they quickly discovered the city's name. The city beneath the waters of the Bermuda Triangle was called Interstellar City. They discovered this, along with other revelations. Interstellar City was named as such because it housed an interstellar signal capture and transmission device. So that energy emitter was an interstellar signal capture and transmission device? Liu Qiming was somewhat surprised to learn the true name and function of the energy emitter within Interstellar City. Similar to the Sky-Eye previously constructed by Xia Nation, it could capture signals that had appeared in space and transmit certain signals into space. So why would a prehistoric civilization build such a device? What purpose did it serve? Liu Qiming led the scholars in continuing their study of the ancient texts. Soon, they made another discovery. But this discovery left them utterly astonished. Chapter 167, The Truth Behind the Prehistoric Civilization's Demise? The city discovered on the seabed of the Bermuda Triangle was named Interstellar City. Within Interstellar City lay an energy emitter whose true function was to transmit and capture interstellar signals, much like the Sky-Eye previously constructed in Xia Nation. Compared to Xia Nation's Sky-Eye, however, the machinery within Interstellar City was immeasurably more advanced. But that wasn't the crucial part. The real shock came when Liu Qiming and his team continued reading and interpreting the Star City documents. Could Interstellar City have genuinely communicated with extraterrestrial civilizations? Was Interstellar City the communication hub between prehistoric civilizations and extraterrestrial entities? Good heavens! In the subsequent documents, they uncovered this astonishing revelation: the prehistoric civilization had actually established communication with extraterrestrial civilizations. This means that beyond Earth, other civilizations truly exist in the cosmos. And all of this was documented in the archives of Interstellar City. In fact, the records were remarkably detailed. Prehistoric civilizations had once used the Star City to establish contact and exchange with extraterrestrial civilizations. They even came to understand that they were not the only civilization in the universe, there were many others. However, a fundamental principle governed cosmic civilizations: only those possessing the capability to venture beyond their home planet were considered true civilizations. Before achieving this capability, civilizations confined to their home planets could only be considered primitive. For promising primitive civilizations, a universal principle dictates that no interstellar civilization may interfere with their developmental progress. The prehistoric civilization of Interstellar City also discovered this truth after acquiring a spacecraft that had unexpectedly crashed onto Earth. It was precisely this discovery that enabled the prehistoric civilization to construct the energy core reactor and propel Earth into its current state of wandering. These technologies were all derived from the alien spacecraft obtained by the prehistoric civilization. Thus, the prehistoric civilization established an interstellar city to attempt communication with other civilizations across the cosmos. This discovery was utterly astonishing. Both Liu Qiming and the other members of the team were stunned by this revelation. Liu Qiming couldn't remain calm, so the greatest aspect of the prehistoric civilization's technology actually originated from extraterrestrial civilizations? In that instant, some of the lingering doubts Liu Qiming had accumulated were suddenly resolved. A civilization that had developed energy cores powered by the Earth's core and even constructed planetary propulsion engines, why couldn't they develop space technology? Why couldn't they build spacecraft to leave Earth? As a result, the prehistoric civilization vanished completely as Earth's resources depleted, leaving only seeds of civilization for a new human civilization to emerge anew on the planet. The technological development of the prehistoric civilization was distorted and unnatural, failing to follow the normal trajectory of technological advancement. Excessive exposure to alien technologies warped their own development, trapping them within Earth's limitations. They perished alongside the planet's core depletion, never achieving genuine spaceflight capabilities of their own. The records of civilization within the interstellar city were significantly more extensive than those found in the solar city. Through these written records, they could understand these events, grasping why the prehistoric civilization met its fate and left nothing behind as Earth perished. Moreover, they had gained some understanding of the matter. Indeed, numerous civilizations exist throughout the cosmos. Yet constrained by universal principles, they neither initiate contact nor even seek interaction with primitive civilizations. Earth's civilization was one such promising primitive civilization. This explains why, despite humanity's decades of active search for extraterrestrial life, they had never received any response or made any discoveries. Through the records within the Star City, they not only grasped part of the reason for the prehistoric civilization's demise but also understood these crucial points. However, Lu Qiming frowned, studying the latest entries in the Civilization City archives. Could it be that Earth already has an enemy lurking within the cosmos? Prehistoric civilizations weren't incapable of developing aviation technology, yet they willingly perished alongside Earth. Was it because venturing beyond our planet risked encountering that civilization's devastating attack? Lu Qiming made a new discovery, uncovering this very point. Lu Qiming was utterly astonished. Just moments before, he had assumed that prehistoric civilizations had developed abnormally, rendering them incapable of leaving Earth and thus doomed to perish alongside the planet. Yet the written records he now encountered overturned this notion. The prehistoric civilization had once recovered a spaceship that had crashed onto Earth. Although this greatly advanced their technology, it also created enmity with the civilization that owned the spacecraft. Because Earth was still a primitive civilization, the other side did not immediately take action against the prehistoric civilization at that time. But once the prehistoric civilization was able to venture into space and survive independently beyond Earth, the other side would launch an interstellar war? Lu Qiming was astonished upon learning this. The establishment of the Star City had once facilitated communication with an extraterrestrial civilization, the very same civilization that bore a grudge. They had issued a warning, vowing to punish the prehistoric civilization. Because of this, when the Earth's core depleted, the prehistoric civilization was unable to leave the planet and could only perish along with the core's exhaustion. After reviewing all the documents, Lu Qiming realized another crucial point. If modern human civilization were to venture beyond Earth, would it face retaliation and vengeance from that civilization? Lu Qiming couldn't help but ponder this question. The prehistoric civilization was born on Earth. And the current human civilization was also born on Earth. In the eyes of cosmic civilizations, what originates from the same planet is considered one civilization. Thus, the most critical question arises. If modern human civilization were to venture beyond Earth, would it also face retaliation from that civilization? Lu Qiming's brow furrowed as he grasped the gravity of this dilemma. Is human civilization destined to remain confined to Earth? Must we, like prehistoric civilizations, never set foot beyond our planet? Chapter 168, Undercurrents. The information gleaned from the interstellar city proved exceptionally rich. On one hand, they had gained access to some of the prehistoric civilization's technology. Second, we uncovered the reason behind the extinction of that ancient civilization. Of course, for Lu Qiming, the most crucial revelation was discovering that Earth's current civilization actually had a cosmic civilization as its enemy. This revelation struck him like a bolt from the blue. Without the discoveries from the interstellar city, wouldn't humanity, after saving Earth and attempting to build spaceships to venture beyond our planet, immediately face the devastating assault of an alien civilization? Considering this, Lu Qiming himself couldn't say whether this early discovery was a blessing or a curse. Knowing these things in advance wasn't inherently bad, but it certainly wasn't good news for humanity. In a brief moment, Lu Qiming made his decision: this information must be concealed from the general public for now. At the very least, it must remain classified until the Earth heart replacement project succeeded. Otherwise, it would severely undermine global morale. Even if disclosed, it must come only after Earth's salvation was complete. He needed to alert the authorities of Xia Nation and the Starflag Nation to immediately halt their plans for constructing spacecraft to explore beyond the solar system. After making this decision, Lu Qiming took another crucial step. It seemed humanity's journey toward civilization still had a long way to go. After saving Earth, they would have to face a mysterious cosmic civilization. The only way to avoid encountering them was for humanity to never step beyond Earth. At this thought, Lu Qiming shook his head. Thanks to his live broadcast, Earth's current technology had already reached the point where it could venture beyond the planet. How could humanity simply halt its progress now? Moreover, even if this Earth core replacement succeeded, the artificial core could only last a century at most. Who could predict what other changes might befall Earth? A backup plan was essential for security. Humanity must ultimately step beyond Earth and venture into the cosmos. Before leaving Earth, humanity must ensure the planet possesses sufficient military strength to confront that unknown civilization. But first, we must know both ourselves and our enemy. We need to find ways to uncover intelligence on that civilization that bears a grudge against Earth. Boom! Boom! The Dead Sea of old has vanished completely. At the center of what was once the Dead Sea, a colossal crater over 80 meters in diameter now gouged the Earth. And this crater was bottomless. Over 2 months have passed since the Earth-piercing project began. During this period, a total distance of nearly 4,000 kilometers had been excavated. Along the way, they encountered stone, soil, magma, and flowing water. From the surface, they dug into the crust, then pierced through the crust, penetrated the Earth's flat layer, and passed through both the inner and outer crusts. This monumental undertaking, the grandest in human history, continues to unfold with relentless momentum. In fact, were it not for the need to process the vast quantities of excavated material along the way, we would already be nearing the Earth's core. Even so, the current excavation has reached an extremely challenging stage. There was once an advertising slogan that claimed, if laid end to end, they could circle the Earth. But now, the Earth-piercing project is directly excavating the entire mass of the planet, roughly cubic in volume. This volume equates to 1/6 millionth of the planet's total mass. What does that mean? Consider this: if every human being on Earth were to jump into the excavated cavity to fill it, the entire population of over 6 billion people would still not be enough to fill the gaping hole. This alone illustrates the sheer scale of the project. News reports cover it almost daily, detailing various developments in progress. People worldwide are following these developments closely, as they concern the very survival of our planet. Fortunately, throughout this process, the project has proceeded smoothly without major setbacks. This stability has allowed the world to maintain peace and order. Beneath the surface, however, various events were unfolding unbeknownst to the public. At the very least, both the Starflag Nation and Earth had secretly halted spacecraft construction. Time passed slowly, month after month. The Earth-piercing project reached its final stages, having already excavated to the core layer. Chapter 169, Artificial Core enters the Earth's core. Over 5 months had passed since the Earth-piercing project began. Mobilizing nearly the entire world's resources, this project had finally reached its final stages. The excavation had reached the Earth's core. The Earth's core is a mass of searing energy. At its very center lies a nuclear fusion energy core, much like the sun, ceaselessly radiating energy outward. Yet after billions of years of existence, the core now stood on the brink of exhaustion. This has led to the current situation: the entire core is hollow, with only a few surface energies being released. Yet this is like a fire without fuel; it cannot be sustained for long. The state of the core is such that it cannot be sustained much longer before it extinguishes completely, releasing no energy whatsoever. At that moment, everything on Earth will wither away, losing all vitality. It was time to directly install the new artificial core. As the project reached this stage, Lu Qiming personally arrived here from the capital of Xia Nation. Surrounding Lu Qiming were numerous security forces and a crowd of scientific researchers, all rallying around him as their central leader, awaiting his directives. At the site of the former Dead Sea, the colossal artificial core stood beside the massive excavated cavern. The artificial core was immense, its surface adorned with tentacle-like devices. To ensure the artificial core could safely reach the Earth's core, special external mechanisms were installed on its outer perimeter. These external mechanisms enabled the core to operate autonomously, descending into the Earth's core. Upon reaching the Earth's core, the built-in program within the core would activate, initiating its operational functions. Simultaneously, the external devices would detach at this point. On site, besides Lu Qiming and other members of the Earth Core Replacement Project team, accompanying journalists and cameramen documented every detail. While recording, someone provided simple explanations to ensure everyone watching could understand. Lu Qiming stood outside, holding a small laptop in his hands. His gaze slowly withdrew from the artificial core, and Lu Qiming performed a few operations on the computer. He initiated the artificial core's descent, directing it to begin its journey into the Earth's core. Lu Qiming issued the command. Almost immediately after Lu Qiming's command was issued, a thunderous roar erupted. The massive artificial core, dozens of meters in diameter, suddenly began to move. External tentacle-like appendages whirled in unison as the artificial core transformed into a living entity resembling a spider or octopus, advancing toward the cavernous pit at its core. Boom! In mere moments, the artificial core had plunged into the abyss. Simultaneously, external equipment attached to the artificial core, cameras, sensors, and other devices transmitted data back, allowing its status to be monitored. Descending at supersonic speeds, the artificial core would reach the Earth's center in 2 days. Lu Qiming spoke, then turned his head to look at the members of the Earth Heart Replacement Project team standing behind him. Old Zhang, academician Fang, Ding Weiguo, Shang Wei, and others who had devoted themselves tirelessly to the Earth Heart Replacement Project over the past 6 months. Once the artificial core begins operation, the Earth will experience some turbulence for about half a month. Replacing the core might affect gravity, magnetic fields, tides, and other aspects. However, the artificial core's built-in systems would automatically adjust for these changes. Within just half a month, the artificial core's built-in systems will complete these adjustments and begin functioning normally as the Earth's core. In other words, after half a month, our Earth will have successfully undergone its core replacement. During this period, global preparedness measures must be implemented. Lu Qiming addressed everyone, explaining these details and making the necessary arrangements. Just half a month. In just half a month, Earth's core will be renewed. The artificial core will infuse the planet with fresh vitality, allowing it to sustain its inherent life force. But all this hinges on surviving these 15 days. During these 15 days, as the original core is replaced by the artificial one, the Earth will experience some disruption. Gravity, magnetic fields, tides, and various other aspects would be affected. The most immediate consequence will be a massive disruption of Earth's magnetic field. Everything from tiny insects and migratory birds to large-scale global signals will be affected. Moreover, the extent of these impacts remains unpredictable. The only certainty is that they will persist for half a month. Beyond the magnetic field, gravitational forces will also become unstable. Tidal patterns will become abnormal. This situation will persist for a full fortnight. This is precisely why it presents a major challenge in implementing the Earth Heart Replacement Project. Even Lu Qiming couldn't predict what consequences this chaos might bring to Earth during those 2 weeks. Within the system laboratory space, Lu Qiming conducted countless simulations. This outcome represents the best possible result achievable, so this is the only way forward. Over these 2 weeks, countless living beings across the globe may be affected. Lu Qiming murmured to himself. Only after enduring these 2 weeks would Earth truly usher in a new beginning. After the artificial core reached the Earth's core, it would take another 2 days to settle into position and begin its adjustments. In other words, 2 days from now, the entire planet would enter a fortnight-long period of transformation. During these 2 days, many workers at the construction site had departed for emergency shelters. Now, major cities worldwide had established so-called emergency shelters, designed to protect people from the effects of the Earth's changes when necessary. The 2 days passed in a flash. Lu Qiming's personal electronic device suddenly emitted a beep. Arrival. The artificial core had reached the Earth's center. Chapter 170, Catastrophic Ecological Destruction. 15 days marked Earth's period of upheaval. This period of upheaval had long been factored into Lu Qiming's calculations. Before it began, global science popularization campaigns were launched and targeted countermeasures were implemented. For instance, coastal cities had implemented extensive preparations against tidal surges. Beyond that, cities situated in Earth's vulnerable zones each had their own preparations. Major cities, too, had all made thorough preparations. After days of public awareness campaigns, nearly all global citizens were prepared. The entire world faces the imminent possibility of power outages and communication disruptions. Airports worldwide will cease operations in the coming days. Ships at sea have returned to port to avoid unforeseen incidents during the turbulent period. Nearly everyone worldwide has mentally braced themselves, aware of what might unfold over the next 15 days. Heard the internet might go down posting this update hoping for a peaceful transition. Peace, joy, and smooth sailing. These 6 words are the mantra for Earth's safety. Feeling a bit nervous? It's like Earth is about to undergo heart surgery. The company is closed for 15 days. Will wait quietly for operations to resume. 15 days will pass in the blink of an eye. Looking forward to meeting again after these 15 days. Thanks to advanced preparations, everyone understands what these 15 days signify. Despite governments worldwide making every effort to promote safety awareness. But now, facing this 15-day period of upheaval, many still can't help but feel uneasy. Even Lu Qiming found himself silently praying, "May we navigate these turbulent 15 days safely." Day 1 passed calmly, with the entire planet seemingly unchanged. On the second day, the world suddenly changed. Birds around the globe abruptly landed, and pigeons everywhere lost their sense of direction, appearing frantic and disoriented. Pigeons are remarkable birds, capable of navigating by magnetic fields to reach their destinations. But during this period of Earth's upheaval, these sensitive birds were the first to show signs of change. The pigeons were merely the first to react. Soon after, numerous migratory birds began exhibiting similar phenomena. Moreover, compasses worldwide experienced varying degrees of disruption. The magnetic field is shifting. This situation clearly indicates a problem with the magnetic field. Earth's magnetic field was becoming chaotic and seasonally unstable, causing many magnetically sensitive creatures to react first. Beyond living creatures, numerous modern scientific instruments have also detected these magnetic shifts. It was at this very moment that all aircraft and ships ceased operations. Otherwise, global transportation would have descended into chaos, with countless planes crashing due to their inability to navigate. Furthermore, global GPS systems have ceased to function. Day 3. Some people walking on the ground suddenly stumbled and fell. This scene played out across the globe. Beyond people collapsing unexpectedly, numerous small objects began moving inexplicably on their own. Gravity itself had changed. Gravity was chaotic, causing many living beings to lose their balance and fall. It's not just humans, many animals in nature exhibit similar behavior, often stumbling and falling while standing. Almost all living creatures exhibit signs of agitation and unease. Even among humans, whose senses are relatively dull, there is a palpable sense of discomfort. Both the magnetic field and gravity have undergone such changes. What will happen next? Although the magnetic field and gravity underwent significant changes over the past 2 days, the actual impact and damage have not been as severe as one might expect. Preparations had been made well in advance, flights and other public transportation were suspended, and some companies even temporarily closed. Thus, over the first 2 days, humanity suffered almost no losses. But on the third day, various observation facilities, including space stations, detected changes in Earth's tides. Undercurrents began forming in coastal areas across multiple oceans worldwide. Many coastal areas began experiencing rising tides. With the tides already affected, coastal areas must be evacuated immediately. Countries worldwide sprang into action, with populations in coastal cities temporarily evacuating. For no one could predict how far the Earth's tides might rise under this influence. Coastal cities could be submerged at any moment. On the fourth day, global communications were severed. Electromagnetic fields became chaotic, and even signals from space stations could not connect to the ground. On the fifth day, satellites in multiple outer Earth orbits plummeted, as the planet's own chaotic state even disrupted near-Earth orbits. Meanwhile, in the Indian Ocean, seawater engulfed an entire city. Simultaneously, oceans worldwide churned violently, devoid of any truly terrifying sight. Xia Nation has activated emergency evacuation protocols, with coastal city residents undergoing further evacuations. Other nations also took action. Day 6. Earth's gravity grew increasingly chaotic. In over a third of the planet's regions, people could no longer walk normally, their movements severely affected by gravitational forces. The skies were nearly devoid of birds. On the ground, many animals shivered in fear. The situation was becoming critical. And this had only unfolded over 6 days. Though humanity hasn't faced major threats yet, Earth's ecosystem has been profoundly impacted. Numerous birds and animals perished due to magnetic field disruptions and gravitational chaos. The oceans were littered with the corpses of marine life floating to the surface. If this continues, the Earth's ecosystem could face catastrophic disruption within 15 days. In a base within the capital, Lu Qiming listened to the data reports and grasped the gravity of the situation. To the Earth, all living creatures upon it are but insignificant specks. In the system laboratory, I conducted millions of experiments and obtained optimal data to replace Earth's core. Yet, I could never perfectly simulate Earth's ecosystem. Thus, while human civilization remains largely unaffected, the ecosystem is suffering catastrophic destruction, an outcome I never anticipated. We must accelerate the adaptation period of the artificial core to help Earth weather this turbulent phase. Otherwise, Earth's ecosystem will face catastrophic damage. Chapter 171, I Lead Civilization. On Earth, magnetic fields, gravitational forces, and tides were all shifting. This has made signal transmission across the planet problematic, and networks cannot maintain stability. However, Lu Qiming still held a crucial safeguard, a specialized signal generator capable of transmitting commands to the artificial core from a great distance. Originally, it was expected that the entire planet would take 15 days to pass through this turbulent period before returning to normal. Yet in just 5 days, Earth's ecosystems had already suffered near catastrophic destruction. Under these circumstances, Lu Qiming had no choice but to take action. Originally, he had intended to ease the transition over 15 days, hence setting the artificial core's activation period to 15 days. But now it seemed that even after 15 days, the Earth's ecosystem might not be able to withstand the strain. Given this, he decided to accelerate the core replacement process. With this decision made, Lu Qiming immediately retrieved the specially crafted remote control and began operating it. An invisible signal transmitted deep into the Earth's core. Deep within the Earth's core, the artificial core, which had been slowly releasing nuclear fusion energy to gradually replace the natural core, suddenly underwent a transformation. Its output power surged, growing stronger and more intense. The continuous fusion reactions unleashed unimaginable energy, saturating the entire core and radiating outward. In an instant, the signal showed signs of recovery. Global networks restored communication, synchronizing data worldwide. Volcanoes erupted in multiple locations worldwide, showing signs of activity. Prehistoric civilizations' energy core reactors reignited in multiple locations. Within mere moments, Lu Qiming's operation yielded results. The entire planet underwent immediate changes, electromagnetic fields restored in an instant, gravity normalized, and even dormant energy cores reignited. The energy cores left behind by the prehistoric civilization functioned as engines utilizing the Earth's core. If the Earth's core ceased releasing energy, these energy cores would extinguish. Previously, many had extinguished when the artificial core descended into the Earth's center. But now, as the artificial core increased its output, all the energy cores reignited simultaneously. The entire planet seemed to return to normal in an instant. But I accelerated the artificial core's operational speed, enabling it to more swiftly replace the original core's functions. Though calm has been restored now, the next 2 or 3 days may unleash even more violent upheavals across the entire planet. Yet if we can weather these next 2 or 3 days of heightened turbulence, everything will return to normal. Lu Qiming understood this clearly in his heart. This was the work he was undertaking at this very moment. Accelerating the core's operation would also intensify the turbulence. On the 6th day, thanks to Lu Qiming's actions, the earth seemed to enjoy a day of calm. All animals returned to normal. Birds filled the skies, and creatures ceased their trembling, emerging from their dens. The oceans had also calmed, as if the surging undercurrents had never existed. But on the human side, vigilance remained unwavering. Neither aircraft nor ships had resumed operations. Many mentors expressed their thoughts online, mostly offering mutual encouragement. I saw on the news that in 2 more days, Earth will return to normal. Hang in there. Hang in there, folks. The next 2 days will be smooth sailing. Coastal residents are relieved they can finally return home in 2 days. Who knows how we survived those days without internet? It's finally all over. Sigh. Without internet, this struggling author missed several days of updates. Goodbye perfect attendance bonus, goodbye subscribers. After a calm day, the 7th day arrived. In an instant, everything came crashing down with overwhelming force. Coastal areas worldwide were hit by tsunamis and typhoons. Extreme celestial phenomena erupted across the skies worldwide. Global communications were severed once more, and electromagnetic shifts caused countless birds in the sky to suddenly drop dead. Billions of living beings trembled as if facing a great enemy. In some regions, people leapt a meter into the air as gravity completely lost control. Simultaneously, certain sensitive individuals among humanity suddenly fell unconscious, overwhelming hospitals to capacity. Even in the inland plains, extreme celestial phenomena emerged. The Earth's space station suddenly began to sway, affected by the shifting gravitational pull of the planet. Oh my God, is this the end of the world? At this moment, people watched the surrounding changes with disorientation. Beyond the animals and creatures, many plants also underwent transformations. Some plants withered inexplicably, while others became grotesquely deformed. The entire planet underwent immense transformation. Simultaneously, emergency shelters in major cities activated. On this day, the entire Earth's ecosystem had descended into complete chaos. Humankind had prepared long ago, so their losses were the smallest. The 7th day passed, and the 8th day arrived. All conditions worsened further. Over 1/3 of all living creatures in nature suffered severe damage, and the ecosystem faced further destruction. Furthermore, tectonic movements erupted across certain plates on Earth, such as the Neon Archipelago and the Indian Plate, commonly known as earthquakes. In some regions, seawater surged upward, submerging vast tracts of land, while in others, the sea receded, exposing new areas of land. Humanity suffered its heaviest losses on this day, with conservative estimates placing global economic damage at over $1 trillion. Fortunately, by the 8th day, as the calamity drew to a close, all signs of destruction gradually began to dissipate. Earth's magnetic field slowly began to recover. Gravity also gradually returned to normal. Simultaneously, many Earthlings who had fallen into inexplicable comas over the previous 2 days began to gradually awaken. Numerous animals in the natural world began to emerge from their shivering states. Extreme weather phenomena across various regions also began to fade away. The 8th day passed. On the 9th day, dawn broke. Global networks returned to normal, and communications resumed. All online activity appeared frozen at a 2-day-old state. Until a certain moment, when televisions worldwide regained their internet connection. And on every television network worldwide, every screen that was turned on displayed the same image. Hello, everyone. I am Mr. Civilization, addressing humanity once more. The Earth Heart Replacement Project has been successfully completed. Our Earth is safe for the next century. Chapter 172, Meeting the Highest Representative. By the end of the 8th day, all had returned to calm. All signs of disturbance on Earth had vanished. Every movement, every unease, every anomaly had returned to normal, just as before. Simultaneously, a single image appeared across global television networks. News from Xia Nation. The news featured only one person, Lu Qiming. Lu Qiming's fame had long since reached the highest global level. Everyone was familiar with his appearance and face, so the moment he appeared, all television viewers recognized him. Mr. Civilization. Lu Qiming appeared on the live broadcast, addressing the global audience. Hello everyone, I am Mr. Civilization. I hereby formally announce that the Earth Heart Replacement Project has been successfully completed. Our planet has regained its health, and this state of wellness will endure for 100 years. Although our planet has endured immense challenges in recent days, even facing significant impacts on its ecosystem, from this day forward, Earth stands free of all such threats. We need not worry about it anymore. The news broadcast concluded swiftly, and soon, television screens across the globe displayed various news channels. Yet every single news broadcast across these channels reported on the exact same event. All news anchors spoke with immense excitement, recounting the disasters humanity had endured and the immense ordeal our planet had weathered. Meanwhile, the global internet had also come alive. With the restoration of connectivity, many people could now access the web and view information online. The internet was abuzz with activity as people shared their experiences of the past days. Everyone was filled with emotion and excitement, sharing a collective sense of relief at having survived the ordeal. Amidst this, there were also expressions of gratitude towards Lu Qiming, the hero featured on the heroic notice, as well as sincere thanks for the diligent handling of the situation by the governments of various nations. After solemnly confirming the safety of Earth, television news broadcasts began airing wave after wave of praise for Lu Qiming and the various national governments. Meanwhile, in Xia Nation, post-disaster reconstruction efforts had already commenced. After all, within just 7 or 8 days, global losses had far exceeded $1 trillion. Some coastal cities in the region had suffered particularly severe blows and incurred heavy losses, making post-disaster reconstruction imperative. Fortunately, the human toll remained relatively light amid these losses, thanks to prior preparedness measures. The internet was flooded with expressions of relief. Click. The signal transmission ended, and Lu Qiming concluded his live television news broadcast. He exhaled a long breath. The Earth's heart transplant was finally complete. Lu Qiming felt a slight sense of emotion. What he had accomplished was the Earth replacement project, the most monumental and arduous undertaking in human history. Throughout its execution, the project bore immense pressure, for failure would spell the end of the entire planet and the collapse of all human civilization. Though he could breathe a small sigh of relief upon its success, Lu Qiming dared not relax too much. Many other challenges still lay ahead. For instance, the mysterious and alien extraterrestrial civilization, the prehistoric Earth civilization, all these ancient enemies had now been inherited by human civilization. Once the civilization born on Earth ventured beyond its home planet, it might face retaliation from that extraterrestrial civilization. However, the situation Earth now faced, the situation Earth's civilization faced, demanded that a suitable planet be found within 100 years, or before the artificial Earth core completed its work. Sooner or later, humanity would have to leave Earth. Of course, this concern lies far beyond Earth's borders. Within Earth itself, Lu Qiming is far from carefree. During the planet's previous existential crisis, Lu Qiming never had to consider which nation to explain himself to or justify his actions. For instance, how he suddenly possessed such advanced scientific knowledge, or why he chose to broadcast these actions live. When the planet needed his help, when the entire Earth was on the brink of destruction, no nation or people had time to delve into these questions. But now it was different. Now that Earth was healthy and humanity had more free time, they had the opportunity and time to ponder the many unusual aspects surrounding Lu Qiming. Under these circumstances, people inevitably develop immense curiosity, wondering what happened to him or what he experienced to become so extraordinary. Therefore, Lu Qiming must now consider how to address this issue, to either cover up this lie or provide some kind of explanation. Not only must he respond to these people, but he also needs to consider how to resume his live streaming after doing so. Lu Qiming held this conviction: even though Earth had recovered its health, his live streaming work must continue. Only through this could he truly understand the system and gain more knowledge from it. Only then could Lu Qiming acquire more knowledge for himself. Now, Lu Qiming no longer had much desire for wealth or fame. They were utterly useless to him. The only things that held a powerful attraction for him were the unknown knowledge and the vast ocean of knowledge. Mr. Civilization, the highest representative of Xia Nation, invites you and the other members of the planning team to join a celebratory banquet. Soon, an official staff member arrived to extend the invitation to Lu Qiming. Lu Qiming waved them off, declining the invitation outright. Deep down, he simply didn't enjoy or feel comfortable in such settings. At this moment, Lu Qiming had already begun planning his future actions in days ahead. If there's an opportunity to arrange a meeting with the Supreme Representative, I wish to speak with him. After declining the dinner invitation, Lu Qiming made this request. Chapter 173, The Perfect Explanation. Lu Qiming declined the dinner invitation, instead requesting a private meeting with the most senior representative. His meeting with the top representative was scheduled for after the dinner. Although Lu Qiming did not attend the banquet, he had already received his own gift before it began. It was a medal for core members of the Earth Heart Replacement Project. This medal was jointly recognized by nations worldwide, specifically for individuals like them. These individuals were specifically the plan's members, and simultaneously, the heroes who saved the Earth. Without a doubt, Lu Qiming was the greatest hero among them. Originally, the medals were to be presented to the recipients during the gala dinner. The banquet was also intended to be broadcast live to the entire world, though calling it a banquet might be more accurate than an awards ceremony. Lu Qiming declined this public ceremony, but his rewards would naturally remain intact. The medal was merely the most visible, globally recognized honor among them. Along with the medal came numerous other privileges and benefits for its recipient. Though Lu Qiming did not attend the banquet, he remained its undisputed centerpiece, the subject of every conversation. While the banquet unfolded, Lu Qiming remained in his quarters, deep in thought. After the event concluded, he was granted an opportunity to speak privately with the highest-ranking representative of Xia Nation. The meeting place between Lu Qiming and Xia's highest representative was arranged in a location that was both highly confidential and widely known. When Lu Qiming entered, it was time for his private conversation with the high representative. The high representative immediately took Lu Qiming's hands, expressing heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the effect, the global community, and the entire world. Lu Qiming waved his hand dismissively. "I'm just an earthling. This is what I should do." After brief pleasantries, they began more substantive discussions. Lu Qiming directly conveyed his demands to the high representative. His demand was to regain his freedom and find a place where he could live undisturbed. "Sir, you are already a free man. Neither our nation nor its people have imposed any constraints or restrictions upon you," the Supreme Representative stated earnestly. "If you have any other requests, please voice them. As the hero who saved Earth, both Xia Nation and the entire world will do everything in their power to fulfill your wishes." Even now, as Xia Nation's highest representative, he maintained profound respect for Lu Qiming, addressing him as Sir. Lu Qiming pondered for a moment before saying, "What I seek is exceedingly simple. It has nothing to do with worldly fame or fortune. I require sufficient autonomy and must continue broadcasting to disseminate knowledge. Only then can I achieve my purpose," Lu Qiming stated bluntly. "Then what exactly is your purpose, sir?" The high representative finally voiced the question that had been weighing on his mind. Or rather, this was a question shared by people around the world. Everything about Lu Qiming, his knowledge, the purpose of his livestreams was shrouded in mystery, sparking global curiosity. "My purpose is simple," Lu Qiming shook his head. "Just like the name I chose for my livestream, Guiding Civilization. My purpose is to guide civilization." The high representative paused briefly, considering how best to phrase his next question, or perhaps he too was driven by a desire to probe deeper into the mysteries surrounding Lu Qiming. Before the high representative could speak, however, Lu Qiming volunteered his response. "Many people now, indeed, people across the globe, in every nation, are deeply curious about the changes I've undergone." At this moment, Lu Qiming's expression was intensely serious. "They cannot comprehend how I came to possess such vast knowledge. The truth is, I have now become a civilization leap forwarder within our human civilization." "What is a civilization leap forwarder?" the Supreme Representative inquired. "A civilization leap forwarder," Lu Qiming explained directly, citing the definition from the system. Lu Qiming explained to the Supreme Representative the meaning of civilization leap forwarder and what this term signified. Of course, even now, Lu Qiming himself wasn't entirely clear on the full weight of the term civilization leap forward. But this did not diminish the immense shock that gripped the Supreme Representative's heart after Lu Qiming's slip of the tongue. A unique individual born only when a civilization gathers its light and power? Only when a civilization reaches a certain stage of development does a civilization leap forwarder emerge? The Supreme Representative was clearly taken aback, deeply shocked, and at the same time, found it somewhat unbelievable. In Lu Qiming's explanation, the civilization leap forwarder seemed to transcend human comprehension, akin to the sages of myth and legend, utterly unscientific. Yet, reflecting on Lu Qiming's well-reasoned explanation, the High Representative could not immediately conceive of a better alternative to account for the various anomalies surrounding Lu Qiming. "Civilization leap forwarder," the Supreme Representative murmured the term, still struggling to believe it. "You mean because you became a leap forwarder within civilization, gaining the power of the entire civilization, you acquired all that knowledge? Like a sudden burst of inspiration or a technological explosion, except this explosion only happened to you?" "Exactly. That's precisely it," Lu Qiming replied. "Right now, inspiration is constantly exploding in my mind. It's as if a beam of civilization's light shines within my thoughts. Every spark of inspiration born in the minds of every person on the planet converges here. That's why I must broadcast the insights born within my mind, synthesize them, and disseminate them. Only then can I guide civilization. Besides, as you know, our Earth civilization now faces a colossal threat from the cosmos. The moment we attempt to explore beyond Earth, we might be struck by the enemy. Therefore, our civilization must advance once more." Chapter 174, Where has Mr. Civilization gone? The two men's true conversation had ended. No one knew the exact details of the conversation between Lu Qiming and the High Representative. But from that day onward, the original Earth Heart Replacement Project team was dissolved on the spot. Many parted ways with mutual respect. Some returned directly to their former lives, while others were recruited by the government and remained to serve official interests. Team leader Shang, Xia and Xiaoxing were also about to leave the project team. Before departing, they bid farewell to Shang Wei. As they said their goodbyes, they also inquired about Shang Wei's plans. "We're leaving. Team leader Shang, will you remain here?" "Yes, I will remain here to continue working for the government." Shang Wei nodded and smiled, saying to Xia and Xiaoxing, "After all, my original dream was to become a scientist for the nation. Besides, my mentor is still here, so naturally I'll stay to pursue other projects. The nation still desperately needs talent in Chinese programming. Staying here will allow me to contribute more effectively." Xia and Xiaoxing nodded in agreement. "We're just used to working. Now that Earth's heart transplant is complete, it's time for us to return to our normal lives, Xia said with a smile. Yeah, our company needs us back to manage things, Xing added. I understand. These are all personal choices and wills. I wish you both smooth journeys. Once back, don't neglect your studies in Chinese programming. Shang Wei waved his hand and offered his blessings to Xiaoxia and Xiaoxing. Yes, we will, the two replied earnestly, nodding. Chinese programming is vast and profound. We've only achieved modest success so far and certainly need to keep learning. But Xiaoxia hesitated slightly as she looked at Shang Wei. Team leader Shang, do you know how the Grandmaster will decide? Will he stay with the official organization or? Xiaoxia and Xiaoxing voiced their shared uncertainty. Xiaoxing chimed in, that's right. We haven't heard from the Grandmaster since that dinner. Shang Wei shook his head slightly. I don't know the specifics either. I haven't heard from him recently either, nor have I received any updates from our teacher. I have no idea what choice he's made. As he answered, his thoughts drifted to Lu Qiming, and he couldn't help but feel curious about the matter himself. All right. Xiaoxia and Xiaoxing nodded, reluctantly abandoning their pursuit of the question. We'll be leaving today. Stay in touch if anything comes up. Xiaoxia and Xiaoxing eventually departed the project team's base. As they departed, they received a rather elaborate send-off. It was something neither of them had ever experienced before. As they boarded the vehicle bound for Jincheng, they spent the entire night on the road, each lost in their own reflections. Not long ago, they were just unemployed drifters in a small city. But now, they were hailed as heroes online, even featured prominently in news reports. During the purification and renewal campaign, their exceptional Chinese programming skills had elevated them to leading core figures. Even during their business trip to Star Flag Nation, the country made significant efforts to recruit them. However, their aspirations lay not in serving the state but in building their own enterprise. So they returned to their hometown. Their hometown wasn't their final destination, merely a temporary resting point. After regrouping, they would head to the big cities to establish their own ventures. In recent days, their appearances have frequently graced the daily news. Joining them were other core members of the Earth Heart Replacement Project team. Through this media coverage, Xiaoxia and Xiaoxing had become heroes known almost worldwide. From the moment they left the base, they felt this transformation every second. We're getting even more attention than the former richest man in Xia Nation ever did, they remarked with a touch of emotion. Amidst the special treatment they received along the way, they returned to their city, shedding all the commotion and returning to tranquility. Major corporations have extended new offers to us. Even some of the world's top universities have approached us, inviting us to become professors at their institutions. Beyond that, numerous national governments were actively courting us. The two of them tallied up all the offers they'd received since their return. Let's decline them all, Xia waved her hand. Our Chinese programming skills are on par with team leader Shang's. Team leader Shang chose to stay in the capital to work for the government. Our Chinese programming skills should be applied to civilian use, so we need to establish a company and start our own business. With this vision in mind, the two began their preparations. Yet at the same time, a lingering doubt gnawed at both their minds. Where had their mentor gone? It wasn't just Xia and Xing now, many people across the globe were wondering the same thing. Where had Mr. Wan Ming gone? Lu Qiming's true identity had long been exposed to the world. Yet people still reverently addressed him as Mr. Civilization. So after the Earth Renewal Project concluded, people forever held him in high regard and grew curious about the events that unfolded in his life. And where has Lu Qiming gone now? After all, since the conclusion of the Earth Ring Project, Lu Qiming has scarcely appeared in any news or reports. It seemed as if, in an instant, people had lost all trace of Lu Qiming. What began as curiosity among a few individuals had grown into a global phenomenon, with people everywhere wondering where Lu Qiming had gone. Online, a theory began circulating: could Lu Qiming have been secretly detained by the authorities? This conspiracy theory gained traction among many for a time. Thus, an increasing chorus of voices demanded answers: where exactly had Lu Qiming gone? Even officials from smaller nations began wondering about his whereabouts. As this wave of speculation reached its peak, a single beep suddenly sounded from the phones or computers of hundreds of millions of people worldwide. This was Chapter 175, The Era of Interstellar Colonization. However, 7 days after the Earth Heart Replacement Project was completed, and Lu Qiming's presence had vanished from the virtual realm for 7 days, the entire world was filled with inquiries and questions about Lu Qiming's whereabouts. The volume of these voices was immense, even exerting some influence on the Xia Nation's government. It was precisely at this moment a distinct beep sounded on the phones or computers of hundreds of millions of people worldwide. This sound was already very familiar to many. For every one of Lu Qiming's live streams, the notification sound was a distinct beep. After such a long period, Lu Qiming's name had become known worldwide. His live stream subscriber count had long surpassed the 100 million mark in its early days and now exceeded 600 million. This staggering figure of over 600 million genuine followers simultaneously received the familiar beep notification the moment Lu Qiming's stream went live. This is. Many people immediately opened their phones or computers and clicked on the card notification. Regardless of what they were doing at that moment, they were instantly redirected to a live stream. This scenario felt eerily familiar to everyone. After all, this exact same effect had occurred during Lu Qiming's previous live streams. Simultaneously, a massive influx of viewers poured into Lu Qiming's live stream. Within barely a minute, Lu Qiming's live stream had already attracted over 100 million viewers. Not only that, but a steady stream of new viewers kept pouring in, causing the live stream's audience to grow continuously. Simultaneously, a deluge of comments flooded the entire computer screen. In the live feed, Lu Qiming didn't show his face. Instead, as usual, the screen displayed a blank computer monitor. Here it comes. Is Mr. Won Ming live now? Mr. Won Ming has appeared? The bullet comments suddenly surged. Many people were concerned about Lu Qiming. Hello, everyone. At that moment, Lu Qiming spoke up. At that moment, hundreds of millions heard Lu Qiming's voice. Truly a gentleman of civilization. Many people were pleasantly surprised. At the same time, many speculations vanished. Welcome, everyone, to the livestream. Lu Qiming had seen the numerous questions and inquiries flooding the chat, but he deliberately chose not to address them at this moment. His very presence before the stream had already answered many questions. Lu Qiming proceeded with his new livestream at his own pace. Facing the hundreds of millions of viewers in this livestream, Lu Qiming spoke. As you all should already know, the Earth Heart Replacement Project has been successfully completed. With its artificial core now in place, our planet has gained another century of life. For the next century, we need not worry about the Earth's depletion. Our generation will scarcely need to worry about these issues, but our concerns extend far beyond the immediate present. Lu Qiming's tone turned earnest and solemn as he addressed the matter. Therefore, we must proactively contemplate the future trajectory of our planet and human civilization. This livestream will introduce you to entirely new knowledge. At this moment, Lu Qiming also dove straight into the main topic. This livestream will focus on planetary terraforming. On a blank document, Lu Qiming wrote the following words, setting the title for this livestream. Planetary terraforming. As everyone knows, planets differ significantly from one another. For instance, the major planets in our solar system each possess unique characteristics. Strictly speaking, Earth is the only planet in the solar system that truly supports life. Thus, life including humanity originated on Earth. While other planets may not qualify as true life-bearing worlds, they are not lifeless either. Today's livestream will teach everyone how to transform a star into a true life-sustaining planet. Within just a short while of Lu Qiming's livestream, the initial concerns and doubts from people around the world were dispelled by Lu Qiming's appearance. Next came the audience's reaction to Lu Qiming's broadcast content. Holy crap, a habitable planet transformation? Lu Qiming's content this time left people utterly stunned. Some had previously posted comments in the live chat, and now the chat was flooded with holy crap. Holy crap, this is moving way too fast. Is Earth about to enter the era of interstellar colonization? With manned spacecraft already in existence, and now this planetary terraforming, doesn't this mean humans can live on other planets? Almost instantly, most viewers in the livestream realized what Lu Qiming's broadcast truly signified. Lu Qiming had streamed multiple times before, with his most recent broadcast focusing on spacecraft manufacturing. But with Earth's core depletion looming as an existential threat, people had been too preoccupied to care about anything beyond the planet's survival. Now that the threat to Earth had vanished without a trace, people had the mental space to focus on other matters. That was precisely why they reacted so intensely to Lu Qiming's latest broadcast. Could it be that the era of interstellar colonization is finally upon us? At this very moment, numerous experts, scholars, and research personnel were also watching Lu Qiming's livestream. They too were profoundly shaken, realizing what Lu Qiming's broadcast truly signified. Lu Qiming, however, maintained his own pace. He cut straight to the chase. Planetary terraforming is based on. As time ticked by second, Lu Qiming's livestream stretched on for 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. This particular livestream lasted a full 6 hours. During those 6 hours, the peak viewership in several livestreams even approached 400 million. This was an utterly staggering concept. This was because Lu Qiming had become Earth's greatest hero. At the same time, Lu Qiming's exposure level wasn't particularly high. Thus, this livestream, held several months later, drew such an enormous audience. After Lu Qiming's livestream concluded, the entire world underwent profound changes largely due to the broadcast. The next chapter marks the beginning of a new volume, focusing on events beyond Earth. Due to frequent website crashes recently, updates have been somewhat unstable. Apologies for the inconvenience, everyone. Chapter 176, Unknown Civilization. The unmanned spacecraft project was officially launched. The core focus of the unmanned spacecraft lies in programming, creating an intelligent spacecraft system through coding to control its operations, replacing humans in the exploration of extraterrestrial planets. In Xia City, the unmanned spacecraft project was established. By now, Xia Cheng fully understood the crisis facing the Water Blue Star civilization. Should the Water Blue Star civilization venture beyond its borders, it risked encountering hostile forces from unknown civilizations. Under these circumstances, Xia Cheng adjusted its strategy, directly slowing down the original interstellar colonization plan and instead launching another initiative. Unmanned spacecraft. The purpose of building these unmanned spacecraft was twofold. First, to conduct precise exploration of other planets surrounding Water Blue Star. The other purpose was to probe the unknown civilization. At present, we possess no concrete intelligence regarding that unknown civilization. Therefore, it is absolutely essential to clarify this point to understand what kind of civilization our enemy truly is. Until this is clarified, the Water Blue Star civilization absolutely cannot venture beyond the planet without solid grounding, to avoid encountering the unknown civilization's attacks. This consensus prevailed among the allied cities led by Xia City. After half a year of the Aqua Blue Heart replacement project, Earth has almost become dominated by Xia City. Xiaoqing now stands as the foremost city on Aquamarine. Even Xingqi City must acknowledge this reality. Today, Xia City commands the allegiance of the entire planet. Thus, even after the Water Blue Heart replacement project concluded, the alliance remained intact, with Xia City continuing as its leading nation. Now, the exploration and colonization of space represent monumental endeavors for the entire Aqua Blue civilization, thus continuing to place Xia City at the helm. In taking this step, Xia City proceeded with extreme caution. It could not venture beyond Water Blue Star recklessly and had to begin with unmanned spacecraft missions. Additionally, under Xia City's leadership, exploration of prehistoric civilizational ruins on Water Blue Star is now underway. We must seek out the prehistoric ruins on Water Blue Star and rely on the records of those ancient civilizations to understand the formidable foes that once inhabited that region. Under Xia City's leadership, various city-states have launched expeditions to explore these ancient civilizations. They seek to uncover information about that unknown civilization. Or, at the very least, they seek to uncover the alien spacecraft once possessed by that ancient civilization. Neither Xia City nor the other city-states within the alliance have disclosed these endeavors to the public. Thus, the general populace remains unaware that humanity on the Water Blue Star already has an enemy waiting for human civilization to venture beyond the planet. Across the internet today, calls are mounting for city-states to launch interstellar colonization programs. Amidst this fervor, some private manufacturers even announced plans to develop civilian spacecraft. However, these private entities were swiftly warned by the authorities. Meanwhile, the government has also announced to the public that the city-state is actively pursuing similar initiatives. Across the city-states networks, anticipation, even impatience for the dawn of the interstellar colonization era is palpable. It seems we might actually get to visit other planets in our lifetime. Perhaps we might even emigrate to another planet within our lifetime. Thanks to Mr. Civilization, Earth is poised to usher in the era of interstellar colonization. The internet buzzed with excitement as people eagerly anticipated and fantasized about the dawn of interstellar colonization. Yet neither the official authorities of the city-states nor Lu Qiming felt such ease. Several city-states are urgently exploring Aqua Blue Star, seeking more prehistoric civilization ruins to uncover information about the unknown enemy. Lu Qiming, meanwhile, was not idle either. He was busy with his own endeavors. By meticulously studying the energy core reactors left behind by the prehistoric civilization on Water Blue Star, he might just begin to grasp the secrets of that unknown civilization. The prehistoric civilization of Water Blue Star had gained knowledge of the planet's core only after acquiring an alien spacecraft, which in turn led to the development of those energy core reactors. The core technology behind these energy core reactors, which harnessed the planet's core energy, originated from that alien civilization. Within the system laboratory, Lu Qiming recreated one energy core reactor after another, deep in contemplation. What kind of civilization could possibly develop technology capable of harnessing a planet's core energy? Chapter 177, Discovering the Energy Source. Beep. As Lu Qiming pondered, the phone beside him suddenly rang. He picked it up to see it was a call from Wang Lang, the leader of the exploration team. Wang Lang was originally an academician at the Academy of Sciences who later voluntarily joined Lu Qiming's exploration team. He was constantly traveling the world, usually cut off from the outside world and rarely in contact with anyone. Why now? Puzzled, Lu Qiming immediately answered the call. Hello, Chief Engineer Lu? Do you have a moment? We've made a major discovery here. Wang Lang's voice was filled with excitement on the other end. Lu Qiming immediately asked, what discovery? Why the urgency? Wang Lang's voice trembled with urgency as he blurted out, Chief Engineer Lu, we found a functional energy source here. What? Lu Qiming exclaimed in shock. During previous explorations in places like Bermuda, numerous objects resembling energy sources had been discovered. These uniformly shaped items looked like batteries. Through material comparison and analysis, many international experts concluded these might be energy substances. An extremely advanced energy substance, at that. Unfortunately, no truly functional energy source had ever been obtained for research purposes, leaving everyone to speculate. Alright, Wang Lang, keep this information confidential for now. I'm on my way. With that, Lu Qiming immediately set off. The next day. After a 3-hour flight followed by a cruise ship journey, Lu Qiming arrived at an island located in international waters. The island was now completely surrounded by personnel from Xia City. The island itself wasn't large, but its dense vegetation gave it the appearance of a perfect vacation spot. Upon disembarking, the moment Lu Qiming stepped off the boat, Wang Lang immediately ran over from across the way. Reaching Lu Qiming, Wang Lang spoke directly. Chief Engineer Lu, you finally arrived. Our on-site experts have examined it thoroughly but couldn't make head nor tail of it. They've all been waiting for you to come and enlighten us. Now surrounded by a crowd of admirers, Lu Qiming made his way toward a makeshift tent erected at the island's front. At the tent entrance stood several familiar faces Lu Qiming knew well. Yet inside the tent stood a striking figure, somewhat unfamiliar. But her presence here meant she was at least an authoritative scientist. Chief Engineer Lu, hello. Oh my, Chief Engineer Lu. My old man never watched any live streams before, but ever since he started watching yours, he's learned so much. Truth be told, Chief Engineer Lu is practically my mentor. Several elderly scientists, whose combined ages could easily top 1,000 years, gathered around Lu Qiming, showering him with praise. Those outside the scientific circle in the room were utterly baffled. They wondered inwardly, just who is this young man? Especially now, a striking female scientist standing beside the energy source, watching intently, furrowed her brow. Pfft, what's so great about him? He's just spouting unverified conclusions. They could be full of holes. In the scientific community, there's a method called proof by contradiction. It states that if even one counterexample proves a theory unworkable, that theory is worthless. For a scientist, this female researcher's curse was downright vicious. Lily, you. The moment Wang Lang entered the room, he heard these words and immediately snapped back. Ah, Chief Engineer Lu, please don't take offense. Lily was just recruited from Starflag City. She's among the top returning talents, so naturally she's a bit arrogant. Humph. Arrogant? Wang Lang, I won't even bother commenting on your generation of old-school academics. But this young upstart, who's a whole rank above me, I refuse to accept it. It seemed Lily was equally forthright. She's picked up that foreign style of blunt directness down to the last detail. Ha! Lu Qiming chuckled, shrugged his shoulders, and without so much as acknowledging Lily, walked straight toward the energy source. Begin observation. Just 1 minute later. Can I begin explaining now? Lu Qiming asked. Whoa! The crowd gasped in unison. These luminaries of the scientific world had spent an entire day examining it without uncovering anything significant. Yet Lu Qiming had produced results in just 1 minute. Lily, standing nearby, burst out laughing. Goodness, how ridiculous. Are all the experts in this country like this? If you were putting on a show, couldn't you at least make it look professional? If you'd spent hours examining it and then spouted some unverified theories, I might have believed you. But now. Just as Lily spoke these words, she suddenly froze. Because at that moment, the energy source in Lu Qiming's hand began to move on its own. It floated into the air. Simultaneously, a beep sounded as the energy source seemed to reboot. Lu Qiming scanned the room and immediately spotted an energy detection device. With a wave of his hand, someone promptly brought the detector over. Slow down. Measure its energy level. Lu Qiming ordered. The experts on site held their breath, eyes wide with astonishment. Despite their prolonged examination, none had understood how the energy source had activated. Soon, several technicians placed a probe onto the floating energy source. Instantly, the energy tester beside them began displaying readings. The crowd was stunned. Wang Lang, overcome with excitement, trembled as he exclaimed, "Unbelievable! Unbelievable!" As far as the eye could see, the numbers on the energy detector were climbing like mad. At an astonishing speed. As if there were no end in sight. Pop! In an instant, after a wild surge, the energy detector emitted a series of alarm beeps before exploding with a loud crack. After a burst of sparks, the machine was completely destroyed. Impossible. This was a hyper-precise detector capable of measuring over 3 million volts. How could this happen? The group of experts was utterly dumbfounded. The sheer shock of what stood before them was overwhelming. Go get the nuclear energy detector. At that moment, Lu Qiming suddenly spoke up, leaving everyone puzzled. It was merely a green energy source about the size of a car battery. Why would a nuclear energy detector be needed? Several staff members also turned to look at Wang Lang. Wang Lang immediately snapped, "What are you standing around for? Hurry up!" Everyone waited as over a dozen staff members pushed a massive machine weighing over a ton into position. Chapter 178, New Mission. Before long, the massive nuclear energy detector was wheeled into view. Everyone's expressions turned grave. The reason was simple: if the energy level of this source matched that of nuclear energy, it signified an extremely grave situation. It would prove that the artifacts left behind by an ancient alien civilization were far more advanced than the technology of our modern blue planet. "Are you ready?" Lu Qiming asked. Wang Lang and the other scientists nodded solemnly. "All right, let's begin." At Lu Qiming's command, over a dozen technicians sprang into action once more. This time, several of them, clad in radiation suits, carefully placed a sensor from the detector onto the energy source. Instantly, the instrument panel lit up with readings. It was indeed nuclear energy. Impossible. How could nuclear energy be harnessed in such a simple device? Good heavens, if this were true, then... Everyone stared at the constantly shifting numbers on the gauge, their hearts filled with utter shock. If this were true, it would mean that this alien civilization, something left behind long ago, was actually more advanced than modern Earth. Gulp! The scientists who grasped this realization instantly felt their mouths go dry. At that moment, the numbers on the nuclear energy detector continued to skyrocket. Several nuclear scientists crowded around the device, their eyes bulging wider than a cow's, faces frozen in utter disbelief. Good heavens, it's approaching atomic energy levels. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Such a tiny energy source battery could hold such immense power. And what's more, it seemed these things could be discarded just like regular batteries once depleted. Another moment passed. This time, the crowd erupted in gasps once more. It's surpassed it. It's surpassed it. Good heavens, it's surpassed atomic energy. This. Many nuclear scientists were already stumbling over their words. This was simply beyond their comprehension. Ever since the energy equation emerged, humanity's universal understanding had been that the maximum energy of atomic power equaled its mass multiplied by the square of the speed of light. But now, this equation had reached its limit, seemingly on the verge of being shattered. Such an incredibly high energy utilization rate is simply unbelievable. Such technology not only requires extensive theoretical support, but their manufacturing and safety protocols are perfected to the utmost degree. We're so far behind. A group of veteran scientists sighed deeply, each looking like a worrywart. Beep. Finally, amidst the collective lamentations, the energy detector emitted a sound signaling its conclusion. The terrifyingly rising numbers froze in place. At that moment, Li, who had remained silent throughout, immediately stepped forward to take a look. Then, she let out a shriek, startling Wang Lang and the others nearby into stepping back. "What's wrong, Li?" "Ah, nothing. Could this data be wrong?" Wang Lang snapped back. "How could it be wrong? This instrument was airlifted from our city's top-tier lab. Its precision is reliable." "Oh." Everyone turned their gaze toward the instrument. An elderly nuclear scientist, his fingers trembling slightly, exclaimed with excitement, "Fusion energy. This must be fusion energy." Hearing this, everyone immediately gasped in shock. Fusion energy wasn't just talk. The technological challenges it presented were nothing short of a global conundrum, having driven countless scientists to the brink of madness over the past few decades. Yet even grasping its fundamental principles was incredibly difficult, let alone practical application. Yet to harness fusion energy within such a compact battery power source? For the current water blue sphere, it was nothing short of a pipe dream. Lu Qiming stepped forward and glanced at the data on the instrument. The moment he focused intently, Lu Qiming heard a notification chime from the system. Detecting host approaching the essence of astral energy, transmission task issued. Ha! Another dissemination mission. A surge of excitement coursed through Lu Qiming. Previous dissemination missions had already propelled the civilization of the water blue sphere to a qualitative leap. This time, involving energy solutions, he was filled with anticipation. The host's dissemination mission has been fully generated. Core energy knowledge has been transmitted. The host must disseminate it within 1 month. Rewards will be based on the breadth of the host's dissemination range, enhancing the host's physical prowess level. Additionally, upon task completion, the host will receive 1 vial of primary genetic modification liquid. Gulp! Upon hearing this, Lu Qiming felt a surge of excitement. His physical prowess had always been a weak point. Now, this mission could actually elevate his physical level. Didn't that mean he could become a formidable expert after completing this mission? And that highly mysterious genetic modification liquid had Lu Qiming's heart racing with anticipation. Human technology had already advanced to the point where it could modify plant genes, think cherry tomatoes, seedless watermelons, and the like. Such simple modifications were well within the capabilities of human technology. But when it came to higher-level life forms, the challenges multiplied exponentially. Many genetically modified organisms only survive a year or even less, serving as clear examples of failure. Nevertheless, Lu Qiming believed the genetic modification fluid provided by the system should be extremely safe. The aforementioned issues should not arise. As a product of a super-advanced civilization, the system consistently operates in realms that transcend Earth, even surpassing many interstellar civilizations. After prolonged testing, Lu Qiming had come to understand this fact intimately. Yet at this moment, Lu Qiming's heart harbored an even greater anticipation for this dissemination mission, something beyond the system's assigned tasks. What if he could integrate this energy source technology with the spacecraft manufacturing technology he had acquired earlier? The thought sent a surge of excitement through Lu Qiming. If these two technologies could be integrated, the resulting synergy would be like dry kindling meeting a raging fire. It would ignite instantly. Heh, not bad. The previous interstellar travel plan had been plagued by energy concerns. But if the energy source issue could resolve this problem, interstellar travel would no longer be mere theoretical musings. Gazing up at the clear blue sky overhead, Lu Qiming quietly anticipated the possibilities. Chief Engineer Lu, what do you think? How valuable is this energy source? Wang Lang, standing nearby, noticed Lu Qiming hadn't moved for a while and cautiously inquired. Lu Qiming closed his eyes in deep thought, offering no reply. Not a single person around him dared utter a sound, all waiting silently, afraid to speak. Chapter 179, An Unwelcome Request. After a long while, Lu Qiming finally opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. What a pity. Lu Qiming said. Ah. What's so regrettable? Lu Qiming's single sentence instantly startled everyone, leaving them bewildered about what had transpired. Everyone looked perplexed, and Wang Lang also turned to Lu Qiming with deep concern. This energy source, though still functional, has some components damaged and cannot be used directly. Just as he said this, Wang Lang and the others asked again, but what about the research? Is there any research value to it? Everyone looked concerned, treating Lu Qiming as their anchor. Research value? Of course it has. His words instantly brought relief to the assembled scientists. The energy utilization methods within this energy source are unprecedented. Its research value is immense. We must preserve it properly, declared Lu Qiming. Upon hearing this, Wang Lang immediately nodded in agreement. He turned and addressed the dozen or so staff members nearby. Someone, secure this energy source in a sealed container immediately and airlift it to the Academy of Sciences Level 1 laboratory. Yes, sir. Lu Qiming also agreed with this plan. After all, many conditions were lacking on this island. He intended to go to the laboratory, digest the knowledge of the energy source provided by the system, and then disseminate it. Half an hour later, the energy source was transported back. But Lu Qiming found himself surrounded by numerous experts. At this moment, numerous scientists gathered around Lu Qiming, bombarding him with all sorts of questions, many of which were world-class challenges. These questions were diverse and wide-ranging, touching upon numerous fields within the scientific community. Lili, standing nearby, was also growing curious. She had previously doubted Lu Qiming, but since he began effortlessly manipulating the energy source, her perspective had shifted slightly. Now, however, she found herself somewhat perplexed. For a scientist, the more specialized the research, the higher their level of expertise. Yet Lu Qiming seemed to embody the archetype of a polymath scientist. He could speak knowledgeably on any subject. This very trait made Lili suspicious once more. This time, however, she remained silent, quietly listening from the sidelines while using a laptop to verify the data Lu Qiming was citing. The results left Lili wide-eyed. It turned out that the questions these scientists posed were all stumbling blocks in their respective fields. In other words, each of these problems held incalculable value. Solving just one could be worth tens of billions, even hundreds of billions. Yet coming from Lu Qiming, they sounded like solving simple math problems. He explained them to these veteran scientists with remarkable ease. The problem-solving approach, the step-by-step methods, not a single detail was missing. Ah! Lili gasped in shock, her hair standing on end as if she'd been electrocuted. Everyone nearby turned to look at her. Lili's face flushed red. Unable to meet Lu Qiming's gaze, she bolted straight out of the tent. Wang Lang shook his head repeatedly, chuckling as he remarked, I'd say this girl was just stunned seeing the chief engineer's knowledge for the first time. At this, everyone burst into laughter. An hour later, Lu Qiming emerged from the tent. At the entrance, the cruise ship staff were already waiting respectfully outside. Lu Qiming bid farewell to the scientists. It was time to head back. Meanwhile, Lili, standing nearby, felt utterly embarrassed. She had just questioned Lu Qiming, only to witness him activate the energy source in an instant. Now, after listening to Lu Qiming's eloquent discourse, Lili felt utterly ashamed. Yet amidst this shame, a stubborn glint flickered in her eyes. Soon, Lu Qiming set off once more, heading toward the cruise ship. His business here was concluded. Next, Lu Qiming intended to head to the Level 1 laboratory to study that energy source. Just as he boarded the ship, Lu Qiming suddenly heard a woman's voice call out from behind him. Wait! Turning around, he was surprised to see Li. Lu Qiming asked in puzzlement, What is it, Miss Li? Do you have any further instructions? Hearing this, Li immediately waved her hand. She said humbly, "I'm sorry, Chief Engineer Lu. I shouldn't have questioned you earlier. It's just that I wasn't very familiar with the domestic situation before." Lu Qiming shrugged, saying nothing more. True strength requires no proof. That was Lu Qiming's approach. When faced with doubt, he didn't argue, he simply dismissed it. Beneath the wheels of human progress, voices of skepticism always rise and fall. Yet as history unfolds, those who make genuine contributions are invariably remembered. As for the skeptics, they'll inevitably be drowned out, like dust in the wind, utterly insignificant. "Alright, Miss Li, I'm running late. Miss Li, farewell." With that, Lu Qiming strode straight into the luxury cruise ship. At the entrance, several attendants politely escorted him into the VIP lounge. But Li, undeterred, managed to catch up to the cruise ship. No sooner had Lu Qiming taken his seat aboard than Li appeared at the entrance. "Hey! Chief Designer Lu, I have a few more things I'd like to discuss with you." Two attendants at the entrance immediately blocked Li, stating, "Miss, we're sorry, but this is the VIP lounge. Please leave." They had intended to simply turn her away. But Lu Qiming noticed that this girl was stubbornly trying to force her way in. In the scientific community, such drive was rare indeed. Lu Qiming's eyes lit up. Just for that stubborn streak, he gave a slight nod, let her in. Reclining on a sofa, Lu Qiming held a glass of red wine, swirling it slowly. Across from him, Li stood before him, visibly tense. "Chief Engineer Lu, I wanted to apologize for what happened earlier," Li said. Lu Qiming raised an eyebrow, his tone cool. "If it's an apology, then please leave. My time is extremely valuable." Seeing this, Li hesitated repeatedly, as if summoning great courage, before adding, "Chief Engineer Lu, I also have an unreasonable request I hope you'll grant." Lu Qiming was puzzled. They had only just met and weren't particularly close, yet she was already making an unreasonable request. Ahem, Lu Qiming cleared his throat and flatly refused. "If you know it's an unreasonable request, then don't bother. I'm no saint or philanthropist." At these words, a glimmer of tears flashed in Li's eyes across from him. She looked as if she might cry. Chapter 180, Applying for an Assistant Position. She must have felt deeply wronged, a beautiful scientist like her, lowering herself to such an extent, yet receiving not a shred of recognition. But Li was stubborn. After being rejected by Chief Engineer Lu, she pressed on, "Chief Engineer Lu, I'd like to be your assistant." "Is that possible?" "Oh?" Lu Qiming voiced his confusion immediately. Being an assistant, especially his personal assistant, was no simple matter. Especially in the scientific field. Currently on the Blue Planet, those qualified to be Lu Qiming's assistant were all leading figures in their respective scientific domains. But these individuals were either too old for the role or too renowned to consider such a position. In short, Lu Qiming genuinely needed a scientific assistant right now. "Well then, tell me about your background," Lu Qiming said. It was a simple interview, really. Li's eyes lit up instantly. "Sure thing," she replied cheerfully. Immediately, Li placed a folder directly in front of Lu Qiming, pulled out a sheet of A4 paper, and handed it to him. Her practiced movements and thorough preparation caught Lu Qiming's attention. Glancing over the resume, Lu Qiming immediately looked up at Li. Huh, she really is a female academic star. According to the resume, Li had attended elementary and middle school in a small mountain village within the city, and her high school was also quite ordinary. But she must have skipped grades. The kind where she went straight from first grade to third, then from third to fifth. Generally speaking, students who skip grades need immense ability and confidence to pull it off. But judging by her grades, Li never came in second place. By high school, it was like he had a cheat code enabled. Not only did he become the top scorer in the college entrance exam, but he also secured full scholarships from multiple Ivy League universities, reaching the pinnacle of glory. After reading through to the end, Lu Qiming asked, "You studied nuclear science?" Li immediately nodded. Now Lu Qiming understood why Wang Lang had called her Xingqi City's top recruit. Such nuclear science talent was extremely scarce worldwide. It was no small feat for Starflag City to allow her to return. After learning more, Lu Qiming was quite satisfied. Still, he wanted to test whether Li had other motives. He continued, "Li, let me ask you this, why did you choose to return from Starflag City? Surely the compensation they offered must have been far more generous than what you'd receive here." Upon hearing this, Li immediately responded, "Oh, I've already reported this matter to the organization. To be honest, it's due to personal reasons that I chose to return." "Personal reasons?" Li's response clearly indicated she was reluctant to elaborate. But Lu Qiming seized the moment and pressed relentlessly, "What personal reasons?" His tone was sharp after all, a stunningly beautiful woman suddenly seeking refuge here demanded careful consideration of her motives. "My mother has been diagnosed with a terminal illness." The words barely left her lips before Li covered her face and started to walk out, clearly ready to give up. But at that very moment, Lu Qiming immediately commanded, "Stop right there. Li, you are now my assistant. You cannot leave without my permission." Lily, who had been about to leave, turned back abruptly. Overwhelmed with joy, she tearfully asked, "Is it true? Chief Engineer, you don't blame me for my previous rashness?" A faint smile touched Lu Qiming's lips as he continued, "Whether I do or not depends on your future performance." He disembarked from the luxury cruise ship. Lu Qiming boarded another aircraft. This time, it was still the pre-booked first-class cabin, but Lily had been added at the last minute. Fortunately, there were still a few seats available in first class. As soon as they boarded, Lily's beauty drew gasps of admiration. Many passengers passing through first class on their way to the rear of the plane couldn't help but stare. Some even mistook her for a celebrity and attempted to approach her for an autograph. But they were all stopped by the flight attendant nearby. This flight attendant was specifically assigned by higher-ups to protect Lu Qiming's safety. That said, Lu Qiming treated these individuals as ordinary bodyguards in his daily life. Sometimes, he'd even have them run errands like buying breakfast or picking up packages. The plane took off. In first class, Lu Qiming settled into his seat and planned to catch a quick nap. After all, the constant flying and resolving so many issues had left him somewhat exhausted. But just as he closed his eyes, he suddenly heard the voice of a middle-aged man beside him. "Hey, Chief Engineer Lu, hello." Lu Qiming opened his eyes and nearly jumped out of his seat. Sitting beside him was a fat man with a distinctly sleazy expression. As he spoke, the man took out a business card and handed it to Lu Qiming. "How did you know my name?" Lu Qiming asked, thoroughly puzzled. After all, his itinerary was highly confidential, classified information. Not only ordinary people, but even many high-ranking officials at the Ministry of Science and Technology were unaware of it. Yet this man beside him clearly wasn't an official, he looked more like a businessman. "Haha, I'm David Lee, Global Vice President of 3M Group. Pleased to meet you." Lu Qiming took the card and glanced at it. It read, 3M Group, Global Vice President, Lee Kuan. Pfft, just Lee Kuan, yet he goes by David Lee? How pretentious. Lu Qiming deeply despised this practice of tacking English names onto one's own. At that moment, Lee Kuan nodded repeatedly and struck up a conversation. "Chief Engineer Lu, what have you been busy with lately?" Hearing this, Lu Qiming's interest was piqued. He chuckled softly and replied casually, "Just busy with random stuff. Nothing specific." "Oh? You don't strike me as someone who just messes around. But I was wondering why you haven't been streaming lately. I'm a huge fan of your videos." Lu Qiming chuckled and replied directly, "The broadcast? Soon. It'll be live very soon." "Ah? Really?" Lee Kuan, standing nearby, looked visibly excited. He stepped forward eagerly and asked, "Master Lu, might you be able to give us a hint about the topic or content of the upcoming broadcast?" As he spoke, the portly man held out a black card. Lu Qiming glanced at it. The card turned out to be a Supreme VIP card from Ruesher Bank. Such a card required at least 100 million yuan in funds to even open an account. Chapter 181, Deconstructing the Energy Source. "You want to know the content?" Lu Qiming inquired. The chubby Lee Kuan immediately nodded, convinced Lu Qiming had been swayed by the black card. "Heh, you can just watch the livestream when the time comes." Lu Qiming's remark nearly choked the chubby guy beside him. The card hovered awkwardly in his hand, neither giving it nor taking it back felt right. "Chief Engineer Lu, isn't this gift a bit modest?" Lee Kuan spoke, pulling out another card and handing it to Lu Qiming as he continued, "This one has 1 billion yuan on it. I hope Chief Engineer Lu will graciously accept it." At this, Lu Qiming burst into laughter. "Lee Kuan, right? Just state your purpose directly. Don't just hand over money. Let me tell you straight, even if it were 10 billion, or even 100 billion, I wouldn't bat an eye." At that moment, the tall security guard seated behind the first-class cabin immediately approached. As soon as he reached Lu Qiming, he asked respectfully, "Chief Engineer Lu, is there a problem?" Lu Qiming pointed directly at the overweight man and stated, "This executive from 3M Group is attempting to bribe me for information." The guard promptly replied, "Understood. I'll relay this immediately and have the relevant department investigate their company accounts." Go. This left Lee Kuan genuinely flustered. He swallowed hard, his lips growing dry. "Chief Engineer, it's a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Lu Qiming had already closed his eyes, leaning back in his chair to rest. Lily, standing nearby, immediately intervened, "You. Keep quiet. You can't afford to disturb the chief engineer's rest." Lily's words left Lee Kuan momentarily dumbfounded. He shook his head repeatedly and sighed, then pocketed the 2 black cards. What he didn't know was that just moments before, each problem Lu Qiming had solved for those authoritative scientists was worth billions, even tens of billions. Yet here was Lee Kuan, attempting to extract Lu Qiming's livestream information for a mere 100 million or so. He truly treated Lu Qiming as some penniless streamer. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a whole day had passed. The moment Lu Qiming returned, he wasted no time and rushed straight to the top-tier laboratory in the capital. Upon arrival, Lu Qiming wasted no time, entering the lab immediately to begin studying the energy source. Now, Lu Qiming possessed all the knowledge concerning the fundamental nature of energy within his mind. This knowledge felt as familiar to him as if he had personally studied it himself, a sensation he had never experienced before. Now, whenever he saw something, the related concepts would immediately come to mind. Still, Lu Qiming wanted to return to verify several crucial theorems, the very foundation and framework of this entire concept of the energy source. Gazing at the energy source before him, which still held residual energy, Lu Qiming stated directly, "Lily, have the staff here bring over a toolbox. I need to disassemble this energy source." Lily looked at him in disbelief and immediately asked, "Chief Engineer, isn't that dangerous? This energy source most likely utilizes nuclear power, and many of its components are unknown. If we rashly dismantle it and it explodes or releases intense radiation, the consequences would be unimaginable. At the very least, as the disassembler, Lu Qiming would be in grave danger." "Don't worry. Just go get it." Under normal circumstances, Lily would have insisted on questioning such a decision. But now, for some reason, Lu Qiming's words made it impossible for her to disobey. "Yes." Shortly after Lily left, she returned carrying a large toolbox. She placed it before Lu Qiming and stood quietly to the side. "Ha? Aren't you afraid?" Lu Qiming was deeply curious. Just moments ago, Lily had explicitly warned him it would be extremely dangerous. "No, the chief engineer isn't afraid. As a mere assistant, I have no right to be afraid," Lily replied. With a chuckle, Lu Qiming said nothing and began disassembling the unit. After careful observation, Lu Qiming discovered that while some components within the energy source were damaged, its core elements should remain intact. Therefore, Lu Qiming intended to extract the faulty sections. As time ticked by, Lu Qiming proceeded with meticulous care. He meticulously sketched every screw and component, studying them thoroughly before taking action. Behind him, Lily occasionally fetched a pencil or replaced a sheet of drafting paper. They worked from afternoon until nightfall. Finally, Lu Qiming held a green energy sphere in his hand, his eyes burning with intensity. This was it. Lily behind him was equally thrilled. She had witnessed firsthand how Lu Qiming had meticulously disassembled this energy source layer by layer, a process both thrilling and perilous. But the reward was immense. "Lily, later hand over the draft paper I sketched earlier to Vice President Wu at the Academy of Sciences. Have him arrange for the factory to produce it. Remember, top secret." "Yes." Lily, her face aglow with excitement, immediately took the draft papers and left. Only then did Lu Qiming hold up a palm-sized sphere in his hand and examine it closely. Inside, it resembled a gold mine, utterly captivating. After a moment, Lu Qiming retrieved his tools and began dismantling the energy core sphere. If the previous task had a danger level of 1, then this one was at least 10. This was the core component of the energy source. The immense power emanating from this sphere was unimaginable, and the danger it held was beyond measure. It was akin to sending someone to inspect the inner workings of a nuclear reactor. The person might not even make it close before being killed by the overwhelming radiation. At this moment, Lu Qiming was taking precisely that kind of risk. But he wasn't acting blindly. Guided by the knowledge of energy fundamentals stored in his mind, he proceeded step by step. Lu Qiming continued as before, sketching diagrams while disassembling the components. About half an hour later, once Lu Qiming had identified one of the mechanisms, the entire disassembly process was complete. Immediately, Lu Qiming sketched the entire internal structure of the small sphere. This time, however, Lu Qiming kept the diagram to himself. It served as a backup plan. Core technologies like the energy source were the heart of the heart. If anything went wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable. After completing these tasks, Lu Qiming reassembled the energy source. When Lily returned, Lu Qiming had just finished installing all the components. "Chief Engineer, the blueprints you provided have been sent to Dean Wu for processing, but it will take a few days," Lily reported. "Got it." Lu Qiming began gathering his things, preparing to leave the lab. The day's work had yielded remarkable results. Chapter 182, Preparing for the Livestream. Lily, her face aglow with excitement, asked, "Chief Engineer, would you say the disassembly work was successful?" Lu Qiming's lips curved into a faint smile. "Well, what do you think?" "I don't know." Lily felt deeply ashamed. After observing Lu Qiming for so long, she still hadn't grasped it. As an expert in the field, admitting this would be quite embarrassing. But with Lu Qiming, Lily remained completely honest. It's normal that you don't know. Let me put it this way, once those components from Dean Wu are finished, this energy source will function normally." "Ah, really?" In that instant, Lily finally grasped the significance of those blueprints. It could be said that possessing those blueprints was equivalent to possessing part of the foundation for manufacturing the energy source. "Chief Engineer, won't that be a security breach?" Lu Qiming chuckled again. "Don't worry about that. The top secret encryption level is more than sufficient. For ordinary people to get their hands on it? That's as hard as climbing to the moon." With that, Lu Qiming began walking out. As for the core secrets, he hadn't even told Lily, not because he didn't trust her, but because there was no need to. Emerging from the level 1 laboratory. Night had deepened. Glancing at the darkness outside, Lu Qiming said to Lily, "Time to clock out. How are you getting home? I'll walk you out." It was quite dangerous to let Lily go home alone this late at night. Especially now that she had become his assistant. Lily was momentarily speechless. Lu Qiming didn't wait for a response. He immediately called out into the darkness behind him, "Jinshan, send someone to escort Miss Li home." "Yes." A burly figure responded from the darkness. This man was Jinshan. At first, Lu Qiming had been quite uncomfortable with this kind of covert tailing and protection, but after thinking it over, he had come to accept it. At the very least, when unnecessary trouble arose, a single shout would summon these enforcers to appear. It saved Lu Qiming a lot of trouble. However, at this moment, Lily waved her hands repeatedly. "No need. I can go back on my own. Don't trouble yourself." Lu Qiming was taken aback. It was clear Lily had something else on her mind. "Oh. I completely forgot you're still a returnee, right? You probably don't have much of a network in the city. How about this, come with me tonight, and I'll make other arrangements for you later." As Lu Qiming spoke, he didn't notice the faint blush that quietly spread across Lily's cheeks. Not long after, a stretched Rolls-Royce armored limousine pulled up before Lu Qiming. This was a government vehicle. Only those of considerable status, either wealthy or influential, were permitted to use it. Inviting Lily to join him in the vehicle, Lu Qiming simply instructed the driver, "International Hotel." "The hotel?" Lily hesitated, her mind racing with possibilities. After a moment of bashful hesitation, she didn't object and got into the car with Lu Qiming. Soon, the car arrived at the Beijing International Hotel, located in the heart of the city. Though it was already late into the night, the place was still ablaze with neon lights and bustling with revelry, a scene of revelry and merriment. Upon entering the hotel, two attendants immediately approached them. Lu Qiming said little, but when a staff member behind him presented a diamond black card, the two attendants immediately scurried off to find the manager. Moments later, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and impeccably dressed came trotting over. As soon as he reached Lu Qiming, the man bowed deeply. "Thank you for visiting our establishment, honored guest. Whatever you require, please just tell me." Lu Qiming nodded slightly and stated, "I'll take the presidential suite." "Certainly, distinguished guest. Please follow me." The manager promptly relayed Lu Qiming's request over his walkie-talkie. Yet all this only made Lily's face flush even redder. Because Lu Qiming had only requested one room. Standing frozen in place, lost in her own thoughts, Lily hesitated to move. Noticing her, Lu Qiming ahead of her promptly said, "Well, Lily, what are you standing there for? Let's go." Lily gave a soft "oh" and followed right behind him. Together, they followed the manager straight to the top floor. On the top floor, it seemed there was only one room. As soon as Lu Qiming stepped out of the elevator, he headed straight for the room door. Two exceptionally attractive waitresses greeted them with words of welcome for distinguished guests. Inside the presidential suite, a bartender and a butler were present. Both were impeccably dressed. The moment they entered, they asked Lu Qiming, "Sir, would you like a drink?" Feeling slightly parched, Lu Qiming replied, "A glass of mineral water, please." The bartender promptly retrieved a freshly opened bottle of mineral water from the cabinet, respectfully poured a glass, and handed it over. The butler then inquired if there was anything else needed. Simultaneously, he produced a simple menu detailing the amenities and features available within the suite. Lu Qiming waved his hand decisively and said, "That's all. You may both leave now. I need to rest." "Yes, sir." The bartender, butler, and waitstaff all exited together. Only then did Lu Qiming exhale deeply, sinking into the sofa and swiping through his phone. "Chief engineer, aren't you going to sleep now?" Lily asked nervously. She stood there, somewhat at a loss. Lu Qiming didn't even look up as he replied, "Oh, pick a room for yourself and go to sleep first. I'll sleep later." With that, Lu Qiming turned his attention back to watching Shark live. Lily murmured an "oh" and headed straight for her room. Soon after, the sound of running water filled the bathroom. Lu Qiming didn't think much of it and kept watching the live stream. These days, Shark Live had officially stepped in. To watch, you had to register as a member, and all members were required to use real name verification. In other words, you needed valid identification to watch videos here. That's a bit. If viewers got stuck at this hurdle, completing the task would be up in the air. It really is. I'll have to come up with a new plan. After closing Shark Live, Lu Qiming browsed major online forums and video download sites once more. An idea began to form in his mind. Recording his live stream, creating download links, and offering them for download might be a faster way to spread the content. On one hand, he could openly attract attention in the live stream room, while secretly creating download links to provide content. This double-edged sword would be too much for anyone to handle. That's how it would be done. Chapter 183, Lily's Shock. After making up his mind, Lu Qiming lay back on the sofa and began organizing the knowledge about energy sources in his mind. It must be said that the cutting-edge nature of this knowledge far surpassed the current state of the water-blue planet by countless years. Following humanity's current scientific trajectory, even with a technological explosion, it would take at least a century to achieve such a leap. And that was assuming no wars broke out. Should any of the stakeholders engage in conflict over competing interests, the resulting costs would be an entirely separate calculation. After pondering for a moment, he felt a headache coming on. Suddenly, Lu Qiming noticed a refreshingly pleasant fragrance spreading throughout the room. He turned his head. There at the doorway stood Lily, freshly bathed and clad in a bathrobe. She stood in the doorway, her gaze fixed directly on Lu Qiming. "Chief Engineer, aren't you going to sleep yet?" "Go." Lu Qiming swallowed hard, his lips feeling dry. He mechanically replied, "Sleep. I'll go to sleep right now." With that, Lu Qiming rose and immediately walked forward. The presidential suite contained numerous rooms, 5 large ones in total, each distinct in style and design. Spotting a European-style room at the rear, Lu Qiming headed straight for it. The moment he entered, Lu Qiming immediately noticed that Lily had followed him in. Feeling puzzled, Lu Qiming immediately thought that Lily, that girl, might have misunderstood him. Earlier, when he'd invited her to come along, it was purely for her protection. The hidden security personnel would only guard him. Therefore, sharing a suite with him was the safest option. But he hadn't expected her to actually misunderstand. Lily and Lu Qiming were just about to speak. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed from the window. In an instant, 3 shadowy figures burst into the room. Seeing this, Lu Qiming's eyes instantly turned cold. Someone was actually taking advantage of the situation to cause trouble for him. Lu Qiming immediately prepared to retreat toward the door. If he wasn't subdued by these 3 immediately, they would have almost no chance. But he had barely taken a step. Lu Qiming immediately noticed that Lily, inside the room, stood frozen in place, too terrified to move. "Lily, come here." Lu Qiming called out, but seeing no response, he stepped forward, scooped Lily up in his arms, and headed toward the living room. The 3 shadowy figures behind them immediately shouted, "Mr. Lu, wait. Mr. Lu, we need to talk." "Hold on, Mr. Lu, hear me out." The 3 shouted almost simultaneously, but Lu Qiming only sneered coldly. Stopping now would only invite trouble. "Like hell, I'll listen to you." With a furious curse, Lu Qiming's pace quickened further. Carrying Lily on his back, he sprinted straight to the center of the living room. At that moment, the 3 figures opposite him burst out of the room and into the living room as well. Their faces were concealed by black cloth, obscuring their features, but judging by their build and eyes, they were likely of Asian descent. Mr. Lu, weren't you trying to run? Why aren't you running now?" One of the men in black immediately drew a dagger and advanced toward Lu Qiming. "Yamazaki, don't harm him," a man in black behind him promptly warned. Upon hearing the name, Lu Qiming instantly understood. Anyone called Yamazaki was most likely from Neon City. During previous communications, Lu Qiming had implemented measures specifically targeting Neon City, significantly slowing their technological advancement. Compared to other nations, Neon City's progress was on the verge of falling into the ranks of the backward. Thus, it seemed they had been pushed to the brink. "Kid, come with us. Don't resist, or you'll regret it," Yamazaki said, his voice unnaturally stiff. Lu Qiming let out a cold laugh. Pointing toward the darkness nearby, he declared bluntly, "Don't let your guard down, or you'll die very quickly." Yamazaki sneered, "Kid, don't try any tricks. I'll tie you up right now and take you back for a good beating." Put. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a cold gleam flashed across the room. A flying knife shot out from the darkness, embedding itself directly into Yamazaki's back. Yamazaki spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could even turn to see what had happened, he collapsed limp to the floor. At that moment, the 2 men in black behind him sprang into action. But their movements were a split second too slow. Just as they turned to draw their own throwing knives, the figure in the darkness struck like lightning. Thud! Thud! 2 consecutive blows sent both men crashing to the ground, knocked unconscious. "Impressive, Jinshan. You'll have to teach me those moves later," Lu Qiming remarked. Jinshan bowed slightly, replying with calm composure, "Trivial skills, nothing compared to the chief engineer's expertise." At that moment, Lu Qiming set down the startled Lily. He glanced at her. The girl was so frightened her face had flushed bright red, like a ripe apple. "Fever?" He tested her forehead and found no fever. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Lu Qiming received a call from Lang Lang immediately after waking up. "Hello, Chief Engineer Lu. I heard someone attacked you last night. Are you hurt?" Wang Lang inquired. Yawning, Lu Qiming replied, "I'm fine. With Jinshan around, it's no big deal." "Humph. Those bastards. Rest assured, Chief Engineer. I'll have the department investigate this thoroughly. We'll uncover who's pulling the strings behind the scenes." After finishing the call, Lu Qiming freshened up. He was about to start recording the video. By then, Lily had already laid out the delivered breakfast on the table. After spending a day and night together, Lily had grown to admire Lu Qiming beyond measure. It could be said that tasks like arranging breakfast and assisting him were things Lily would never have done before. Yet now, she did them with genuine delight. After breakfast, Lu Qiming began filming his video. Seated before the living room window with the cityscape as his backdrop, he spoke fluently into the camera. He simplified many technical terms using very simple language. His goal was to keep the video engaging. It made the content more accessible to the general public. He even considered a post-production idea, adding cartoon character annotations and explanations to the explanatory videos would make them perfect. 2 hours later, Lu Qiming finally finished recording the video. At that moment, Lily, who was adjusting the camera angle at the front, was utterly stunned. Her entire body felt electrified, her mouth agape in utter disbelief, as if she'd been struck dumb. Chapter 184, Dean Wu's Concerns. Chief Engineer, are we really going to release this? This is a goldmine. Lily felt completely dazed, her head buzzing incessantly, ringing in her ears. Lu Qiming chuckled and replied directly, share it? Of course we share it. If we don't share, how could we possibly produce large quantities of energy sources on our own? Besides, if they don't understand its significance, who would be willing to buy the core technology? Go. Chief Engineer, are you trying to whet their appetite? Lily asked doubtfully. Exactly. We need to build anticipation, but that's not the ultimate goal. Alright, you don't need to worry about these matters anymore. In truth, Lu Qiming intended to disseminate these technologies widely. Doing so would significantly accelerate the realization of energy sources. Then, based on the energy sources development, we'll proceed with large-scale spacecraft manufacturing. Only then could humanity's future escape plan be realized. Otherwise, it would be a total loss for everyone. However, Lu Qiming harbored a slight personal agenda throughout this process, namely, the issue of leadership. And that leadership must belong to his own Xia city. After finishing the video recording, Lu Qiming opened Shark Live, while simultaneously instructing Lily to launch another phone to access Raccoon Live, a platform that had recently surged in popularity. With both platforms open, Lu Qiming began his live stream. The moment he went live, almost instantly, the screen was flooded with bullet comments. Wow! He's live. Holy crap, Mr. Wan Ming is streaming again. Quick, tell everyone Mr. Wan Ming is here. Goodness, is another tech revolution upon us? This is happening way too fast. Lu Qiming merely waved to the audience without uttering a word, yet the small gifts below were already flooding in. Brush. Luxury cars paraded across the screen as if they were free. Supreme gifts worth 100,000 each flashed by every few seconds. The live stream exploded, and the entire news channel followed suit. Inside a satellite TV news studio, the anchor was reporting on recent hot topics when suddenly, the director immediately shouted cut. Without even cutting the live feed, he thrust a note toward the anchor. The anchor sat there with a straight face, but inside, shock and awe were raging. What kind of major event could possibly make the director break protocol like this? Ah! After glancing at the note, the host instantly covered her mouth and gasped. Oh! Just moments ago, our station received news, Mr. Wan Ming has gone live again. The live stream is simultaneously available on Shark platform and Raccoon platform. The news world, Weibosphere, and tech community all exploded. Lu Qiming took just a sip of water to moisten his throat when he noticed the live stream's viewership had already surpassed 1 million. And this was on Shark Live, which enforced full real name verification. Right now, even more people were probably signing up for Shark accounts to join the stream. Opening his phone, Lu Qiming glanced at Taobao. Sure enough, the price of a Shark account had skyrocketed from 10 yuan to 10,000 yuan in no time, and it was still climbing rapidly. Refreshing the page again, Lu Qiming was stunned to find the item had been taken down. The seller left only a single image in the store, which read, "Want an account? Add QQ for details." Ha! Faced with this scene, Lu Qiming couldn't help but feel a quiet thrill of satisfaction. This time, the spread was clearly more convenient than previous attempts. With the foundation laid earlier, he barely had to promote it himself. The live stream already had a massive audience. The live stream began. Feeling the time was right, Lu Qiming immediately began his presentation. Hello everyone, today I'll be discussing the core essence of energy sources. As soon as he said this, someone immediately asked in the comments, are you talking about energy issues? Lu Qiming chuckled and explained, correct. It can be considered an energy issue, but this form of energy is neither fossil fuels like coal or oil, nor electricity. It bears similarities to nuclear energy, yet possesses fundamental differences. After this conceptual explanation, many listeners were already feeling dizzy. Questions poured in below, too many for Lu Qiming to keep up with, so he focused solely on his presentation. Though many viewers in the livestream couldn't grasp the details, they recorded the broadcast content anyway. Soon, Lu Qiming covered everything from the concept of the energy source to its underlying principles and foundational applications. 1 hour later. When Lu Qiming reached the section on energy source applications, someone immediately asked below, "Can this energy source rival existing energy sources?" Seeing this question, Lu Qiming chuckled and replied directly, "I suspect the friend asking this question hasn't quite grasped the concept. If we compare existing energy sources to a firefly, then this energy source is like the moon in the sky." Whoa! The moment he uttered these words, the livestream chat exploded with a barrage of exclamation marks. GIFs flooded in so heavily they crashed the platform. Just as Lu Qiming was about to elaborate further on application details and manufacturing processes. But just then, a phone call came in. Glancing at the number, he saw it was Director Wu calling. As the Vice President of the Academy of Science and Technology, President Wu had always been specifically responsible for Lu Qiming's affairs. The previous bodyguards and all the accompanying arrangements had primarily been handled by President Wu. Given the circumstances, Lu Qiming felt he couldn't ignore the call. "Hello, Dean Wu." President Wu's voice over the phone was visibly excited, though tinged with a hint of displeasure. "Chief Engineer Lu, I never imagined you could uncover so much from that abandoned energy source in such a short time." After a moment of admiration, Vice President Wu continued, "But this knowledge is priceless. In my opinion, it would be best to seal it off and hand it over to our institute for full control. That way." Hearing this, Lu Qiming immediately burst into laughter. "Director Wu, rest assured. My plan for this project is precisely to hand it over to the Academy of Sciences." "What?" Dean Wu exclaimed in excitement, "What do you mean?" Lu Qiming stated directly, "Dean Wu, releasing the majority of these non-core technologies will only bring benefits, no drawbacks." "You mean the core remains in our hands?" President Wu asked, his voice trembling with excitement. He waited eagerly for Lu Qiming's response. Feeling the live stream had run its course, Lu Qiming stated plainly, "Of course they remain in our hands." Chapter 185, Taking the Genetic Modification Solution. "Good. Great." After exclaiming "good" repeatedly, Dean Wu exclaimed excitedly, "Chief Engineer Lu, I'll start assembling the expert panel immediately. In 3 days, the Academy of Sciences experts will arrive to listen to and record your instructions." "Instructions?" Lu Qiming paused for a moment, then recalled the matter of creating the energy source. "Oh, sure." After finishing his speech, Lu Qiming returned to the livestream. By then, the stream's visuals had started to lag. Lu Qiming glanced at the viewer count. It had surged to over 10 million. This traffic was even more impressive than a top-tier celebrity's livestream. However, the flood of comments in the chat was already pouring in relentlessly, threatening to overwhelm the screen. The small GIFs on the screen were also endless, just continuously flooding in. To the uninitiated, it might have looked like a system glitch. Feeling it was impossible to continue under these circumstances, Lu Qiming announced during the stream, "Alright, that's all for today's broadcast." The moment he said that, the chat exploded with a unified chorus of "Mr. Civilized, don't leave," flooding the screen. Lu Qiming chuckled softly. Then he added, "Oh, right, there's also a video lesson from today's stream. You should be able to find it online if you search for it now." After saying this, Lu Qiming ended the stream. He opened a download link posted online. Almost instantly, the website's traffic began skyrocketing like a rocket. With each refresh, the traffic and download numbers surged by tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. And this was just the raw file downloads, not counting those who downloaded it and then redistributed it multiple times. Watching these numbers skyrocket, Lu Qiming felt a surge of exhilaration. After a busy morning of streaming. Afternoon. Lu Qiming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although this livestream had missed some regular viewers on Shark Member, the multi-platform broadcast should have compensated for that audience. Combined with his prior fame, the livestream's performance should be quite impressive. Yet the system's task completion notification remained stubbornly silent. Was it meant for the entire world to know? Why was the difficulty level getting higher and higher? He was deeply puzzled. After several missions, Lu Qiming had noticed a pattern. The difficulty of the system's mission dissemination seemed to be gradually increasing. And Lu Qiming sensed that this increase primarily lay in the target audience size. Initially, reaching a few 100,000 people might have sufficed. Now, however, the task hadn't been completed even after reaching tens of millions. Thinking about the next mission, Lu Qiming couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If the blue water ball population was sufficient by then, it would be manageable. But if the blue water ball population wasn't even enough, then this dissemination task. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Lu Qiming, and he immediately considered a possibility. Could it be that this system propagation mission also requires spreading to species other than humans? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Deep down, he had suspected it, but for a moment, he dared not be certain. The afternoon slipped by in a rush. Lu Qiming kept a close eye on the system task's progress. Finally, when the video downloads hit 10 million views, the system immediately emitted an ethereal notification sound. Congratulations, host, on completing the energy source knowledge dissemination task. Host's task completion level, 10 million level beginner. Physical prowess level increased by 10. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 vial of genetic modification fluid. This fluid comprehensively enhances all of the host's attributes. Use now? Lu Qiming's heart surged with wild excitement. Use. Instantly, a small green vial appeared in Lu Qiming's hand. Gazing at the palm-sized green vial, Lu Qiming hesitated not a moment. He twisted off the cap and gulped it down. Beep. Host's physical strength, intelligence, and precision engineering abilities have been comprehensively enhanced. Ding. Host's physical strength, intelligence, and craftsmanship have all been enhanced. The prompts repeated several times as Lu Qiming tilted his head back to drink. Soon, the entire 200 milliliters bottle of green liquid was gone. At that moment, Lu Qiming felt a wave of dizziness. As if drunk, he immediately collapsed backward. He had no idea how much time had passed. When Lu Qiming regained consciousness, a cold hand was testing his body temperature. Simultaneously, an anxious sigh reached his ears. Lu Qiming recognized the voice as Li Li's, and felt slightly relieved. Thankfully, this fainting spell had occurred in his own room. With Li Li taking care of him, things wouldn't be too bad. Though Lu Qiming had regained consciousness, his body still felt like it was undergoing transformation, seemingly unresponsive to his commands. Unable to open his eyes, Lu Qiming settled down and began to sense his own body. It seemed as though earth-shattering changes were occurring within his body. The gene-altering solution spread through his body like a poison, simultaneously destroying the original organism while rapidly rebuilding it. Moreover, the areas that had been repaired seemed even more resilient than before. The night passed without incident. The next morning, as sunlight streamed into the presidential suite's living room, Lu Qiming finally opened his eyes. He stretched lazily, then rose directly from the sofa. Is he awake? Suddenly, Lu Qiming realized his body could move again. And a wave of refreshing clarity washed over his entire body. Ha! He threw a punch at thin air and felt his strength seemed significantly greater than before. But without any reference point, gauging his current strength wasn't so straightforward. Suddenly, Lu Qiming spotted a small gym within the suite. Inside this compact gym sat a bench press barbell and it looked incredibly heavy. A smirk instantly curved Lu Qiming's lips as he headed toward the small gym. He didn't bother lying down. Glancing at the weight plates, he saw 30 kilograms on each side, 60 kilograms total, or 120 gene. That weight would be no small feat for the average person. Lu Qiming placed his hands on the barbell and immediately felt a sense of ease. It seemed as light as a toy, and he lifted it effortlessly. Hey, this barbell must be fake. Lu Qiming was puzzled, so he added 2 more 50 kilograms plates to the barbell. He wanted to test his true strength. This time, Lu Qiming grabbed the barbell with one hand. Just then, a woman's voice called out from behind him. Chief Engineer Lu, are you feeling better? Ha! Where is she? The voice belonged to Li Li. Having just finished searching the living room, she immediately headed toward the small gym with its storage jar. Chapter 186, A Little Test of Strength. Ah! The moment she stepped inside, Li Li let out a shriek. The scene before her eyes made even the well-read Li Li break out in a cold sweat. There stood Lu Qiming, his back to her, single-handedly lifting a 320-pound barbell as if it were a dumbbell, pumping it up and down with effortless strength. His muscles bulged dramatically with every exertion. Yet when he lowered it, he looked perfectly normal, as if nothing extraordinary had happened. Gulp! Unconsciously, Li Li's face flushed crimson, and she found herself unexpectedly parched. Are you the chief engineer? Li Li's eyes suddenly glazed over with infatuation. It seemed as though the superhuman man before her was the very alpha male she'd always longed for. Ah, Li Li, I'm just messing around here. You don't need to mind me. After saying that, as if remembering something, Lu Qiming added, oh, no need to arrange today's schedule. I want to go hunting and grab a big meal, my stomach's practically empty. Ah, Chief Engineer, hunting? Chief Engineer, you. She almost blurted out, are you sure you can handle it? But the words froze on her lips. Because at that moment, Lu Qiming turned his head, and in his piercing gaze, there was a hint of menace and authority. Gulp! Li Li couldn't help but feel her mouth go dry, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. What are you standing there for? Do you need me to tell you what to do? Lu Qiming demanded sternly. Yes. I'll go right away. After Li Li left, Lu Qiming immediately glanced at a mirror in the gym and was startled to discover that while his facial features remained unchanged, the aura between his brows had grown significantly more formidable than before. No wonder he'd scared the girl so badly. Setting down the barbell, Lu Qiming headed toward the bathroom. His body was now covered in stains left by the genetic modification process, many areas looking particularly grimy. Fortunately, the presidential suite boasted an exceptionally spacious bathroom. After stepping inside, Lu Qiming enjoyed a thoroughly relaxing shower. When he emerged and saw his reflection in the mirror, he could scarcely believe his eyes. So pale. The person in the mirror had skin as pure and white as jade. It looked as if he had been completely reborn, even some of his original scars had vanished entirely. Yet these changes were merely icing on the cake for Lu Qiming. What mattered most to him was the shift in his inner strength. He had asked Lily to arrange this hunting trip precisely to test his current capabilities. He entered the dressing room. Lu Qiming immediately summoned the room steward. Shortly thereafter, a well-dressed, impeccably gentlemanly elderly gentleman approached Lu Qiming. "Esteemed sir, how may I assist you?" Lu Qiming stated directly, "I'm going out hunting and engaging in some outdoor activities. Please help me select a suitable outfit. Send the bill directly to my assistant." "Certainly, sir." The butler immediately called over a woman in her 30s via intercom. The moment she entered, the woman froze in place. Her gaze fixed on Lu Qiming, clearly stunned. At that moment, Lu Qiming wore only a bathrobe and slippers, yet his skin, as white as jade, outshone many top celebrities no matter how one looked at it. "Ah. Would you mind signing an autograph for me later?" the woman asked hopefully. The elderly butler beside them promptly cleared his throat, clearly reminding the woman to mind her manners. Sorry, my apologies. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lin Lan, the hotel's personal stylist responsible for guest appearances." With that, Lin Lan promptly began selecting clothes for Lu Qiming. Lu Qiming stood still while Lin Lan tossed one outfit after another onto the rack. Soon, a set of casual sportswear was selected. "Sir, please try these garments. And these shoes, they're from the internationally renowned brand George Danny. I hope they meet your satisfaction." Lu Qiming glanced at them. He merely assessed the colors, found them acceptable, and nodded. Soon, Lu Qiming had everything on. At that moment, Lin Lan beside him couldn't help but gasp again. "Goodness, Mr. Lu, you really aren't a celebrity?" Lu Qiming shrugged. It wasn't that he looked down on celebrities, but Lu Qiming currently had no intention of entering the entertainment industry. To him, it seemed like a waste of time. Lin Lan immediately pulled out a notebook and handed it to Lu Qiming. "Mr. Lu, would you mind signing my notebook?" Such a small request, Lu Qiming didn't refuse, and promptly wrote his name. Afterward, he prepared to pack his gear and head out hunting. But at that moment, Lin Lan behind him suddenly gasped, "Good heavens, Lu Qiming! Isn't that the name of Mr. Wenming? You look so different from how you appeared on the livestream." No, you look 100 times more handsome now than you did on the livestream." Click. Ignoring stylist Lin Lan's gasp, Lu Qiming grabbed his phone and walked out the door. The sound of the door closing behind him severed the startled exclamation. Stepping out of the presidential suite, Lu Qiming immediately called Li. "Hello, are you ready?" "Sir, everything's set. The car's waiting downstairs. But this time, Jinshan insists we need to send a security detail to protect your safety." "What?" Lu Qiming snapped in irritation. This outing was meant to test his true capabilities. Who knows? He might have to move some large boulders or take on a wild beast alone. If Jinshan's people tag along, I won't be able to do anything. No way. He flatly refused with a single sentence. On the other end of the line, Lily sounded deeply concerned. "Chief engineer, this time, maybe you should listen to Jinshan and the others. Just have them follow from a distance. Otherwise, I'm afraid someone with ulterior motives might." Lu Qiming sighed helplessly and shook his head. "Fine, just Jinshan alone. But make sure he stays far behind and out of my sight. Otherwise, he won't be joining us next time." "Understood, Chief Engineer." After giving his instructions, Lu Qiming headed downstairs. 2 Land Rover SUVs were already waiting below, one parked in front, the other behind. The front one was empty. In the rear vehicle, the driver was none other than Jinshan. "Chief Engineer, all the hunting gear you requested is ready. The bows and crossbows are in the trunk." Lu Qiming nodded briefly before getting into the car. Lily, equally swift, hopped into the driver's seat and started the Land Rover. It was clear that Lily was quite skilled behind the wheel. With steady maneuvers, the vehicle smoothly departed the International Hotel and vanished into the sprawling cityscape. Chapter 187, Superb Craftsmanship. Along the way, Lu Qiming's stomach growled repeatedly. Since ingesting the gene-altering serum, Lu Qiming had finally experienced what it truly meant to be starving, the kind of hunger that made his stomach cling to his spine. "Lily, let's find a nearby spot to hunt. I'm getting a bit hungry." "Sure, Chief Engineer. Not far from here is a hunting club called Mountain Wilderness. It's quite well known. Shall we head there?" "Alright, that works." Soon, the car arrived at the outskirts of the capital city. It came to a stop in front of the clubhouse of a place called Mountain Wilderness Hunting Ground. It was clear that those who came here to hunt were wealthy individuals. The entrance was lined with all kinds of luxury cars. After getting out, he grabbed some hunting gear. Without a word, Lu Qiming headed straight for the hunting grounds. Originally, Lu Qiming had intended to test his current abilities through hunting. But now, upon arriving at this club and seeing the guests enjoying the mouth-watering grilled meat, his appetite was suddenly whetted. Lily, let's grab something to eat first, Lu Qiming suggested. Lily promptly went to the front desk, obtained a membership card, and then the two sat down in the club's restaurant. Glancing at the restaurant menu, Lu Qiming ordered the signature grilled lamb chops. The waiter beside them promptly inquired, "Sir, how many pounds of lamb chops would you like grilled?" Lu Qiming thought for a moment. His usual appetite was about 1 pound of lamb chops, but he was hungry now, so he decided to order 2 pounds. That should be enough. Plus, Lily might want a little, so Lu Qiming said, 3 pounds, please. Certainly, sir. Shortly after, the fragrant lamb chops were brought to the table, accompanied by complimentary side dishes. It looked quite substantial. Lu Qiming immediately dug in, grabbing a rack of ribs and devouring it in big bites. At first, no one paid much attention. After all, that's how most people eat lamb chops. But after just a few moments, the surrounding diners were stunned. The pile of bones beside Lu Qiming had already grown remarkably high, and most crucially, the speed at which he was devouring them was downright astonishing. Whoa! Seeing the bones beside him, Lu Qiming was startled. He'd been so engrossed in eating that he hadn't realized he'd finished so quickly. Glancing across the table at Lily, he saw her pair of spotless chopsticks still hovering in midair. She hadn't even started eating yet. Ah! Chief Engineer, were you that hungry? The question made Lu Qiming feel a bit embarrassed, but at that moment, the hunger pangs in his stomach seemed to have been stirred up, making him even hungrier. Lily, since you haven't started yet, let's order some more food. Lu Qiming waved his hand as he spoke. Waiter, over here. Holding the menu, Lu Qiming was feeling generous this time. He ordered directly, forget the lamb chops. You have whole roasted lamb here, bring one of those. Also, bring 1 serving of each of these stir-fried dishes. I want to try them all. And hurry up, bring everything as soon as it's ready. Before leaving, Lu Qiming took out another 1,000 yuan bill and handed it directly to the waiter. Take this and tell the chefs to hurry up. This series of actions left the surrounding diners utterly stunned. Good heavens! That young man doesn't look heavy. How can he possibly order so much at once? Hey, these days, do you think everyone eats everything they order like we do? I bet this kid can't finish all that. The crowd murmured among themselves. All eyes turned toward Lu Qiming with curiosity. After taking a few sips of water and rinsing his mouth, Lu Qiming was stunned to discover that the food he'd just eaten had already been completely digested. Just as he stood up to get more water, his stomach growled again. Damn it, boss, give me a moment. Eating takes time, you know. He gulped down a whole pot of tea. Lu Qiming finally felt a little better, the fire in his stomach slightly subsiding. While waiting for the meal, suddenly, Lu Qiming noticed a kid at the next table playing with a robot assembly toy, the hottest model around right now. At first, Lu Qiming merely glanced over and moved on. But as he watched, he realized the kid's assembly method was entirely wrong. And the speed at which they worked felt extremely uncomfortable to Lu Qiming's eyes. Hey, kid, you're putting that toy together all wrong. Lu Qiming said, immediately walking over. Upon reaching the toy, Lu Qiming intended to explain to the child how it should be assembled. But in an instant, his hands seemed to move of their own accord. Click! A series of reactions unfolded. Lu Qiming felt his thoughts being executed flawlessly by those incredibly nimble hands, without the slightest hindrance. The process was so swift that even Lu Qiming himself barely caught a glimpse of it. Wow, it's assembled. Uncle, you're amazing. Faced with the child's eyes brimming with admiration, Lu Qiming found himself at a loss for words. His gaze drifted back to the lamb chops on the table, and suddenly, something clicked into place. Precision craftsmanship? Before obtaining the gene potion, Lu Qiming had some understanding of his own attributes, but this particular precision craftsmanship ability he had never known what it was for. Now, after drinking the gene potion that boosted all his attributes, this precision craftsmanship ability must have been enhanced too. No wonder. In an instant, it all clicked into place for Lu Qiming. He was now a formidable engineering master and an exceptionally skilled artisan. Gazing at his own hands, Lu Qiming couldn't help but think, if he were to disassemble an energy source now, it would be as simple as removing a battery from a toy car. As he pondered this, a table laden with dishes was brought in. Lu Qiming immediately sat down and began to eat. This time, as soon as he sat down to eat, people nearby immediately started recording videos with their phones, seemingly forming a strong crowd of onlookers. Simultaneously, several others filmed while announcing, "Today we stumbled upon a competitive eater. We're live streaming it for everyone. If you like it, double tap to follow us." 666. Seeing this, Lu Qiming couldn't be bothered to care. He was famished by now, so he grabbed a piece of roasted lamb and devoured it in no time. In mere moments, the bones began tumbling to the floor. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, Lu Qiming grabbed a fish. Within seconds, he devoured the entire fish. Then, with equal speed, he spat out the bones one by one. Chapter 188, The Expert's Doubts. The surrounding crowd was utterly stunned. Not only was his speed astonishing, but his appetite was easily 10 times that of an ordinary person. After about half an hour, Lu Qiming finally exhaled a long breath. This time, he was truly full. Glancing back at the table before him, even Lu Qiming himself was startled. The stacked plates now towered over a person in height. Bones and scraps littered the floor in countless piles. Several waitstaff were busy clearing the mess. Glancing around, Lu Qiming was stunned to discover that everyone in the club had gathered here, stopping to watch. "Chief Engineer, should we have Jinshan clear everyone out?" Lily asked in a hushed voice. Lu Qiming assessed the current situation and knew his hunting plans for the day were ruined. With such a crowd following him, forget hunting, even a simple sneeze would likely end up online. Still, this trip hadn't been entirely fruitless. At the very least, he'd gained some insight into his own precision engineering capabilities. No need. Let's head back together. With that, Lu Qiming headed straight for the exit. Immediately, a middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd and offered, "Hey, young man, I'm the marketing manager for Mackenzie. Would you be interested in becoming our advertising spokesperson?" The moment he spoke, another wave of gasps erupted. Mackenzie? Good heavens! Their spokespeople have always been top-tier celebrities, and now this. Wow, this kid hit the jackpot. A Mackenzie endorsement fee is worth at least a few million. However, to everyone's surprise, Lu Qiming walked straight out without even turning his head. Only Li, a junior assistant trailing behind him, turned with a cold, disdainful expression. "A junk food endorsement? They want our chief designer? Dream on." Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early that morning, President Wu called. "Hello, Chief Engineer Lu, are you available today? Our expert team is ready and waiting for your instructions on the energy source project." Lu Qiming nodded and replied directly, "All right, I'll be right there." After 3 days of collaboration, Lu Qiming now had a thorough understanding of his own capabilities. He particularly cherished the enhanced precision engineering capabilities. Various models and complex machined components became remarkably straightforward in his hands. The meeting was scheduled in the grand conference room of the International Hotel. When Lu Qiming entered, everyone was already seated. Glancing around, he noticed that half of them were gray-haired individuals over 50. Among them, Lu Qiming recognized several individuals. They were the leading authorities in their fields. Typically, they would occupy the seats of honor at such gatherings. Yet now, they were merely spectators in an inconspicuous corner. It was clear that this panel of experts possessed formidable strength. Lu Qiming observed the scene and nodded with satisfaction. At that moment, standing at the podium, Dean Wu immediately rose to his feet and declared with great enthusiasm, "Now, let us welcome Mr. Wen Ming, along with the chief designer of the spacecraft and the current initiator and leader of the Energy Source Project, Mr. Lu Qiming." Clap! 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 The entire audience erupted in applause, nearly all rising to their feet. Yet a few individuals remained seated, their faces still bearing traces of anger. Lu Qiming frowned slightly but said nothing, walking straight toward the podium. At that moment, there was an empty seat in the center of the podium. Without a word, Lu Qiming sat down. This move seemed to strike a nerve with certain individuals below, prompting someone to chuckle derisively. "Oof. Such a young age, and he doesn't even bother to show courtesy. How dare he just take the seat of honor?" The moment these words were spoken, the room fell completely silent. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, and at the sight, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Dean Wu, standing nearby, looked extremely displeased. Nevertheless, he quickly tried to smooth things over. "Ha, old Duan, we came here to research and discuss the energy source project. This has nothing to do with youth or age." His words were perfectly clear, yet upon hearing them, old Master Duan below grew even more furious. "Humph. Nothing to do with it? How can it not matter? Every person here is a top-tier expert and scholar, a leading authority in their field. What gives this frivolous, arrogant youngster the right to sit in the seat of honor?" After Old Master Duan spoke, another elderly expert chimed in, "Old Master Duan is quite right. In my opinion, regardless of other factors, the leader of this energy source project must be replaced." Whoa! The moment this person spoke, Dean Wu sucked in a sharp breath. "Professor Jiang, you." Lu Qiming recognized the man addressed as Old Jiang. His fame had been established decades ago. He was a true pioneer among the older generation of scientists. His words carried immense weight among scientists. Old Master Jiang snorted coldly before continuing, "Humph. It's common knowledge that energy technology is the lifeblood of a nation. Yet this young man dares to flaunt such technology everywhere. For this alone, he is unworthy of being a disciplined leader." Right. Exactly. In an instant, a small faction coalesced around a unified stance. Numerous scientists pressed Lu Qiming with their questions, as if demanding answers. Seated at the head table, Lu Qiming sipped his tea and glanced at his watch. Only when the room fell silent did he speak slowly, "Has everyone finished?" Old Duan immediately stood up, "I haven't finished yet." But at that moment, President Wu's gaze turned stern, "Professor Duan. At this reprimand, old Master Duan slowly sat back down. Lu Qiming then continued, "Alright. We've already wasted 15 minutes of our scheduled 1-hour meeting. Therefore, I can only allow 45 minutes. Put. What's the big deal about cutting 15 minutes? Exactly. That kid is way too arrogant. Even if you don't explain it, we can figure it out ourselves." Several scientists chimed in one after another. A faint smile touched Lu Qiming's lips as he held his teacup. "I hope you'll still be saying that later." He handed a pre-prepared PowerPoint presentation to his assistant, Li, who began the slideshow. Lu Qiming began his presentation. "First, take a look at this section. This content is exactly what I covered in my video. I trust everyone here has already watched it." The scientists present all nodded in agreement. After all, anyone who hadn't watched Lu Qiming's livestream wouldn't be worthy of sitting here. Alright, so what I'm presenting today addresses several issues that the knowledge in this video couldn't resolve. Chapter 189, Old John's Bet. What? Isn't the knowledge in the video comprehensive? Only now did several elders below suddenly gasp in shock. Lu Qiming's lips instantly curved into a faint smile. He felt fortunate he'd kept a card up his sleeve. Not only had it prevented unnecessary trouble, but it had also guarded against those with ulterior motives. At that moment, the crowd below was completely engrossed. Old Master Duan and Old Master Jiang, who had been shouting incessantly just moments ago, immediately fell silent. They even pulled out small notebooks, preparing to take lecture notes. Seeing this, Dean Wu beside him couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. It must be said, these individuals, while their knowledge may once have been cutting edge, their character leaves much to be desired. Soon, Lu Qiming's explanation gave the many scientists below a feeling of sudden enlightenment. Good heavens, it really is like that. If Chief Engineer Lu hadn't brought up these hidden issues lurking in the shadows, we would have never even discovered them. Exactly. Without resolving these issues, attempting to develop an energy source independently is nothing short of a pipe dream. Lu Qiming proceeded to explain each slide of the presentation in detail. When he reached a slide titled Energy Source Core Key, Lu Qiming solemnly declared, "Alright, everyone, please look at this slide, the energy key." His words instantly captured the full attention of everyone below. Even President Wu beside him held his breath. The energy key, as the name suggests, was the absolute core of the core, the crucial element in the creation of energy sources. Mastering the energy key meant grasping the very essence and profound principles of energy sources. Historically, and within the entire framework of energy source knowledge, mastering the energy key meant holding the core key to the energy source industry. It meant owning everything about the energy source. Lu Qiming's impassioned words electrified the assembled experts and professors below, stirring them into a frenzy of excitement. But, as the crowd gazed expectantly at Lu Qiming, eager for further explanation of the energy key, Lu Qiming glanced at the time. Ahem, my apologies. Today's meeting time has come to an end. I have other commitments later. I'll continue explaining this to everyone at a later opportunity. This. The moment he spoke, a wave of gasps erupted from the audience below. He had truly reached the most crucial point, only to pull back at the last moment and stop. But Lu Qiming had a point. The originally scheduled 1-hour meeting had truly come to an end. To ordinary people, 10 or so minutes might seem insignificant, but everyone present was an elite professional. Each person's schedule was unique. Therefore, delaying proceedings was a very serious matter. If this applied to these professors and experts, how much more so for Lu Qiming, the spacecraft design chief engineer with a mountain of responsibilities? Glancing at the time, Lu Qiming immediately began gathering his things. When others tried to say something, they found themselves at a loss for words. This time, Lu Qiming's presentation had been truly exceptional. The 45 minutes he had already delivered were packed with substantive content. Nearly every issue Lu Qiming addressed was something scientists had never even considered before. It was truly like a teacher instructing students. Yet most experts present refused to acknowledge this, insisting that as a young scholar, Lu Qiming simply had a duty to share his knowledge. Chief Engineer Lu. At that moment, an elderly man in the audience immediately stood up. As Lu Qiming packed up and shut down his computer, he glanced at the elderly man. Chief Engineer Nan. Lu Qiming greeted him. This man was Nan Huiran, the chief engineer of precision instrument design, who had contributed significantly to the spacecraft project earlier. After rising, Nan Huiran spoke with great respect. Chief Engineer Lu, might you continue for just a moment longer? Your explanation of the core energy source issues earlier had this old man spellbound. It was truly enlightening. Lu Qiming smiled politely. He held a favorable impression of Nan Huiran. However, today's session had truly reached its conclusion. Chief Engineer Nan, please take time to digest what was covered today. The manufacturing of this energy source will require your careful attention. Should you wish to discuss further, feel free to visit me at my residence. At this point, Nan Huiran nodded repeatedly with excitement. Lu Qiming's words carried significant weight. As the project leader for the Energy Source Initiative, his statement clearly signaled his intention to continue relying heavily on Manhwa. After gathering his things, Lu Qiming rose immediately, waved to the group, and prepared to depart. Ah! What a pity! It's all because of certain people. Had we not wasted those 15 minutes earlier, the chief engineer would have definitely continued his explanation. Exactly. Just look at those previous 45 minutes, almost every single minute was pure gold. Good heavens, we actually squandered 15 precious minutes of the chief engineer's time. What a sin! As they spoke, all eyes turned accusingly toward the elderly gentleman seated in the center. It was none other than the two elders, Duan and Jiang, who had been so resentful at the very beginning. Now, both men wore visibly awkward expressions. Regarding the final question about the energy key, they probably wanted to know the answer more than anyone else. They were practically dying to hear it. Kid. Old Master Duan opened his mouth, still calling Lu Qiming kid. After a moment's thought, he realized it was quite inappropriate and quickly corrected himself. Lu Qiming. For the sake of my face, Duan Changfa, could you please elaborate on the crucial part of the energy key again? As he spoke, Old Master Duan turned to Lu Qiming with eager anticipation, notebook in hand, ready to take more notes. Lu Qiming shrugged and stated bluntly, no. Unexpectedly, the refusal was so blunt. A flash of anger appeared on Duan Changfa's face, but he managed to suppress it with a cold snort. Meanwhile, old Jiang slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. Lu Qiming, I expect you to fulfill your responsibilities. Remember, not just anyone can become chief engineer. You. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Qiming had already risen and was heading for the door. He didn't even acknowledge old Jiang. This infuriates me. Utterly arrogant, completely arrogant. If this continues, it'll be disastrous. Both old Jiang and old Duan were nearly bursting with rage. Especially old Jiang, his finger trembled as he pointed at Lu Qiming. Young man! Stop right there! Old Jiang exclaimed, his voice brimming with righteous indignation. It's just an energy key. Dare you take my wager? Old Jiang spat furiously. Chapter 190, The Core of the Core. A bet? Hearing this, Lu Qiming immediately halted. He turned his head to look at old Jiang. At that moment, old Jiang's face darkened as he declared, young man, this wager concerns the energy key. If I can crack its core within 3 years, you will relinquish your position as leader of this energy source project. What do you say? The moment these words left his mouth, Dean Wu, standing far behind them, immediately waved his hands and shook his head at Lu Qiming, signaling Lu Qiming not to accept this wager. Other scientists stopped to watch, filled with curiosity. From what old Jiang said, it sounds like he's serious this time. Can it really be cracked? I've seen that energy key myself. Without Chief Engineer Lu's explanation, I wouldn't even know what it was, let alone crack it. You're underestimating him. Old Jiang isn't alone, he's got a team of top-notch scientists working under him. Listening to the murmurs around him, a faint smile curved Lu Qiming's lips. It was clear that old Jiang had high expectations for this project. It's just a pity that only those with a certain level of understanding of energy source knowledge can truly grasp the real difficulty of the energy key. The academic heavyweights gathered here probably hadn't even scratched the surface of 1/10,000th of that difficulty. It was like asking ordinary spectators who'd watched a pilot's aerial display to take the controls themselves. Expecting Water Blue Ball's current knowledge and research capabilities to crack the energy key was nothing short of a pipe dream. Alright. Lu Qiming immediately interjected. No need to wait a year, that's far too long. By then, the energy source project will likely be completed. Just 1 month, all you need to do is crack the first layer of the energy key. Whoa! The moment those words left his mouth, everyone present sucked in a sharp breath. A powerful key is often composed of thousands upon thousands of subkeys. Its strength lies precisely in its complex and ever-changing nature. This means that not a single one of the millions of keys within the key system can be wrong. Only when every single one is correct can it truly be considered cracked, making it an incredibly difficult task. But if it's just one key, the difficulty drops by a millionfold. It's like solving a math problem. Just write down the answer, then slap on a vaguely related formula. Simple as pie. Good. Young man, you said it, no regrets. Old Jiang immediately slammed his hand on the table, speaking rapidly. Beside him, old Master Duan chimed in smugly, hold on, let's draw up a written agreement. Dean Wu, standing behind them, shook his head repeatedly. The group was astonished, thinking to themselves that Chief Engineer Lu was still too young. The difficulty of a single key had been reduced far too much. Not only did old Jiang, backed by a scientific team, accept the wager, but even an ordinary scientist would dare to take it on. Yet Lu Qiming's face now wore a look of utter disdain. A written agreement? Fine. He glanced at old Jiang, then surveyed the crowd. If you crack the first key within a month, my position is yours. But what if you lose? At these words, a look of smug satisfaction spread across old Jiang's face. Chuckling, old Jiang declared, "Lose? How could I possibly lose? Young man, let me tell you straight, I've recently assembled a mathematics team called the White Ghost." What? White Ghost? In an instant, everyone present was dumbfounded. That name was all too familiar to them, those young mathematicians who had spread like a virus through the academic world. Their specialty? Cracking codes. They took pleasure in cracking codes, causing chaos for countless companies and websites. To them, any password was like a thin sheet of paper easily pierced with a single stab. This is bad. Forget a month, I bet the White Ghost could crack the energy key in 3 days flat. At that moment, old Zhang and old Duan both burst into hearty laughter. Young man, you're still too green. Hearing this, Lu Qiming sneered disdainfully. Old Zhang, you haven't said what you'll do if you lose. Old Zhang snorted coldly, sweeping his gaze across the room. Regaining his air of an academic patriarch, he declared with magnanimity, "Young man, if I truly lose, I'll give you my entire fortune." Ha! Master Zhang wore an expression of utter smugness, as if promising anything at this moment was of no consequence. For he never believed he would lose. Old Duan immediately urged from the side, "The written agreement. While everyone is present, draw up the written agreement immediately." Before a minute had passed, one of old Zhang's assistants had already handed over the prepared documents. 2 copies. Lu Qiming glanced at the wager and signed without hesitation. "Humph, old Zhang, I'll be waiting for your good news." He left the conference hall. Lili was deeply troubled throughout the journey. Upon returning to the hotel room with Lu Qiming, she immediately asked, "Chief Engineer, today's events were clearly orchestrated by old Zhang and old Duan. How could they be so?" It was clear Lili was furious. Lu Qiming chuckled softly and replied, "What? Think I acted too rashly today?" Lili remained silent, which effectively served as an admission. "Even you think this encryption key is too simple?" Lu Qiming inquired. Lili immediately replied, "Yes, Chief Engineer. This encryption key, let alone White Ghost, even I could probably crack it within half an hour." "Oh?" Lu Qiming perked up. Glancing at his watch, he declared, "Perfect timing. I was just about to take a shower. I've got half an hour before heading out." "Chief Engineer." Lili looked helpless, sensing Lu Qiming didn't take this seriously at all. Lu Qiming countered, "Deal. If you can't make any headway within half an hour, I'll pay a visit to your place. How does that sound?" "Ha? My home?" At the mention of this, Lili flushed slightly. She even had a moment of misplaced thought, wondering if Lu Qiming was already planning to meet her parents so soon. Hurry up and solve the problem. Time waits for no one. Glancing at the clock, Lu Qiming chuckled and headed for the shower. The sound of rushing water filled the presidential suite. While bathing, Lu Qiming's mind was preoccupied with the energy source issue. By now, the vast majority of knowledge regarding energy sources had been disseminated. The fundamental principles were known to nearly everyone who had watched the livestream. Of course, this knowledge only allowed for the creation of energy source components. The true core lies in this energy source project personally spearheaded by Xia Chang. And at the heart of this project lay the energy key. Chapter 191, Visiting the Li family. It could be said that, in this matter, Lu Qiming used an extremely small energy key to rationally control the entire energy source technology within his grasp. He accomplished the system's objective, accelerating human civilization's progress at an unprecedented pace, while simultaneously preventing those with ulterior motives from exploiting this knowledge against him. It was a masterstroke. After finishing his shower, Lu Qiming emerged and glanced at the time. 10 minutes remained. Glancing from afar, he saw Lili sitting at the living room table, her brow deeply furrowed as if grappling with an exceptionally difficult problem. Her hair was tousled from the intense concentration of solving the problem, making her look as if she was on the verge of being driven mad. Lili, if you can't handle it, why struggle? Is it really worth fighting against the energy key?" Lu Qiming teased. Lili shook her head repeatedly, saying nothing. It was clear this girl possessed a stubborn streak deep within her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have achieved such remarkable results coming from such an ordinary family. Speaking of family, Lu Qiming recalled that Lili also had a mother suffering from a terminal illness. This time, Lu Qiming simply wanted to see if there was anything he could do to help. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. By the time Lu Qiming had changed his clothes and was almost ready to head out, Lili was still sitting there, looking utterly dejected. "Well, how about it? Top-tier returnee, got any ideas on how to solve this?" Lu Qiming asked. Oh my god. Lili let out a wail of despair, clearly at her wit's end. Crumpling the 4 or 5 sheets of draft paper on the table into a ball, Lili sighed helplessly. "Chief Engineer, why is it that I've tried solving this first key 4 or 5 times? Each time I feel so close to the answer, but unfortunately, each time I fall just a little short?" Lu Qiming chuckled. "Just a little bit? Yes, it always feels like I'm just a hair's breadth away. Like I've almost got it, but not quite." Hearing this, Lu Qiming's eyes lit up. To achieve this in such a short time proved Lili was truly exceptionally gifted. Still, even so, she was far from cracking the first key to the energy source. Li. You really shouldn't push yourself so hard on this energy source key. Haven't you noticed that the answer changes every time you try? Yes, it seems that way. This is a constantly shifting, unpredictable answer encrypted using computational methods beyond our current human comprehension. So right now, forget you, even I, who deeply understand the essence of energy, can't crack it. Hearing this, Lily gasped in shock. Good heavens, Chief Engineer. Does that mean old Zhang's team has been working in vain? Exactly. Lu Qiming said with utter disdain, old Zhang is going down this time. Set aside some time soon to audit all his assets. In a month, just send someone to take over. Lily nodded repeatedly, her delight as if she'd won the lottery. Afternoon. The two walked out together. A Rolls-Royce was already parked at the hotel entrance. As soon as Lu Qiming stepped out, a man emerged from the car, none other than Jinshan. Chief Engineer Lu, over here. Jinshan waved at Lu Qiming before opening the Rolls-Royce door. Seeing the brand new Rolls-Royce, Lu Qiming asked in puzzlement, Hey, Jinshan, why the change of vehicles this time? Jinshan chuckled. It was the ministry's decision. They said your current security level requires an upgrade, so we switched to this vehicle. Don't underestimate it, this thing is practically as sturdy as a tank. With that, Lu Qiming climbed into the vehicle. Just as Jinshan had said, even the doors alone were exceptionally thick. Inside, the space was incredibly spacious, truly a luxurious model among extended-length vehicles. Lily, what are you standing there for? Get in already, Lu Qiming urged. At that moment, Lily seemed a bit dazed, unsure whether it was because of the earlier key incident or her concern about Lu Qiming coming to her home this time. Oh, coming. The two of them got into the car together, and Jinshan drove steadily along the route. Fortunately, in this Rolls-Royce, a partition separated the driver from the rear passengers. When Lu Qiming wanted to rest, he could simply raise the partition, very convenient. With his eyes closed, Lu Qiming pondered the situation as he spoke. Lily, I recall you mentioned your mother has a terminal illness. Is it possible to revisit the situation? Perhaps bringing in some specialists for a consultation could yield different results? Lily sighed and replied, Actually, while I was abroad, I consulted specialists about this very issue. Their opinion was that the disease is treatable, but what? Lu Qiming pressed directly. With a long, heavy sigh, Lily spoke hesitantly, My mother is actually staying at my brother's house now. My brother and sister-in-law are people who... At this point, Lily found herself unable to continue. What exactly is going on? Lu Qiming pressed again. Finally, Lily explained, While I was abroad, I sent all my savings 200,000 yuan back home for my mother's treatment. But later I heard she was discharged after just 2 days at a county hospital. Hearing this, Lu Qiming suddenly understood much more. The cost of staying in a county hospital for 2 days couldn't possibly have drained 200,000 yuan. The hidden circumstances were obvious. So that's why you're so desperate to find a job and earn money now? Lu Qiming asked. Lily nodded helplessly, her expression deeply somber. The rest of the journey passed in silence. When the car pulled into a town on the outskirts of the capital, it came to a halt. The road ahead was riddled with potholes and extremely rugged. The Rolls-Royce wasn't built for off-roading. Continuing like this was out of the question. Chief Engineer, I'm a bit embarrassed about this, Jinshan said. Lu Qiming immediately replied, It's fine, it's not your fault. Even I didn't expect the roads in this town to be so bad. Let's all get out and walk. After getting out, they continued on foot for another 10 minutes or so. Finally, in front of an old residential building for cotton mill workers, Lily stopped and pointed to a dilapidated unit inside. That's the place. Lu Qiming nodded and walked forward with Jinshan. Chapter 192, Lily's brother and sister-in-law. Not long after, the group arrived at the 3rd floor. At the door, Lily stepped forward and knocked. The door opened to reveal a woman in her pajamas, appearing to be in her 30s. Who are you looking for? The woman, still half asleep, asked directly. Lily immediately replied, Sister-in-law, it's me, Ali. At these words, the woman's expression visibly hardened. She snapped, Humph. What are you back here for? There's no room for someone like you in this house. With that, she slammed the door shut. Lily was momentarily stunned. Still, she didn't give up and knocked again. This time, no one answered for a long while. It took nearly 5 minutes before someone finally came and opened the door. It was a man around 35 years old, bearing a slight resemblance to Lily. Brother, where's mother? Lily asked the moment the door opened. The man looked impatient and immediately replied, Where else could she be? She went back to our hometown. What? Lily was utterly shocked by this answer. Immediately, she snapped angrily, Brother, mother is seriously ill now. How could you let her go back alone? You guys, you're infuriating me. Hearing this, the man retorted angrily, Oh, come on. How can you even say that? Mother's sick, and you didn't come back either. Lily was so enraged she could barely speak. Lu Qiming glanced around and quickly grasped the situation. It seemed that Li Li's brother and sister-in-law were not the most decent people. Clearing his throat, Lu Qiming proposed, "Alright, Li Li. Let's have Jinshan return to your hometown and bring your mother to the capital for treatment." The moment he said this, the two people behind him immediately turned to look at Lu Qiming. They sized him up and asked with a hint of familiarity, "This guy, we feel like we've seen him somewhere before. Why can't we quite place him?" Both felt an intense sense of familiarity, as if he were some kind of celebrity, yet the name eluded them. "Alright, I came here originally to see if your family had any difficulties. As for now, well, now I'll just take care of your mother." With that, Lu Qiming led Jinshan downstairs. Only then did the middle-aged woman gasp in shock, "Good heavens! That man is Mr. Wunming." "What? You said what? Mr. Wunming?" The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief. He immediately asked Lily, "Is this man who came home with you really Mr. Wunming, the billionaire?" Hearing her brother's question, Lily felt her anger welling up again. "Yes, he is Mr. Wunming," she replied, her voice thick with disappointment. "And right now, I'm his assistant." With that, Lily promptly followed Lu Qiming downstairs. Only then did the two men finally realize what they had missed out on. Life is full of moments where fate plays a joke on us. Sometimes, when destiny knocks, people simply turn a blind eye. Emerging from the apartment building, many people recognized Lu Qiming. At first, only some of the younger folks were suspicious. After all, Mr. Wunming's stature made it unthinkable for him to be seen in such a place. But then someone pulled up a photo on their phone and compared it to the man standing there. To their astonishment, it was indeed Mr. Wunming Lu Qiming. Instantly, the news spread like wildfire throughout the small county town. Many people rushed over to stop and watch. Watching this scene from upstairs, Li Li's brother and sister-in-law were filled with regret. They wished they could eat their words. "It's all your fault. Why didn't you invite them in for a moment earlier?" Smack! The sound of a slap echoed from the room, followed by a barrage of heated arguments. Downstairs, Lu Qiming was now surrounded by a crowd of enthusiastic fans demanding autographs. Jinshan stood nearby, carefully keeping watch and dispersing the crowd. Lu Qiming waved to the crowd and declared, "Don't push. Everyone, don't push. Everyone will get an autograph." After a quick signing session, the crowd was puzzled as to why Lu Qiming was here. It wasn't until several people spotted Li Li that they suddenly realized. Good heavens, isn't that the Li family's little girl? She's grown so much in the blink of an eye. Yeah, she was always a top student growing up. Now look at her working alongside Mr. Wunming. Truly remarkable. Where are the other Li family members? Everyone was puzzled. But as they reached the hallway, they suddenly heard the sound of an argument coming from the third floor. After making a round trip to the county town, Lu Qiming and his two companions headed once more to a small mountain village on the outskirts of the county town. There, when Lily returned home, she found her mother alone in the house, bedridden for a long time and unable to get up. Seeing this, Lu Qiming immediately produced the expensive medicine he had prepared earlier. Stepping forward, Lu Qiming said, "Lily, give this to your mother. It should provide some relief." Lily was already sobbing uncontrollably. She took the medicine and administered it to her mother right away. Everyone waited there for about an hour before Mrs. Li finally regained consciousness and was able to speak. Her gaze was unfocused as she addressed the group. "Ali, is it really you? You've come back." Li Li's tears began streaming down her face. After another flurry of activity, Lu Qiming instructed Jinshan to take the patient to the city hospital. As they approached the village entrance, the crowd gathered around the Rolls-Royce, many of them having never seen such a luxury car before. They snapped photos to commemorate the moment. Among the crowd were Li Li's brother and sister-in-law. After learning that Li Li's boss was Mr. Wunming, they had argued and immediately rushed to this location. However, Jinshan now blocked their path, preventing them from getting any closer. Before leaving, Li remained in the car, tending to her mother. Lu Qiming, standing outside, addressed the crowd, "Everyone, please return home. There's no need for any formalities this time. I see this village lacks a proper elementary school, so I've decided to donate a modern one to our Li village. How does that sound?" At these words, the villagers were deeply moved, repeatedly giving him thumbs up. After the car drove off, the crowd continued to cheer, calling Mr. Wunming a good man. Yet when they saw Li Li's brother and sister-in-law, everyone found it strange that Mr. Wunming hadn't mentioned promoting these two individuals at all. Chapter 193, The White Ghost Arrives. Half a month later. When Chief Engineer Ferdinand Verbiest arrived, Lu Qiming had already finalized the design for every stage of the energy source's production process. Flipping through the stacks of blueprints in his hands, admiration flashed in Manhwaren's eyes. "Excellent! Excellent! Truly excellent!" After uttering excellent 3 times in succession, Manhwaren was completely immersed in the blueprints. Lu Qiming chuckled softly and asked, "Chief Engineer Nan, do you have any feedback?" Manhwaren immediately replied, "None whatsoever." Chief designer Lu's work is pure artistry, not a single line out of place. For an old man like me to bring this to life would be nothing short of a miracle. Haha, chief engineer, you're being too modest. Lu Qiming held Nan Huiran in high regard. Though advanced in years, his meticulous approach made him the perfect fit for this high-precision industrial project. After handing the blueprints to Nan Huiran, Lu Qiming added urgently, Chief Engineer Nan, these prototype samples must be ready quickly. I need to see the finished products within 3 days at the absolute latest. Is that possible? Nan Huiran sucked in a sharp breath. 3 days? That's... Seeing Lu Qiming's urgency, he replied, I'll do my best. With that, Nan Huiran rose to take his leave. Now that he had the blueprints, the pressure on him had suddenly intensified. But just before leaving, Nan Huiran smiled and added, Chief Engineer Lu, aren't you curious about the situation with the White Ghost? The White Ghost was the team led by Old Zhang, the main force tasked with cracking the energy key this time. If they succeeded in cracking the first key, Lu Qiming would be defeated. Yet now, a confident smile curved Lu Qiming's lips as he declared, they don't stand a chance. Well, you've hit the nail on the head. The White Ghosts worked non-stop for Old Zhang for half a month, but I heard they were replaced yesterday. Ha! Looks like Old Zhang is really getting desperate this time. Having said this, Ferdinand Verbiest burst into laughter and walked out. Hearing this news, Lu Qiming was not surprised. Forget the White Ghost, even Lu Qiming himself couldn't crack it all now. Shortly after Nan Huiran left, Lu Qiming was about to continue working on the design of the energy source's exterior. After all, for a best-selling energy source, having a sleek and stylish appearance was absolutely essential. Lu Qiming was deeply invested in this product. But no sooner had he sat down at his desk than the landline phone on his desk began ringing. Lu Qiming picked it up and immediately heard Li Li's voice. Chief Engineer, there are 4 foreigners outside who insist on seeing you. I told them you were resting, but they refused to leave. Should I have Jinshan come and escort them out? Hearing this, Lu Qiming was puzzled. While there were many foreigners at the Beijing International Hotel, very few would dare come looking for him. The reason was simple, the security here, especially around Lu Qiming, was so high level that only certain leaders enjoyed that level of protection. Did they identify themselves? Lu Qiming asked. On the other end, Li Li asked the person. A very stiff voice came through the phone, White Ghost. Humph. So you're the White Ghost. You actually dare come here looking for trouble? I'll have security arrest you right now. Hearing Li Li's words, Lu Qiming couldn't help but smile. It seemed Li Li harbored considerable hostility toward these individuals. Li Li, let them in. Moments later, 4 young people entered Lu Qiming's office together. 3 of them were men, and the 4th was a woman with brown hair. She appeared to be in excellent shape. The moment they arrived, Lu Qiming instantly understood why Li Li hadn't recognized them at first. Because these individuals all appeared to be under 20 years old, extremely young. Compared to their names, their appearances seemed decidedly immature and youthful. Hello, Mr. Wan Ming. I'm Roy, captain of the White Ghosts. A tall young man bowed respectfully to Lu Qiming. He stepped forward and said, as you are aware, we came primarily to decrypt your energy key. However, contrary to our intentions, we are here to apologize. After all, this decryption was performed without your consent. Hearing this, Lu Qiming nodded. He found their attitude somewhat commendable, though he was curious just how far they had progressed with the decryption. So, how's the decryption coming along? Lu Qiming asked with a playful tone. At this remark, the young men instantly looked as if they'd swallowed bitter medicine, their faces twisted with frustration as they shook their heads repeatedly. To be honest, we can't crack the energy key. And I dare say, no one in this world can crack it, not even the first key. Roy spoke with remarkable confidence. Though they hadn't cracked it this time, they still attributed it to the energy key's greatness. Oh? So you're saying you consider yourselves the best in the world? Lu Qiming chuckled as he looked at the confident group and asked. Roy was about to say yes, but suddenly, he spotted a piece of paper on Lu Qiming's desk. The content written on it was all too familiar. It was the very energy key calculation paper that had nearly driven everyone mad these past days. Sir, did you write this? May I take a look? Roy asked excitedly. At that moment, the other team members also turned their concerned gazes toward Lu Qiming. Of course. Lu Qiming immediately tossed a sheet of paper about decrypting the key across the desk. He jotted it down to pass the time during downtime. This first sheet contained the solution to cracking the initial key. OMG. Roy, what's wrong? Good heavens, this. In an instant, the 4 young men were electrified, their hair standing on end. They practically crowded together, and upon seeing the decryption method, they were nearly moved to tears. This is incredible. Good heavens, the energy key, it was solved like this. Roy, holding the manuscript, stared at Lu Qiming in utter disbelief, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Sir, did you really create this? This problem, which Roy had deemed unsolvable, had now been cracked by the very man before him, Mr. Civilization himself. Lu Qiming yawned indifferently. Before he could speak, Roy across from him gasped again, "Wow, there's more." On the second sheet of paper on Lu Qiming's desk lay the solution to the second key. Chapter 194, Dampening Their Enthusiasm. Roy's face was frozen in shock, bordering on disbelief. He scrutinized Lu Qiming before him once more, unable to utter a word for a long while. "Sir, you are truly the most extraordinary mathematical genius I've ever encountered. How did you come up with such ingenious methods?" Lu Qiming, however, remained utterly composed, showing no particular excitement over cracking a single or two codes. "Roy, right? I've reviewed your record. You may have never lost in the past 20 years, but this time, with the energy key cipher, you're bound to lose." Hearing this, Roy reluctantly accepted the verdict, finally letting out a long sigh. "Yes, sir. This time, we've lost." With that, Roy immediately bowed deeply. Lu Qiming silently nodded at Roy's demeanor. He seemed like a promising talent. However, their skill set was too narrowly focused. If they only specialized in password cracking, it would be far too limited. Sure enough, after all of them had reviewed Lu Qiming's solution, each approached him and offered respectful greetings. A particularly tall team member stepped forward and said, "Sir, my name is Hans. I am the most promising genius in Eastern Europe. I have a request. May I study under you and become your student?" Hearing this, Roy and the others also showed signs of interest, seemingly wanting to become apprentices as well. Lu Qiming immediately shook his head, declining outright, "No, taking on students is out of the question. I simply don't have the time to teach you. As for decrypting codes, it's just a hobby for me, not my main profession." One sentence. Hans was utterly stunned. In his mind, his talent was something no teacher could refuse. This blow hit him hard. "Sir, are you serious? I'm the most talented and skilled individual in all of Eastern Europe." Before he could finish, Roy cut him off. "Hans, haven't you grasped the point yet? Before Mr. Wen Ming, you're not even worthy of being his student." Roy reminded him. Hans' eyes widened in disbelief at this revelation. "All right, everyone. If there's nothing else, please take your leave. However, regarding the decryption of the energy key and the method I showed you, I expect you to maintain confidentiality." Roy, standing opposite him, replied with utmost respect, "Sir, we will." Before departing, they bowed respectfully to Lu Qiming once more before slowly exiting. Only after they had exited the room and departed did Li Li step forward to ask, "Chief Engineer, these individuals are all excellent prospects. If we could recruit them, it would be a significant boost to our efforts." "Why did you?" Lu Qiming waved his hand, interrupting Li Li. "Rest assured, they'll return in due time." Li Li understood immediately. Her eyes lit up with delight. "Chief Engineer, you mean we need to temper their sharp edges?" Nodding, Lu Qiming replied, "Exactly. These fellows are arrogant and conceited. If we don't rein them in, they'll be useless." 10 days later. That day, just as Lu Qiming finalized the prototype design for the energy source, Li Li's report came through. "Chief Engineer, just as you predicted, the White Ghost has returned." Lu Qiming chuckled. For these mathematical geniuses, the failure of the energy key project had made them acutely aware of their shortcomings. It could be said that if they wished to improve themselves, they had no choice but to come here. Chapter 195, Transferring Assets. The moment they entered the room, Roy and the others immediately knelt down, performing the traditional Xia City ritual of paying respects to their master. Each wore traditional Chinese attire, holding a cup of tea in hand. "Master, please accept us." Seeing this, Lu Qiming slowly approached Roy and inquired, "Where did you purchase these garments?" The top and bottom belonged to different dynasties. These men likely didn't realize it themselves. Their tops were Tang Dynasty attire, while their bottoms were from other eras. "Master, please wait a moment. We'll go change right away," Roy replied. Lu Qiming waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind. Come and offer your tea." The group froze in surprise. Hans reacted quickest, stepping forward immediately, "Master, please accept us as your disciples." Lu Qiming took the tea and sipped it. The others followed suit, each taking only a small sip. Witnessing this, the others were overcome with excitement. Just then, Lu Qiming began his address. "Now that you've all paid your respects, let's get the unpleasantness out of the way first. From now on, abandon any notions of being geniuses. In this world we inhabit, there are no geniuses." Gazing toward the distant starry sky, Lu Qiming continued, "You may not fully grasp this yet, but in the farthest reaches of the cosmos, countless civilizations exist that are infinitely more advanced than us humans on this blue planet. The energy source is the best proof of this. Compared to these civilizations, your so-called genius is utterly insignificant." The group had already witnessed the formidable power of the energy key firsthand. They deeply agreed with Lu Qiming's words. The source code of that energy contained hundreds of thousands of layers, yet they had been utterly stumped by just the very first one. One could only imagine the heights of such civilizations. After accepting several disciples, Lu Qiming continued, "Starting today, you must begin learning from scratch. Broaden your knowledge comprehensively. Don't limit yourselves to just cracking codes. If you struggle with a problem for a month without finding an answer, you may ask me. Each disciple gets only 3 questions per year. Yes. After formally becoming his disciples, the group prepared to depart. Suddenly, Lily entered from the doorway to report, "Chief Engineer, it's bad news. I've discovered that old Zhang and his group seem to be transferring assets overseas." Lu Qiming pondered briefly before understanding. With only 5 days left until the bet's deadline, they'd likely lost faith in the energy key. "Chief Engineer, what should we do now?" Lily asked anxiously. Furrowing his brow in thought, Lu Qiming also found the situation somewhat tricky. After all, ownership of these assets still rested with old Jiang. Lu Qiming's side had no authority to intervene. And once they were transferred overseas, whether the laws there would recognize this wager agreement was another matter entirely. Just then, Roy seemed to catch something in the conversation and immediately spoke up. "Teacher, can we give it a try?" Lily, overhearing this, exclaimed with delight, "Oh, right. Let the white ghosts try." They started out as hackers. Lu Qiming pondered briefly before finally nodding. "Roy, I must stress this, if you proceed, you may only target the assets they transfer overseas. Under no circumstances are you to touch any domestic network systems. Understood?" "Yes, sir." With permission granted, the team sprang into action immediately. Chapter 196, 30 billion assets. The 4 worked with seamless coordination, moving with practiced ease as they swiftly infiltrated several networks. Before long, Roy exclaimed happily, "Teacher, we've found it." Lu Qiming stepped forward to inspect and was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected old Zhang's assets to be this substantial. Among them, a single wire transfer from Ruesher Bank alone amounted to 300 million yuan. And this was merely the first batch of transferred funds. The bulk of his assets remained within the country. Strange. Lu Qiming calculated that, given old Zhang's income, earning such a massive sum was practically impossible. And among his children, none seemed to be in business. They were all ordinary employees and the like. So where did all this massive income come from? This left Lu Qiming deeply puzzled. "Lily, look into all of old Zhang's income sources over the years, everything, including speaking fees." Lu Qiming instructed. "Yes, Chief Engineer." Lily received the order and immediately left. After some maneuvering, Roy and his team had already placed surveillance on all these overseas accounts. Now, the group turned to Lu Qiming and asked, "Sir, what should we do next?" Glancing at the screen, Lu Qiming knew that outright stealing the funds would be illegal. Yet he also didn't want the money to remain overseas. After pondering for a moment, Lu Qiming declared, "In 5 days, transfer all these funds back to the mainland." Upon hearing this, the others immediately understood. Essentially, the wager had 5 days remaining. During this period, no matter how much Jiang Lao attempted to shift assets, Lu Qiming's objective was to ensure his efforts crumbled at the very last moment. 5 days later. That day, President Wu called to announce that the first-generation prototype of the energy source had been completed and required an expert symposium. Lu Qiming took this very seriously and headed to the venue early in the morning. Upon arrival, Lu Qiming noticed that many scientists had also arrived ahead of schedule. Everyone was intensely eager to see the energy source prototype. Amidst the crowd, Lu Qiming spotted both Elder Jiang and Elder Duan. Surprisingly, the two were together, chatting and laughing. Seeing this, a faint smile curved the corners of Lu Qiming's mouth. Under Li's surveillance, old Jiang had already transferred all his assets overseas. This meant that if those funds remained overseas without repatriation, even if Lu Qiming won this time, he wouldn't be able to seize any of Jiang Lao's assets. Old Jiang sure was in a playful mood. On such an important day, he still had the energy to talk about chess. After taking his seat, Lu Qiming spoke directly. At that moment, old Jiang wore a relaxed expression. "Ah, old age catches up to you. This time, I've lost the bet, ha. As you wished, young man, I'll hand over my entire 30,000 yuan pension to you." Glancing at old Duan beside him, old Jiang added, "Old Duan, from now on, we won't have the money to keep playing chess. I can't afford the venue fees anymore." At this remark, the surrounding crowd murmured in sympathy. They marveled that a veteran scientist like old Jiang had only saved 30,000 yuan, truly a selfless life of dedication. But Lu Qiming immediately interjected, "Oh? Is that so? From what I understand, old Jiang seems to have about 3 billion yuan, right? 30 billion. Hearing this figure, everyone present was utterly stunned. If this fortune belonged to a wealthy businessman, no one would bat an eye. But coming from old Jiang? That was an entirely different story. Chapter 197, The Sample Emerges. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Old Master Zhang's face instantly flushed crimson as he flatly denied it. Old Duan, standing nearby, scoffed and said bluntly, "Young man, don't speak recklessly. I've known old Jiang for years, and I've always been the one treating him to meals. How could he possibly have that much money?" Lu Qiming remained silent, simply pulling out the contract and placing it on the table. "Very well," he said. "I shall now proceed to execute this agreement. Old Jiang had been wearing a smug expression, but suddenly something clicked. His face darkened instantly. "Young man, where did you hear this figure of 30 billion? Jiang Lao demanded. No one would believe such an exact figure was just a coincidence from Lu Qiming. Old Jiang grew visibly flustered. Before Lu Qiming could answer, he quickly dialed a number, covering the receiver with one hand as he spoke. Not long after, Old Jiang froze, then erupted in fury. What? It's back? How could it be back? What the hell are my accountants doing? How did they let that money come back? Now! Immediately! Transfer it out again this instant. Old Jiang trembled with rage. Yet, a faint voice came from the other end of the line. It's impossible. Large overseas transfers require approval, and even the fastest approval process takes more than a day. Hearing this, Old Jiang felt as if struck by lightning, as if the heavens had struck him with 5 thunderbolts. It's over. Old Jiang deflated instantly. Old Duan, standing nearby, stepped forward and asked, "What's going on, Old Jiang? You don't actually have that much money, do you?" All eyes turned to Old Jiang. He felt utterly humiliated. Just then, several bailiffs entered the venue. They approached Old Jiang and stated, "Jiang Tianzheng, please come with us to assist with an investigation." Seeing these two, Old Jiang's expression changed again. Terrified, he gasped, "It's over. It's all over." As he was led away by the two bailiffs, Old Jiang was completely drained. After the bailiffs departed, calm returned, and the meeting proceeded as scheduled. Though stunned by this minor disruption, the attendees soon dismissed it as insignificant compared to the imminent unveiling of the energy source sample. This was a matter of national importance. Right on schedule, several security personnel pushed a box into the conference room under strict surveillance. At that moment, President Wu arrived. Stepping in, he immediately announced, "The first-generation energy source sample, please take a look." As he spoke, the security guards rolled it to the center of the room. Everyone held their breath, filled with anticipation. Lu Qiming, too, was filled with anticipation. He wanted to see if this device largely designed by himself would function properly. Soon, the box opened, revealing an energy source entirely green with metallic trim around its exterior. Whoa! The moment it came into view, the crowd collectively gasped in awe. Its strikingly futuristic design instantly captured everyone's attention. At that moment, Ferdinand Verbius chuckled heartily and immediately declared, "Our experimental testing confirms that the energy contained within this first-generation power source could power a car for 1,000 years. 1,000 years? The crowd pondered the figure, scarcely believing their eyes. Chapter 198, Remaking the Sample. Lu Qiming stepped forward to examine it. After a moment of manipulation, the energy source immediately began to float, hovering in midair and drifting up and down. Everyone watched in astonished delight. At the very least, when activated, this energy source functioned exactly like the one discovered in the alien ruins. Lu Qiming then placed the energy source onto a nuclear energy measuring device. Instantly, the energy meter's readings began to skyrocket. Wow, it really works! The crowd gasped in unison. As the numbers climbed relentlessly, some excited scholars were already moved to tears. In the current environment of the water blue sphere, the significance of energy was immense. For many years, Xia City's development had been hindered by energy shortages. But now, with such a powerful energy source, all those problems were solved. Half full. Suddenly, a scientist in the crowd shouted. Lu Qiming glanced at the energy gauge. Indeed, it had reached half the capacity of the original energy source they had discovered. Another blink of an eye passed. The energy source's readings surged significantly once more. When it reached 2/3 of the original energy source's value, the number finally slowed to a stop. 2/3? Many hearts still surged with excitement. Though this energy source's output didn't match the original's magnitude, its efficiency dwarfed most energy sources on the water blue planet by tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of times. A major breakthrough. This time, we're about to witness an unprecedented leap forward. The crowd was filled with excitement. Yet Lu Qiming felt a slight disappointment. In his view, this energy source sample should at least surpass the original one's energy value. After all, that discovered energy source had been left behind for thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of years. Yet its energy was already nearing depletion. Even so, the sample only represented 2/3 of its capacity. This indicated that much remained unattained and required significant improvement. Alright, let's continue the meeting. Please share your thoughts. Dean Wu immediately began chairing the meeting. At that moment, he also noticed the uneasy expression on Lu Qiming's face and asked, "Chief Engineer Lu, please go ahead." Lu Qiming immediately replied, "No, this sample should be classified as a failure." Whoa! The moment these words left his mouth, the crowd below was instantly stunned. What appeared to them as a groundbreaking prototype was deemed a failure by Lu Qiming. The gap in their assessments was starkly evident. Oh? A failed sample? Chief Engineer Lu, please elaborate. President Wu asked, equally perplexed. Lu Qiming pointed at the sample and explained, given our current research capabilities at Water Blue Ball, achieving a complete restoration is obviously impossible. But the energy output this sample produces is simply too weak. Chief Engineer Lu, aren't your expectations a bit too high? Indeed. Such a powerful energy source could power a car for practically its entire lifespan. The vehicle would break down long before the energy source ran dry. It could even power aircraft, saving an enormous amount of fuel. Several experts voiced their regret. After all, if this sample were deemed a failure, it would be scrapped and remade. Compared to launching production immediately, the cost of remaking it would be enormous. Chief Engineer Lu, might you reconsider? Chapter 199, The Grand Plan. Everyone looked on expectantly. But at that moment, Lu Qiming declared with unwavering resolve, no need to deliberate. This prototype must be scrapped. Oh, my goodness. Chief Engineer, once this prototype is completed, other nations will likely develop their own prototypes. If our new prototype. The others tried to speak further, but Lu Qiming shook his head repeatedly. Enough. My decision stands. This time, even President Wu was powerless to intervene. After all, Lu Qiming was the leader and decision-maker for the energy source project. On this matter, they had to follow his lead. Alright, Chief Engineer Nan, have the craftsmen restart production. Note that the precision requirements must be elevated to the next level. Understood, Chief Engineer. After that, Lu Qiming instructed again, Director Wu, starting now, distribute all the component blueprints. Have countries around the world produce samples and then come to bid. This announcement left everyone even more astonished. After all, if the energy source were to enter mass production, the manufacturing of its components would represent a substantial business opportunity. Yet Lu Qiming seemed utterly disinterested in this lucrative opportunity. Chief Engineer, might we reconsider this decision? A scientist below asked. Lu Qiming waved him off decisively, no need to discuss further. There's nothing to consider. We've secured the core of this energy source project. Holding on to every single component would only slow our progress. Dean Wu, standing nearby, immediately voiced his support. Exactly. From a broader perspective, component manufacturing falls under outdated industrial production. We can outsource some of it. And so, the decision on the global bidding process was finalized. After the meeting concluded, many people immediately approached Lu Qiming, recommending various manufacturing companies. Lu Qiming dismissed these suggestions with disdain, paying them no mind whatsoever. All considerations must center on the ultimate ability to deliver the finished product. Chief Engineer Lu, wait a moment. Behind him, Dean Wu saw Lu Qiming about to leave and hurried over. Oh, Dean Wu, what is it? Pointing to a small meeting room nearby, President Wu said, Chief Engineer Lu, would you have time for a chat? Slightly puzzled, Lu Qiming nevertheless followed him into the small meeting room. Once seated, Director Wu asked, Chief Engineer, I didn't feel comfortable asking during the meeting, but why are the requirements for the energy source so high? You know that would significantly increase our production costs. A faint smile touched Lu Qiming's lips as he uttered just two words, spaceship. Instantly, Director Wu seemed electrified, every hair on his head standing on end. Spacecraft? You mean, you want to integrate the energy source into a spacecraft? It was like a bolt of lightning striking a dreamer awake. Lu Qiming's words instantly cleared the fog for Dean Wu, broadening his horizons considerably. Exactly. If we're talking about spacecraft applications, those previous samples were indeed inadequate. Dean Wu spoke with palpable excitement as he shook hands with Chun Yang. He then pledged, very well. Since Chief Engineer Lu has made such a decisive call, I guarantee here and now that the Academy of Sciences will provide unconditional support for all future energy source projects. Chapter 200, Major Discovery. With President Wu's assurance, Lu Qiming felt deeply gratified. He left the conference room. Lu Qiming returned to his residence. This presidential suite in the capital had now been designated as his permanent base. The White Ghost had also been staying here these past 2 days. Upon arriving, Lu Qiming immediately noticed Roy's excited expression. What's up, Roy? Lu Qiming inquired. Roy chuckled and stepped forward. Teacher, you asked me to monitor old Zheng's account information. I've uncovered quite a lot these past few days. Oh? Tell me about it. Roy immediately opened a statement showing a jumble of transactions. It looked like a massive cash flow system. Here. This is essentially a money laundering operation. We traced the funds in old man Zheng's account back to a money laundering hub, the DuPont Family Bank. DuPont Family Bank? Lu Qiming had never heard of this bank. What kind of institution is this? Lu Qiming asked. Roy stated directly, as far as we know, this family serves merely as an intermediary or rather, a broker. Their role isn't conventional banking operations, but facilitating illicit activities for others. Nodding again, Lu Qiming realized this was indeed a complex affair. So the person who gave money to old Zheng used DuPont Family Bank, but their identity is still unknown, right? Roy nodded. Exactly. So if we want to uncover who's behind this, we must secure DuPont Family Bank and obtain their client records. That's a good idea. Lu Qiming thought this was an excellent plan. If we were to launch a full-scale operation to turn the DuPont family upside down, it probably wouldn't be easy. But if we had the White Ghost handle it, they could probably extract the information we need without anyone noticing. How long would that take? Lu Qiming asked. Roy laughed heartily, speaking with absolute confidence, 3 days max. Good. You have 3 days. You must uncover this mastermind behind the scenes. Now, old Jiang has been taken away, and those overseas assets have been repatriated and frozen. At this moment, Lu Qiming desperately wanted to know, was someone pulling the strings behind the scenes in Jiang Lao and the others' actions? With that thought, Lu Qiming added, Roy, look into one more person for me. Who is it, sir? Duan Changfa. This Duan Changfa. Old Duan had joined forces with old Jiang to target him. Lu Qiming wasn't one to hold grudges over every minor offense, but this situation had taken a sinister turn. It was highly likely these two had become lackeys for some powerful faction. Therefore, they must be purged from the Energy Source project. 3 days later, the colossal order that sent the entire world into a frenzy sparked unprecedented global coverage. Energy Source. This very concept Lu Qiming had explained during his livestream was now set for global public bidding in less than a month. The speed was nothing short of astonishing. It was foreseeable that with this global tender, the pace, scale, and breadth of energy source development and manufacturing would see a massive leap forward. However, online, some voices strongly oppose this move. Among them, some insist that orders for energy sources must prioritize domestic enterprises. Chapter 201, Unknown Caller. Lu Qiming dismissed this notion with utter contempt. Truth be told, after his explanations, many believed they had grasped the fundamentals of energy sources. But in reality, they were far from it. At the very least, their understanding of energy sources was severely lacking. The demand for such energy sources would reach astronomical figures in the future. Faced with such staggering numbers, global cooperation would be imperative. On the other hand, the production of some of these components can also yield considerable profits. But these profits are all short-term gains. Compared to the core energy source, these components represent a backward industry. In Lu Qiming's view, handing them off to other overseas companies was like offloading a burden. Opening the website, Chen Yang reviewed the companies participating in the bidding on the official site and was highly satisfied. Nearly every major equipment manufacturer worldwide had requested the blueprints and agreed to produce component samples. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Manhwa could produce a new prototype. That day, Lu Qiming was reviewing new design blueprints sent by some companies when Roy and the others emerged from the room. As soon as they entered the living room, Roy exclaimed excitedly, Master, we found it. Hearing this, Lu Qiming's eyes lit up. Earlier, he had tasked Roy and the others with investigating the client behind the DuPont family, the one funding old Jiang. Who? Roy placed his laptop in front of Lu Qiming and pointed to a name on the screen. Lily Ron. The Ron family? Hearing this name, Lu Qiming was startled once more. The Ron family was far more renowned than the DuPonts. Many major global tech companies held shares owned by the Ron family. Particularly in the Kingdom of Weeks, the Ron family held assets amounting to roughly half of the nation's total wealth. What exactly was their purpose in doing this? Lu Qiming remained somewhat perplexed. After all, on the surface, this move didn't seem to offer them any obvious benefits. Roy shook his head, equally perplexed. By the way, Roy, how's the investigation into Duan Changfa you were assigned earlier? Lu Qiming inquired. Roy opened his computer and said, It's her again. Lily Ron's name appeared on the screen once more. Lu Qiming saw that she was listed as a top-tier client at DuPont Family Bank. At this level, one simply couldn't even dream of being there without assets in the tens of billions. Is this about me? Lu Qiming chuckled and said directly, Roy, compile this information, prepare a dossier, and send it to the officer handling the Jiang Lao case. Yes, sir. After giving this instruction, Lu Qiming assumed the matter was settled. But just 1 day later, Lu Qiming immediately received a call from an overseas number, no less. He answered to hear a woman's voice. Hello, is this Chief Engineer Lu? The woman spoke in fluent Chinese. Lu Qiming responded casually, What's this about? The woman on the other end politely invited, Chief Engineer Lu, would you be willing to have a meal with us? Our family is very interested in bidding on this energy source project. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiming immediately stated, Submit your bid documents and samples directly. Nothing else is required. But at that moment, the woman quickly interjected, Chief Engineer Lu, I'm right outside your door. Perhaps you should open it? Turning away a lady like this isn't very polite. Chapter 202, The Clever Woman. Right at the door? Lu Qiming was thoroughly puzzled. He rose, took a few steps, and opened the door. Suddenly, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman appeared at the doorway, smiling warmly as she held her phone and looked at Lu Qiming. Hello, Chief Engineer Lu. The woman bowed politely. Then she added, "Surely you won't refuse to invite me in for a moment?" Lu Qiming chuckled, sizing her up before replying, "I presume you must be Miss Lily Ron, the heiress of the Ron family. To arrive so swiftly, quite impressive." When Lu Qiming said impressive, he was referring to the Ron family. His residence and whereabouts were highly confidential information, yet this family had tracked him down in just one day, a testament to their immense influence. Comparing her to the records, she seemed more mature than described. "Very well, come in." As he ushered Lily Ron into the room, Lu Qiming felt a slight twinge of doubt. Had they come to him this time to admit defeat? No sooner had she sat down. Lily Ron immediately scanned the room. "Oh, I didn't expect Chief Engineer Lu to be working in his resting area, what a workaholic." Her gaze then fell upon several sheets of manuscript paper on the desk. The woman's eyes lit up instantly. "Goodness! What is this? The solution to cracking the energy key?" Lily Ron stood up and asked politely, "Chief Engineer Lu, may I take a look at your solution for cracking the key?" Lu Qiming nodded. After all, the solutions for the first and second keys held little practical value. "Thank you so much." Lily Ron picked up the draft paper and scanned it extremely quickly. Lu Qiming could tell that this woman actually understood it. This fact surprised him a little. After all, comprehending the content here required extensive mathematical knowledge and a thorough understanding of energy sources. For the daughter of a prominent family to achieve this was exceptionally rare. "Good heavens, Mr. Lu, today has truly been worth the trip. You are the most brilliant genius I have ever met." Lu Qiming chuckled lightly, taking such flattery in stride. He poured a glass of water and placed it on the table. Lu Qiming addressed her directly, "Miss Lily, my time is precious. If you have business, please state it plainly." "Ah." Seeming slightly taken aback, Lily Ron gave Lu Qiming another look before offering a shy smile. "Mr. Lu, there's something I wonder if you might be able to accommodate?" "Accommodation?" Hearing this, Lu Qiming inwardly chuckled. Sure enough, she was here about old Jiang. But Lu Qiming had no intention of making any concessions. "Out of the question, Miss Lily. Not only you, but even if your father came, my answer would be the same. Furthermore, I advise your Ron family to stay out of the energy source business. If you compete fairly in the bidding, I welcome it. But if you try underhanded tricks, I'll see it through to the end." Lily Ron across from him seemed momentarily crushed by his words. Exhaling a long breath, Lily Ron said, "I hadn't expected you to be so uncompromising, Mr. Lu. Very well, I'll state the purpose of my visit. I hope that in the energy source bidding project, you can treat all parties fairly and give us an equal opportunity." Chapter 203, Negotiations with the Ron Family. Lu Qiming chuckled and replied directly, "I've said it before, if it's a standard bidding process, I welcome it." The conversation ended there. Though Lily Ron's face betrayed no visible discontent, Lu Qiming sensed her mood was decidedly subdued. It seemed this mission had not been accomplished. "Goodbye, Mr. Lu. I hope next time we meet, you won't be so insensitive." With that, Lily Ron flashed Lu Qiming a flirtatious glance before departing. From the hallway, Lu Qiming watched as several hidden experts emerged from the shadows, forming a protective circle around Lily Ron as they entered the elevator together. Those were genuine masters. At that moment, Jin Shan appeared at the doorway and said solemnly. Lu Qiming had anticipated this. Now, he was no slouch either, his skills were quite decent. That vial of genetically modified serum had significantly boosted his abilities. Especially in physical endurance, bolstered by the transmission mission's bonuses, Lu Qiming now felt confident he could easily handle those guys from earlier. Only, no one knew that yet. The next day, the investigation into Old Zhang and Old Duan immediately achieved a breakthrough. Both men had confessed everything immediately upon seeing a set of incriminating materials. An intermediary had been providing them with substantial benefits. Investigations revealed this intermediary had already departed the country. Lu Qiming had anticipated this outcome, which is why he took no action during Lily Ron's visit yesterday. Such misconduct by two veteran scientists at the forefront of their fields dealt a considerable blow to the entire scientific community. That afternoon, Dean Wu sought out Lu Qiming to discuss whether to make the incident public. Lu Qiming's stance was unwavering. "Release it. Why wouldn't we?" Dean Wu expressed concern, "But if we do, the blow to our scientific community will be too great. It will bring shame upon us all." Lu Qiming immediately shook his head. "No, Dean Wu. These actions represent the personal misconduct of a few individuals. Making it public will serve as a warning to others, teaching them a lesson." "All right then." It's clear that Dean Wu also deeply regrets this incident. Once the newspapers reported it, these two individuals would be ruined both in reputation and standing. These trivial matters were merely a minor interlude in the implementation of the energy source project. Time flew by, and before they knew it, half a month had passed. After 2 weeks of preparation, numerous companies worldwide had joined the bidding for the energy source project. However, an interesting development occurred during this period. Neon City and Weak Country, among others, simultaneously launched their own energy source projects and began their own bidding processes. It could be said they were positioning themselves for a major competitive showdown, aiming to challenge Xia City. Moreover, their energy source bidding process, though initiated later than Xia City's, concluded 3 days earlier. Early that morning, as Lu Qiming was preparing to head to the bidding conference, news arrived from Dinwu. Those fellows, after obtaining the component samples, were unable to assemble the finished product. Chief Engineer Lu, it seems the core you mentioned truly lies in our hands. Without the energy key, no matter how hard they try, it's all in vain. Dinwu's voice brimmed with excitement. Chapter 204, The Bidding Conference Begins. Lu Qiming remained remarkably composed, naturally. But moving forward, our products will be sold globally, so we need to establish uniform pricing standards. Lu Qiming had his own calculations on this point. After all, global expansion was the only way to propel the entire water blue sphere's technology forward at the fastest pace. As long as the energy source key remained in his hands, the vast majority of the growth driven by this wave of momentum would be firmly within his grasp. Soon, the Energy Source Project bidding conference convened in Xia City's capital. This gathering was nothing short of a constellation of stars, a dazzling display of brilliance. Nearly every top-tier industrial manufacturer in the world was present, represented by their most influential executives. The conference commenced with Lu Qiming's opening address. Standing at the podium, Lu Qiming declared, "First, I extend my gratitude to all guests for your interest in the Energy Source Project. Today, I hereby state that any company capable of presenting a qualified sample shall be eligible to join the Energy Source Project supply system." Whoa! The crowd below the stage collectively gasped in shock. Good heavens, that's an incredibly bold statement. With so many suppliers here, even if only half of them produce qualified samples, could they possibly handle such a massive supply volume? Yeah, in my opinion, this young man clearly doesn't know the production capacity of our Spireheg family. One after another, the heavyweights of the manufacturing industry voiced their doubts. Yet Lu Qiming remained unfazed, continuing, "Likewise, any manufacturer capable of producing qualified samples in the future may also join the supply chain." This time, it wasn't just the suppliers below who gasped. Even Director Wu in the back row was utterly stunned. "Chief Engineer, can we really absorb all this production capacity?" Director Wu asked with genuine concern. Lu Qiming smiled and waved his hand dismissively, signaling Wu to relax. Shortly thereafter, the meeting commenced. After Lu Qiming's explanation, the task before everyone became straightforward: simply verify whether the samples met the standards. Soon, over a dozen staff members gathered around a workbench. The workbench was filled with various testing instruments, and before them lay one sample after another. These samples were lined up in order, numbered sequentially, and tested one after another. Surrounding production executives gathered to watch. Typically, they would become visibly anxious upon seeing their own products, their hearts sinking at the slightest frown from the inspectors. The final step was overseen by Lu Qiming. After glancing at the previous test data, Lu Qiming swiftly placed the qualified components into a pile and began assembly. Lu Qiming deliberately restrained his assembly speed. Yet even so, to the onlookers, he seemed nothing short of a monster. Many people pulled out their phones and began live-streaming Lu Qiming's assembly process. His movements flowed seamlessly, front and back, each action perfectly executed. Such proficiency could only be achieved by a master craftsman who had spent decades immersed in the workshop. Lu Qiming's hands moved with near lightning speed. After assembling each component, he immediately attempted to activate the energy source. Chapter 205, A Good Proposal. Buzz. A muffled hum filled the air as the newly constructed energy source activated. Seeing it float in midair, several suppliers were visibly excited. After all, it contained their very own components. However, Lu Qiming took out an energy detector, placed it on the energy source for testing, and immediately shook his head. Then, Lu Qiming began the replacement test. He systematically swapped each component from a pre-qualified set into the current energy source position, then retested each configuration. This way, they could pinpoint which manufacturer's product was substandard. DuPont Manufacturing, eliminated. Lanshan Metal Products, eliminated. Dongjiang Equipment Group, eliminated. A long list of companies was immediately eliminated. Only now did everyone grasp the extraordinary demands of this energy source project and understand why Lu Qiming had insisted earlier that only those who could deliver would be admitted. After a full morning of meetings, only 2 companies made the cut. Among these 2, one was the domestic Tianqing Group, and the other was the overseas Ran Manufacturing. Lu Qiming was no stranger to Ran Manufacturing. Their representative present today was none other than Lily Ran. It was evident this was a company with considerable strength. Lunchtime break. Lu Qiming and Dinwu were about to head out for lunch when Lily Ran approached them. Upon seeing Lu Qiming, she greeted him politely. "Hello, Mr. Lu. I hope I might have the honor of inviting you to a simple lunch today." Upon hearing this, Lu Qiming was about to decline, but upon noticing the additional sample in Lily Ron's hand, he agreed. Likewise, Lu Qiming had matters he wished to discuss with the head of the Ron family. They arrived at a Western-style restaurant and found a window seat on the second floor. Afterward, Lily Ron took out the other sample and said, "Mr. Lu, there's something I'd like to discuss with you." "What is it? Please speak freely." Holding the sample, Lily Ron continued, "I believe the standards for the energy source project should be managed through a tiered system." Continue. Hearing this, Lu Qiming suddenly began to regard the woman before him with newfound respect. Lily Ron immediately elaborated, "In terms of overall production capacity, most current output is substandard. I propose utilizing this capacity to produce secondary products, allowing enterprises that are close to meeting standards to release their production potential." Upon hearing this, Lu Qiming nodded slightly. However, he didn't seem particularly enthusiastic. "Indeed, Miss Lily. I hadn't expected you to have such insights. I must say, it's a good idea." In truth, Lu Qiming had been closely monitoring the development of high-end technology all along, especially energy sources suitable for spacecraft. He had always looked down on conventional energy sources, but now that Lily Ron had brought them up, he considered them barely acceptable. The thing is, these energy sources lean more toward commercial applications. Their practical utility isn't all that great, Lu Qiming remarked. Lily Ron was taken aback. "Oh my goodness, Mr. Lu. If these commercial products hit the market, imagine the wealth they could generate, truly unimaginable riches." Chapter 206, Another Figure Behind the Scenes. Lu Qiming chuckled. He understood wealth all too well. If the woman across from him knew that one day, the blue planet would face a great catastrophe, even destruction, she wouldn't have spoken that way. Money, for the current Lu Qiming, was merely a number. What he needed to solve were humanity's problems. "Alright, Miss Lily. If possible, I'd like you to handle this task for me. Naturally, your Ron family can also get a small share of the profits from the secondary energy source," Lu Qiming stated. Though he cared little for money, he didn't want to hand this particular matter directly to the Ron family. After all, the true control codes were in his hands. Without the energy key, forget about secondary energy sources. Even the most worthless energy sources would be unusable. Forcing them together would just create a pile of junk. "Really?" A flushed blush of excitement spread across Lily Ron's face, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Lu Qiming said, "That's right. If you handle this matter well enough, I can give you a profit of 5 secondary energy units. But if you don't do it well, I'll find someone else to do it. Understand?" Upon hearing this, Lily Ron nodded immediately. She replied cheerfully, "Mr. Lu, this is our first collaboration. I'll do my very best." Although it was only a 5% profit margin, Lily Ron was only responsible for the overall coordination and management, essentially acting as an agent. And on a global scale, that profit margin was extremely substantial. After finalizing these details, Lu Qiming reminded her, "Miss Lily, have you finished discussing your matters?" Lily Ron nodded, looking at Lu Qiming with confusion. "Alright, since you're done, let me address my concerns," Lu Qiming stated. Lily Ron was utterly perplexed. "Judging by this morning's samples, your Ron family is a highly capable enterprise. I can hire you, but let me make one thing clear up front. If anything similar to what happened with old Jiang occurs again, you know the consequences." The moment those words left his mouth, Lily Ron felt as if she'd been electrified. She hadn't expected Lu Qiming to have such a cold, ruthless side. "Mr. Lu, I believe there's been a misunderstanding. The Mr. Jiang you mentioned seems to be someone else entirely. Our family doesn't actually know him. I can tell you privately that we're merely an intermediary, providing some financial transfer services." "Oh?" Lu Qiming instantly furrowed his brow. He hadn't expected the instigator of this affair to be none other than the Ron family. "Then tell me," Lu Qiming pressed, "who was the person who approached you?" Lily Ron shook her head. "If I knew, I would tell you. This client is a mysterious figure. Even within the Ron family, we don't know his true identity. We only know he has a code name, Black Eagle." Black Eagle. Lu Qiming heard this name for the first time, yet strangely, it felt vaguely familiar. He felt like he'd seen it somewhere in internal files, but couldn't quite place it right away. After a moment of thought yielded nothing, Lu Qiming shook his head and let it go. "Never mind. If your family comes into contact with this person again, contact me immediately, okay?" Lu Qiming said. Chapter 207, A New Propaganda Mission. Lily Ron smiled faintly and replied, "Of course. After all, we're partners now." It was clear this woman was thoroughly satisfied with the lunch. Afterward, Lu Qiming reflected further and concluded that Lily Ron likely wasn't lying. After all, someone content with a 5% profit margin couldn't be insatiably greedy. His gut told him it probably wasn't them. Afternoon. The meeting continued, but a vibrant voice filled the room as someone bustled back and forth. It was Lily Ron. Her efficiency was remarkable. She gathered numerous suppliers in barely an hour. It was clear they were negotiating quite pleasantly. Lu Qiming paid little attention to these matters, focusing instead on assembling one high-standard sample after another. Soon, all the screening was complete. By the end of the meeting, Lu Qiming had shortlisted 5 companies. 2 domestic companies, Tianqing Group and Longwei Machinery. 3 overseas companies, Ron Manufacturing, 3M Group, and LLK Group. All 3 were world-class giants. At the very end, Lu Qiming immediately placed the first order for 1,000 units with these companies. Though valued at only 1 billion yuan, this order represented the first batch of products developed through collaboration between the companies, a trial run of sorts. After leaving the venue, Lu Qiming received another call from Lily Ron. "Hello, Mr. Lu? We've secured our secondary suppliers. How many units should we produce for the first batch?" Lu Qiming paused briefly before replying, "Make it 1,000 units as well. Start small initially. For standard energy sources, try to keep costs as low as possible. I hope everyone can afford them in the future." "Understood." Hanging up the phone, Lu Qiming finally let out a sigh of relief. Lately, he'd been constantly worrying about the energy source project. Now that things had finally settled down, all that remained was to wait for the first batch of products to hit the market. But then, the system task panel lit up again. Good heavens, does it ever let one catch their breath? Lu Qiming opened the task panel with a grumble, but the moment he did, his eyes lit up. An unprecedented surge of excitement immediately welled up within him. Holy crap, it was the high-energy particle laser cannon. Seeing this dissemination task, Lu Qiming felt a surge of excitement, yet a faint unease also crept in. Just then, the system's notification chime sounded. Host dissemination mission issued. Within 1 month, the host must disseminate knowledge about the high-energy particle laser cannon. Based on the host's dissemination reach, the system will reward the host with an upgrade in precision engineering level. Upon task completion, the system will reward the host with a portable high-energy particle laser cannon. Whoa! Seeing these rewards, Lu Qiming's heart instantly ignited with fervor. Previously, merely a small boost from the genetic modification solution had significantly increased his craftsmanship skill proficiency. This time, however, the enhancement would be substantial. Lu Qiming was intensely curious about the outcome. He was also extremely eager about the other reward, the portable high-energy particle laser cannon. He wanted to know just how powerful this thing really was. Just then, another system notification sounded. Knowledge of the high-energy particle laser cannon has been fully transmitted. Host, please complete deployment promptly. Chapter 208, Ship Weapon Usage. Go! As Lu Qiming scanned the newly acquired knowledge flooding his mind, he couldn't help but swallow hard. This is way too intense. A wave of astonishment washed over him. If this got out, it would likely send the entire world into a frenzy. Compared to nuclear proliferation or spacecraft dissemination, this was an absolute game-changer. Was it really wise to let this spread? Lu Qiming harbored deep doubts about this. Given the current state of knowledge, if this technology were shared completely and unreservedly, the blue planet would face the risk of being obliterated by some lunatic with a single shot. Such a high-energy particle laser cannon was utterly unsuitable for use on the water blue sphere. A single shot from this weapon, with its extraordinary penetrating power, could bore a hole through the Earth's crust. Its penetration capability is something the water blue sphere simply cannot withstand at present. Good heavens, this mission is bound to offend a lot of bigwigs. Lu Qiming fully understood just how daunting this dissemination task would be. It could be said that anyone who knew about this knowledge and wanted to claim it for themselves would come looking for Lu Qiming. Possessing the entirety of this knowledge could even grant global dominance. The stakes were beyond words. Looks like we need to accelerate the other plans too. A wave of emotion washed over Lu Qiming. He knew this technology's application. It was used on spacecraft for defense during interstellar voyages. Or as a new type of weapon deployed against hostile interstellar targets. Well, this time, it truly was a case of seeking fortune through peril. Lu Qiming placed great value on the system rewards. Moreover, without completing this mission, the next one wouldn't appear. Therefore, gritting his teeth, Lu Qiming threw caution to the wind. Opening Shark Live, Lu Qiming immediately posted a preview. Within the next week, there will be a live stream about high-energy particles. Hope you'll tune in. The moment it was posted, Shark Live immediately featured it on the front page headline. A large banner on the homepage directly linked to Lu Qiming's live streaming space. Major websites detected this development instantly and spread the news immediately. Other platforms, such as Trending Topics, were undoubtedly flooded by it in an instant. Even films and TV productions planning official announcements or new release events that day decided to postpone, lest they be drowned out by the flood of news about Lu Qiming. After posting, Lu Qiming's phone immediately rang. He saw it was Director Wu. This time, Director Wu sounded genuinely pleased. Chief Engineer Lu, what field of knowledge will you be sharing this time? During the live stream, would it be possible for experts from our Academy of Sciences to observe live? Lu Qiming chuckled. It's possible, but I suspect these experts might be utterly stunned by what they see. Alright, agreed. Alright, it's settled then. I'll make the appointment with Li Li. After hanging up, Lu Qiming tossed his phone aside, closed his eyes, and began studying this knowledge on his own. Though the concepts were already clear in his mind, Lu Qiming knew he needed to thoroughly organize them to truly master and apply them. The night passed without incident. The next day, after a night of organizing, Lu Qiming had fully mastered the new knowledge. With this knowledge in hand, Lu Qiming felt even more certain about his suspicions. These weapons were indeed designed for use in space. Chapter 209, Secondary Energy Source Products. What a relief! Lu Qiming sighed with emotion. If the energy source project was completed and he could integrate it into the spacecraft, interstellar travel would become possible. But venturing out like this would leave those who went as defenseless as unarmed weaklings. If they encountered other civilizations, under the threat of advanced weaponry, the Azure Sphere people would be like fish on a cutting board, helpless and at the mercy of others. Particle cannons they must be developed. Having reached this conclusion, Lu Qiming began drafting the lecture outline. This time, he planned to follow the energy source model, encrypting a minimal portion of the knowledge using advanced encryption techniques to keep control of this devastating weapon firmly in his own hands. This was essential. Otherwise, if someone else developed a high-energy particle cannon first, the consequences would be unimaginable. It could very well lead to Lu Qiming himself being kidnapped. For 3 consecutive days, Lu Qiming remained in his office, writing and sketching. He not only summarized the knowledge but also designed blueprints, completing everything at an astonishing pace. Had a senior engineer witnessed this, they would likely have fainted on the spot. Lu Qiming's drafting speed was nothing short of mechanical. It was like a fully automated machine, precisely accurate and blazingly fast. This was all thanks to the effects of precision engineering. Lu Qiming's personal efficiency had seen a remarkable boost. Once the blueprints were complete, Lu Qiming finally unlocked his phone and casually scrolled through his feed only to be stunned by what he saw. It turned out that in just 3 days, the fishing vessel had become a hot topic of speculation outside. Beyond the scientific community, even celebrities and talk shows were now jumping on the bandwagon, launching discussions about high-energy particles to ride the wave of attention. Numerous experts were sharing their insights, and some companies were even announcing development plans related to high-energy particles. Everything seemed perfectly poised for Lu Qiming's upcoming livestream. A grand technological gathering was about to unfold. That day, Lu Qiming suddenly received a call from Lily Ron. "Mr. Lu, I have good news. The first batch of products for our secondary energy source project is ready. Could you come take a look?" This news caught Lu Qiming off guard. After all, compared to the high-end energy source, the production speed of the secondary energy source was surprisingly much faster. This development also revealed Lily Ron's formidable organizational and coordination skills. "Alright, I'll be right over." As he stepped out of the hotel, just as Lu Qiming was about to hail Jinshan for a ride, a red Ferrari sports car pulled up at the entrance. The window rolled down, and Lily Ron called out immediately, "Mr. Lu, over here." Lu Qiming glanced over and chuckled. Who would have thought that Miss Ron, the heiress of the Ron family, was such a jack of all trades? She even knew how to drive a car in China. After all, traffic in Xia City drives on the right, with the steering wheel on the left. In most Western countries overseas, traffic flows on the left, with the steering wheel on the left side. Adapting to the change was no easy feat. He got into the car. Lu Qiming immediately noticed Lily Ron dressed in a stunning red dress. A faint, alluring fragrance wafted from her, creating an undeniably captivating aura. "Are you settled, sir?" Lily Ron inquired. Lu Qiming shrugged and chuckled. "Are you planning to race?" Chapter 210, The Powerful Veteran Driver. Speeding? You could say that. Lily Ron pressed down on the accelerator, and the red sports car beneath her immediately sprang to life. Like a steel beast unleashed. Seated beside her, Lu Qiming watched her movements closely, shaking his head inwardly. "What?" Seeming to catch Lu Qiming's expression, Lily Ron immediately asked. Lu Qiming chuckled and replied directly, "Nothing much, really. I just think there are a few areas where your technique could use some refinement." Lily Ron froze momentarily, her speed dipping slightly. She glanced at a racing trophy resting beneath the car's center console and asked with interest, "I didn't realize Chief Engineer Lu also studies driving techniques?" Lu Qiming replied simply, "I've driven before." Truthfully, Lu Qiming's prior experience was limited to basic driving. He knew nothing about racing. But now, with the formidable capabilities of Jin Gong at his disposal, none of this was an issue anymore. At the very least, he was far more skilled than Lily Ron. "Oh really? Would you care to give it a try, Chief Engineer?" Lily Ron pulled over and slid closer to Lu Qiming. The confined space instantly took on a slightly suggestive air. After switching seats, Lu Qiming now sat in the driver's seat. Glancing at the Ron family's eldest daughter in the passenger seat, Lu Qiming said, "Lily, I'd like you to fasten your seatbelt." "Not necessary. I know this car." His reminder fell on deaf ears. Lu Qiming chuckled softly and said nothing more. In an instant, as his foot pressed down on the accelerator, the car roared like a beast. Vroom! In the blink of an eye, a crimson streak shot forward. Ah! From the passenger seat, Lily Ron let out a shrill scream. Her hair was disheveled, and the front of her shirt nearly ripped open from the sudden force. She hastily pulled her seatbelt tight. Just then, the car reached the end of the road. Staring at the wall just 5 meters ahead, Lily Ron's face drained of color. With her professional knowledge, she knew that at such a high speed and with so little distance, it was nothing short of suicide. The speedometer read 200 miles per hour. Just 5 meters. Oh God, it's over. Lily Ron's hand shot toward the airbag button, a feature in high-end vehicles that could deploy the airbags automatically. But in the next instant, a screech of tires echoed through the air, followed by a flawless, breathtaking drift. Smoothly navigating the sharp corner. Squeal. After the screeching, a roar followed as the car shot forward like a cannonball. Boom. With a powerful jolt of acceleration, Lily Ron was utterly stunned. Lu, you're so cool. When Lily Ron looked at Lu Chiming again, her eyes were ablaze with admiration, like a die-hard fan finally meeting their long-cherished idol. Lu Chiming chuckled softly, glancing at his watch. I remember the time you mentioned. We only have 5 minutes left now. Hope we make it. With that, Lu Chiming sped off. At first, not being entirely familiar with the car, Lu Chiming hadn't fully unleashed his driving prowess. But by the latter half, his driving was like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 211, New Product Launch. It could be said he was pushing human potential to its absolute limit. Along the way, he encountered numerous luxury cars. These drivers, unwilling to accept defeat, attempted to chase after him. Yet, time and again, he would simply outmaneuver them on a single curve, leaving them in the dust. Lu Chiming's cornering technique was nothing short of flawless. Squeal! With a smooth brake, the car came to a halt right in front of the venue. Glancing at his watch, Lu Chiming chuckled, 4 minutes and 50 seconds spot on. With that, Lu Chiming stepped out of the car. The ushers at the entrance proactively opened the door, allowing Lily Ron to step out as well. Outside, photographers with their long lenses and short lenses snapped away. The constant clicking of shutters made the scene sparkle like starlight. Now, please welcome the keynote speaker of our conference, Mr. Lu Chiming, Chief Design Engineer of the new Humanity Hope Energy Source Project. Joining him is Miss Lily Ron, representing the Ron family. Clap clap clap. A wave of thunderous applause, accompanied by the shrieks of numerous fans, instantly ignited the entire event with electrifying energy. They walked down the red carpet from the entrance and entered the main venue. Lu Chiming spotted his name prominently displayed at the center of the VIP section in the front row below the stage. Without any formalities, Lu Chiming walked straight over. Meanwhile, Lily Ron took another entrance and made her way onto the stage. She would be hosting this new secondary energy source product launch. After everyone took their seats and she delivered her opening remarks, Lily Ron began her presentation. Much like certain smartphone launches, the secondary energy source event followed the same format. Lily Ron first presented a series of data points comparing the secondary energy source products with traditional energy products. Then, she revealed a number starting with 2 followed by question marks. Fans, this is an unprecedented surprise price, can you guess what it is? Lily Ron pointed the microphone toward the audience. Immediately, a chorus of bids erupted from the crowd behind her. 20 million. With such powerful features, I'd buy it for under 20 million. Are you kidding? Thinking you can snag a superpowered energy source like this for a measly 20 million? Dream on. The crowd buzzed with heated debate. Meanwhile, those seated at the VIP platform also voiced their opinions. Among them, one man stated with absolute certainty, you know what? Based on my understanding, the price of this energy source should be over 2 million. What? Impossible. Several guests looked visibly tense. After all, selling at such a low price would immediately threaten bankruptcy for many other energy companies. No, Hughes, what would become of our family's business then? A woman at the summit table voiced her deep concern. At that moment, the man immediately smiled. He chuckled and said, Monopoly. Hearing this, the other guests on the podium instantly lit up. If the price of this energy source was only 2 million, the profits could skyrocket in the short term. During the initial production phase of the energy source, with insufficient capacity, a shortage of supply was inevitable. Thus, if the major families united, they could monopolize the supply. Chapter 212, Greedy Merchants. Well, you truly are the prodigy of the Tot family, Hughes. Is what you're saying true? Asked a middle-aged man who looked a bit overweight, clutching an expensive cigar. 2 million? No problem, Hughes replied. The group immediately huddled together to discuss. How laughable. At that moment, Lu Chiming let out a derisive snort. What these fellows considered top-tier goods were nothing but worthless junk in his eyes. This high-grade energy source was merely a transitional product for the present. According to Lu Chiming's plan, these products would be phased out within a year at most. If they thought they could monopolize the supply chain with capital, they'd end up losing their shirts. Kid. What did you say? Unexpectedly, this single remark drew the attention of several people nearby, who immediately turned their gaze this way. Their eyes immediately turned to Lu Qiming. Kid, which family do you belong to that you dare spout such nonsense here? A middle-aged man immediately demanded. Perhaps they hadn't expected chief designer Lu Qiming to be so young. These people hadn't even connected the young man seated at the head table with the renowned Lu Qiming, hence the question. I said you'll lose everything, heh, Lu Qiming replied. Suddenly, a stunningly beautiful woman beside Lu Qiming asked with concern, Why, sir? Could you explain? I've never heard of this before. Shrugging, Lu Qiming asked curiously, Shark Live, Mr. Wenming's livestream, haven't you seen them? The girl looked utterly bewildered. The others were equally baffled. Looks like you're all behind the times. Lu Qiming said, then ignored them. Not long after, the price for the secondary energy source was revealed 2 million, as expected. This price sent a collective gasp of shock rippling through the entire venue. Many eyes gleamed with gold as they eagerly submitted their purchase orders. When Lily Ron stepped down from the stage, her face was beaming with delight. It was clear that the emergence of this secondary energy source would undoubtedly spark a market frenzy. You're ruthless. Lu Qiming teased Lily Ron the moment she sat down. Lily Ron, standing beside him, gave a mischievous smile and apologized earnestly. You only gave me a 5% share. If it were any cheaper, I wouldn't be able to make a profit. Damn, you're ruthless. Who would have thought that what she lost from him, Lily Ron would make up for by squeezing it out of countless consumers? If that's how it works, doesn't that mean I'm about to strike it rich this time? After taking her seat, Lily Ron exchanged a few words with Lu Qiming before rising to introduce everyone. When she pointed at Lu Qiming and declared him the chief designer of the energy source, the entire group gasped in unison. Especially Hughes, who had been holding Lu Qiming earlier, looked utterly stunned. Hughes's expression darkened considerably. Part of his earlier plan had been overheard by Lu Qiming. Feeling deeply apologetic, he stepped forward and said, Mr. Lu, I hope you won't take offense at my earlier jest. Lu Qiming chuckled and replied directly, what I said earlier was also in jest. If you wish to purchase it, feel free to do so. I trust Miss Lily won't impose any purchase restrictions. Oh, really? A smug look flashed across Hugh's face. Chapter 213, Launching the New Livestream. The other family members also wore smug expressions, as if they'd spotted an enormous opportunity. Of course not. Emerging from the press conference venue, Lu Qiming felt his breathing quicken. In the car, Lily Ron handed him the latest order details. 80 billion. In just 1 hour, the order volume had already reached this scale. Lily, have you calculated the profit margin on this amount? Lu Qiming inquired. Lily Ron immediately replied, of course. After deducting approximately 500 million in costs, plus personnel expenses and venue fees, the total costs amount to roughly 1 billion. Alright, you're ruthless. Lu Qiming was stunned. He'd expected the young lady from the Ron family to be shrewd, but never imagined she'd be this ruthless. Though 95% of that profit was his own, Lu Qiming still felt that Lily Ron was no ordinary woman. 3 days later, once Lu Qiming had everything prepared, a new round of live streaming was about to begin. This time, at the request of Dean Wu, Lu Qiming moved the livestream to a large conference hall. Lu Qiming was broadcasting from the main stage. Over a dozen crew members, lighting technicians, camera operators, costume designers, and other live streaming professionals were all on deck. Online platforms treated this broadcast as a monumental event. After months of anticipation, nearly all fans were glued to their screens, eagerly awaiting the broadcast's commencement. Below the stage, the auditorium was filled with experts and scholars. These individuals, nearly all holding significant standing and influence, were seated here by arrangement of Dean Wu. Many experts from relevant fields occupied the front row, positioned for optimal viewing. At that moment, the director in charge of the live broadcast called out, "Action!" The lighting technician and music technician sprang into action immediately. First came an energetic background track, followed by a stunning host seated at the podium delivering a grand introduction. The scene was truly grand. By the time Lu Qiming took a sip of water, the entire opening sequence had already concluded. At this moment, Lu Qiming stepped before the camera and began his presentation. Strangely enough, up until now, no one present had any idea what he was about to discuss, what the content would be. Hee, nice to see you all again. Thank you for coming. Lu Qiming greeted the audience before pulling a manuscript from his briefcase. Today, I'll be discussing the topic of high-energy particle laser cannons. The moment he spoke, murmurs instantly rippled through the audience below. It was clear these experts were deeply intrigued by the topic. Dean Wu cleared his throat, signaling for quiet. Lu Qiming continued, this high-energy particle laser cannon, in my view, represents the absolute mainstay of future weaponry. Its applications span an incredibly broad spectrum, yet its dangers are equally immense. This time, the entire audience held their breath. Unlike the initial explanation of nuclear energy, this discussion of the high-energy particle cannon left the audience somewhat bewildered. Although Lu Qiming emphasized its formidable power, the collective perception remained that nuclear energy held the ultimate edge. Their understanding of particle cannons was severely lacking. The so-called high-energy particle laser cannon accelerates and energizes numerous particles before converging them into a laser beam for weaponry. Its fundamental energy. Chapter 214, Opposition from the Bigwigs. As Lu Qiming continued his explanation, the live chat erupted with gasps of astonishment. Meanwhile, the experts below grew increasingly tense, their brows furrowing deeper by the moment. Midway through the presentation, a weapons expert seated in the front row abruptly slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Stop! His abrupt demand for a halt momentarily stunned the staff assisting with the livestream. Dean Wu found himself in an awkward position, as he had personally invited these experts to attend, relying on his connections to secure their presence. Dean Wu quickly interjected, "Professor Li, please calm down. You knew before coming that Chief Engineer Lu always acts with discretion." This remark subtly hinted that Lu Qiming would have a backup plan. But the weapons expert had a stubborn streak. He stormed up from below, face dark with fury, and lunged to pull the live stream recording. Such cutting-edge knowledge should never be disseminated. This is sheer nonsense. In my opinion, we should arrest this brat, torture him mercilessly, and make him spill every last bit of knowledge he possesses. The moment these words left his mouth, the entire livestream exploded. Countless curses poured out, every single one directed at Old Li. At that very moment, the chat exploded with gifts. Many viewers poured all their account points into gifts to show support for Lu Qiming. Seeing this, Lu Qiming waved his hand at the audience in the livestream. No need for gifts. Save your money, buy something nice instead. Really, no need for gifts. Hearing this, the fans were moved to tears one by one. Goodness gracious, every time we watched the livestream, we had no idea Mr. Wenming was carrying such immense pressure. Is it wrong for Mr. Wenming to share this knowledge? Before watching Mr. Wenming's livestreams, I thought I was an illiterate. Now that I've watched them, I realize many so-called experts are the ones who are illiterate. One by one, fans voiced their strong support. But Old Li just snorted coldly and pulled out his phone. "Kid, if you don't stop this livestream immediately, I'll call General Li right now and have him come see whether this knowledge should even be spread." Hearing this, Dean Wu froze in shock. The General Li mentioned by this Mr. Li was a powerful figure. If this heavyweight were to be brought in, this video might very well never see the light of day. "Whoa, Mr. Li, let's talk this out calmly. You know Mr. Wenming wants to." Before Director Wu could finish, Old Li cut him off. "What, Mr. Wenming? This time, I'll have him arrested." With all this commotion, the livestream's heat not only failed to diminish but actually surged. In an instant, it spread across the entire internet. Nearly everyone began sharing it, and numerous news outlets immediately followed up with reports. The event instantly reached a fever pitch. To share or not to share, that was the question. In an instant, nearly every news headline shifted focus to this issue, and numerous off-site interviews centered around it. The spotlight now turned back to the venue. Lu Qiming remained remarkably calm. This wasn't the first time someone had tried to disrupt his livestream. But often, such disruptions only made the livestream even more exciting. The current viewership numbers in the livestream were proof enough. Chapter 215, Mutual Restraint. Before Old Li Liang's forced interruption, the livestream had 15 million viewers. Now, the number had skyrocketed to 50 million. This figure represented nearly every internet user except students attending school and those at work. And it continues to climb at an astonishing rate. Mr. Li, thank you. This massive popularity is all thanks to you. Lu Qiming wore a broad smile, showing no sign of anger whatsoever. Old Li snorted coldly, glancing at the experts below and immediately declaring, "Old Kong, Old Wang, what do you say? Can this kid keep streaming?" Below, two elderly men leaning on canes slowly rose to their feet. It was clear these two elders held extremely high status. As soon as they stood, even President Wu rose to his feet. "Honored elders, please take your time," Director Wu urged. These two down there were the real power players. Their words could determine the fate of this livestream. A flicker of determination flashed in Lu Qiming's eyes. If these two refused to agree, he would have to take certain measures this time. Old Kong cleared his throat twice before stating bluntly, "Ban it." One sentence. It struck like a sledgehammer, jolting every expert present into sudden alertness. Dean Wu was momentarily stunned. The big shot's declaration hit him like a bolt of lightning, causing him to slump back into his seat. "It's over, Chief Engineer. This matter is finished." Director Wu sighed repeatedly. Truthfully, from the very start of the video, he knew this livestream was doomed. Even though Lu Qiming was broadcasting from his own home, he'd likely face unprecedented suppression. It was safe to say that no country would ever allow such a game-changing weapon to fall into foreign hands. Hearing this, Old Li nodded immediately. Turning around, he instantly ordered the live streaming crew, "Didn't you hear? Shut down the broadcast. At that moment, the live chat was flooded with tearful reactions. Many were saying, it's over, the authorities are getting serious this time, Mr. Won Ming is finished, and so on. However, just as the live streamers moved to shut down the broadcast, suddenly, Lu Qiming chuckled. Hold on. Lu Qiming stood up abruptly. I want to know, old Kong, why isn't a retired man like you enjoying his golden years at home? Why are you stirring up trouble? Get over there and stay out of it. Put. The moment these words left his mouth, not just the viewers in the live stream, but even the experts present broke out in a cold sweat. Who dared speak to old Kong like that? He was a powerhouse known throughout Xia City, a true heavyweight whose words carried unimaginable weight. Yet here he was, being boldly confronted by Lu Qiming. How dare you? Old Li instantly erupted in fury, his face twisted with rage. Young man, you're courting death. How dare you speak to Elder Kong like that? I'll have you arrested right now. Lu Qiming chuckled dismissively. Mr. Li, didn't you retire last year? Wouldn't it be better to tend to your flowers at home? Why must you meddle in such matters? Isn't it exhausting? Hearing this, Old Li slammed his fist on the table. You insolent brat. How dare you? How dare you? Seeing Old Li on the verge of a hypertensive crisis, Lu Qiming ignored him and turned back to old Kong. Let's be clear, if you stop my livestream, I'm pulling out of the energy project. Chapter 216, the live stream continues. Snap. In that instant, the microphone in the host's hand dropped to the floor. Everyone stood with their mouths agape, staring dumbstruck at the scene. Energy source. This product, akin to the Industrial Revolution in its significance for the new era, has become so universally recognized that few can imagine a time without energy sources. The significance of this epoch-making product was crystal clear to every expert present. You're threatening us, kid! Old Li exclaimed, his voice trembling with fury. Lu Qiming gave a light snort and replied directly, Mr. Li, to be honest, weren't you threatening me just now? What about locking me up and subjecting me to severe punishment? Compared to what I'm saying, that's a much more thorough threat, isn't it? This single remark instantly silenced Old Li. At that moment, a shadow passed over Elder Kang's eyes. It was clear his mood had soured considerably. With a cold snort, old Kong declared, impossible. Just 2 words. The old man tapped his cane again, his posture radiating formidable authority. What do you mean, impossible? Poof. The key to the energy source is known only to me in the entire world, and only I can use it. I'd like to ask you, old Kong, what exactly do you mean by impossible? This time, old Kong seemed genuinely enraged. He coughed repeatedly, struggling to catch his breath before attempting to speak again. Old Wang, standing nearby, immediately stepped in to smooth things over. Enough, he said. Old Kong, you've been retired for so many years now. You really shouldn't get involved in this sort of thing. Mr. Wang helped Mr. Kong back into his seat. Then, waving to the young man on stage, he said, Young man, you're quite right. Truth be told, this whole situation has caught us off guard too. Don't take it personally. Please continue your livestream. With old Wang's words, the tension in the room instantly eased. Compared to old Kong, old Wang was no less influential. His words carried official weight. At that moment, Old Li, still standing on stage, looked taken aback. Mr. Wang, how can this be? Mr. Li protested. Mr. Wang sighed and waved his hand. Old Li, haven't you noticed? This era belongs to the young. We old-timers must trust them. Good. The moment these words left his lips, a wave of applause erupted from below. Experts clapped in unison, and the live stream exploded with excitement. Glancing again at the live viewership count, thanks to the statements from several big names and the twists in between, the number had miraculously reached 100 million. The sheer volume of viewers caused the live stream to stutter and freeze. Yet despite this, no one was willing to leave the stream. Lu Qiming glanced at his phone. One of his news apps was flooded with nearly identical headlines. Mr. Won Ming clashes with authority, key figures clash over perspectives. Scrolling further down. Even more explosive. Mr. Won Ming risked his life to livestream, while bigwigs threatened to throw him in jail. But in some smaller newspapers, the story suddenly transformed into Mr. Won Ming bravely livestreamed only to be suppressed and arrested during the broadcast. No wonder. Reading these headlines, Lu Qiming couldn't help but laugh. No wonder this livestream had such massive popularity. It also boosted his confidence in completing this mission. The livestream continued. Lu Qiming re-entered the livestream to a wave of cheers. Chapter 217, Invitation from Old Wang. But right off the bat, Lu Qiming announced, Everyone, please refrain from sending gifts or flooding the comments. Keep your remarks reasonable, or I won't be able to continue the stream. Indeed, the lag had already reached several seconds. Many viewers were getting kicked off and had to log back in repeatedly. Moments later. Surprisingly, the livestream fell unusually quiet. Yet, contrary to expectations, the viewership didn't drop, it surged to 110 million. Lu Qiming paid no further attention to the commotion and began his lecture immediately. Earlier, when discussing the issue of high-energy particle acceleration, I gave an example to illustrate the point. His thorough explanation drew not only the experts below but also the live stream audience into attentive listening. With few bullet comments interrupting, everyone settled in to absorb his words. Time flew by. The entire morning passed in this manner. By noon, Lu Qiming had covered all the knowledge on high-energy particle laser cannons. This time, he only withheld some knowledge locks related to applications, incorporating a portion of knowledge keys. The rest of the material was explained in its entirety, without omission. This was undoubtedly significant for broadening public horizons. However, for those with malicious intent seeking to use this knowledge to build laser cannons, it was virtually impossible. Lu Qiming would never allow such a thing to happen. After all, the sheer destructive power of this thing is simply too immense. Alright, today's livestream is officially over. After finishing his explanation, Lu Qiming immediately shut down the livestream. At that moment, the system notification chime rang in his ears. Congratulations, host. The dissemination mission is complete. You have earned an intermediate level system dissemination rating. You have gained 30 points of precision craftsmanship enhancement. Congratulations, host. Propagation mission concluded. Acquired one portable high-energy particle laser cannon. Instantly, a particle cannon materialized in Lu Qiming's hand. The thing looked like a toy water gun. But Lu Qiming didn't dare test it here. Drawing on his mental knowledge, he knew that if he fired a single shot, the result would be the death of everyone along the line of fire, even those beneath the surface, on the other side of the watery blue sphere. Unless the high-energy particles were fully released or depleted, this process would never end. Chief Engineer, what exactly is that thing you're holding? Suddenly, Director Wu asked, utterly bewildered. After all, the particle cannon looked like nothing more than a toy water gun. Lu Qiming chuckled, casually placing it back into his bag. Just a toy gun, he said. In the future, I hope each of our astronauts will have one. President Wu looked utterly bewildered again, completely missing the meaning behind Lu Qiming's words. The live broadcast ended. Just as Lu Qiming was about to get up and leave, Old Wang, who had been watching below, immediately approached. With a warm smile, Old Wang said, "Young Lu, do you have time? Let's grab a meal together." Lu Qiming felt a slight surprise, but upon reflection, it made sense. The knowledge he had just explained was simply too crucial. At this stage, if they wanted to develop a high-energy particle laser cannon, Dean Wu's support alone wouldn't be enough. This project absolutely required backing from higher authorities. Alright, Mr. Wang, you choose the place. I'll be there. As they spoke, surrounded by a cluster of bodyguards, the two men boarded a high-end armored vehicle. Chapter 218, heading to the Wang family estate. Ha! Young Lu, your lecture earlier left this old man quite stirred. As soon as Lu Qiming got in the car, Old Wang spoke up. Back in our day, when we were in the prime of life, we were just as spirited and full of ambition as you are now. Old Wang sighed as he spoke. At that moment, the driver started the car and headed straight for the outskirts of the city. Before long, they arrived outside an estate. Pointing to the estate ahead, Old Wang said warmly, "Well, little Lu, I've taken the liberty of inviting you over for a meal today. Come evening, you can share your thoughts with that youngster Wang Hui. If there's anything you need, he can handle it." Wang Hui? Lu Qiming instantly felt the name sounded familiar. He seemed to have heard it in some news reports, but with such a common two-character name, there were too many possibilities to be certain. Oh, Mr. Wang, you're too kind. It's truly an honor to be your guest. Regarding Old Wang's invitation, Lu Qiming could tell the elder harbored no ill will. He was simply very curious, why did this old man insist on having him come over? After all, both men were busy individuals, and the time wasted on such a visit was considerable. They made their way into the estate. Lu Qiming noticed that the estate's courtyard was filled with vegetable patches. The original flower beds and greenery had been largely replaced by vegetables, cucumbers, Chinese cabbage, peppers, and more. Noticing Lu Qiming's gaze, Old Wang immediately explained, "Ha, this is how I pass the time when I'm bored. But compared to all those flowers and plants, I much prefer growing vegetables." Lu Qiming understood well the habits of those who had lived through such difficult times. Though now retired, Old Wang held significant influence and remained a powerful figure in the region. That he could find peace in tending vegetables spoke to his profoundly down-to-earth nature. They entered a detached three-story building at the front of the estate. Lu Qiming and Old Wang ascended to a study on the third floor. Once there, Old Wang inquired with genuine concern, "Little Lu, tell me again, just how powerful is that laser cannon?" Lu Qiming chuckled. For early-generation technical experts like Old Wang, this knowledge was almost entirely new. It was only natural that he struggled to grasp it. Let me put it this way, if a particle laser cannon is large enough, it can literally blast through the water blue sphere. That dangerous? A look of worry flashed across Old Wang's brow. But if you disseminate this knowledge, what if someone cracks the final knowledge lock's password? Wouldn't this technology then be leaked? Lu Qiming chuckled. Rest assured, old Wang. Cracking these knowledge locks requires not only an extremely deep understanding of the subject matter, but also a very high level of mathematical foundation. How high? Suffice it to say, the current capabilities on our blue planet fall far short. And in the foreseeable decades ahead, they absolutely won't reach that level. Hearing this, old Wang visibly relaxed. Ah, that's good to hear. Noticing Lu Qiming still standing, old Wang promptly said, "Young Lu, take a seat. Care to see these calligraphy pieces I've written?" As he spoke, old Wang introduced each piece of calligraphy in the room. Lu Qiming wasn't particularly interested in this, merely responding politely. But before long, a woman's voice drifted up from downstairs. Chapter 219, Old Wang's Family. "Grandpa, I'm here to see you." Upon hearing this, old Wang burst into laughter. "Well, what a coincidence. This is my eldest daughter, Wang Shanshan." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a stunningly beautiful woman burst into the study at breakneck speed. Once inside, she exclaimed cheerfully, "Grandpa, guess what's in this bag?" Grandpa Wang beamed with delight. "How should I know? You tell me." Wang Shanshan immediately opened it and pulled out a tiny little golden statue. "See? Best Actress Award." Hearing this, old Wang's expression darkened. He snorted coldly, "What's so special about that? I told you to join the army as an arts soldier, that would have been such a good opportunity. But no, you had to go into showbiz. What's a girl like you doing in that kind of place?" Wang Shanshan retorted indignantly, "Grandpa, you have no idea how hard this little golden statue was to get. If you won't praise me, fine ha. I should have never come to see you. You little brat." After this exchange between old and young, Wang Shanshan suddenly turned around and spotted Lu Qiming sitting on the sofa. "Ah, someone's here?" Wang Shanshan froze in surprise. Grandpa Wang chuckled and introduced, Shanshan, this is Lu Qiming, our nation's top expert in energy and weaponry." Upon hearing this, Wang Shanshan snorted dismissively, "What kind of expert? My colleagues all say that in their eyes, there's no expert beyond Mr. Wen Ming. Hey, you little brat, go pour him some tea." Lu Qiming chuckled helplessly. It was clear both Wang Shanshan and old Wang had excellent personalities. As for the two of them only knowing each other's partial identities due to a series of misunderstandings, that wasn't surprising at all. Many veteran experts rarely used the internet, so while they knew the title Mr. Wen Ming, they often couldn't connect it to Lu Qiming. To them, Lu Qiming's most common titles remained chief designer, scientific authority, and the like. Among the younger generation, however, Mr. Wen Ming was Lu Qiming's most popular moniker. Their primary exposure to Lu Qiming comes through live streaming. But Wang Shanshan seemed to be the exception, someone who didn't watch live streams. Evening. Lu Qiming had intended to leave after a short stay, but old Wang insisted he stay for dinner. Sure enough, after a brief wait, the screech of brakes outside the estate echoed, and a figure walked in. "Dad, you called me back so urgently, what's going on?" the newcomer asked immediately upon entering. Wang Shanshan, feeling quite pleased, stepped forward and pulled out her little golden statue again, eager to show it to the man who had just entered. But halfway through, she saw the man freeze in place. "Chief Engineer Lu?" Lu Qiming felt a bit awkward at that moment. After all, the other person recognized him, yet he had no idea who this man was. Ah, who might this be? Lu Qiming had no choice but to ask old Master Wang. Master Wang chuckled heartily and immediately replied, "This is Wang Hui, my eldest son. He's an officer in the military now. Doing quite well for himself." For a heavyweight like Master Wang to say he's doing well, Wang Hui must hold a high-ranking position. Nodding, Lu Qiming stepped forward to shake hands. "Hello, I'm Lu Qiming." Chapter 220, Meeting with Wang Hui. Seemingly caught completely off guard by Lu Qiming's arrival, Wang Hui was visibly thrilled. He promptly ordered more wine and instructed the kitchen to prepare additional dishes. Once seated together, Wang Hui beamed. "Chief Engineer Lu, I've watched your videos for years and always wanted to meet you but never found the chance." Hearing this, even old Wang was momentarily taken aback. Originally, old Wang had intended to use this occasion to introduce Lu Qiming to Wang Hui. Little did he know that, in the outside world, Wang Hui was the one desperately seeking an audience with Lu Qiming. In this way, old Wang had inadvertently done Wang Hui a favor. "Chief Engineer Lu, I heard you gave another lecture today on superweapons, is that right?" Wang Hui asked solemnly after sitting down. Lu Qiming nodded. "That's correct. It's about the high-energy particle laser cannon." "Oh? What exactly is it?" Wang Hui pressed. Lu Qiming gave a brief introduction, a highly simplified explanation, and as Wang Hui listened, his eyes lit up instantly. "Great! Excellent! With such a super-powerful weapon, Xia City's military strength would see a significant leap forward. Chief Engineer Lu, when do you estimate this weapon could be ready?" Seeing the eager look in Wang Hui's eyes, Lu Qiming stated directly, "Director Wang, to be honest, I don't plan to develop this weapon on the water blue sphere." "Ha? What do you mean?" Wang Hui was utterly perplexed. Lu Qiming immediately explained, Director Wang, you're overlooking one crucial point. If such a weapon fell into the hands of fanatics, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, I propose developing it with encryption. It would only be decrypted in real time when deployed. Encrypt? Decrypt? Wang Hui seemed slightly unsatisfied, but he nodded firmly in agreement. You're absolutely right, Chief Engineer. A weapon of this magnitude absolutely requires robust security measures. The two finally reached some common ground, and the conversation concluded at this point. At that moment, Wang Hui noticed his daughter had returned to the room, yet he hadn't exchanged a single word with Wang Shanshan. Ah, Shanshan's back too. Did you say hello to the Chief Engineer? Wang Hui asked. Wang Shanshan, clearly displeased, grabbed her little golden statue and stormed out. Hey, this kid. Wang Hui instantly grew irritated, his face clouding over with displeasure. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of food, after discussing more details about manufacturing the laser cannon with Lu Qiming, especially regarding project approval issues, they departed. That night spent at the Wang residence proved highly fruitful. With the backing of old Wang and Wang Hui, the laser cannon project should progress smoothly in the later stages. However, upon reaching the entrance, Lu Qiming suddenly noticed a solitary figure sitting by the main gate, seemingly still weeping. Wang Shanshan? Lu Qiming called out immediately. The woman, seemingly startled by being noticed, looked embarrassed and immediately ran off into the distance. But at that moment, a car was approaching on the road ahead. This was the outskirts, where vehicles always sped by. Watch out! At that moment, Lu Qiming suddenly roared. However, Wang Shanshan seemed to be startled by this, momentarily unable to react. As a large truck roared toward them, Lu Qiming sprang into action. Chapter 221, Running Away from Home. Earlier. After undergoing a basic physical enhancement and consuming a vial of gene-enhancing serum, Lu Qiming felt his physical capabilities had undergone a qualitative leap. But just how great that leap was, he had never truly tested. This time, in the nick of time, Lu Qiming unleashed his maximum potential. Go! In an instant, Lu Qiming became a whirlwind, his forceful stride tearing a deep gash into the ground beneath him. In the blink of an eye, he had grabbed Wang Shanshan from ahead and pulled her back. Buzz! Moments later, the truck roared past, but Wang Shanshan had already been pulled back by Lu Qiming, safe and sound. Hey, what were you doing? Why did you run off like that? Gasping for breath, Lu Qiming demanded, still feeling a chill run down his spine at the memory of that close call. Wang Shanshan managed to utter only one word before tears began to fall. Then she burst into full-blown sobs. Alright, I won't ask anymore. Are you okay? Lu Qiming inquired. Unexpectedly, this question made Wang Shanshan cry even harder, leaving Lu Qiming at a complete loss. Comforting people? That wasn't Lu Qiming's forte. But seeing the little golden statue lying on the ground, shattered into several pieces, suddenly piqued his interest. Huh, so this little golden statue isn't actually made of gold? Lu Qiming picked up a few fragments from the ground. The moment his hand touched them, he instinctively began piecing them back together. Heh, got any glue? Wang Shanshan froze, staring at the dozen or so seemingly intact little golden figures now in Lu Qiming's hand. They actually looked perfectly whole. Yeah, I have some. Wang Shanshan immediately pulled out a bottle of ordinary makeup prop glue from her bag, likely a common item on set. Curious, Wang Shanshan handed him the glue. In an instant, Lu Qiming squeezed out the glue. Then, his hands moved like a machine, swiftly prying open the small golden statue in front of him and applying the glue. Then he snapped it back together. The entire process took just over 4 seconds, less than 5 seconds. This scene startled Wang Shanshan. She stared at Lu Qiming as if he were some kind of monster. How did you do that? Lu Qiming chuckled softly, saying nothing more. He simply wrapped the little golden statue in another layer of rags. After wrapping it up, he handed it to Wang Shanshan. Wait an hour for the glue to dry, then you can unwrap it, Lu Qiming instructed. With that, he turned and continued into the night. Hey, wait! Wang Shanshan called out, immediately catching up to Lu Qiming. Walking alongside him, she said, I don't want to go back tonight. Can I stay with you? Lu Qiming froze in surprise. After all, this was old Wang's granddaughter. He couldn't act recklessly if old Wang found out. His fiery temper could be downright terrifying. Don't misunderstand. I just don't want them to find me so quickly. Wang Shanshan explained, clearly still upset with her family. Fine. Lu Qiming replied before continuing forward. Along the way, Wang Shanshan asked questions left and right, seemingly quite interested in Lu Qiming. Originally, Lu Qiming had planned to take a taxi back, but the night breeze felt so pleasant that he decided to stroll casually instead. It had been a long time since he'd seen the beautiful night scenery around the capital city. Chapter 222, Encountering Bandits. After walking for a while, Lu Qiming suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. Someone was following them. Glancing back and forth, Lu Qiming immediately sensed something off. This feeling was nothing like Jinshan's. Yet the stalker's skill seemed remarkably crude and unrefined. Probably not a skilled professional either. Lu Qiming speculated, feeling too lazy to bother. He simply said, "Let's go. We'll hail a cab up ahead." With that, Lu Qiming calmly led Wang Shanshan away. But barely had they taken a few steps when suddenly, more than 10 people burst out from both front and rear directions. "Ha! Who'd have thought we'd run into our national goddess, the superstar Wenxin, right here?" One of the men said with a smirk. Simultaneously, the group closed in from both ends, surrounding the pair. Hearing that name, Lu Qiming gained another layer of understanding about Wang Shanshan. He guessed she didn't want to rely on her family's influence, choosing instead to carve out her own path in the entertainment industry under the name Wenxin. Lu Qiming took a quick look at the group. What a bunch of scumbags. Lu Qiming instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Judging by their gait, these guys weren't particularly skilled. Clearly, they were after Wang Shanshan. Someone must have spotted her walking on the street earlier and impulsively called them over. "Ah! What do you want?" Wang Shanshan, however, was genuinely terrified. A frail woman, even with Lu Qiming by her side, she couldn't help but tremble with fear. After all, there were over 10 of them, armed with steel pipes and other weapons. "What do we want?" "Ha! Ms. Worm, it's so late and you're still out with your little lover. If we expose this, your acting career is over." Hearing this threat, Lu Qiming scoffed. For an ordinary celebrity, this scandal might cause some damage. But for an artist like Wang Shanshan, it would have virtually no impact. It was almost certain that as long as she revealed her identity, those trashy tabloids in the entertainment industry wouldn't dare to write anything without permission. "Get lost!" Lu Qiming bellowed. Over a dozen thugs instantly burst into laughter, charging at Lu Qiming with steel pipes raised. The steel pipe swung in a wide arc, swinging down hard toward Lu Qiming. "Watch out!" Wang Shanshan cried out in alarm. But suddenly, she saw Lu Qiming beside her dart away like a whirlwind. At an impossible angle, he dodged the steel pipe strike while simultaneously landing a straight punch, instantly sending a man flying forward. Thud! The man flew 5 meters, crashing face first onto the ground, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Holy crap, did I hit him too hard?" Lu Qiming stared at the guy on the ground, who seemed to be gasping for air. He was stunned, never expecting his punch to pack such devastating power. It seemed the physical enhancement from last time had kicked in perfectly. The others were stunned, caught off guard by Lu Qiming's brutality. Yet they didn't back down, charging forward with even greater ferocity. This time, 4 of them attacked Lu Qiming simultaneously. Chapter 223, The Man Behind the Scenes. Lu Qiming swiftly dodged these attacks with ease. He then countered with a flurry of strikes, knocking each opponent down with a single punch. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen men lay sprawled on the ground, their cries of pain filling the air. And this was Lu Qiming holding back. Had he not, these men would have met the same fate as the first, their lives taken in an instant. Ring ring. At that moment, the phone of a man lying face down ahead suddenly rang. This man was the very first one Lu Qiming had struck down. By now, he was likely already dead. Lu Qiming stepped forward, picked up the phone from the ground, and glanced at the caller ID. The name displayed was Brother Long. He answered it, and immediately a voice came through the phone. "Ah Qian, how's it going? Did you get the guy?" Lu Qiming glanced at Wang Shanshan, his interest piqued. He simply grunted in response. The voice on the other end continued, "Good. Deliver it to young Master Zhang at that address. Your business is done. Come to me to collect your payment." Click. The phone hung up. What was that about? Wang Shanshan was equally puzzled at that moment, though she could tell these people had been following her for quite some time. She recognized a few of them. "Have you offended anyone recently?" Lu Qiming asked. Wang Shanshan rolled her eyes and immediately replied, "Who could I possibly have offended? Come to think of it, last week there was this Mr. Li who tried to invite me out for tea, but I turned him down. He's a wealthy businessman with considerable financial clout. You suspect Mr. Li is behind today's incident? Impossible. Mr. Li is a very decent man, and with his reputation, he wouldn't do something like this." Lu Qiming frowned slightly. Just then, Wang Shanshan glanced at her phone. On Lu Qiming's phone screen, an address was displayed. 333, Longshui Avenue. Isn't that the upscale villa district in the suburbs? "Oh? You know that place?" Lu Qiming inquired. "Of course I know it. Then let's go together and see who's pulling strings behind the scenes." With that, Lu Qiming stood up, took out his phone, and called Jinshan. Not long after, an SUV pulled up in front of them. Seeing Lu Qiming accompanied by a beautiful woman, Jinshan immediately smiled knowingly and chuckled, "Chief Engineer, I never saw you being so romantic before, it almost seemed unnatural. But look at you now. When you're young, you should definitely be chasing girls. Let's go." Lu Qiming waved his hand, cutting off Jinshan's teasing, and climbed straight into the vehicle. Only after they were seated did Jinshan notice a dozen or so thugs lying motionless nearby. His face turned stunned. Chief engineer, these guys. Oh, just some low-level punks. They've been taken care of. Jinshan immediately glanced at Wang Shanshan, assuming she was Lu Qiming's newly hired bodyguard. Did this beauty do it? Jinshan asked curiously. Lu Qiming sighed helplessly. Huh? Haha, Jinshan, I didn't expect you wouldn't even recognize her. She's a celebrity, you know. Oh, right. Speaking of which, Chief Engineer, when did you become so skilled in martial arts? I never saw this before. As he spoke, Jinshan promptly dialed 110. This incident was extremely serious, as it involved Lu Qiming's safety. Those guys were looking at several years in prison, at the very least. Chapter 224, Young Master Zhang. They continued on their way. Soon, Lu Qiming had Jinshan drive up to a villa. The security at the entrance was clearly tight. Several security personnel, both large and small, stood guard at the entrance, while others patrolled the courtyard. Such a grand display. Lu Qiming snorted coldly and continued, let's go meet these guys. With that, the three of them stepped out of the car. Lu Qiming led the way. Upon reaching the gate, two security guards immediately stepped forward and demanded, who goes there? This is private property. Do not disturb. Oh, we made arrangements earlier. We've brought the person, Lu Qiming replied. At that, the two guards instantly turned their gaze backward and spotted Wang Shanshan. They immediately relayed the message over their walkie-talkies. After receiving confirmation, they granted access. The three entered together. Led by one of the guards, they proceeded directly to the interior of the villa. It was evident that the level of luxury here was among the finest in all of Beijing. Chief Engineer. I wonder which unlucky bastard dared cross him this time. Whoever it is, they're finished today. Jinshan muttered venomously as they walked. Lu Qiming glanced at Wang Shanshan beside him and immediately interjected, enough. They probably don't even know this girl's background. If they did, they wouldn't dare act so brazenly even if you gave them 10 times the courage. It could be said that Lu Qiming's visit served two purposes, partly to help Wang Shanshan with a small favor, and partly out of sheer curiosity. Upon reaching the villa's second floor, a burly man immediately blocked Lu Qiming and Jinshan. You two can't come in. At that moment, Lu Qiming chuckled and said directly, Jinshan, this is yours. A smirk touched Jinshan's lips as he executed a joint lock, snapping the burly man's arm clean off. Crack! Another powerful punch sent him crashing to the ground. Watching Jinshan's moves, Wang Shanshan beside him was also somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected that a bodyguard casually called in by Lu Qiming would possess such formidable strength. Without pausing, Lu Qiming continued into the inner chambers. Opening a large door, Lu Qiming immediately saw a luxurious hall ahead. A man in his 30s stood there, holding a glass of red wine and puffing on a cigar, looking utterly content. Two beautiful women attended to him, massaging his back and attending to his every need. Spotting Wang Shanshan at the doorway, the man exclaimed, Hey there, Wenxin. Finally got you here. Ha! Come on over and have a drink with me. Wang Shanshan glanced at the man and immediately scowled with disgust. It's you, Zheng Wenxiang. Hearing the name, Jinshan beside him raised an eyebrow. Leaning close to Lu Qiming's ear, he whispered, Zheng Wenxiang is one of the illegitimate sons of Zhang, the former richest man. He's a wild and unrestrained man who's always been most fond of beautiful celebrities. Looks like he's the one this time. Lu Qiming nodded and chuckled, Zhang the richest seems to be one of our suppliers. I recall that one of the domestic companies involved in the energy source project belongs to him. Correct. He immediately grasped the situation unfolding across the room. At that moment, Zheng Wenxiang, clad in pajamas, lunged straight at Wang Shanshan. He appeared heavily intoxicated, his face flushed with excitement. Come on, my little beauty. But the next moment, what greeted him was a hard slap. Chapter 225, Approval Granted. Who hit me? Zheng Wenxiang roared, glaring viciously in this direction. But now, he saw Lu Qiming wiping his hands with a piece of paper, his face twisted in disgust. Kid, you're asking for it. With that, Zheng Wenxiang bellowed, Guards! Drag this bastard out and break both his legs. But after shouting for ages, not a single soul answered outside. Someone! He, save your breath. Your men outside? Jinshan already took care of them. Lu Qiming said. Only then did Zheng Wenxiang shiver violently. Who are you? What do you want with me? Lu Qiming laughed and said bluntly, nothing much. Just thought you looked like you needed a beating, so we came to take care of you. Jinshan, get him. Without a moment's hesitation, Jinshan responded with a shout and lunged forward. Two swift kicks sent Zheng Wenxiang crashing to his knees. You're finished. Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like this? Before he could continue his rant, Jinshan landed another hook, sending him flying backward. This time, Zheng Wenxiang lay still on the ground, not daring to move a muscle. Let me tell you straight, my name is Lu Qiming. If you ever dare to lay a finger on Wenxin again, you'll be risking your own life. With that, Lu Qiming led his men away. At the doorway, Wang Shanshan immediately bowed to Lu Qiming, expressing her deep gratitude. Thank you. Lu Qiming could tell this thank you came straight from her heart. Truth be told, given her status, she could have resolved today's incident herself. Especially with old Wang's fiery temper, he'd probably have wiped out the Zhang family outright. But that would have meant the end of the entertainment industry's goddess, Wen Xin. It was easy to imagine that not only would everyone learn her true identity, making it impossible for her to live a normal life. Moreover, her family would likely bar her from public life altogether because of this incident. In essence, Lu Qiming's actions had preserved Wang Shanshan's her dream of becoming an artist. No need for thanks. It was the least I could do. Head home now. If you don't go soon, your family will start worrying. With that, Lu Qiming got straight into his car. Just then, his phone rang. Glancing at the number, Lu Qiming chuckled. See? I told you so. Hello, old Wang? Ah, right. Shanshan's with me. No worries, I'll have someone take her home right away. After hanging up, Lu Qiming informed Jinshan. Soon enough, a car pulled up. When it was time to part, Wang Shanshan was extremely reluctant. She immediately pulled out the small golden statue she held in her hand, stepped before Lu Qiming, and handed it to him, saying, "This is my most cherished possession. I'm giving it to you." With that, Wang Shanshan hopped swiftly into another car and drove off. Jinshan chuckled contentedly up front. Wow, this trip really paid off today. We even snagged an Oscar. Not easy at all. Drive your car. Lu Qiming chuckled softly and tucked the little golden statue away. The next day, when Lu Qiming submitted the documents for his laser cannon project, the response came back in a flash just 1 hour later. Approved. At the same time, Lu Qiming found an email from Wang Hui in his inbox. It contained a single line. Chief Engineer Lu, I'm aware of what you did for Shanshan yesterday. My sincere thanks. His mood lifted considerably. Just as Lu Qiming was preparing to assemble his team and resume preparations for the laser cannon project, an unexpected call from an unfamiliar number interrupted him. Chapter 226, The Expedition Team's Tragedy. The moment he answered, Lu Qiming was immediately met with piercing screams. The voice sounded strangely familiar. Wang Lang? Lu Qiming's heart skipped a beat. Wang Lang was the deputy leader of the exploration team, a rare hands-on professional who spent most of his time leading expeditions in the field. Who are you? Lu Qiming demanded immediately. A cold laugh echoed from the other end of the line. Chief Engineer Lu, the voice said, Ha! Who we are isn't important. What matters is that your friend, your team member, is in our hands. After speaking, the caller placed the phone next to Wang Lang. Wang Lang's voice came through the phone. Chief Engineer, we encountered this pirate gang near Jiaogon Island. Our team suffered heavy casualties. Before he could finish, Wang Lang was dragged away again. Later, the man on the other end continued, Chief Engineer Lu, what do you think? We didn't lie to you, did we? Ha. At this moment, Lu Qiming couldn't help but feel anxious. Most members of this expedition team were leading experts in their respective fields, especially the geological specialists, national treasures in their own right. Moreover, Lu Qiming himself held the title of expedition leader. Though he long delegated the work to Wang Lang, these were still his team members. Spit it out. What are your terms for releasing them? Lu Qiming cut straight to the chase. He knew full well that if the call had reached him personally, the other party's intentions were far from simple. The expedition was escorted by an entire reinforced company of guards. To take down such a force, the adversary's capabilities were far beyond mere pirates. Smart man. The man on the other end chuckled, then continued, all right, no more beating around the bush. Our demand is simple, the laser cannon key. Hearing this, Lu Qiming's eyes instantly turned cold. Anyone familiar with high-energy particle laser cannons could easily grasp their destructive potential. If such a weapon fell into the wrong hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ha! Dream on. With a click, Lu Qiming hung up the phone. At this moment, though deeply concerned for Wang Lang and the others' safety, Lu Qiming knew there was no way he could hand over the laser cannon key. Moreover, Lu Qiming knew that even after his refusal, the adversary wouldn't kill Wang Lang and the others so easily. They still needed this bargaining chip. Sure enough. About 5 minutes later, the phone rang again. This time, a different voice slightly older came through the line. Young man, I admire your courage, but do you realize these men's last hope is you? Just state your terms. I'm pressed for time. Lu Qiming cut the older voice off immediately, aiming to project an assertive stance. The older voice on the other end clearly bristled with displeasure, snorting coldly, Umph. Kid, you've got some nerve. Fine, I'll state it plainly. Our final demand is, secure the first high-energy particle laser cannon. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiming instantly understood. These guys must have run extensive simulations on the particle laser cannon's power, realizing its true value. Their desire for the first laser cannon was clearly to use it for further hijackings. But Lu Qiming knew that if he refused now, Wang Lang and the others would likely be in real trouble. Chapter 227, Meeting Commander Chen. I'll consider it. I'll give you an answer in 3 days. No, you have 1 minute. This time, the old man across from him was utterly unyielding. A cold glint flashed in Lu Qiming's eyes, but he forced himself to suppress his anger. Slowly, he said, fine. Where is the transaction location? Very straightforward, Chief Engineer Lu. You needn't concern yourself with that. Just focus on production. We'll be fully informed of your progress. The transaction will take place once the first particle laser cannon is ready. Hearing this, Lu Qiming suddenly slapped his forehead. So these guys still didn't know he already had a laser cannon in his hands. They thought it was still in development. Alright, deal. Lu Qiming agreed readily. He had thought there was little time to rescue Wang Lang and the others, but now it seemed they had ample time after all. From project development to application, from bidding to production, the entire process would take at least a month. That month should be enough to keep Wang Lang and the others safe. After hanging up, Lu Qiming didn't go anywhere else. He headed straight for the Wang family estate. For such a major undertaking, securing old Wang's backing would prove invaluable. As a major figure in the military, old Wang, though retired, still held a first-rate position among the high-ranking officials. Before long, Lu Qiming arrived at the Wang family estate. It was midday, and the Wang family was having lunch. Seeing Lu Qiming arrive, old Wang cordially invited him to join them. Young Lu, take a look at these dishes. They're all grown by my own hands, green, healthy, and full of natural flavor. Do try some. Lu Qiming politely declined at first, but eventually picked up his chopsticks and took a few symbolic bites. After the meal concluded, they moved to old Wang's study. There, old Wang immediately adopted a serious tone and asked directly, Xiao Lu, you came here for a reason, didn't you? Lu Qiming promptly recounted the expedition team's situation. Upon hearing this, old Wang flew into a rage, slamming his fist on the table. Delusional fools. Those scoundrels want laser cannons. Nothing good can come of it. You absolutely must not give them. Lu Qiming nodded in agreement. He understood this well, but he also knew he had to save Wang Lang and the others. After a moment, when his anger had somewhat subsided, old Wang immediately made a phone call. Hello, Commander Chen. Yes, this is Wang Tianlong. You need to come to my residence within the hour. After hanging up, a murderous intent flickered in the old man's eyes. Xiao Lu, when Commander Chen arrives, explain the situation to him in detail. We either don't do this at all, or we go big. Lu Qiming's lips curved into a faint smile, fully approving of old Wang's approach. Soon, a SUV sped toward the estate from outside. An officer stepped out, flanked by 2 guards, and hurried straight over. Upon reaching the entrance, the officer immediately called out, Old Wang, you summoned me? Old Wang promptly introduced them. Little Lu, this is Chen Changzhen. He serves under the Maritime Affairs Police Bureau, has earned countless commendations, and was once a capable officer under my command. His military rank is Lieutenant General. Ah, you flatter me, Old Wang, you flatter me. Chen Changzhen, who appeared to be in his early 50s, remained modest before old Wang, showing none of the arrogance one might expect from a commander. Pointing to Lu Qiming, old Wang continued, this gentleman. I believe no introduction is necessary. Chief designer of spacecraft, leader of the Energy Source project, and also the overall supervisor of our next major project, the high-energy particle laser cannon. Chapter 228, Final preparations before departure. I know. Old Wang, if I hadn't heard of Chief Designer Lu, how could I have made it this far? Old Wang nodded, and the group took their seats in the study once more. The moment they sat down, old Wang slammed his fist on the table, his anger boiling over. Chen Changzhen looked puzzled, yet his expression was serious. It was clear he took old Wang's anger very seriously. Lu Qiming briefly recounted the matter once more. This time, Chen Changzhen snorted coldly, his face flashing with intense chill. How outrageous! Exhaling a long breath, Chen Changzhen continued, oh, right. Chief Engineer, you mentioned earlier that the expedition team encountered the attack near Jiaogong Island, correct? Lu Qiming nodded. That's what they said, but whether it's still there now, I don't know. See Jiao Island, that's a tough one. Lu Qiming frowned. What do you mean? Chen Changzhen continued, the location of Jiaogong Island is quite problematic. While a portion lies in international waters accessible to nearly all fishing vessels, the majority is divided among 3 nations, part belongs to the Republic of Xingxi, part to the Kingdom of Lanxi, and part to the United Kingdom. These 3 nations seem to have only lukewarm relations with our Xia city. Old Wang sighed immediately. Truth be told, while these 3 nations aren't exactly enemies of Xia city, they certainly aren't allies either. Therefore, even if we could reach Jiaogong Island, we couldn't deploy military personnel. That would provoke strong intervention from other nations and might even lead to unnecessary friction. At this point, Chen Changzhen fell deep in thought. Lu Qiming pondered for a moment before suggesting, how about this? We send a special task force to secretly infiltrate Jiaogong Island. If they're there, we launch a surprise operation, bring them to international waters, and have our people on a yacht ready to pick them up. That would be a success. Chen Changzhen pondered for a moment before replying, that's the only option. After agreeing with Chen Changzhen to depart in 3 days, Lu Qiming returned to his office. Before leaving, he still had numerous tasks requiring handover and arrangement. Upon arriving at his office, Lu Qiming first summoned Li Li and retrieved the schedule of recent important events. After scanning it, Lu Qiming asked, the high-grade energy source sample meeting is in 3 days? Li Li replied, yes, Chief Engineer. In that case, notify them to expedite the progress. We'll hold it tomorrow, Lu Qiming instructed. Tomorrow? That's so soon. Yes. Regarding the expedition team, Lu Qiming didn't mention a word to Li Li. For now, this matter still needed to be kept confidential. Also, I won't be attending the opening ceremony of that small bidding event. As for the lecture, I'll make time to give it the day after tomorrow. All other meetings decline them all. Understood, Chief Engineer. Li Li recorded all these arrangements. Afterward, she asked curiously, Chief Engineer, is something on your mind? Lu Qiming paused briefly before replying, indeed. I'll be traveling on business in a couple of days. The secondary energy source project is progressing well overseas, so I'll be inspecting the construction of those overseas factories. Oh. Over the next 2 days, Lu Qiming was so swamped he barely had time to eat. Fortunately, bolstered by his enhanced physical stamina, he managed to shoulder this enormous workload. Chapter 229, The Task Force. On the 3rd day, Lily Ron paid an unexpected visit. It seemed his frantic work schedule had caught the young lady's attention. As soon as she arrived, she insisted on taking Lu Qiming out to dinner. Lu Qiming hadn't had a proper meal in days, so he readily agreed. At a Western restaurant, Lily Ron asked curiously, Lu, you look rather tired lately. Is something troubling you? Glancing at Lily Ron, Lu Qiming instantly sensed something. Yes, there was something on his mind. Upon hearing this, Lily Ron sighed immediately. I knew it would reach your ears sooner or later. I've heard about it, your expedition team was in trouble. Though the news hadn't been made public yet, it wasn't surprising that Lily Ron, as an important member of the Ron family, would know something 3 days later. You're right, Lily. I have been thinking about them, Lu Qiming replied. Hearing this, concern flashed in Lily Ron's eyes. She stepped forward, took Lu Qiming's hand, and said, Lu, don't worry. I've already had the family look into it. I feel something's fishy about this. Oh? What's fishy about it? Tell me. Though Lu Qiming already understood the situation clearly, he still wanted to hear the information Lily Ron had gathered. Actually, about a week ago, I heard rumors of a group planning to cause trouble for the expedition team. But at the time, they were just ordinary pirates, so I didn't pay it any mind. You know, those pirates are no threat at all. You mean these pirates are just a front for some interest group? That's likely the case, but I'm still investigating who exactly. At this point, Lu Qiming raised an eyebrow. He made no mention of the impending events in the coming days. After finishing their meal and chatting idly for a while longer, Lu Qiming and Lily Ron agreed to keep each other updated before parting ways. At that moment, it was already noon on the 3rd day. With half a day left, it was almost time to depart. After wrapping up most of his work handover, Lu Qiming arrived at the Ocean Affairs Bureau office that afternoon. Chen Changzhen personally escorted Lu Qiming to a training camp. Chief Engineer Lu, for this mission, I've handpicked the absolute elite from our bureau. Considering the need for a small, low-profile team, we've assembled a task force of 8 members. Lu Qiming nodded. For such a task force, especially one focused on covert operations, fewer personnel meant better. 8 members was already quite a large number. But for this mission, these guys are all fiery stallions with eyes set on the sky. Whether you can rein them in is another matter entirely. Chen Changzhen sighed deeply as he spoke. Throughout history, those with exceptional talent have often been unruly and defiant. For this mission, he had originally intended to appoint Lu Qiming as the overall commander, but one of the elite soldiers was dissatisfied. This detail, Chen Changzhen had kept quiet about during the car ride. Upon arriving at the camp drill field, the group was already in the midst of intensive training. Spotting Chen Changzhen's arrival, they gathered around and shouted in unison, Commander! Lu Qiming swept his gaze over them, thoroughly satisfied. Judging by their spirit and vigor, they were undoubtedly elite fighters. Several appeared to have trained in hard qigong or similar disciplines. Their skin was as tough as cast iron. Chapter 230, The Bet with Wang Feng. Alright, let me introduce everyone. This gentleman is our national treasure level expert joining us on this mission, Chief Engineer Lu Qiming. Please give him a warm welcome. A few half-hearted claps echoed. It was clear these guys held little regard for the expert. Seeing this, Chen Changzhen felt quite awkward. However, noticing Lu Qiming remained silent, he continued, For this mission, my stance is that we should prioritize discussion when encountering issues. Lu Feng is the primary leader of our task force, but the task force's actions must also follow Chief Engineer Lu's commands. This statement left several people momentarily dumbfounded. Lu Qiming instantly understood Chen Changzhen was passing the buck. His meaning was clear: no one should micromanage anyone else, issues should be resolved through discussion. No. No way. Two voices erupted simultaneously, one from Lu Qiming, the other from Lu Feng, the sole female member of the task force below. Though not the most physically imposing, Lu Feng possessed the most formidable presence among them. That gaze could only be forged through life and death trials. Moreover, the way the other members looked at Lu Feng showed that she held an extremely high status in their hearts. No one treated her as a woman. Ah, what does Chief Engineer Lu mean? After all, Lu Qiming was an honored guest of Old Wang, so Chen Changzhen dared not be presumptuous and asked respectfully. Lu Qiming immediately responded, a special task force can only take orders from one person. Otherwise, when disagreements arise, they cannot be resolved. That makes perfect sense. Chen Changzhen chuckled and promptly addressed Lu Feng. Lu Feng, in my view, Chief Engineer Lu is our national-level strategist. For this operation, we should follow his lead. No. I won't let my team follow orders from an amateur. That would be playing with their lives. Hearing this, Lu Qiming burst out laughing. Amateur? I don't know where you get the nerve to say that. Is it because you've served longer than me? At this retort, a murderous glint flashed in Lu Feng's eyes, radiating fierce resolve. Humph. An expert possesses formidable professional skills, unmatched combat proficiency, and mastery of various weapons, including piloting aircraft, cruisers, speedboats, and operating all manner of firearms. Can you do that? As Lu Feng spoke, Chen Changzhen beside her grimaced, clearly unsettled by her intensity. Chief Engineer Chen Changzhen lowered his voice beside Lu Qiming, like father, like daughter. This Wang Feng is the granddaughter of old Wang himself, Wang Shanshan's older sister. Oh. No wonder. But having been challenged out of the blue, Lu Qiming had no intention of backing down. Even if she was old Wang's granddaughter, that wouldn't change a thing. Wang Feng, I'm afraid I have to inform you that everything you just mentioned falls squarely within my professional expertise, Lu Qiming declared. Now, his precision engineering skill points, amplified by the system, had reached a staggering 50 points. With such mastery, he could handle any mechanical device with ease. High-precision components were second nature to Lu Qiming, let alone simple firearms. Talking big without a clue. Lu Feng retorted, immediately pointing to two target practice rifles on a nearby table. If you're brave enough, let's see who can disassemble and reassemble faster. Chapter 231, Disassembly Competition. When it came to disassembling and reassembling firearms, it was purely a technical skill. The purpose was to ensure soldiers had a thorough understanding of their weapons. Of course, completing the task itself isn't difficult, the challenge lies in speed. To disassemble and reassemble a firearm in the shortest possible time requires not only an extremely thorough understanding of the weapon itself but also relentless, daily practice. But for Lu Qiming, it was different. Alright, what if you lose? Lu Qiming retorted. Before Wang Feng could speak, the other task force members immediately snorted in derision. No way. Team leader Wang's strength broke the entire military's record, no one can beat her. Wang Feng shot Lu Qiming and the others a dismissive glance. Fine, she said with utter disdain. If I lose, I'll be your bodyguard for life. Personal service. Fine. You said it, no backing out. Lu Qiming spoke, then immediately stepped forward to the table. He scanned the array of guns, standard, run-of-the-mill models, very common. However, Lu Qiming had only ever seen them before, never taken one apart. At that moment, seeing the two were serious, the others gathered around, urging them on. Wang Feng strolled over unhurriedly, placed a stopwatch nearby, and pointed at a soldier. You, come over and time it. Chen Changzhen glanced over, stepped forward to pick up the stopwatch, and chuckled. Alright, I'll time it. With that, both men were ready. Alright, go. Chen Changzhen shouted the command the moment he took the stopwatch. He was quite happy to see this contest happen. As the head of the operations bureau, he actually hoped Wang Feng would lead the team, since she knew her soldiers inside out. But he couldn't very well say that to Lu Qiming. Therefore, if Lu Qiming lost this contest, the command authority of the team would naturally fall into Wang Feng's hands. The moment the words left his mouth, Wang Feng sprang into action instantly. Her team moved with astonishing speed. The firearm in her hands seemed as pliable as tofu. With a few snaps, it was disassembled. Springs, magazines, and other components were neatly stacked together. Meanwhile, Lu Qiming hadn't moved at all. Chief Engineer, have you conceded defeat? Lu Qiming chuckled. No. I'm just observing how it's disassembled. Once I understand that, I'll know how to reassemble it. The remark left the crowd stunned. It turned out Lu Qiming didn't even know how to disassemble a gun. This competition had become completely one-sided. All eyes immediately shifted to Wang Feng. In less than 10 seconds, Wang Feng had completely disassembled the gun. Now, she had already begun reassembling it at lightning speed. She shot Lu Qiming a sidelong glance and snorted disdainfully, "Humph, big talker." But before the words had even faded, Lu Qiming moved. The movement was accompanied by a loud clatter. Like a machine, Lu Qiming swiftly disassembled the firearm in front of him. His speed was so blindingly fast that before anyone could fully comprehend what was happening, individual parts began flying off. They landed in a chaotic heap on the table. Without pause, Lu Qiming proceeded to reassemble it. This time, he was even faster. Having already disassembled it once, Lu Qiming now understood the structure even more deeply. His speed was now more than double what it had been before. Chapter 232, Disassembling the Gatling Gun. Just as Wang Fong was left with the final component, Lu Qiming flicked his wrist, flinging a fully assembled target rifle onto the table. Thud! The table shook with a loud thud, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Good heavens, a new record! Chen Changzhen gasped in disbelief, staring at the number on his stopwatch before showing it to the other team members. Everyone stared in disbelief. How is that even possible? That's way too fast. What exactly just happened? Several of them were speechless. At that moment, Wang Fong also had sweat on her forehead. She never imagined she would lose. After all these years in the military, the word defeat simply didn't exist in her vocabulary. Impossible. You cheated. Wang Fong blurted out. It wasn't that she was being unreasonable, it was because this event held extraordinary significance for her. That speed was the result of countless days and nights of grueling training. How could someone surpass her so easily? Well, in my opinion, Chen Changzhen interjected to smooth things over, Chief Designer Lu should give another demonstration run. Not a competition, just a run. Based on his speed earlier, I think he could push the record even further. Maybe even break the world record. Exactly. The previous record was only 0.01 seconds off the world record. This time, Chief Engineer shouldn't waste any time, he should be able to break it. Wang Fong stood with her hands on her hips, her face flushed with anger. Bring it on, kid. This time I'll be watching you closely. Let's see what tricks you've got up your sleeve. Lu Qiming chuckled softly, saying nothing but yawning instead. The target rifle before him held no challenge whatsoever. Another attempt would likely terrify everyone with its speed. Glancing at the Gatling gun near the edge of the range, Lu Qiming said, "Take that one apart. I've never disassembled one before. I want to challenge myself." All eyes turned to the machine gun. Its size was more than 10 times that of the target rifle, a massive, complex contraption. Go! The task force members all swallowed hard. Forget disassembly, even given a full day, they might not manage to reassemble that thing. Can I begin? Lu Qiming asked. Chen Changzhen was also a bit stunned, but he remained the most composed among them. All right, Chief Engineer. I'll time you. Go! The command echoed, and Lu Qiming sprang into action. This time, he didn't wait like before. He jumped straight into action, drawing on his recent experience disassembling firearms to dismantle this Gatling gun. His speed was extreme. To the onlookers, Lu Qiming's hands moved like a flawless machine, each motion timed to the absolute limit. Every movement was executed with flawless precision. This level of control was downright insane. In just over 10 seconds, the massive Gatling gun lay dismantled into a pile of parts on the ground. Holy crap! That's insane. Mr. Civilization, you're the man. Got your phone? Quick, record this. As he spoke, Lu Qiming began reassembling it. This time, his speed was more than double what it had been before. Having memorized every component during disassembly, the reassembly proceeded exceptionally smoothly. In mere moments, it was complete. The moment Lu Qiming finished installing the final component, Chen Changzhen immediately pressed the stopwatch. Chapter 233, Landing on Jogon Island. Good heavens! Unbelievable! Everyone crowded around. The resounding 19 seconds displayed on the stopwatch left them all dumbfounded. That speed matched Wang Fong's disassembly of the target rifle earlier, yet the complexity was at least 10 times greater. Chief Engineer, when did you acquire this kind of ability? Several team members immediately swarmed around Lu Qiming, bombarding him with questions. The sheer admiration in their eyes was unmistakable. Wang Fong, standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. She never imagined that the seemingly scholarly expert could be such a jack of all trades, completely outclassing her in the very field she prided herself on. Wang Fong stammered incoherently. Lu Qiming stepped forward, patted her shoulder, and comforted her. Wang Fong, you're the strongest warrior I've ever seen besides myself. I admire that greatly. Those words nearly brought Wang Fong to tears. The earlier frustration vanished instantly. After all, she was a hardened soldier, her emotions came and went just as quickly. At that moment, Wang Fong snapped to attention and saluted, declaring, Wang Fong stands ready to carry out the chief engineer's orders at any time. Ha! Excellent! Chen Changzhen, standing nearby, was also delighted. This mission had not only allowed him to witness Lu Qiming's extraordinary skills but also resolved the leadership issue within the team. Glancing at the time, Chen Changzhen announced, all right, our cruise ship is ready. We'll be in plain clothes this time, but remember, journalists have powerful firepower backing you up. Don't underestimate anyone or any force. If things go south, call for heavy fire support immediately. Yes, sir. The entire team moved in unison, boarding a helicopter. When the mission commenced, the soldiers' training and discipline became immediately apparent as they moved with lightning speed. Before long, 9 men, including Lu Qiming, boarded a cruise ship. Externally, the vessel appeared to be an ordinary private luxury yacht. Internally, however, it was a small warship equipped with every type of artillery imaginable. It also held ample supplies of weapons, food, and other essentials. The powertrain has also been modified, making it incredibly fast. It could be said they raced across the sea the entire journey. Half a day later, following the map navigation, the cruise ship swiftly arrived at a specific stretch of ocean under Wang Feng's command. Not far ahead lay a massive island. That's the spot, Jiaogong Island. Alright, pick a spot and make a stealthy landing. At Lu Qiming's command, everyone began preparing, carrying their assigned weapons along with some portable food, body armor, and other essentials. As evening approached, the yacht came to a stop in a secluded cove just off the island's coast. The entire group disembarked onto the shore. Facing the large island ahead, Lu Qiming gripped a laser cannon tightly in his pocket. This time, he didn't want to unleash such a deadly weapon on the water blue sphere. But if pushed to the limit, this would be their final safeguard. After all, Wang Feng was the professional. She took charge of leading the reconnaissance and guiding the team forward. The group's figures darted swiftly across the island. About an hour passed. Wang Feng abruptly halted, pointing toward a distant glow. "Chief Engineer," she said, "there should be people over there." All eyes turned toward the distant figure, which seemed to be a cave. Chapter 234, The Power of the Laser Cannon. Lu Qiming nodded. The task force members remained silent, yet moved with the agility and alertness of tigers and leopards in the mountains. In mere moments, they all reached the cave entrance together. The scene inside was laid bare before their eyes. Inside the cave, 3 armed men sat huddled around a fire, eating their meal. Lu Qiming remained calm, merely waving his hand to signal the others to wait. Voices chatting from inside soon reached their ears. "Haha, what do you think? Will our boss pull this off? I hear those guys from Xia City aren't easy to deal with." What do you know? Once these guys show up, they'll see how tough we are." After listening for a while, Lu Qiming's brow furrowed slightly. After talking for a while, it seemed they were about to go to sleep. Lu Qiming gave a signal. The task force members immediately shot out like arrows released from a bow. They plunged directly into the cave and subdued the 3 men. Wang Feng, acting with seasoned professionalism, stepped on one man's face and demanded, "Talk. Where is the expedition team being held?" The man below was clearly dazed. Wang Feng drew a cold, gleaming dagger and pressed it directly against the man's eye. Watching the blade inch closer, the man finally froze in terror. I'll talk. It's in the back mountains. I don't know the exact location, but it's definitely in the back mountains." The other task force members interrogated the remaining 2 suspects. The answers were all similar. Therefore, the task force members knocked all 3 unconscious, injected them with anesthetic, and left them in a hidden corner. "Let's go to the back mountain." Lu Qiming immediately led the team toward the rear mountain. The terrain here appeared quite complex, and the rear mountain was nothing but dense jungle. Such a place offered ample opportunities for concealment. Upon reaching a valley and surveying the terrain, Wang Feng immediately exclaimed, "Chief Engineer, it's over there." Lu Qiming immediately spotted a 2-story building atop a distant hill. However, suddenly, Lu Qiming felt a twinge of unease. "Hold on." Halting the task force's advance, Lu Qiming immediately retrieved a pair of night vision goggles. He peered through it. Lu Qiming was startled. On the hillside behind the mountain, there were numerous peculiar structures, strange, yet somewhat resembling fortified bunkers. Upon closer inspection, Lu Qiming immediately noticed faint movements within the distant small building. "Chief Engineer, what do you think? This must be the place." But they've set up numerous traps. If you only focus on that distant tower without paying attention to the details, charging straight through here would mean certain death for anyone who dares to advance." Wang Feng peered through the night vision binoculars and gasped in shock. "What should we do now?" Wang Feng asked. Lu Qiming studied the area intently. Getting up there undetected is practically impossible. But there might be another way. At that moment, Lu Qiming reached into his backpack and pulled out a high-energy particle laser cannon. Aiming at several bunkers ahead, he selected a remarkably clever angle. Buzz! After a brief charge, the particle cannon unleashed a blinding white beam. Boom! The entire team was stunned. Chapter 235, Time Bomb. Suddenly, the entire small hill ahead seemed to have a massive chunk torn out of it. As if hollowed out from the center, a massive hole gaped through the middle of the hill, offering a clear view from one end to the other. The dozen or so bunkers that had been nestled along the hillside had vanished completely, along with the surrounding rock. Gulp! Everyone swallowed hard. Such power was utterly terrifying. Just as they were marveling at the sight, a thunderous boom erupted from the distant horizon. A vast swath of cloud was torn apart, and a streak of light energy burst through, streaking off toward the far horizon. Good heavens! What kind of weapon is this? Wang Fong froze in shock. The thing before them looked like nothing more than a small water gun, yet the terrifying power it unleashed was utterly mind-boggling. Move! Quickly seize the small building, Lu Qiming ordered. Remarkably, after that single laser cannon blast, the small hill remained standing, barely moving as if it had undergone precise surgical removal. The group immediately raced up the opposite slope toward the summit. Before long, they reached the small building. Wang Fong and her team moved with seasoned professionalism, bursting inside. The defenders inside, seemingly caught completely off guard by the silent breach through the bunker complex, were all caught in a state of utter bewilderment before being swiftly eliminated by the task force members. After searching the premises, Wang Fong found Wang Lang and the others on the second floor of the small building. But alas! Wang Lang and the others were all strapped with timed explosives. Simultaneously, a monitor in the room displayed a masked figure observing every movement inside. Chief Engineer! Wang Fong was furious. With no other options left, she could only call out to Lu Qiming. The moment he entered the room, Lu Qiming heard the laughter of the figure on the screen. Ha! Chief Engineer Lu, I knew you'd come, but I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Ha! Let me tell you straight, there's only one way to disarm these bombs by entering the correct 18-digit code. Want to crack the code? Wishful thinking. Wang Fong immediately called over a young man from the task force. Kong Liang, you're the bomb disposal expert. Take a look at these bombs. How should we disarm them? Yes. Kong Liang stepped forward, carefully examining them for a moment before shaking his head repeatedly. Captain, this bomb can't be disarmed. What's the problem? This bomb is the most advanced product from the International 3H Corporation. These guys used high-tech methods to create over 100 hidden circuits. No one can possibly get all those yes or no questions right. Kong Liang's words made the man in the video laugh even harder. Ha! Told you so. Trying to defuse it? Dream on. But this kid's not entirely wrong. We've added the latest touch-sensitive tech to this device. Just the slightest touch, and boom, it explodes. Defuse? Yeah, right. At these words, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Thank goodness no one had been clumsy enough to touch it earlier. If it really exploded at the slightest touch, this bomb would truly be impossible to defuse. Except for that decoder on the table? See that? That's the keypad. Give me what I want, and I'll give you the code. Oof. As for time? You saw it yourselves, you only have 1 hour. Chapter 236, Malfunction Triggered. As everyone hesitated, utterly at a loss, they suddenly realized Lu Qiming was gone. The chief engineer? Wang Fong, sharp-eyed, spotted Lu Qiming had actually moved directly beside the timed bomb, beginning to examine the device in front of Wang Lang. Chief engineer, what are you doing? Wang Fong asked anxiously. All right, everyone out. I'm disarming the bomb. Lu Qiming declared. Ah. Chief engineer, no. Everyone was gripped with anxiety not for their own lives, but for Lu Qiming. He was a national treasure-level scientist. To put it bluntly, even if the entire expedition team were lost, it wouldn't compensate for the irreplaceable value of Lu Qiming's life. But at this moment, Lu Qiming seemed to have made up his mind. Get out! He commanded sternly. Wang Fong and the others, seeing Lu Qiming's resolve, said nothing more. Yet not a single one of them moved. They all stood perfectly still in their places. Chief engineer, we are one team. If you must sacrifice yourself, we will sacrifice ourselves alongside you. Wang Fong declared directly. The other team members echoed in unison, we live and die together. In that moment, a flicker of surprise, even a hint of quiet emotion crossed Lu Qiming's mind. Compared to those scheming merchants and experts, these special task force members were far more endearing and pure. Good. With that single word, Lu Qiming sprang into action. Of course, he wasn't recklessly taking risks. Lu Qiming had considerable confidence in what he was doing. Looking for trouble. The figure in the video watched this scene unfold and let out a cold snort, clearly baffled by Lu Qiming's actions. Better hand over the laser cannon's encryption key. If you think you can reverse engineer it, you're dead. But the moment the words left his mouth, he saw the scene ahead and froze in shock. At that moment, Lu Qiming's men began manipulating the wires one by one. They moved as if possessed, their actions incredibly subtle, not a single thread touched anything it shouldn't. 1 second passed, 10 seconds passed, a minute passed. Yet the bomb, which had been steadily dismantled all along, still hadn't exploded. How could this be? How could this be? The man in the video panicked instantly and immediately shouted into the walkie-talkie. Soon, several people surrounded the video feed. All were dressed in suits, their status and position clearly very high. Wang Fong coldly watched them. Though they all wore masks, she strained to memorize each person's features. Oh my god, what is that kid doing? It's all because of your crappy bomb. Why didn't it go off? Impossible. That trigger mechanism activates at the slightest tampering. How could it not have gone off? The group instantly erupted into a chaotic argument. Yet Lu Qiming, at that moment, let a faint smile curve his lips. His mental focus was intensely concentrated, perhaps more so than ever before. All the wires formed a strange circuit in his mind, as if these objects were people, each greeting him in turn. Not long after, he immediately spotted the one among the wires that had remained silent all along. Kid, you're the one, aren't you? In Lu Qiming's eyes, this wire seemed to fear him, immediately hiding itself among the multitude of others. Chapter 237, Old Meng's Miscalculation. However, its reaction was still a bit too naive. Soon, Lu Qiming found it again. On the display screen, an old man chuckled softly and spoke up. Why the rush? Have you forgotten the most crucial technology behind this bomb? Old Meng, what do you mean? Everyone across the table slapped their foreheads in realization. You're right, Old Meng. Our disassembly wire is a high-frequency gradient disassembly wire. How could we have forgotten that? Disassembling this kind of wire would be impossible, even for a god. Hearing this, Wang Feng, who had remained silent, suddenly felt sweat trickling down her forehead. Chief Engineer, she said anxiously, though her voice remained hushed. You should come back first. This high-frequency gradient disassembly line changes at a rate of 60 times per second. It's truly impossible to disassemble. 60 times per second, even precision machinery might struggle to track that frequency accurately, let alone a human. Moreover, it's subject to interference from hundreds of hidden wires. This difficulty is practically reserved for gods. Mortals can't crack it. Yet Lu Qiming stood utterly silent, frozen in place, muttering incomprehensibly under his breath. Thought you could escape? I had you earlier. Come on. Click. A faint sound echoed through the room, as quiet as a needle dropping. But everyone heard it. Cut. After nearly 10 minutes of observation, Lu Qiming made his first cut. 1 second, 2 seconds. No explosion. Success. Success. Tears instantly welled up in the eyes of the task force members. With such difficulty, they never imagined Lu Qiming could actually pull it off. At that moment, Wang Lang, now free of the bomb, also wept with joy. The moment he stepped out, he immediately dropped to his knees with a thud. Chief Engineer, I dared not speak earlier for fear of triggering the mechanism and harming you. Truly, who am I, Wang Lang, to deserve such self-sacrifice from you? It was clear that Wang Lang held Lu Qiming in the highest regard. Chief Engineer, you must leave this place immediately. Leave the remaining bombs to me, I will disarm them. Wang Lang declared. Lu Qiming shoved him aside. Get lost. Go stand over there. I'm having a blast right now. Play? The others were speechless. How could Lu Qiming call this high-pressure, life-threatening work play? Wang Lang was speechless. He tried to persuade Lu again, but Wang Feng waved her hand. 2 task force members immediately escorted Wang Lang out. Watching the remaining ticking time bombs, a smirk curved up at the corners of Lu Qiming's mouth. For this matter, he truly was playing. Like solving a math problem, Lu Qiming immediately dove into the next one. This time, his speed was faster than before, even more reckless. The onlookers watched in sheer terror. After all, this was a live explosive device, yet Lu Qiming was hacking away at the wires with reckless abandon, showing not a shred of respect or caution for the trigger mechanism. Ah! This infuriates me. This infuriates me. On the video feed, Old Meng, who had spoken earlier, slammed his fist on the table in a fit of rage. He immediately ordered the person beside him, quick! Before he disarms the others, send someone to arrest them all. A subordinate snapped to attention and rushed out to make arrangements. Chapter 238, New Appointment. At that moment, Lu Qiming worked at breakneck speed. The previous rescue had taken 10 minutes. By the second one, his speed had increased dramatically. He rescued an expedition member in just 3 minutes. The next one took just 2 minutes. After that, it was 1 minute per person. Watching one explorer after another being saved, Wang Feng of the task force wore an expression of pure joy. Unconsciously, she found herself staring at the figures still dismantling the bomb, completely mesmerized. And he even pulled a sneaky move on the last one? Lu Qiming turned his head to look at the old man on the video feed. At that moment, the masked old Meng paused, momentarily flustered and bewildered. How did you figure it out? Old Master Meng asked. How did I figure it out? The first 7 were all high-frequency correct answers. If it were me, I'd also play a little trick on the last one, wouldn't I? Seemingly exposed, old Master Meng flew into a rage, slamming his fist onto the table. Lu Qiming paid him no mind. Turning away, he swiftly snipped the most conspicuous red wire on the final bomb's detonator with a sharp snip. Beep. A series of beeps sounded as the bomb was successfully defused. I must admit, old man, you set this trap quite well. Too bad these things still lack a bit of polish. Lu Qiming chuckled smugly. On the other end of the video feed, the crowd fell into complete silence, visibly reeling from the blow. Just you wait, kid. I'll make you taste the pain. With that, Old Meng cut the video feed. The special task force members and the expedition team were all overcome with emotion. It was a feeling of having narrowly escaped death, leaving everyone unable to calm down for a long time. Not long after, Lu Qiming and the others returned to the cruise ship with the rescued members. Upon boarding, everyone suddenly saw over a dozen speedboats racing toward them in the distance. Glancing through the binoculars, Wang Fong immediately reported, "Chief Engineer, those are enemies, and they're carrying heavy weapons." Lu Qiming raised an eyebrow and chuckled, "Leave them to you." "Yes, sir." Wang Fong responded promptly. The entire task force sprang into action. The modified cruise ship instantly revealed its menacing side, 3 gun barrels simultaneously deploying. Boom! Shell after shell erupted directly from the barrels. Simultaneously, one task force member wielded a machine gun with masterful precision. The speedboats seemed to be courting death. Many were destroyed by the overwhelming firepower before they could even get close. Soon, over a dozen speedboats were completely annihilated. Lu Qiming chuckled, waved his hand, and declared, "All right, let's head back." In an instant, the cruise ship surged ahead, its speed now surpassing even that of the speedboats as it headed out to sea. The next day, when Lu Qiming arrived at the Marine Affairs Defense Bureau, Chen Shangzhen was already waiting there. The moment he saw Lu Qiming, Chen Shangzhen stepped forward, his hand clasped in an enthusiastic greeting. "Chief Engineer Lu, I've heard all about what happened this time. Without you, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Lu Qiming replied calmly, "It was only natural." At that moment, Chen Shangzhen stepped forward and pointed to a document on his desk. "See this? It's the urgent document from this morning." "Oh? What is it?" Chen Shangzhen promptly tossed the document to Lu Qiming, adding, "They've set their sights on you." Chapter 239, Accept the consequences of your bets. The remark instantly puzzled Lu Qiming. Which higher-ups? "Heh, you tell me. How many big shots are there in our Xia nation?" Even Lu Qiming, whose composure was usually as still as a pond, couldn't help but feel a ripple of emotion at those words. Opening the document, he discovered it was an appointment order. Lu Qiming is hereby appointed as Deputy Director of the National Security Technology Administration. Report for duty within 3 days. Technical Administration? Seeing this department name, Lu Qiming was instantly puzzled. As someone who started from humble beginnings, going straight to director seemed a bit out of place, didn't it? Whoa, this, becoming a leader? I guess I can handle that. At this remark, Chen Shangzhen waved his hands and said, "Hey, you youngster. This is a high position others would beg for, and you dare refuse it?" Seeing Lu Qiming genuinely hesitant, Chen Shangzhen added, "Do you realize that once you take this position, I'll have to address you as leader whenever we meet?" "Well, that's..." Lu Qiming almost retorted, "Isn't that just how it is?" But then he caught sight of the few strands of white hair on Chen Shangzhen's head and immediately held his tongue. After all, it had taken the old man half a lifetime to climb to this position. For him to take a higher post right off the bat and then make snide remarks, well, that just wouldn't be right. "So Commander Chen's meaning is I should take it? Hell yeah, of course I'll take it." Lu Qiming chuckled, casually rolled up the appointment document, and stuffed it into his briefcase. After chatting with Chen Shangzhen for a while longer, he prepared to take his leave. "Wait a moment," Chen Shangzhen called out again. "Is there something else?" Just as Lu Qiming was about to mutter, "Commander Chen sure has a lot on his plate," Chen Shangzhen called out, "Someone go check if Wang Fong is ready." "Yes." Moments later, Wang Fong appeared at the doorway, dressed casually in a denim shirt and sporting a stylish short haircut. As she entered, she was pulling a suitcase. With a sharp snap, she executed a textbook salute. Retired soldier Wang Fong salutes her commander for the last time. Lu Qiming was utterly dumbfounded by the scene. Chen Shangzhen sighed deeply. If I hadn't been unable to refuse this girl knowing her temper, I'd have been a million times more reluctant to let her go this time. What did that mean? Lu Qiming was suddenly bewildered. Could it be that Wang Fong chose to leave the military because of him? Oof. Ask her yourself, Chen Shangzhen replied, sounding thoroughly disheartened. Wang Fong's expression was cold and indifferent at that moment, but Lu Qiming could still detect a faint trace of joy in the corners of her eyes. "You win, you lose." With just those 4 words, Wang Fong walked to the door and waited. Lu Qiming was stunned. He hadn't expected this girl, Wang Fong, to be so fiercely independent. With her abilities, she had tremendous potential for advancement in the military. It could be said that if she had stayed, she might even have risen to the rank of general. Yet here she was, choosing to walk away at this very moment. "Wang Fong, come here," Lu Qiming commanded sternly. Wang Fong immediately entered from the doorway, standing at attention, awaiting instructions. "Tell me your reasoning. If this is merely about a bet, I can tell you outright, I won't let you leave. You fought here for 5 whole years. This place has become part of your life. Don't give up so easily." Lu Qiming's words prompted Chen Changzhen, standing nearby, to give him a thumbs up. Chapter 240, Lily Ron's Call. A blush instantly spread across Wang Feng's face. She lowered her head, unable to meet Lu Qiming's gaze, stammering as she spoke, "I don't want to be a man anymore." Put. In an instant, Commander Chen, who had just taken a sip of tea, sprayed it all over the floor. Watching the hesitant girl before him, he finally began to understand. Lu Qiming was equally bewildered. Staring at Wang Feng before him, he suddenly felt that this girl had always seemed to have quite a few issues. Or rather, she had problems now. Fine, you're not exactly a man to begin with. Why must you act so tough and strong? Who's forcing you? Lu Qiming decided not to press the matter further. He simply walked out the door. Wang Feng immediately followed, dragging her suitcase along behind him. At the doorway, Wang Feng turned back and bid farewell to Chen Changzhen. "Off I go, Commander Chen." He. That laugh surprised Chen Changzhen. Since joining the unit, Wang Feng had scarcely ever smiled like that. He got into a car. Lu Qiming sat in the back seat, and Wang Feng followed suit, climbing in as well. It was clear her clothes were all part of a tomboyish look, as if she genuinely despised her feminine identity. "Wang Feng, now that we're alone, I want to hear your true thoughts," Lu Qiming said. A moment of silence fell over Wang Feng. After what seemed like a long hesitation, she finally spoke. "Our family was originally a family of generals. When I was little, I often heard my mother crying because she hadn't given birth to a son. My mother's life was so hard." Hearing this, Lu Qiming suddenly understood much more. Though old Wang was a kind-hearted man, it was clear that within such a prominent family, there were many other complexities at play. Things like inheritance and traditional beliefs. "Alright, Wang Feng, I understand," Lu Qiming said. Deep down, Lu Qiming felt Wang Feng wasn't a girl with questionable orientation. She simply wanted to prove to her family that she wasn't inferior to a son. "After all these years in the military, you made it to captain. Now you're retiring, don't you feel it's a pity?" Lu Qiming asked. Wang Feng smiled faintly, seeming like a different person. "Truthfully, I stopped wanting that kind of life long ago. I want to shop, stroll through stores, buy things, and fall in love." When she mentioned dating, Lu Qiming immediately changed the subject. "Ah, you drive. If you're going to be my personal bodyguard, you'd better be professional about it," Lu Qiming said. Wang Feng rolled her eyes, then launched herself into the driver's seat in one swift leap. That move was just as quick as ever. Time flew by, and before they knew it, a month had passed. Throughout this month, Lu Qiming had been busy preparing for the laser cannon project. By now, he had completed all the blueprints for its overall design. Compared to the energy source, the laser cannon structure was far more complex. Moreover, with current manufacturing capabilities, only very small-scale laser cannons could be produced like the portable laser cannon Lu Qiming held in his hands. Even so, it was a formidable weapon. Meanwhile, the energy source project was also progressing steadily. Under Lily Ron's leadership, the production of secondary energy cells was advancing at an astonishingly rapid pace. That day, Lily Ron called. "Hey, Lu, are you free today? I need to see you," Lily Ron said. Chapter 241, Business Powerhouse. Lu Qiming glanced at his schedule and replied, "How about noon? An hour should be enough, right?" Lily Ron sounded disappointed. "Oh, Lu, you're always so busy. I really don't understand. You could be living the life you want right now." "You could." After a few more words, they agreed on a meeting place. Noon. Seated in an upscale cafe, Lily Ron looked stunning in a long dress, her golden hair and sapphire eyes radiating charm. She took a report from her Louis Vuitton bag and handed it to Lu Qiming. Simultaneously, she handed him an envelope. "Lu, take a look. This is the first phase accounting for the secondary energy source, along with your share of the profits." Taking the envelope, Lu Qiming opened it to find a black card inside the Ruesher Bank Supreme VIP card. Glancing at the report, he caught sight of the figures. Even Lu Qiming, who had little interest in money, couldn't help but be startled. 100 billion. Actually, Lu, it should be 13.5 billion. Forgive me for taking the liberty of allocating 3.5 billion toward developing the new factory and boosting production capacity. Lu Qiming immediately gave a thumbs up. When it came to earning potential, Lily Ron was undoubtedly a top performer. Generating 100 billion in profits in just 1 month was exceptionally rare, even with advanced technology. "Thanks, Lily." Lu Qiming promptly tucked the card away. As for the accounts, he trusted the person before him implicitly. "No problem, Lu. I'm more than happy to work for you. Besides, I've already made over 600 million from this deal. That's pretty good." After chatting for a while, Lu Qiming suddenly received a call. "Hello? Who is this?" "Lu Qiming, what are you playing at?" "It's Dolly here. So, I hear you're famous now. The guys and some of our old classmates want to grab a bite. Will you grace us with your presence?" The moment he recognized the voice, Lu Qiming broke into laughter. He recognized the voice immediately. It was Zhang Dali, his high school classmate. They'd been on pretty good terms, along with a few other old buddies they used to hang out with. It was just that later on, they'd all drifted apart and stopped keeping in touch. Sure, you pick the place. On the other end, Zhang Dali's voice brightened. Ah, that's more like it. That's the Lu Qiming I know. Alright. I'll call you once everyone's ready. After hanging up, Lily Ron, who was ahead, asked curiously, Lu, is that one of your old classmates? Lu Qiming nodded. Wow, is there a party? Aren't you inviting me? Lily Ron sounded genuinely intrigued. In Western countries, attending parties typically requires bringing a female companion. Thus, Lily Ron's question implied she wanted to accompany Lu Qiming as his date. After a moment's thought, Lu Qiming felt it might not be appropriate. Better not, he said. My high school classmates aren't exactly the best bunch. A few of them have pretty low standards. After all, the young lady before him was the daughter of one of the world's most prestigious families. Like a jewel on the crown, the suitors lining up for her could probably circle the globe if they held hands. But asking her to tag along for street-side beers and grilled meat? But unexpectedly, Lily Ron seemed even more intrigued. Lu, it's settled then. You absolutely have to take me, okay? Chapter 242, High School Reunion. Evening. Lu Qiming received another call from Zhang Dali. The meeting place was set at Century Imperial City KTV. Lily Ron had originally planned to come along, but she had to handle an urgent company matter and left at the last minute. Thus, Lu Qiming hailed a taxi and headed to the KTV alone. Upon arrival, Lu Qiming stepped out of the taxi and immediately spotted several people waiting at the KTV entrance to greet guests. From a distance, Zhang Dali spotted Lu Qiming right away. Hey, there you are. Zhang Dali rushed over, slapping Lu Qiming's shoulder hard in a show of warmth. His grip was no light touch. Back in the day, Lu Qiming would have winced in pain, but now, after 2 system-enhanced missions, his physical condition was excellent. Whoa! Qiming, how did you get so tough? Zhang Dali clutched his hand, shaking it repeatedly. That single slap had already left him badly injured. A large red mark appeared, along with some swelling. Heh, Dali, what VE you been up to lately? Lu Qiming asked casually. Zhang Dali chuckled and replied directly, Me? I've been working as a fitness trainer. As they spoke, they reached the doorway. At that moment, Lu Qiming immediately spotted the others and greeted them one by one. But something felt off. These guys looked all smiles on the surface, but their expressions were utterly perfunctory. They merely nodded and smiled briefly before ignoring Lu Qiming completely. Seeing this, Lu Qiming shrugged it off. After all, his relationship with these people had never been particularly close. Squeal! Suddenly, the screech of brakes echoed as a red BMW came to an abrupt halt at the entrance. A woman dressed entirely in red stepped out of the passenger seat. Yao Shanshan? Several people gasped in surprise, their expressions filled with astonishment. Lu Qiming was also somewhat taken aback. The woman before him bore no resemblance to the innocent girl of years past. She now looked more like a wealthy socialite. She was dressed head to toe in designer labels, carrying an LV bag in her hand. Everyone's here already? My apologies for being a bit late, Yao Shanshan said. Immediately, Zhang Hu and the others stepped forward, greeting her warmly and enthusiastically. After greeting several people, Yao Shanshan pointed to someone who had just stepped out of the car and announced, Oh, let me introduce you all to my fiancé, Fan Gang. At that moment, Zhang Hu and the others were stunned. Fan Gang. Good heavens. Who would have thought that Yao Shanshan, the class beauty, would end up with Fan Gang, the son of the school board chairman and heir to the Tianlong group? It's unbelievable. Across the room, Fan Gang looked at the group with a look of utter disdain. What a dump this place is, really. Shanshan, your classmates are all such losers. Why are you still hanging out with them? Yao Shanshan, standing nearby, seemed somewhat resigned. What can I do? Han Suetsue from our school came along this time too. We were really close back in the day. Ha? You mean that Fan Yuan group heiress? Fan Gang's eyes lit up instantly. Yao Shanshan retorted indignantly, yes. She's the one holding all the power in the group now. We have to go through President Han to get our business done. But I'm warning you, Fan Gang asking for favors is one thing, but if you dare make a move on Han Suetsue, I won't let you off today. Chapter 243, The Secret Admiration. Han Suetsue. The two chatted and laughed, completely ignoring the others. Moments later, another screech of brakes sounded at the entrance, this time from a Porsche 911. A woman in a business suit stepped out, her short hair giving her a sharp, capable look. Holy crap! It's Han Suetsue. The main event has arrived. Zhang Dali exclaimed excitedly. Zhao Hu and the other classmates immediately went over to greet her, but Lu Qiming remained standing in place, his expression as calm as ever. Come to think of it, Han Suetsue had apparently harbored a secret crush on him back in the day. But back then, with the college entrance exams looming, Lu Qiming hadn't reciprocated. Lu Qiming, I never thought you'd actually come. The moment Han Suetsue appeared, she immediately called out to Lu Qiming. Extending her hand, she stepped forward to shake his. But at that moment, A man from behind abruptly stepped in, advancing forward and extending his own hand. Ms. Han, it truly is a pleasure to meet you in person. Your beauty leaves me utterly captivated. With that, Fan Gang stepped forward. But Han Suetsue had already withdrawn her hand, offering only a polite smile and a nod. Chui, over here. Yao Shanchan called out promptly, breaking the awkward silence. Simultaneously, she stepped forward, linking arms with Han Suetsue. The two women chatted and laughed together as they entered the KTV. At that moment, the few people at the entrance all followed them inside without needing to be told. Hey! Wait a minute. Fan Gang immediately called out to Lu Qiming, snorting coldly as he said, know what to say when the time comes. Don't get too full of yourself. At the same time, Fan Gang counted out roughly 1,000 yuan and handed it to Lu Qiming. He added, kid, take this money. Later, find a chance to introduce me to Han. Got it? If you do it right, there's another 3,000 coming your way. At that moment, Zhang Dali suddenly walked over. Fan Gang, what's the deal? We're all here to have fun. Why all the fuss? Get lost, you fitness coach. What do you know? Fan Gang blurted out a curse. Zhang Dali snorted coldly, ready to throw a punch. But suddenly remembering that Fan Gang was the owner of the gym where he worked, he immediately fell silent, nearly pulling Lu Qiming inside. Qiming, ignore this jerk. Actually, I'll tell you, this reunion wasn't my idea. It was Han Suetsue's. What? Han Suetsue? Lu Qiming asked in surprise. Zhang Dali nodded. Yep. But keep this quiet. Ms. Han paid me a month's salary for this, and that amount demands my discretion. 10,000? Seeing Dali hold up one finger, Lu Qiming guessed. They entered a spacious private room where everyone took their seats. Immediately, several self-proclaimed mic hogs who'd always loved singing started warming up their voices. Song after song filled the room, heating up the gathering. Ever since entering, Fan Gang had been looking for chances to approach Han Suetsue. Unfortunately, she seemed unwilling to engage with him, constantly avoiding him. After a moment, Han Suetsue unexpectedly walked over and sat down next to Lu Qiming. Qiming, I truly never expected you to come. Han Suetsue said directly, a flicker of excitement in her eyes. My Mr. Wenming. Whoa! Lu Qiming sucked in a sharp breath. The situation unfolding before him felt decidedly off. Chapter 244, Testing the Balance. Han Suetsue's eyes held a hazy, almost drunken look. One could easily mistake it for deep infatuation. This scene left Fan Gang, standing nearby, utterly dumbfounded. Thud! He grabbed a bottle of beer, slammed it down on the table, and declared, hey, if you're a real man, down a bottle with me first. The other classmates all froze slightly. The tension in the air was palpable. Yao Shanchan tried to step in, but Fan Gang shot her a glare, silencing her. Fine, I'm kinda thirsty too. Let's have a bottle. Lu Qiming grabbed the bottle and downed it in one gulp. Now, after his genetic enhancement, his physical stamina far surpassed that of ordinary people. A bottle of beer was like drinking water to him. Across from him, Fan Gang hadn't even started drinking yet when Lu Qiming already placed the empty bottle on the table. Well, kid, that's gutsy. Finishing his own bottle, Fan Gang chuckled. Kid, do you have any idea how much that bottle you just downed cost? The others froze in surprise. Fan Gang promptly added, I'm covering everyone's tab here today except for one person. That's this kid. Fan Gang chuckled smugly. Let me tell you straight, kid. That bottle you just downed was our most expensive Blue Fairy here, 80,000 yuan a bottle, ha. Zhang Dali beside him was momentarily stunned. For an ordinary person, 80,000 yuan was absolutely no small sum. Hey, Mr. Fan, what are you doing? We're all friends here. Before Zhang Dali could finish, Lu Qiming cut him off. Dali, you're wrong. I don't have friends like that, Lu Qiming stated. With a cold chuckle, Fan Gang summoned the service counter. Soon, a floor manager approached, and Fan Gang whispered a few words to him. The manager immediately looked flustered, grabbed a bill, and hurried over. Sir, could you please settle the bill for that bottle of Blue Fairy first? As you know, such a large amount is quite unusual for our establishment. The manager was clearly worried Lu Qiming couldn't afford the bill, hence his panic. Lu Qiming was speechless. His good mood had been completely ruined by this nonsense. He tossed a black card onto the counter. Take this, Lu Qiming said. Leave it at the service desk. I'll use it to pay once I'm done. At this remark, Fan Gang beside him immediately snorted coldly. Kid, what are you trying to pull? A black card? Don't tell me it's one of those discount membership cards. Hearing this, the manager suddenly snapped to attention and quickly asked, Sir, could you please swipe it here first? Lu Qiming was thoroughly annoyed. What about the rest of my purchases? How do you run this place? At this, Fan Gang interjected, simple. Just check the balance on his card. Heh, that way the shop can feel confident selling to you. Zhang Dali looked tense as he stepped forward and discreetly slipped a regular debit card into Lu Qiming's hand. Qiming, I've got over 60 grand on this card. If that's not enough, we can swipe both cards together. Zhang Dali said. Seeing his old classmate go out of his way like this, Lu Qiming felt his trip hadn't been in vain. However, he promptly returned Zhang Dali's card, glanced at Fan Gang, chuckled, and said, "Someone mentioned earlier which conglomerate you're from." "I can't quite recall now." Chapter 245, Identity Revealed. Fan Gang chuckled, Tianlong Group. The first heir, Humph. It was clear Fan Gang was brimming with pride. Lu Qiming nodded, entering the card's pin into the nearby terminal while simultaneously picking up the phone and dialing a number. Moments later, the balance verification machine chimed, Ruesher Bank's supreme VIP client, remaining balance, 10 billion yuan. What? 10 billion? Good heavens, it must be a glitch. The lobby manager was equally stunned. The staggering figure before him sent waves of dizziness through him. He never imagined this unassuming young man could possess such immense wealth. Gulp! Everyone swallowed hard simultaneously. A gleam flashed in Yao Shanshan's eyes as she leaned in, peering closely at the screen. Good heavens, it really was 100 billion. Zhao Hu and the others counted the tens, hundreds, and thousands aloud, their gaze toward Lu Qiming now utterly transformed. In a flurry, they all swarmed toward Lu Qiming, offering cigarettes and handing out business cards one after another. But at that very moment, Lu Qiming had already dialed a call. "Hello, is this Mr. Nan?" "Yes, this is Lu Qiming. Could you look into what areas of business Tianlong Group is involved in?" A moment later, Nan Huiran replied from the other end, "Oh, Tianlong Group? That's a subsidiary of a company that supplies components for our secondary energy source. So it's a subsidiary of a subsidiary. Lu Qiming felt awkward even broaching the subject. Targeting such a minor company seemed beneath him. But seeing Fan Gang's smug expression before him, Lu Qiming still said, "Oh? Then cancel their orders." Click. After speaking, Lu Qiming hung up immediately. Everyone else was still reeling from the shock of that 10 billion figure. Only Han Suetsue beside him seemed unfazed. Her gaze was hazy as she looked at Lu Qiming, exhaling a puff of warm breath. "Qiming, I knew you were the best. All these years, I've been waiting for your news." Lu Qiming quickly changed the subject. "Han Suetsue, what are you up to these days?" Prompted by the question, Han Suetsue perked up with renewed interest. "Oh, our Fang Yuan group is thriving right now. Especially recently we landed the biggest order in our history. This deal alone will double our group's performance." Just as she spoke, Han Suetsue's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, she exclaimed in surprise, "Quick, turn off the music." Once the private room quieted down, Han Suetsue cautiously answered the call. "Hello, is this Chief Engineer Nan?" "Yes, this is Fangjung Group." "What? The order is cancelled? The order is cancelled?" Hearing this news, Han Suetsue felt as if struck by lightning. Her entire being froze in shock. Then she heard Chief Engineer Nan angrily mention a company called Tianlong Group, which had ruined the chief designer's mood. At this point, Han Suetsue froze in shock. Because just moments ago, the call Lu Qiming had made. All of this was simply too unbelievable. Han Suetsue turned to Lu Qiming beside her and immediately asked, "So you're the chief engineer of the energy source design?" Han Suetsue's knowledge of Lu Qiming was limited to his live streams. But who could have imagined that a live streaming host could become the most senior engineering design master? The leap between the two was truly enormous. Chapter 246, Departure. At that moment, Fan Gang was stunned. He had witnessed the entire phone call between Han Suetsue and Lu Qiming, and now he instantly understood what was happening. Chief designer? Good heavens, could he be that Mr. Wen Ming? Fan Gang felt as if he'd been electrocuted, his entire body jolting with shock. He immediately pulled out his phone and searched for an image. The moment he saw it, he nearly jumped out of his skin. Several classmates nearby also started searching online, pulling up all sorts of information about Lu Qiming. Unbelievable. So Lu Qiming was this incredible. As everyone gasped in awe, Lu Qiming had already stood up. He felt staying here was pointless now. He didn't want to see any of these opportunistic classmates again. "Dali, Suetsue, I'd like to invite you both to dinner. The location is the Emperor Hotel, in my presidential suite. We have the nation's top chefs. Let's go together." The moment he said this, the others couldn't help but feel envious. But alas, they had no leverage left to make demands. After their earlier display, Zhao Hu and the others were kicking themselves. Qiming. Fan Gang knows he was wrong. For the sake of our years as classmates, please spare Tianlong Group. Yao Shanshan immediately stepped forward, pleading tearfully. Lu Qiming snorted coldly and shook his head. "No. I gave him a chance before. It was precisely because of you that I tolerated his repeated provocations." With that, Lu Qiming walked straight out without looking back. Behind him, Fan Gang collapsed with a thud, slumping to the floor. Lu Qiming, accompanied by Zhang Dali and Han Suetsue, reached the doorway when suddenly, a red Ferrari pulled up outside. A blonde woman stepped out of the car. The moment she stepped out, she called out to Lu Qiming, "Lu, I'm so sorry I'm late. I hope I'm still in time to join you and your friends for barbecue." The classmates who had followed him were all taken aback. It turned out Lu Qiming had come this time to enjoy grilled meat and beer with everyone, something they used to do often back in the day when the group of friends hung out together. But now, the whole atmosphere had changed. "Oh, Lily, you want barbecue? Then let's all go together." Lu Qiming gestured for Han Suetsue to get into Lily Ron's Ferrari, adding, "Suetsue, this foreign girl drives like a maniac, buckle up tight." At the same time, Lu Qiming took Han Suetsue's Porsche keys and headed over with Zhang Dali. The other classmates were all dumbfounded. Especially Yao Shanshan, her eyes were practically brimming with tears. Leaving Century Imperial City KTV, Lu Qiming, Zhang Dali, Lily Ron, and Han Suetsue arrived at a barbecue stall. They chatted while grilling skewers. Curious glances came from the surrounding crowd. After all, the presence of two stunning beauties was undeniable. "Ha!" Zhang Dali chuckled repeatedly, beaming with delight. "Qiming, you really pulled off something impressive. Just look how you got that fan gang steamed. I bet when he gets back, his dad's gonna skin him alive." Their Tianlong group? They lost it all because of that kid. Lu Qiming chuckled. Trash like fan gang wasn't worth his attention, it was just a casual move. Turning to Han Suetsue, Lu Qiming asked with genuine curiosity, "Suetsue, I heard from Dali that you organized this reunion?" Chapter 247, Energy Source Loading the Spaceship. Han Suetsue seemed a bit surprised, but she quickly admitted it. "Yes, that's right. Actually, our group is developing very well now, but we're particularly short on talent. So I thought of one person." Hearing this, Lu Qiming instantly understood. So it seems this old classmate hasn't forgotten me even after making it big. "Alright, Lily, let me introduce you. This is my high school classmate, Han Suetsue. She's the head of founder group." Turning back to Han Suetsue, Lu Qiming continued, "And this is my friend, Miss Lily Ron. She's the general contractor for this energy source project and also the heiress of the Ron family." Zhang Dali showed no reaction, he'd never heard of the Ron family. But Han Suetsue beside him gasped in surprise. The Ron family. The general contractor. Good heavens, Miss Lily, my apologies. Please forgive my rudeness earlier for not greeting you proactively. At that moment, Lu Qiming chuckled and said, Shui, no need for that. Lily's a very easygoing person, right?" Lily Ron smiled gently, extending a fair hand to shake Han Suetsue's. "Ms. Han, I've known of you for some time and have always held you in high regard. Now that I understand your connection to Lu, I assure you I'll prioritize your orders going forward. Thank you so very much." After their conversation, Han Suetsue had gained immensely this time. With Lu Qiming's backing, Fang Yuan Group's prospects were boundless. As for Zhang Dali, Han Suetsue recommended him for a supervisory position at a private training center. Everyone was very satisfied with this arrangement. The next day, Lu Qiming's intense work schedule resumed. After a series of setbacks, the high-energy particle laser cannon was finally being revived. Many experts still opposed the development of laser cannons. They believed such a powerful weapon should never be created. Particularly, experts from certain Western nations were forming alliances internationally to collectively obstruct Xia Nation's laser cannon development progress. This had caused significant divisions among domestic researchers. However, the official stance remained strongly supportive, especially that of Old Wang. With Old Master Wang's backing, the project's approval process proceeded exceptionally smoothly, with nearly every step cleared in an instant. Consequently, within just over 3 days, all manufacturing approvals for the laser cannon were completed. Lu Qiming was highly satisfied with this efficiency. That day, after reviewing the materials Lily had compiled, Lu Qiming declared with great satisfaction, "Excellent. The patent approvals are in. Now, let's begin the bidding process and start production." For the design phase, Lu Qiming's first step was to adopt a reverse engineering approach. Essentially, this meant replicating the design of the portable high-energy particle laser cannon to produce the first batch of products. Global companies showed immense interest in this tender, especially those who had profited from the energy source orders. As soon as the materials were released, they immediately began preparing samples. After delegating these tasks, Lu Qiming proceeded to Ferdinand Verbiest's office. At this moment, the energy source design had been finalized, and spacecraft manufacturing had reached a relatively mature stage. Under these circumstances, Lu Qiming intends to launch a new approach. He would load the energy source onto the spacecraft. Chapter 248, Wang Lang's Lead. Upon arriving at Nan Huairan's office, the moment Lu Qiming voiced this idea, Chief Engineer Nan's eyes lit up instantly. He exclaimed, "Excellent. Absolutely brilliant. The Chief Engineer's thinking is always so ahead of its time. Looks like us old-timers are already falling behind." As he spoke, the two of them began fiddling with a model. It was the design blueprint for integrating the spacecraft with the energy source. Certain details in the docking section still required careful attention. "Alright, old Nan, I've finished the blueprints. The rest is up to you. What do you say? Haha, rest assured, I'll get the job done. Nan Huiran's face lit up with excitement, radiating boundless enthusiasm for the task. After leaving Nan Huiran's home, Lu Qiming headed to the hospital. Wang Lang and the others he had rescued were still receiving treatment there and had not yet fully recovered. When Lu Qiming arrived, Wang Lang and the others had just undergone a medical examination. Before even entering the ward, Lu Qiming inquired about their condition. Learning they had all passed the critical stage, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Inside the ward, Lu Qiming saw Wang Lang again. Now nearly fully recovered, Wang Lang sat up immediately upon seeing Lu Qiming enter. "Oh, Chief Engineer Lu, why did you come? You're so busy every day I feel terribly guilty that you're visiting me," Wang Lang said. Lu Qiming laughed heartily. "It's no trouble at all, Wang Lang. How's your rest going? Any other discomfort?" "Much better. I should be back at work in no more than 2 weeks. 2 weeks is too soon. Take another month off," Lu Qiming advised. After chatting for a while, Wang Lang suddenly lowered his voice. "Chief Engineer Lu, I need to remind you about something." Hearing the mysterious tone, Lu Qiming asked, "What is it?" Wang Lang immediately replied, "Remember that old man, Meng, who kidnapped us back then?" Lu Qiming nodded. "Yes, there was such a person. I have a feeling this man won't let this go easily. When he captured us last time, he mentioned an old saying from his hometown, 'A bird dies in the sky.' He claimed he was that kind of person." Hearing this, Lu Qiming frowned. Wang Lang continued, "So I suspect old man Meng's hometown is probably the same as mine. We have that exact saying back home. Birds die in the sky?" Lu Qiming was taken aback. He'd never heard of this saying before and didn't know its exact meaning. After Wang Lang's explanation, Lu Qiming agreed that old Meng likely hadn't given up. The only problem was, Lu Qiming still didn't know his whereabouts. Lu Qiming suddenly grasped something. Looking back at Wang Lang, he instantly understood the implication behind his words. "Wang Lang, are you saying that old Meng and you must be fellow townsmen?" Lu Qiming asked. Wang Lang nodded and replied, "Exactly. Only our hometown has that dialect, and it's not widely spoken. It should only be found within a few specific areas." Whoa! In that instant, Lu Qiming's heart surged with excitement. Following this lead, finding old Meng seemed surprisingly straightforward. "Wang Lang, you're a real lucky charm." With that, Lu Qiming stood up and headed straight for the security bureau. At that moment, within the security bureau, Jin Shan received a call and immediately appeared before Lu Qiming. Chapter 249, Fishing. Upon receiving this information, Jin Shan's mind raced. He immediately contacted local police officers, instructing them to head to the countryside and gather information. About half a day later, Jin Shan received a response. Lu Qiming stared at the stack of documents before him, puzzled. "So many? All meeting the criteria? Surnamed Meng?" Jin Shan nodded. There were dozens of documents on the table. Lu Qiming picked up the papers and flipped through them repeatedly. Yet the photos of some individuals were blurry. Most crucially, when he had met old man Meng, he hadn't seen his face. Yet Lu Qiming had a vivid impression of the man's facial structure and the mole on his neck. He spent the entire afternoon searching. It was only thanks to Lu Qiming's current capabilities, his refined craftsmanship and other skills having made significant strides, that he finally arrived at an answer after finishing the last file. He pulled out one file, a man named Meng Qinghu, and handed it to Jin Shan. "Jin Shan, look up this Meng Qinghu." Jin Shan immediately complied, typing the name into the computer. A stream of information appeared. "Chief Engineer, this Meng Qinghu, he died 3 years ago." "What?" Lu Qiming was startled. The person he had identified as the closest match was actually dead. But when Lu Qiming glanced at the cause of death, his mind was instantly filled with doubts. "That's not right, Jin Shan. Drowning without a body recovered can't be considered a confirmed death," Lu Qiming stated. Jin Shan pulled up the case file, glanced at it, and replied, "Chief Engineer, the body was recovered at the time, but it had been mostly torn apart by crocodiles in the water. However, the clothing matched Meng Qinghu's." "Ha! Now that you mention it, I'm even more convinced he's not dead." "What do you mean?" "Look here." Pointing to distinct marks on the photo and the file, Lu Qiming, with his exceptional meticulousness, had identified numerous suspicious details. Jin Shan listened intently, his excitement palpable. "Good heavens, it really is. If the chief engineer hadn't pointed it out, I almost would have been fooled by this guy too." After further analysis, the two reached a conclusion. "There's a 90% chance this old Meng is Meng Qinghu. Chief engineer, should we notify the bureau now to initiate an arrest?" Jin Shan asked. "No," Lu Qiming replied. "We can't issue an arrest warrant yet. If we alert him, given old man Meng's cunning, he'll likely never return to the country." Jin Shan nodded and asked again, "Then how should we deal with this old man?" Lu Qiming chuckled and replied directly, "Haven't you heard of a method called fishing?" "Fishing?" Jin Shan was utterly baffled. What connection could there be between arresting someone and fishing? Lu Qiming laughed heartily and explained, what does old Meng want most? The laser key, right? We'll make a fake one, pretend to hide it somewhere, and then leak that information discreetly. I bet he'll take the bait. Upon hearing this, Jinshan immediately gave him a thumbs up. Chief Engineer, you're brilliant. I never would have thought of this. With that, Lu Qiming immediately drafted an operational plan and handed it to Jinshan, who would recruit personnel and implement the scheme. After finishing these tasks, Lu Qiming chuckled and said, Jinshan, this time, it's all up to you. Rest assured, Chief Engineer. Chapter 250, the bidding conference officially begins. June. The season of transition between spring and summer. After nearly 2 weeks of preparation, the bidding arrangements for the high-energy particle laser cannon project were complete. That day, Lu Qiming arrived at the press conference venue looking quite relaxed, wearing a t-shirt and shorts, slippers on his feet, and carrying a briefcase. Facing a sea of cameras and photographers, Lu Qiming declared with great enthusiasm, I now announce the official commencement of the bidding process for the laser cannon project. Clatter! A wave of applause erupted below. Following the energy source project, many companies that had tasted success eagerly submitted their own prototypes. It could be said that the number of high-quality companies participating in this bidding far exceeded that of the energy source project. Moreover, the quoted prices were exceptionally competitive and low. The reason is simple, fierce competition. For this laser cannon project tender, we are maintaining the same fair and transparent bidding mechanism as before. Everyone can bid with confidence. As soon as Lu Qiming finished speaking, applause erupted. The enthusiasm among participating companies was extraordinary, with many eyeing the profits from the energy source project with envy. The bidding session commenced. After announcing its commencement, Lu Qiming took his seat at the head of the table. As staff bustled about below, he leisurely began dozing off. A briefcase by his side was placed seemingly casually on the table before him. This action would go unnoticed unless one had ulterior motives. However, soon enough, the bait took effect. Lu Qiming had barely closed his eyes and waited for 5 minutes when a wave of fragrance immediately followed. A woman? Lu Qiming deduced this from the sounds he heard and the scent he smelled, all while pretending to snore softly. Mr. Lu, Mr. Lu. The woman called out softly twice beside Lu Qiming. Seeing no response, she used her body to block his line of sight. Then came a series of faint rustling sounds, as if she were searching for something. Lu Qiming opened his eyes just a crack and immediately saw the scene before him. However, he made no move to stop her. He waited a moment. After stifling a gasp of surprise, the woman suppressed her shock and swiftly took a document, folding it and slipping it into her handbag. Then she swiftly departed. Lu Qiming opened his eyes and glanced over. Jinshan nodded in his direction. He had already followed her out. Yawning again, Lu Qiming resumed his nap on the armchair. As noon approached, the first round of screening for many companies had concluded. Next, it was Lu Qiming's turn to begin his screening. Out of the 30,000 companies that had submitted bids, only 2,000 remained after the initial screening. Lu Qiming's task was to select the final 3 or 4 companies from these 2,000. As he examined each component laid out on the table, the numerous company representatives below sweated nervously. Lu Qiming examined them at lightning speed, spending barely 10 seconds on each part before moving on. Most were discarded like trash. By lunchtime, nearly half of the companies had been reviewed, yet not a single one passed the screening. Chapter 251, Land Group. Lunchtime break. Lu Qiming was deeply frustrated. Perhaps his standards were too high, but this time, many company samples had flaws, big or small. After much reflection, Lu Qiming concluded that his own precision engineering skills had simply become too advanced. Consequently, he was now better equipped to spot minor issues than before. Upon arriving at the bidding office, Lu Qiming had a light lunch and prepared to rest for a while. But just then, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Come in. The office door was unlocked, so Lu Qiming simply called out. The sound of high heels echoed as a gracefully slender woman entered, trailing a captivating fragrance. Mr. Lu, hello. I'm the representative from Land Group. As she spoke, the woman promptly placed a handbag in front of Lu Qiming. What's this for? Lu Qiming asked, puzzled. The woman promptly replied, Mr. Lu, this is simply a token of my respect. With that, she opened the bag before him. Inside lay a stack of green bills, neatly bundled what appeared to be millions of Hong Kong dollars. Well, Mr. Lu, as a researcher, I bet you've never seen this much money before, have you? The alluring woman said with a teasing expression. Simultaneously, she walked forward and sat on the desk in front of Lu Qiming, looking down at him with an air of superiority. And if the samples from Land Group pass inspection, I'll be yours too. Hearing this, Lu Qiming couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Feng. He called out just once, and a stunning figure appeared instantly at the doorway. Now that Wang Feng had shed her military uniform, her figure and appearance were both exceptionally striking. Especially her skills under Lu Qiming's guidance these past days, she had made remarkable progress. The moment she entered, Wang Fong immediately saw the scene unfolding before her. "Chief Engineer, what are your orders?" Wang Fong inquired. Lu Qiming nodded toward the woman seated at the desk before him and instructed, "Take care of her." Wang Fong nodded and sprang into action. She stepped forward, grabbed the woman's arm, and lifted her up effortlessly, tossing her out the door like a small chicken. "Ah! How could you do this? Mr. Lu, you're the most uncouth, most insensitive man I've ever met. And what about my money?" Before she could finish, a bag flew out of the room, thudding to the floor. It was the very same bag of green bills from earlier. "You." The woman was instantly speechless, seemingly unable to believe why he would reject her so decisively. Unwilling to accept defeat, the female representative remained stationed at the door. Not long after, sure enough, another person arrived. At that moment, a red Ferrari pulled up outside the bidding office entrance. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman stepped out of the car. It was Lily Ron. The female representative glanced at Lily Ron, her eyes widening in awe. If she herself possessed some degree of beauty, then this woman was on par with an international superstar beauty beyond reproach. Then there was the open-top Ferrari she drove, a limited edition model worth at least tens of millions. Playing all high and mighty? I bet you won't be able to turn down her offer. The female representative snorted angrily before following Lily Ron into the office. Chapter 252, Li Weiwei. At that moment, Lu Qiming was chatting with Wang Fong. Suddenly, he spotted Lily Ron entering through the doorway. He immediately waved Wang Fong away. Wang Fong snapped to attention, saluted, and promptly exited. "Hey, Lu, when did you get such a stunning assistant?" Lily Ron remarked with a hint of jealousy, clearly fixated on Wang Fong. Lu Qiming shrugged and replied directly, "What's wrong with that? Isn't that good? Lily, you shouldn't just focus on her looks. Her abilities far surpass her appearance." "Alright, I'm glad you understand." The two chatted for a while, leaving the female representative from Land Group behind them utterly dumbfounded. This blonde woman so attractive and wealthy, why would she get jealous over a lowly research assistant? Just as she was puzzling over it, she suddenly saw the blonde woman pull out a card and place it on the table. "This is this month's profit, 15 billion. It's yours. Oh, and please forgive me. It was originally 18 billion in profit, but I used 3 billion to buy you an office building. Right in the city center. Once it's renovated, I'll take you to see it. Go." Hearing this, the female representative from Land Group in the back was utterly dumbfounded. The idea that someone else's monthly profit could reach 18 billion yuan was staggering. Yet she had foolishly attempted to bribe them with a mere few million yuan, utterly laughable. "Oh, right about this bid, Lu. How could you be so ruthless? Why did our company's product get rejected?" Lily Ron asked. Lu Qiming was puzzled, as he always evaluated products based solely on merit, never considering company names. "Well, that means your group's product simply didn't meet the standards, Lily," Lu Qiming stated. He wouldn't compromise the overall quality of the laser cannon project for personal emotional reasons. "Could you offer some feedback?" Lily Ron produced a bag containing the rejected sample. Lu Qiming chuckled and immediately replied, "That's easy." The two chatted away, completely oblivious to the female representative lingering behind them. Not long after Lily Ron emerged from Lu Qiming's office, the woman remained frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. What had transpired here had left her utterly stunned. Even after they had left, she remained frozen in place, unable to process what she had witnessed. Lu Qiming raised an eyebrow in confusion. Why are you still here?" The female representative gasped in alarm, snapping back to reality. She immediately bowed deeply to Lu Qiming, offering a sincere apology. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Lu. I truly apologize for my earlier behavior." Lu Qiming waved his hand dismissively. "Alright, I understand. You may leave now. I need to rest." Without another word, the female representative placed a business card on Lu Qiming's desk. Before leaving, she said, "Mr. Lu, if you need anything, please contact me." "Ha!" Watching the woman's retreating figure, Lu Qiming couldn't help but sigh inwardly. These days, is it really necessary to work so hard just to close a deal? He glanced at her name, Vice President of Land Group, First Heiress, Miss Li Weiwei. So she's a spoiled heiress on her first business outing. Plenty of drive, but poorly prepared and downright clueless. Lu Qiming made his judgment and tossed the card aside. Chapter 253, The Goddess Touched. Afternoon. The bidding session continued. Under Lu Qiming's scrutiny, only one company emerged as the standout choice. It was none other than Land Group. This time, Land Group's products largely aligned with Lu Qiming's bidding requirements. Their meticulously crafted offerings demonstrated remarkable strength. As Lu Qiming selected this product, he glanced down at Li Weiwei below. She was so overcome with emotion she was nearly in tears. He snorted derisively, his suspicions confirmed. This woman must be a greenhorn just starting out in the business, utterly inexperienced. The bidding session concluded. The vast majority of companies, including powerhouses like Ron Group, were eliminated. Only one domestic company, the extremely low-profile Land Group, emerged victorious. This outcome stunned the entire world. Simultaneously, it catapulted Land Group to instant fame. It could be said that this successful bid served as the best possible advertisement for their reputation. At the closing ceremony of the bidding event, Lu Chiming expressed his dissatisfaction. All of you here represent major corporations. Let me be clear, to maximize profits, you must deliver the finest products. Your capabilities far exceed what you've shown. You could have done much better. Yet I am deeply disappointed. Many companies fixate solely on profits, forgetting the very foundation of their business. I urge everyone to learn from Land Group, work with humility and prioritize product quality above all else. As he finished speaking, the numerous corporate representatives below all bowed their heads. Lu Chiming's words left them feeling utterly ashamed. However, after delivering this critique, Lu Chiming continued, although only Land Group has made the shortlist this time, given the sheer scale of the project, I will announce a few additional alternate candidates. At this, everyone perked up their ears. These alternate spots were crucial, essentially the second tier of selection. Jianling Heavy Industries, Longmen Group, Tianshan Precision Instruments, Hengdali Appliances. As Lu Chiming called out each name, the companies mentioned erupted in cheers below. His alternate spots offered them a last glimmer of hope. Lily Ron's eyes darkened. She understood all too well that her chances were likely gone this time. After all, as Lu Chiming had stated, their product advantages were not particularly pronounced. Though the Ron family held a prominent position in weaponry components, over the years, many within the group had grown complacent, lacking the resolve to focus on product development and Ron manufacturing. The final spot was added by Lu Chiming himself, a gesture made solely out of respect for Lily Ron. The companies mentioned above have 1 week to remake their samples and come for a second evaluation. But again, only 2 of you will emerge victorious. With that, the bidding session concluded. Lily Ron's face instantly lit up with emotion. She immediately ran toward Lu Chiming. She threw herself into his arms. Lu, thank you. Lu Chiming was momentarily stunned by the embrace. He hadn't expected a Western woman to be so uninhibited to come right up and hug him in front of all those cameras. And she didn't let go. Chapter 254, Lu Chiming's Hidden Hand. Lily, let's talk this out calmly. This time, I see it's an attitude issue. You didn't handle things properly. I believe this wasn't entirely your fault. If you can manage these matters well going forward, I don't mind giving you another chance. What Lu Chiming truly thought was that Ron's manufacturing capabilities were unmatched globally. It was like having a formidable general on the battlefield and not utilizing them, a colossal waste. Their high-quality output could shoulder half the project's workload. Therefore, Lu Chiming was willing to give Lily Ron a chance. This formidable woman's capabilities would undoubtedly accomplish a great deal. Alright, Lily, there are so many people here. Mind your image. Lu Chiming patted Lily Ron on the shoulder and released her. A single tear of deep emotion glistened in her eyes, tracing a path down her fair cheek. Thank you. Thank you. After parting ways, Lu Chiming prepared to leave. Just then, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed from behind. Reaching Lu Chiming's back, the woman lunged toward him just as he had done to Lily. However, Lu Chiming instantly sidestepped, dodging her entirely. Who? Looking closely, the one sprawled on the ground was none other than the rookie representative, Li Weiwei. Ouch! That hurts like hell. Li Weiwei rubbed her arm, where the skin had been scraped off. Lu Chiming instantly understood what Li Weiwei was thinking. She had taken Lily Ron's earlier performance as a lesson plan to study. Just like how she'd previously studied those money-giving tactics utterly clumsy. Li Weiwei, are you the heir to the Land Group? Lu Chiming asked. Li Weiwei nodded immediately. Yes, that's right. My father is the chairman of Land Group. But he said all future communications with Mr. Lu should be handled by me. Huh, your dad sure trusts you, Lu Chiming teased. Sizing her up from head to toe, Lu Chiming continued, when you have time, have your father come see me? Your Land Group's products have passed inspection, but they're barely passing. They're nowhere near excellent. Ha! All right. Li Weiwei sighed dejectedly, deeply disheartened by Lu Chiming's assessment. The bidding session concluded. Lu Chiming returned to the hotel, where Jinshan had already arrived. But his face was clouded with disappointment. What's wrong? Jinshan sighed helplessly. I lost them. They're too cunning. I followed them all morning and still couldn't pinpoint their base. Jinshan felt deeply responsible for this failure. But Lu Chiming chuckled and said, lost them? So be it. No big deal. Now, gather the team and prepare for the next mission. Ha! Jinshan was thoroughly puzzled. Judging by Lu Chiming's attitude, there might still be a chance. Sure enough. Lu Chiming chuckled again. Go get ready. What are you waiting for? Alright. I'll get started right away. Lu Chiming offered no reply, and Jinshan dared not press further. He immediately set off to gather the required personnel as instructed. After Jinshan left, Lu Qiming finally opened a laptop. On the screen, he typed a series of English commands. Before long, a map appeared. On this map, a small blinking dot kept moving. Chapter 255, Tracking. Before long, the small dot had already left the city and was heading further away. Picking up his phone, Lu Qiming immediately said, Jinshan, have someone check all flights departing from Beijing to Yantai between 4 p.m. today. Got it. Jinshan acted swiftly, promptly relaying a set of data. Lu Qiming nodded, then ran another calculation. He eliminated 7 of the 10 options, leaving only 3 each landing at a different airport in Yantai. Alright, Jinshan, lock onto these 3 flights and await further orders. Should we proceed with the arrest? No. What? No arrest? Jinshan was thoroughly puzzled. Lu Qiming's instructions were leaving him increasingly baffled. Finding them but not arresting them, he couldn't fathom what Lu Qiming intended. Of course not. You arrange for personnel to stand by at the airport for further instructions. Yes. After making the arrangements, Lu Qiming sat back leisurely in his chair, watching the tiny dot on the screen dart across the screen at breakneck speed. That kind of movement could only mean one thing: a plane. Soon, the plane landed. Lu Qiming watched as the tiny dot rapidly headed toward the pier. He immediately called Jinshan and said, Jinshan, send people to Long'an Pier. Have them lie in wait there. Find a speedboat and prepare to follow. Also, notify the Customs Defense Bureau to prepare to dispatch a helicopter for a forceful raid. Yes. This remote command instantly heightened the tension across the entire operation. After hanging up with Jinshan, Lu Qiming dialed Chen Changzhen and sent him a coordinate map. Commander Chen, I'm counting on your help this time. Whether Old Meng gets caught depends entirely on you. Lu Qiming stated. Commander Chen let out a hearty laugh as he studied the tracking signal Lu Qiming had shared on the screen. A surge of excitement washed over him. Rest assured, with this in our hands, if we still can't catch the target, we won't have the face to keep doing this job. With that, his instructions were complete. Lu Qiming let out a cold chuckle. Last time, that Old Meng had set up such a massive trap for him. This time, he was going to make Old Meng pay a price. Sure enough. Before long, the small blip reached the dock and immediately sped out toward international waters at breakneck speed. But with Jinshan and Commander Chen's double ambush in place, Lu Qiming was confident they could keep up. 1 hour later. Just as the small dot on the map stopped moving, Lu Qiming received a call from Jinshan. Chief Engineer, our Defense Bureau personnel report that the speedboat we're tailing has stopped at a deserted island. Should we proceed with the capture now? Lu Qiming chuckled, no rush. Another half hour passed. The dot moved again, shifting from one island to another. After another transfer, it proved itself exceptionally cunning. If anyone was truly tailing them, they would likely have lost track by now. The entire night was spent in this relentless pursuit. As dawn broke, the tiny light finally came to a standstill once more. At that moment, Lu Qiming noticed a beep sound on the screen. Simultaneously, the flashing frequency of the small light noticeably accelerated. Jinshan, execute the arrest. Commander Chen, move out. In an instant, Lu Qiming issued simultaneous notifications on both fronts, casting a vast net that closed in on Old Meng. And the location? None other than Jiaogon Island. Chapter 256, Capturing Old Man Meng. Staring at the coordinates on the screen, Lu Qiming couldn't help but marvel. Old Meng truly had nerves of steel. After kidnapping the expedition team on Jiaogon Island last time, he now dared to play hide-and-seek right under their noses, hiding here. An ordinary Coast Guard would likely never have considered this possibility. But none of that mattered to Lu Qiming's high-tech tracking device. That persistent small bright spot was precisely the fake laser cannon key Lu Qiming had prepared beforehand. The operation lasted an hour. The first to return his call was Jinshan. He spoke excitedly over the phone. Chief Engineer, your foresight is truly remarkable. We discovered the enemy's hideout on Jiaogon Island. They were planning a much larger retaliation, but we wiped them out completely. Moments later, Chen Changzhen called, you sly fox, you actually dispatched 2 teams. That's some deep scheming. But here's the good news, Old Meng has been captured. Excellent. Lu Qiming let out a hearty cry of satisfaction. After staying up all night, the results were finally paying off. The next day, when Old Meng was escorted back to the country, Lu Qiming immediately went to the detention center to see him. Standing outside an interrogation room, Lu Qiming chuckled and asked, Meng Qinghu, you faked your own death 3 years ago during a drowning incident, didn't you? The moment those words left his mouth. Inside the interrogation room, a man in handcuffs abruptly lifted his head, glaring at Lu Qiming with bitter resentment. Why? How could you possibly find me? Old Meng looked utterly bewildered. Lu Qiming chuckled, a tracking device, you idiot. No. I've checked every single item. If there was a tracker, it wouldn't have slipped past my men's inspection. Lu Qiming laughed again, stating bluntly, you probably didn't expect it either. That key itself was the tracker, just highly concealed, cutting-edge tech. You wouldn't have found it. That's only natural. With that, he finished speaking. Old Meng looked visibly aged. He sighed deeply as he looked at Lu Qiming and said, "Young man, you win. But if you spare my life, I can tell you a secret." "A secret?" Lu Qiming snorted. He'd seen this kind of delaying tactic too many times before. Not interested. With that, Lu Qiming turned to leave. But at that moment, Old Meng seemed to panic, blurting out urgently, "The ruins! The ruins of an ancient human civilization, Atlantis." At the mention of Atlantis, Lu Qiming froze in his tracks. It was a legendary ancient civilization. According to legend, the Atlantean Empire was an ancient kingdom located at the center of the ocean, whose technological advancement was said to far surpass that of modern humanity. Of course, it later sank for reasons unknown. He halted his steps. Lu Qiming turned back and looked at Old Meng, saying, "Tell me what you know. If it's valuable, I might consider letting you live." At that moment, Old Meng chuckled. "Very well, young man. I'm glad you're interested. I thought you cared about nothing. I'd heard before that neither beautiful women nor money could sway you. So it turns out you're fascinated by ancient civilizations, huh? Humph." A cold glint flashed in Lu Qiming's eyes as he said icily, "Meng Qinghu, don't think a couple of words will get you off the hook. You're dreaming. The only thing you can fight for now is your own dog's life." Chapter 257, Old Meng's Confession. If you have some valuable information, I might consider giving you life imprisonment. But if you're just trying to grab attention, what awaits you is cold, brutal torture. Lu Qiming wasn't bluffing. As a long-time, hardened criminal, interrogating Meng Qinghu demanded the use of torture or perhaps other high-tech interrogation methods, such as lie detectors, artificial hypnosis, and so on. Lu Qiming merely glanced at Meng Qinghu, and the latter instantly understood. Shivering visibly, Meng Qinghu blurted out, "Fine. I'll talk. I'll talk." After the interrogation room officers were escorted out, Lu Qiming and Meng Qinghu were left alone in the room. Lu Qiming sat on a chair. Meng Qinghu, however, was handcuffed to an interrogation chair. Lu Qiming then shone the desk lamp directly onto Meng Qinghu's face. After that, he remained completely silent. The silent pressure made Meng Qinghu extremely uncomfortable. He repeatedly covered his face and said, "Wait, don't shine it on me yet. Let me have a cigarette." After lighting a cigarette and handing it to Meng Qinghu across from him, Lu Qiming said, "Talk." "I don't have much time." Meng Qinghu took a long drag, exhaled a smoke ring, and finally said, "I'll be honest with you, if I let this information out, a lot of people will die." "What?" Lu Qiming looked utterly bewildered. "Oof. You don't know, but overseas there's a massive organization that spent years searching for ancient ruins. I'm one of them." "What organization?" "The Black Blood Alliance." This name was completely unfamiliar to Lu Qiming. Or rather, his knowledge of the Earth world was still very limited. Meng Qinghu visibly trembled as he spoke. "It's an incredibly powerful organization. I sensed that the moment I joined. Their roots have spread for over 1,000 years. They have influence in nearly every country, every corner of the world, a level of power you couldn't possibly imagine." "Was Atlantis discovered by the Black Blood Alliance?" "Yes." Meng Qinghu sighed deeply before continuing, "If I tell you, you must guarantee I'll be held in solitary confinement afterward. Otherwise, I won't last a day." Raising an eyebrow, Lu Qiming replied, "Deal." Atlantis was an ancient ruin discovered by the Black Blood Alliance 10 years ago. It wasn't their first ancient civilization site. They'd previously uncovered the Great Xiao ruins, which had dramatically boosted their power. But now, they'd hit a snag with this Atlantis site. What problem? They couldn't unlock the site. It contained a cryptographic code like a master key to your energy source that proved utterly indecipherable. Impossible to crack. Hearing this, Lu Qiming's mind raced. Could it be that Atlantis's encryption methods were far more advanced than Earth's? A civilization possessing such encryption capabilities must have incredibly advanced technology. The thought sent a surge of excitement through Lu Qiming's heart. "Continue." Meng Qinghu explained, "Actually, my hijacking of the expedition team was a test run for opening this ruin. After watching your live stream, I realized this laser cannon might be able to breach the gates of Atlantis." Chapter 258, The Atlantis Civilization. "That's why I wanted to build a real laser cannon. What happened afterward, you already know." Lu Qiming pondered for a moment before asking again, "So, does the Black Blood Alliance know about your hijacking of the expedition team?" Meng Qinghu replied, "They should be aware of it, but they're neither participating nor organizing it. If I succeed, I'll gain enormous benefits within the Black Blood Alliance, truly enormous benefits." "What kind of benefits?" "Oof. A potion that extends one's lifespan. And vast sums of money." Hearing this, Lu Qiming glanced at Meng Qinghu before him and instantly understood. The man before him appeared to be approaching 70 years old. He clearly placed great value on a potion that could extend one's lifespan. "Alright, Meng Qinghu, can you now tell me the location of Atlantis?" Lu Qiming pressed immediately, for this was a crucial question. Meng Qinghu nodded, then glanced at a cigarette box nearby. Another cigarette, please. After lighting a cigarette and taking several deep puffs, Meng Qinghu finally spoke. The location of Atlantis is in the Atlantic Ocean. Just as he spoke these words, an abrupt change occurred. A bullet hole appeared in the small window above the interrogation room. A bullet pierced through from outside, striking Meng Qinghu dead. Bang! The deafening echo infuriated Lu Qiming. Just moments ago, if only he'd been a little later, Meng Qinghu's information would have been uncovered. Now, they could only confirm one Atlantic Ocean. Glancing at the interrogation room's surveillance camera, Lu Qiming knew this was no coincidence. Someone else was watching this place too. Just as Meng Qinghu was about to talk, they ended him right before his eyes. All of this instantly stirred up a whirlwind of thoughts within Lu Qiming. It seemed Meng Qinghu's words were indeed true. The Black Blood Alliance. The power of this organization was truly extraordinary. Its tentacles had even reached into the interrogation room of the detention center. Had that gunman fired another shot at him just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. For the first time, Lu Qiming felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. At that moment, Jin Shan and the others burst in immediately, springing into alert positions. Wang Feng, however, came straight over to check if Lu Qiming was injured. After securing the area, the two escorted Lu Qiming away, leaving the scene in utter disarray. Before leaving, Lu Qiming instructed Jin Shan, secure the scene. Trace the origin of that bullet. Find that shooter. Yes, sir. Back at his residence, Lu Qiming's heart still raced with emotion. One reason was the discovery of the colossal, shadowy Black Blood Alliance lurking in the shadows. The other was the simultaneous discovery of an entirely new world, ancient civilizational ruins, Atlantis. Those things once confined to legend seemed to be reappearing before his eyes. It captivated Lu Qiming's imagination. He opened his computer, typed Atlantis into the search bar, and meticulously studied every document available. He hoped to glean some clues about its approximate location. Unfortunately, humanity's records of this mysterious civilization were nothing but scattered fragments. Some even doubted whether this civilization had ever truly existed. As he scanned through the information, Lu Qiming sank into deep contemplation. Chapter 259, Preparing to Depart. Atlantic Ocean. Lu Qiming murmured the name under his breath, then opened the satellite map online once more. Using the high-resolution satellite map, he began searching the Atlantic Ocean. Soon, Lu Qiming discovered that many of the archipelagos in the Atlantic were uninhabited, barren islands. When connected together, these islands formed a pattern resembling the different sections of a city. Uninhabited islands? Lu Qiming zoomed in further on the satellite map. Unfortunately, these images only provided topographical data and lacked real-time motion tracking. Nevertheless, Lu Qiming began to discern some clues. These uninhabited islands were clearly not small, and some even boasted quite pleasant scenery. Why were they uninhabited? A huge question mark formed in Lu Qiming's mind. Half a day later, when Jin Shan called to report, Lu Qiming already had his suspicions. "We haven't located the chief engineer's assassin this time," Jin Shan said, sounding utterly exhausted. "He must have been working non-stop all day." "Got it. Put the assassin matter on hold for now. Jin Shan, let's make preparations. I want to organize a team to head to that Atlantic desert island tomorrow." Atlantic desert island? What are you going there for, chief engineer? Oof. How could we uncover secrets without visiting the site? Besides, our expedition team still has the geological detector. Bring it along too. Alright, I'll make the arrangements. After hanging up, Lu Qiming briefed Wang Feng on his itinerary. These days, the girl had taken charge of his daily needs, calling it personal service. Lu Qiming saw no reason to refuse, so he agreed. However, upon learning Lu Qiming intended to visit a remote Atlantic island, Wang Feng immediately exclaimed in alarm, "No. Chief engineer, you absolutely cannot go there." "Huh? Why?" It seemed Wang Feng knew something about the situation. Her expression turned grave as she voiced her deep concern. "Years ago, we had a mission to search the Atlantic for the wreckage of a vanished cruise ship. On board that vessel was a renowned explorer from our nation, Mr. Lu Ruelong." Wang Feng recounted the entire incident in meticulous detail. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiming frowned. That cruise ship had vanished without a trace near a deserted island in the Atlantic. What happened later? What was the situation when you arrived? Lu Qiming inquired. Wang Feng replied, "Before we even approached the deserted islands, the ship's instruments started malfunctioning. The engine stalled, the propeller got tangled in an unknown object, and so on. At first, we thought it was just our imagination, but when we moved away, the problems vanished. The moment we approached again, they returned." Hearing this, Lu Qiming's interest immediately grew much stronger. This place seems far from ordinary. "Ha, Wang Feng, now you've got me even more eager to go. Chief engineer, go help me pack my bags, we're leaving tomorrow." Wang Fong sighed helplessly and began packing, but she still insisted. Chief engineer, since you insist on going, I'm coming with you. Shouldn't we check with old Wang first? This point gave Lu Qiming pause. After all, Wang Fong was, old Wang's granddaughter. That old man's temper was definitely not something to mess with. Chapter 260, Landing on the Island. Fine, I'll go talk to Grandpa. You don't need to worry about it. With that, Wang Fong promptly exited Lu Qiming's room. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Qiming felt a twinge of doubt. Was this girl deceiving him? Perhaps she had no intention of speaking up at all. The next day, when Lu Qiming arrived at the harbor, a cruise ship was already waiting. Coincidentally, it was the very same one he'd taken to Jugon Island last time. Lu Qiming had grown quite fond of this ship. It possessed formidable firepower and impressive speed, yet its exterior gave the appearance of an ordinary cruise vessel. The accompanying personnel included Wang Lang from the expedition team, several veteran geologists, and the special task force. This 8-person team, now joined by Wang Fong, was finally reunited. Lu Qiming was thoroughly satisfied with this arrangement. The task force's capabilities were beyond question. Each member was a top-tier specialist, whether in sniping, bomb disposal, or other critical skills. Though small in number, their individual combat prowess was exceptional. Everyone in the team knew each other well. Lu Qiming was thoroughly satisfied with this arrangement. After all, following the incident with Meng Qinghu, the security and movements of his own side had to be absolutely reliable. If there were a mole among these escorts, it would spell trouble. After bidding farewell to Jinshan, Lu Qiming led the group onward. 3 days later, Lu Qiming gazed at a distant archipelago while consulting his map. He asked Wang Lang, is that cluster of islands ahead the closest one to the deserted island group? Wang Lang studied it carefully but couldn't be certain. He summoned several geological experts to join him, poring over the map together. Before long, an elderly expert remarked, "That's right. That should be the last inhabited island. I believe it's called Tiangong Island." Another veteran expert immediately added, "Speaking of Tiangong Island, its indigenous people still live in a primitive state, relying on fishing and hunting for their livelihood." Soon, Lu Qiming's cruise ship arrived at this beautiful island. It was also time to replenish the ship's freshwater supply. Lu Qiming instructed half of the task force to remain on board to protect the experts, while the other half would disembark with him to investigate the situation. Wang Fong naturally disembarked and followed him. Beyond a sun-drenched beach lay a tropical rainforest. Here, aside from the occasional chirping of birds, there was no other sound. Yet, along the edge of the beach, a path of carefully laid stones stretched across the ground. Evidence of human presence. Lu Qiming led several task force members forward, all fully armed and on high alert. Deep within the rainforest, Lu Qiming suddenly noticed something amiss in the grass ahead. Hold on. Now, after the system's physical enhancement, Lu Qiming's visual acuity was immeasurably sharper than before. He immediately spotted a subtle anomaly within the grass. "What is it, Chief Engineer?" Wang Fong asked. Lu Qiming picked up a pebble from the ground and flung it toward a spot ahead. A loud thud echoed. The pebble seemed to strike some kind of mechanism. Instantly, a vine shot out from the ground, snapping toward a distant tree and instantly unfurling a large net. The net was covered in sharp, tiny thorns coated in a green substance clearly poisonous. Chapter 261, The Island's Natives. Close call. Wang Fong gasped in relief. Had Lu Qiming not warned them just now, someone among the group might have fallen victim. They pressed onward. This time, everyone was even more cautious. Lu Qiming, persuaded by Wang Fong, had also brought a bulletproof helmet. As they emerged from the rainforest onto an open clearing, the group was stunned. Outside the rainforest, hundreds of bare-chested natives had gathered on the clearing. Each held a spear, resembling tribal warriors. Woo! The moment the group appeared, the natives let out a unified war cry and charged toward them. Their speed was astonishing. As battle seemed imminent, Wang Fong immediately fired a burst of bullets into the sky. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound startled the natives. Their forward momentum slowed slightly, but it was clear these creatures still intended to charge forward. "Chief Engineer, should we kill them?" Lu Qiming narrowed his eyes. If his special forces team opened fire together, not even 1,000 of these natives would stand a chance against them, let alone the 100 or so currently advancing. Spears against modern weaponry? They were nothing but trash, utterly incomparable. "Hold on." Lu Qiming stepped forward and ordered, "Everyone stay here. I'll go up and test the waters first. If it doesn't work, provide covering fire immediately." Wang Fong and the others froze in surprise. When it came to hand-to-hand combat, these natives were formidable. Hunting was their livelihood, and their physical prowess was exceptional. "Chief Engineer, I'm coming with you." Wang Fong volunteered, charging out alongside Lu Qiming. Both men gripped daggers in their hands. As Lu Qiming charged forward, the first wave of over 10 natives surged toward him. In the close-quarters clash, more than a dozen spear thrusts struck simultaneously. However, These attacks began to slow down in Lu Qiming's eyes, then slowed down even more. After dodging each one, Lu Qiming's dagger began to dance wildly, as if powered by some supernatural force. Supported by his formidable precision skills, the dagger moved with the agility of a surgical blade. Each strike landed precisely on the most vital points, delivering instant, lethal blows to his opponents. Yet each time his blade passed over an opponent's neck, Lu Qiming controlled it with extreme precision, merely slicing open a bloody wound. Wang Feng, fighting behind him, proved far weaker. Engaged in a fierce, deadlocked battle with 3 natives, it was clear these indigenous fighters possessed combat prowess far beyond the ordinary. Wang Feng, wound but do not kill. After giving this instruction, Lu Qiming swiftly charged forward. At that moment, over 100 natives closed in on him. This is thrilling. Lu Qiming didn't know much about combat. He'd gotten into a couple of fights at school back in the day, but those minor skirmishes were nothing compared to real fighting in the eyes of professionals. Yet, with just that rudimentary foundation, bolstered by his formidable physical prowess and exceptional craftsmanship, Lu Qiming embarked on a rapid learning curve. After dispatching the first wave of natives, Lu Qiming's combat prowess had noticeably improved. By the second wave, his speed had increased considerably. He practically sprinted across the ground, leaving a bloody mark on each opponent's neck. Chapter 262, Unexpected Developments. 2 minutes. It seemed like a blink of an eye. From start to finish, Lu Qiming took just 2 minutes to weave through the 100 men. Afterward, he stood alone before a tribal chieftain at the rear. "You too?" Lu Qiming inquired. The tribal chief, his hair already streaked with gray, appeared remarkably robust. He stared at Lu Qiming, his face etched with disbelief. "Who are you?" After uttering this sentence in broken English, the chief raised his hand, signaling the 100 or so warriors in the tribe to halt and retreat. At that moment, each of them touched their own necks. They suddenly realized something was wrong. Earlier, when Lu Qiming had run past them, they had only felt a brief chill on their necks, some hadn't even felt anything at all. But now, after exchanging glances, these natives were utterly shocked. "Who?" The tribal chief asked again, clearly speaking a very limited amount of English. Lu Qiming spoke directly, "A friend." It was an extremely simple word, for he feared that saying more would be beyond their comprehension. Hearing the word friend, the tribal chief immediately broke into a smile. "Friend!" He shouted it back, utterly delighted. The warriors from the other tribes instantly brightened too, repeatedly shouting friend, as if the word itself had unleashed boundless joy upon them. Just moments ago, tensions were high, but in the blink of an eye, misunderstandings dissolved, leaving only a warm and harmonious atmosphere. At that moment, night had already fallen. Lu Qiming decided against continuing the journey. He had the expedition team's experts disembark as well, heading to the indigenous settlement to rest. Here, the tribal chief, Vasi, provided the group with food and fresh water. Speaking of the name, it was quite interesting Lu Qiming had given it to him based on a word the chief kept repeating. Evening. As Lu Qiming prepared to rest in one of the tribe's thatched huts. At the doorway, the tribal chief smiled and called out once more, "Wasi." Lu Qiming chuckled in response, "Wasi." He had no idea what it meant. The night passed without incident. As daylight broke once more, Lu Qiming led his group, ready to depart. The tribe's natives gathered to see them off. They were, in truth, quite hospitable. On the cruise ship, the freshwater tanks were fully replenished, and they also brought out some food from the tribe. Lu Qiming held the tribespeople in high regard. These individuals possessed innate combat skills of extraordinary strength. Many of the tribe's warriors possessed combat prowess that, individually, rivaled that of special forces soldiers. This is still without much training. With proper training, they could certainly become first-rate soldiers. But for now, Lu Qiming had more pressing matters to attend to. He would have to wait until after this inspection before addressing the matter. The cruise ship departs. On the beautiful sea, the water was azure and crystal clear, seemingly a scene of perfect tranquility. But Lu Qiming remained utterly vigilant, for they were now approaching the very spot where the previous reconnaissance team had vanished. "Chief Engineer, look over there." Wang Feng, standing at the bow with binoculars, gasped in alarm. Lu Qiming stepped forward, took the binoculars, and scanned the distance. Instantly, he spotted a funnel-shaped tornado a kilometer ahead, rapidly approaching their direction. Chapter 263, The Decision. Good heavens! The waters here are calm and peaceful. How could such a massive tornado be forming ahead? Unthinkable! An elderly geologist exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Qiming was equally perplexed. "Chief Engineer, should we continue forward?" Wang Lang asked. Lu Qiming frowned in thought. After a long pause, he finally said, "Stop for now. Let's wait and see." The group dropped anchor where they were and waited motionless on the sea surface. The distant waterspout also faded away after a while. "All right, set sail now," Lu Qiming ordered. The cruise ship set off again, but this time, barely 100 meters into the journey, Lily suddenly made another discovery. "Chief Engineer, look!" Ahead of the cruise ship, a pod of whales appeared, seemingly migrating. These colossal creatures periodically surfaced, expelling plumes of water to breathe, or occasionally raised their tails, joyfully slapping the water. But for a small cruise ship like ours, this was a risk we absolutely had to avoid. Let's wait a bit longer, Lu Qiming said. He certainly didn't want some whale to capsize his little boat. Another hour passed. After the whale passed, before Lu Qiming and his crew could set off again, they discovered that beneath the cruise ship, a giant octopus had wrapped itself around it. But that wasn't the worst of it. The most critical issue was that water seemed to be leaking into the ship's hull. Strange. Upon hearing this news, Lu Qiming's brow furrowed deeply. These phenomena were identical to the situation described by Li Li regarding that explorer. Chief Engineer, we should turn back and make repairs first. If we continue like this without finding any islands, we risk sinking. Wang Lang assessed. Alright. Lu Qiming reluctantly agreed to turn back. Back on the island, they patched the leak beneath the bed once more. Glancing at the sky, they realized they'd wasted the entire morning. Lu Qiming ordered the boat to set sail again. A fierce determination burned within him. He would explore this sea to its very depths. The cruise ship set sail once more. Soon, they reached the very spot where they had encountered trouble earlier. This time, Lu Qiming was resolute. No matter what obstacles arose, he would not stop. Go! Accelerate straight through. Wang Lang received the order and pushed the cruise ship to its maximum speed. Buzz! The roar of the engines filled the air as the entire vessel shot forward like a speedboat. Sure enough. This time, another problem arose. A massive oceanic vortex swirled ahead in the open sea. Chief Engineer, what should we do? Wang Lang grew visibly anxious. After all, this ocean current vortex was no joke. If swept into its vortex, the ship would capsize instantly. Few aboard would survive. He glanced around at the group. Lu Qiming asked directly, alright, now, anyone who wants to turn back, raise your hand. Not a single member of the task force raised their hand. These soldiers were all hardened veterans, not one of them afraid of death. Strangely enough, none of the expedition's experts raised their hands either. Old Lu, old Zhang, you're both so advanced in years you should return. Lu Qiming declared, then instructed Wang Feng beside him. Wang Feng, later you'll use the lifeboats from our cruise ship to transport these senior experts back. Chapter 264, People on the Deserted Island. But at that moment, old Lu stepped forward immediately and declared, no. Chief Engineer Lu, we won't leave. If you stay here, we stay here too. That's right. You saved our lives back then. We've already faced death once, we won't back down now. As for Wang Lang, needless to say Lu Qiming had rescued him first. His gaze alone conveyed his resolve. Good. Lu Qiming gave a hearty shout of approval and ordered, full speed ahead. The entire cruise ship revved its engines to full throttle and charged straight ahead. Soon, they reached the edge of the ocean current vortex. Here, waves rolled violently, torrential rain and thunder clashed together, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, chilling the very soul. Yet aboard the cruise ship, everyone gritted their teeth and pressed onward. 15 degrees northeast, head this way. Southwest, 20 degrees, go. Turn around. Turn around. Yes, head due east now. Yes, faster. Keeping a close eye on the vortex's angle, Lu Qiming continuously adjusted his commands, guiding the crew to skillfully avoid the vortex's center and advance along its flank. Only Lu Qiming could command such a difficult maneuver. With anyone else at the helm, this little boat would have been toast long ago. After over an hour of arduous struggle, the cruise ship finally accelerated, passing through the vortex's core zone and heading toward its rear. The wind and waves instantly subsided considerably. Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. Looking ahead, Li Li suddenly gasped, Chief Engineer, look. There's a deserted island up ahead. Hearing this, Lu Qiming immediately stood up. He grabbed his binoculars and looked. Sure enough. Ahead lay one of the uninhabited islands they had previously spotted on satellite imagery, Tianzhou Island. The cruise ship revved up its engines, accelerated, and soon reached the beach of Tianzhou Island. Everyone jumped off the boat, stepping onto the sandy shore. Surveying the surrounding scenery, they couldn't help but marvel. The scenery here is truly exquisite. I wonder if anyone lives here. Lu Qiming immediately pulled out his phone, intending to use satellite navigation to pinpoint their coordinates. But to his astonishment, he discovered that satellite navigation was completely unusable here. Before long, the others also began noticing various oddities. Ah! Why won't my phone turn on? What's wrong with this detector? It's broken before I even used it. Everyone soon realized that no electronic devices could function here. Lu Qiming had his suspicions, but no proof. For now, he led the group in exploring the deserted island. They had just reached the shore from the beach when suddenly 3 off-road vehicles approached from the distance. There are people. Everyone was startled and immediately went on high alert. The task force members immediately shouted toward the vehicles, stop, or we'll open fire immediately. The 3 task force members at the front immediately raised their shields, shielding the others behind them. Simultaneously, several snipers were already prepared, ready to shoot the tires of the approaching vehicles at any moment. A voice blared from a speaker in one of the approaching SUVs. Chief Engineer Lu Qiming. Well done, I never thought you'd actually find your way here. Fine, saves me the trouble of coming to get you. After the voice sounded, the three SUVs halted abruptly 50 meters away. At that moment, over a dozen men emerged from the vehicles. Chapter 265, Thundercloud. The man leading the group wore sunglasses, had patches of gray hair, and bore a scar on his dark complexion. The scarred man stepped forward, chuckling. Chief Engineer Lu, welcome to Tianzhou Island. I'm Chen Dongfeng, the 9th Sect leader of the Black Blood Alliance and Guardian here. I hope we can cooperate smoothly. Black Blood Alliance. Hearing that name, Lu Qiming instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Just as Meng Qinghu had said, these bastards had seized control of the entire Atlantis ruins. And their purpose in seeking him out was simple, they wanted to obtain and manufacture laser cannons to blast open the ruins' gates. Chen Dongfeng, Lu Qiming declared, I already know everything about Atlantis. Oh? Hearing this, Chen Dongfeng seemed slightly taken aback. He glanced at his subordinate beside him and asked, why wasn't this mentioned earlier? The subordinate looked utterly bewildered. I don't know. Chen Dongfeng snorted coldly, that bastard Meng Qinghu actually leaked this much information. He deserves to die. With that, Chen Dongfeng let out a cold laugh. Lu Qiming, well said. We have secured the Atlantis ruins, but now we've run into some trouble. If you can help us resolve these issues, I assure you the benefits we can offer will far exceed anything the Xia Kingdom could give you. And we can continue our cooperation indefinitely. What do you say? Lu Qiming shrugged and sneered, what if I say no? Chen Dongfeng's face twitched instantly, a flash of ruthlessness darting through his eyes. Well then, I'm afraid we'll have to part ways. With that, he immediately whistled. Instantly, a vast, shadowy form appeared in the sky, gathering slowly like a thundercloud. What? What is this? Good heavens, can this man actually control the weather? Several veteran experts were utterly perplexed. But Lu Qiming, at that moment, found further confirmation of a theory he'd been pondering. This place was experiencing supernatural phenomena caused by a powerful magnetic field. The whale, the tornado, and the vortex before had all been the same. And now, the thunderclouds were no exception. Lu Qiming, let's see how you dodge this time. Let's go. With that, Chen Dongfeng and his team immediately climbed into the off-road vehicle and sped away. Instantly, the thundercloud gathered directly overhead. What do we do? What do we do? Gazing up at the colossal black cloud overhead, the flickering lightning was utterly terrifying. Before the heavens, humanity seemed as insignificant as tiny ants. After a few crackles, the thundercloud erupted into a violent storm. Everyone, get down! Lu Qiming bellowed the command, then swiftly drew his portable particle laser cannon. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he fired a shot directly at the thunderclouds overhead. Buzz! After a brief charge, a brilliant white beam shot forth. It struck the thunderclouds overhead, scattering them before continuing its path into the distant atmosphere. It finally came to rest after blasting a massive hole in the dome. When the others looked up again, the gaping hole in the dome had been swiftly sealed by other layers of the atmosphere, and the thunderclouds had vanished without a trace. Chapter 266, Wiping Out the Black Blood Alliance. In the distance, Chen Dongfeng and his group sped away from the scene in their vehicle. Halfway up a mountainside, one of the henchmen suddenly glanced out the window and let out a startled cry. Boss Dong, look. Chen Dongfeng froze for a moment before glancing out himself. In that instant, he was utterly dumbfounded. How could this be? Wasn't a thunderstorm supposed to hit? Why isn't it working? They got out of the car. The group checked again and found that the thunderclouds had indeed vanished completely. Let's go see what's going on. After firing the laser cannon once, Lu Qiming promptly stowed the water gun-like weapon back into his bag. The others stood up as well. Looking up, none of them understood what had happened. Chief Engineer, where do we go now? Wang Lang asked. Lu Qiming thought for a moment before saying, the expedition team returns to the cruise ship to stand by. Half of the task force returns to the ship for protection duties. The other half follow me. With that order, Lu Qiming swiftly divided the people present. Wang Lang protested reluctantly, Chief Engineer, we can fight too. Lu Qiming was momentarily speechless. Pointing at the veteran experts, he snapped, enough. You stay out of this. We've identified the enemy and it's extremely dangerous. You'll only slow us down here. With that, the experts could only nod in resignation. Realistically speaking, he was right. However, Lu Qiming then offered some reassurance, once we've dealt with those Black Blood Alliance members, I'll bring you all back. After all, there are still many terrains that require your professional expertise to analyze. The veteran experts immediately perked up. Wang Lang bowed respectfully, his expression solemn. Chief Engineer, please take care. Your value far exceeds ours. You absolutely must not take risks. Please, take care. Lu Qiming nodded. After the expedition team departed, Lu Qiming led the remaining half of the task force forward. They had barely taken 2 steps. 3 off-road vehicles suddenly appeared in the distance ahead. Lu Qiming let out a cold laugh. This time, with no expedition team present, he immediately ordered, "Take cover." The task force members possessed exceptional individual combat skills. With just one command, everyone understood the situation. They swiftly concealed themselves among the nearby trees. When the SUVs arrived, they found the area completely deserted. Damn it! Where'd those guys go? Did we let them slip away? Chen Dongfeng's face darkened with displeasure, clearly furious about the situation. What are you all standing around for? Search! Pursue them! No sooner had the words left his mouth than one of his men collapsed with a thud beside him. A bullet to the head. Not even a sound. Someone! Chen Dongfeng bellowed immediately. But it was too late. For the task force, an encounter where they were in the dark and the enemy in the light held little suspense. One after another, weapons fitted with silencers suddenly spat out tongues of fire. 1 minute later, when Lu Qiming emerged from the bushes once more, only 3 off-road vehicles remained standing at the scene. Check if they're still operational, Lu Qiming ordered. Task force members immediately rushed forward to conduct rapid inspections. Soon, Wang Feng approached to report, "Chief Engineer, 2 vehicles are operational." Lu Qiming nodded and ordered, "Get in." Half the squad plus Lu Qiming's 6 people total boarded the vehicles, 3 to a vehicle, and set off once more. Chapter 267, Discovery at the Bunker. Seated in the backseat of the off-road vehicle, Lu Qiming studied a map spread across the dashboard. Numerous markings covered the map. Some areas were marked with lightning bolts, others with swamps, and still others crossed out with restricted area written beside them. Below the map lay the explanations for these symbols. Frequent lightning zone, 1,000-mile marsh, life forbidden zone. Lu Qiming read each term aloud, feeling profoundly fortunate. Without this map, who knew what calamities they might have faced on this journey? Chief Engineer, this must be their internal map. Could you check if there are any markings indicating their headquarters? Wang Feng inquired. Prompted by her words, Lu Qiming immediately scanned the map. Doesn't seem to have any. Lu Qiming said, flipping through the map front and back, but found no markings indicating the headquarters location. Just as he was about to set the map down, Lu Qiming suddenly noticed something peculiar about the area where his hand had been resting. This entire archipelago was almost entirely unmarked. Other islands had various danger warnings marked to some extent, but this one had none whatsoever. Could it be? Lu Qiming jotted down both the coordinates and the name of this island. Wang Feng, go back and inform Wang Lang and the others to meet us on the other side of the island. Lu Qiming ordered. Yes, sir. Wang Feng immediately led another vehicle and its crew toward the area where the cruise ship had previously docked. Meanwhile, Lu Qiming swiftly surveyed the entire island. Just as he had imagined. The place was utterly desolate. Aside from a few seabirds and some insects, the island was virtually devoid of any other large animals. Not long after driving for a while, Lu Qiming immediately spotted a small building ahead. Though called a small building, it resembled a bunker more than anything. Outside, several figures clad in Black Blood Alliance uniforms patrolled back and forth. Task Force, prepare for combat, Lu Qiming commanded. At this moment, including himself, there were 3 task force members in the vehicle. The 3 men immediately armed themselves with ammunition and weapons, maintaining high alert. Lu Qiming drove the vehicle, rolling up all the windows. The Black Blood Alliance members in the distance, recognizing the vehicle as their own, didn't question it and continued their patrol. Squeal! The screech of brakes echoed as they approached. Lu Qiming instantly barked the order, kill! Instantly, the 3 task force members charged out like tigers descending a mountain. Their weapons emitted muffled thuds as they took down several Black Blood Alliance patrol members before they could react. After that, the 3 task force members repeated the tactic, swiftly charging into the bunker's interior. Like a sharp blade, they plunged directly into the heart of the entire fortress. Lu Qiming also began moving toward the interior of the bunker at this moment. Soon, the group reunited once more. However, their meeting point was an office on the upper floor of the bunker. Glancing at the office furnishings and the photographs left behind, Lu Qiming concluded this was the former office of Chen Dongfeng. It seemed this entire island was under his jurisdiction. Chief Engineer, we've searched the bunker thoroughly. No suspicious items were found, only a large quantity of supplies. Hearing this, Lu Qiming felt a slight disappointment. But then again, it made sense. This was merely a peripheral island. It was only natural that it held no crucial information about Atlantis. Chapter 268, Encountering a Tsunami. Alright, pack up these supplies. We'll load what we can onto the vehicles later, Lu Qiming instructed. Meanwhile, he began searching through the office. After searching for a while, he found nothing that piqued his interest. But when Lu Qiming's hand accidentally brushed against a desk lamp, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! A muffled sound echoed as the door to a hidden compartment swung open. It turned out there was a hidden door in the office wall. Lu Qiming immediately moved closer. Opening the hidden door, he found a 1-foot square safe inside, currently locked. Ha! Seeing this style of safe, Lu Qiming couldn't help but smile. In the past, he might have been at a loss, but now, backed by powerful precision engineering, opening this safe was as easy as pie. Taking 2 thin pieces of wire, Lu Qiming began probing back and forth in the keyhole of the safe. While turning the safe's knob, he pressed his ear against it, listening intently for any sounds inside. Click! Finally, after a crisp sound, Lu Qiming moved with lightning speed, using the wire to unlock one of the internal mechanisms. Upon opening the safe door, Lu Qiming immediately discovered that inside was a device resembling a remote control. Ha! Lu Qiming was thoroughly puzzled. After taking it out and examining it closely, he immediately realized it was a magnetic field suppression device. What on earth was this for? Its placement in such a place indicated its extraordinary value, though Lu Qiming hadn't yet grasped its function. He tucked the small device away. After that, Lu Qiming led the task force members as they drove toward the coast on the other side of the deserted island. Upon reaching the shore, Lu Qiming ordered his men to load the supplies onto the boat. Then, accompanied by several others, he departed the uninhabited island known as Tiangong Island, heading directly toward headquarters according to the map. The cruise ship's energy supply came from a secondary energy source manufactured by Ron. Though not as powerful as Lu Qiming's standard aerospace energy source, it far surpassed fossil fuels like gasoline, diesel, or coal. This small secondary energy source alone boosted the cruise ship's speed to 120% of its normal capacity. Remarkably, even after prolonged operation, there was no noticeable depletion of the energy source. Soon, Lu Qiming and his companions reached the open sea. Suddenly, Wang Fong, leading the way, let out another startled cry. Her hands trembled slightly as she held the binoculars and exclaimed, "Tsunami! There's a tsunami ahead!" Lu Qiming immediately stepped forward, took the binoculars, and scanned the sea ahead. Sure enough, about 5 nautical miles ahead, a 100-meter-high wall of water was surging toward them. "Chief Engineer, what should we do?" Unlike the whirlpool they'd encountered earlier, this tsunami wave was powerful enough to capsize a cruise ship. Evading it was nearly impossible. At that moment, Lu Qiming's brow furrowed deeply. If they chose to turn back now, they would likely become lost in these waters very soon. Having lost the coordinates for Tiangong Island, coupled with the complete failure of the compass here, they were highly likely to become lost at sea. But without retreating, he had no better solution. He issued the order to retreat. How could he have forgotten this? Chapter 269, Small Device, Big Impact. Just as he uttered the first word, Lu Qiming suddenly remembered the small device he'd found in the bunker's safe, still tucked in his pocket. Instantly, inspiration struck Lu Qiming. He pulled out the small device, saw 5 buttons on it, and immediately pressed one at random. Beep! A sound followed. Lu Qiming could feel the device emitting a faint magnetic field. Compared to the 100-meter high wave ahead, its strength was utterly insignificant, like the relationship between a tiny ant and a colossal elephant. Yet after that single beep, the towering wave ahead suddenly crashed down with a roar, as if it had completely lost its support, smashing directly onto the sea surface, splashing up endless droplets. Wow! That was just too cool. Good heavens, what just happened? The crowd erupted in gasps. At that moment, Lu Qiming let out a sigh of relief. He chuckled, magnetic fields. This little device manipulates the entire powerful magnetic field of Atlantis through a tiny magnetic field, truly leveraging a small force to move a large one. After Lu Qiming's explanation, the expedition's experts were the first to grasp it. Curiosity piqued, they eagerly handled the small device, marveling at its ingenuity. No wonder they navigated those dangerous areas with such ease. It was all thanks to this thing. Lu Qiming remarked. This little device was like a pass for the entire Atlantis. With it, one could traverse any location. When danger arose, it would neutralize threats through magnetic interference. Alright, let's continue on our way. After evading the tsunami, Lu Qiming's cruise ship set sail once more. After swift sailing, the next island came into view the following day. At that moment, on the island ahead, visible from afar, stood a dense forest of towering trees. These giants formed a continuous canopy, enveloping the entire island as if wrapped in a giant blanket. The location should be correct, right? Lu Qiming said, holding a map, surrounded by several geologists. Judging by the color of the rock and soil, and the shape of the coastline, it should be correct. Oh, right, the island's name is Giant Tree Island. This must be the place. The experts offered their opinions one after another. Lu Qiming synthesized their assessments, then nodded and said, alright, we'll land here. They followed the same procedure as before. Lu Qiming and his team anchored the cruise ship in a secluded cove before heading ashore. This time, however, the expert team didn't come alone. Instead, Lu Qiming brought 5 special task force members with him, including Wang Fong. Wang Fong insisted on coming along no matter what, and Lu Qiming reluctantly agreed. Each of them possessed exceptional individual combat skills, reaching the island's shoreline almost silently. But upon arrival, Lu Qiming discovered the entire island was encircled by towering trees, forming a wall-like barrier that seemed impenetrable. "Chief Engineer, should we use this?" Wang Fong asked, holding a bayonet. Lu Qiming glanced at the massive logs. Their width and thickness were immense. He estimated that this small bayonet would be hopelessly inadequate. "Let's try." At his command, several task force members charged forward, bayonets raised, stabbing at the massive logs ahead. Chapter 270, Entering Giant Tree Island. The moment they thrust, everyone was stunned. Their bayonets couldn't pierce the trunk at all. Instead, they bent and broke instantly. Several blades were completely warped. Good heavens! Chief Engineer, these trees must have grown for tens of thousands of years. They're practically living fossils. Their hardness surpasses even rock. Lu Qiming stepped forward to examine the trees. He too observed this phenomenon. In truth, this characteristic is common in many places. Trees that have lived for over 1,000 years often exhibit this trait. Everyone, step back. At this point, Lu Qiming had no other choice but to deploy his laser cannon once more. While ordinary bullets and bayonets couldn't pierce these fossil-like trees, the laser cannon's formidable penetrating power proved perfectly suited for the task. Buzz! After a moment of energy buildup, a loud bang. A massive hole instantly appeared in the trees ahead, and a beam of white light shot through it, soaring into the distant sky. Haha, the laser cannon really is formidable. Lu Qiming stowed the laser cannon and immediately ordered, "Ropes up." Several task force soldiers immediately stepped forward, tossing several ropes with loops directly upward. 10 meters above, a large, slanted opening became a passageway for everyone to pass through. They moved with incredible speed. As everyone passed through the giant hole in the tree, they immediately saw the interior of the giant tree island. Holy crap! Chief Engineer, what on earth is going on in here? At this moment, the entire team was utterly astonished. For within the giant tree island, layer upon layer of towering trees encased the space, and the height between each level wasn't entirely uniform. The overall structure resembled the inner layers of an onion. The central section boasted the tallest trees. Lu Qiming pondered for a moment before stating, "This is likely why this island remains unaffected by strong magnetic fields." Previous islands had all suffered various disasters to some degree, but this one, aside from being difficult to climb, was relatively favorable. "Let's keep moving." At Lu Qiming's command, the entire team pressed on toward the core of Giant Tree Island. Half a day later, when Lu Qiming and his companions passed through the final barrier and reached the center of Giant Tree Island, they discovered an exquisitely beautiful oasis at its heart. Here, birds sang amidst the fragrance of flowers, as if completely cut off from the outside world of Atlantis. "Check the compass," Lu Qiming ordered. Wang Fong immediately opened her compass and exclaimed in surprise, "It works! It works!" Lu Qiming chuckled and stated directly, "The entrance must be right here." During Meng Qinghu's interrogation, Lu Qiming had already surmised that the Black Blood Alliance had long since identified the entrance's location, but had been unable to open it. Now that they had arrived here, Lu Qiming was extra cautious. After all, reaching the Black Blood Alliance's most vital nerve center was no trivial matter. This colossal entity lurking in the shadows likely hadn't even noticed their presence yet. Otherwise, things wouldn't be this eerily quiet. "Everyone, be careful. Keep your voices down. Disguise the entrance we just used." Chapter 271, The Strange Warrior. Yes. After making preparations, the group set out once more. Before long, Lu Qiming arrived at the edge of a massive pond. The water within was crystal clear. At its center, a massive, shimmering gem illuminated the entire pond's bottom. Seeing this, Lu Qiming's heart stirred. This must be the place. Lu Qiming immediately prepared to enter the water, but just then, Wang Fong, who had been keeping watch, urgently warned, "Chief Engineer, be careful. There are sentries monitoring over there." Lu Qiming and his companions quickly hid within a tall patch of grass. After waiting a moment, they rose. Peering through his binoculars, Lu Qiming spotted a figure across the pond, a rather peculiar-looking individual. Dressed in samurai armor, a long sword in hand, the figure sat with eyes closed atop a massive tree stump. A sudden sense of unease washed over Lu Qiming. This guy must be a master. That the Black Blood Alliance had assigned only him to guard such a crucial location spoke volumes about his formidable strength. "Stay put here," Lu Qiming declared. "I'll go deal with this kid. Chief, be careful." Upon reaching this spot, Lu Qiming shed all pretense. Gripping the laser cannon in his hand, he stood up and began advancing toward the pond ahead. The moment he reached the pond's edge, the strange figure in the distance instantly opened its eyes. His gaze, sharp as lightning, locked onto Lu Qiming. "Humph." With a cold snort, the man said nothing but leapt down from the tall tree stump. His martial prowess was formidable. Moving between the stumps as if traversing level ground, he swiftly drew the long blade in his hand before him. Trespassing in a forbidden area? Death. With just those words, the strange man charged straight at Lu Qiming. Most people would have been terrified by that piercing gaze, but Lu Qiming remained utterly composed. His laser cannon in hand, he waited patiently as the distance closed, inch by inch. Now! Suddenly, when the strange man was still 50 meters away, Lu Qiming fired a shot. Buzz! After a brief charge, a brilliant white beam shot forth from the laser cannon's muzzle. A flash of terror flickered in the monster's eyes. But his reflexes were lightning fast. While charging forward at full speed, he violently twisted his body and shot off to the side. But it was all a bit too late. Or rather, the laser beam was simply too massive. Enveloped by an immense, blinding white light, the monster managed to escape only with his upper body before being struck. Poof! After a muffled groan, when Lu Qiming looked ahead again, the powerful martial artist's legs had vanished. Behind him, a large tree stump had been shattered clean in two by the impact. What the hell kind of weapon is that? The strange man let out a muffled groan and collapsed, no longer moving. Lu Qiming glanced over, assuming the creature was dead, and paid it no mind. He continued walking forward, intent on further investigating the lake's condition. But suddenly, Wang Fong in the rear immediately let out a loud cry. "Chief Engineer, be careful!" Lu Qiming's heart sank as he instantly felt a chill breeze sweep past his back. Without turning his head, he executed a forward roll on the spot. With a splash, he plunged straight into the lake. Chapter 272, The Heart Beneath the Lake. An instant wave of coolness washed over him. Turning back, Lu Qiming saw the half-body warrior still relentlessly pursuing him, leaping into the water after him. Damn it! This time, Lu Qiming was truly enraged. He had just raised his laser cannon to charge it when the warrior, sensing his intent, struck first. A long sword slashed toward Lu Qiming's arm. If that hit, Qiming wouldn't be able to fire a single shot. Humph! With a cold snort, Lu Qiming reacted with lightning speed. Fueled by his formidable physical prowess, he swiftly swam backward. At first, his swimming pace was only average. But after a few strokes, his pace accelerated dramatically. He moved like a fish. Stowing away the laser cannon, Lu Qiming and the warrior continued their guerrilla-style battle underwater. After several exchanges, Lu Qiming even found himself reluctant to kill the warrior. He sensed that these encounters had dramatically enhanced his combat skills. Suddenly, Lu Qiming realized that the massive crystal below seemed to sense their struggle and was slowly beginning to close. Damn it! Lu Qiming roared with fury, immediately closing in. After deftly dodging the warrior's 3 slashes, he delivered a single punch that sent him flying. Upon reaching the water's surface, Lu Qiming saw the warrior, before even hitting the ground, riddled with bullets by the Special Forces team. Finally dead. He let out a long sigh. If this strange warrior could become his sparring partner, it would be quite advantageous. But alas, there was no time left to subdue him now. The delay had cost him dearly. The crystal below had already closed over half its surface. Lu Qiming immediately swam downward with all his might. In the blink of an eye, like a fish sprinting at full speed, he plunged into the crystal. This place felt like a barrier. From the outside, it appeared to be a crystal, but upon entering, he discovered it was actually a strange light barrier. After entering this light barrier, Lu Qiming noticed that the large mechanism outside had completely closed. Fortunately, it wasn't dark inside. Scanning the light screen, Lu Qiming immediately spotted a passage leading deeper below. Swimming swiftly through the passage, it grew deeper and darker. After what felt like swimming hundreds of meters, Lu Qiming finally spotted a U-shaped bend. Swimming along the curve, he caught sight of light above him while still underwater. He kept swimming forward. Just as Lu Qiming felt he was about to run out of breath, suddenly, the water's surface appeared right before his eyes. But above the water, it seemed there were 2 people. Hiding beneath the surface, Lu Qiming watched cautiously while listening to their conversation. What happened on Heavenly Island? An aged elder, seated cross-legged on a straw mat, asked. Another figure stood nearby, speaking with utmost reverence. It appears outsiders have arrived. Oh? So many have discovered our lair? Humph. It's all Third Brother's fault for insisting on sending that Meng Qinghu to find the laser cannon. We spent years, countless efforts, and still couldn't crack it open. How could a mere laser cannon possibly get close? Chapter 273, The Ruins Gate. Yes, Elder Chiu. I'll inform Third Brother immediately. Oh, right. Nanyu, take a kuei from the gate with you. He's a native of the outer islands and knows this terrain like the back of his hand. Yes. With that, Nanyu headed toward the water's surface. Lu Qiming's heart skipped a beat. If Nanyu approached, he would surely spot him submerged beneath the water. Therefore, he acted decisively, accelerating immediately to break the surface. With a swift motion, he swung a long sword. It was the very same long sword wielded by that strange warrior earlier. Perhaps Nanyu never imagined someone could be lurking beneath the water, or perhaps Lu Qiming's speed was simply too swift. Either way, as the blade struck, Nanyu's face froze in utter disbelief. His throat was slashed open, and he collapsed with a thud. How dare you! Instantly, the old man sitting cross-legged bellowed and lunged forward. A jet-black dagger instantly appeared in his hand. A dagger of such quality appeared razor-sharp, moving with extraordinary agility in the old man's hands. In the first exchange, Lu Qiming's long sword was instantly severed by the dagger. What a dagger! Lu Qiming exclaimed in admiration. His own blade was already a treasure, but a dagger that could so effortlessly sever it was truly a rare and precious artifact. A cold gleam flashed in the old man's eyes. Youngster, you're quite something. To reach this place so swiftly. It seems I've been far too careless. Xiao Lao sheathed the dagger and swiftly drew a submachine gun from his waist. Tap! In an instant, he opened fire on Lu Qiming. Lu Qiming reacted with lightning speed, spinning backward and leaping into the water. Though unharmed, he now fully understood the old man's treacherous nature. Trying to ambush me? You're asking for it. Lu Qiming muttered as he charged up an energy blast underwater. Buzz! A series of sounds erupted from behind the table as the laser cannon suddenly fired a powerful beam of white light from beneath the water. With a thunderous boom, it struck the surface, targeting the elderly Chiu who had just arrived. Boom! Everything fell silent. When Lu Qiming resurfaced, a massive hole had been blasted open above him. Lake water poured in relentlessly, while old Xiu had been obliterated into nothingness. Now, Lu Qiming saw an energy screen behind the meditation cushion where Master Chiu had been seated. This screen emitted a faint blue glow. Picking up a stone from the ground and hurling it at the barrier, Lu Qiming discovered it bounced straight back. He stepped forward and touched the barrier with his hand. Instantly, an excruciating burning sensation shot through him. Fortunately, Lu Qiming reacted quickly, and only part of his fingernail was scorched. No wonder! Lu Qiming quickly realized the formidable power of this light screen. As the lake water continued to rise, Lu Qiming hesitated no longer. He raised his hand and unleashed another laser cannon blast. Boom! The blue light barrier ahead immediately clashed with the laser energy, struggling fiercely. Gulp! Lu Qiming swallowed hard, his face frozen in shock. This was the first time he'd ever seen a laser cannon fire without piercing its target. Try again. Holding the laser cannon, Lu Qiming began charging it once more. Buzz! Before the energy from the first laser cannon had fully dissipated within the blue light barrier ahead, Lu Qiming unleashed his second strike. Suddenly, a loud bang. The light barrier ahead shattered completely. Chapter 274, Entering Atlantis. The successive laser cannon blasts completely exposed the light barrier ahead. As it dispersed, a passageway lay exposed behind it. Lu Qiming glanced around cautiously but did not rush inside. Many long-abandoned underground tunnels harbored toxic gases or unknown traps. This passage ahead likely fell into that category. Even from a considerable distance, Lu Qiming could already smell the foul stench wafting out from within the passageway. At the same time, a golden light shone brightly within the passageway. Treasure? After waiting a moment, Lu Qiming allowed the air inside the passage to exchange with the outside environment. Then, he immediately stood up and walked deeper inside. The passage was extremely narrow. As soon as Lu Qiming entered, he immediately noticed the light screen behind him reappear. This time, however, he had fully entered and was unaffected. This light barrier's energy must originate from Atlantis's unique magnetic field. Lu Qiming speculated as he cautiously explored forward. After walking about 500 meters, Lu Qiming suddenly noticed the yellow glow growing brighter and brighter. At the passage's end lay a vault. Within the vault, all manner of jewels were piled into countless golden chests. These artifacts were exquisitely crafted. After observing for a while, Lu Qiming discovered that the workmanship of many pieces far surpassed modern standards. Passing through the vault, Lu Qiming arrived at a grand hall, which seemed to be part of a palace. After wandering around, Lu Qiming confirmed his suspicion. This was indeed a palace, adorned with all manner of night pearls that illuminated the interior as brightly as daylight. Not long after thoroughly familiarizing himself with everything within the palace, Lu Qiming returned to the entrance. He pressed a mechanism at the entrance, and a massive stone door before him began to slowly open. Simultaneously, Lu Qiming saw a ray of sunlight streaming in from outside. This place felt like another world entirely. Even with his thorough mental preparation, Lu Qiming couldn't help but utter a surprised exclamation at the sight. This place resembled a hyper-modern city-state, where every structure radiated a distinct technological aura. From his elevated vantage point, surveying the countless houses and beautiful scenery below, Lu Qiming suddenly felt like a king. Was this the civilization of Atlantis? Lu Qiming felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Though he didn't know why these structures remained standing, it was clear that no one lived here anymore. This civilization, too, had vanished. Emerging from the palace, he stood outside. Lu Qiming immediately spotted a dazzling gemstone atop the palace roof. That exquisitely beautiful red gemstone was embedded at the very apex of the palace, reflecting the sky's light and absorbing the essence of all things utterly magnificent. Lu Qiming felt an immediate connection. Among all the Atlantean ruins, the energy supply seemed to originate from this massive gemstone. Instantly, Lu Qiming was seized by the desire to see this gemstone up close. He returned to the palace and headed toward its upper levels. As he ascended, after searching for a while, Lu Qiming arrived at a sacred ancestral site located in the rear garden of the palace. Chapter 275, The Heart of Atlantis Energy. Rising skyward from this ancestral altar stood a towering spire. Beneath the tower, a name was inscribed, The Heart of Atlantis Energy. Entering the tower, Lu Qiming ascended via a spiral staircase. However, the higher he climbed, the stronger the energy fluctuations became. At first, Lu Qiming could still push forward. But halfway up, his heart suddenly began pounding violently. As if affected by the energy heart above, his entire face and body began flushing red. He had to hurry. Lu Qiming sensed he couldn't hold on much longer, so he accelerated, charging straight toward the tower's summit. This was a race against time. In the depths of his being, Lu Qiming sensed that the energy core above and his own heartbeat seemed to be in perfect sync. It too was beating. His ascent was blisteringly fast. By the time Lu Qiming reached the tower's summit, he felt his heart was about to burst from his chest. Above him, the crimson energy core now began to radiate brilliantly. Buzz! A thunderous roar erupted. The crimson crystal seemed to be issuing a warning. Lu Qiming sensed an energy gathering within the red crystal. It seemed poised to unleash an attack. No! Lu Qiming's heart sank instantly. Just as he was about to leave the tower, he suddenly noticed an energy stone platform beneath the tower's summit. Upon the platform lay a flat slab bearing a palm print. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Qiming placed his hand directly onto the palm print on the stone platform. Unfortunately, it had no effect whatsoever. Lu Qiming glanced at some unfamiliar inscriptions beside the stone platform, but he couldn't make heads or tails of them. Only a blood-red symbol beside them gave him a glimmer of understanding. He decided to go for it. By now, the escape window had closed. The energy core's attack was about to unleash. At the last possible moment, Lu Qiming slashed his finger and, following the stone platform's instructions, dripped his blood into the imprint. Instantly, a burst of light flashed, enveloping Lu Qiming entirely. At that very moment, the energy core's attack was unleashed. A colossal beam of energy slammed directly into the space before Lu Qiming, only to be halted by the light. Enveloped within the beam, Lu Qiming felt himself grow light as a feather. Then, he fainted instantly. He had no idea how much time had passed. It felt like a long dream. Within it, Lu Qiming sensed his body undergoing transformation. A powerful force radiated outward from within, emanating from the very core of his being. Simultaneously, his mind was filled with unfamiliar influences. It felt like the moment of doom had arrived. Standing atop a high platform, the masses wept in despair. Then, a powerful yellow light swept across the sky, and everything ended. Like a beam of judgment, every person, every living thing vanished. Out of nowhere, Lu Qiming shed a tear in his dream. He awoke once more. When Lu Qiming opened his eyes, he found himself lying amidst ruins. The tower was gone, the palace vanished, even the countless houses he had seen earlier had disappeared. All that remained was a dim passageway. The blue light screen had vanished as well. Lu Qiming sighed. It all felt like a long dream, making him doubt whether the ruins he had just seen were real. Chapter 276, Acquiring the Energy Core. But suddenly, as Lu Qiming closed his eyes, he sensed something new within his body. The energy core? It was a sensation, an unusual sensation, as if boundless power now resided within him. Lu Qiming tried raising his hand, and instantly, a crimson light appeared in his palm. He concentrated his focus, and the red light began to charge with energy. Just like the energy core's charged attack from before. Ha! Lu Qiming was instantly speechless. Such a bizarre occurrence left him utterly baffled. Within the Atlantis ruins, the crystallization of civilization, the crystallization of energy, had somehow entered his body. Outside, Lu Qiming was even more astonished. Many things outside had already changed. All the strange phenomena that had occurred earlier had vanished without a trace. The compass has fully returned to normal. On Giant Tree Island, those colossal trees now appear to have lost their life force, all beginning to wither. Chief Engineer, where have you been? We finally found you. At that moment, Wang Feng arrived with the task force. Several members immediately approached, asking with concern. Lu Qiming offered no explanation, merely uttered in shock, "I entered Atlantis." There. At this point, Lu Qiming paused. He had intended to say it was a wasteland. But then he changed his mind and said instead, it was truly beautiful. The task force members immediately looked into the passageway. Inside, there was nothing but ruins, nothing but collapsed caverns. Chief Engineer, are you running a fever? Wang Feng approached with genuine concern, taking Lu Qiming's temperature on his forehead. She frowned in confusion. Ha! You don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Everyone laughed heartily and prepared to leave Giant Wood Island. But just then, dozens of warriors and over 100 men dressed in Black Blood Alliance uniforms converged from all directions on Giant Tree Island. Enemy attack! Wang Feng shouted, immediately taking command of the battle. But by then, it was too late. The surrounding colossal trees had all been seized by the Black Blood Alliance. Weapons were already in place, and each warrior was fully positioned. Humph! A cold snort echoed from the sky. Lu Qiming looked toward a massive hollow in a distant giant tree and saw an old man with snow-white hair and beard standing atop it. Atlantis, you've entered? The old man's first words upon speaking were these. Lu Qiming raised an eyebrow. Denial was pointless now everyone could see the changes around them. The entire landscape surrounding the Atlantis ruins had transformed, the powerful magnetic field vanished. Everything pointed to earth-shattering changes within. That's correct. Lu Qiming admitted it directly. The old man narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. What did you obtain? Hand it all over. The moment those words left his mouth, the sharp click of bullets being chambered echoed through the air. The task force members grew tense, forming a protective circle around Lu Qiming. Wang Feng spoke up immediately. Chief Engineer, you go into the passageway and hide for a while. Leave this to us. A chill ran through Lu Qiming's heart. If he went in, these task force members would likely all be sacrificed. Chapter 277, The Black Blood Alliance Strikes Back. Moreover, escape would be impossible for him too. That passage had become a death trap. Impossible. Lu Qiming immediately rejected this plan. He glanced at Wang Feng beside him and immediately declared, I'll stay. You go. Chief Engineer. The group cried out in unison, unable to bear the thought. Lu Qiming stood up and declared flatly, fine. There are many treasures within the Atlantis ruins. We can give you some, but there's a condition. Humph. Kid, do you really think you have the standing to negotiate terms with us? Move. Kill his entourage first. At the Black Blood Alliance elder's command, dozens of gunmen surrounding them opened fire instantly. Rat-tat-tat. In an instant, a hail of bullets flew from all directions, targeting Wang Feng and the other task force members. Lu Qiming's rage flared. A surge of nameless fury ignited within him. Suddenly, something occurred to him. His focus sharpened instantly, and a golden light appeared. It resembled the beam of light that had enveloped Lu Qiming earlier. This yellow light instantly enveloped everyone nearby. Bang! Countless bullets flying toward them were all, without exception, blocked by the yellow light and fell to the ground. In the distance, the elderly man, his hair and beard entirely white, exclaimed in astonishment, Good heavens! So powerful! The treasures of the Atlantis ruins are this formidable. His face twisted with madness as he grabbed the phone and dialed a number immediately. But at that very moment, a blinding white light erupted from Lu Qiming's position. A colossal surge of energy instantly vaporized the old man into nothingness. Armed with his high-energy particle laser cannon, Lu Qiming unleashed a devastating assault. Combined with the task force's overwhelming assault, over 100 warriors and dozens of gunmen were annihilated in an instant. Only then did the members of the special task force turn to ask in astonishment. The members of the task force finally asked in astonishment, Chief Engineer, what was that thing you just released? Lu Qiming chuckled. That was an energy shield, a specialty of Atlantis. You saw it, but remember, keep it to yourselves. This is our trump card. Yes, sir. Truthfully, Lu Qiming had complete confidence in the task force. These members were the cream of the crop, selected through rigorous screening. Their strength, resilience, and even their willingness to sacrifice had been tested. They were utterly reliable. Departing Giant Tree Island, Lu Qiming and his team boarded the cruise ship once more. Wang Lang immediately inquired, Chief Engineer Lu, what's the situation? Does the Atlantis civilization hold any research value for us? Lu Qiming produced several sealed packages containing soil and debris. That's all we have, he stated. We'll take these back for analysis to see if we can draw any conclusions. The experts examined them and promptly stored them away. However, Lu Qiming knew these items were likely worthless. The truly valuable thing was the energy core. But now, the Atlantis energy core resided within Lu Qiming's body. It could not be separated. The voyage continued. To everyone's surprise, the return journey proceeded remarkably smoothly, with no more storms or rough seas encountered. The entire sea was enveloped in a serene and peaceful atmosphere. The Black Blood Alliance, after their last attack, had vanished without a trace, never to be seen again. Yet, deep down, Lu Qiming knew these creatures hadn't given up. Sooner or later, they would discover he had taken the Atlantis heart with him. Chapter 278, Elder Wan's Opinion. Back in the capital, Lu Qiming immediately notified all his close associates, urging them to exercise caution in the coming days. After all, the Black Blood Alliance's reach was far too formidable. Meng Qinghu's death had already made Lu Qiming highly vigilant. Simultaneously, Lu Qiming summoned Commander Chen to discuss these matters. When the Black Blood Alliance was mentioned, Chen Changzhen groaned in frustration. Ah, Lu, we've been utterly helpless about this. The Black Blood Alliance operates in deep concealment. They rarely surface for activities. Many of their members infiltrate organizations covertly and carry out missions in the shadows. We don't even know where they are. It's truly impossible to apprehend them. Lu Qiming understood this well. Right, Commander Chen. I understand that eradicating the Black Blood Alliance as a cancerous growth in the short term is exceedingly difficult. But if we were to sever its tentacles within Xiagua, that shouldn't be too hard, right? Chen Shangzhen pondered for a moment, exhaling a long smoke ring before replying, if we truly set our minds to it, it wouldn't be difficult. There are just two issues that need resolving. What issues? Chen Shangzhen continued. First, funding. Unjustified nationwide investigations and inspections on this scale, mobilizing tens of thousands of officers for prolonged operations, are incredibly costly. Without concrete evidence, higher-ups won't approve such massive expenditures. Second, there are procedural hurdles. Senior leadership might not approve such a large-scale investigation plan. After all, the Black Blood Alliance hasn't carried out any major harmful incidents yet. Hearing this, Lu Qiming's brow furrowed slightly. Chen Shangzhen had a point, but Lu Qiming wasn't about to let the Black Blood Alliance off the hook just yet. I'll handle the funding issue, Lu Qiming said. But regarding the approval from higher-ups, could Commander Chen lend a hand? Young man, this isn't a matter of $1 billion or $2 billion. We're talking tens of billions at minimum, possibly over $100 billion, and that's just for 1 year. Lu Qiming chuckled and tossed a card onto the table. Right here, he said, is 10 billion. Commander Chen was stunned. He never imagined Lu Qiming could produce 100 billion yuan so casually. It was simply unbelievable. Well, alright then. Seeing the funding issue resolved, Chen Shangzhen's heart stirred. After all, the Black Blood Alliance was a cancerous growth. If it could be eradicated sooner rather than later, he'd be more than willing to help. Alright. Little Lu, I'll personally request the higher-ups to handle this matter. But there's one more person you'll need to make some moves for. Who? Haha, didn't you already visit them last time? Mr. Wang? Exactly. If we can secure his consent, this matter will likely succeed. After leaving Qin Chang'an's place, Lu Qiming immediately headed to Old Wang's residence. At that moment, Old Master Wang was practicing calligraphy at home. Upon seeing Lu Qiming arrive, he promptly set down his brush and pulled Lu Qiming over to play chess. The two set up a chessboard. As they played, Lu Qiming explained the Black Blood Alliance's affairs to Old Master Wang. As he listened, Old Wang shook his head repeatedly. This Black Blood Alliance has gone too far. To dare touch our interrogation room, they're asking for it. With that, Old Wang promptly accepted the case. 2 days later, while Lu Qiming was in the middle of an academic seminar, Old Wang's call came through. Chapter 279, Liang Dongshan. Hello, Qiming. The matter you mentioned earlier has been settled. Haha, the higher-ups have approved. A police officer needs to get in touch with you. You can discuss the specifics of the work with them. Great. Thank you, Old Wang. Ah, it's only right. I hear they've been preparing for quite some time and are ready to take action. After hanging up, Lu Qiming felt quite pleased. He harbored deep resentment toward the Black Blood Alliance lurking in the shadows. If they could uproot this organization entirely this time, it would be a truly satisfying outcome. Noon. As Lu Qiming was about to head out for lunch, a middle-aged man in police uniform appeared at the door, accompanied by 2 officers, one male and one female. The moment the middle-aged man entered Lu Qiming's office, he burst out laughing. Well. I never imagined, Mr. Wen Ming, that you'd be so young. At these words, Lu Qiming glanced toward the doorway and politely inquired, May I ask who you are? The middle-aged man introduced himself. Oh, I'm Liang Dongshan, Deputy Director of the Police Department. I'm in overall charge of this cleanup operation. Comrade Dongshan, please come in and have a seat. Lu Qiming ushered everyone inside and instructed Li to serve tea. Soon, the office was left with only Lu Qiming and 3 police officers. Liang Dongshan remarked, I hear Chief Engineer Lu is prepared to spare no expense in supporting our cleanup operation this time? Lu Qiming had only mentioned this to Commander Chen before. He hadn't discussed it with Old Wang. It seemed Liang Dongshan had well-connected sources. That's correct. Financially, I'm willing to contribute. Just as he spoke, Lu Qiming glanced at the 2 officers standing behind Liang Dongshan. Liang Dongshan understood the look and nodded reassuringly. Don't worry. There are people. You can count on them. Lu Qiming continued, 10 billion. Whoa! All 3 sucked in their breath simultaneously. This sum was no small matter. Its value equaled dozens of 5-star hotels combined. Chief Engineer Lu, where exactly is this funding coming from? Liang Dongshan inquired. Perhaps out of professional habit, he always liked to get to the bottom of things. Lu Qiming chuckled and replied, You know about secondary energy sources, right? That's my monthly income. Bull. Suddenly, the female officer behind Liang Dongshan immediately retorted. At that remark, Liang Dongshan snapped, How dare you? Yue, what have I taught you? When adults are speaking, children should keep their mouths shut. After that, Liang Dongshan turned to Lu Qiming with a sheepish look and said, Chief Engineer Lu, this is my daughter, Liang Yue. Don't let her young age fool you. Her skills and the honors she's earned are quite impressive. Lu Qiming nodded and continued, it's fine. Kids being impulsive is only natural. Just as he finished, Liang Yue across from him flared up again, her eyes blazing with defiance. But with her father present to keep her in check, she dared not act out. Right. Let's get down to business. Regarding our cleanup operation this time, the specific action plan. As Liang Dongshan spoke, Lu Qiming nodded frequently. But upon hearing the proposed timing, Lu Qiming immediately shook his head. Chapter 280, Liang Yue. No. Since you've already gathered substantial evidence and captured their key figures, this matter must be handled swiftly. Rest assured, I'll handle the funding. With that, Lu Qiming handed Liang Dongshan a card loaded with 10 billion yuan, leaving Liang Yue staring in astonishment. He added, there's only one requirement, speed. Understood, Chief Designer Lu. Hearing that from you puts my mind at ease. After finalizing the action plan, Liang Dongshan prepared to leave. Technically speaking, as a deputy minister level official, his standing was equal to that of Chief Designer Lu Qiming. Yet throughout their interactions, Liang Dongshan consistently showed Lu Qiming profound respect. This quality earned him Lu Qiming's favorable regard. It was clear that Liang Dongshan was a man who respected science and valued talent. After Liang Dongshan departed, Lu Qiming glanced at the time. It was about time to head out for lunch. But just as he stepped outside, he suddenly saw Liang Yue approaching from the other direction. Puzzled, Lu Qiming asked, Liang Yue, why are you back? Liang Yue was furious. She immediately threw a punch at Lu Qiming, as if her pent-up anger had nowhere else to vent. Whoa, you've got quite the temper. Lu Qiming didn't hold back either, immediately executing a series of grappling moves to pin Liang Yue down. The pain in her arm made the girl cry out in agony. Lu Qiming demanded, Liang Yue, did you come here just to pick a fight with me? Liang Yue retorted angrily, who just called me a little brat? You're asking for it. Hearing this, Lu Qiming couldn't help but laugh. He released Liang Yue, gave her a once-over, and remarked, judging by your age, you can't be much older than 20, right? Liang Yue froze, then snorted coldly. So what if I am? You're not much older than me yourself. What gives you the right to talk down to me? And what about that bull about making 10 billion a month? I've always had the most contempt for people who spout such empty boasts. Lu Qiming chuckled dismissively. 100 billion? That was actually a very conservative estimate. To be precise, it's not 100 billion, but 150 billion. Next month, it'll likely hit around 200 billion. That's probably the overall market size. And this was merely the revenue from the secondary energy source project alone. If Lu Qiming were to commercialize his other projects on a large scale, the revenue would become an astronomical figure beyond estimation. Hearing this, Liang Yue was suddenly a bit dazed. She had never seen so much money in her entire life. After hearing all this, she still snorted coldly, her face betraying her disbelief. Just then, Lu Qiming's phone rang. She picked it up to see it was Lily Ron. Hello, Lily. What's up? Lily Ron's voice was gentle over the phone. Lu, our samples this time won't disappoint you. Tomorrow is the final selection, and I'd like to show you our samples in advance. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiming replied, Alright, come downstairs now. I'll come get you. Lu Qiming was about to go out for dinner anyway, so he headed straight downstairs. At that moment, Liang Yue was also heading back, so the two ended up walking together. Chapter 281, Poison in the Wine. At the entrance, Lu Qiming had just stepped out when he spotted a stunning blonde beauty in sunglasses waving at him from a bright red Ferrari. The surrounding crowd snapped photos and gathered around, as if they'd encountered a top-tier celebrity. Dear Lu, over here. Lu Qiming immediately walked over and, with effortless ease, slid into the driver's seat of the Ferrari. The two sped off like a whirlwind. Only after they were gone did Liang Yue begin to come to her senses. On one hand, she marveled at the blonde woman's beauty. On the other, she began to gradually believe what Lu Qiming had said. So young, yet holding such a high position. Talented and wealthy, good heavens. Liang Yue sighed, her words becoming somewhat incoherent. Downtown. Inside an upscale Western restaurant, Lily Ron placed a design blueprint for a key component and a sample on the table. Lu Qiming skimmed through it quickly and immediately let out a smile. Not bad. The samples Ron Manufacturing presented this time clearly showed genuine effort. Lily Ron must have put in a lot of effort for this. After taking off his sunglasses, the dark circles under his eyes were noticeable. He probably hadn't slept well in a while. This one, I can approve for you. Upon hearing this, Lily Ron was visibly moved. With a sweet smile, she said, Thank you, Lu. If not for you, I wouldn't have had the courage to confront so many in the family head-on this time. Confront them head-on? Yes. This incident made me deeply reflect on many issues within the Ron Manufacturing Group. We can't just look at the surface. So I've purged many of the old guard. Lu Qiming nodded, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This Lily Ron had likely gained more influence within the Ron family through this incident. Quite right, Lily. You've always been exceptional, Lu Qiming remarked. The moment those words left his lips, Lily Ron's eyes instantly welled up with tears. It was as if her accomplishments had finally been acknowledged. Lu Qiming's single compliment left her overcome with emotion. Thank you. I ordered a steak, but it hasn't arrived yet. At that moment, a waiter brought over a bottle of red wine and poured it into a decanter beside the table. His movements were exceptionally smooth. However, Lu Qiming's eyes flickered with a strange expression. Sir, enjoy your meal. Lu Qiming said nothing. After the waiter left, he immediately picked up his phone and called Liang Yue. Got time? Come downtown to pick someone up. What's going on? Someone poisoned my drink. Poison? Lily Ron's eyes widened instantly, but she was no stranger to drama and kept her composure. Got it. I'll bring people over immediately. After hanging up, Lu Qiming continued discussing the laser cannon project with Lily Ron as usual. Yet in his eyes, tiny pale yellow-green particles floated on the surface of the red wine liquid. These particles were minuscule, but with the aid of the energy core, Lu Qiming could see them clearly. Lu, who exactly is trying to harm you? Lily Ron asked with genuine concern and visible anger, clearly furious. The Black Blood Alliance. At this name, Lily Ron's expression instantly turned horrified. Chapter 282, Financial Tactics. It's them. A complex expression flashed across Lily Ron's face. What? You know someone from the Black Blood Alliance? Lu Qiming asked. No, I've only heard of them. Their headquarters are on an island in the Atlantic, extremely secretive and dangerous. They're truly a colossal force. Lu, how did you get involved with them? Lu Qiming chuckled dryly. I didn't get involved with them, they got involved with me. This time, I'm going to eradicate every last tentacle of the Black Blood Alliance within the country. Oh my god. Lily Ron exclaimed in shock. Lu, this will definitely enrage them. I'm deeply concerned for your safety. Lu Qiming had considered this possibility. But now, it was irreversible. With the Black Blood Alliance, it's a fight to the death, either they perish or I survive. Ever since obtaining the heart of Atlantis, Lu Qiming had understood this profoundly. Lily, you really needn't worry about me. As things stand, no one poses a threat to my safety. It's you who should be careful, being so close to me. Okay? Hearing Lu Qiming's concerned words, Lily Ron nodded repeatedly, deeply touched. Lu, there's one more piece of news I want you to know. What? From what I understand, the Black Blood Alliance has enormous annual expenditures, yet their income sources are relatively limited. The only information I have points to one international assassination organization and the financial markets. The financial markets? Hearing this, Lu Qiming instantly grew curious. Lily Ron nodded and explained, yes, the financial markets. The Black Blood Alliance has many financial experts. Based on my calculations, they extract hundreds of billions of dollars annually from the financial markets. This money is used for various searches, developments, and other endeavors. I heard they recently discovered a deserted island and spent no less than $100 billion just to purchase it. I see. A faint smile curved Lu Qiming's lips at this revelation. Lily, is there any way to cut off their funding? Lu Qiming asked. There is a way, but Lu, are you really sure you want to do this? You must understand these guys are ruthless criminals. The major families have long had their eyes on them, but they've never dared to act. Trust me, let's take them down. As Lu Qiming spoke, a female police officer hurried over from the doorway. It was Liang Yue. Dressed in plain clothes, she looked extremely anxious. Spotting Lu Qiming from afar, she immediately headed this way. Mr. Lu, are you all right? Liang Yue asked. Lu Qiming chuckled. Of course I'm fine. I just needed you to come over and take someone away. This is the poisoned red wine. As Lu Qiming spoke, the waiter approached again. Approaching them, he glanced at the two beautiful women and said directly, Sir, hello. Would you like an extra set of cutlery? Also, the red wine has finished decanting. May I pour you a glass? With that, the waiter promptly poured a glass for Lu Qiming and simultaneously served glasses to the other two women. Enjoy your meal. After pouring, the waiter was about to leave when Lu Qiming slowly said, Hold on a moment, young man. The waiter halted immediately, his expression turning puzzled. What is it, sir? Chapter 283, Revealing Her True Form. Lu Qiming gestured toward Liang Yue beside him and introduced, Allow me to introduce someone. This is Miss Liang, an outstanding officer from our Beijing headquarters. At these words, the waiter's expression changed instantly. However, he quickly concealed his startled look. Good evening, Miss Liang. Enjoy your meal. With that, the waiter immediately tried to slip away. But Liang Yue chuckled softly, stepped forward, and snapped a pair of handcuffs onto the waiter's wrists. Watch out. At that very moment, Lu Qiming shouted a warning. Instantly, a throwing knife appeared in the waiter's hand and flew straight toward Liang Yue. Blindingly fast. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qiming's steak fork shot out in an instant. Clang! The steel fork deflected the flying knife, which narrowly grazed past Liang Yue's face, slicing through a strand of her hair. A skilled opponent. Lu Qiming couldn't help but mutter in admiration. He hadn't expected this waiter to move so swiftly. Clearly, this guy wasn't just some low-level henchman, he might very well be a Black Blood Alliance assassin. Immediately rising to his feet, Lu Qiming gave chase toward the direction the waiter had fled. His physical prowess was now formidable. After 2 system enhancements, Lu Qiming's stamina had reached the peak of the beginner tier, nearing the intermediate level. At a distance of 30 meters, Lu Qiming casually grabbed a steel fork from a nearby table. Spotting the waiter's figure about to vanish through the doorway, he flung the fork with precision. Whoosh! Flying like a bullet, the steel fork shot from Lu Qiming's hand, several times faster than the waiter's earlier knife throw. Ah! A piercing scream erupted instantly from the doorway ahead. The fork pierced the waiter's cap, then drove relentlessly into the door panel, rattling violently as it shook back and forth. Trying to run? Not so fast. At that moment, Lu Qiming retrieved a pair of handcuffs from Liang Yue. Swiftly closing in on the man, Lu Qiming aimed the handcuffs straight for his wrists. Suddenly, the waiter produced another throwing knife from his hand. This time, however, he didn't hurl it. Instead, he slashed it directly at Lu Qiming's throat. A hint of disdain flickered at the corner of his mouth as Lu Qiming's hands moved with lightning speed. With his formidable precision skills, his hands moved like a machine, utterly agile. In the blink of an eye, he wrapped the knife around the waiter's wrists twice, securing both hands. Then, with remarkable dexterity, he snatched the flying knife from the man's grasp. Run! Why aren't you running now? Lu Qiming chuckled and demanded, Spill it, kid. Who sent you? A flash of viciousness flickered in the waiter's eyes, but he remained completely silent. Lu Qiming didn't press further. Instead, he yanked the man's belt from his waist and pulled out the remaining throwing knives attached to it. Jin Shan! Lu Qiming shouted toward a corner nearby. Immediately, a burly man emerged. Jin Shan himself. You're in charge of escorting this man to Officer Liang's station. Remember, use the armored vehicle. Given the incident with Meng Qinghu last time, Lu Qiming emphasized. Yes, sir. Chapter 284, Li Weiwei seeks an audience. Jin Shan stepped forward, knocking the man unconscious with a single punch. He then hoisted him up like a chicken and headed toward Liang Yue. Miss Liang, this case is critical. I'd like to hand this suspect over to you for interrogation. If you need any assistance, just ask Jin Shan or come straight to me. Given the previous incident involving Meng Qinghu's murder, Lu Qiming was extremely cautious this time. Amidst the sprawling tentacles of the Black Blood Alliance, Lu Qiming couldn't identify which ones were their agents. But the woman before him, Liang Yue, was definitely not one of them. She was the biological daughter of Chief Liang Dongshan, possessing an exceptionally high status. More crucially, she was rather naive. The Black Blood Alliance would never use someone like her. Of course, Lu Qiming didn't voice these thoughts aloud. He merely chuckled and said, Miss Liang, I'm counting on you. Liang Yue nodded solemnly. Yes. Rest assured. After Jin Shan and Liang Yue departed, Lily Ran turned to Lu Qiming with genuine curiosity. Lu, she exclaimed, her surprise evident, when did you become so skilled? Good heavens, I always thought you were just a bookworm. Hearing this nickname, Lu Qiming chuckled softly. Most people probably imagined that someone preparing for graduate school exams would be weak as a kitten. But Lu Qiming knew better. To cultivate sufficient intellect, one must also have an excellent physique. The two complement each other. There's still so much you don't know, Lily. As for the financial matters, I'll leave them to you. Lu Qiming said. Lily Ran gave him a sweet smile and winked. So, what's the reward for doing this? Reward? Lu Qiming was suddenly puzzled. What kind of reward do you want? Lu Qiming asked. Lily Ran seemed a bit shy, but finally plucked up the courage to say, Lu, I want to be your girlfriend. Is that okay? Faced with this request, Lu Qiming didn't know how to respond. I'll think about it. The next day, the final round of selection for the high-energy particle laser cannon project bidding was about to begin. Last time, aside from Land Group, nearly all other manufacturers had been eliminated. Subsequently, Lu Qiming nominated several manufacturers closest to meeting the qualifications for a second round of selection. This was essentially their last chance. Morning. Though the selection hadn't started yet, representatives from all the manufacturers had arrived at the venue early. Lu Qiming had also arrived ahead of time, retreating to the lounge within the venue. The proceedings would commence in just 15 minutes. At that moment, Wang Fong approached the door to report, Chief Engineer, someone is waiting for you outside. Lu Qiming replied immediately, turn them away. After all, with the selection about to start, anyone coming to see him at this hour was likely just trying to curry favor or seek backdoor favors. But the problem was, this laser cannon project couldn't tolerate even the slightest compromise. This thing was destined to be mounted on spacecraft. It absolutely couldn't be let down by some trashy manufacturer. Understood, Wang Fong said, then walked out. Yet moments later, a woman burst through the door. The moment she entered, she exclaimed, "Mr. Liu, it's me. Please see me." Glancing up, Lu Qiming recognized her instantly. It was Li Weiwei, the representative from Land Group last time. Wang Fong, let her in. Chapter 285, New Mission. Wang Fong immediately released her grip, allowing Li Weiwei to enter. What's going on, Li Weiwei? This selection doesn't seem to involve your Land Group. Why are you here again? Lu Qiming inquired. At that moment, Li Weiwei pulled out 2 samples, panting slightly as she said, "Mr. Liu, last time our Land Group only produced 1 component because we lacked confidence. This time, we have samples for 3 components and would like to enter them all into the competition. Is that acceptable?" So that's how it is. Lu Qiming understood immediately. Whether Land Group could participate this time truly depended on Lu Qiming's decision. Holding the samples in his hands and examining them, Lu Qiming's eyes lit up. Land Group's quality was as consistently high as ever. Excellent. We can enter the competition. The moment those words left his lips, Li Weiwei was overcome with excitement and immediately stepped forward, about to blow Lu Qiming a kiss. However, Lu Qiming deftly dodged it. "Ah, Miss Li, please restrain yourself. My approval stems solely from the exceptional quality of your products, nothing else. Please don't misunderstand." A hint of disappointment flickered in Li Weiwei's eyes, but she still bowed respectfully and withdrew. The selection begins. As Lu Qiming entered the venue, he was greeted by a wave of applause. After briefly explaining the selection rules, Lu Qiming began examining each sample one by one. These samples, placed on the table, had their company names concealed, bearing only a serial number. Lu Qiming examined them with remarkable speed, spending barely a minute on each. Trash. Terrible. This one is somewhat acceptable. Each of Lu Qiming's evaluations sent ripples of excitement or disappointment through the crowd below, keeping everyone on edge. Time flew by. There weren't many companies participating in this selection. Lu Qiming spent an hour and kept the last 5 samples. That's all of them. The meeting chair immediately recorded the sample numbers and began announcing the final shortlist. Ron Manufacturing shortlisted. Kane Precision shortlisted. Land Group shortlisted. A total of 5 high-end enterprises made the cut. Among them, Land Group alone had 3 components pass the evaluation. The other companies each had 1 component pass. Notably, Ron Manufacturing contributed a highly critical component with an exceptionally high cost price. After the selection results were announced, Lu Qiming immediately signed the first batch of orders with numerous companies on site. Good heavens, 10 billion. Unbelievable. The very first order is a 10 billion yuan mega contract. This time, we're truly rising to prominence. Unbelievable. I just wonder how powerful this thing will be when assembled. Never seen such precision-engineered components before. The crowd buzzed with discussion. But just then, after signing the contracts, Lu Qiming heard a system notification chime. Ding! Host has initiated laser cannon order placement. System's latest mission now active. A new mission. Lu Qiming's heart surged with excitement. After all, each mission brought significant personal growth, not only advanced knowledge but also dissemination rewards from the system. Chapter 286, Lu Qiming's skills. Spread mission. Within 1 month, the host must disseminate knowledge of the photon shield to complete the mission. Reward, 1 miniature photon shield. System ratings will determine additional rewards based on the host's outreach reach. Standard dissemination level rewards the host with 10 points of physical fitness level. Excellent dissemination level rewards the host with 30 points to their physical fitness level. Perfect dissemination level reward the host with 50 points to their physical fitness level. Whoa! Hearing this notification sound, Lu Qiming instantly sucked in a sharp breath. His current physical fitness level had already reached the peak of the beginner tier, poised to break through the intermediate threshold. If he gained 50 points in physical fitness, it would far exceed the intermediate threshold. A multi-fold increase in physical prowess from his current base. A gleam of determination flashed in Lu Qiming's eyes. Damn it, I'm going to earn those 50 points. Moments later, the system's notification tone sounded again. Photon shield knowledge transmission complete. Host mission countdown initiated. Closing his eyes, Lu Qiming absorbed the knowledge. Instantly, his eyes widened in shock. Atlantis already possessed such knowledge. Though slightly different, it seemed. Lu Qiming, through studying the photon shield knowledge, was stunned to discover that Atlantis's protective yellow light appeared to be a type of photon shield, and a highly advanced one at that. Compared to current photon shield knowledge, it was superior in every way. Good heavens, was this the legacy of humanity's ancient civilization? Lu Qiming sighed deeply, his curiosity about the Atlantis heart within him growing even stronger. However, For now, Lu Qiming could only utilize a fraction of the capabilities within the Atlantis energy core. Many of its functions remained unknown to him, let alone any knowledge extraction or exploration. In this regard, the photon shield knowledge provided by the system proved exceptionally well suited for application on the spacecraft. Mr. Lu, aren't you leaving yet? At that moment, Li Weiwei asked curiously from the doorway. The bidding session had ended unnoticed, yet Li Weiwei had remained behind. Oh, I should be going too. Lu Qiming replied. Li Weiwei smiled happily and said directly, then would you mind if I treat you to a meal now? Lu Qiming rubbed his stomach. After all this time, he was indeed feeling a bit hungry. Sure, let's grab something to eat. As they exited the lounge, Lu Qiming was about to ask Wang Fong for a ride when Li Weiwei pulled up in her car at the entrance. Mr. Lu, over here. Li Weiwei sat in a Bentley, beckoning to Lu Qiming. Lu Qiming got in without hesitation, and the two drove off together. Mr. Lu, what would you prefer, Western or Chinese cuisine? The thought of Western cuisine reminded Lu Qiming of the waiter killer from that day, so he replied, Chinese food, please. Something light and simple. Understood. Li Weiwei drove the entire way, with 2 cars tailing them the whole time. Mr. Lu, your security team is truly dedicated. Li Weiwei remarked with admiration. Lu Qiming chuckled and quipped, that's right. Though honestly, I don't really need it anymore. These days, it's actually me who sometimes needs to protect Yixiao and the others. Oh, what do you mean by that? Lu Qiming replied, actually, I've trained in martial arts. Can't you tell? Chapter 287, The Fierce Auntie. Li Weiwei burst out laughing, incredulous. Good heavens, Mr. Lu, you're such a joker. How could that be possible? As they spoke, Li Weiwei parked the car in front of a Chinese restaurant. The two entered a private room together. Lu Qiming had agreed to dine with Li Weiwei partly because of the matter concerning Land Group. After all, they were one of the most crucial suppliers for this project. No sooner had they sat down than Lu Qiming asked, Li Weiwei, what is Blue Land Group's annual production capacity? Li Weiwei thought for a moment before replying, if we're talking about producing 10,000 laser cannons annually, our capacity can handle it. Anything beyond that would be difficult. 10,000 sets. Pondering this figure, Lu Qiming fell deep in thought. For portable high-energy particle laser cannons, it might be feasible. But if we later upgrade the quality to the next tier, it would likely be a stretch. Li Weiwei, let me tell you something, this laser cannon is actually a scaled-down, simplified version. What? Li Weiwei gasped in shock. On this ultra-high difficulty project, she had lost sleep countless times from anxiety. Yet now, Lu Qiming was telling her this was merely a simplified version. The blow was overwhelming. Exactly a simplified version. During this production run, your Blue Tech Group must accumulate experience. Once this batch of orders is completed, my final design blueprint will be ready. By then, I expect you to keep pace. His words made Li Weiwei nod repeatedly. Shortly after, the ordered dishes arrived. Just as Lu Qiming was about to eat, the waitress serving nearby suddenly placed her hand beneath the plate. It was an extremely subtle gesture. But Lu Qiming noticed it immediately because such a gesture wasn't necessary during normal service. Sure enough, the next moment, a dagger appeared in the middle-aged woman's hand. The dagger gleamed a dull black, not particularly long, but it bore traces of a white substance. Lu Qiming recognized it at a glance. This thing, it's lethal upon contact with blood. Deadly poison. Even the slightest contact could be fatal, even the tiniest wound would prove deadly. Death. Suddenly, the middle-aged woman unleashed tremendous force from her hand, wielding it with the precision of a seasoned veteran trained for years. Her technique was utterly bizarre. When Lu Qiming attempted to block with his first chopstick, the woman's blade technique proved even more formidable. It swiftly shifted direction, lunging straight toward Lu Qiming's heart. If it connected, death was certain. Yet at that very moment, Lu Qiming's mind flashed with insight. At the critical moment, a hazy yellow glow erupted across Lu Qiming's body. The guardian light of Atlantis instantly coalesced into a photon shield. With a loud bang, the dagger, wielded with tremendous force, struck the yellow shield. Ha! A flicker of horror crossed the middle-aged woman's eyes. Her blade had claimed countless lives, yet this time, the familiar sensation of piercing flesh failed to materialize. Instead, a powerful recoil sent her staggering backward. At that very moment, Lu Qiming's fist also struck out. Thud! In an instant, the woman was knocked flat to the ground by a single punch. Jin Shan! Lu Qiming shouted, instantly lunging forward to subdue the woman. But tragically, she suddenly slashed her own wrist with the dagger. Chapter 288, The Rich Kid Lu Kong. Within moments, he was foaming at the mouth and dead. Lu Qiming was momentarily speechless. It seemed this assassin was a suicide agent. Black Blood Alliance? Jin Shan approached, his voice thick with confusion. Lu Qiming shook his head. While he had now crossed paths with the Black Blood Alliance, this assassin might not necessarily have been sent by them. Look into it, Lu Qiming instructed. Though he held little hope, Lu Qiming still wished for some trace of a clue to surface. At that moment, across from him, Li Weiwei was frozen in place, utterly petrified, her mind blank. Heh, scared you, huh? Coming out with me is pretty dangerous, right? Lu Qiming said apologetically. Li Weiwei shook her head repeatedly and immediately said, no. I never imagined Mr. Lu was so skilled. Heh, really? I don't think so. If it weren't for that photon shield just now, I'd be dead. Lu Qiming said as he sipped his tea. At that moment, Li Weiwei looked utterly bewildered. Photon shield? What's that? Li Weiwei asked. Lu Qiming chuckled and said directly, just wait a couple of days, and you'll see it on the livestream. Oh my gosh, you're going to stream again? Li Weiwei exclaimed excitedly. Throughout the entire meal, she kept asking about the photon shield, having witnessed its power firsthand and feeling deeply impressed. Pay close attention then. If there are future projects, I'll have Land Group handle them. I have high hopes for Land Group. Li Weiwei, keep up the good work. After the meal. As they reached the entrance, Li Weiwei suddenly noticed another car parked beside hers. A limited edition Ferrari. Lu Kong. Li Weiwei gasped in surprise. Hey, Weiwei, saw your car here. Been waiting for you for ages. A man stepped out of the car, dressed in a crisp suit, tall and imposing. Who is this guy? The moment he stepped out, he asked with a look of disdain. Li Weiwei immediately introduced him. Oh, Lu Kong. You've been studying abroad for years, so you probably haven't heard of our distinguished scientist. He's one of the top scientists in the country, Lu Qiming, Mr. Lu. But no sooner had she finished than the man across from her snorted derisively, Humph, domestic? What big shots are there in China's scientific circles? How come I've never heard of them? Lu Kong. You. Li Weiwei's face instantly darkened with displeasure. At that moment, Lu Kong pulled out a box, stepped forward, and said, Weiwei, this is a gift I brought you from abroad, a 10 million yuan necklace. You absolutely must keep it. It's a limited edition piece personally designed by the Queen. As he spoke, Lu Kong glanced at Lu Qiming, noting his plain attire, and snapped, Kid, what are you still doing here? Get lost. At these words, Lu Qiming chuckled, if I heard correctly, you just insulted me, didn't you? Ha! Weiwei, this idiot, you actually call him a scientist? To me, he's just a pretty boy. He's clearly after your family's fortune. Weiwei, trust me, in this world, any man who treats you well besides me has ulterior motives. Hearing this, Li Weiwei could no longer contain herself. She'd begged and pleaded just to get Lu Qiming to agree to this meal. Now, just as Land Group's future seemed secure, this Lu Kong had suddenly appeared. Chapter 289, The Charge. Lu Kong, shut your mouth. A flash of coldness flickered in Lu Kang's eyes, but he quickly masked it. Stepping close to Lu Qiming, he declared bluntly, Kid, I won't waste words. If you don't get out of here now, my fists will teach you a lesson. No matter how impressive science is, it can't beat a good punch. Is that so? Lu Qiming wore a look of utter contempt. To him, the young man before him was nothing more than an insolent insect daring to challenge him. He couldn't be bothered to even lift a finger. Jinshan, what crime is it to insult and threaten a top-tier scientist, a deputy minister-level official? A figure suddenly materialized from behind. He was even more imposing than Lu Kong. Chief engineer, based on that kid's performance just now, I can guarantee he'll serve 3 years in prison. 3 years? At the mention of this word, Lu Kong beside him burst into laughter. Heh, you big oaf, who do you think you are? Do you even know who I am? If you dare arrest me, just wait for your own dismissal. My father is the chairman of Jinzhou Group. My one hand is bigger than your whole face, believe it or not. Lu Qiming snorted derisively, thinking to himself, another good-for-nothing has emerged. Smack! Jinshan lunged forward, delivering a sharp slap across Lu Kang's face. He sent Lu Kong flying like a gourd, spinning him around in a wide arc. Crack! Jinshan executed a joint lock, twisting the youngster's arm in a full circle until it dislocated. Ah! A blood-curdling scream erupted as the 10 million yuan necklace slipped from Lu Kang's grasp. Lu Qiming glanced at it and immediately frowned. Ha! Isn't this a knockoff? I saw one just the other day on TV shopping. A high-quality imitation costs around 1,000 yuan. Who would have thought you'd give someone a fake gift? Lu Qiming's words instantly enraged Lu Kong. But by now, he was too scared of Jinshan to do anything. He stammered, You treat me like this, I'll have my dad arrest all of you. With that, Lu Kong immediately pulled a phone from his pocket. After dialing a number, he began wailing into the phone. Dad! I just got back and I'm about to get beaten to death. I'm at the entrance of Longxi Hotel. Hurry over. If you don't come, you'll be burying me. A concerned voice answered immediately. After hanging up, Lu Kong wore a smug, vicious grin. Kid, if you've got the guts, don't move. Stay right here. When our people show up, we'll make you pay. Lu Qiming shrugged and asked Jinshan, if it's a case of mass brawling, how long could he get? Jinshan replied, well, it depends on the circumstances. In this kid's case, it's likely considered public disturbance, which carries a heavier charge. With the recent crackdown on organized crime, I'd say this Lu Kang is a long-time criminal mastermind. Put. Lu Kang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He now fully understood Jinshan's capabilities. Not long after, 3 minivans pulled up abruptly at the hotel entrance. Over a dozen burly men emerged, led by a middle-aged man in a suit. As he approached, he immediately gasped in shock. Connor, how did you get hurt like this? Who did this to you? Lu Kang instantly adopted a pained expression, looking as if he were on the verge of collapse. Pointing at Lu Qiming, he blurted out, it was him. That little bastard. But the next moment. The moment the middle-aged man saw Lu Qiming's face, he swung his arm and delivered a resounding slap across Lu Kang's face. Chapter 290, Livestream interrupted. Damn it, you little brat. Do you know who this is? The middle-aged man, his face twisted with fury, immediately turned away from Lu Kang after the slap and approached Lu Qiming, apologizing profusely. Mr. Wenming, I'm so sorry. Truly, I'm terribly sorry. After being slapped, Lu Kang was momentarily stunned. He immediately stepped forward in shock and said, Dad, he's just some damn researcher. Our family is powerful and influential, what do we have to fear from him? You. The middle-aged man was instantly furious. He lunged forward, landing several hard slaps across Lu Kang's face. The blows left Lu Kang reeling, clutching his nose as a trickle of blood ran down his face, utterly bewildered. You bastard! Are you trying to get your father killed? What big family and fortune! Compared to Mr. Wenming, our family is nothing. Lu Kang was stunned. This was the first time he'd ever heard his father speak with such fear and reverence toward another person. After the brutal beating, Lu Kang's father dragged the man away. At that moment, Lu Qiming glanced toward the distance and shook his head with a sigh. Some of these returnees from overseas, why are they all like this? They've only picked up a sense of arrogance and self-importance. After giving some final instructions on production matters, Lu Qiming bid farewell to Li Weiwei. Now, the system task had been issued. The live stream warm-up must begin immediately. Glancing at his phone contacts, Lu Qiming immediately dialed a number. Hello, is this Dean Wu? On the other end, Director Wu of the Academy of Sciences promptly answered, yes, Chief Engineer Lu. What can I do for you? By now, Director Wu held nothing but profound admiration for Lu Qiming, his tone brimming with respect. I'll be hosting a live stream soon on optical technology. I hope you could organize a group of optical experts to attend and learn. Upon hearing this, President Wu on the other end reacted as if struck by lightning, exclaiming repeatedly, yes, yes. Chief Engineer Lu's willingness to share this knowledge fills me with profound admiration. Through previous communications, Director Wu's stance had gradually shifted from opposition to support. Now, after several large-scale dissemination efforts, the entire industrial chain and global collaborative development are gradually taking shape. Among these, numerous overseas suppliers have made indispensable contributions to advancing the entire industry. Take the energy source as an example. The most critical key lies in Lu Qiming's hands, meaning the technology itself has never been leaked. Yet, under these very conditions, global participation in manufacturing the energy source has become possible. For the entire Earth civilization, the pace of development has accelerated by several orders of magnitude. Alright, in 3 days, Dean Wu will bring in experts to study and ask questions. Is that enough time? Lu Qiming asked. Dean Wu nodded repeatedly, we'll make it. I'll start making arrangements immediately. After hanging up, Lu Qiming opened his livestream account again and posted a new update. The livestream begins in 3 days. I hope everyone will tune in to support us. The moment the message went out, it immediately garnered tens of thousands of clicks, while replies began popping up one after another below. Good heavens, Mr. Wenming, what kind of livestream is this? We haven't even finished learning the previous one yet. We're completely lost and feel like we're being left behind by this era. Mr. Wenming, could you please provide more lecture materials after the livestream? I don't understand. Chapter 291, Netizen Little Ding Dong. A flurry of replies all pointed to one issue, I don't get it. Seeing this, Lu Qiming was somewhat surprised. After all, he felt he had explained things clearly enough in the livestream, and many experts present could gain valuable knowledge from it. But unfortunately, for the vast majority of ordinary people, this knowledge was still far too profound. This problem was proving tricky. Lu Qiming replied under the account, this knowledge requires some foundational understanding. Everyone can try learning some basic physics, chemistry, and astronomy first, it'll make things easier to grasp. He had just posted one reply. This comment was immediately bumped to the top. However, a netizen named Little Ding Dong immediately replied below it, my head is spinning emoji. As a PhD student majoring in science, I have to say I don't get it at all. This comment instantly garnered countless likes. Lu Qiming was speechless. He marked Shouting Tong's reply as a highlight, then returned to his original post, Science Pseudo-Genius? If you don't get something, come ask me. Not long after, Lu Qiming's private messages were flooded with over 100 messages. All from beautiful academic stars asking to add him on QQ, etc. This phenomenon left Lu Qiming utterly speechless. However, while sifting through the messages, he spotted a link sent by this user named Xiaodingtang. Clicking it open, he found it was a commentary article. It discussed perspectives on knowledge dissemination through live streaming platforms and detailed strategies. The article's title immediately piqued Lu Qiming's interest. Upon closer reading, several points raised by the author, Xiaodingtang, caught his attention. One point specifically addressed the issue of dissemination depth. If knowledge is merely heard and then quickly forgotten, it cannot be considered true dissemination. As he read this sentence, a flash of insight lit up Lu Qiming's mind. Exactly. Earlier, Lu Qiming had noticed that as the difficulty of the knowledge he was disseminating increased, the number of people he needed to reach grew exponentially. In fact, later on, even tens of millions of people couldn't accomplish the dissemination task. This meant that each dissemination effort had to be accompanied by grand gestures and significant actions to achieve its goals. However, upon seeing this message, Lu Qiming suddenly wondered if the depth of dissemination itself might also play a role. With that thought, Lu Qiming immediately sent a private message to Xiaodingtang through the platform account. Let's meet and talk. I want to hear your perspective. Almost instantly, a drooling emoji arrived, followed by a phone number. Lu Qiming picked up his phone and dialed the number. The phone rang for what felt like an eternity before it was finally answered. The voice on the other end sounded extremely nervous, clearing its throat with a few coughs before a pleasant female voice finally came through. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Wenming? Yes, this is Lu Qiming. Ah. It really is you. The woman's voice was sweet and soft, a stark contrast to her commanding replies on the live streaming platform. Of course, Lu Qiming paid no mind to this. He simply stated, "Where are you? Let's meet up." No discussion. I'm going live in 3 days, and time is tight. Mr. Wenming, you named the place. I'm available anytime. Chapter 292, Netizen Meetup. Lu Qiming stated directly, the Beijing International Hotel. Top floor presidential suite. Once you arrive, just find my assistant and give her your name. Oh, and miss, I haven't asked your name yet? Long Xiaoyu. Alright, we'll discuss further when you arrive. After ending the call, Lu Qiming could still sense the other party's nervousness and excitement. But that was only natural. With Lu Qiming's current fame, he far surpassed many popular idols. Afternoon. News of Lu Qiming's upcoming livestream spread like wildfire across the nation. Nearly every news outlet covered it, and various authorities chimed in with their opinions, though none of those opinions mattered much. Lu Qiming watched the TV coverage with satisfaction. The promotional effort for this livestream should be sufficient. Virtually every major media outlet worldwide would likely cover it within 3 days. But opening forums in Weibo revealed a completely different scene. Many Weibo posts shared headlines like, "Here we go again, oh my god, I'm going to be a century behind everyone else, good heavens, Mr. Civilization has cheated his way to invincibility," and so on. Interest in the actual content of the broadcast, however, was virtually non-existent. This was an abnormal phenomenon. People were marveling at this grand event, but it wasn't driven by a genuine love or thirst for knowledge. This was not good at all. Lu Qiming sensed that this dissemination task might not be so straightforward. Even a hint of crisis began to surface. Based on previous dissemination efforts, whenever the difficulty increased, the number of people needing to be reached would surge dramatically. The last dissemination of laser cannon knowledge had already reached an unprecedented 110 million views. How many would be needed this time? Lu Qiming had a rough estimate in mind. Judging by the difficulty of the two pieces of knowledge, it would likely require over 500 million. 500 million people. If most of them couldn't understand it, forcing 500 million people to watch a dry, incomprehensible video from start to finish, the difficulty would be unimaginable. If a massive drop in viewership occurred during playback, that would be a real problem. About an hour later. As Lu Qiming pondered these issues, Lily approached the doorway to report. "Chief Engineer, there's someone outside named Long Xiaoyu requesting to see you. She says she made an appointment in advance." "Alright, let her in." Lu Qiming sat on the sofa, took a sip of tea, and refreshed himself. At the doorway, a young woman wearing glasses and a school uniform dress shyly entered. Spotting Lu Qiming from afar, she was suddenly overcome with excitement. "Wow! Mr. Wenming, you look even more handsome in person than you do on livestream." Lu Qiming yawned, utterly unimpressed by such praise. "Top student?" Lu Qiming asked. The girl nodded immediately, then shook her head. No. I wouldn't dare call myself a top student in front of you." "Heh," Lu Mang gestured for her to sit. "Please, take a seat. No need to be formal. I'm a very easygoing person. Let's have some tea and chat." Long Xiaoyu sat down. She continued to stare intently at Lu Qiming, glancing left and right with obvious curiosity. Miss Long, I'm curious, what field did you specialize in for your doctorate? Chapter 293, Long Xiaoyu's suggestion. Startled out of her starstruck daze, Long Xiaoyu gasped before regaining her composure. I earned my PhD at Yin University, specializing in theoretical mathematics. My advisor was the renowned domestic mathematician, Professor Duan Jiaming. Professor Duan. Oh, Professor Duan, the mathematician? I know him. He was even part of our expedition team. I'm well aware of his capabilities. Hearing this, Long Xiaoyu was startled. You know my advisor? Of course. After some polite small talk, Lu Qiming got straight to the point. I saw an article you wrote earlier. Do you have any specific suggestions for my livestream? Mentioning this, Long Xiaoyu smiled sheepishly and explained, truthfully, I know your live streams are absolutely world-class in terms of expertise. But for us ordinary folks, the level of understanding we can grasp is very shallow, sometimes even non-existent. I was thinking, if we could teach a portion of the audience, and then have that group host their own live stream sub-events, we could simplify the knowledge and spread it more widely. That would significantly boost dissemination efficiency. Hearing this, Lu Qiming furrowed his brow in deep thought. Go on. Long Xiaoyu perked up at the mention of this topic, scribbling several mathematical formulas on the table before diving into calculations. Based on my calculations, if we implement tiered management for the livestream audience, organizing them into foundational knowledge dissemination lectures, advanced knowledge summaries, and finally simple theory sessions before bringing them to your livestream, the overall dissemination intensity would increase by tens or even hundreds of times. Hundreds of times. Hearing this figure, Lu Qiming was instantly startled. If dissemination efficiency increased tenfold, he might only need a few million or even tens of millions of people to accomplish the system's dissemination mission. And if this method proved ineffective, he wouldn't suffer any loss. Therefore, Lu Qiming stated directly, excellent. Long Xiaoyu, we'll use this approach for this livestream. If you're willing, I can hire you as my livestream consultant at a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. How does that sound? Faced with this offer, Long Xiaoyu seemed incredulous, her eyes widening in disbelief. 100,000 yuan a month. For a doctoral student, while not the absolute top tier, this figure was exceptionally high. Especially considering the opportunity to work closely with Mr. Wen Ming. Long Xiaoyu immediately nodded in agreement. Alright, let's get started then. You'll handle the tiered setup for the livestream, while I'll take care of training the first batch of trial presenters. Got it. After dividing the tasks, Long Xiaoyu hurriedly left. This task was short on time and heavy on responsibility. Not only Long Xiaoyu, but Lu Qiming himself felt the urgency to race against the clock. Soon. Back in his own office, Lu Qiming compiled the knowledge about the photon shield into a core doctrine PowerPoint presentation. Following that, he created 3 additional versions of science popularization PPTs. One was for beginners, another for intermediate learners, and the third for advanced students. For the advanced section, Lu Qiming planned to deliver the explanation himself during a live stream. In the blink of an eye. A full day passed. To his surprise, Long Xiaoyu had managed to gather every doctoral student from the entire mathematics department at Yin University. Approximately 30 doctoral students from the mathematics department gathered together in Lu Qiming's office. Chapter 294, Tiered Explanation. At this point, Lu Qiming distributed the prepared PowerPoint presentations he had brought. Each person received 3 copies of the slides. After a brief grouping, Lu Qiming delivered an introductory explanation of the content on these slides to the group. An hour later. After finishing the foundational section, Lu Qiming asked, "Does everyone understand?" This time, everyone was genuinely pleased. We got it. Goodness, these little bits of knowledge we never paid attention to before turned out to be so useful when explained by Mr. Wen Ming. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lu Qiming felt deeply gratified. After all, they were doctoral students, the foundational material posed no real challenge. After covering the introductory section, Lu Qiming continued his lecture. This time, he lectured non-stop for an hour and a half. Observing the expressions below, Lu Qiming's heart sank. Nearly half the audience wore looks of confusion and bewilderment. How much did they grasp this time? Got it. I totally got it. No, Teacher Wen Ming, I'm stuck on one point here. I have 3 questions. Just as I thought. Out of 30 people, roughly half were stuck. But Lu Qiming smiled knowingly, the other half who understood were already doing remarkably well. He stepped out of the room. At that moment, Li Li approached directly. Seeing how exhausted Lu Qiming looked, Li Li said, "Chief Engineer, you've worked so hard. Why are you pushing yourself like this? Can't we just take it slow?" Take it slow? Lu Qiming shook his head immediately, letting out a bitter chuckle. I'd love to take it slow, but time won't allow it. Ha? Time? Why? Li Li looked utterly perplexed. She couldn't understand why someone as young as Lu Qiming would be so concerned about time. Gazing at the stars outside the window, Lu Qiming sighed. Humph, look at that vast ocean of the cosmos. How many unknown mysteries lie within, still beyond our comprehension. And how insignificant humanity and Earth appear amidst these countless stars. Often, I feel like a single drop of water in the ocean, a grain of sand in the desert. Facing unknown civilizations, we're like ants, utterly insignificant. As soon as he finished speaking, a look of admiration flashed in Li Li's eyes as she turned to Lu Qiming and asked, "Chief Engineer, have you lost hope?" Lu Qiming chuckled softly. "Hope? Perhaps there's a glimmer of it. But only by giving our all can that sliver of hope truly be called hope." Lu Qiming made no mention of the impending catastrophe or even destruction facing Earth. Such matters, if spoken of, would be sensational and alarming. Burying all this deep within his heart, Lu Qiming could be said to bear the weighty responsibility of humanity's survival or extinction. At the doorway, Lon Xiaoyu rushed out and, upon seeing Lu Qiming, exclaimed, "Teacher Wenming, we all understand now." Upon hearing this news, Lu Qiming glanced at the time. Only 10 minutes had passed. Much faster than the half hour he had anticipated. It seemed that numbers truly made a difference. These doctoral students who had just grasped the knowledge could now teach it to others, allowing them to understand the specific difficulties encountered during the learning process. "Alright, I'll be right there." Chapter 295, The 100,000 Yuan Reward. Lu Qiming walked back inside. But this time, seeing these doctoral students, a glimmer of hope began to take root in his heart. Upon reaching the office, everyone's faces lit up with renewed brilliance. Lu Qiming proceeded to lecture on the intermediate level material. This time, he lectured for 2 solid hours, continuing late into the night until he finished explaining everything. Originally, Lu Qiming had estimated that if just 1/5 of the students grasped the intermediate material, it would be a success. But this time, building on their prior knowledge, nearly half of them grasped it all at once. Lu Qiming was deeply gratified by this outcome. "Alright, today's session ends here. After returning, thoroughly discuss and master this knowledge. When the time comes, you will be responsible for managing the regular channel of the live video studio. Students, are you up to this challenging task?" The doctoral students below looked thrilled. Yes. Their unanimous response sent a wave of emotion through Lu Qiming. 3 days later, the pre-launch hype for the video stream has concluded. Just 1 hour remained until Lu Qiming's live stream began. Many had already gathered before their screens, but most were merely there to catch a glimpse of Mr. Wenming, having lost interest in the knowledge being shared. The chat comments made it abundantly clear. "Goodness gracious, a photon shield? Such advanced knowledge, I'll just watch and learn. Is this photon shield the same as Captain America's shield? My son wants to buy a photon shield. Does anyone have the Taobao link? Please share." However, when the live stream finally began, what everyone saw was a beautiful female streamer. Who is this person? Where's Mr. Civilization? Swish. The comments below appeared in a flash. The beauty in the live stream was none other than Long Xiaoyu. At that moment, she removed her glasses and slipped on a pair of contact lenses, her voice sweet as she said, "Welcome everyone to Mr. Wenming's livestream. I'm Xiaoyu, your livestream consultant. Now, let me walk you through the process for this livestream." After her explanation, everyone suddenly noticed the livestream was divided into several tiers. From the basic tier all the way up to the advanced tier. And each tier description featured different reward tiers. What's this? Everyone was puzzled. Upon clicking to view these reward systems, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Holy cow! Completing the basic level lectures and quizzes could earn you a personally signed photo from Mr. Wenming. This complete the beginner level to get 1 ticket to Mr. Wenming's meet and greet session. Win rate 5%. Oh my gosh, 1 in every 20 people wins. Also, complete the intermediate level quiz to join Mr. Wenming's fan club. Monthly events let you meet Mr. Wenming in person. Go! Countless young men and women couldn't help but light up at the prospect. At this moment, the most crucial part was the final reward, the advanced room quiz prize. After seeing it, the entire livestream chat exploded. Good heavens! The premium room reward was a super scholarship fund. Everyone who completed the premium challenge would receive 100,000 yuan in scholarship funds. 100,000. This figure sent every young man and woman into a frenzy. After all, earning 100,000 yuan in just 2 or 3 days was an opportunity few could ever dream of. Chapter 296, Expert Exam Questions. It was an incredibly tempting offer. I'm all in. Damn it, I'm getting that 100,000 yuan this time, no matter what. Before, I only spent money watching live streams, but never imagined I could actually earn money from them now. Mr. Wenming, you're awesome. This time, I'm going all in. The crowd was suddenly pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline. The purpose of watching the live stream had shifted from mere entertainment to genuine learning. Many immediately pulled out notebooks, ready to start taking notes. Off stage, Dean Wu nearly shed tears of joy at the sight. Good heavens! We old-timers have worked our entire lives and still can't match the learning enthusiasm of these young people. When Chief Engineer Lu steps in, it's truly grand, truly grand. Many experts below, however, snorted in disdain. Pfft, what's so great about that? Just a 100,000 yuan bonus. I couldn't care less. If it weren't for President Wu's reputation, we wouldn't have bothered coming to this nonsense. What kind of live stream is this, filling the stage with a bunch of doctoral students? In my opinion, this whole thing is a farce. Several leading experts in optics expressed their contempt. Lu Qiming, seated on stage, heard every word. He chuckled and declared, I believe our esteemed experts needn't start from the basics. Ha! I hope you'll be able to tackle the advanced questions after listening. In a moment, I'll have someone distribute the test papers. They're identical to the previous set. But if any of you pass, I'll reward each of you with 10 million. Put. Dean Wu immediately spit out his tea. He glanced down at the experts below. There were easily 100 of them. That many people? 10 million each? That would be over $1 billion. An absolutely enormous sum. Humph. The brat is getting cocky. 10 million? He thinks so little of us. Elder Huang, this time we'll show this brat the true power of our expert panel will bankrupt him. The experts all wore expressions of haughty disdain. Lu Qiming, however, let a faint smile curve his lips. With a snap of his fingers, Lily entered from outside, carrying a stack of sealed exam papers. She handed them to Guodonglin, who placed them on the table. Lu Qiming chuckled softly and began his explanation of the advanced section. Inside the live stream room, nearly everyone was intensely focused. Viewer numbers were slightly lower than usual this time, hovering around 70 million when the stream began. However, after the live stream rewards were announced, the viewer count steadily climbed. By now, the live stream had reached a staggering 100 million participants. Looking at the viewer distribution, the basic tier had 1 million viewers. Intermediate tier, 300 people. As for the advanced tier, only a mere 50 people were present. Lu Qiming surmised that these 50 individuals were all world-class scientists of the highest caliber. They were so confident in their abilities that they had entered the advanced livestream room directly. With a chuckle, Lu Qiming began his lecture. When discussing photon shields, we must first establish a fundamental principle, the wave-particle duality of light. This theory was first proposed by renowned scientists. At the beginning of his explanation, the experts below listened intently with bright eyes. But barely 10 minutes later, Lu Qiming noticed some experts below had already started dozing off. Simultaneously, nearly half the experts wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Chapter 297, Long Xiaoyu's Origins. The remaining half had dilated pupils, already dazed from listening, their gazes utterly vacant. It could be said that among the experts present, almost none truly understood what was being said. Lu Qiming said nothing and continued his explanation. In the livestream chat, most comments focused on the foundational aspects. Many had come for the 100,000 yuan prize, unaware of the staggering difficulty involved. An hour later, it was intermission. Lu Qiming glanced at the livestream viewership again. To his delight, many had moved from the basic room to the beginner room. But the number of people in the intermediate room hadn't increased, it had actually decreased significantly. The initial million yuan prize had now become a 100,000 yuan prize. Lu Qiming surmised that those who had initially entered the intermediate room found the content too advanced and had returned to the basic room to rewatch the lecture videos. At that moment, Dean Wu approached Lu Qiming with a big smile, giving him a thumbs up. Kid, you really nailed it this time. Lu Qiming chuckled softly. No, this solution was actually conceived by a doctoral student named Long Xiaoyu. I had overlooked that aspect earlier. Long Xiaoyu? Dean Wu looked puzzled, a hint of suspicion flashing across his face. What? Is there a problem? Nothing. It's just that the name sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Dean Wu furrowed his brow, thinking hard for a moment. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and exclaimed, right. That's the granddaughter of Old Master Long. Her name is Long Xiaoyu. Old Master Long? This time, it was Lu Qiming who was puzzled. Heh, you probably haven't heard of Old Dragon, have you? He's the patriarch of one of our country's most powerful clans. The Long family keeps a low profile, so it's no surprise most people haven't heard of them. But you've surely heard of Tianlong Corporation. Lu Qiming nodded. Yes, I've heard of it. Tianlong seems to span various industries, though I've no idea where their headquarters are. Hey, kid, Tianlong Corporation is just one of the Long family's many ventures. They also own Skyline Foods, Tianyi Pharmaceuticals, HSBC Holdings, and dozens more listed companies. Their assets are beyond estimation. Dozens of listed companies. Even now, with his own fortune in the tens of billions, Lu Qiming was taken aback by this revelation. Typically, a listed company's market cap ranges from tens of billions to hundreds of billions. Larger ones might reach hundreds of billions or even trillions. A family controlling dozens of listed companies is undoubtedly a soaring dragon, a colossal entity whose assets are virtually immeasurable. It must be in the trillions. So formidable. Lu Qiming recalled how nervous Long Xiaoyu had seemed upon meeting him, hardly the demeanor of a wealthy heiress. Little did he know she came from such an extraordinary background. Heh, why is Dean Wu telling me all this? Is the research funding running low again? With a chuckle, Dean Wu quipped, "You youngster, you see right through everything. After this meeting, I'm heading to Old Dragon's place to beg for 30 billion in research funding." Ah, what a struggle. Lu Qiming was also slightly taken aback. At that moment, glancing at the time, it was already time to resume the live stream. Lu Qiming immediately stood up, took his seat on the stage, and continued his lecture. Chapter 298, Expert QA. 2 hours later. By the time Lu Qiming finished his segment of the livestream, the experts below were grim-faced. At that moment, Lu Qiming had staff distribute the pre-prepared exam papers. Experts, take this test. Same deal as before, if anyone scores 60 out of 100, I'll give them 10 million. This time, unlike before, none of the experts dared to mock Lu Qiming's statement. Because many experts hadn't even understood the explanation. They couldn't even grasp the definitions of many terms, let alone solve the problems. Even the simplest questions were beyond them. Sure enough, the experts who received the test papers looked as wilted as frost-bitten eggplants, their faces filled with despair. Faced with these questions, they seemed to be staring at hieroglyphics, utterly baffled. "Ah, Chief Engineer Lu, may we submit our papers early?" One expert stood up and asked. Everyone immediately turned to look at him, expecting some big shot, but upon seeing his completely blank exam paper, they instantly understood. This person? Not a chance. Absolutely possible. But it means giving up this chance to join the expert team for the project. Go! At these words, everyone's mouths went dry. An opportunity to join a project expert team in the past, for ordinary projects, these arrogant experts wouldn't have given it a second thought. But now, Lu Qiming's project was entirely different. Such an opportunity meant not only income exceeding 100 million yuan, but also elevated status within the industry and academic circles. It could be said that any expert emerging from Lu Qiming's project would instantly join the world's foremost ranks. The middle-aged expert stood up, only to sit back down immediately. "Ah, Chief Engineer Lu, I was just joking. I need to get back to answering the questions," the middle-aged expert quickly explained. Another half hour passed. Lu Qiming glanced at the clock and announced, "Time's up. Everyone stand up and hand in your papers." With that one sentence, everyone reluctantly complied. Scanning the room, almost no one had finished their exam. He collected the papers. Lu Qiming remained at his station to begin grading. The experts remained in their seats, waiting for Lu Qiming to finish grading and announce the results. Oh my, it's been so many years since I last took an exam. Suddenly tackling a whole set of questions like this still makes me a bit nervous. Exactly. What did you choose for multiple choice question 12? Choose of the wave particle duality of light. No, this question should be the particle nature of light. Several experts debated the answer, arguing until their faces turned red. At that moment, Lu Qiming was swiftly scanning through the answers. His speed was astonishingly fast. His formidable precision skills propelled him like a rocket, completing each exam paper in barely 3 seconds. As the papers flew by one after another, Lu Qiming's brow furrowed involuntarily. Nearly half of the papers before him were completely wrong. These students were essentially clueless. Of the remaining half, most had only gotten one question right, whether by luck or not was unclear. As for the subsequent short answer and essay questions, almost no one had attempted them. Gazing at the experts before him, boasting and pontificating, Lu Qiming slammed his hand down on the table with a loud thud. "Shame on you." Lu Qiming's furious roar instantly silenced the room. Chapter 299, Astonishing Results. Not a single person scored above 30 points. A 100-point exam, and this is the result? How dare you stand here spouting off like this? Aren't you ashamed? Not a single person dared utter a word. They stood frozen in place, their faces twisted in misery, all traces of their earlier arrogance vanished. At that moment, however, a middle-aged expert stepped forward and said, "Chief Engineer Lu, it's not entirely our fault. These problems are almost entirely in fields we've never encountered before. We need time to learn." Time? Lu Qiming snorted and demanded, "How much time?" The middle-aged expert hesitated for a moment before replying, "Based on my understanding, to fully master this knowledge would require at least a year, and that's a conservative estimate." "A year?" Lu Qiming chuckled again, sitting back in his seat and declaring, "Watch and see. I believe someone can master all this within a single day and submit an exam paper that exceeds the passing score without needing a year." "Ah! Impossible. We're the experts in this field, how could anyone learn faster than us?" The experts looked utterly incredulous, scarcely believing a word Lu Qiming had said. At that moment, Lu Qiming snapped his fingers, signaling Lili to bring over a projector and connect it to a mobile device. Instantly, the live stream feed appeared on the large screen ahead. The premium livestream room now offered access to recorded content, while in other rooms, the beginner and intermediate level instructors were still answering questions in real time. The total number of viewers in the entire livestream, 120 million. This figure exceeded the previous livestream by 10 million. But the quality of this audience far exceeded that of 10 million people. Many of them were genuinely learning. Lu Qiming observed that nearly half of the participants in the foundational knowledge livestream had now advanced to the beginner tier livestream. The number of viewers in the intermediate level livestreams has also increased by tens of times. Meanwhile, 10 individuals were already watching the advanced livestream. They had leveled up from the intermediate livestream. Seeing this, the experts couldn't help but express their astonishment. Such a nationwide learning frenzy is truly a rare sight. 10 people have entered the advanced livestream. This old man is deeply gratified. An elderly scientist exclaimed with great excitement, simultaneously giving Lu Qiming a thumbs up and a hearty compliment. Lu Qiming, however, merely chuckled and stated plainly, "Professor Duan, please continue watching. In a little while, I believe at least 1,000 people will be able to enter the advanced livestream and pass the assessment." 1,000 people. This figure instantly startled the assembled experts. Many experts shook their heads repeatedly, finding the figure utterly unbelievable. Among the 100+ experts present, only a handful could even create such test questions. And these were ordinary people, ordinary students. Yet, as time passed, astonishment spread across everyone's faces. The first 10 people to enter the livestream began tackling the problems. The questions they tackled were of the same difficulty level as those faced by the experts, yet they were drawn from distinct sections of the question bank. No two sets of questions were identical. Moreover, the answers contained numerous distractors and encrypted elements, eliminating any possibility of plagiarism. Chapter 300, Task completed ahead of schedule. Just half an hour later, all 10 individuals had submitted their exams. To everyone's utter astonishment, all 10 of the first group had passed. How could this be possible? Beside Old Master Duan, Li Mojun, the middle-aged expert who had previously claimed the task would take a year, exclaimed in astonishment. His face flushed crimson. Did these people know the answers beforehand? How could they possibly get so many questions right? Li Mojun exclaimed in disbelief. Dean Wu laughed heartily and stated directly, "I can attest that no one knew the content of the questions before the live broadcast. Furthermore, we employed the most advanced encryption methods for this exam's answers, so there was no possibility of the questions being leaked." After President Wu finished speaking, many experts sighed repeatedly. The new generation is pushing the old aside. It seems we experts are getting too old. Some younger experts, however, wore looks of stubborn defiance on their faces, though they remained silent. Before long, nearly 100 more people entered the livestream room. This time, the top 20 among the newcomers swiftly listened to the lecture and answered the questions. Unsurprisingly, all 20 passed. Lu Qiming's mind raced. He immediately realized that these first 30 participants must be those 30+ doctoral students. Many of them had come to participate in the quiz after completing their live streaming lecture assignments. After all, there was a 100,000 yuan prize at stake. It seemed these individuals had all secured it. After these 30 finished, the experts present were left speechless. This was tantamount to a stinging rebuke to their own expertise. A moment passed. The remaining 70 participants gradually finished watching the videos and began answering the questions. What truly intrigued Lu Qiming were these grassroots participants. If they could complete the test, this livestream would be an unprecedented success. Half an hour. After an intensely tense half hour, 30 of the remaining 70 participants had already finished the test. Ding dong! Their scores immediately appeared on the live stream's backend. Number of completions, 30. Scores as follows. Below is a table listing the scores of many students. Everyone started looking from the lowest score. Good heavens! The lowest score was still 35. The experts present were stunned. That 35-point score could easily outshine any of the experts present. Moving up the scale, scores ranged from 40 to 80. The breakdown showed that 40 students had passed. Excellent! Seeing these results, Dean Wu exclaimed with excitement, "Our nation has a bright future ahead." Lu Qiming, too, felt a surge of emotion welling up inside him. For the first time, he experienced the exhilaration of knowledge dissemination. With so many people now qualified to participate in this field, Lu Qiming felt his hopes soar for the future spaceship escape plan. "Lili, distribute the funds," Lu Qiming commanded directly. At that moment, from the live streaming platform's back end, Lili added all those who had passed the exam to the list and began distributing the bonuses one by one. Many recipients immediately shared the news in their social circles after receiving their rewards. The number of learners in the livestream surged once more. Ding! Host's dissemination task detected. Perfect completion achieved. Subsequent dissemination will directly convert into physical stamina for the host. Chapter 301, Rebuking the Expert Panel. Ding! Host has completed dissemination task, acquiring 1 miniature photon shield. Ding! Host's dissemination level has reached perfection, earning 50 stamina points. In an instant, Lu Qiming felt his body enveloped by a blue glow, as if the system had completely re-engineered him. A wave of dizziness washed over him. He immediately collapsed onto the desk. When Lu Qiming felt he had slept for an eternity and opened his eyes again, everything around him seemed much clearer. My vision! Lu Qiming gasped in astonishment. In the distance, Lily's silhouette came into view. Every detail, from the texture of her clothes to the fine hairs on her skin, was crystal clear. Ha! Lu Qiming was stunned. His eyesight was terrifyingly sharp. He stood up again, feeling incredibly light and energetic. A fiery passion burned within him, urging him to play basketball or sprint 100 meters, his body brimming with untapped strength. This internal level. Lu Qiming glanced at the system panel. Sure enough, his physical fitness level had reached intermediate. It had reached 101 physical fitness level. Next time I fight Jinshan, I'll probably take him down in one move. Lu Qiming thought to himself. At that moment, he noticed that as more and more trainees completed their tasks, his physical fitness level kept climbing. The experts present were all dumbfounded. In just 2 hours, the vast majority of trainees in the rear had collectively achieved a leap in their physical fitness levels. A staggering 10,000 individuals had surged from intermediate to advanced. These 10,000 individuals had all watched the video meticulously before beginning their own tests. Tension gripped the crowd as they waited to see how this massive group would perform on the test. Lu Qiming was also paying close attention. Half an hour passed. Time flew by. When the live stream backend displayed the results, the experts present were so impressed they felt like bowing down in awe. Chief Engineer, 3,000 people passed. Lily exclaimed excitedly. Lu Qiming checked his system's physical fitness level again. In an instant, it had increased by another 10 points, reaching 111 points. Alright, pay out the bonuses. 3,000 people, 100,000 yuan each, that's 300 million yuan. Lu Qiming didn't hesitate for a second, he started dispersing the funds immediately. Simultaneously, Lu Qiming opened his livestream and posted a status update. Those who passed the test may report to the Capital International Hotel after the event concludes. Starting annual salary, 1 million yuan, depending on qualifications. The moment this announcement hit, the entire livestream exploded once more. Instantly, countless viewers declared they absolutely had to join Mr. Wenbing's team. This development made the live quiz show even more popular. It had practically become a national phenomenon. By late afternoon, as dusk began to fall, the crowd finally started to wind down. Lu Qiming glanced at the experts in front of him. These guys all looked utterly dejected, as if they'd aged decades overnight. Our original level placed us among the world's top 30, but now, in the field of photonics, we probably can't even break into the world's top 10,000. Top 10,000? You're being too optimistic. In my view, at least half the participants in this live show, millions of them, are already ahead of us. A wave of self-pity swept through the group. Lu Qiming, however, gave a cold snort and said, I hope all the experts here will start by watching the foundational videos. Many things can only be truly grasped once you've let go of what you already know. Chapter 302, Imperial City Entertainment. At these words, some experts understood and began to act, while others remained stuck in their complaining ways. Having said this, Lu Qiming made no further delay, rising immediately to depart. At the doorway, 30 doctoral students had been waiting there all along. Seeing Lu Qiming emerge, they bowed almost simultaneously, paying their respects with utmost reverence. Thank you, Professor Lu. Thank you, Chief Engineer. Seeing these doctoral students, Lu Qiming felt a surge of satisfaction. He stepped forward to help them up, saying, Thank you all. Today, I am the one who should be thanking you. Without your assistance, this live teaching session would never have been such a success. The doctoral students' faces lit up with excitement at the praise. Lu Qiming continued, So tonight, I'll treat you all to a feast. Let's go out and enjoy a hearty meal, shall we? Yes. These bookworms rarely had such opportunities to unwind. Hearing Lu Qiming's words, they couldn't contain their excitement. The group rushed out, heading toward an entertainment complex on the outskirts of the capital. Just as Lu Qiming and his group departed, 3 men clad in sleek black suits suddenly appeared at the hotel entrance. Watching their retreating figures in the distance, one with a hooked nose spoke in a sinister tone, Boss, when do we move? The middleman, a burly figure with a long scar across his face, snorted coldly. Let the kid enjoy his last night. The Alliance leader's orders are to capture him alive and extract every secret from him. Yes, sir. The trio remained visible only briefly before climbing into a vehicle and vanishing into the night. Imperial City Entertainment. This was the largest entertainment complex on the outskirts of the capital. A comprehensive entertainment complex integrating bars, KTV, dining, bathhouses, hotels, and more. They arrived at the entrance of the Imperial City Hotel. Lu Qiming was overjoyed as he led the group inside. Such a high-end place, many of the doctoral students had never been here before and couldn't stop marveling. A visit here must cost over 1,000 per person, right? One doctoral student remarked. Another doctoral student laughed dismissively. 1,000? You think you're wielding a rice knife? The average spend here is 10,000 per person. 10,000. This figure instantly startled most of the doctoral students. Although each of them had received a 100,000 yuan bonus today, they still felt this price was too high. Hearing this, Lu Qiming chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I'm covering the entire bill today." The moment he said this, the group erupted in cheers. They entered the lobby. Lu Qiming announced directly, "First, we'll have the hotel buffet, then we'll reserve a large private room for karaoke." The front desk staff glanced at the group's attire and immediately wore a look of contempt. "Sir, you'll need to pay a deposit first. For 32 people, the deposit is 3.2 million. Lu Qiming, taking it at face value, was about to hand over the deposit. At that moment, Long Xiaoyu beside him suddenly gasped. "Wait, I've never heard of needing a deposit here. Are you sure you got that right?" Long Xiaoyu asked. The front desk attendant immediately pursed her lips. "I'm sorry, Mississippi. For regular customers, we do require a deposit." Chapter 303, Long Xiaoyu's friend. The two argued for a while. At that moment, several customers waiting in the back grew impatient. "Are we getting in or what?" one snapped. "Stop dawdling. Let me go first." With that, a man in a floral shirt and tea-colored sunglasses dashed over from the left. As he approached, he immediately spotted Long Xiaoyu at the front desk. He was instantly captivated by Long Xiaoyu. "Long Xiaoyu? It's actually you." The man promptly shoved the two young models beside him aside, as if discarding hot potatoes. He flung 2 stacks of green bills onto the counter and gave them a dismissive look. The two models, clutching the cash, happily departed. At that moment, Long Xiaoyu raised her hand and spotted the man in the floral shirt. She looked surprised and said, "Xiao Dajuan, aren't you still in the Kingdom of Weeks? When did you come back?" Xiao Dajuan's face lit up with excitement. "Xiaoyu, I came back specifically to see you. Plus, there are some family matters I need to handle." "Ha!" Long Xiaoyu rolled her eyes and retorted, "Cut the crap, Xiao Dajuan. I know you're only back to inherit the family fortune." At this, Xiao Dajuan grinned broadly. "You figured me out again, Xiaoyu. You're just as sharp as when we were kids." The two seemed very familiar with each other. Long Xiaoyu then walked up to Lu Qiming and introduced him. "Teacher, this is a friend of mine, Xiao Dajuan, the third young master of the Qiu family." Then, Long Xiaoyu introduced Xiao Dajuan again. "Dajuan, this is my teacher, Mr. Lu Qiming, chief designer of the spaceship, chief engineer of the energy source project, chief designer, and leader of the laser cannon project. He's also a lifetime honorary professor." Hearing this lengthy string of titles, a flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Dajuan's eyes. Chuckling softly, Xiao Dajuan remarked, "So you're the renowned scientist. I've long admired your work." Though he spoke of long admiration, Lu Qiming clearly detected a trace of disdain in Xiao Dajuan's eyes, though he did not show it in front of Long Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, let's go inside." At that moment, Zhang Lanlan, Long Xiaoyu's close friend among the doctoral students, came over and linked her arm through Xiaoyu's. Long Xiaoyu smiled sweetly. "Sure thing, Xiao Dajuan. See you later, we're heading out for dinner together." Hearing this, Xiao Dajuan immediately clutched his stomach, feigning extreme hunger. "Ah, what terrible timing. I skipped breakfast and now I'm starving. If you don't mind, could I join you for a bite?" As he spoke, his gaze fell squarely on Lu Qiming. Nodding, Lu Qiming replied, "Sure, but you'll have to pay for it yourself." "Fine, I'll pay my own way." With that, the group proceeded to the third-floor dining level, where a large all-you-can-eat buffet awaited. It featured Western cuisine, barbecue grills, various seafood, and more, all available for unlimited consumption. Of course, the catch was a 3,000 yuan entry fee per person. Upon entering the buffet, the doctoral students were amazed, happily loading their plates with all kinds of food. Lu Qiming sat at a round table in the center, answering questions posed by some students. He hadn't taken any food himself, but Long Xiaoyu had thoughtfully served him. This scene, witnessed by Xiao Dajuan, instantly filled him with displeasure. Chapter 304, Xiao Dajuan's Probe. Approaching Long Xiaoyu, Xiao Dajuan inquired, "Xiaoyu, I hear your doctoral program wraps up in just a month. Any plans after that?" Without hesitation, Long Xiaoyu replied, "Of course I'll be working alongside Chief Engineer Lu. He announced today that everyone who passed the assessment can report for duty. Luckily, I'm one of them. He. Seeing Long Xiaoyu's beaming expression, Xiao Dajuan glanced toward Lu Qiming in the distance, a fleeting, imperceptible chill flashing in his eyes. Not long after, everyone brought a variety of delicious foods, filling an entire table, and then began raising their glasses. Lu Qiming held a glass of beer and addressed the group. "I'm incredibly happy today and deeply grateful to everyone, especially Long Xiaoyu. This live streaming idea was her brainchild. Thank you. Come on, let's raise a glass to our successful broadcast." As Lu Qiming finished speaking, everyone raised their glasses. But then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Xiaoyu, you shouldn't be drinking such low-grade beer," Xiao Dajuan declared. His words immediately sparked discontent among those around him. Long Xiaoyu also looked displeased. Xiao Dajuan, what do you mean? Mind your own business. At that moment, Xiao Dajuan sighed and said repeatedly, before I left, Uncle Long specifically told me to look out for you once I saw you. As he spoke, Xiao Dajuan casually glanced at Lu Qiming. Surprisingly, he detected no flicker of emotion in Lu Qiming's eyes. Humph. Get lost. Long Xiaoyu snapped, downing the beer in her glass in one gulp. Host and guests were both in high spirits. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, Lu Qiming moved to a nearby table, sat down to rest, and sipped his tea. At that moment, Xiao Dajuan approached holding a glass of red wine, sitting down across from Lu Qiming. Seeing no one paying attention, Xiao Dajuan chuckled and asked, Great scientist, can we have a chat? Lu Qiming looked up and saw the mysterious look on the other man's face, which made him feel a bit dismissive. Still, considering Xiao Dajuan was Long Xiaoyu's friend, Lu Qiming nodded. Great scientist, Xiao Dajuan began, I want to know what exactly is your relationship with Xiaoyu? The moment those words left his mouth, a flash of distaste crossed Lu Qiming's eyes. He had never shared his personal relationships with outsiders. With a cold snort, Lu Qiming cut straight to the point. What do you mean? Spit it out. Fine. Xiao Dajuan gave a nod of approval. Then, he pulled a check from his coat and placed it on the table. At the same time, he said mysteriously, Kid, if you can help me win over Long Xiaoyu, this 10 million is yours. 10 million? Lu Qiming was momentarily stunned. Not to mention anything else, just his spending here today would likely exceed 10 million. Seems Xiao Dajuan thought he was a beggar. What's the matter? Never seen that much money before, kid? Once you get the job done, I'll give you another 30 million. Lu Qiming chuckled dryly, his tone laced with irritation. Why do you want to pursue Long Xiaoyu? Xiao Dajuan's lips curled into a smirk. What for? For a family alliance, of course. Let me be blunt, a woman like Long Xiaoyu can only marry into a wealthy, powerful family that is her equal. And our Qiu family is the perfect match. Chapter 305, KTV Singing. Lu Qiming chuckled, knowing Xiao Dajuan was bragging. He cut straight to the chase, then why are you pursuing her? Me. Xiao Dajuan was instantly speechless. With a cold snort, Xiao Dajuan continued, Kid, you're just a penniless scientist. With this 40 million, you could get any woman you want. Stop bothering Long Xiaoyu. She's mine. Just help me out and play matchmaker. You'll get 40 million easy. Lu Qiming gave a cold chuckle, his face dripping with disdain. Get lost. One word. Xiao Dajuan froze on the spot, utterly taken aback that such a seemingly bookish intellectual could radiate such overwhelming force. Alright, kid, you've got guts. Xiao Dajuan tucked away the check and headed for another table. Lu Qiming watched as he approached Long Xiaoyu's best friend, Zhang Lanlan. Close your eyes. In an instant, Lu Qiming felt as though he had entered an ethereal space. A cacophony of sounds filled his ears. Supported by his formidable physical prowess, his hearing became terrifyingly acute in the silence. With remarkable ease, Lu Qiming overheard the conversation between Xiao Dajuan and Zhang Lanlan. Well, Miss Zhang Lanlan, this 10 million is just the first installment. Another 40 million will follow 15 million total. As long as you complete the task, it's all yours. Zhang Lanlan sounded hesitant, this doesn't feel quite right. Xiaoyu trusts me so much, Xiao Dajuan chuckled, don't be naive. You've known Xiaoyu for so long, yet you still don't know she's a wealthy heiress? That alone means your relationship isn't as close as you think. This seemed to hit Zhang Lanlan's sore spot. She nodded and said directly, alright, tell me what to do. After finishing their meal, the group headed to a KTV private room. At that moment, everyone was in high spirits. In the KTV room, these bookworms who usually only knew how to study suddenly seemed to let loose. One by one, they grabbed the microphones and started singing. Before long, someone requested a duet love song, and Zhang Lanlan immediately said, this one was requested by me and Xiaoyu, we'll sing it together. Long Xiaoyu happily agreed. As longtime best friends, singing a duet together was no big deal. But just as the music began and Long Xiaoyu sang her first line, as she waited for her next line, Zhang Lanlan suddenly started coughing violently, as if something had gotten stuck in her throat. She gulped down several mouthfuls of water and gasped, I can't do this. I can't. Quick, Mr. Chiu, you take my place. Xiao Dajuan, seated beside Zhang Lanlan, instantly flashed a sly smile. He grabbed the microphone and began singing. Seeing this, Long Xiaoyu's face darkened with displeasure. But at this moment, simply tossing the microphone aside would be rather rude. Thus, she felt utterly helpless. But the situation didn't end there. After taking a couple of sips of water, Zhang Lanlan started rallying a few girls to cheer loudly. Wow, Xiao Xiao's voice is like heavenly music. It's the most magnetic voice I've ever heard. Young Master Qiu and our Xiaoyu are such a perfect match. Even though Long Xiaoyu and Zhang Lanlan were close friends, she couldn't help but protest, Zhang Lanlan, stop talking nonsense. Zhang Lanlan hurriedly urged, Xiaoyu, hurry up. It's your turn to sing. At that moment, Long Xiaoyu found herself in a dilemma. But suddenly, he spotted Lu Qiming in the corner, and his heart stirred. Chapter 306, The Trick in the Drink. Ah, Teacher Lu, my throat's not feeling well either. Here, take the mic. Without further ado, Long Xiaoyu tossed the microphone straight to Lu Qiming. Lu Qiming was utterly speechless. By the time it was his turn to sing, it was already the segment for female students. Glancing at the countdown on the screen, he was about to apologize and find another female substitute when suddenly, he spotted a cleaning lady sweeping the hallway near the entrance. In that instant, Lu Qiming's mind raced. He immediately opened the private room door. He pulled out about 500 yuan from his pocket and invited the cleaning lady right in. Seeing the music on the screen and holding the tip Lu Qiming had given her, the cleaning lady was overjoyed and immediately began singing to liven up the atmosphere. Love, love, you're my one and only. The room instantly erupted with excitement. No one expected a cleaning lady to sing so well, perhaps from years of exposure to KTV music. Everyone was thoroughly enjoying themselves except for Qiu Dajuan. A frosty look instantly settled on Qiu Dajuan's face. Soon, the turn for this little love song came to him. It's your turn, Qiu Dajuan. Sing, sing. Long Xiaoyu urged. Qiu Dajuan's expression turned as grim as could be. He desperately didn't want to follow the cleaning lady's song, but he couldn't very well refuse. Fine, I'll sing. After singing for a while following the cleaning lady's song, Qiu Dajuan felt completely miserable. Long Xiaoyu, standing beside Lu Qiming, was delighted by the scene. She immediately gave Lu Qiming a thumbs up and exclaimed, Teacher Lu, you really know how to handle things. The song ended. Qiu Dajuan looked utterly miserable, as if infected by the cleaning lady's singing. His face had turned a shade of green. Especially when he saw Long Xiaoyu and Lu Qiming sitting together, laughing and chatting, it only made him feel worse. Tossing the microphone to someone else, Qiu Dajuan pulled a small paper packet from his pocket and poured its contents into a wine glass. Simultaneously, he strode toward Lu Qiming. Standing before Lu Qiming, Qiu Dajuan declared, Professor Lu, right? Heh, since you're out enjoying yourself today, let's raise a toast. This one's on me. Saying this, Qiu Dajuan grabbed 2 large wine glasses right off the table. Extra large ones at that, which he filled to the brim in one swift motion. Bring 10 more bottles of Lafitte. Qiu Dajuan summoned the waitstaff, who brought 10 more bottles of Lafitte. They were all stacked on the KTV table. At that moment, he spoke up, Teacher Lu, come on, let's drink. Lu Qiming scoffed dismissively. Sorry, I don't drink with people I don't know well. Qiu Dajuan immediately laughed. He shot a glance at Zhang Lanlan in the distance and gave her a knowing look. At that moment, Zhang Lanlan immediately started egging him on, Professor Lu, none of us have ever seen you drink. Could you grant us this little wish? The other doctoral students, who hadn't thought of this, immediately joined in the clamor. Only Long Xiaoyu sensed something was off. Lanlan, Professor Lu has been lecturing all day. He must be exhausted. How could he possibly finish such a large glass of red wine? But just then, Zhang Lanlan stepped forward and grabbed Long Xiaoyu's arm. Xiaoyu, you just don't understand. Men like these are the most competitive. Today, young Master Qiu probably wants to challenge Teacher Lu to a drinking contest. You can't stop him, or Teacher Lu will be upset. Chapter 307, KTV Brother Xiang. Ha? Really? After being swayed by Zhang Lanlan's words, Long Xiaoyu fell silent. After that, Zhang Lanlan winked at Qiu Dajuan, signaling him. Instantly, Qiu Dajuan perked up. He strode forward and placed a check on the table. The balance written on it was 100 million. Chuckling, Qiu Dajuan declared, Teacher Lu, everyone here today is your student. So this drinking contest starts with you no objections, right? If you can finish this glass, this 100 million check is yours. As he spoke, a ruthless gleam flashed in Qiu Dajuan's eyes. Earlier, he had secretly laced the red wine with a substance. If Lu Qiming actually drank it now, things would get very interesting. Feigning sincerity, Qiu Dajuan raised his glass first and declared, Professor Lu, I'll drink to you first. With that, Qiu Dajuan downed the entire glass of red wine in one gulp. All eyes turned to Lu Qiming. Lu Qiming didn't hesitate either. He immediately picked up the glass in front of him and began drinking. Through the glass, however, he caught a glimpse of a wicked smile on Qiu Dajuan's face. Kid, you finally fell for it. Qiu Dajuan muttered under his breath, but his mouth movements were perfectly clear to Lu Qiming. This contains the strongest laxative. Once you finish it, you'll see how powerful it is. Seeing those words formed with his lips, Lu Qiming was taken aback. The strongest laxative? Such a thing exists? Lu Qiming chuckled inwardly, gulping down the rest of the wine in one go. At that moment, the two locked eyes, neither speaking, both grinning with ill intent. After a long while, a long, drawn-out sound echoed through the private room, instantly filling it with a foul stench. What the hell? Did someone just their pants? Instantly, everyone present was dumbfounded. They were all adults. Wetting oneself was the kind of thing you could be teased about for a lifetime. No one would ever joke about something like that. Yet as they searched for the source, they immediately noticed Cho Dajuan's expression utterly priceless. He looked stunned, confused, even resentful. He glanced at himself, then at Lu Qiming. He couldn't understand why Lu Qiming was fine, while his own stomach had started to feel queasy. Ah! Mid-thought, Cho Dajuan clutched his stomach again, let out a wail, and scrambled toward the exit. But it was already too late. It was like he was running and defecating at the same time. Cho Dajuan had become a walking source of foul odor. At that moment, everyone pinched their noses and rushed outside. The entire private room was now filled with an unbearable stench, making it impossible to stay inside. Lu Qiming acted first, placing a fire department breathing mask over Long Xiaoyu's face. With a swift movement, he carried her outside in an instant. Once in the lobby, they took the elevator straight down to the first floor. Only then could they finally breathe a long, relieved sigh. Everyone was panting heavily. Some nosy individuals had even recorded videos of the scene and started posting them on their social feeds. Lu Qiming glanced casually and immediately spotted a male doctoral student posting in his moments, "Some rich kid's behavior is utterly disgusting." Others went even further, with titles like, "KTV Brother." Chapter 308, Superhuman Stamina. In an instant, this nickname, along with the video, spread like wildfire across the internet. As they played, Lu Qiming glanced at the time. It was already 9 p.m. He announced directly, "Alright, everyone, you're dismissed. After you return, take 3 days to rest and recuperate, then come to my newly opened company to start work." With that, everyone dispersed one after another. These doctoral students now held nothing but admiration for Lu Qiming. In their eyes, Lu Qiming stood like an insurmountable mountain. Almost no one objected to coming to work for him. After everyone left, Lu Qiming settled the bill at the bar. Long Xiaoyu, standing nearby, offered to contribute, but Lu Qiming stopped her. "I said I'd treat. Actually, I should thank you all today. Completing the task so quickly was beyond my expectations." Long Xiaoyu looked utterly bewildered. She had assumed the task Lu Qiming referred to was a science outreach assignment assigned to him by higher authorities. Teacher Lu, if you have any more assignments in the future, remember to call us along too." Lu Qiming replied immediately, "Absolutely." Even as they left Imperial City Entertainment, Lu Qiming hadn't seen Cho Dajuan. That guy was probably still holed up in the bathroom. As they approached the exit, Lu Qiming immediately spotted an ambulance carrying a stretcher down the steps. It was Cho Dajuan. He was still emitting a strong stench, causing the surrounding medical staff to cover their noses. "Cho Dajuan, what happened to you?" Long Xiaoyu called out from a distance. Cho Dajuan lifted his head and immediately spotted Lu Qiming and Long Xiaoyu together. His entire body convulsed as he bellowed like a slaughtered pig, "Lu! Just you wait. Once I'm healed, I'll kill you." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he was carried into the ambulance and driven away. Curious, Long Xiaoyu asked Lu Qiming, "What's going on here?" Lu Qiming chuckled and replied directly, "Nothing much. I just swapped my drink with his." As for what was in the drink, that was entirely his own doing. "What? Cho Dajuan actually spiked the drinks?" Long Xiaoyu gasped in shock. But then she recalled what Zhang Lanlan had told her earlier, and suddenly doubt crept in. Just then, Zhang Lanlan came running up from behind. She greeted her warmly as always. "Xiaoyu, there you are. Let's head back together." Usually, Long Xiaoyu would always accompany Zhang Lanlan when she arrived. But this time, Long Xiaoyu frowned slightly and said, "Oh, no thanks, Lanlan. I'm heading home now. Not back to school. See you another day." Zhang Lanlan looked a bit surprised, but she didn't say anything and just left. Lu Qiming also sensed something was amiss, but he kept his observations to himself, waiting for further developments before taking action. The night passed without incident. When Lu Qiming awoke the next morning, he was stunned to discover his physical fitness level had surged by another 30 points. Overnight, it had skyrocketed from 111 to 141, a truly remarkable leap. Checking the livestream's learner count, especially in the advanced room, he found that the number of people who had completed the test questions had multiplied several times overnight. No wonder. However, after a quick calculation, Lu Qiming realized something was off about the numbers. They seemed slightly lower than before. Chapter 309, The Black Blood Alliance's New Moves. Which part was missing? Lu Qiming checked and spotted a timestamp. It suddenly dawned on him his livestream had only started yesterday. Today, it had just reached 26 hours. The missing portion corresponded precisely to the data generated during the final 2 hours. 24 hours. Lu Qiming instantly understood. So this physical fitness level wasn't infinitely accumulative after all. It extended for 1 day, or 24 hours, starting from the moment the broadcast began. So that was it. Having uncovered this truth, Lu Qiming now knew that to gain extra system bonuses, he had to complete tasks as quickly as possible. The faster, the better. After freshening up, Lu Qiming intended to inspect the production of the new spaceship design. But just then, a call came in. It was Liang Dongshan. Seeing the number, Lu Qiming answered immediately. Director Liang, what's the situation? Lu Qiming asked directly. On the other end, Liang Dongshan sounded visibly anxious. Chief Designer Lu, you really need to come see this for yourself. Lu Qiming's heart sank. Previously, Liang Dongshan had been in charge of eliminating the Black Blood Alliance's tentacles throughout Xia Nation. Any situation arising from his end must be related to the Black Blood Alliance. Caught off guard, Lu Qiming immediately instructed Lili, notify Manhwa today's spacecraft inspection is cancelled. Postpone it. Yes, sir. Downstairs, Wang Feng had the car ready. Rushing straight to the command center, Lu Qiming met with Liang Dongshan. Liang Dongshan sat in a chair, staring at the computer screen ahead of him, puffing heavily on a cigarette. Director Liang, what's going on? Lu Qiming asked as soon as he entered. Liang Dongshan pointed at the screen and said, Chief Engineer Lu, take a look at this. Lu Qiming looked at the screen and immediately saw an image of a hijacked cargo ship with numerous hostages on board. In the footage, a masked pirate wore a look of utter arrogance. Who are these people? Observing the figures huddled in a small room within the frame, Lu Qiming inquired. Liang Dongshan sighed deeply. These people are the families of our team members involved in this operation, their families, and my family too. Hearing this, Lu Qiming slammed his fist onto the table. How audacious. This alone showed how deeply entrenched and powerful the Black Blood Alliance truly was. Sigh. Though no one in the entire team has said much, we're still carrying out the mission. But the psychological pressure on everyone is unimaginable. Moreover, these bandits have given us only 3 days. If we don't release the people we captured earlier within 3 days, they'll kill all the hostages. Hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Lu Qiming's eyes. In the past, faced with such a situation, Lu Qiming knew his own limitations and would have accepted it. But now, with his physical prowess exceeding tenfold his previous level, reaching the extraordinary 141, and his precision craftsmanship rating soaring to a towering 60, his mindset had fundamentally changed. 3 days? Humph. These people won't last 3 days. A fiery glint ignited in Lu Qiming's eyes. At that moment, Liang Dongshan, who was smoking, felt a tear well up in his eye. Following his gaze, the screen showed a woman with tape over her mouth, none other than Liang Yameng. Chapter 310, Liang Dongshan's Dilemma. At that moment, Liang Yameng was held captive alongside over 100 other hostages. Yet, her eyes betrayed no trace of fear. Director Liang, do you know the location where the hostages are being held? Lu Qiming asked. Liang Dongshan sighed and shook his head. We only know a general location somewhere in the Atlantic Islands. But which specific island? We have no way of knowing. At this point, Liang Dongshan seemed hesitant to continue. Lu Qiming keenly sensed his hesitation and immediately pressed, Commissioner Liang, if there's something you need to say, just speak up. They actually have one more condition. Hearing this, Lu Qiming suddenly had a premonition. These people's target had always been him, the heart of Atlantis. Go ahead, Director Liang. I'm prepared, Lu Qiming said. Liang Dongshan sighed helplessly. Their demand is to hand you over to their operatives within the country. Only then will they release the hostages. Ha! That's exactly what I intended. Lu Qiming gave a cold chuckle and stated directly, Commissioner Liang, tell them I'll go to their people today. Have them release the hostages. Liang Dongshan immediately shook his head. He knew better than to agree to that. No, Chief Engineer, that's not what I meant. As a top-tier expert in the country, a national treasure, you absolutely cannot be harmed. But before he could finish, Lu Qiming cut him off. Rest assured, Director Liang. Those who wish to harm me won't succeed so easily. Liang Dongshan remained somewhat uneasy after Lu Qiming's words. But when he saw Lu Qiming remotely pull a long knife hanging on a distant wall toward him, he was utterly stunned. Chief Engineer Lu, what is this? Liang Dongshan asked, utterly astonished. Strong magnetism. It's one of my research inventions, Lu Qiming explained. Actually, this is precisely the function of the Atlantis energy core. It can unleash a powerful magnetic force. However, Lu Qiming hadn't mentioned this to Liang Dongshan. Good heavens, Chief Engineer, you're a genius among geniuses. But this approach won't work either. They have overwhelming numbers and won't back down easily. Seeing Liang Dongshan still uneasy, Lu Qiming was at a loss. Suddenly, he noticed a punching bag in Liang Dongshan's office, the kind used for regular boxing practice. Lu Qiming's eyes lit up instantly. He walked straight over. He swung his fist and struck the punching bag. A thunderous thud echoed. The punching bag burst open instantly, spilling sand everywhere. Liang Dongshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Even world-class masters might struggle to achieve such a feat, yet Lu Qiming had accomplished it with effortless ease. You can rest assured now. Liang Dongshan nodded, his heart racing with excitement. Still, he cautioned, Chief Engineer, this must be approved by higher-ups. Your safety comes first. Lu Qiming immediately cut him off. Liang Dongshan, don't you want to save your daughter? Approval? Do you really think they'd approve something like this? Lu Qiming spoke the cold, hard truth. For someone of his stature, the higher-ups would never risk sending Lu Qiming. Well then. Seeing Liang Dongshan dithering, Lu Qiming took his phone directly, retrieved the hijacker's number from it, and then walked straight out of Liang Dongshan's office. Chapter 311, Taking the Initiative. Wait for my good news, Lu Qiming said. Back at the hotel. Lu Qiming immediately dialed the number. After the call connected, a sinister voice came through. Hello, is this Director Liang? Lu Qiming snorted coldly and cut straight to the point. Black Blood Alliance? Where are you? There was a moment of hesitation on the other end. But quickly, they snapped back into action. Heh, so it's you, Mr. Lu. We've grown tired of hearing your voice in the livestream, ha. The voice turned sinister again. Mr. Lu, what brings you to call? Lu Qiming cut straight to the point. You kidnapped a group of hostages, didn't you? What, you don't know what I'm here for? Upon hearing this, the man on the other end immediately replied, Good, Mr. Lu. I believe your choice is wise. Our Black Blood Alliance is the best place for you to unleash your true potential. If you've made up your mind, call me back at 5th Avenue. Remember, alone. 5th Avenue? Consulting a map, Lu Qiming saw their location was in the outskirts of the capital. From here, heading southeast for about 50 kilometers would lead to the port. At that moment, Lu Qiming found a car, got behind the wheel himself, and headed for 5th Avenue. Before long, he arrived. The surroundings were desolate, nothing but roads stretching endlessly, not a soul in sight. He picked up his phone and dialed the number again. Hello, I've arrived at 5th Avenue, Lu Qiming said. The person on the other end chuckled and replied, Very good, Mr. Lu. You keep your word. Now, keep driving southeast until you reach Bird Island Village. With that, the other end hung up with a chuckle. Lu Qiming set off again, glancing at the map navigation. Bird Island Village was located near a coastal port. However, Lu Qiming had no intention of alerting the police at this moment. The other party held a hostage, giving them the confidence to act with impunity. Soon. Upon arriving at the location, Lu Qiming spotted a luxury RV parked on the outskirts of Bird Island Village. It stood out starkly against the surrounding dilapidated landscape. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Instead of answering, someone stepped out of the RV and waved toward Lu Qiming. Stepping out of his own vehicle, Lu Qiming walked straight toward the figure. Suddenly, a vicious gust of wind swept in from behind. It seemed like a stick or something similar was being used for a sneak attack. Lu Qiming's first instinct was to counterattack, but a sudden thought sparked a plan. He suddenly activated a photon shield, then feigned being struck, collapsing to the ground. A man behind him struck once with the stick, then immediately stepped forward. He probed Lu Qiming's nose, flipped his eyelids, and only then hoisted him onto his shoulder, carrying him toward the RV. Thud! The burly man reached the RV and tossed Lu Qiming onto a large leather seat. Biao, you bastard, be a little gentler. If you mess this guy up, just wait till the old man, the alliance leader, gets his hands on you. The burly man chuckled and said to a man with a hooked nose, Bald Eagle, you better not tell the old man about this, or I'll kill you. Enough bickering. Check the authenticity, don't haul back any fakes. Chapter 312, Undercover Infiltration. From the driver's seat, a scarred man in black said. Bald Eagle immediately responded, Yes, Captain. He swiftly plucked a strand of Lu Qiming's hair and placed it into a genetic testing device. The car drove on as they waited for the test results. Half an hour later, as the car pulled up beside a speedboat, a beep sounded. The results were in. Captain, it's him. Bald Eagle was visibly excited. The group sprang into action, binding Lu Qiming tightly once more before loading him onto the speedboat. The hum of the engine filled the air as the speedboat sped off into the distance. Though his eyes were closed, Lu Qiming's mind remained sharp. Listening to the men's discussions, he pieced together his thoughts. Time flew by, and before they knew it, a whole day had passed. After sailing through the night, the speedboat came to a halt before an island just as dawn broke. When the men came to check on Lu Qiming, he had already awakened. He lay on the yacht, gazing at the sky with an unflappable calm. Hey, kid, you sure are taking it easy, enjoying yourself, aren't you? Diao snorted with a sneer. Lu Qiming ignored him, rising to his feet and stating simply, Alright, now you can release the hostages, right? Hearing this, the middle-aged man with the scarred face chuckled, Kid, don't be in such a hurry. First, we'll take you back to freshen up, then you'll meet our leader. Shower? Lu Qiming instantly understood their intent. They feared he might be hiding a weapon that could threaten the alliance leader. Suppressing his temper, Lu Qiming chuckled and said, Fine, you arrange it. Soon, several men led Lu Qiming to a lush green area on the island. The scenery here was exceptionally beautiful, resembling an outdoor paradise. Lu Qiming glanced around. The entire perimeter of the island seemed to have a special design, with a faint energy wave constantly circulating around it. Before long, Lu Qiming was led to an open-air bathing area. It was a large pool filled with water that appeared to be a hot spring, constantly flowing. Pointing to it, the scarred man said, "Go bathe. After you change clothes, we'll take you inside." With that, the scarred man snapped his fingers. A young woman then approached, carrying a tray. On the tray lay a neatly folded set of clothes. "Alright, this arrangement is quite good." Lu Qiming said nothing more, simply stepping into the pool to bathe. He had to admit, the hot spring water here was truly excellent. After bathing, Lu Qiming stepped out of the pool and saw his clothes had already been taken away and sealed by the vultures and their crew. Lu Qiming chuckled softly. Before coming this time, he had brought nothing but a photon shield, all to ensure his escort would feel completely at ease bringing him in. Now, those clothes contained nothing but some money and a phone. Putting on fresh clothes, Lu Qiming retrieved a minuscule, shrunken photon shield from between his fingers and slipped it into the pocket of his new outfit. Upon reaching the front, Lu Qiming inquired, "May I now see the alliance leader?" The scarred man turned, glanced at Lu Qiming, and upon finding no issues, simply said, "Follow me." From the green lawns, they entered a castle that resembled a garden. Chapter 313, Meeting the Alliance Leader. Lu Qiming noticed that everything here was exceptionally tidy. He guessed the alliance leader must have some sort of cleanliness obsession. Just then, they arrived before a palace, and the scarred man immediately halted. "Roy, the man has been brought," he called out toward the interior. Shortly after, a man dressed as a butler emerged, followed by a squad of guards who accompanied him. "Good. Mo Jun, you've done well." This was the first time Lu Qiming had heard the scarred man's name. Before he could react, two guards ushered him inside. After a thorough search, the middle-aged steward Roy chuckled. "Mr. Lu Qiming, I trust you won't mind. If I were in your position, I'm sure you'd understand our necessity." He led Lu Qiming to a palace ahead. Roy stood at the doorway, gesturing invitingly, "Please come in. The alliance leader is already waiting." Upon hearing this, Lu Qiming immediately entered the palace. However, the moment he stepped inside, the door behind him slammed shut with a loud bang. At that moment, behind a curtain ahead, a figure seemed to be lying on a large bed, one hand propping up their chin as they looked over this way. A woman? Lu Qiming was momentarily stunned. He never imagined the leader of the Black Blood Alliance, notorious for its wicked deeds, would be a woman. No wonder she had peculiar habits like being fastidious. "Have a seat. You must be Mr. Lu?" A remarkably melodious voice drifted over, making Lu Qiming feel somewhat disoriented. He recalled the bald eagle and the others mentioning the honorable leader of the alliance, leading him to assume she was an elderly figure. Hearing this, he realized the Black Blood Alliance leader must be quite young. "Yes, I am Lu Qiming." Upon hearing this, the woman inside spoke again, "Mr. Lu, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Chioshui. You may call me by my name." Lu Qiming was taken aback, but he still said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, alliance leader. I'm here now. Can the hostages be released?" "Heh," the woman behind the gauze curtain immediately retorted, "Release them? Mr. Lu, you're too hasty. Do you really think I'd release them before getting what I want?" Lu Qiming suppressed his urge to act immediately and continued, "Very well. What exactly does the alliance leader desire?" The woman chuckled softly and replied, "Don't you understand what I mean? What did you see within the ruins of Atlantis?" One sentence. Lu Qiming suddenly felt as though countless eyes were fixed upon him. The many masters lurking in the shadows seemed poised to pounce on him at any moment. "Atlantis is nothing but ruins. There's nothing inside," Lu Qiming retorted. Though he now possessed some confidence and certainty, for reasons unknown, he refused to divulge any information about Atlantis. Upon hearing this, the alliance leader looked puzzled. "Ruins? How could that be? Such a powerful magnetic field, it couldn't possibly be ruins." Lu Qiming chuckled and immediately replied, "I suppose the alliance leader hasn't seen my related videos. If interested, my lecture materials are available on Shark Live. By now, even 3-year-olds watching the videos probably know some basics about magnetic fields." Chapter 314, Autumn Water Alliance Leaders Negotiations. "Humph." Chioshui Alliance Leader let out a cold snort. Through the gauze curtain, an ordinary person would never be able to see the alliance leader's figure, but Lu Qiming could see him clearly. After several enhancements to his physical attributes, Lu Qiming's current stamina had reached a terrifying 141. His eyesight was so sharp he could even make out the exact type of makeup powder applied to Autumn Water's face. "No need to be angry, Lord. You may dislike me, but those texts are the essence of wisdom. I truly believe you should find time to read them." At this point, Lu Qiming continued, "Truthfully, many phenomena within Atlantis defy explanation. The reason lies in the fact that Earth's powerful magnetic field happens to converge precisely at this location." At this explanation, Autumn Water's brow furrowed. Lu Qiming noticed that the alliance leader Chioshui seemed somewhat undecided. Are you certain there are no ruins at all within Atlantis? Asked Xiaoshui. Nodding, Lu Qiming replied, yes, that's correct. With a sigh, Xiaoshui lamented, what a pity. We spent 10 years and hundreds of billions of dollars, only to have it all go down the drain. The atmosphere grew tense at this point. A long silence followed. Xiaoshui, the alliance leader, couldn't hold back any longer and continued, then why, Chief Engineer Lu, did you target our Black Blood Alliance the moment you returned to the country? What exactly is your purpose? Also, I hear the knowledge you're spreading is incredibly profound. Where did you even get it? The barrage of questions instantly silenced Lu Qiming. At that moment, Lu Qiming scanned his surroundings, assessing the environment. From the aura surrounding them, Lu Qiming sensed at least 10 masters lurking nearby, while the Autumn Water Alliance leader, not far off, was no pushover either. Nevertheless, Lu Qiming felt he should take the initiative. Taking a step forward, he declared, the knowledge I share is straightforward, it's all my own research. I'm someone who enjoys sharing. What's wrong with that? With that, Lu Qiming continued walking forward. Lord Autumn Water, I believe you should honor your promise immediately. I have arrived here, you should release those hostages at once. With that, the Autumn Water Alliance leader chuckled and replied directly, there's no rush about this matter. Since Mr. Lu has already arrived, why not settle in for a while? Once you've crafted the first laser cannon for us, I'll release one person. Each cannon yields one release, fair enough. You're breaking your promise. Lu Qiming snorted coldly, his speed blazing as he charged straight ahead. At that moment, 3 figures moved almost simultaneously around the house. 5 others drew hidden weapons, launching them toward Lu Qiming. Lying on the bed, the Autumn Water Alliance leader remained utterly composed, as if all this had been within her expectations. Mr. Lu, I advise you not to resist. My men won't harm you. But if you refuse to cooperate, I won't hesitate to make things unpleasant for you. As the Autumn Water Alliance leader spoke, a transparent, reinforced plastic shield instantly rose up beside the bed. Crafted from high molecular weight materials, this barrier possessed immense strength, far harder than rock itself. Should Lu Qiming continue his charge, he would inevitably collide with this reinforced plastic barrier. Chapter 315, Hijacking the Autumn Water Alliance leader. At that very moment, a crimson glow erupted from Lu Qiming's hand, the concentrated energy beam of the energy core. The instant the red light blazed forth, it instantly melted a gaping hole through the reinforced plastic barrier. Boom! Lu Qiming shot through the gap. He grabbed the Autumn Water Alliance leader by the throat. Ah! A startled cry escaped the Autumn Water Alliance leader, who only now began to feel genuine tension. She never imagined Lu Qiming could breach the protective barrier so swiftly. Get your people out of here. Lu Qiming commanded. With her throat clamped by Lu Qiming, the Autumn Water Alliance leader could only wave her hands helplessly at those around her. Several skilled fighters approached but, with no other choice, retreated one after another. Several projectiles launched from afar were simultaneously blocked by the hard plastic shield. At that moment, Lu Qiming loosened his grip slightly. If he kept choking her like this, the Autumn Water Alliance leader wouldn't last half a minute. Cough. The Autumn Water Alliance leader coughed violently, his eyes filled with terror. Turning to Lu Qiming, she asked curiously, how did you manage that? How could you open such high-strength material so quickly? Lu Qiming chuckled softly, offering no explanation. But the Autumn Water Alliance leader's eyes were already fixed on Lu Qiming's arm. Just now, the red light had emanated from his arm. Now, Alliance leader, you can release them, right? Lu Qiming stated. Just as the Autumn Water Alliance leader was about to shake her head, Lu Qiming tightened his grip, pinching her neck. Left with no choice, the Autumn Water Alliance leader could only nod. Lu Qiming released her once more and simultaneously called out toward the entrance, your Alliance leader has words to speak. Come forth quickly and heed her command. Several elite fighters instantly flashed into position. Kneeling on one knee before her, they remained utterly silent, waiting quietly for her command. The Autumn Water Alliance leader spoke, release the prisoner. Yes. They rose instantly, not a single one uttering a word of dissent. This single display alone revealed the Black Blood Alliance's formidable management discipline. Yet Lu Qiming still showed no sign of sparing the Autumn Water Alliance leader. He lifted the Autumn Water Alliance leader off the bed and slowly moved toward the exit. The entire Black Blood Alliance headquarters erupted in chaos. Many sprang into action, among them numerous skilled experts. Yet with Lu Qiming controlling the Autumn Water Alliance leader, the others found themselves momentarily helpless. They stepped out of the room. Outside, the view opened up considerably. Suddenly, a flash of light flickered in the distance. Without hesitation, Lu Qiming activated a miniature photon shield with his left hand. Buzz! A burst of yellow light erupted, enveloping the space within a meter around Lu Qiming. Bang! A bullet fired from afar struck the yellow light barrier head-on. Unfortunately for the attacker, it failed to penetrate, bouncing harmlessly off the shield. Heh, Autumn Water Alliance leader, it seems your people aren't exactly well behaved, huh? Lu Qiming declared, tearing off both sleeves of Autumn Water Alliance leader's top. Simultaneously, he shouted to the surrounding crowd, "For every attack you launch, I'll tear another piece off your leader. If you want to see her humiliated, then come on." One sentence instantly incensed those lurking in the shadows. Yet against that yellow light barrier, they were utterly helpless. Chapter 316, Escape from the Black Blood Alliance headquarters. Not long after, Lu Qiming brought Autumn Water Alliance leader to the edge of the island. Here, the phone finally showed one bar of signal. Lu Qiming dialed Liang Dongshan's number. Soon, the call was answered, and the voice on the other end urgently asked, "Shifu, how are you?" Liang Dongshan sounded extremely anxious, and Lu Qiming could tell from the background noise that old Wang and other bigwigs were nearby. "I'm fine, Director Liang. Locate the phone signal coordinates immediately and send people over. The Black Blood Alliance leader is in my custody now." Hearing this, Director Liang gasped in disbelief. But he quickly recovered and said, all right. Chief Engineer Lu, I'll send people immediately. Stay where you are. It won't take more than an hour." "Got it." Just as he finished speaking, Lu Qiming suddenly felt a cold breeze sweep past him. Seizing the moment when he was on the phone, speaking at the most critical juncture, the Autumn Water Alliance leader launched his counterattack. He was clearly trained. Lu Qiming had long suspected that this Autumn Water Alliance leader possessed formidable strength, which was why he had always kept a defensive stance. Now, that preparation proved invaluable. Before Lu Qiming, the Autumn Water Alliance leader swung a flexible blade straight at him. If that strike had connected, he would likely have met his end right then and there. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qiming swiftly retreated a step, instantly creating a meter of distance between himself and Autumn Water. He activated his photon shield once more, and the fierce soft blade was halted by it, unable to advance an inch. Seeing this, Autumn Water immediately abandoned her blade and fled. Yet before she could take 2 steps, Lu Qiming caught up. With his formidable physical prowess, he delivered a powerful punch straight to Qiu Shui's back. Put! Instantly, Qiu Shui spat out a mouthful of blood, her body lurching forward like a kite whose string had snapped, accelerating even faster. Sneaky! Lu Qiming knew full well that this blow couldn't possibly have left a skilled fighter like Qiu Shui in such a state. She was merely using the momentum to accelerate her escape. With a cold snort, Lu Qiming instantly accelerated, catching up to her in mere strides. Seizing Qiu Shui's clothes, he demanded in a chilling voice, "Qiu Shui, stop." Before the Alliance leader Qiu Shui could react, Lu Qiming's blade sliced through her clothes with a sharp rip, shredding them to shreds. Ugh! That brat actually tore the Alliance leader's clothes. This time, he's dead meat. A chill breeze swept past, and for the first time, Qiu Shui let out a gasp of shock. "You're asking for it." Instantly enraged, she lunged directly at Lu Qiming. But to Lu Qiming, her movements seemed painfully slow. Each attack was effortlessly dodged. Ah! The Autumn Water Alliance leader seemed to have gone berserk, unleashing a flurry of wild strikes. Unfortunately for her, before her fists could reach Lu Qiming, his punch connected squarely to her face. As the saying goes, an inch longer means an inch stronger. Qiu Shui was struck by the punch and instantly knocked unconscious. Lu Qiming promptly hoisted her onto his shoulder and strode toward the coast, where a small harbor served as the mooring point for pleasure boats. "Young man, I advise you to put down our leader." From behind, an elderly man clad in black robes emerged from a building and spoke. His voice was deep and resonant, suggesting considerable power. Chapter 317, Back to the cruise ship. Lu Qiming chuckled coldly. "Come negotiate with me after you release the hostage. Right now, you have no standing." With that, Lu Qiming continued walking forward. But the old man snorted coldly, waving his hand toward them. Instantly, dozens of knife-wielding men charged forward from both sides. These men appeared to have vacant stares, seemingly without fear for their lives. Lu Qiming sensed these were likely Black Blood Alliance's trained death squad's men who had become killing machines. Lu Qiming showed them no mercy. A flash of crimson light erupted from his hand, sweeping a wide arc around him. Sizzle! The sound of hot iron meeting ice-cold water echoed around him as a wave of these assassins collapsed to the ground. Having just dealt with them, Lu Qiming suddenly sensed an ominous presence approaching from behind. Without hesitation, he spun around and delivered a powerful punch. The hawk-nosed figure behind him took the full force of Lu Qiming's punch squarely on the nose, sent flying backward. Time flew by. Soon, an hour had passed. It could be said that this hour was the fastest Lu Qiming had ever felt his combat skills improve. With his formidable precision engineering abilities, Lu Qiming absorbed these combat techniques with remarkable speed. At this moment, the Black Blood Alliance members surrounding him were suffering terribly. At least 800, if not 1,000, lay fallen. Every single one had been struck by Lu Qiming's fists and feet. Those who had tried to launch hidden weapons from a distance had their projectiles repelled by Lu Qiming's powerful magnetic force. Gazing out from the small harbor, Lu Qiming spotted 3 speedboats racing toward this location. And on the distant horizon, a massive cruise ship was sailing toward them. Black Blood Alliance. Today, I'll just collect some interest. The rest of the debt? We'll settle that slowly. With that, Lu Qiming turned and boarded a yacht. Back to the cruise ship. Lu Qiming found Liang Dongshan already waiting there. By now, Liang Dongshan had already received news of Lu Qiming's return with Xiu Shui. The moment they met, Liang Dongshan immediately embraced Lu Qiming warmly. Simultaneously, he expressed his profound gratitude. Chief Engineer Lu, I never imagined your abilities had reached such heights. To infiltrate the Black Blood Alliance headquarters alone and bring back their leader truly remarkable. At that moment, Liang Dongshan's confidence surged dramatically. Connecting directly with the hijackers, Liang Dongshan declared, Black Blood Alliance hijackers, I, Liang Dongshan, solemnly warn you, this is your final chance. Your leader has just been captured by our forces. Have you considered the consequences if you don't release the hostages? Hearing this, a representative of the hostage-takers remained skeptical. Liang Dongshan placed the phone directly in front of Xiu Shui, the leader. Seeing their bound leader before them, the hostage-takers were instantly stunned. What's the hold-up? Don't forget you have only 1 hour left to decide. If you don't release them, I will order the bombing to commence. The distant hostage-takers, suddenly leaderless, were thrown into chaos. Someone immediately released several hostages. Soon after, another group began freeing hostages at a remarkably efficient pace. Seeing this, Lu Qiming asked curiously, Chief Liang, these undercover agents you arranged them all, didn't you? I never imagined so many could infiltrate at once. Chapter 318, Rescuing Liang Yameng. Commissioner Liang gave a bitter laugh and said repeatedly, yes, they were all undercover agents I sent. But unfortunately, they were all minor figures within the Black Blood Alliance. Only at a time like this could they be of any use. The hostages were released in a flurry, nearly all of them freed. Only Liang Yameng and several elderly scientists remained unfreed. It seemed these remaining individuals had been discovered. They were being interrogated. Commissioner Liang's face twisted with tension as he immediately barked orders through his earpiece. He Yuan, I order you to abandon the target, abandon your equipment, and return to base immediately. These words instantly filled He Yuan with resentment. But Director Liang's words were orders. He Yuan, under the watchful eye of a drone's electronic screen, proceeded to discard all the electronic devices in his possession. After thorough investigation, these individuals were found to pose no threat. However, the Black Blood Alliance's leadership no longer wished them to remain in their current positions, instead dispatching them to other locations. Commissioner Liang, what about your daughter? Lu Qiming immediately asked. Earlier, Director Liang had prioritized the safety of He Yuan and the others by halting the hostage release. This meant rescuing the remaining hostages would now require taking enormous risks, making the task significantly more difficult. Yameng will understand. Commissioner Liang sighed, utterly helpless. Lu Qiming stepped forward, handing Xiu Shui over to Director Liang. Director Liang, I'm entrusting Xiu Shui to your care, he declared. I'm going to rescue Yameng and the others. With that, Lu Qiming immediately leaped onto a speedboat. Deeply moved, Director Liang watched Lu Qiming's receding figure and immediately saluted with impeccable precision. Chief Engineer, be careful. According to intelligence previously relayed by Director Liang's undercover operative, the island holding the hostages and the island where the alliance leader was located were not far apart, but they were not the same island. At that moment, Lu Qiming's speedboat rapidly approached a place called Durian Island. Before long, Lu Qiming spotted the hostages on Durian Island. Though they had managed to escape, they still lacked transportation to evacuate. Upon arrival, Lu Qiming relayed this issue to Director Liang. Without delay, he pressed onward into the island's interior. Upon reaching a vast courtyard ahead, Lu Qiming observed that security at the entrance of this castle-like compound had been significantly tightened. There was no trace of the earlier chaos. At the courtyard entrance, a man approached him. Upon reaching his side, the man immediately said, Mr. Lu, you must be the great scientist who came with Director Liang. Welcome. Lu Qiming glanced at him and recognized He Yuan, the man he had seen in the satellite images earlier. Lu Qiming followed him into a large compound ahead. As soon as they entered, Black Blood Alliance soldiers began questioning them. He Yuan answered each query with ease and confidence. Upon reaching a residential compound, He Yuan pointed inside and declared, Chief Engineer Lu, this is our base. Bring her here, and we'll have a 100% chance of getting her out. Agreed. After some discussion, Lu Qiming decided to rescue Liang Yameng first. At this moment, Liang Yameng's situation was the most critical. It seemed a minor leader had taken a fancy to the girl and intended to make her his chieftain's concubine that night. Chapter 319, The Great Battle Against the 20 Elders. Therefore, Lu Qiming wasted no time and headed straight toward a dwelling in the direction indicated by He Yuan. By this time, dusk had fallen. Upon arriving, Lu Qiming was immediately stopped by two soldiers. Both men had dark, weathered skin and appeared exceptionally muscular. They were chattering away in their dialect. Before they could finish, Lu Qiming struck one punch each, knocking both men to the ground. Outside the house, Lu Qiming immediately heard the voices of several men arguing inside. Oh no! The alliance leader is now someone else's hostage. Why should we still obey her? We should elect a new leader. Yes. The Black Blood Alliance can't be ruled by a woman forever. We need fresh leadership to reach new heights. In my opinion, this new election should be held among the elders. Hearing this, Lu Qiming narrowed his eyes and peered through the crack in the doorway. At that moment, inside, there were about 20 people, all seemingly formidable figures. Several of them even sent a chill down Lu Qiming's spine. Circling around the house, Lu Qiming made his way directly to the rear courtyard. Not far from there, outside a storage shed, Lu Qiming immediately heard a voice. Hey, little lady, while no one's around, let this elder sample something fresh. Later, that dumb long duel won't know a thing, you'll already be my used-up plaything, ha! The words had barely left his mouth. The elder, who appeared to be in his 50s, immediately lunged toward Liang Yameng. But at that very moment, a figure flashed at the doorway. In an instant, he appeared before the elder, grabbing him by the collar and hoisting him up. Ah! Liang Yameng was so terrified her face turned pale, tears streaming down her cheeks like pear blossoms in the rain. Lu Qiming grabbed the elder and struck with lightning speed, landing a punch squarely on his stomach. The force instantly expelled everything inside the elder's belly. The sheer force of that punch was terrifying. Oomph, scum! Another punch sent the elder flying through the air, Lu Qiming's strength completely unrestrained. This time, mid-air, the elder coughed up a long stream of blood. Before he even hit the ground, he was already dead. Master Lu, it's you! By now, Liang Yuming's eyes were swollen from crying. She must have been utterly terrified. Thankfully, Lu Qiming had arrived at the most critical moment. Unlocking Liang Yuming's handcuffs, Lu Qiming led her out. At that moment, as soon as they reached the courtyard, over 20 figures suddenly appeared along the surrounding walls and at the entrance. Lu Qiming recognized them instantly. They were the elders he'd overheard discussing matters in one of the rooms earlier. Ha! Young man, if this old man isn't mistaken, you must be the Lu Qiming the alliance leader has been desperately searching for. Humph. This time, you've fallen into our hands. You won't escape even if you grew wings. Among the elders, two old men, one clad in white, the other in gray, spoke with evident smugness. Lu Qiming, however, smiled lightly, his tone dripping with disdain. So, you two think you've got me cornered right here? A flicker of excitement crossed the two elders' faces as they spoke almost in unison. Exactly, Lu Qiming. From what we know of you, you are undoubtedly a man of great fortune. But now, it's time for that fortune to change hands. Chapter 320, Red Eyes. Ha, you two really talk big. Lu Qiming chuckled, instantly activating his photon shield. Enveloping both himself and Liang Yameng within its protection, Lu Qiming wasted no time and charged straight toward the exit. You're asking for it. Instantly, the surrounding elders all sprang into action. These elders were all martial artists, each possessing terrifyingly high combat skills. Some wielded blades, others swords, and a few specialized in hidden weapons. Yet beneath the photon shield's defense, their attacks could scarcely penetrate the barrier. Lu Qiming charged straight through to the doorway without hindrance. Only then did everyone realize that none of these attacks could harm Lu Qiming. Quick, seize the treasure in his hands. One elder, particularly sharp-eyed, instantly spotted the root of the problem. With a thunderous shout, he charged directly at Lu Qiming himself. This elder specialized in hand-to-hand combat. His hands moved with blinding speed, as if possessed of a life of their own. Upon reaching Lu Qiming, they lunged directly at the photon shield. This shield proved most effective against projectiles and assaults. Yet this seemingly ordinary, non-hostile grab proved incredibly difficult to defend against. Lu Qiming focused intensely, pushing his vision and reflexes to their absolute limit. His photon shield shifted positions several times, barely evading the first grab. The old man struck again, a second time, a third. Seeing himself stretched thin against these relentless assaults, Lu Qiming suddenly roared, "Break!" In an instant, his entire body leapt backward, rapidly creating distance between himself and the old man. Then, a crimson beam instantly appeared in his hand. As the old man's hand reached out to grab him once more, the red beam sliced straight through it. With a clatter, a blood-red sword flew out, severing the old man's arm cleanly. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as the old man's face instantly drained of color. The other elders who rushed forward fared even worse. They were slain before they could even reach Lu Qiming. Step by step, kill by kill, Lu Qiming carved a bloody path across the island. About half an hour later, when Lu Qiming and his men stood once more at the small harbor, a trail of blood stretched behind them all the way back. Most of these were elite members of the Black Blood Alliance, yet before Lu Qiming, they were as easy to dispatch as slicing through melons and vegetables. Throughout his encounter with He Yuan, Lu Qiming hadn't uttered a single word. "Chief Engineer Lu, what's wrong?" He Yuan asked, his gaze filled with confusion as he looked at Lu Qiming. Liang Yameng beside him also seemed slightly frightened. "Ha? Lu Qiming frowned in puzzlement, pulling out his phone to check his appearance. Suddenly, Lu Qiming was utterly shocked. His current appearance resembled a hellish god of death, his eyes glowing blood red, an utterly terrifying sight. After a moment's thought, Lu Qiming suddenly understood. The heart of Atlantis. Lu Qiming murmured under his breath, simultaneously sensing the energy core within his mind. At this moment, the energy core was indeed surging with power. Got any water? I need a drink, Lu Qiming said. Yuan immediately handed him a bottle of water. Lu Qiming took the bottle and gulped down several large mouthfuls. Finally, he felt a wave of coolness wash over him. This time, when he looked at his phone, the eye within had fully restored. Chapter 321, Recharging the Energy Core. Ah, it's fine. I was just too exhausted earlier, Lu Qiming said. Yuan and Liang Yameng both breathed a slight sigh of relief. The Lu Qiming they'd witnessed moments ago had been truly terrifying. After rescuing the remaining hostages, Lu Qiming led everyone onto the cruise ship. This time, the Black Blood Alliance had paid an extremely heavy price. Because of Lu Qiming alone, nearly their entire organization had been wiped out. Their leader was captured, all 24 elders were killed in battle, and the rest of the foot soldiers were insignificant casualties. Once aboard the cruise ship, Lu Qiming took a shower, changed his clothes, and emerged once more. Seeing Liang Dongshan reunited with his daughter, Lu Qiming was overjoyed. Quickly, kowtow to our benefactor. Liang Dongshan commanded directly. His daughter, Liang Yameng, felt awkward and flushed crimson, but Liang Dongshan pressed her head down firmly, scolding repeatedly, "You ungrateful girl. Do you realize that if it weren't for Chief Lu, your father and I would have given up hope for your life?" No need, no need. Lu Qiming chuckled. Kneeling isn't done in this day and age. But Liang Dongshan insisted on making Liang Yameng perform a formal bow. In the end, Lu Qiming couldn't resist him and agreed, "Fine, then bow. I've got a red envelope for you." Liang Yameng's face flushed even redder. The defiant spirit she'd shown upon first meeting him had completely vanished. With deep gratitude, she knelt and kowtowed once, obediently declaring, "Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. I, Liang Yameng, shall remember your kindness forever." This gesture was immediately witnessed by some of the rescued hostages behind them. They too knelt down one after another, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. Lu Qiming felt a surge of satisfaction, waving his hands repeatedly to dismiss their gratitude. But at that very moment, Lu Qiming suddenly sensed a flicker within his energy core. Amidst the crowd's sincere bows of gratitude, a certain energy seemed to be captured by his energy core. Yet Lu Qiming couldn't quite pinpoint what kind of magnetic field or energy it was. "Chief Engineer, this old man, Liang, thanks you too." This time, Lu Qiming sensed it again. As Liang Dongshan bowed in gratitude, his energy core seemed to stir once more. The crimson energy within his mind appeared to grow larger and more abundant at that very moment. Could it be recharging? As a master of energy source knowledge, Lu Qiming possessed an acute sensitivity to energy. In an instant, he grasped the essence of the energy core phenomenon. Yes, it was recharging. Lu Qiming felt a surge of excitement. The energy source was essentially a massive energy entity, and all energy entities would eventually be consumed and depleted. This was especially true for a powerful energy source like the energy core. That's why Lu Qiming had been pondering how to recharge the energy core. Little did he know, he'd stumbled upon the solution while everyone was expressing their gratitude. "Hey, why are you all leaving? At least kowtow one more time. I'll give you red envelopes, I really will." Seeing the group preparing to leave, Lu Qiming immediately stepped in to stop them. The group was instantly thrown into confusion by his actions. Since Lu Qiming was in a good mood, they obliged, offering another round of profuse thanks. This time, Lu Qiming noticed the energy core didn't gain as much energy as before. Still, it was quite substantial. Heh, not bad. This round's done, but there's still one more. Everyone, don't leave yet. Tonight, we'll have another thank you banquet. Everyone must sincerely thank me. Chapter 322, Sudden Change. The crowd was speechless. While their gratitude had been genuine at first, this new request made some feel their appreciation had lost its sincerity. But Lu Qiming paid no heed to such feelings. That evening, aboard the cruise ship, he truly hosted a thank you banquet. Now, the Black Blood Alliance's days were numbered. The pressure on everyone had eased considerably, especially Liang Dongshan. Holding his wineglass, he declared cheerfully, "Today, I raise a toast to Chief Engineer Lu on behalf of a father." With that, he downed his glass of baijiu in one gulp. Lu Qiming sensed his energy core gathering more energy fluctuations. Delighted, Lu Qiming clinked glasses with Liang Dongshan and downed his drink in one gulp. After 3 rounds of toasts and 5 courses of food, Liang Dongshan's smile faded as he stepped forward and asked, "Chief Engineer Lu, how do we plan to deal with the leader of the Black Blood Alliance?" A flash of ruthlessness flickered in Lu Qiming's eyes. He made a gesture across his throat with his hand. "Kill? Yes, to prevent any lingering threats. Though we destroyed the Black Blood Alliance's headquarters, its influence has taken root over years of development. I fear. Lu Qiming voiced his concern, but Liang Dongshan hesitated before speaking. Chief Engineer Lu, you may not be aware, but headquarters already knows about this. Old Wang and some other bigwigs want to bring her back for interrogation to extract valuable information. No. We should eliminate her at sea. I've always felt this woman isn't as simple as she seems. After Lu Qiming's words, Liang Dongshan pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. I'll dispatch men to carry it out after midnight, Liang Dongshan stated. The group continued drinking and celebrating. At that moment, Liang Yameng approached Lu Qiming with a glass of wine, her cheeks flushed. Mr. Lu, she said, I must apologize again for what happened last time. What incident? Lu Qiming couldn't recall what Liang Yameng might have to apologize for. I remember when we first met, I spoke out of turn. At the time, I thought you were just a young upstart, foolish and arrogant. But I was wrong about you. I'm truly sorry. Hearing this, Lu Qiming chuckled and said, no need. Just say thank you more often and make sure it's sincere. Liang Yameng was a bit taken aback, but she complied nonetheless. Mr. Lu, thank you. Truly, thank you. When I, Liang Yameng, was at my most desperate, you came to my rescue. This I will never forget for the rest of my life. My deepest gratitude. Holy crap, so much added. Lu Qiming felt a surge of crimson energy welling up in his heart, warming his core. Very good, very good. Yameng, from now on, come to my office once every week just to express your gratitude to me. Deal? Liang Yameng was momentarily speechless, but seeing Lu Qiming's expression, she couldn't help but smile a smile of breathtaking beauty. Midnight. Lu Qiming lay awake on the cruise ship bed. He pondered the events of this incident, particularly puzzled by one thing, the Black Blood Alliance leader, Xiao Shui. How could such a frail woman suppress the formidable power of the 20 elders? This was a major question. No. Lu Qiming immediately sat up, exited his room, and headed straight for the place where the Black Blood Alliance leader, Xiao Shui, was being held. But halfway there, he heard commotion ahead. Chapter 323, The Chain of Schemes. Something seemed to have gone wrong. Lu Qiming rushed over to investigate. Upon arriving, he discovered several experts arguing fiercely over a research project. It was highly unusual. Lu Qiming tried to mediate, but realized these people simply wouldn't listen. Back inside the ship's cabin, Lu Qiming saw some crew members cleaning the hull fighting over items they'd picked up off the floor. Hey, stop that. Lu Qiming shouted at the top of his lungs, but to his utter surprise, not a single one of these guys listened to him. Feeling utterly baffled, Lu Qiming decided to go directly to Liang Dongshan. He headed toward Liang Dongshan's room. Just as he reached the doorway, he suddenly noticed that Liang Dongshan's door was ajar. The lock on the door had been tampered with. A wave of alarm washed over him. Lu Qiming immediately kicked the door open. Bang! Once the door swung open, Lu Qiming saw a man in black inside, who had already knocked Liang Dongshan unconscious with a single hand chop. Spotting Lu Qiming, the man immediately charged toward the doorway. Humph! Lu Qiming gave a cold snort and charged straight at him. In close combat, Lu Qiming's movements were as slippery as an eel. The man's attacks repeatedly missed their mark. Powered by his formidable martial prowess, Lu Qiming effortlessly landed a punch squarely on the black-clad man's temple. Down! With a cold shout, the man before him was knocked unconscious by Lu Qiming's punch. But suddenly, Lu Qiming sensed a vicious gust of wind approaching from behind. Thud! His skull took a brutal blow from behind. Instantly, Lu Qiming felt himself floating, his feet losing their footing as he crashed to the ground with a thud. A burly man from behind immediately stepped forward and hoisted Lu Qiming onto his shoulders. Moments later, when Lu Qiming regained consciousness, he found himself lying on a speedboat, surrounded by a gentle, soothing fragrance. Xiao Shui? Lu Qiming didn't rush to wake up, instead quietly assessing his surroundings. At that moment, a man in black clothing was reporting to Xiao Shui from another speedboat, "Leader, everyone inside has been dealt with. Even if they wake up, they won't find any trace of us." Xiao Shui hummed in acknowledgement before instructing, "Burn them." Yes. The man immediately produced a torch and hurled it toward the cruise ship ahead. Lu Qiming's heart skipped a beat with horror. He immediately tried to stop it, but to his utter surprise, he discovered that although he was awake, his body was completely immobilized. Looking closely, he realized Xiao Shui's palm was firmly pressed down on his body. As if imbued with some magical power, Xiao Shui's palm channeled a torrent of energy, suppressing him completely. Damn it! Lu Qiming let out a curse as his body's energy erupted instantly. Yet to his utter bewilderment, this energy seemed utterly beyond his control, utterly unresponsive to his commands. Oh? Awake already? Impossible. Xiao Shui immediately looked down at Lu Qiming, her face flushing with inexplicable shock. What she didn't know was that Lu Qiming's current physical capabilities had long surpassed human limits, far exceeding what any ordinary person could achieve. But unfortunately, Mr. Lu, this time, you've become my prey. With that, Xiao Shui snapped her fingers. The speedboat sliced through the water, leaving a long wake as it sped away into the distance. Chapter 324, The Mad Plan. The next day, when Lu Qiming awoke once more, he found himself in a palace, lying upon an enormous, exquisitely luxurious bed. This place was even more opulent than the imperial court itself. 2 maidservants stood nearby, dressed in white robes, ready to attend to his every need. "Sir, you're awake." One maid immediately stepped forward, offering him a warm towel to wipe his face. The other maid helped him sit up and offered him a cup of water to drink. Lu Qiming realized he still couldn't move. "Sir, please do not worry. We shall fetch the master at once." Master? Lu Qiming was deeply puzzled. Everything here felt utterly unfamiliar. Not long after, a woman in a white gown appeared ahead, walking slowly toward them. It was Qiu Shui. A smile spread across her face as she apologetically said, "My apologies, Mr. Lu, for bringing you here in this manner. By now, you should understand your situation. Indeed, you are now completely within my grasp." Lu Qiming surveyed his surroundings and chuckled. "Alliance leader Qiu Shui, this must be your true lair, right?" Qiu Shui nodded. "Correct. But ordinary people don't know this place exists. So rest assured, your people won't find you here." Lu Qiming pressed further. "Qiu Shui, what about Liang Dongshan and the others? Did they escape after you burned the cruise ship?" A faint smile curved Qiu Shui's lips. "I must say, Lu Qiming, even now you still care about those useless fools. But I'll tell you this, half of them perished in the flames, and the other half drowned." Hearing this, Lu Qiming froze in shock. The woman before him, dressed like an angel, acted like a devil. The stark contrast was hard to stomach. "What do you want by bringing me here?" Lu Qiming demanded. Though immobilized, he could still sense the restraining force on his body gradually weakening. He estimated it wouldn't take more than half an hour before he could break free from that suppression. "Mr. Lu, now that you belong to me, I have no reason to hide the truth. I was in control of the Black Blood Alliance, but recently, the 20 elders secretly conspired to depose me." "Humph. But in reality, they weren't united as one. I simply used your hand to eliminate them. And now, Mr. Lu, don't you see? You're too exceptional. So exceptional that I could only come up with one brilliant solution. To become you." The rapid-fire barrage of words left Lu Qiming stunned. He never imagined Qiu Shui could be so ruthless and vicious. "Become me? You mean you want to possess my body?" Though Lu Qiming had read his share of novels, this notion of body possession struck him as utter nonsense. He couldn't believe Qiu Shui possessed any such nonsense. Qiu Shui chuckled softly before speaking. "Possession? Never heard of it, Mr. Lu. What you should know is that I've invited the world's foremost brain science expert and 3 of the top neurosurgeons globally to perform the operation tonight. I will swap brains with you." Hearing this, Lu Qiming was instantly overcome with horror. Brain swap. Chapter 325, Qiu Shui's miscalculation. Such a brutal procedure carried a failure rate nearing 90% even within today's highly advanced medical environment. The risks of a brain swap are immense. "Qiu Shui, do you understand the consequences? You could very well die too," Lu Qiming exclaimed. A look of madness flashed across Qiu Shui's face. She sneered with utter disdain. "Humph. Death? I've long ceased to care. For greater power, I'm willing to take this risk. Do you know? Ever since discovering the ruins of the previous civilization and gaining the power to control minds, my dream has been to sit upon the throne at the very pinnacle of the world. But these fools, even if they obeyed me completely, it wouldn't matter. I can only control their thoughts, not their actions. That's why, Mr. Lu, I chose you. Your formidable martial prowess combined with my powerful mind, our union will create the world's strongest force." Lu Qiming understood everything the moment he heard this. He was in the open, while Qiu Shui operated in the shadows. Her plan had likely been brewing for quite some time. This outcome was undoubtedly the culmination of her long-term strategy. Yet at this moment, Lu Qiming merely smiled faintly. Because the suppressing force binding his body had vanished. Still, Lu Qiming remained motionless, quietly observing his surroundings. The 2 maidservants and Qiu Shui herself were still utterly powerless. Qiu Shui's greatest ability was mind control, achieved through some form of hypnotic influence. Her greatest weakness, however, lay in physical combat. Her combat prowess was no different from that of an ordinary woman. At this realization, Lu Qiming smiled. "Qiu Shui, very well. I admire your abilities, but you've gone too far in certain matters. And one more thing, you've vastly overestimated your own capabilities. These are your fatal weaknesses." "Weaknesses?" Qiu Shui looked utterly incredulous, as if listening to a joke. "Lu Qiming, you must understand right now, you're merely my prisoner. I can do with you as I please." "Ha? Feeling pretty good now, huh? Wanting to move, yet unable to budge an inch." With that, Qiu Shui snapped her fingers. A maid nearby promptly brought over a fragrant steak and placed it on the table beside Lu Qiming. Another maid brought over a glass of juice. "How about it? Feeling hungry, huh? Humph. This is just a little lesson for you, making sure you can't get a single bite of what you crave. At the same time, Xiao Shui snapped her fingers again. At that moment, the two maids began to dance gracefully, their figures swaying elegantly and beautifully. Gulp. Seeing this, Lu Qiming couldn't help but swallow hard, his lips growing dry. After all, he was a normal man. He was parched. Lu Qiming immediately picked up the juice from the table beside him, took a sip, then speared a piece of steak with his fork and took a big bite. The two attendants froze in place. Xiao Shui, watching from behind, saw a flash of utter disbelief in her eyes. How could this be? Master, step back. The two maids instantly went on high alert, while Xiao Shui backed away repeatedly. Lu Qiming chuckled, chewing his steak as he said directly, "You two, keep dancing. You did quite well just now. I'm considering making you my personal assistants. 5 million yuan annual salary, dedicated solely to dancing. How about it?" With that, Lu Qiming stood up and walked toward Xiao Shui. Chapter 326, Leaving the Palace. The two maids instantly drew daggers and lunged at Lu Qiming. Xiao Shui instructed urgently, "Block him. Do not take his life." Lu Qiming was speechless. Even at this critical moment, Xiao Shui was still fixated on his body, intent on carrying out her brain swap scheme. Lu Qiming instantly activated his energy core. A crimson beam shot forth, sweeping cleanly past the daggers of both women. SSSSH. The sizzling sound of roasting flesh filled the air as both women were instantly slain by Lu Qiming's crimson beam. From afar, Xiao Shui's eyes lit up. As if drawn to this overwhelming power, a look of fascination flashed in her gaze. Lu Qiming felt a momentary dizziness, but his mind steadied instantly. Aware of Xiao Shui's abilities, he averted his gaze from her eyes and fixed it on the ground. Drawing upon his formidable precision skills and memory of the surroundings, he charged forward. With a thud. With a single punch, Lu Qiming sent Xiao Shui crashing to the ground. At that moment, a dark figure drifted toward the doorway. It was the same burly man Lu Qiming had seen that day, the very one who had knocked him unconscious with a club when he was off guard. "Humph. You come back? You're asking for it." Lu Qiming instantly swept a crimson beam toward him. The crimson light erupted from his palm, instantly piercing through the burly man's arm and severing it cleanly. Yet in that very instant, the man's broadsword swung down, aiming to cleave Lu Qiming in two. Though Lu Qiming's evasion skills were limited against such an attack, his exceptional physical prowess, boasting a staggering 141 points, allowed him to effortlessly intercept the blade. Simultaneously, he countered with a backfist, sending the burly man crashing to the ground. He hoisted autumn water onto his shoulder. After doing this, Lu Qiming returned to Xiao Shui, picked up the burly man's broadsword, and was about to execute him on the spot. But at that very moment, Lu Qiming suddenly recalled something. Back at the Atlantis ruins, on the tower beneath the energy core, there had been a record detailing the function of the energy core. One entry was titled Purification Heart. When Lu Qiming had read the instructions for using the purifying heart back then, he had scoffed at it, dismissing it as nonsense written to deceive people. Yet, after witnessing Xiao Shui's abilities, Lu Qiming formed a sudden conjecture. Could the Atlantis energy core also conceal an energy substance of the same nature as Xiao Shui's? Generally speaking, all things in the universe could be reduced to energy and energy entities. The purification heart, which shared a similar essence to Xiao Shui's mind control ability, was something Lu Qiming decided to test. Sizzle! Watching a blue surge of intense electricity form in his hand, Lu Qiming pressed it firmly against Xiao Shui's forehead. Instantly, the current surged through her forehead, radiating throughout her entire body. A look of pain flashed across Xiao Shui's face. Soon, after about a minute, the intense blue current in Lu Qiming's hand vanished. Was this the heart of purification? Lu Qiming was puzzled. After waiting a moment, he realized Xiao Shui had fallen into a deep slumber. Lifting her onto his shoulders, Lu Qiming began searching the entire palace. He discovered that aside from the two maidservants and the burly man from earlier, there was no one else in the main palace. Stepping outside the main hall, Lu Qiming witnessed the scene beyond. Numerous servants bustled back and forth, occupied with various tasks. Meanwhile, near the entrance of a distant room, several physicians appeared to be engaged in heated debate. Chapter 327, The New Chief Engineer, Manhwa. These must be the world-renowned experts Xiao Shui had mentioned. Lu Qiming chose not to disturb these ordinary people. Instead, he led Xiao Shui out through the palace's back gate and departed. 3 days later, when Lu Qiming returned to the mainland, a wave of emotion washed over him. In less than a week, he had experienced so much. He had teetered on the brink of life and death multiple times, but thankfully, Lu Qiming had survived each ordeal. Upon reaching land, Lu Qiming immediately sought out a restaurant to eat. Days of nothing but seafood had nearly made him sick. Ordering a plate of home-style stir-fried vegetables and a bowl of rice, Lu Qiming tucked in with obvious delight. Beside him, Xiao Shui remained motionless, eyes tightly shut, leaning against Lu Qiming. This drew sympathetic glances from passers-by, who likely assumed she was in a vegetative state. Lu Qiming, meanwhile, appeared to be the devoted husband caring for his comatose wife. Lu Qiming offered no explanation. Once the food arrived, he began wolfing it down. Witnessing this, the onlookers felt even more sympathy for him. At that moment, a television in the restaurant was broadcasting the news. Today, Mr. Nan Huiran, former chief engineer, current chief designer, and one of the participants in the energy source project, ordered the cessation of all external distribution channels for energy sources, mandating their centralized planning. Simultaneously, Mr. Nan Huiran had reorganized a new scientific team to take over the spacecraft manufacturing project. Hearing this, Lu Qiming raised his eyebrows. Seeing Nan Huiran's spirited demeanor in the news interview, Lu Qiming felt puzzled. This guy was usually very low-key. He never expected that the moment he left, Nan Huiran would change his tune. "Mr. Nan Huiran, what are your thoughts on Lu Qiming's disappearance?" the beautiful TV host asked, microphone in hand. Nanjing Huiran chuckled and replied, "Actually, in my view, this incident turned out to be a stroke of luck. It's truly for the best." Put. Lu Qiming, who was sipping tea, immediately sprayed water everywhere. Who would have thought Nan Huiran would evaluate him like this? "Professor Nan, could you elaborate on how it's truly a blessing?" the hostess pressed. Nan Huiran explained, "As everyone knows, we've been influenced by many people lately, especially numerous frontline experts. They've indiscriminately shared technologies that could have been developed much further. This is something we must take responsibility for. Unfortunately, we've always struggled to find ways to impose restrictions. But now, it's perfect." "I see. But some netizens have pointed out that this knowledge was previously researched by Chief Engineer Lu. It's his work. His willingness to share is his." Before the hostess could finish, Nan Huiran immediately chuckled, sharing, "This isn't solely Lu Qiming's achievement. Nan Huiran, along with numerous other experts, have made significant contributions. Did he ask us?" The meal concluded. Lu Qiming had gained considerable insight into the current situation. Now, the leadership of several projects had been transferred to Nan Huiran. And this guy had actually stabbed him in the back. It was time to go back and clean up the mess. After finishing his meal, Lu Qiming tossed a 100 yuan note on the table and left. Arriving at a hotel, he immediately took a shower, changed into fresh clothes, and then used the hotel phone to call Wang Feng. Chapter 328, Wang Feng's Surprise. "Hello, Wang Feng? It's Lu Qiming." Hearing that voice, Wang Feng seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, this tough-as-nails girl suddenly burst into tears. "Chief Engineer Lu, you're still alive." Instantly, Wang Feng wept like a broken reed. Lu Qiming immediately comforted her. "There, Wang Feng, you're back safe and sound now. Don't be sad. I need your help." At this, Wang Feng immediately stopped crying. "Chief Engineer, what is it?" "I'm currently at the Tianha Hotel in the coastal city of Longkou, and I have someone with me. Arranged to pick me up." "Yes." Wang Feng hung up and immediately sprang into action. Meanwhile, after his shower, Lu Qiming stretched out comfortably on the hotel sofa and turned on the TV. Glancing at Xiushui lying on the bed, already looking rather grubby, Lu Qiming approached and fed her some water. Truthfully, Lu Qiming couldn't care less about keeping this ruthless woman around. But his curiosity about the Atlantis energy core made him want to test the effects of the purification core. Not long after, Lu Qiming ordered hotel takeout and had it delivered. Eating the takeout, he finally began to shake off some of the fatigue from the journey these past days. He turned on the television. Lu Qiming watched the latest news reports and was genuinely shocked by what he saw. Many people had actually sided with Ferdinand Verbiest's rebellion. Among them were even some project experts who had always supported him. Those who remained steadfastly loyal were few and far between. Among them, only a handful of companies, such as the Ron family and the Land Group, had explicitly stated they would wait for Lu Qiming's return. Additionally, doctoral students led by Long Xiaoyu had initiated a volunteer search operation, waiting. Upon seeing these developments, Lu Qiming felt deeply moved. It seemed he had to return and clean up the mess. Lu Qiming yawned deeply, committing all these matters to memory. While progress on several projects might be delayed now, Lu Qiming's objectives for them remained crystal clear in his mind. That was the ultimate escape plan. But if these tasks were handed over to other leaders, they would likely face enormous problems. In the end, no matter how advanced these precious technologies became, if they failed to lead humanity away from Earth, the outcome would likely mirror the fate of the ancient ruins discovered earlier: disappearance or extinction. Half a day later, Lu Qiming awoke from his nap to find someone knocking at the door. He walked over and opened the door. Wang Feng and Jin Shan had come together. Tears of emotion welled up in Wang Feng's eyes. She made to embrace Lu Qiming, but noticing Jin Shan's presence, she shyly patted his shoulder instead and held back. "Chief Engineer, I'm so glad you're back." "Chief Engineer, I felt so empty during the time you were gone." Jin Shan and Wang Feng teased in unison. The moment they met, a familiar warmth washed over them, filling Lu Qiming with comfort. He gestured toward the room. Lu Qiming said, "Wang Feng, there's one more person. You'll handle moving them." At these words, Wang Fong immediately glanced into the inner room and instantly spotted an exceptionally beautiful woman lying on the bed, her face serene and motionless. Chapter 329, Autumn Water Awakens. This. Lu Qiming introduced the leader of the Black Blood Alliance, Qiu Shuwei. What? Good heavens! Both men gasped simultaneously. They were well aware of the Black Blood Alliance, but in their minds, its leader should be a fearsome demon at the very least, someone who looked utterly brutal. Yet the man before them, though asleep, possessed an utterly pure countenance, even a hint of sanctity. Alright, let's hurry back. There's still much to handle. Lu Qiming said. Wang Fong nodded and immediately went over to hoist Qiu Shuwei onto her back. On the return journey, Jin Shan and Wang Fong asked Lu Qiming about everything that had happened during his absence, while also briefing him in detail about the events that had unfolded here. By the time they reached the capital again, night had fallen. Without a word, Lu Qiming instructed Wang Fong to carry Qiu Shuwei directly to his room. The reason was simple: Lu Qiming wanted to be as close as possible, watching Qiu Shuwei's every move, afraid she might run away in the end. Wang Fong understood, though reluctance lingered on her face as she prepared to leave. Chief Engineer, may I watch over her tonight? Why? Wang Fong explained, after all, I'm a woman. Certain things are easier for me to handle. Lu Qiming shook his head. No. You haven't seen how formidable she is. This woman is tough far beyond what you can handle. With that, Lu Qiming saw Wang Fong off. At the doorway, Lu Qiming asked, has the domestic side been informed about the casualties from this operation? Wang Fong nodded, her face somber. Yes. Most of the people on the cruise ship were lost. Fewer than 20 made it back alive. Hearing this, Lu Qiming's eyes lit up. 20 survivors far exceeded his expectations given the circumstances. He had assumed the entire crew had perished. Which 20 people? How did they survive? Lu Qiming inquired. Wang Fong explained, they were all rescued by a passing rescue vessel. It just happened to be passing by the accident site at the time, so many lives were saved. Oh, I see. What about director Liang Dongshan and Liang Yameng? After all, they were people he knew personally, and Lu Qiming couldn't help but feel deeply concerned. Wang Fong sighed and said, Liang Yameng is okay, but her father, Liang Dongshan, was burned protecting her. He's still in intensive care. TSK. Lu Qiming exhaled deeply and said, I'll go to the ward right now. Wang Fong, take Qiu Shuwei with you. Ha? You're bringing her into the hospital? Wang Fong asked, puzzled. Lu Qiming nodded. Yes. Otherwise, if she wakes up, she might just run away. Wang Fong sighed helplessly and stepped forward to help carry Qiu Shuwei. But the moment he approached, a startled gasp escaped him. Ah! She's awake! She's awake! At that moment, Lu Qiming's eyes flashed with coldness. He immediately stepped forward, a crimson glow already gathering in his palm. Ha! Where am I? Who are you? A pure, innocent voice echoed. Qiu Shuwei looked like a simple young girl, her eyes clear and transparent, appearing utterly guileless. Lu Qiming scrutinized her intently, the crimson glow still lingering in his hand, poised to strike at any moment. Qiu Shuwei, stop pretending. Don't you know who I am? Lu Qiming declared, his hand behind him poised to strike at any moment if necessary. Chapter 330, Qiu Shuwei's Rebirth. Who are you? Qiu Shuwei's face was blank with confusion, showing no trace of pretense. Lu Qiming probed further, asking several questions, growing increasingly puzzled. Could it be, the purifying heart truly worked? Lu Qiming wondered silently. Simultaneously, he casually presented Qiu Shuwei with several openings. Inside the room, he also reprimanded Wang Fong over a minor matter. In the past, Qiu Shuwei would have seized such an opportunity to manipulate Wang Fong's emotions and gain an advantage. But now, after Lu Qiming's careful observation, Qiu Shuwei showed no reaction. She just stared at Lu Qiming before her with utter bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? Qiu Shuwei murmured in confusion. As Lu Qiming approached and met her watery gaze, a sudden connection stirred within him. It felt as though an unnamed bond had formed between them. It was an incredibly subtle sensation. At such close proximity, Lu Qiming felt he could almost probe into Qiu Shuwei's thoughts. This startled Lu Qiming. Was this also the effect of the purified heart? Lu Qiming was deeply puzzled. But before he could think much about it, Qiu Shuwei spoke up, Big brother, I'm hungry. I want something to eat. Whoa! Lu Qiming was stunned. In truth, Qiu Shuwei was significantly older than him, at least 5 years his senior. Yet now, she was calling him Big Brother. Lu Qiming moved closer again, only to realize with astonishment that the memories within Qiu Shuwei's mind seemed to have frozen during her time as a water maiden. She looked about 13 or 14. No wonder she called me Big Brother. Lu Qiming pondered for a moment. He truly had no good solution for the current Qiu Shuwei. Killing her outright was simply unnecessary. Because the Qiu Shuwei of the past was already dead. Her memories had reverted to her younger self, a reborn, pure soul, a completely different person. Wang Feng, go get us something to eat. Wang Feng, who had just been scolded by Lu Qiming, still felt a bit wronged. She gave a cold snort and walked away. At that moment, after a lengthy conversation with Xiao Shui, Lu Qiming touched upon many topics. As they spoke, Xiao Shui asked once more, "Big brother, do you know who I am? And why do I feel so close to you?" Lu Qiming chuckled softly, patting Xiao Shui's head as he replied, "Your given name is Xiao Shui. As for your formal name..." After a moment's thought, Lu Qiming declared, "From now on, your formal name shall be Qingwan. I hope you can be like the Qingwan bird after your phoenix-like rebirth. May you truly become a radiant phoenix, dazzling and magnificent." Qingwan? Xiao Shui loved the sound of that name. "Thank you, big brother." After entrusting Xiao Shui to Wang Feng's care, Lu Qiming headed to the central hospital. At that moment, outside the intensive care unit at Central Hospital, Liang Yameng and another middle-aged woman were both sobbing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, several police officers and colleagues gathered at the entrance, sighing repeatedly. When Lu Qiming arrived, everyone exchanged brief greetings before their faces clouded over with worry once more. "Yameng, how is she?" Lu Qiming asked. Just as Liang Yameng was about to speak, her tears flowed uncontrollably once more, and she began to weep again. The middle-aged woman beside her sighed repeatedly and said, "The doctor said that old Liang's condition requires an immediate skin graft surgery. Otherwise..." Chapter 331, The Liang Family's Dilemma. Lu Qiming immediately declared, "Skin graft surgery? Of course we must do it." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman continued, "But old Liang has no income besides his salary. And recently, he donated 300,000 yuan to build a mountain elementary school. It's truly..." Upon hearing this, Lu Qiming instantly understood. "Auntie, rest assured. This matter is entirely in my hands." Calling over a nurse nearby, Lu Qiming asked, "Excuse me, how much will the medical expenses be for this patient, Liang Dongshan?" The nurse checked the computer and replied, "Oh, the treatment plan prescribed by Dr. Wang is the latest surgical protocol. Based on Mr. Liang's qualifications, we can cover 90% of the costs. The remaining 10% requires payment of 1.5 million yuan for the surgery and subsequent rehabilitation treatment." 1.5 million yuan. The figure wasn't astronomical, but for the average person, it represented an enormous expense. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Qiming pulled out his bank card, grabbed the payment slip from the nurse's station, and headed straight for the payment hall. "Mr. Lu, you?" asked Liang Yuming's mother, puzzled. Lu Qiming chuckled and stated plainly, "Auntie, I'll cover these expenses directly from Director Liang's medical card. You won't need to worry about any subsequent costs." Hearing this, Liang Yuming's mother's eyes filled with emotion as she repeatedly thanked him. "Young man, thank you so much. Yameng, go help Mr. Lu with the paperwork, lend him a hand." Liang Yameng was gently nudged by her mother and found herself standing beside Lu Qiming. At the payment counter, Lu Qiming topped up the medical card with 2 million yuan before handing it to Liang Yameng. After completing these tasks, Lu Qiming led Liang Yameng into the hallway and said apologetically, "Yameng, this whole incident is my fault. I was careless. I didn't see through the Black Blood Alliance's scheme right away." Liang Yameng shook her head repeatedly. "Brother Lu, it's not your fault. Honestly, the one who should have been injured back then was me, but father." At this point, tears welled up in Liang Yuming's eyes. Lu Qiming sighed helplessly, patting her shoulder before asking, "Yameng, could I see Director Liang later? I want to check on his injuries." Truthfully, Lu Qiming harbored a thought he hadn't voiced. He was thinking about the healing properties within the heart of Atlantis. Among its restorative energies, there was one specifically suited for this purpose. However, Lu Qiming couldn't recall the specific method of application at that moment. "Sure." Liang Yameng nodded in agreement and accompanied Lu Qiming back to the entrance of the intensive care unit. At that moment, the payment slip had already been handed to the nurse. The nurse immediately processed it on the computer system and then informed them, "Dr. Wang is currently performing another surgery. He will come to take charge of this case in half an hour." Hearing this, Liang Yameng and her mother nodded repeatedly in gratitude. The assembled police officers also breathed a sigh of relief. "Mother, Brother Lu wants to go in and check on father's injuries." "I'll take him in," Liang Yameng said. At that moment, Lu Qiming felt a slight hesitation. After all, he wasn't certain whether the healing power within the Atlantis energy core would actually work. If anything went wrong, it would be disastrous for Liang Dongshan. Moreover, the attending physician would be arriving in half an hour.